I was once the renowned Hammer King, a revered master who commanded awe across the western frontier. Yet due to the bloody battle, his meridians were completely shattered, reducing him to an 80-year-old man waiting for death. In the brink of death, the old age counterattack system erupts into awakening. Start by freely obtaining the revitalizing blood crystal and A-grade breathing technique, refining the murderous aura of lifelong rivals with each breath, instantly restoring cultivation to the 7th rank realm, casually teaching a lesson to the nursing home bully, easily accumulating virtue points that can be exchanged for SSR-grade divine skills and treasures. Now the alien tribes invade our borders again, yet my lifeblood surges like a dragon, and my battle spirit reignites. But this newly restored power, can it withstand the impending siege of 1,000,000 alien troops and the sect masters seeking vengeance? Chapter 1, On the Brink of Death, the Old Age Counterattack System arrives. Breaking news, the extraterrestrial races have returned after 30 years. The ancient enemy of Huaxia, the Great Ape King, is leading an alien army to assault the western defenses. Ma Chongshan, the lord of Xuanwu City in the western border, is leading his troops in a desperate defense, suffering heavy casualties. All of Huaxia is closed. Huaxia citizens planning to depart are advised to suspend their travel plans and await further notice. The alien invaders are advancing fiercely, the situation is extremely critical. But please rest assured, our Huaxia will resist the alien races to the end. At the Xinqing nursing home, the elderly watching the morning news were all stunned by this announcement. Their eyes then collectively turned to a frail-looking man in his 80s sitting in front. Old Lu, our peaceful life is about to be disrupted, the aliens are attacking again. Old Lu, didn't you say you beat the Great Ape King until he cried for his parents back in the day, and even killed his brother, the Crimson Shadow Wolf King? How about we push your wheelchair, and you go deal with them again? Old Lu, are all these scars of yours really from the battlefield? Are you truly the Hammer King of the western frontier? You don't quite look the part. Old Lu, why aren't you saying anything? Don't you want to go square dancing with me anymore? The elderly man, being bombarded with questions by the old folks around him, kept his eyes fixed on the television. Suddenly, he pointed at the scene of the fierce battle against the foreign invaders outside Xuanwu City, then collapsed forward and lay motionless on the ground. The sound of the nurse shouting for a doctor reached his ears, followed by being lifted onto a stretcher and rushed toward the emergency room. Yet Lu Hushing's thoughts had already drifted slowly back to the reckless arrogance of his youth. 70 years ago, the world underwent a strange transformation. Extraterrestrial alien races opened portals to Blue Star and began their invasion. Their strength was overwhelming, and conventional firearms proved utterly ineffective against them. The human race suffered heavy casualties for a time. Later, someone discovered stones on the alien creatures that could awaken the dormant energy within human bodies, thus ushering in the martial arts era. Gradually, humanity gained the means to resist the alien invaders. At that time, Lu Hushing, a senior high school student who had just crossed over, successfully awakened his chi and blood with the help of an awakening stone. Riding on this advantage, he broke through to the half-step grandmaster realm in just 3 years and became one of the leaders of Xuanwu City in the western frontier, fighting against the alien races. Because his hammer techniques were executed with godlike mastery, countless aliens fell by his hand. He was revered as a generation's war god, the Hammer King of the western frontier. Unfortunately, 40 years later, the alien races suddenly launched a full-scale attack on the human race of Blue Star. The Ape King, leader of the Ape Clan, joined forces with the Crimson Shadow Wolf King, leading an army of 3 million aliens to ambush Xuanwu City. Lu Hushing, with a group of old comrades and 200,000 troops, fought fiercely without retreating. Without reinforcements, they engaged in a desperate battle for 7 days and 7 nights. In the end, the human race achieved a great victory, and the alien forces were driven back. The 200,000-strong army of Xuanwu City was completely annihilated, and the group of old comrades suffered heavy casualties, with fewer than 1 in 10 surviving. Lu Hushing, who had already reached the grandmaster realm, sacrificed all his meridians and destroyed his foundation to kill the Crimson Shadow Wolf King and severely wound the Great Ape King, forcing the latter to retreat in bitter resentment. Lu Hushing, barely clinging to life with half his soul still intact, was dug out of the pile of corpses by his daughter Lu Chaoyan and her brother, then secretly carried away from the battlefield. From that day on, the Western Realm's Hammer King vanished from the world, and in the new city emerged a melancholic invalid who relied on medicine daily to sustain his life. Yet unexpectedly, the Great Ape King had made a comeback. Every time he thought of his fallen brothers and his deceased wife, Lu Hushing's body would tremble uncontrollably. The Great Ape King, damn him! But he was already a cripple, not only devoid of any strength but also enduring the torment of his killing intent every single day. The murderous aura that the Great Ape King inflicted upon him ceaselessly erodes his vitality. His remaining lifespan is already less than half a year. Revenge is nothing but a futile hope. It must be understood that awakened martial artists progress from the lowest first rank all the way to the 9th rank, followed by half-step grandmaster, grandmaster, great grandmaster, realms beyond grandmaster, and even higher levels beyond that. An old man like myself, frail and aged, actually dares to dream of confronting the Great Ape King, a grandmaster. It's nothing but delusional ravings. How hateful that I am no longer capable, unable to return to the battlefield, unable to fight against the great ape king, unable to avenge my fallen family and brothers. How I wish there were another life. Dr. Sun, the patient's condition is critical, and he's gone into cardiac arrest. Administer 15 milligrams of epinephrine, prepare the defibrillator. Detected a dying time traveler with excessive obsession, activating the old age counterattack system, binding in progress. Binding successful. The system will issue virtue points based on the host's actions. Virtue points can be exchanged for any item in the redemption mall. Issuing the beginner's gift pack, please check your inbox. Detected that the host is on the verge of death. The beginner's gift package has been activated. The blood revival crystal will automatically inject into the host's body. In the next second, the massive amount of chi and blood within the blood revival crystal surged like a tide through Lu Hushing's limbs, bones, and meridians. His once dried and atrophied meridians gradually began to fill and expand. Years of accumulated impurities within his flesh and blood started seeping out through his sweat pores, filling the entire emergency room with an overwhelming stench. Dr. Sun, the patient has been revived. But this smell, did he have an accident? No, the patient has accumulated many impurities in their body over the years, which are now being rapidly expelled. Strangely, this phenomenon of cleansing the meridians and purging the marrow typically only occurs when martial artists reach beyond the 9th rank. How could? Lu Hushing didn't hear the doctor's conversation at all, completely stunned by this so-called old-age counterattack system. As a hardcore web novel enthusiast before transmigrating, he was extremely familiar with systems. When he first transmigrated here, he thought he would be the destined protagonist, and a system would surely follow. But after waiting for several years without any sign, he had resigned himself to fate. But now, 70 years, do you know how I've lived through these 70 years? Who would have thought the beginner's gift pack would actually contain blood rejuvenation crystals, along with a Class A breathing technique, breeze control art? Before martial artists reach the grandmaster realm, their sole reliance is their vital energy. The more abundant the vital energy, the stronger the power. Among known chi and blood-enhancing items, the revitalizing blood crystal is undoubtedly the top-tier existence, yet it's just a beginner's gift from the system. Can you believe it? This A-grade breathing technique not only strengthens the meridians during regular cultivation but also rapidly replenishes chi and blood, providing an endless supply of power during combat. For my current state, it's absolutely the most suitable choice. With this technique, I'm confident I can eradicate the murderous aura left in my body by the great ape king. However, the top priority now is to study the old age comeback system. According to the description, one can earn virtue points based on their actions, so doing good deeds is surely the way. Perhaps I could take care of that mad dog at the nursing home and vent everyone's anger? Feeling the effects of the rejuvenating blood crystal fade, most of his pain was gone. Though the tormenting bloodlust within him was still unquenched, he now possessed a certain level of strength. Lu Hushing immediately sat up from the hospital bed, pulled out the tubes connected to his body, and strode out under the stunned gazes of the medical staff. Before showing off, take a shower first. Chapter 2, Upholding Justice, Beating the Old Scoundrel. After a hot bath, Lu Hushing had never felt as relaxed as he did today. Looking at himself in the mirror, the once emaciated and frail figure had greatly improved, his hunched posture completely gone, muscles beginning to show. Only the scars covering his body bore witness to the horrors of past battles. Touching the shocking scar on his chest running from his collarbone down past his ribcage, he recalled how it had been inflicted by the giant ape king during a treacherous attack while saving a comrade. Upon witnessing this scene, that brother also flew into a rage and bought himself recovery time at the cost of self-destruction. These were all debts of blood and vengeance. Wife, son, brothers, I'm back. Lu Hushing murmured, I will personally slay the great ape king and avenge you all. Grandpa Lu. At that moment, nurses and doctors rushed into his room. Seeing Lu Hushing, who now seemed like a completely different person from before, everyone froze in place. The elderly man who had just stopped breathing and was about to be declared dead came back to life with remarkable vigor in just a few minutes, even regrowing much of his flesh. This is nothing short of a medical miracle. Even a grandmaster might not be able to achieve it, right? Thank you all, I'm already better. Lu Hushing said with a smile, Doctor, your medical skills are amazing. Is it me? Dr. Sun was utterly bewildered. Did I create this medical miracle? Mr. Lu, are you sure you're fully recovered? The nurse also hesitated. Your granddaughter, President Meng, is already on her way here. Why bother her with such a trivial matter? You people. Lu Hushing sighed. Alright, I'm fine. I'm going for a stroll. With that, he walked straight past the medical staff and headed to the luxury section at the back of the nursing home. At this moment, a muscular old man in his 70s was beating up another elderly man of similar age, while a circle of other old men and women stood around, wanting to intervene but too afraid to do so. Old Joe, Kai Chunhua refused to dance square dance with you. What does that have to do with me? Why are you hitting me? The victim, Zhang Xin, wailed tearfully, I didn't provoke you. You two are best friends. If she won't dance with me, I'll beat you. Zhou Zhengchen roared, his eyes blazing with anger. Every time she rejects me, I'll hit him. A petite, elegantly dressed old woman nearby stomped her feet anxiously. Stop fighting, both of you. Someone do something. Everyone seethes with rage but dares not speak out. Zhou Zhongchen, since entering the nursing home half a year ago, has been domineering and arrogant, looking down on everyone. Not only did he occupy the most luxurious apartment, but he also routinely abused the caregivers, beating and scolding them. Not long ago, he even severely injured a newly arrived intern nurse. Even so, Li Yuan could only take some money and intended to settle the matter peacefully. Simply because his son, Zhou Jintao, was the deputy commander of the new city's northern army, and his terrifying 6th-tier strength was beyond compare. Offending Zhou Zhongchen is equivalent to offending Zhou Jintao and provoking the entire Xianchang northern army. Let that old man go. Just as Kai Chunhua was on the verge of tears, a loud shout ignited hope in everyone's hearts. However, Lu Huxing approached with a grim expression, his slow steps accompanied by a murderous glint flashing through his eyes as he fixed them on Zhou Zhongchen. Zhou Zhongchen looked at Lu Huxing with contempt, spat, and cursed, "Old fool, this doesn't concern you. Watch out, or I'll beat you up too. Kid, I've had my eye on you since the moment you stepped into this nursing home," Lu Huxing said sternly. A nursing home should be a peaceful paradise filled with singing and dancing, but you've turned it into a hellhole of chaos and complaints. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of these children. Ah, I remember now, you're that old fool who calls himself the Hammer King of the Western Frontier. Weren't you so sick you could only get around in a wheelchair? Zhou Zhongchen sneered, then burst into laughter. Feeling better after some treatment, huh? Think you're tough enough to play the hero now? Let me tell you, I could take down 10 of your kind with ease. Lu Huxing burst into laughter, then crooked a finger at Zhou Zhongchen and taunted, "Oh really? Come over here then. Old Lu, don't take it to heart with him, hurry back home, we can't afford to mess with him. Everyone is already grateful that you stood up for us. There's no need for your old bones to take another beating. His son is more promising than ours, so let's not stir up trouble or bring any trouble upon our own child. You go back first, we'll hold him off." Seeing this, everyone quickly shielded Lu Huxing, but Zhou Zhongchen violently pushed them aside and stepped up to Lu Huxing, grabbing him by the collar as if ready to strike. Unexpectedly, Lu Huxing seized Zhou Zhongchen's wrist with a grip like iron pliers, causing him to grimace in pain. How could this old man, already 88, have such strength? Zhou Zhongchen had once been a martial artist in his youth. Though age had weakened him, the foundations remained. How could he possibly be overpowered like this? Just as he was about to circulate his chi and blood, Lu Huxing's slap came with a resounding sound that stunned the entire room, even leaving the little nurses with their mouths agape in an O shape. This old man, who usually loved to boast and often sat silently staring off into the west, was this fierce in a fight? Zhou Zhongchen was a 6th-rank martial artist in his youth, and even recently, he registered a force value of 300,000 on the chi and blood testing machine, a solid 3rd-rank martial artist. Does that mean old Master Lu is above the 3rd rank? At the age of 88, he can still be so formidable. Back in his youth, was he a 9th-rank expert, or perhaps, half-step grandmaster? I'll teach you to bully men and women. I'll teach you to abuse the weak. Slaps kept raining down, and half of Zhou Zhongchen's face had swollen into a pig's head. Seeing Zhou Zhongchen beaten so badly, everyone present raised their thumbs in approval. "Old man, stop hitting him, or you'll kill him." Whoa, the old man is really tough, daring to beat up that old geezer like that. He's truly a role model for our generation. Over the past 6 months, we've suffered a lot of bullying, but today we finally got our revenge. It feels so satisfying. Uncle Lu, that old Zhou's son is not someone to trifle with. You'd better stop now, or there'll be trouble when his son arrives. This arrogant brat deserves a good beating. Lu Huxing flung Zhou Zhongchen far away, pointing at his nose and saying, "Out of respect for everyone here, I'll let you off today. You have 1 day to move out of the retirement home, or I'll beat you up every time I see you." With these words, the system's voice followed, detected host beating up an old rogue, upholding justice, protecting the weak, virtue points plus 500. Awesome, Grandpa, what are you doing? At that moment, a stunning woman wearing a black blazer, tall and slender with wavy hair and gold-rimmed glasses came jogging in. What's going on? Why can't I see China's future? This shouldn't be happening. Could it be that something major is about to happen? Meng Qiniao couldn't help but whisper. Should I use a drop of my essence blood? No. Hu Linger cut her off sternly. Even if we use essence blood for divination, I'll be the one to do it. You're just a child, why would you need to do that? 1 drop each. Meng Qiniao declared without hesitation. Grandfather gave us each a small restoration pill back then. It can easily replenish this drop of essence blood. Why should we worry about it? True. Hu Linger nodded slightly. The more essence blood we use, the more we'll see. Since that's the case, let's get started right away. The two agreed instantly, each gathering a drop of essence blood before casting the heavenly mechanism technique. Instantly, a vast scene unfolded before them, a gaping hole torn in the sky, countless powerful alien races descending from above, among them martial saints, sovereigns, and even a revered one. Despite Huaxia's desperate resistance, the enemy's might was overwhelming. Even with the Elephant Legion and Golden Eagle Legion, they couldn't escape annihilation. In the end, the entire Huaxia was drenched in blood. Witnessing such a harrowing scene, Hu Linger couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. gasping for breath. Her face contorted with horror. It's the alien race's supreme beings. They've personally intervened, sending all their powerful forces in to exterminate us completely. How despicable. What should we do? Meng Qiniao urgently asked. Grandfather is currently in seclusion. He can't manage this situation. We now know the exact locations. There are 2 sites in China. Hu Linger sprang to her feet. I saved the footage from earlier. We must go find Zhao Jiangwo immediately. He holds the decision-making authority. With that, the 2 women contacted Qin Zhongman and met with Zhao Jiangwo immediately. Without further ado, they played the predicted footage for him. Zhao Jiangwo abruptly stood up, his voice tinged with disbelief. How is this possible? This looks like the apocalypse. Exactly. Hu Linger replied gravely. We've been simulating China's future trajectory these past days. It took us a drop of our essence blood to finally see the future clearly. I never imagined our future would be so terrifying. Zhao Jiangwo said solemnly. Given this, we'll likely need to concentrate all our forces in these 2 locations. Do you know their exact attack time? We can only discern it will be within 7 days, but the exact timing remains unclear. Hu Linger shook her head. That should be sufficient time. Good. Then mobilize troops immediately. Dispatch 10 million soldiers each to these 2 locations. Zhao Jiangwo declared decisively. Additionally, we must issue a global statement alerting all nations to this impending crisis. Immediately after consulting with the head of state, Zhao Jiangwo issued a declaration on behalf of China. Within 7 days, alien forces will launch a full-scale assault on Blue Star. Powerful martial saints, supreme masters, and even revered ones will lead the invasion. China has commenced troop mobilization. All nations are urged to prepare thoroughly against surprise attacks. Simultaneously, China had already begun deploying troops toward these 2 locations. Upon seeing this declaration, nations worldwide reacted with shock. Holy crap! Is this real? This is terrifying. A full-scale assault? Revered ones? How can we possibly withstand that? How did China uncover such monumental intelligence? If this is true, we might as well surrender now. I refuse to believe we can defeat an alien race-wielding revered ones and supreme beings. Blue Star may truly be doomed. We can't give up. Mobilize troops immediately. Deploy all firearms. We must overcome this crisis together. Across Blue Star, nations that believed the warnings sprang into action, while those who dismissed them began to give up. Perhaps convinced resistance was futile, they resigned themselves to waiting for death. Within a mere 3 days, 2 massive armies each numbering 10 million troops had gathered. This represented 4/5 of China's current total military strength. The Elephant Clan and Golden Eagle Clan had also arrived in full force, preparing for battle. Beyond this, China had mobilized 50 nuclear warheads, 100 subnuclear weapons, and 300 intercontinental ballistic missiles. The moment the spatial barrier opened and those creatures emerged, the entire arsenal would be unleashed upon them. 5 days later, the once clear skies suddenly darkened with storm clouds, gripping everyone's hearts with tension. At this moment, China issued a nationwide declaration. Our decisive battle against the alien race is about to commence. To avoid unnecessary casualties, all citizens are instructed to enter air raid shelters, basements, or other underground shelters. Remain there until we have vanquished the alien race. Trust our nation. Trust our soldiers. We will absolutely drive the alien race out of China and off Blue Star. Upon hearing the broadcast, citizens rushed to shelters or nearby basements. Though our nation faces its hour of reckoning, I believe our country will utterly annihilate the alien invaders. We have the legendary war god Lu. He's created countless miracles before, he'll do it again this time. Humph. What a load of crap about alien races. To us Chinese, they're nothing but a pack of beasts. Wiping them out will be a piece of cake. If the nation needs us, call any time. We're ready to go down with it. Those who dare to offend our Chinese nation shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Zhao Jiangwo stood precisely where the camera was positioned, gazing up at the sky that had turned almost entirely black. Even after a lifetime of dealing with the alien races, he felt an overwhelming sense of tension this time. Bro, why do I feel like you're trembling? Qin Zhongman couldn't help whispering. What the hell are you scared of? What the hell am I afraid of? You, stop shaking your leg. Zhao Jiangwo snapped impatiently. This space portal should open any moment now. We need to get away from here. Our primary task is to command the battle. You're absolutely right. Qin Zhongman nodded vigorously and immediately headed toward a specific spot. It's coming. Just then, someone shouted. A crack suddenly split open in the sky, and a bone-chilling cold seeped out from within. Chapter 162, the alien race launches their final assault. Instantly, everyone grew tense. Zhao Jiangwo watched the scene unfold with a cold gaze, making a swift decision. Prepare immediately. The moment this fissure widens, launch the attack. Yes, sir. The order was relayed down the ranks instantly. Every soldier looked up at the enormous breach. their faces bearing expressions of readiness to die, prepared to sacrifice themselves at any moment. As time passed, the fissure gradually widened, eventually stretching nearly a kilometer wide and several kilometers long. From within, hordes of alien forces poured down in dense waves. Kill! A furious roar erupted as all intercontinental missiles and subnuclear weapons were fired toward the rift. The terrifying force unleashed in a continuous barrage nearly all detonated within the fissure. Wave after wave of shockwaves slammed outward in all directions, obliterating the alien forces caught in the initial assault. Explosions echoed relentlessly within the spatial fissure, tearing countless new cracks within it. Weaker alien creatures were instantly sucked into the endless void of space, instantly turning into desiccated corpses. Damn it! One venerable elder's expression hardened. Exchanging a glance with the other, he declared in a deep voice, "It seems we're facing the very force that keeps the alien races in submission. We must join forces to hold open the spatial passageway and get all our soldiers into this world as quickly as possible." Agreed. The other venerable nodded slightly. Simultaneously, two streams of true energy, one black, one white, surged forward with tremendous force. Immediately afterward, the gray true energy swiftly shifted to either side, accompanied by a thunderous hum. The shattered spatial fissures rapidly sealed themselves, finally halting the crisis of warriors being sucked into the void. "Advance!" The venerable one roared once more. In an instant, the vast alien army resumed its march. Yet, the instant the first wave of invaders entered Blue Star, the second wave of countless nuclear weapons arrived belatedly. Explosions erupted once more, unleashing shockwaves countless times more powerful than the first assault. These waves instantly engulfed all invaders who had entered Blue Star. At least 1/3 of the explosive force surged into the spatial rift, reaping another harvest of lives. The alien forces tasked with attacking China had not even engaged the Chinese race when 1/5 of their ranks were already slaughtered. Amidst billowing clouds of smoke in the sky, 2 reverends led 4 supreme masters, 5 martial saints, 10 grandmasters, and 7 million troops to the northern and southern battlefields of China respectively. Their arrival shook the earth, causing it to crack continuously and sink nearly 10 meters. Is this the so-called Huaxia? They say it's a tough nut to crack, but to me, it looks like nothing special. Revered One Jia surveyed the surroundings, his face brimming with disdain. "You may begin. Slay every human you see, leave not a single one alive." Without further ado, all the alien races launched their assault at that command. "Kill! This is a moment of life and death for our Huaxia. Even if it costs us our lives, we must annihilate the enemy. We must protect our loved ones and our homeland." With Zhao Jiangwo's command, tens of millions of troops immediately charged forward. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the two forces collided. Terrifying force radiated outward in all directions. Even the simple charge claimed tens of thousands of lives. Ken Zhongmun, Lu Shutao, and Li Wan, 3 veteran comrades, now faced a martial saint-level powerhouse. This massive grizzly-like figure was clad in thick armor, wielding a colossal hammer that could tear through space with a casual swing. Its offhand strike sent each of the 3 flying. Despite employing every trick in their arsenal, the trio couldn't inflict any damage. Even their golden eagle mount suffered severe injuries. "This bastard. His power is terrifying?" Li Wan stared at the giant grizzly in disbelief. "The 3 of us combined can't even break through his defenses. You mere ants. I'm baffled how you dare challenge our mighty alien race." The great gray bear sneered at them. "Judging by your strength, you should be among China's top-tier warriors. But in my eyes, you're still far too weak." "Humph. That's because you have no idea about our true strength." Ken Zhongman roared without hesitation. "Our true power is still in seclusion. If he emerges, all of you combined wouldn't even be worth his notice." "Is that so?" The great gray bear couldn't help but chuckle. "Regardless, you won't get to see it, because I'm about to kill every last one of you." With that declaration, the great gray bear unleashed another surge of true energy, charging fiercely toward the trio. Countless nations across Blue Star lay under attack, lacking the planet's formidable foundations, and with other nations struggling to defend themselves. Even desperate pleas for aid proved futile against such overwhelming forces. Screams filled the air as tens of thousands perished every second. Blue Star was now engulfed in a sea of suffering. Boom! On another battlefield in China, despite soldiers fighting desperately to hold the line, they were no match for the overwhelming alien forces. Soldiers fell relentlessly, even their battle formations proving futile. Zhao Jiangwo's expression darkened as he turned toward the direction of Lu Hushing's seclusion chamber. "You old fart! Haven't you finished your seclusion yet? China is about to crumble to pieces. Right now. Even if you called me master instead of old man, you'd still die today." The armored sage roared with laughter, a sharp spike materializing in his hand, aimed squarely at Zhao Jiangwo, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Boom! At that moment, thunderous roars echoed. The once clear sky suddenly darkened with storm clouds. Purple heavenly thunderbolts plunged from the heavens, striking indiscriminately across the battlefield. Any non-human below the martial saint realm was instantly obliterated. Even martial saints sustained minor injuries despite their powerful defenses. Little Lu has emerged from seclusion, Zhao Jiangwo exclaimed joyfully, then turned to the revered one Jia. Revered one, I acknowledge your strength, but before my brother, you are still no match. Is that so? Reverend Jia gazed coldly into the distance. To me, he doesn't look human, more like a demon. Roar! Accompanying these words, a series of roars echoed from the clouds above. Hundreds of demons, golden eagle sovereigns, black bear demons, and others plunged from the sky. Leading them was Lu Husheng, whose power had reached the sovereign realm after his seclusion. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Reverend Jia burst into laughter. How utterly ridiculous! A mere mortal leading a pack of local demons, thinking they could stand against me? Chapter 163, Lu Husheng rushes to the rescue, battles the revered one. No, your opponent is only me. Lu Husheng shook his head slightly. As for them, nearly all are sovereigns and martial saints. They will attack your alien hordes and slaughter them all. Hearing this, Reverend Jia couldn't help but frown slightly. Despite commanding a 5 million strong alien horde brimming with powerful warriors, facing such a vast number of native demons still seemed hopelessly outmatched. Strange, the investigation had been thorough, confirming no native demons existed. How could so many suddenly appear? Lu Husheng gave a cold laugh, then roared at his alien army, men, kill, kill. The Golden Eagle Sovereign and the Black Bear Demon roared in unison, leading the native demons into the fray. Little Lu, where did you find so many reinforcements? Zhao Jiangwo asked in astonishment. The weakest among them is a martial saint. This is terrifying. These are the demons dwelling in seclusion within the great mountains of our native Huaxia, Lu Husheng explained with a smile. After my power broke through to Supreme, I had the Golden Eagle Supreme take me to visit several of them. They're all connected, and knowing China is in dire straits, they readily emerged from seclusion to help. With their aid, slaughtering the alien races will be a breeze. Zhao Jiangwo nodded in admiration. The revered one Jia, who had been listening to their conversation, suddenly frowned coldly. Don't you two have any respect for me? At a time like this, you're just chatting away? So eager to die? Lu Husheng gave a bloodthirsty grin, instantly activating the enhanced version of his berserk buff. Fine, then I'll let you taste just how formidable the strength of the Huaxia race truly is. As he spoke, Liusheng's chi surged violently. He raised the dragon-shattering hammer high, and in an instant, a phantom azure dragon erupted from the hammer, roaring as it charged toward Reverend Jia. Jia Zun's brow furrowed. The moment Lu Husheng appeared, he had sensed his power, clearly one tier below his own. How could he now unleash such terrifying might? It was utterly impossible. But in this critical moment, there was no time for further thought. With a furious roar, he swung the black spikes in his hand, unleashing a torrent of dark true chi that coalesced into a solid shield before him. Humph! Lu Husheng sneered dismissively. His body vanished instantly, accelerating to over twice the speed of light. Behind the illusory azure dragon, he unleashed an even more formidable force. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the black energy shield collided with the azure dragon's phantom. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from the two combatants, cracking the ground inch by inch and filling the air with dust and smoke. Immediately after, Lu Husheng's attack slammed into the scene. The dragon-shattering hammer crashed violently toward the armored venerable. Seeing this, the revered Master Jia sucked in a sharp breath. In less than a second, he channeled all his true energy into the spikes, thrusting them fiercely toward the dragon-shattering hammer. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed as Lu Husheng abruptly altered his strike. The dragon-shattering hammer struck the spike squarely. The spike, renowned for its unbreakable resilience, was driven a full meter into the earth upon impact. The ground shook violently, torn open by the spike into a chasm over 100 meters wide, bottomless, and stretching for kilometers. Meanwhile, Lu Husheng closed the distance, driving a knee strike into the chest of the armored venerable, forcing him to stumble backward. This is interesting, Lu Husheng roared with laughter, swinging his dragon-shattering hammer once more. Dark clouds swirled overhead, purple lightning flickering within the storm. With a furious roar, Lu Husheng unleashed a torrent of purple thunderbolts that rained down like a volley of arrows, striking the armored reverend. The revered Master Jia had yet to recover from the previous strike. Seeing the new onslaught approaching, he swiftly drew the spiked blade from the deep ravine. As he wielded it, black true chi coalesced into countless black light blades, meeting the purple heavenly thunder. The blades collided with the thunderbolts, erupting in deafening explosions. Purple and black light intertwined, as if the entire battlefield was being torn apart by two extreme forces. What a thrill! Lu Husheng roared with laughter, raising his dragon-shattering hammer to strike again. The illusory azure dragon roared incessantly as it charged toward Reverend Jia once more. Jia Zun felt like spitting blood. Damn it! What the hell is going on with this bastard? Why does he possess such terrifying power despite his seemingly weak cultivation level? Is he trying to kill me? Drawing a deep breath, the revered one roared to the heavens, igniting his very life force. His terrifying aura surged relentlessly. With a sweep of his hands, one channeled black true chi to smash into the purple heavenly thunder, while the other condensed true chi into a colossal palm that met the azure dragon's phantom, scooping it cleanly into his grasp. Feeling the palm's power grow ever stronger, Lu Husheng froze in shock. Even at the venerable level, one should cherish life above all else. Yet this bastard was actually burning his life force to fight him? Wasn't this just courting death? Lu Husheng's expression turned icy as he strode slowly toward the revered one. You beast! You think only you can burn your life force? I can too. As he spoke, the flames of life erupted violently from his body. The ethereal image of the azure dragon instantly solidified, unleashing a dragon's breath at the revered one. The black hand seemed to corrode under the assault, forcing it to release its grip. Gritting his teeth, the revered one roared. Damn it! I never intended to return alive when I came to Blue Star. Let's go down together. With that, he charged toward Lu Husheng, his body engulfed in raging flames. Utterly stubborn. If you truly had the power to defeat me, you would have crushed me beneath your feet long ago. Lu Husheng sneered with disdain, stepping forward to resume his fierce battle with the armored reverend. On the other side of the battlefield, the Golden Eagle Sovereign and the Black Bear Demon led the native monsters in fierce combat against the alien hordes. The Golden Eagle Sovereign flapped its wings, powerful gusts sweeping foreign demons into the air before its sharp talons tore them apart in an instant. The Black Bear Demon swung its massive club, each strike reducing foreign demons to pulp. The native demons, buoyed by high morale and their superior numbers and strength, gradually gained the upper hand against the invading hordes. Zhao Jiangwo's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. He couldn't help but roar with excitement. You foreign beasts, did you think you could toy with our huaxia at will? What do you think now? Boom! Before the words faded, a giant rabbit that had escaped the Black Bear Demon's grasp leapt before Zhao Jiangwo. Its bloodshot eyes blazed with fury. You're the commander of this legion, right? Once I kill you, this battle ends. Holy crap! Zhao Jiangwo's face turned pale. Even wounded, this giant rabbit still possessed the strength of a grandmaster. How was he supposed to handle it? Chapter 164, Slaying the Revered Masters. Jia and E. System returns. Zhao Jiangwo turned and fled. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall. As a battlefield commander, only by avoiding all risks could he focus entirely on command. What the hell do you think you're doing? Trying to run? The giant rabbit let out a savage laugh, its body flickering as it appeared before Zhao Jiangwo. The sheer force of its landing sent a shockwave that slammed Zhao Jiangwo backward. Put! Zhao Jiangwo felt a crushing pressure in his chest, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. You beasts! You only dare bully the weak. If anyone slightly stronger comes along, you'll be finished. What are you bragging about? That's none of your concern. Suffice it to say, my current power utterly crushes yours. I can kill you with ease. The giant rabbit roared with laughter, charging viciously at Zhao Jiangwo. Die! Boom! Before the words had even faded, while the giant rabbit was still suspended mid-air, a massive axe seemed to pierce through time and space, slashing viciously into its body and instantly cleaving it in two. A massive white bear's paw reached out, retrieving the axe. It gave Zhao Jiangwo a slight nod before turning back to the fray. Zhao Jiangwo's heart pounded wildly, staring at the giant rabbit's head still gaping at him. He finally smiled. See? That's all you've got, and you had the nerve to trash-talk me? Rest easy on your journey. I'll turn your head into spicy rabbit feet. Humans! So cruel. With those final words, the giant rabbit's eyes rolled back in its head, and it died. The battle raged unceasingly, the front lines stretching hundreds of kilometers. Corpses and blood were everywhere, the air thick with the pungent stench of blood. The clash between Lu Husheng and the armored reverend raged on. After Lu Husheng burned his life force, the armored reverend, who had held a slight advantage, was steadily being overwhelmed. He was now even spitting blood. Damn it! Jia Zun gasped, his spiked weapon whirling faintly before him as he glared coldly at Lu Husheng. You bastard! What the hell is wrong with you? You should be nothing but a defeated foe beneath my feet. But the truth is quite the opposite. Lu Husheng sneered coldly. Purple lightning continued to gather high above, and he slowly advanced toward the revered one Jia. This was the moment he unleashed his ultimate strike. Venerable Jia's body trembled involuntarily. True energy surged into the spikes, causing them to vibrate violently and rapidly expand. They hummed ominously, poised for a terrifying explosion at any moment. Old fool! Even if I'm merely a supreme, even if you think humans are weak, today I'll show you just how powerful we truly are. Lu Hushing gripped the dragon-shattering hammer tightly, causing the azure dragon to let out terrifying roars. He hurled the hammer fiercely at the armored sage. Die! Roar! Propelled by the purple heavenly thunder, the azure dragon transformed into a purple thunder dragon, crashing violently toward the armored sage. Jia Zun, roaring in response, unleashed earth-shattering power through his spikes, piercing directly into the purple thunder dragon's body. Violent explosions erupted within the dragon's form. Yet mere seconds later, a mouthful of blood spilled from Jia Zun's lips. A faint black hue appeared on the purple thunder dragon's body, seemingly digesting the shattered spikes. Immediately after, the dragon opened its gaping maw toward the revered one, engulfing him entirely with a furious roar. See if you can survive this, old Jia. The instant Reverend Jia was swallowed, Reverend E, sensing his death from another battlefield, instantly charged forward at absolute speed. With peak Reverend level power, he slammed into the purple thunder dragon. The purple thunder dragon roared skyward in fury, charging headlong toward Reverend E. The explosive force of their collision seemed to transform the entire world into a sea of purple. Lu Hushing stumbled back several steps, burning his life force. He could only barely withstand the attack of the second revered one for the moment. Damn it! Lu Hushing's brows knitted tightly. He had exhausted his merit points, leaving him unable to even exchange for a burst ability now. Even burning his life force now only allowed him to stand toe-to-toe with Elder E. Continuing like this meant certain death. Quite the spectacle. The final showdown. Ha! Just then, a familiar voice echoed in Lu Hushing's ears. It instantly filled him with exhilaration. System, you're finally back. Has your soul recovered? What do we do now? Easy peasy. As the system spoke, Lu Hushing suddenly felt his power surge rapidly. The drawbacks of burning his life force vanished instantly. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to the revered rank, ultimately stabilizing at the peak of revered. Feeling the terrifying power coursing through his body, Lu Hushing couldn't help but roar defiantly to the heavens. The nearly shattered purple thunder dragon solidified once more, and with an instantaneous burst of power, it sent the armor revered one crashing to the ground. Unable to rise, the graceful young man reappeared, taking a deep breath. This is remarkable. I now feel my body and soul have completely fused as one. Though my power is currently only at the initial stage of the Supreme Realm, I'll fully recover soon. That impressive? Emerging from seclusion at the Supreme level? Lu Hushing asked in astonishment. But then again, it made sense. Above Reverend was Supreme. Since the system could instantly elevate him to Reverend realm, it was only natural that his strength would reach Supreme. And with the system, the Supreme being by his side, this battle would surely end swiftly. System, don't just stand there. End this battle now. Lu Hushing urged impatiently. The invading tribes are advancing fiercely, and many of their forces are exceptionally powerful. Even though we outnumber them, we're still far from matching those elite warriors. Calm down. The system replied indifferently. My appearance this time is precisely to enhance the strength of the Huaxia warriors, enabling a swift counterattack against the invaders. Hearing this, Lu Hushing's body trembled. He then blurted out impatiently. Damn it, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. The battle is still raging. There's no way around it. The system shrugged. I can only aid them when they're not engaged in combat. All soldiers must be gathered together first. For now, we must wait until the war concludes. Chapter 165, the entire nation follows me into the foreign world. Holy, that's basically useless. Lu Hushing was speechless. Forget it then. Just help me slaughter the strongest invaders immediately and end this battle as fast as possible. No problem at all. I need to absorb souls to strengthen myself anyway. This is a perfect opportunity. The system grinned, immediately launching attacks and devouring enemies. Those once arrogant, powerful alien races were now being mowed down like weeds. In less than half an hour, every alien above the grandmaster rank on both battlefields had been wiped out. Instantly, the soldiers' pressure eased dramatically. Witnessing Lu Hushing and the system unleashing their full power only fueled their excitement. No wonder the alien threats against us vanished. It was old hero Lu and his ally striking. Humph, those fools thought we Huaxia humans were made of clay. With old hero Lu by our side, we can conquer anything. Damn it, you fools. Now you know the might of our race. See if you dare attack my blue star again. My blue star. My Huaxia, a place you'll never reach. No regrets for joining the Chinese race now, in the next life. I'll come back to cultivate the flower family. The battle, originally estimated to last at least 7 days, concluded in just 3 days under the dual assistance of Lu Hushing and the system. The Huaxia race emerged victorious, suffering only 2 million casualties, all posthumously honored as martyrs. At the final commendation ceremony, everyone was stunned upon hearing Lu Hushing's proposal. Old Lu, are you serious? You want to triple the strength of every martial artist in China? Have I ever lied to you? Lu Hushing shrugged slightly, countering the question. Not exactly. Ken Zhongman rubbed his chin, still reeling from the shock. All of China's martial warriors combined currently number nearly 30 million. If all that power were to triple in strength, then we accept Yang Lu's proposal. Gather all martial warriors of China. Once their strength is enhanced, we'll make our next move. Ultimately, Zhao Jiangmo adopted Lu Hushing's suggestion and issued a declaration, ordering all martial warrior soldiers of China to assemble in the northwest Gobi Desert. As the saying goes, military orders are as immovable as mountains. Countless soldiers began moving toward the Gobi Desert in the northwest. Among them were many martial artists who hadn't enlisted. In just 2 short days, a staggering 40 million martial artists arrived in the Gobi Desert. This turnout even caught Lu Hushing off guard. Lu Hushing's expression grew solemn as he addressed the crowd. Everyone, do you know why we have gathered here? To enhance our cultivation and slay the alien races. The crowd roared in near unison. Exactly. Lu Hushing roared. The alien races have long tormented our Huaxia and our Blue Star. Yet we have endured them. This time, I refuse to tolerate them any longer. Once your strength has grown, I intend for every million of you to form a squad and exterminate every last alien race on Blue Star. Do you all have the confidence to accomplish this? Yes. Another deafening roar echoed. Lu Hushing nodded slightly, then stretched out his hand. The hidden system activated instantly. As speckles of golden light appeared in the sky, everyone felt their power surge, multiplying exponentially. Some 7th-rank powerhouses leapt directly into the Grandmaster realm. Those already at Grandmaster instantly ascended to the peak of the Great Grandmaster tier. The crowd erupted in excitement. Unbelievable. We actually did it. This is too powerful, I can't believe it. China truly is the mightiest force on Blue Star. We are the rulers. I can't wait to go slaughter those alien races now. Those once mighty Grandmasters and half-step Grandmasters are nothing but ants in my eyes. Please issue the command. War God Lu, we're ready to slaughter the alien races now. Lu Hushing nodded slightly, immediately ordering everyone to form teams and head toward the nations still suffering under the alien race's torment. Since the alien race's full-scale assault began, numerous nations had been plunged into chaos. The aliens, backed by sovereigns and reverends, were virtually unstoppable. No one could stand against them. Yet their misfortune lay in encountering the mighty warriors of Huaxia, a nation where grandmasters roamed like commonplace and martial saints were as plentiful as dogs. The alien races, who had relentlessly hunted humans, now found themselves the hunted. One by one, the invading forces were cut down, and the alien population on Blue Star steadily dwindled. This left nearly all foreigners filled with gratitude and profound emotion. Who would have thought China would save us in the end? I knew China would never let us down. With the war god Lu Hushing, China is invincible. We are eternally grateful to China. China's strength surpasses our wildest imaginations. Only those born Chinese can truly grasp the honor of being Chinese. How I envy the Chinese people, protected by such formidable beings. I wish I could be Chinese too. China has been peerlessly formidable since ancient times. If anyone truly owns Blue Star, it's China. Time flew by, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Through the relentless efforts of Huaxia's martial artists, even the alien races within the minor secret realms had been purged. Save for a few mysterious enclaves, alien races were virtually eradicated from Blue Star. On this day, Lu Hushing gathered the 20 million martial artists of 7th grade and above from China. His expression solemn, he declared, everyone, the alien races have long coveted our Blue Star. Now that we possess formidable strength, it is time to counterattack and annihilate every last one of them. At these words, the crowd gasped in shock before erupting into excitement. It's about time. The alien races have tormented our Blue Star for 70 years. We must strike back. Venerable War God Lu, we'll follow your lead. At your command, we'll mobilize our entire force. I've long thought the same. Now that I'm a martial saint, what else can I do with this power but slay the alien races? Launching a counterattack against the alien races, there's no time to waste. Listening to their words, Lu Hushing nodded with satisfaction. He pointed solemnly at the spatial fissure in the sky and declared, a month ago, the alien race used this very fissure to attack us. Now, we shall enter their realm through the same breach and strike them when they least expect it. Now, all of you, follow me into battle. Kill. With that command, 20 million warriors roared in unison, charging toward the spatial fissure connecting to the alien realm under Lu Hushing's leadership. End. Chapter 3, Refining Killing Intent, Restoring 7th Rank Realm. Upon hearing that grandfather was near death, she rushed here without hesitation. But not only had he recovered, he was now this powerful? It's fine. The moment he saw Meng Qinyao, Lu Hushing couldn't help but smile. You're so busy, normally don't keep rushing over here. I only came after receiving the dean's message. Meng Qinyao wrapped her arms around Lu Hushing's arm, her tone tinged with playful petulance. Grandpa, you should come home with me. I can take care of you more conveniently. Why insist on staying here? She remembered how, after her parents never returned from the battlefield, it was Grandpa who had raised her through thick and thin. Even when she failed to awaken her chi and blood, it was Grandpa who had walked her through that dark period. Yet the moment she turned 18, he insisted on moving into this nursing home. She knew he feared being a burden, and she couldn't persuade him otherwise. Now, nearly a decade had passed. Oh, you're always busy. Your mom's out there searching for your dad on the front lines. I can't be a burden to you. Lu Hushing waved his hand dismissively. This place is great. Everything's here. Best of all, there are so many old folks to shoot the breeze with. It's lively. You just can't bear to leave the old ladies here, can you? You little brat. Watching the grandfather and granddaughter banter, Zhou Zhongchen was so enraged tears nearly sprang to his eyes. Joking around when death is imminent. When my son arrives, I'll kill this girl first. What did you say? Lu Hushing's expression turned icy as he slowly turned to face Zhou Zhongchen. I said, dare to offend me, and your entire family will die. Zhou Zhongchen roared. I've already sent word to my son. Just wait. Grandfather. Meng Qiniao started to speak, but Lu Hushing cut her off. Child, you needn't worry about this. Grandfather will handle it. You should go back now. But? You won't even listen to your grandfather? Meng Qiniao bit her lip, her words stifled by Lu Hushing's firmness. She could only leave to investigate and make her moves later. Alright, I'll head back first. Make sure to take your medicine on time. If anything happens, contact me immediately. Listening to Meng Qiniao's nagging, Lu Hushing felt a warm glow in his heart. After watching her leave, he glared at Zhou Zhongchen and snapped, Kid, when your son shows up, I'll beat him too. With that, he turned and left the luxury section. Outside, the crowd of elderly men and women gathered around him again. Old Lu, you're amazing. Such a real man. From now on, I'll only dance with you at the square. Old hero Lu, I believe you fought the great ape king in your youth. You must be a martial artist too. That old man's son is a tough customer. You'd better pack up and leave. He won't care about your age, he'll really hit you. Old Lu, listen to me, lay low for a while. Things y'all go back to normal soon enough. Lu Hushing waved his hand with a smile. What's the big deal? If his son shows up, I'll beat him too. You guys just stand by and watch. With that, Lu Hushing swayed unsteadily toward the rear. The blood-reviving crystal had merely moistened his parched meridians, performing a rudimentary cleansing of his essence and marrow. Yet, frail and aged, less than 10% of his vital energy remained, and his meridians still lay fractured. Only by cultivating breathing techniques to mend his meridians and polish away that killing intent could he regain the qualifications to cultivate again. The nursing home, nestled against Qingfeng Mountain and surrounded by water on 3 sides, was shrouded in spiritual energy, the perfect place for cultivation. On the way, Lu Hushing glanced again at the system's exchange shop. It offered everything from elixirs and cultivation techniques to weapons, and even allowed using merit points to accelerate cultivation speed. However, what Lu Hushing needed most now was something to enhance his chi and blood. Fortunately, for just 300 merit points, he successfully exchanged for a blood-revitalizing crystal. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Lu Hushing found a secluded spot and settled into the lotus position. As the blood-revitalizing crystal dissolved within him, a torrent of vital energy surged wildly through his body. Placing his palms over his dantian, Lu Hushing began circulating the clear wind guiding chi technique. The previously chaotic chi and blood instantly began flowing slowly along predetermined paths. Starting from the sea of chi, it traveled through the stomach meridian of the foot Yangming and his legs. Simultaneously, it repaired damaged meridians, emitting a faint pale blue glow wherever it passed. Within mere minutes, as the clear wind guiding chi technique completed one full cycle, the chi and blood suddenly surged toward the ruptured meridians. Pain surged through him. Lu Hushing's brow furrowed deeply as he clenched his jaw, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The impact of the chi and blood felt like a trickle of water trying to break through a blocked riverbed. Each collision sent spasms through his body, nearly causing him to faint. Fortunately, the agony was brief. The chi and blood coalesced at the ruptured points, gradually rebuilding the meridian pathways. As the pathways gradually stabilized, the chi and blood smoothly passed through the former obstructions. In an instant, a greater surge of chi and blood surged like a tide, rushing along the newly repaired meridians. He could distinctly feel the acceleration of his chi and blood circulation, a small vortex of energy forming around his body. The clear wind guiding chi technique guided the chi and blood to crisscross within his body, continuously nourishing the injured areas. Not only the meridians, but all latent injuries were rapidly healing under this marvelous effect. At that very moment, the killing intent left behind by the great ape king surged violently, striking fiercely at a meridian. Yet it was intercepted by the vast tide of chi and blood. The collision sent Lu Hushing's body reeling violently, blood welling up at the corner of his mouth. Immediately, the vital energy and killing intent clashed like opposing armies, beginning a fierce battle within Lu Hushing's body. Enduring the agony, he couldn't help but ask the system, how do I break this stalemate now? Use 200 merit points to triple the circulation speed of your vital energy. Draw in surrounding spiritual energy to refine your true chi while enhancing your cultivation. Hearing this, Lu Husheng wasted no time, expending all his merit points. His vital energy immediately accelerated. With a roaring sound, spiritual energy surged toward him, causing the entire Qingfeng mountain to tremble slightly. Infused with spiritual energy, his chi and blood circulated even faster. The once overwhelming killing intent could no longer stand against them, shattering completely and becoming nourishment for Lu Husheng's cultivation. With the killing intent dissipated and old wounds healed, Lu Husheng felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He threw himself wholeheartedly into cultivation, hoping to achieve another breakthrough. In the distance, several Audi A12s sped toward the new city nursing home. A burly man stared at Qingfeng Mountain in shock. This nursing home actually has martial artists? Reporting to the deputy leader, investigations confirm no martial artists reside at Xinqing Nursing Home, his subordinate hastily replied. Perhaps he used Qingfeng Mountain to break through? Go to the mountain and recruit them to our new city Northern Army. We absolutely cannot let such talent slip away. Zhou Jintao ordered immediately. Have him come to the nursing home to see me. Yes, sir. Soon, Qingfeng Mountain returned to its original state. Lu Husheng stretched lazily, his body cracking with each movement. It had been ages since his severe injury 30 years ago that he'd felt this good. Now, his chi and blood were abundant, his spirit vigorous. Though his hair was snow white, his cultivation had returned to the 7th grade realm. The combat experience accumulated over the years, combined with the resilience honed by 3 decades of battling latent injuries and killing intent, meant his combat strength was easily at least 8th grade or higher. He was but a single step away from the 9th rank. Turning around, he saw several soldiers in armor striding toward him. Their hearts skipped a beat upon seeing Lu Husheng clearly. He was the one who had triggered the strange phenomenon. To possess such prowess at his age meant he must have been at least a grandmaster-level powerhouse in his youth. With such a veteran hero commanding the new city North Army, they would surely outshine the other 3 armies. With that thought, Zhao Baichuan immediately bowed deeply. Zhao Baichuan, captain of the 3rd Squadron of the Northern Army of Xinqing, greets you, old master. Lu Husheng raised an eyebrow. So Zhou Zhongchen really had summoned his son. This youngster must be one of the entourage sent to absorb me? You came with Zhou Zhongchen? Indeed. I happen to have some business with him. Come along. Lead the way, sir. Zhao Baichuan was overjoyed. Though he couldn't fathom how the old man knew his true intentions, this clearly meant the elder was willing to befriend him. Once he introduced the old man to the deputy commander, the latter would surely regard him with new respect. His future prospects would be limitless. Meanwhile, Zhou Jintao had already arrived at the new city nursing home with his troops. 2 soldiers immediately charged forward, smashing open the nursing home gates. Their voices echoed throughout the facility. You old bastard who dared strike my grandfather. Come out now and face my commander. Chapter 4, Old Lu, are you truly a martial arts master? He's here. That thunderous roar silenced the entire compound. With such a domineering son backing him, how could Zhou Zhongchen not be arrogant? The nursing home administrators hurried over to greet him, the director bowing low and pleading, Deputy Commander Zhou, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Zhou Zhongchen strode forward, pointing at his own face and demanding, is my face being beaten like this also a misunderstanding? Staring at that swollen, pig-like face, Zhou Jintao took a moment to recognize his own father. A surge of fury erupted within him. Lu Shutao. I gave you face by letting my father stay here. Yet you let those lowly old fools attack him. Looks like you don't want to run this nursing home anymore. Son, you must stand up for your old man. Zhou Zhongchen added fuel to the fire. I just wanted to have a word with an old man, but that geezer attacked me first. Dad didn't dare fight back for fear of damaging your reputation. And that old bastard? Zhou Jintao demanded, his face darkening. He's gone out. We have no idea where he went. The director swallowed hard. Perhaps you could wait a moment? No need. I'm back. Lu Husheng's voice came from behind them. It's him. Zhou Zhongchen's eyes lit up. Son, take him down. Dad, are you sure? Zhou Jintao froze upon seeing Lu Husheng. You got beaten by an old man whose dentures might fall out just from talking? He'd assumed the old man was just over 60. At this age, the sheer force of his own blood and chi alone could probably blow him to bits. That's him. The old bastard's dangerous. Zhou Zhongchen pointed at Lu Husheng and shouted, scared now, old man? Kneel and kowtow 100 times, and I might consider sparing your granddaughter. Otherwise, not only will you be finished, but your niece won't get off easy either. Smack! Before the words had even finished echoing, murderous intent flashed across Lu Husheng's face as he slapped the other half of Zhou Zhongchen's face. Now it was symmetrical. Everyone was stunned. Old man, you hitting people before was one thing, but you actually dared to strike someone in front of their own son? Did you really think just because you're old, they wouldn't dare touch you? The most shocking thing was Zhou Jintao just now. He hadn't even had time to react. How could that old geezer move so fast? Only then did he recall that his father still maintained the strength of a third-grade martial artist. For this old man to crush his father, he must be at least a fifth-grade master. Back in his prime, wasn't he at the 7th rank, or even beyond the 8th? Too bad he's old now. What I hate most is someone threatening my family to blackmail me. You deserve to die, you brat. Lu Hushing gritted his teeth. I should kill you now to eliminate the threat once and for all. Good. Very good. Zhou Jintao laughed. Old man, looks like I'll be slaughtering today. Deputy Commander, he is. Zhao Baichuan, who hadn't gotten a word in edgewise, saw the situation was dire and hurriedly tried to interject. But before he could finish, Zhou Jintao roared, I don't care who he is. Today, I will make sure he dies. It's your father who bullied us. Brother Lu just stood up for us. He's a good man, what right do you have to mistreat him? Kai Chunhua couldn't hold back any longer. She stepped forward, shielding Lu Hushing. Do you take pride in bullying the elderly? Old Lu is a good man. We can all vouch for him and protect him. If you want to hit old Lu, you'll have to fight us first. We're his support. Your dad's been bullying the weak at the nursing home, acting like a tyrant. Finally someone stands up for us, and you want to kill him? No way. Old Lu, get out of here now. We'll hold him off for you. When Kai Chunhua stepped forward to defend Lu Hushing, a group of elderly men and women rallied around him, shielding him from behind. This gesture filled Lu Hushing with a wave of warmth. These brothers and sisters, I haven't wasted my time befriending them. Zhou Jintao, however, paid them no mind. He merely nodded slightly and said, fine. Since you're asking for it, don't blame me. As he spoke, violent surges of chi erupted from his body, poised to blast the elders away. The elders were terrified, closing their eyes in fear. Yet the expected pain never came. Instead, they felt a gentle wind supporting their backs. Looking back in confusion, they saw Lu Hushing unleashing his own chi and blood to counter Zhou Jintao, shielding them beneath his protective barrier. Old Lu, you're serious? No. You're not just a big talker, you're actually a martial arts master? As a member of the city guard, you neglect your duties and instead flaunt your strength before us elders. I should teach you a lesson on behalf of the state. Lu Hushing strode slowly toward Zhou Jintao, murmuring, old brothers, you must leave this place immediately. Right, let's go. The others nodded in agreement, immediately dashing outward at double speed. Old Lu, you'd better be careful. Son, no matter how strong this old man is, could he possibly be a match for you, a 6th-rank martial artist? Zhou Zhongchen sneered. Kill him, then frame him for colluding with foreign tribes. Don't worry, Dad. Anyone who dares offend the Zhou family, I'll send their entire clan packing. Zhou Jintao sneered coldly. Killing him? I won't even need my sword. With that, he stomped his foot down. The marble floor instantly cracked, leaving a trail of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Jintao was before Lu Hushing, his fist smashing toward the old man's chest. Once he struck, it would be a fatal blow. Facing the charging brute, Lu Hushing neither dodged nor retreated. His chi and blood surged as he met Zhou Jintao's fist head-on. Boom! A deafening explosion sent visible shockwaves rippling outward. Dozens of marble slabs shattered instantly, and glass within 100 meters was reduced to dust. Even Zhou Zhongchen, a third-rank martial artist, was sent flying 10 meters by the residual force of the blow. His chi and blood surged violently within him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood with a gurgling sound. The difference in skill was starkly evident. Zhao Baichuan and the others sucked in sharp breaths. As deputy commander of the Northern Army, Zhou Jintao possessed nothing but top-tier A-grade martial arts techniques, the highest privilege granted to any soldier in the city. Consider this, among civilian martial artists, possessing a C-grade cultivation technique was enough to found one's own sect. Even B-grade techniques were treasured possessions, held only by the most prestigious clans. This obscure old man, who could block the deputy commander's punch with a hasty strike, clearly possessed more than just a higher martial level. He must possess a grade B cultivation technique or higher. Old man, you're no pushover. Zhou Jintao, stunned yet amused, couldn't help but laugh. Old codger, you've piqued my interest. Looks like I'll get to fight to my heart's content today. As he spoke, a surge of energy erupted from his body, sending dust billowing from the ground. A 9-ringed broadsword flashed through the dust, its murderous intent gleaming as it swung down toward Lu Hushing. Chapter 5, A family should be complete. Aren't you supposed to be unarmed? Lu Hushing sneered, waving his massive hand. With a sharp clang, Zhao Baichuan's warhammer shot from his waist. Lu Hushing controlled it with his chi and blood, directing it upward to meet the 9-ringed broadsword. Clang! It was still a counterattack, but this time Zhou Jintao had unleashed his full strength. A strike powerful enough to decapitate even a 6th-rank martial artist was blocked by Lu Hushing. Zhou Jintao staggered, staring at Lu Hushing in disbelief. This white-haired elder possessed such formidable strength, why had he never heard of him before? Impossible. I'll kill you. Rage boiling within him, Zhou Jintao spun and unleashed 7 crimson blade chi. The blades whistled as they scraped against iron rings. Lu Hushing sneered disdainfully, his warhammer surging with vital energy as it swept horizontally. The blade chi collided with the hammerhead, instantly exploding into a sky filled with fiery sparks. Tiger roar slash. Zhou Jintao's blade shifted abruptly. 9 iron rings coalesced into a blood-red tiger's head, its blade enveloped in crimson light as it descended like a thunderclap. Lu Hushing instantly recoiled several meters, his warhammer flying from his grasp. Zhou Jintao's brow furrowed slightly as his body shifted horizontally midair, allowing the hammerhead to graze his left shoulder. Though it took less than a second, Lu Hushing had already closed the distance. His massive hand seized the hammer's shaft, and the weapon, wrapped in a spiraling vortex of energy, shot skyward before crashing down toward Zhou Jintao once more. The relentless barrage had forced Zhou Jintao into defense. He swung his blade horizontally to block, but a thunderous boom echoed as the hammer struck the blade. The impact forced him to his knees, the already pockmarked ground collapsing beneath him. The 9-ringed broadsword screeched as 7 iron rings snapped clean off. Damn it! Zhou Jintao roared, channeling all his strength into his shoulder to violently thrust the warhammer away. Break! Lu Hushing retreated several meters, yet the warhammer split into 9 phantom strikes, each hurtling toward Zhou Jintao. Zhou Jintao retreated relentlessly. Just as his blade deflected 3 hammer shadows, the 6th phantom solidified, striking the back of his blade. The final 3 hammer shadows merged into one, crashing into his chest with the force of a collapsing mountain. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out as Zhou Jintao flew backward over 10 meters, crashing into a pillar in the VIP section before landing with a thud on the floor. He lay motionless for a long moment, unable to recover. Son! Xiao Tao! Zhou Zhongchen froze at the sight. You old bastard! How dare you strike my son? I'll fight you to the death. Dad, calm down. I still have reinforcements. Seeing Zhou Zhongchen ready to fight to the death, Zhou Jintao struggled to his feet. Bai Chuan, where is that expert you invited? With him stepping in, we'll crush this old bastard. Zhou Zhongchen, who had been utterly despairing, perked up at the words, old fool, you're in trouble now. Big trouble. Never imagined we had a master behind us, did you? This. Zhao Baichuan's face darkened. What? Does he want money or power? Zhou Jintao asked coldly. I can give him either. I could even make him as renowned as me in the new city North Army. This old gentleman is the master you mentioned, Zhao Baichuan managed to say with difficulty. What? Father and son both stiffened. No wonder Zhao Baichuan had looked so troubled earlier. He cursed himself for interrupting Zhao Baichuan's warning. If only he hadn't. Making me kill myself? How could you even think of such a thing? Lu Hushing sighed. The military once existed to fight the alien races and protect the people. How could your original purpose have changed so drastically in just a few short years? No wonder the invaders have returned. It's because humanity itself has rotted from within. To repel external threats, we must first stabilize the interior. The restoration of military discipline begins with you. You dare kill me? Zhou Jintao's face twisted with fury. I am the deputy commander of the new city North Army, part of the city guard. Killing me would mean declaring war on the entire city guard. Your entire family will die. Zhou Jintao burst into a contemptuous laugh. Old man, I'll hand you my head, dare you take it? Do you believe that if I die here, the Northern Army of New City will? Put. Lu Hushing shook his head slightly, then swung his massive hand. The nearly shattered 9-ringed broadsword flashed with a piercing gleam. Zhou Jintao's voice cut off abruptly, and his head rolled to the ground. Even in death, his face remained frozen in utter disbelief, refusing to accept that Lu Hushing had truly killed him. Son! Zhou Zhongchen, eyes wide with shock, stumbled forward in 2 strides to collapse over Zhou Jintao's body. He glared at Lu Hushing with venomous hatred. I'll report you to the military headquarters. I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. I'll wipe out every last one of your descendants. Lu Hushing sneered, casually waving his hand to send Zhou Zhongchen to join his son. Trying to kill me is one thing, but daring to touch my family? Death is no sacrifice. Detected, host executed Zhou Zhongchen in Zhou Jintao, avenging countless suffering masses. Merit points plus 2,000. Seems these two weren't ordinary scum. Old master, what do you think? Zhao Baichuan approached hesitantly. Take their bodies back and report the facts as they are, Lu Hushing said indifferently. Everything I, Lu Hushing, will take responsibility. Understood. Zhao Baichuan wasted no time, immediately dispatching men to carry away the 2 corpses. Though Zhou Jintao was merely the deputy commander of the Northern Garrison Army, his military status meant he wasn't someone anyone could just touch. New City was about to undergo a major upheaval. Once the military personnel departed, the courtyard staff and elders all gathered around. Grandfather Lu, so you weren't bragging after all. You're incredible, you've eliminated a cancer for us. You crushed a 6th-rank martial artist? Could it be you were a true grandmaster in your youth? Did you actually fight the Great Ape King in a forced duel? Brother Lu, forget everything else, I want to marry you. I'll serve you, care for you in your old age, and see you off when the time comes. Kai Chunhua, you little beaker, old Lu is mine. He loves dancing with me at the square. Everyone, we should probably focus on how to handle the military's wrath first. Lu Hushing sighed inwardly. Stepping forward this time meant he probably couldn't stay here any longer. Director, I'll leave the nursing home immediately, Lu Hushing declared. If the military sends anyone, pin everything on me. This has nothing to do with the nursing home. This. The director looked at Lu Hushing with deep emotion. This elderly man had lived at the home for 30 years. They had grown as close as family. Now he was taking the fall for someone else, embroiled in a major scandal, and the director felt powerless to protect him. Brother Lu. Kaichuanwa's eyes welled with tears as she grasped Lu Hushing's hand. Ha ha. I'm a grandmaster now. With the great ape king making a comeback, he must be itching for another duel with me. Lu Hushing laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. You might see me in news reports about fighting the alien races someday. Now, you all better stay alive. With that, Lu Hushing left the nursing home and immediately called Meng Qinyao. Kid, I'm moving back from the nursing home. Zhao Yan was still searching the front lines for her missing son-in-law. Qinyao was the only family he had left. No matter what, he couldn't let her get hurt. Chapter 6, Execute Lu Hushing to save the military's face. The atmosphere in the military conference room of Xinjiang was so oppressive it felt suffocating. Many high-ranking officials dared not even breathe. Bang! A sudden thunderous crash shattered the table before the military commander. Someone dared to kill one of my Xinjiang military personnel, and it was a deputy commander, no less. This is nothing short of slapping our military in the face. Have you identified the perpetrator? A woman hurriedly stood up. The perpetrator is Lu Hushing, an 88-year-old resident of the New City nursing home. She projected Lu Hushing's photo onto the screen. Everyone present froze, speechless. This old man looks like he could kick the bucket any minute. Could he really kill Zhou Jintao, a 6th-rank cultivator? Someone else must have killed him. This old man was just pushed forward as a scapegoat. Who could be so heartless as to frame such a kind-hearted old gentleman? 88 years old? That's 3 years older than my grandfather, who passed away 6 months ago. My grandfather was bedridden for 5 years. Believe it or not, I just can't see him capable of murder. To crush a 6th rank? That means he's at least 7th rank. An 88-year-old 7th rank. In his youth, he must have been a grandmaster? But why have I never heard of this man? Chen Shom, commander of the Northern Army in New City, trembled visibly upon seeing the photograph. This image overlapped with the figure of the war god he had once sworn allegiance to, and he too was named Lu Hushing. Could it be? But hadn't he perished in battle? Zhao Baichuan, speak. The military commander's thunderous shout snapped Chen Shom from his reverie. Zhao Baichuan hastily explained, Your Excellency, it is indeed him who killed the deputy commander. Though he is only a 7th rank. Enough! The commander cut him off. Though our new city may not match the 4 great frontier strongholds Xuanwu, Zhuke, Xinglong, and Baihud, it still ranks among China's second-tier cities. To be openly challenged by an old man? If we don't act, we'll become a laughingstock in the military. Commander, the truth is Deputy Commander Zhou's father was bullying the weak in the nursing home. Old Master Lu simply couldn't stand it and struck Zhou Zhongchen. Deputy Commander Zhou then tried to kill Old Master Lu, only to be killed by him in self-defense. Chen Shong hurriedly stood up. This is merely a minor incident. I request to lead a team to mediate. I will definitely give you, and the Xinjiang military, Is he your father? Why are you defending a commoner like this? The military leader's expression turned icy. No, Long Tan, you handle this. Make sure it's done cleanly. New City can't afford too much attention right now. A burly man over 2 meters tall, clad in military uniform, rose slowly from the corner and walked out silently. Meng Qinyao returned home to find Lu Hushing brewing tea in the courtyard. Grandpa, I tried to convince you to come back earlier, but you wouldn't budge. Couldn't bear to leave those old ladies? Meng Qinyao immediately latched onto Lu Hushing's arm, grinning as she spoke. Girl, your grandfather misses your mother, Lu Hushing said abruptly. Go to the front lines and look after your mother for me. Meng Qinyao froze, staring at the deep worry etched into Lu Hushing's weathered face. A lump formed in her throat. It's my fault. I couldn't awaken my martial talent. Otherwise, I could have fought alongside my parents. Child, everyone has their own path in life. Not awakening your talent might not be such a bad thing. Lu Hushing stroked Meng Qinyao's long hair, his expression solemn. Go now. Your grandfather can take care of himself. So suddenly? Meng Qinyao tilted her head, her eyes filled with suspicion as she looked at Lu Hushing. Grandpa, has something happened? My mom. If anything happened to your mother, you'd be the first to know. Lu Hushing pinched Meng Qinyao's cheek gently. Grandpa just misses her. After you see your mother, video call me. Meng Qinyao understood. In a few days, it would be her uncle's Memorial Day. Decades ago, her mother and uncle had defied opposition to march to Qinglong City and defended against the Sea Clan. For the sake of Qinglong City's 35 million citizens, her uncle had led a 10,000-strong suicide squad to fight to the death against 300,000 Sea Clan warriors. He had ultimately perished alongside a 9th-rank Sea Clan powerhouse. 10 years had passed since then. Grandfather couldn't travel that far himself, he wanted her to go see him. With that thought, Meng Qingyao nodded firmly. Rest assured, I'll depart for Qinglong City immediately. But what about your injury? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lu Husheng waved her off. All these years, I've grown accustomed to it. After much persuasion, Meng Qingyao finally departed. Lu Husheng exhaled a long breath of relief. He had no intention of revealing his own affairs to Meng Qingyao. If he did, she would never leave and he wouldn't be able to act without restraint. Now that he had no weaknesses, he would be terrifyingly powerful. Sipping his tea, he opened the system's exchange mall. Since acquiring the system, he hadn't thoroughly explored it. To his surprise, the exchange mall offered an astonishing array of items. Though the strongest only reached SSR-grade, even that was beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. Only a martial saint could utilize such power. Lu Husheng's gaze fell upon an A-grade body tempering technique, Spirit Marrow Heaven Forging Art. Martial cultivation always required the complementary use of breathing techniques, body forging arts, and combat skills. Breathing techniques strengthened meridians, providing a steady flow of chi and blood during combat. Body forging techniques made flesh and bone incredibly resilient, emphasizing defense. Combat techniques were indispensable elements in battle, capable of boosting combat power several-fold. Back in the day, Lu Husheng's mountain-shattering hammer technique had struck fear into countless foreign tribes. An A-grade body forging technique required a staggering 5,000 merit points. Currently, he only possessed the 2,000 gained from eliminating the Zhou family father and son. Nowhere near enough. It seemed he'd have to hammer a few more military parasites to death. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard commotion outside. A middle-aged man over 50 hurried into the villa, his gaze locking with Lu Husheng's as the latter brewed tea. In that instant, Chen Shong felt as if a hammer had struck his heart, sending shockwaves of terror crashing through his mind. It was him. It had to be him. Though his hair had turned completely white and he looked much older, the unique aura of righteous integrity radiating from him was something Chen Shong would never forget. It was indeed the Hammer King of the Western Frontier, Lu Husheng. Private Chen Shong reporting for duty. Chen Shong immediately stood at attention and saluted Lu Husheng. Chen Shong, the squad leader who organized the evacuation of civilians. Lu Husheng smiled faintly. You did well back then, protecting the people of Xuanwu City. You still remember me. Chen Chang's body trembled, tears blurring his vision. Back then, he had been nothing more than an insignificant private soldier. Compared to those war gods who fought fiercely against the alien tribes, he was utterly insignificant. He hadn't even had the courage to return to battle. He was a deserter. We fight to protect our nation and its people. You organized the evacuation, shielding them from foreign slaughter. How could I forget you? Lu Husheng laughed heartily. You did well. Those words untangled the knot that had knotted in Chen Chang's heart for 30 years. He wasn't a deserter. His old commander had actually praised him. Right, sir. You killed Zhou Jintao. The military leader is furious and has sent men to kill you. Chen Shong finally remembered the urgent matter and hurriedly said, You must leave now, or it will be too late. Chen Shong, you dare tip them off? Before the words faded, a thunderous roar split the heavens. A massive figure wielding a 2-meter-long heavy sword descended from the sky, kicking up a towering cloud of dust. Chapter 7, The God of the Army, Nightmare of the Barbarians. Chen Shong gritted his teeth and roared back. Zhou Jintao bullied the weak, treated human life as worthless grass. He deserved to die. Commander Lu, rid the people of this scourge. The whole world should celebrate. Officer? Long Tan sneered coldly. I care not who he once was. Now he is merely a dangerous criminal in the new city military's custody. His fate can be summed up in one word: death. Long Tan, as Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Army of New City, I order you to withdraw. Chen Shong clenched his fists. You cannot kill him. Chen Shong, you actually think you're someone important now? You dare give me orders? Long Tan looked at Chen Shong as if he were an idiot. I, Long Tan, answer only to the military commander. Since you dare defy the Commander-in-Chief's orders to tip off this old man, I'll kill you too. You're not one of us anyway. Commander, retreat. I'll hold him off. Chen Shong roared, unleashing the aura of a 7th-rank powerhouse as his spear thrust toward Long Tan. The commotion drew the attention of nearby neighbors, who stared in shock at the scene. Didn't old man Lu go to the nursing home? How did he come back, and why did he attract military pursuit? Could it be that he was caught messing around with that bald guy's mom? Looks like they're going to kill him. Old Lu may be a big talker and a bit of a lecher, but he doesn't deserve death. Aren't the military supposed to protect us civilians? If he's provoked them to kill, old Lu's done for. Old Lu probably won't make it through this one. Still, 88 years is a decent run. As they spoke, Long Tan unleashed his full power, his 2-meter-long heavy sword humming incessantly. Fine. I'll clean house myself. With that, he charged forward like a raging bull, crashing into Chen Shong. As Long Tan's heavy sword crashed down like a black mountain, Chen Chang's spear, fueled by surging vitality, blazed with 9 afterimages as it met the blow. Boom! The spear tip collided with the sword's edge, unleashing a thunderous clap that shook the sky. The air within a radius of over 10 meters was instantly sucked dry, while the terrifying shockwave shattered every pane of glass within 100 meters. 8th rank realm, truly terrifying. Chen Chang's palms split open, blood dripping down the spear shaft. Instead of retreating, he pressed forward. His spear danced like a dragon through the void, narrowly evading a fatal strike at the last moment. Yet the sword's residual force swept across his left shoulder. Amidst the crackling of shattered bone, his body flew backward like a Long Tan stomped the ground, his 2-meter sword gleaming with a cold arc. 7th rank and 8th rank, they are worlds apart. With each step he took, spiderweb-like cracks spread across the marble floor, as if exerting pressure on Lu Husheng. Lu Husheng sneered dismissively. Chen Shong, step aside. Leave this brat to me. Former leader, he specializes in hard qigong. His strength is limitless. You're no match for him. Chen Shong drew a deep breath, his spear transforming into a blinding cascade of cold light as he charged forward once more. Suddenly, the heavy sword erupted with a burst of pitch-black light, crashing down toward Chen Shong with the force of a collapsing mountain. Break for me. Chen Chang's pupils contracted sharply. He finally discerned the dense inscriptions covering the heavy sword's surface. As the attack rumbled on, the inscriptions writhed, seemingly draining his vital energy. At the brink of life and death, he flipped his spear upside down and slammed its butt into the ground. Amidst a thunderous crash, Chen Shong used the recoil to leap into the air. His silver spear plummeted like a meteor, crashing down fiercely toward Long Tan. But it was all in vain. The 8th rank warrior's aura had locked onto him completely. The heavy sword, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, parried Chen Chang's prideful strike before crashing down viciously toward his chest. My life is forfeit. Chen Shong closed his eyes in bitter resignation. How ironic. Unable to die in battle against the enemy, he perished in the military's internal strife. On the brink of death, Chen Shong suddenly felt an ethereal giant hand pull him backward from behind. It forcibly broke through Long Tan's energy lock, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Is this what war between the strong looks like? It's too powerful. How did Old Master Lu provoke these people? If not for that middle-aged man, Old Master Lu would have been reduced to nothing. Has that old man lost his mind? He's not even running. I'll bet $200 Old Man Lu gets taken out instantly. Anyone up for it? Chen Shong, however, looked at Lu Husheng with surprise. Old leader, you. To forcibly break through an 8th rank martial artist's chi lock required strength far beyond 8th rank. Had the old leader been holding back? Leave it to me. Lu Husheng said calmly, pulling out the warhammer he'd taken from Zhao Baichuan. Kid, let this old man teach you what real combat is all about. As the words left his lips, Lu Husheng's white hair billowed in the air. The terrifying aura emanating from him made even Long Tan suck in a sharp breath. Old man, you're not 7th rank? You'll find out soon enough. Lu Husheng beckoned Long Tan with a flick of his finger. I'll make you understand the consequences of disrespecting your elders. Enough with the lectures. Both of you die today. Long Tan roared, gripping his heavy sword with both hands. With a dark glow and the force of a collapsing mountain, he charged forward once more. Wherever the blade passed, space rippled with faint disturbances. Watch out, old boss. Chen Shong bellowed urgently. But Lu Husheng swung his warhammer horizontally. His chi and blood surged violently around him, forming a faint, visible shield of blood energy. Boom! The heavy sword struck the shield, causing the ground within several kilometers to tremble faintly. The earth within 10 meters of the two instantly sank nearly a meter, reducing everything around them to dust. Long Tan felt a tremendous force rebound, splitting his palm open and sending blood streaming down his arm, leaving his entire limb numb. This old bastard isn't 7th grade, he's 9th grade. Zhao Baichuan colluded with him, falsifying military intelligence, attempting to lure and kill the new city military? But Long Tan quickly shifted his gaze to Chen Shong. He called this old man commander? Chen Shong had remained in New City for decades. The military high-ranking officers he knew, Long Tan knew personally. Unless, this was his former commander from his time in Xuanwu City? And he wields a hammer that can only be Lu Husheng. The realization sent thunderclaps crashing through Long Tan's mind. Impossible. You're dead. The Hammer King of the Western Frontier from years past had perished alongside the Crimson Shadow Wolf King. How could he still be alive today, still holding the rank of 9th grade? Long Tan stumbled back several steps, his aura weakening by a third. He was terrified. The onlookers watching from afar were utterly dumbfounded. Many even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, some even pulling out their reading glasses. Is that really Old Master Lu? Fighting a military bigwig at 88? I don't believe it. Old Lu was always full of hot air. He couldn't possibly be this strong. This has to be fake. I must be dreaming. If he possesses such terrifying strength at this age, then in his youth, he must have been a grandmaster or even a grandmaster of the highest order? Am I this lucky? A grandmaster as my neighbor, who even bragged to me. I could die happy. Grandmaster. Old Man Lu is definitely a grandmaster. I must be getting better to actually see a legendary grandmaster. Chen Chong was utterly stunned, his mouth gaping wide as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Officer Lu was a god among soldiers back in the day, a nightmare for foreign tribes. How could he have died in battle so easily? You're just being shallow. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe that old man is truly that powerful. He must have burned his life force to forcibly enhance his chi and blood, leaving him hollow inside now. I'll kill him right this instant. Long Tan's eyes blazed crimson. His heavy sword hissed and crackled, bathed in the surging chi and blood. Man and sword enveloped in a dark glow, he charged toward Lu Hushing with lightning speed. Die. Chapter 8, Hammering Down Long Tan, Plan Delayed. Sir. Chen Chong's face paled. He's going all out. No, he merely seeks a quicker death. Lu Hushing smiled faintly. His warhammer spun rapidly in his grasp, soon humming with a deep resonance. Then let him witness how we once slaughtered the alien races. Liu Sheng's vital energy surged violently. Every strand of his white hair stood on end as waves of terrifying aura erupted from him. At the peak of his energy explosion, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, crushing the marble floor beneath him into dust. In Long Tan's eyes, Lu Hushing seemed to transform into an insurmountable mountain, crushing toward him with unstoppable momentum, as if capable of obliterating everything in its path. A sudden certainty gripped Long Tan, he was going to die. Facing the veteran war god who had once fought to the death against the Crimson Shadow Wolf King and gravely wounded the Great Ape King, Long Tan now had only one thought: flee. How could he possibly be a match for the Hammer King of the Western Frontier? Who gave me the courage to lay a hand on the old war god? Charging head on meant certain death. A tactical retreat offered a sliver of hope. Without hesitation, Long Tan turned and fled. But it was too late. The warhammer, as massive as a mountain, slammed into his body. In that instant, crimson blood filled everyone's vision. The dark aura surrounding Long Tan instantly shattered. The heavy sword that had braced against the warhammer erupted in a deafening roar before cracking open. Long Tan was hurled hundreds of meters like a human cannonball. After landing, he slid backward dozens more meters, leaving a deep furrow gouged into the earth. Seeing Long Tan before them, blood spurting from his mouth and his body covered in fractures, the neighbors were already in an uproar. I know this man. That's Long Tan, the military chief's right-hand man. He's an 8th rank powerhouse. The old man effortlessly crippled an 8th rank powerhouse? He must truly be a grandmaster. An 80-something grandmaster? It's beyond belief. Grandpa Lu, do you remember me? You held me when I was little and said I'd grow up to be someone great. That's nothing. Grandpa Lu even patted my head once. Suddenly, marrying such an old baby feels so secure. As Lu Hushing approached, many girls' eyes sparkled with admiration. Is this what a grandmaster looks like? To be this close to one, what an immense honor. What was a grandmaster? They were the pinnacle of humanity, capable of clashing with alien kings. And at his age, he still didn't have that old man vibe that was incredibly rare. Watching Lu Hushing's retreating figure, Chen Chong was overcome with excitement. Not only was the old leader still alive, but he possessed such terrifying strength he was certain to escape unscathed. But seeing Lu Hushing about to kill Long Tan, Chen Chong rushed forward and said, "Old leader, this guy is one of the military chief's men. If you kill him, it'll mean declaring war on the military chief. There'll be no turning back then." Exactly. Long Tan sneered savagely. The military chief is a half-step grandmaster. With his full set of grade A cultivation techniques, he could even challenge a grandmaster. Killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. What's gotten into you lot? Can you just kill people at will now? Lu Hushing frowned slightly. Do you all regard human life as worthless? What are commoners? We defeated the alien race to spare them suffering. Every day they live is our mercy. Long Tan sneered. We deserve to enjoy our rewards. Lu Hushing, you're old. You've long been out of touch with the times. If you take your own life here now, perhaps your family might be spared. Otherwise, crash. Seeing Lu Hushing hesitate only fueled Long Tan's arrogance. Just as he prepared to issue further threats, the warhammer smashed through his skull. The scene sent the crowd into a panic, screaming and scattering in all directions. Detected, host executed Long Tan, disrupted new city military commander plan, delayed new city citizens' death timeline. Merit points plus 2,000. Lu Hushing narrowed his eyes. What kind of plan did the new city military leader have that he was willing to sacrifice the lives of tens of millions of new city citizens? Old comrade, you've caused a major disaster. Chen Chang's face turned ashen. If the commander learns of this, he'll be furious and stop at nothing to kill you. You must leave New City immediately. Chen Chong, what exactly is the commander's scheme? Lu Hushing stared coldly at Chen Chong. Tell me everything you know, every last detail. I don't know the specifics, but the commander often disappears for days with his trusted confidants. As for what he's doing, only a select few are likely privy to it. This kid really doesn't know. But since it's been delayed, there shouldn't be any trouble for now. Lu Hushing finally spoke up. Chen Chong, this guy's death has nothing to do with you. Just pin everything on me. I'll be away for a few days. During that time, help me investigate and find out what they're really up to. Sir, I won't betray you. Chen Shong had barely muttered this when Lu Hushing's large hand clamped down on his shoulder. Young man, small impatience can ruin great plans. We need to uncover what the military leader is truly up to. This concerns the lives of tens of millions of citizens in New City. Understood. Staring blankly at Lu Hushing, Chen Shong snapped to attention and saluted. Mission accomplished. Boom. With his assurance secured, Lu Hushing sent Chen Shong flying over 100 meters with a single palm strike, leaving him with what appeared to be severe injuries. Only then did he turn and leave. Put. The moment Chen Shong hit the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Staggering to his feet, he couldn't help but vomit again. His admiration for Lu Hushing deepened, truly a seasoned leader so thoroughly prepared. When the military leader saw Long Tan's corpse, his body trembled uncontrollably. Fury. Who can tell me why an old man rated at 7th grade could slaughter an 8th grade young martial artist? The military leader's eyes ran red as his chi-infused blood nearly ignited Long Tan's corpse. Who exactly is he? Because the old man killed Chen Chang's deputy commander. Chen Shong rushed over too, but he was beaten so badly he can't even take care of himself now. He's currently in the hospital receiving treatment, the deputy hurriedly explained. According to him, the old man's strength is at least above 9th rank, or even a half-step grandmaster. The military leader gasped. An 88-year-old half-step grandmaster? In his youth, he must have been a grandmaster, or even a great grandmaster. Why had he never heard of such a man? Commander, in Xuanwu City, there was once a hammer king of the western frontier named Lu Hushing, the deputy whispered. Perhaps. Impossible. The commander waved his hand dismissively. Back then, Lu Hushing fought to the death against the Crimson Shadow Wolf King and gravely wounded the Great Ape King before vanishing without a trace. That's the official record. Besides, do you think he could have fought 2 peers to the death without sustaining injuries? How could he still possess the strength of a half-step grandmaster 30 years later? This subordinate was rash. The deputy nodded repeatedly. If it truly were that Lu Hushing from back then, he'd have to be a god. Enough. Whoever he is, mobilize every available force immediately. Dig to the depths of the earth if you must find him. The military leader waved his hand. Also, keep a close eye on Chen Shong. I have this feeling he could be an unknown variable. In short, no one, not a single soul, shall interfere with my plans. Anyone who does will see their entire clan annihilated. Yes, sir. Chapter 9, Tianbei Forest, instantly slaying the White Jade Rhino. The Tianbei Forest, located at the northernmost edge of Huaxia, borders the northern Bear Kingdom. Like other forests and deserts, it harbors remnants of alien races year-round, serving as a training ground for major martial arts academies and hunter associations. Not only could one hone martial skills and advance ranks here, but materials obtained from the alien races could be sold for profit, truly a paradise for the strong. When Lu Hushing arrived, numerous teams were preparing to enter. Spotting him, Yin Xiaoran, the squad leader of the Hunters Association, asked in surprise, Grandpa, are you heading into the Tianbei Forest? Yes, I'm here to find someone, Lu Hushing nodded with a smile. The Great Ape King has returned. This could provoke the alien races to launch a second invasion against the Blue Star's human race. Yin Xiaoran urgently cautioned. Our Hunter Association has intelligence that numerous high-tier alien races have appeared in the Tianbei Forest. Entering alone could lead to encounters with them. Since you're from the Hunters Association, do you know the exact location of Long's Hanshan? Lu Hushing asked with a smile. Instructor Long, a 7th-rank martial artist, is currently leading a hunter squad deep into the Tianbei Forest to hunt the Xianzong Kuei boar, Yin Xiaoran explained. They entered half a month ago and have been missing ever since. We're here to rescue him. Alright, thanks. Lu Hushing nodded and plunged directly into the forest. This immediately drew discontent from his fellow team members. That old fool's lived this long for nothing. We told him it's dangerous, yet he still wants to go in? That's just asking for trouble. He's so ungrateful, wasting Ranran's good intentions. Is he trying to show off just because Ranran's pretty? Does he think she'll save him like some heroic maiden? He's just overestimating himself, going to be food for the alien race. At his age, they probably won't even want him. The barrage of comments prompted Yin Xiaoran to interject unhappily, everyone, stop talking nonsense. Grandpa is just desperate to find someone. If we encounter him again, let's do our best to help him. Lu Hushing pressed forward, his powerful aura radiating out in all directions. The Tianbei Forest spanned hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, teeming with countless low-tier alien races. Human adventurers seeking trials here were as numerous as cow hair. Finding Long Zhanshan would prove exceedingly difficult. As the descendant of those old brothers who had once fought alongside him through life and death, he had both the obligation and the responsibility to lend a hand. He still remembered the last words Long Tingyue whispered in his arms as he died, "Brother, I entrust my child to you." All these years, tormented by the weight of bloodshed, he had neglected them, only occasionally having Zhao Yan send them money anonymously. Now that he had recovered, he could not forget their entrustment. Rescuing Tingyue's grandson from the Tianbei Forest was the first promise fulfilled. Rest assured, old brothers. As long as I, Lu Hushing, draw breath, your descendants shall never suffer the slightest injustice. Advancing through a trail of carnage, Lu Hushing soon reached the outskirts of the heartland. Just as he roasted a freshly hunted rabbit, rustling sounds drew his attention. Yin Xiaoran and the others were rushing toward him, terror etched on their faces. Spotting Lu Hushing, Yin Xiaoran cried out urgently, "Grandfather, hurry! A 5th grade white jade rhino is chasing us. A single jade rhino has you all in such a fright? Youngsters need to keep their cool," Lu Hushing said calmly. "You go ahead. I'll hold it off for you." "Old man, cut the crap right now," snapped a burly man. "That's a 5th grade beasted jade rhino." "So what?" Lu Hushing rose slowly. "Back in my day, 5th rank beasts would wet themselves just seeing me. See? The moment he starts reminiscing about the good old days, you know he's just an old geezer who's lost his touch. Captain, let's ignore him. He's courting death. He's nearly 90 years old and still trying to show off? If he screws up, expecting us young folks to clean up his mess? Yeah, right. Did the old man have a fight at home and come here to throw himself under a truck?" Yin Xiaoran shot the others a fierce glare, gripping her twin blades tightly. "Since we're here, we can't just walk away. Even if the old man wants to end it, that's no excuse for us to stand by and do nothing. If you want to leave, go ahead. I'm standing with this old man till the end." The others exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of disgust. The old saying about the apocalypse starting with the death of do-gooders proved true. Risking the lives of their entire 7-person squad for a dying old man? Was this saving a life or committing murder? But it was already too late for them to leave. With a thunderous crash, towering trees dozens of meters high snapped one after another. A white rhinoceros over 3 meters tall and 8 meters long charged forward, launching a brutal collision straight at Lu Hushing. "Grandpa, watch out!" Yin Xiaoran shot forward like an arrow, rushing toward Lu Hushing. Though she couldn't match the white jade rhinoceros's strength, pulling the old man out of harm's way was well within her capabilities. Alas, a 3rd-grade martial artist was no match for the sheer speed of a 5th-grade colossus. The gap was more than a fraction. Yin Xiaoran couldn't bear to watch as the white jade rhino crushed Lu Hushing into a pile of pulp. Yet Lu Hushing paid the white jade rhino no mind. His chi surged violently as he swung his warhammer upward, striking the beast squarely on the jaw. The white jade rhino had barely approached within a meter of Lu Hushing, intending to sample the flavor of this seasoned veteran, when it was blasted skyward by the old warrior. Spinning 5 or 6 times in midair, it finally crashed back down with a thunderous boom, smashing into the ground and leaving a crater several meters deep. A 5th-grade beast, taken down in an instant. Amidst the swirling dust, the scene fell so silent you could hear each heartbeat. A 5th-grade white jade rhino killed with a single hammer blow by that old man? Then this old man must be at least 7th grade in strength. And crucially, this was an old man who looked utterly decrepit, with at least 2/3 of his vital energy gone. In his youth, he must have been a grandmaster-level figure. My goodness. What kind of god-defying luck is this, to actually witness such a terrifying old grandmaster, a living grandmaster? This is harder than winning the lottery. Grandpa, you. Yin Xiaoran's beautiful eyes widened as she curiously studied Lu Hushing, snow-white hair, yet surprisingly few wrinkles on his face. You could still make out his chiseled features. He must have been a handsome guy in his youth. And even now, he was an exceptionally charismatic, dashing old man. But the most astonishing thing was the old man's power. It was simply beyond belief. Meanwhile, Lu Hushing's shock was equally overwhelming. He never imagined that casually saving a few children would yield such tangible rewards. Detected, post-slays white jade rhino, rescues pillar of the nation. Merit points plus 1,500, minor restoration pills 2. Chapter 10, Spirit Essence Forging Heaven Technique, breaking through to 9th grade. The minor restoration pill, one of humanity's most treasured artifacts, rivaling the blood-reviving crystal. If blood-restoring crystals are miraculous elixirs that instantly replenish vital energy and blood, then the minor restoration pill is a spiritual pill capable of rapidly healing severe injuries. Priceless in the market, beyond measure. No wonder helping others is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. One must do more good deeds. Grandfather, you. Yin Xiaoran struggled to steady her emotions, about to ask, when several team members crowded around. Grandpa, the moment I saw you, I felt you were so kind and gentle. You look just like my late grandfather. How dare you speak that way? How could your grandfather compare to this venerable elder? He's a grandmaster, a true hero. Grandpa, from the moment I first saw you, I knew you were no ordinary man. Thank you for saving our lives. We have nothing to repay you with, so we can only treat you like our own grandfather. That's right, Grandpa. Please accept this bow from your grandson. Those abacus beads nearly bounced onto my face. Does he think he's one of the little Gord brothers? Lu Hushing frowned and said in a deep voice, if you have no further business, you may leave. This old man needs his peace. Seeing that several people were about to speak up, Yin Xiaoran quickly interjected, everyone, don't forget our mission is to rescue Instructor Long. The mission comes first. After all, an elder like this was bound to have a very peculiar temperament. Though he saved us all, if we said something wrong and offended him, he might just lash out. Do you know Long Zhanshan's whereabouts? Lu Husheng asked immediately. No, that's why we've dispatched multiple search teams. In Xiaoran shook her head. The only thing we know for certain is that he's still alive. Very well. Hearing this, Lu Husheng nodded slightly and went to eat. The others exchanged glances, realizing it was best not to linger. They promptly left the place. While eating, Lu Husheng exchanged for the grade A body tempering technique, spirit marrow heaven forging art, and spent another 300 merit points to obtain a blood revitalizing crystal. Once he reached the 9th rank, he could cast the tracking technique, the 10,000 phenomena shadow seeking art. That would allow him to quickly and accurately locate Long Zhanshan's position. Otherwise, aimlessly searching would take far too long. Finding a flat boulder, Lu Husheng used his remaining 200 merit points to accelerate his qi and blood circulation. After swallowing the blood revitalizing crystal, he immediately began cultivating the spirit marrow forging heaven technique. One hand cupped the sky, the other pressed the earth. Within a 3 zhang radius, the air rippled violently. Countless tiny points of light seeped from the mountain's crevices, cascading like an inverted Milky Way into his 7 orifices. The heaven forging technique demanded using the heavens and earth as its furnace, and the practitioner's body as its cauldron. The old man's bones emitted a fine, crisp crackling sound, while faint golden veins surfaced beneath his skin, resembling countless spirit snakes slithering through his meridians. As his qi and blood surged to their peak, he bit through his tongue, spattering his essence blood before him. The blood mingled with the qi, forming ancient runes that danced across his skin. Each rune devoured the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining it into liquid spiritual marrow. But the most profound transformation was the battle between spirit and flesh. As sunlight filtered through the leaves onto Lu Husheng, his physical body suddenly erupted in blinding golden light. Beneath his skin, the faint outline of a coiled azure dragon became visible. This was the sign of the 9th level of the heaven forging technique, shapeshifting. The spiritual essence was locked in a life and death struggle with the impure qi within his meridians. The old man let out a series of beast-like growls from his throat, and where beads of sweat rolled down, they burned deep hits into the blue stone. Damn it, this pain was almost as intense as the last time he connected his meridians and crushed the killing energy. As time flew by, when the final thread of spiritual energy sank into the Yongquan acupoint, Lu Husheng's skin had actually reverted to the state it was in when he was 18. Slowly opening his eyes, he flicked his fingertip and a boulder 10 meters away shattered into pieces. Grade A body tempering technique, mastered. His cultivation realm had surged from 7th grade back to 9th grade, now capable of facing a half-step grandmaster. Lu Husheng drew a deep breath, running his fingers over his cheeks. They were plump with collagen, and even his once dry, split ends had transformed into long, straight black hair. However, he was already over 80 years old, with a daughter and even a granddaughter. A youthful appearance served little purpose for him and might even cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Lu Husheng circulated his qi through his meridians, causing the qi and spiritual energy on his body surface to rapidly contract. Finally, he reverted to the appearance of a white-haired old man. This was much better. Feeling the immense abundance of qi and blood within him, Lu Husheng wasted no time. He immediately activated the 10,000 phenomena shadow-seeking technique. A continuous whistling sound filled the air as faint illusory shadows scattered from his body, vanishing at incredible speed into the forest. These were all Lu Husheng's eyes, equivalent to nearly 10,000 pairs assisting him in his search. Their speed was extraordinary, and soon, clues emerged. Deep within the Tianbei forest, a middle-aged man led a team of hunters against a tide of beasts. A 7th grade black mane boar and 2 6th grade Kuwemu star wolves led hundreds of beasts in encircling the hunters. Their relentless attacks caused heavy casualties among the hunters, with dozens already falling victim to the monster's gaping maws. Damn it! Long Zhanshan's face darkened, his knuckles cracking as he gripped his spear. The intel was wrong. Someone in the association wants us dead. Brother Long, the rescue team hasn't arrived after a week. With the beasts launching a full assault, we might truly perish here, a woman beside him said, her face etched with worry. It's a shame we can't uncover the mole within the association. Our sacrifices would be meaningless. Never give up until the very last moment. Long Zhanshan said, stroking the woman's hair. We've been focused on eliminating these beasts, but if we find a way to break through, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Boom! No sooner had the words left his mouth than another sound echoed from the distance. A blood-soaked old man sprinted toward them, collapsing before Long Zhanshan. Captain! More alien forces are approaching from afar. We're surrounded by at least a third of the alien forces in Tianbei Forest. What? Long Zhanshan's body jerked. Brother Long, what do we do? The woman was equally horrified, clutching his large hand tightly. Who would have thought they'd go to such lengths to kill us? Long Zhanshan sneered coldly, his voice filled with grinding teeth. Since we can't escape, let's just fight them to the death. Slaying these foreign tribesmen counts as a contribution to Huaxia. His words instantly steeled the resolve of the remaining 30-odd men. They roared with their last ounce of strength. If we can't break through, we'll take them down with us. At least we won't die in vain. The barbarians slaughtered our kin and seized our land. Killing one is payback, killing two is profit. Captain, give the order. We'll defend our homeland. Death would be an honor. With my blood, I defend our land. Chapter 11, Smash the Alien Beast Horde, Save Long Zhanshan. Hearing his comrades' resolute voices, Long Zhanshan took a deep breath. Fixing his gaze on the advancing enemy, he roared, "Brothers, heed my command, kill." With that, dozens of men charged fiercely toward the alien horde. Boom! But in the next instant, the corpse of a 6th-grade beast plummeted from the sky, landing between the two groups. Both sides came to an abrupt halt. Amidst stunned gazes, more beasts continued to plummet from above. Within mere seconds, 2 6th-grade beasts and hundreds of lower-grade corpses lay scattered haphazardly across the ground, a gruesome sight. "Our reinforcements have arrived," the woman exclaimed joyfully. Could it be that the association's higher-ups uncovered the mole's plot and sent help in time? Long Zhanshan shook his head slightly. Within the entire Hunters Association, only the president and vice president possessed the martial prowess to eliminate 2 6th-rank beasts and hundreds of lower-grade beasts without making a sound. However, they were overwhelmed with daily affairs and couldn't spare the time. It was certainly impossible for them to personally come to the Tian Bay Forest just for him, a mid-level member. Which esteemed elder has intervened? Please reveal yourself so we may pay our respects. Long Zhanshan immediately bowed his fist toward the void. The black-maned boar's eyes darted around the area, ready to attack at any moment. This human who had so easily killed its comrades was undoubtedly a formidable enemy of the beast race. Suddenly, both groups turned their gaze toward a figure approaching from the distance. A white-haired, ancient elder was walking slowly toward them. Seeing Long Zhanshan covered in wounds, he couldn't help but sigh with relief. "Thankfully I arrived in time. You're still alive. Old master, did you kill those alien creatures?" Long Zhanshan froze, the question nearly slipping out before he could stop it. "Yes." Lu Hushing brandished his warhammer. "Grandson, I came to rescue you." "Old man, do you even believe what you're saying? You're over 80 years old. To kill so many outsiders, wouldn't that put you at least at the 8th rank? Would the association really send such an old man to rescue us? Surely someone else must have intervened just now?" "Old man, showing no respect for your age. Calling our captain grandson right off the bat? Playing the seniority card? Whether you believe it or not, I sure as hell don't." These words sparked immediate skepticism among the team members. But Long Zhanshan narrowed his eyes at Lu Hushing. His expression suddenly changed. "Grandpa Lu, I've seen you in my grandfather's photos. You're still alive? The Hammer King of the Western Frontier, a legendary military deity. This was the legendary hero who slew the Crimson Shadow Wolf King and gravely wounded the Great Ape King back in the day. This kid, seeing ghosts in broad daylight?" Lu Hushing rolled his eyes. "Child, you are the sole bloodline of the Long family. I promised your grandfather back then that I would look after you." Long Zhanshan's eyes welled up with tears. A veteran in his twilight years, driven by a promise made to a comrade long ago, had come alone to rescue him, risking his very life. "Grandfather, if you're watching from above, your brother hasn't forgotten you." But Long Zhanshan took a deep breath and said sternly, "Grandpa Lu, these beasts are too powerful. You're no match for them. We'll protect you and get you out of here. To intimidate these beasts, I just sent another wave charging at us, flying into the sky. Didn't you see that blatant proof of my prowess? At a time like this, could you please stop flaunting your virtues of respecting elders and caring for the young?" "Grandfather Lu, we appreciate your concern, but this is our young generation's battlefield," the woman beside him added solemnly. "If we survive this horde, we'll personally see you through your twilight years." The child is filial, but alas, a bit foolish. Shaking his head slightly, Lu Hushing hoisted his warhammer and stepped before the invaders. "Very well. Once I've slaughtered every last one of these barbarians, we'll talk." Grunt, grunt. The black-maned boar opened its massive jaws, snorting with laughter. It didn't believe this old man could be its match, otherwise, hadn't he been a grandmaster in his prime? Even as an alien, it knew such a figure would be an absolute powerhouse in the human world. How could he possibly come to rescue them personally? Most likely, he was just some old geezer with a bit of fighting prowess who loved to brag. Crash! Before it could even issue the order to slaughter the humans, the old man's warhammer struck the nearby Kuemu Star Wolf's skull at lightning speed. The Chemo Star Wolf didn't even have time to scream. Its massive body jerked back as if electrocuted, then crashed to the ground dead. The scene fell instantly silent. Hundreds of eyes stared at Lu Hushing in horror. Instantly slaying a 6th-grade beast? No way, this man is truly a grandmaster? Run? You won't escape. Come at me all together. Lu Hushing's voice made the black-maned giant boar tremble. With a loud roar, it gave the order to attack. All the beasts charged toward Lu Hushing. But suddenly, a powerful surge of vital energy erupted from Lu Hushing. He unleashed the mountain-shattering hammer technique, delivering a devastating blow directly at the alien creatures. Suddenly, a colossal hammer descended from the heavens like a mountain, crashing down upon the alien creatures. A chorus of agonized screams filled the air. While the mountain boar, sensing its chance to flee, was merely knocked aside by the blast, at least 2/3 of the alien beasts met their end beneath the hammer's blow. This single blow acted like a shot of adrenaline, invigorating all the humans. At Long Zhanshan's command, they roared and charged toward the remaining alien creatures. 5 minutes later, the alien race was slaughtered to the last under Lu Hushing's decisive assault. The Hunters Association members swarmed around Lu Hushing, their admiration evident. I admit we were talking too loudly just now, Grandpa. You're absolutely incredible. Grandpa, were you truly a grandmaster in your youth? That hammer strike just now was like the war god descending. What do you mean in your youth? Grandpa is still a master, now the pinnacle of human combat prowess. How envious we are of our captain to have such a grandmaster grandfather, a living legend among the old masters. Long Zhanshan sniffed back tears and knelt before Lu Hushing, only to be gently lifted by the old man. Child, what are you doing? Grandpa Lu, thank you for saving my brother's lives. Without you, we never would have made it through this ordeal. Long Zhanshan choked out. I'm so sorry we underestimated you earlier and didn't show you the respect you deserve. There's a mole within the Hunters Association. Your arrival has given us hope to root out that traitor. You've saved the entire organization. These past 30 years, our human race has been severely infiltrated by alien races, Lu Hushing sighed. Back then, he had fought to the death against the Crimson Shadow Wolf King, gravely wounded the Great Ape King, and repelled the alien race's assault on Xuanwu City. This victory inspired the defenders on other fronts, driving the alien race back so thoroughly that they dared not cross the border for 30 years. Yet this very victory became the human race's excuse for complacency and stagnation. Now, it only fuels the alien race's more ferocious attacks. With this thought, Lu Hushing produced a small restoration pill. This is a small restoration pill. Your injuries are severe, take it quickly. Long Zhanshan's expression changed dramatically. The minor restoration pill, capable of rapidly healing any injury no matter how severe, was a priceless elixir beyond market value, a miracle cure worth 10,000 gold pieces. Possessing one was like gaining a second life. Even the Hunters Association possessed only a single such pill. Such a treasure, and Grandpa Lu was simply giving it to him? Grandpa Lu, this is far too precious. I can't accept it. Long Zhanshan waved his hands frantically. You need it more than I do. Chapter 12, Exposing the Mole, Charging into the Celestial Dragon Tower. An elderly man, no matter how powerful, would inevitably recover more slowly from injuries than a young person. How could he possibly take Grandpa Lu's life-saving medicine? Would that even make me human? This isn't some precious treasure. I have more. Lu Hushing casually produced another pill for Long Zhanshan to see. To me, even 1,000 or 10,000 small restoration pills couldn't compare to your importance. The others stiffened, staring at Lu Hushing in disbelief. Was this the depth of an old master? Treasures priceless on the outside market, casually produced as if they meant nothing. How utterly humbling. Grandpa Lu, I won't hold back then. Long Zhanshan took a deep breath, swallowed the minor restoration pill immediately, and went to tend to his injuries nearby. Lu Hushing turned his gaze to the severely wounded black-maned boar. Old pig, spill it. You should know who in the Hunters Association is plotting against Zhanshan, right? Gurgle gurgle. Stop pretending. Do you think I don't know that after your boar clan breaks through to the 7th rank, you can speak normally? Talk my ass, damn it. Holy. Lu Hushing lost his temper instantly. At 88 years old, this old man had never been cursed by a pig before. He swung his warhammer at the pig's head a dozen times, shouting furiously as the hammer struck its swollen skull, I'll count to 3. If you don't talk, I'll split your skull open, scoop out your pig brain, and search for the answer myself using soul-searching magic. 1, 2, 3. I'll talk. Lu Hushing's chi and blood surged as he prepared to cleave the Xianzong Kuei pig. Seeing Lu Hushing was serious, the old pig was scared less and blurted out, it's Chen. Chen Lei. My master hired Chen. Chen Lei. Vice President Chen Lei, the woman gasped. They knew there was a mole, but never imagined the mole's status was so high, the second in command of the association. Are you certain? Long Zhanshan, now recovered, demanded in a deep voice. If you're lying, I guarantee we'll execute you with the most brutal punishment and annihilate the entire boar clan. Lying to you, is a puppy. Xianzong Kueiju declared with solemn earnestness. What difference is there between pigs and dogs? Aren't they both man's best friends? Lu Hushing immediately nodded. Fine, then let's slaughter this pig, roast it right here, and eat it before we talk. You old bastard. I swear, damn it. The old pig jolted awake, roaring furiously, look at you pathetic, you. Put. Lu Hushing rolled his eyes, brought down a hammer on the pig's head, and sent it on its way. Roast it up. Give me the poor kidneys this old man needs to nourish his body. With that, Lu Hushing strolled off to stand idly by. Only after they'd eaten their fill did Long Zhanshan speak solemnly, Grandpa Lu, we need to return to the association to investigate this matter. Even if the black-maned giant boar says so, I can't just take its word for it. After all. Alright, I'll go find Xiaomai first. Stay in constant contact with me. Lu Hushing nodded in agreement immediately. Xiaomai. Long Zhanshan froze. She's been captured, Grandpa Lu said with a bitter smile. But she's not in immediate danger. We still have time. Alright. Long Zhanshan declared, stepping forward to grasp Lu Hushing's hand. Grandpa Lu, thank you. You youngster, Lu Hushing laughed heartily, your grandfather is gone, but from now on, I'm your own grandfather. Be a man, not a woman. Focus on the task at hand. With that, Lu Hushing left Tianbei Forest. Grandpa Lu, you're still the hero you always were. Long Zhanshan exclaimed with emotion. Back then, he fought the Crimson Shadow Wolf King to the death and gravely wounded the Great Ape King, laying the groundwork for driving the alien races off Blue Star. Yet 30 years have passed. Who remembers this Hammer King of the Western frontier who once achieved such glorious military feats? It's time to clean house among the Huaxia leadership. The Celestial Dragon Tower stood at the edge of Tingsha City, one of China's two major central hubs. Built 50 years prior by China's 4 grandmaster-level powerhouses alongside 100 elite warriors, it stood as a testament to their strength. The tower's 99 floors housed increasingly powerful beasts from bottom to top, commemorating each battle won since humanity shifted from defense to offense. Later, it became a place for masters below the grandmaster tier to temper themselves and prove their worth. Legend holds that the highest level imprisons a 9th-grade dragon clan beast whose crystal core can neutralize all poisons under heaven. To control the Wang family and force them to serve the alien race, the alien high command inflicted an incurable poison upon the young master, Wang Sanrui. After exhausting all renowned physicians in vain, the Wang family turned their desperate eyes toward the crystal core of the earth-splitting dragon emperor on the 99th floor of the Celestial Dragon Tower. Unfortunately, the tower imposed a restriction: no one above the 9th rank could enter. Yet the 6th rank death-dealing poison lizard on the 69th floor possessed venom potent enough to kill even 9th rank powerhouses. The Wang family ultimately captured Su Xiaomai, descendant of the legendary death poison master, intending to fight poison with poison. This Su Xiaomai was none other than the granddaughter of Su Qinghu, the brother for whom Lu Hushing had once risked his life. He had long heard of Su Xiaomai's plight but felt powerless to help. Now that the old man was gone, he was determined to demand justice from the Wang family. When Lu Hushing arrived at the Tianlong Tower, it was swarming with members of the Wang family. Upon seeing him, one man snapped impatiently, "Wang family business. No unauthorized persons within 50 meters of the Tianlong Tower." "I am no outsider," Lu Hushing replied gravely. "I am Su Xiaomai's grandfather. I have come to take her home." "You old geezer, are you 90 years old? Going to the Dragon Tower to die?" the man sneered. "Looking at you, you're probably just going to feed yourself to the beasts, huh? Didn't your family teach you to respect your elders?" Lu Hushing frowned slightly. "Damn it! You old cabbage stalk, think you can lecture me? I'll kill you. Hold on." The man glared furiously at Lu Hushing, about to strike, when a pale-faced youth in a wheelchair was pushed forward. "Old geezer, that poison master Su Qinghu died 30 years ago. Where did you crawl out from, Grandpa? That's none of your business." "I'll take Xiaomai and leave," Lu Hushing said, his eyelids drooping. "You dare stop me? You old fool! How dare you speak to our young master like that?" A young man instantly shouted angrily. "We're all young men who respect our elders and care for the young. Since the old gentleman wishes to go, we must honor his wish." Wang Sanrui smiled and waved his hand. "Clear the way. Young man, you're quite decent. You'll die a little more painlessly." Lu Hushing nodded approvingly and strode into the tower. "That old bastard. Even facing death, he dares curse our young master. That old fool is over 80, he can barely climb onto the bed. He'll never make it past the 10th level before getting torn to shreds. Offending the Wang family and our young master? That's a death sentence. Serves him right. I'll bet he won't last 5 minutes." The crowd erupted in mockery. Wang Sanrui chuckled, adding, "Send someone up later to show Su Xiaomai this old man's corpse. If she doesn't work properly for me, not only will she die a miserable death, but her loved ones will perish one by one because of her." With that, Wang Sanrui excused himself to rest. But then, an incredulous voice rang out from the side, Young master. This old man, something's not right about him." Chapter 13, A Hair's Breadth Away, Saving Su Xiaomai. An old man in his twilight years getting wiped out on the first floor is hardly surprising, Wang Sanrui remarked nonchalantly. "Go retrieve his body." But he had already reached the 10th level. "But that? What did you say?" Wang Sanrui jolted, immediately glancing at the nearby sensor. A light dot was surging upward at an astonishing speed. In just this brief moment, the old man had already reached the 20th floor. No wonder he dared challenge the Dragon Tower. Turns out he's a martial artist. Over 80 years old and still possessing such strength? That old man is no ordinary fellow. "Young master, this guy won't ruin our plans, will he?" Su Xiaomai is still on the 69th level. That old codger must have been at least a 5th rank martial artist in his prime. We shouldn't have let him in just now. "Young master, I'll go in and deal with him." Wang Sanrui frowned and snapped impatiently, "Heaven's ruin and Earth's deficiency are both 9th rank martial artists. Do you think the two of them can't handle a decrepit old man? Or are you questioning my judgment?" No. That old geezer will die a miserable death. It's our own stupidity." Startled, the others hurriedly stepped aside. Lu Hushing charged upward while slaying alien creatures on each level. He was quite satisfied with the Tianlong Tower's defenders. Most who attempted to storm the tower were low-grade martial artists, yet the alien beasts on each level hadn't been depleted much. It seemed they regularly replenished the beasts inside. Alright, pretty responsible. On the 69th level, with Tiancan DK's support, a tall, battle-armored girl finally unleashed her deadly poison. After neutralizing the fatal lizard's venom, she dissolved it into a pool of blood. The girl let out a long sigh, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. She had sustained significant injuries. Trembling, she fumbled for the golden wound medicine, intending to sprinkle it on the wound in her lower abdomen. Suddenly, she realized with horror that she couldn't move. You ambushed me? The next moment, she understood. Ha 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 ha. Tiancan roared with laughter. You filthy. All these years you've been ambushing others, never expecting the tables would turn on you, huh? You want to kill me? Su Xiaomai gasped. Don't forget, without me, you'll never reach the top floor. Su Xiaomai's 4 teammates immediately shielded her behind them. If you want to kill Xiaomai, you'll have to get past us first. I admit you lot are strong, DK sneered contemptuously, but without this stinking, none of you have the qualifications to fight a 7th ranked beast. Once we take out the 4 of you, we'll vent our frustration on this stinking. Even if she's called the poison girl, look at that body, that face, what man wouldn't be mesmerized? Ha! With that, the 2 men grinned savagely as they advanced toward the group. Consider it entertainment. Brothers, let's fight them. The 4 drew their weapons, their chi surging. You don't even have the right to fight me. Tiancan sneered mockingly, sweeping his massive hand like a colossal staff. A torrent of frenzied energy erupted, sending all 4 flying backward in a single strike. Damn it! Su Xiaomai's teeth clenched so hard they ground together. If you've got the guts, take it out on me. Don't lay a finger on my team. Don't worry, we're coming for you now. DK licked his lips as he spoke. Let's have a double team, hey hey hey. With that, the 2 eagerly lunged toward Su Xiaomai. Su Xiaomai's pupils contracted sharply as her chi surged violently within her body. She prepared to end it all. She'd rather die than be humiliated by these 2 cripples. But at the critical moment, she was shocked to find herself rapidly being pulled backward. Even the restraints binding her body were suddenly released. Immediately after, a sharp whack echoed as the backlash from resurging chi and blood struck her. Injury upon injury. Nevertheless, Su Xiaomai immediately turned to look behind her. There stood an elderly man with flowing white hair and kind, benevolent eyes, smiling at her. Startled, she exclaimed, "Grandfather, did you save me?" "Well, wasn't that obvious? You old fool. How dare you ruin our plans?" Tiancan gritted his teeth. "You deserve to die. Hold on, one of you lost an arm, the other a leg. Why not just join a handicapped social club? Sing some songs, brag a bit, that'd be fine. But fighting and killing? Acting like you're some peerless master?" The 2 exchanged glances and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Tiancan even slammed his fist on the ground. "I've seen plenty of idiots, but never one this old. He's practically smoking from stupidity, ha! Exactly. This old man has no clue how much he weighs. He actually wants to fight us?" Earth Deficiency joined in the laughter. "I'm not bragging, but I could send him straight to the next life with just 1 leg. Grandpa, these 2 are 9th rank powerhouses. You're no match for them." Su Xiaomai hurriedly interjected. "Thank you for your noble intervention, but please leave the rest of the fight to us." The other 4 recovered and slowly rose to stand before the pair. "Old man, it's not that we underestimate you, but this is a battle for us young ones. Xiaomai has been poisoned by the Wang family with a rare toxin. Only the crystal core of a top-tier earth-splitting dragon emperor can cure it. This is a long-term battle. Heaven's ruin and Earth's flaw, spare this old man. We'll continue our alliance. Otherwise, none of us will survive. At worst, we'll all go down together. With Xiaomai's poison, it'll be mutual destruction at the very least. These youngsters, they're surprisingly decent fellows." Lu Hushing smiled and said, "Xiaomai, I'm Grandpa Lu." Su Xiaomai, who had been glaring with her beautiful eyes, ready to fight heaven's wreckage and Earth's ruin, couldn't help but tremble upon hearing that name. Lu Husheng. The only regret grandfather had before passing away, the old leader he still thought of at his deathbed, not only hadn't perished in that war, but had actually come before her. "Grandpa, did you see? Grandpa Lu didn't die in battle." But the next moment, Su Xiaomai cried out urgently, "Grandpa Lu, you must leave. These 2 are both 9th rank powerhouses, you're no match for them. The scars from those battles must have left this old war god battered and broken, his fighting prowess nowhere near what it once was. As the person grandfather cared about most, how could she let him die before her eyes? It's too late to make him leave now." Tiancan sneered. "Everyone except you, you filthy, must die." As he spoke, Tiancan's body erupted with vital energy. From the stump of his severed arm, a 100-meter-long limb materialized from his chi. "Today, I'll show you just how powerful a 9th rank beneath a grandmaster truly is." Lu Husheng slowly drew his warhammer. "You crippled bastard really is addicted to showing off. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." Boom! Tiancan didn't even bother to acknowledge Lu Husheng. He swung a fist that blocked out the sky, a colossal blow crashing down from above, intent on obliterating everyone in a single strike. Chapter 14, Slaying Tiancan, Disabling Daiki. A fist technique descending from the heavens? Lu Husheng remained as calm as ever. His body shot upward like a rocket, instantly reaching the fist. He then spun mid-air, delivering a slash toward Tiancan. Some skill, but you're too old. Tiancan's eyes brimmed with contempt. His sole remaining arm trembled violently as vital energy surged wildly, instantly coalescing into a shield of flesh and blood that steadfastly blocked Lu Husheng's devastating strike. Old man, see that? Every one of your attacks is within my anticipation. Tiancan roared with laughter, his voice dripping with scorn. A faint smile touched Lu Husheng's lips. He stomped his feet against the shield, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. His warhammer whirled in a blaze of cold light, striking at Tiancan from every angle. Tiancan's chi blood arms moved with astonishing agility, weaving through the strikes and colliding with Lu Husheng's hammer in a series of explosive sparks. Each impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air, kicking up clouds of sand and stones. Die! A ruthless glint flashed in Tiancan's eyes as his vital energy surged violently. With a thunderous roar, the 100-meter-long arm of blood and chi instantly fragmented into countless slender limbs, shooting toward Lu Husheng like a torrent of pear blossom needles. This is ing like the 1,000-armed Buddha. Lu Husheng roared with laughter, his body suddenly vanishing from his original position. The countless tiny arms became headless flies, darting wildly in all directions. This provided Lu Husheng with his opening. His body transformed into a bolt of lightning, flashing past in an instant. With a series of sharp snaps, every arm was severed cleanly at the waist, the severed pieces of chi and blood falling to the ground. Tiancan finally sensed the threat, his expression turning grim. Alas, it was already too late. As Lu Husheng's strike thundered toward him, Tiancan condensed all his vital energy into a shield before him, intending to block the blow while completely suppressing this old man. Yet with a faint pop, the vital energy shield was effortlessly cleaved in two. And split cleanly in two was Tiancan himself. You! Tiancan stared at Lu Husheng in shock, unable to comprehend how his shield, which had effortlessly blocked the old man's attack the first time, could be shattered so easily when he tried the same tactic again. This was impossible. Alas, no one was left to explain it to him. His body suddenly split in two, flying apart to either side, dying with eyes wide open. The scene fell deathly silent. DK's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this decrepit old man truly have killed his elder brother? Su Xiaomai's mind exploded like a thunderclap, her head buzzing. She remembered grandfather always saying that grandfather Lu had suffered a fatal wound back then. Even if he had somehow survived, he would have been tormented by pain every day, living a life worse than death. Yet Grandpa Lu had slain a 9th-rank martial artist? And it seemed incredibly effortless? Did that mean Grandpa Lu was actually beyond the 9th rank? Oh my god. I was just doubting Grandpa Lu, and it turns out he's the strongest one here. How embarrassing. The four teammates were equally stunned, scurrying over excitedly. Grandpa Lu, I'm your grandson though we've never met. If you can effortlessly take down a 9th-rank powerhouse, then in your youth you must have been a grandmaster, no, a grandmaster of the highest order. We all thought we were dead just now, but then you showed us your divine might. I'm so excited I could pee myself, you're freaking awesome. With Grandpa Lu here, forget about heaven's wrath or earth's fury. Even if the Wang family's blade comes, we'll still slaughter them. Xiaomai, hiding a grandpa this awesome is totally your fault. A grandpa this badass should belong to everyone. Hearing their words, Su Xiaomai, still caught up in the excitement, suddenly froze. She hurriedly said, Grandpa Lu, that blade from the Wang family is wielded by someone at the half-step grandmaster level. It once sliced through 3 9th-rank martial artists in a single stroke. You must leave now. I'll take full responsibility for everything. A mere half-step master? Grandpa can handle that. Lu Husheng smiled as he stroked Su Xiaomai's long hair. Grandpa still needs to reach the 99th layer to obtain the crystal core of the earth-splitting dragon emperor and cure your poison. Stop spouting nonsense when death is upon you. Earth Deficiency wiped tears from his eyes as his severed leg began to regenerate from vital energy. You killed my elder brother. I'll make you understand what it means to be trapped between life and death. You crippled old fool. Your brother got killed for bragging, and now you're picking up where he left off? Lu Husheng swung his warhammer. Good thing bragging isn't taxed, otherwise, the nation's entire tax revenue would depend on you. Brother, I avenge you. With that, DK's vital energy surged violently. His left leg slammed the ground, launching his body like a black cannonball. His movement was ghostly swift, whipping up dust in a whirlwind. The leg, formed from surging chi and blood, resembled a black dragon, carrying boundless power and murderous intent as it slammed toward Lu Husheng's chest. Lu Husheng blocked with his hammer. A deafening clang echoed as metal met metal, the immense force driving his feet into the ground, carving 2 deep furrows. Regaining his footing, Lu Husheng swung his warhammer like a wheel. Golden light and surging waves of vital energy erupted from it, threatening to cleave the heavens and earth in two. Earth Deficiency leapt on one leg, dodging nimbly. Spotting a tiny opening between Lu Hushing's strikes, he suddenly unleashed his power. His left leg shot out like black lightning, aiming straight for Lu Hushing's throat. Die! Lu Hushing's eyes snapped wide. He jerked backward as his warhammer swept upward, narrowly parrying the lethal strike. The two clashed relentlessly, exchanging dozens of blows in mere seconds. The thunderous clashes of their energies echoed ceaselessly, the surrounding earth cracking under the immense force, trees uprooted, branches and leaves flying everywhere. DK's assault grew increasingly frenzied. He abandoned all defense, channeling every ounce of strength into his legs, each strike aimed to kill. Yet Lu Hushing seized the moment when DK's attack peaked, his old momentum spent and new power not yet gathered. With a thunderous roar, golden chi erupted without restraint. The warhammer, carrying the force of a mountain-moving tide, crashed down upon DK's left leg. Snap! A sharp crack echoed as the bone in DK's remaining good leg shattered. The immense force hurled him backward, slamming him against the edge of the 69th layer before he finally crashed to the ground, coughing up blood in great gulps. Damn it! DK glared at Lu Hushing with venom, his eyes nearly spitting fire. I'm an old Chinese medicine doctor specializing in curing bull. Lu Hushing sneered as he approached D. Quebec. Let old man Lu give you a proper treatment. As Lu Hushing's hammer swung down, DK's soul nearly fled his body. He bellowed, you can't kill me. Is there anyone in this world Lu Hushing, cannot kill? Lu Hushing laughed. Or perhaps you have medical insurance? Chapter 15, Kill him, and the Wang family's blade will come. Do you think you're funny? The remark nearly killed DK with rage. What kind of time is this for cracking jokes? Not funny? Lu Hushing cast a doubtful glance at Su Xiaomai. The crowd felt awkward. Grandpa Lu, forgive my bluntness, but that joke fell flat. That's beside the point. Lu Hushing laughed heartily, then waved his hand dismissively. Old cripple, tell me this, what can't you kill? Wang Dao and I are sworn brothers through life and death. If you dare kill me, he'll avenge me. DK roared furiously. And when he does, everyone connected to you will die. Wang Dao? Lu Hushing asked suspiciously. Is he that formidable? You don't even know Wang Dao? Su Xiaomai couldn't help but explain, Grandpa Lu, Wang Dao is the Wang family's blade. Almost anyone who crosses the Wang family ends up as a victim of Wang Dao's blade. He's a half-step grandmaster. He once cleaved 3 ninth-rank powerhouses in a single stroke. And rumor has it he's been in seclusion lately. He's likely broken through to grandmaster realm by now. Old fool, now you know what you've provoked? DK sneered coldly. Die immediately to atone for your sins and accompany my elder brother in death. I might consider sparing your family. Boom! Lu Hushing's expression turned icy as he raised his warhammer and swung it down with overwhelming force, instantly cleaving DK in two at the waist. Even Su Xiaomai and the others couldn't help but gasp at the sight. Grandfather Lu, you can't do this. The Wang family is one of the 4 great families of China. They have several grandmasters within their clan, and it's said their family head has already broken through to the great grandmaster realm, one of only 5 great grandmasters in all of China. Old fool, kill me if you dare. I doubt you have the guts. Despite being cleaved in two, DK remained utterly arrogant, his voice carrying Su Xiaomai's narration. You're finished. Wang Dao will strike. He'll make you watch everyone connected to you die, one by one, before slowly slicing you to death. You will pay for your arrogance. But you won't be around to see it. Lu Hushing swung his warhammer relentlessly, severing both of DK's arms. Use your tongue to prop yourself up. You might crawl back outside the tower before you bleed dry, then let your dear brothers avenge you. You! DK's eyes blazed crimson as his dwindling vitality sealed the gushing wounds. Planting his tongue on the ground, he crawled outward like a snail. You just wait. I'll make you pay. Fool! Lu Hushing sneered contemptuously. Xiaomai, let's keep climbing. Stunned by the scene, Xiaomai and the others fell silent, hastily following Lu Hushing's lead. This was the confidence of the Hammer King of the Western Frontier. Think you're so tough? Want to call for backup? Fine, I'll let you. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Since you're the villain, your friends can't be much better. Dare to come? We'll slaughter them all. The group pressed forward and soon reached the topmost level. Outside, Wang Sanrui stared at the display, his heart pounding. I never expected them to climb so fast. They're already at the top floor. Looks like my poison will be neutralized soon. Ha ha. Young master, it's earth deficiency. The guard stationed at the tower entrance suddenly bellowed, simultaneously dragging the half-dead earth deficiency to Wang Sanrui's feet. Earth deficiency. You and Sky Crippled are both 9th rank. Who could have beaten you like this? Wang Sanrui's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Could it be that besides that old man, someone else had secretly slipped into the tower? Young master, you must avenge me. Earth Deficit wailed pitifully. An old man charged in, killed Sky Crippled without a word, and spared my life to deliver a message to you. He said. What did he say? I dare not say. Speak up. He said the Wang family is nothing but a pile of. He said your poison is impossible to cure. He even said that even if the so-called Wang family's one blade shows up, he'll still end up with his head on the chopping block. You. With that, Wang Sanruwei kicked DK flying dozens of meters away. Poor DK, his strength spent, had risked his life to deliver the message. He hoped Wang Sanruwei would summon a doctor to treat him, but in his fury, Wang Sanruwei kicked him against the dragon tower, killing him instantly. Young master, one Nan whispered, based on DK's description, that old bastard has likely reached the half-step grandmaster realm. Master Wang Dao emerged from seclusion days ago, rumored to have broken through to grandmaster. He's the perfect one to eliminate him. Then call Wang Dao immediately. Tell him to come here at once. Wang Sanruwei's face twisted with madness. I'll make that old bastard understand what happens to those who cross the Wang family. The earth-splitting dragon emperor, a 9th grade beast, had not seen a single soul since being captured here. Though its eyes remained closed, it let out a cold chuckle. Well now. I detect the scent of an old acquaintance. Could it be that some of those who captured me back then still live? Old friend, I'm grateful you still remember me after all these years, Lu Hushing roared with laughter. Since that's the case, why don't you just hand over your crystal core for me to use? At these words, the earth-splitting dragon emperor instantly opened its eyes. Its vital energy surged like a raging tidal wave, crashing wave after wave toward Lu Hushing and the others. Lu Hushing swung his warhammer violently, forming a shield before him that protected Su Xiaomai and the others behind him. This only made the earth-splitting dragon emperor sneer coldly. Lu Hushing, you're getting old. You actually need a weapon just to block a blood energy blast? I won't even bother mocking you. No, Lu Hushing replied with a sigh, I'm past the age of directly absorbing such energy blows. Unlike certain dragons who waste so much vitality just to show off, only to get wiped out later. You dare insult me? The earth-splitting dragon emperor rose slowly, his colossal form stretching dozens of meters. The sheer pressure radiating from him alone nearly forced Su Xiaomai and the others to their knees. Old dragon, you have two choices now. Either hand over your crystal core yourself, or I kill you and take it myself. Lu Hushing swung his warhammer. You have 3 seconds to decide. Old fool. You're nearly spent yet still so arrogant. The earth-splitting dragon emperor burst into laughter. A gentleman's revenge can wait a decade. Today, I'll settle the score for you dragging me here 50 years ago. That's some bold talk, I almost believed it. Lu Hushing strode slowly toward the earth-splitting dragon emperor. I've already given you a chance. Since you refuse to take it, then die. With that, Lu Hushing's body shifted abruptly. His warhammer, enveloped in a crimson gale, swung down toward the earth-splitting dragon emperor's head. Chapter 16, Slay the Dragon Emperor, Claim the Crystal Core, Save the Granddaughter. The earth-splitting dragon emperor roared, slamming its massive forepaw into the ground. Hard rock shattered like paper, sending countless fragments hurtling through the air. The stench-laden wind condensed into a dense defensive net, colliding head-on with Lu Hushing's warhammer. Simultaneously, its tail lashed out like a colossal steel whip, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle as it swept toward Lu Hushing. Locked up for so long, lost your vicious streak? Lu Hushing sneered mockingly. His warhammer traced an eerie arc midair, abruptly altering its trajectory from the dragon's head. The hammerhead sliced precisely into the cluster of shards, instantly shredding them to dust. Immediately afterward, Lu Hushing thrust off with both feet, launching himself upward like a cannonball and effortlessly evading the dragon's tail strike. Friend, your attacks lack passion. Lu Hushing remarked lazily. Still the same old tricks. This makes me utterly uninterested in taking you down. Bastard. The earth-splitting dragon emperor seethed with rage, its gaping maw snapping open as a torrent of black venom shot forth like lightning. The venom rapidly dispersed in the air, forming a toxic mist. Wherever it touched, the air emitted a hissing, corrosive sound. Lu Hushing scoffed. His warhammer whirled swiftly, generating a barrier of gale-force winds that sealed off the poisonous mist. You old bastard, today is your day of reckoning, the earth-splitting dragon emperor roared. 50 years ago, you trapped me here. Today, I will make you pay. Come on, hit me. Lu Hushing bellowed, his aura surging. Gripping his warhammer with both hands, the vital energy on the hammerhead intensified, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly under its force. With a sudden lunge, he charged toward the earth-splitting dragon emperor. The earth-splitting dragon emperor shot forward like lightning, his pitch-black dragon claws like the scythe of death, reaching out to tear into Lu Hushing. Lu Hushing effortlessly dodged the dragon claws while simultaneously bringing his warhammer crashing down. With a force of 1,000 pounds, he struck the dragon claws of the earth-splitting dragon emperor. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as sparks flew everywhere. A deep gash tore through the dragon's claw, black blood gushing forth. Seizing the moment, Lu Hushing pressed his advantage, his warhammer unleashing a relentless barrage of crushing blows. Buddy, you wanted revenge, right? This pitiful display doesn't match your 9th rank prowess. Lu Hushing roared with laughter. Forget calling yourself the earth-splitting dragon emperor, you might as well rename yourself the earth-splitting worm. Bakaya are you? The earth-splitter dragon emperor roared, unleashing a black beam from its maw. Wherever the beam struck, the ground melted instantly, carving a bottomless chasm. Lu Hushing instantly dodged to the side. The beam slammed into the edge of the space, causing the entire 99th layer to tremble violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Old fool, meet your end. The earth-splitting dragon emperor roared with maniacal laughter. My dragon kin shall never be slaves. By you? Lu Hushing's aura surged once more. With a thunderous roar, the crimson glow on his warhammer erupted, instantly manifesting a phantom over 100 meters long. Impossible, the earth-splitting dragon emperor roared in disbelief. How could you possess such overwhelming power? He understood the human cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Humans who failed to break through to grandmaster could live 100 years at most. As a master-level powerhouse back then, Lu Hushing had no chance of reaching grandmaster. With age, his strength would inevitably decline. Yet this ancient creature, white-haired and decrepit, possessed strength that crushed him utterly impossible. The earth-splitting dragon emperor was terrified. Look how scared you are. Lu Hushing stroked his beard. I'll give you one more chance. Will you remove the crystal core yourself, or shall I do it for you? I refuse to believe you can kill me. The earth-splitting dragon emperor defiantly refused to accept this fate. His vital energy surged, and his body began to slowly shrink. It's either you die, or I perish. Grandpa Lu, be careful. It's growing stronger by the second. Feeling the earth-splitting dragon emperor's surging vitality, Su Shamai couldn't help but shout a warning. It's going all out. No problem. Lu Hushing smiled. It's doomed. Not even Jesus could save it now. My word. Killing a chicken to scare the geese. The earth-splitting dragon emperor's voice nearly cracked as he unleashed his most devastating strike. With a thunderous pow, the dragon emperor's claw expanded to nearly 100 meters in size. The colossal claw, accompanied by the roar of wind and thunder, slammed down fiercely toward Lu Hushing. In that instant, the entire 99th layer shook violently, as if mountains collapsed and the earth split apart. Lu Hushing paid it no mind whatsoever. Instantly soaring into the sky, he gripped his warhammer tightly and brought it crashing down, colliding with the dragon's claw mid-air. Boom! The earth shook violently as crimson and black light collided fiercely. Shockwaves swept outward like a tsunami, reducing everything in their path to dust in an instant. The next second, the colossal dragon claw was cleaved clean off, drawing a piercing, agonized scream from the earth-splitting dragon emperor. Seizing the moment, Lu Hushing pursued his advantage. His warhammer, surging with colossal vital energy, crashed down upon the dragon's head like a mountain crushing its prey. See you on the other side. Crack! A deafening roar echoed as everything vanished into thin air. The shrunken dragon body began to slowly regenerate, yet its vital energy drained at a visible rate. Finally, the colossal form crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The earth-splitting dragon emperor was dead. Lu Hushing smashed open the dragon emperor's belly with a hammer, extracting the crystal core. Shamai, eat it quickly. Grandpa Lu, Wang Sanrui is waiting outside. If I eat it all, then... Su Shamai hesitated. To counter the poison, you must swallow the entire crystal core. Otherwise, it won't work at all. Lu Hushing explained. The Wang family asked you to deal with the deadly poisonous lizard, but they never intended to share it with you. But the Wang family... Su Shamai still hesitated. If she kept the crystal core, even if she died, they might still have a sliver of hope. But if she ate it, it would truly mean tearing apart their relationship. Shamai, stop overthinking it. When Tian Kandaiki was taken down, we already severed ties with the Wang family. The Wang family treats human lives like weeds they never intended to let us live. Why should we be polite to them? With Grandpa Lu here, we might just be able to take them on. If death is inevitable either way, we might as well fight them to the death. Kill one to break even, kill two to come out ahead. The four roared in unison, all eyes fixed on Lu Hushing. Lu Hushing declared without hesitation, you're all right. The Wang family colluded with foreign tribes, they deserve death. There's no arguing that. Su Shamai gritted her teeth and swallowed the crystal core without hesitation. Almost instantly, the system's voice sounded again. Detected, host eliminated Tian Kandaiki, ridding the world of a menace. Merit points plus 1,500. Detected host slaying the earth-splitting dragon emperor, saving Su Shamai, fulfilling a brotherly promise. Merit points plus 1,000, berserk buff 2. Chapter 17, Wang Dao, traitor of Xuanwu City. Lu Hushing's expression flickered. He hadn't expected two rewards at once. It seemed that after Tian Xuan left the Celestial Dragon Tower, he ultimately couldn't hold out any longer. He immediately scanned the description of the berserk buff, unleashes double one's base power for 5 minutes. His body trembled. With his 9th rank strength capable of fighting at the threshold of Grandmaster, doubling his power would unleash the might of a Grandmaster. Who in all of China could possibly stand against him then? As for the merit points, Lu Hushing immediately exchanged them for the hammer technique he'd been coveting, Thunderclap Mountain Shatter. This hammer technique comprised 2 volumes, the first detailed combat techniques, while the second, titled Battle Soul Summoning, required simultaneous explosions of vital energy and soul power to summon fallen heroes from the battlefield to fight alongside him, an extremely life-draining feat. But this was worth the cost. Stab! Seeing that Su Xiaomai still needed time to fully detoxify, Lu Husheng immediately closed his eyes slightly and began meditating on the combat hammer technique of Thunderclap Mountain Shatter. Nearly 3 hours passed before Su Xiaomai finally opened her eyes slowly, expelling a mouthful of black, murky breath. Truly the world's most extraordinary poison. Even with the crystal core of the earth-splitting Dragon Emperor, the two toxins battled within me for a full 3 hours before finally subsiding. The poison's gone? Lu Husheng asked with a faint smile. Not only is the poison gone, but all my injuries have healed completely. Su Xiaomai took a deep breath and said with emotion, but Grandpa Lu, what lies ahead is a fierce battle. We'll meet force with force. Since these cancerous tumors threatening our nation have dared to provoke us, we won't let them off the hook. Lu Husheng declared coldly. Let's go. With that, he led the 5 of them striding toward the tower's exit. Wang Dao had already arrived. After hearing Wang Sanrui's account, he hadn't taken it seriously at all. What could an old man on his last legs possibly accomplish? Even if he'd killed Tian Kandike, it was likely that poison using little girl who'd assisted him. As a grandmaster, his presence here seemed like overkill. They're out, someone shouted. Lu Husheng and his 5 men strode out. Dozens immediately rushed forward, surrounding the 5, hand over the crystal core of the earth-splitting Dragon Emperor. Sorry, I've already consumed the crystal core, Su Xiaomai replied calmly and confidently. And the poison Wang Sanrui inflicted upon me has been neutralized. You have the nerve. Wang Sanrui's smile froze on his face, erupting into a furious roar. You colluded with the alien race only to be betrayed by them, you deserve it. Lu Husheng sneered. But that's no excuse for targeting my granddaughter. Boy, take your own life to atone for your crimes. The crowd surrounding Lu Husheng instantly boiled over with rage. You old fool. How dare you speak to our young master like that? It's like an old man hanging himself asking for death. Our young master treated you with utmost courtesy, yet you killed Tian Kandike. Utterly ungrateful. Anyone watching would think you're some kind of big shot, deciding the young master's fate. Do you really believe your age alone commands respect, you old fool? Oomph. Now that Brother Blade has arrived, we'll make sure you have no place to bury your remains. Wang Dao had been sizing up Lu Husheng. Now he leaned close to Wang Sanrui and whispered, Young master, though the crystal core is gone, the blood within this little still carries its potency. Simply drain her dry and feed her blood to you, it will neutralize the poison just the same. Good. What are you waiting for? Drain that blood for me. Wang Sanrui exclaimed with delight, barking the order loudly. The others prepared to act, only to discover with horror that they couldn't move. They all turned to Su Xiaomai in shock. Damn it. Did you poison us? Why keep poison unused until it expires? Lu Husheng rolled her eyes and strolled toward the group. The old gentleman is quite arrogant. Wang Dao coldly fixed his gaze on Lu Husheng. Daring to cause trouble for the Wang family, do you think we don't have enough people to kill? Then try it, Lu Husheng sneered. Let's see if your family has enough people to kill, or if the Wang family does. Old geezer, how dare you speak to Master Dao like that? Master Dao once cleaved 3 9th-rank powerhouses with a single stroke. Now he's broken through to the grandmaster realm. This old fool is as good as dead today. Master Dao, please strike down this scoundrel. Seeing Wang Dao speak, the Wang family members all grew excited. But suddenly, Wang Dao's body trembled. He roared in disbelief, Lu Husheng? It's you, you old bastard? After all these years, there's still a little fanboy of mine out there? Lu Husheng exclaimed in surprise. Want me to sign something for you? But first, you need to help me clean up these Wang family members. I'm Li Yuntao. Wang Dao roared suddenly. Lu Husheng narrowed his eyes, his vital energy nearly spiraling out of control. 30 years ago, the Great Ape King and the Crimson Shadow Wolf King had suddenly stormed into Xuanwu City. Rumor had it that several traitors had colluded with the alien races from within, otherwise the defending soldiers wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Li Yuntao was one of those traitors. Never did he expect the man to reinvent himself and become the Wang family's blade. 30 years ago, I ordered your execution. I never imagined you survived. Lu Husheng's blood boiled, his killing intent nearly tangible. Today, I will purge the traitor from our ranks. Ha 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 ha. Wang Dao burst into uncontrollable laughter. You old fool. Don't think I'm unaware. Back then, the Great Ape King left 2 strands of killing intent within your body. And you yourself are a severely wounded shell. Surviving this long is already a luxury. You still dare to kill me? I'm now a grandmaster above the 9th rank, steadily ascended through solid cultivation. So what? Lu Husheng drew his warhammer. Killing you is like slaughtering a dog. Ha 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 ha. Wang Dao's face twisted with mockery. The Hammer King of the Western Frontier, once a legendary war god now reduced to nothing but a braggart spouting empty boasts. How utterly satisfying. Enough, enough. Since you seek death, I'll grant you your wish. As he spoke, a meter-long black narrow blade materialized in Wang Dao's hand. It pulsed with the boundless true chi flowing from his body, like a beast fixated on its doomed prey. Killing you won't even take 5 minutes. Lu Husheng gripped his warhammer, activating his berserk buff. I'll make you understand, back then, you were an unknown traitor to humanity, a worthless piece of trash. And now, you're still nothing but a powerless, attention-seeking piece of garbage. Chapter 18, One hammer against a grandmaster, the celestial dragon tower collapses. You're asking for death. These words pierced Wang Dao's heart like a thorn, robbing him of reason in that instant. His raging true energy erupted uncontrollably, hurling every member of the Wang family over 100 meters away. Some were even struck so hard by the sheer force of his roar that they spat blood incessantly. As a shockwave rippled across the ground, Wang Dao materialized before Lu Husheng. His narrow blade streaked toward Lu's throat like a black lightning bolt. The speed was beyond Lu Husheng's ability to react. Yet, fueled by his berserk buff, Lu Husheng instinctively raised his warhammer to block the strike. The immense force still sent him reeling backward, plowing a deep trench into the ground. Truly worthy of a grandmaster, his vital energy completely transformed into true qi, rendering him incomparable to these mere vital energy practitioners. Wang Sanrui and the others were utterly exhilarated, immediately declaring Lu Husheng finished. Old man Lu, keep acting cocky and see how easy it is for this old man to deal with you, easier than dealing with a dog, haha. This is hilarious. That idiot was bragging so loudly just now, I actually thought he was some reclusive master. Our brother Knife is the real deal. Give him a thumbs up, take him down. What's this Hammer King of the West? What's this war god of the generation? Bull. Lu Husheng smiled faintly, brushing dust from his clothes. This is nothing yet. Celebrating too soon, aren't we? By the time he finished speaking, Lu Husheng had vanished. Wang Dao, who had been sneering moments before, now had a frozen smile on his face. As a grandmaster, he could confirm that Lu Husheng's peak strength was at most 9th grade. Yet what he had just witnessed was far beyond what a 9th grade practitioner could possibly achieve. Had Lu Husheng been holding back? The next instant, Wang Dao felt a chill. He snapped his head up to see Lu Husheng descending from the sky. His warhammer, channeling purple celestial thunder, crashed toward Wang Dao's head with devastating force. Wang Dao's pupils contracted. He sensed an overwhelming power in this strike that seemed impossible to withstand. He immediately retreated backward while simultaneously slashing forward with his blade. Boom! The hammer slammed into the ground, sending dust flying. An abyssal crater instantly formed, while the purple thunderbolt unleashed terrifying pressure, reducing everything it touched to dust. Even the dozen or so men recently poisoned by Su Xiaomai were instantly incinerated by the lightning. Wang Dao had barely touched the ground when Lu Husheng burst forth from the purple thunderbolts. His warhammer whistled through the air, once again aiming for Wang Dao's head. In a panic, Wang Dao quickly raised his blade to block. Clang! A thunderous clang echoed as Wang Dao felt his arm go numb. His entire body was hurled backward like a human cannonball, smashing through over a dozen massive trees that required several men to embrace before finally crashing onto a boulder. He landed on the ground, flattened like a pancake. Wang Sanrui and the others fell silent. A being capable of unleashing ultimate attacks at will, crushing grandmasters beneath their feet, such power could only belong to a grandmaster-level existence. Even within the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of China, only the family head held the rank of grandmaster. Only those who had witnessed a grandmaster firsthand understood what such power truly entailed. Even if all 4 grandmasters of the Wang family attacked together, they couldn't inflict any damage on a grandmaster. Instead, they'd be soundly beaten by one. Grandmasters were practically the pinnacle of human existence. But how could this old geezer, with 1 foot already in the grave, possibly be a grandmaster? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Dao slowly rose to his feet, his arms numb and his internal organs feeling displaced. He turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. You old bastard, you are indeed far stronger than I imagined. But that's all you've got. You still can't kill me. With that, Wang Dao struck again. His entire body's true energy surged toward the narrow blade, trembling so violently it threatened to spiral beyond his control. Instantly, a blade aura hundreds of meters long erupted, sweeping toward Lu Husheng with the force of a storm. Lu Husheng spun like a whirlwind, his entire body resembling a colossal warhammer yet radiating the immovable mass of a mountain. He met the blade energy mid-air. Boom! In that instant, the very heavens and earth seemed to change color. The blade energy struck the warhammer, unleashing an almost world-shattering force. Yet it inflicted no damage on the hammer. Instead, the hammer's power pushed back, forcing the royal blade toward the ground. The collision of vital energy and true qi made their figures invisible to onlookers. Only the spilling blade energy struck the celestial dragon tower. With a thunderous crash, the 30th and 31st floors were reduced to dust. The tower, nearly a kilometer tall, began to slowly tilt toward the side where the two fought. It's falling! It's falling! Witnessing this, Su Xiaomai and the others couldn't help but shout warnings. This tower weighed at least hundreds of millions of tons. If it crashed down, even a martial saint would be crushed to death. Clang! In an instant, a colossal warhammer hundreds of meters long erupted from the battle, striking the tower. Dust erupted as the tower was cleaved vertically in two, narrowly missing the combatants before crashing to the ground. The ground trembled violently for hundreds of kilometers around. The raging dust alone surged outward like a tidal wave, abruptly halting Lu Husheng in his opponent's battle. Lu Husheng stared at the warhammer in his hand. Unable to withstand the repeated blows, it crumbled to dust in his grasp, scattering with the wind. This instantly sent Wang Sanrui into a frenzy of excitement, truly worthy of the Wang family blade. No matter what hammer-wielding king or so-called war god stands before it, they must kneel. Ha 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 ha. Swordmaster, I love you to death. Put. Wang Dao, who had been standing upright, suddenly began coughing up blood in great gulps. Leaning on his narrow blade, his face twisted with venomous hatred and terror. This can't be. How could you possess such combat prowess? To survive a fatal wound and become a grandmaster? This defies description, it's beyond a miracle. I refuse to believe it. The words hung heavy in the air, silencing the entire scene. Whether comrades or foes, all stared at Lu Husheng with utter disbelief. The former Hammer King of the Western Frontier, dormant for years, had not only fully recovered from his injuries but also ascended to Grandmaster. How profoundly inspiring. Grandpa Lu, you're truly a god. You old bastard. Wang Dao staggered toward Lu Husheng. You were swept away by the torrent of time. You should have stayed quietly in some corner waiting to die. Why did you come out? Why did you oppose me? You're mistaken. It is you who have been aiding tyranny all along. Lu Husheng shook his head slightly, his voice calm. That I should encounter you once more is heaven's decree, appointing me to uphold its justice. I'll tell you a secret, trade it for my life. Wang Dao stared at Lu Husheng, his resolve finally crumbling. I'm already crippled. My death poses no threat to you. Chapter 19, Releasing the Tiger Back to the Mountain, the lucky one of yesteryear. That depends on whether the secret is worth your life. Lu Husheng shrugged. Spill it. I'm the fairest man around. Grandpa Lu. Su Xiaomai gasped, rushing forward to plead. Lu Husheng waved his hand, silencing Su Xiaomai before she could speak. The Wang family is currently infiltrated by foreign tribes, Wang Dao replied solemnly after a deep breath. And the instigator is none other than the Shadow Serpent clan, one of the tribes led by the great Ape King back then. I know the schemes the Wang family is currently plotting, schemes that could destroy Huaxia. That's hardly a secret. Have you lost your mind? Lu Husheng glared at Wang Dao with displeasure. I learned about the Wang family's infiltration from Xiaomai long ago. Besides, I'll get the full story from this young master of the Wang family soon enough. This information holds no value. How could I possibly say anything? Wang Sanrui gasped, immediately roaring angrily, our Wang family is innocent. Then you clearly don't know that the Wang family's Shadow Snake clan originates from New City. And as the closest ordinary small city to Xuanwu City, you should understand what that implies, right? Wang Dao pressed on. Chen Shong once mentioned that the commander of Xinjiang's military forces would often disappear for periods with his confidants. Could it be related to the Wang family's Shadow Serpent clan? This secret might save all of Tingsha City or even Xinjiang. Trading it for my life shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Wang Dao whispered. After all, I've already lost all my cultivation. Put. In the next instant, a blade condensed from vital energy materialized in Lu Husheng's hand, cleanly severing Wang Dao's neck. Detected host executing human traitor Li Yuntao. Merit points plus 2,000. Hearing the voice echo in his mind, Lu Husheng turned to face Wang Sanrui. Wang Sanrui's heart skipped a beat. He offered Lu Husheng what he hoped was an innocent puppy dog smile. Grandpa Lu, if there's nothing else, we'll head back now. We'll come over to the Wang family for tea another day. Wait. Su Xiaomai stared at Wang Sanrui in shock, her voice filled with fury. You started all this chaos. Do you think you can just walk away? You slaughtered my entire crew. I'm the victim here, damn it. Wang Sanrui exploded. Because of you, I'll soon die from poisoning. Are you satisfied? The entire Wang family has been infiltrated by the Shadow Snake clan? Lu Husheng asked, his expression unreadable. Even I, the young master of this house, am poisoned beyond salvation by the Shadow Serpent clan. How could our Wang family possibly refuse to compromise? Wang Sanrui's eyes blazed red as he snarled through gritted teeth. When faced with death, don't you think everything else becomes utterly insignificant? That is no reason for the Wang family to betray humanity, Lu Husheng sighed. Our Huaxia people have weathered thousands of years of storms, always turning peril into safety and crisis into peace precisely because of our unity. Cowardly parasites like the Wang family deserve to be purged. Then bring it on. Wang Sanrui's body trembled as he spat black blood from his mouth, pointing at Lu Husheng and bellowing, as one of the 4 great families of China, my Wang clan boasts over 1,000 members. A single strike from us could topple the entire nation. Who do you think you're threatening? Su Xiaomai sneered. In the face of absolute power, numbers mean nothing. You may leave, Lu Husheng said calmly. Grandfather Lu? Su Xiaomai froze. This response caught Wang Sanrui off guard. He stared at Lu Husheng in disbelief, then waved his hands repeatedly. With the support of the few survivors, he hurriedly left the scene. Grandpa Lu, why did you let him go? Su Xiaomai asked in confusion. That's like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. He's right. The Wang family is too vast, with interests spanning every industry in China. Acting rashly would inflict immense damage on the nation. Lu Hushing said sternly. This matter must be reported to higher authorities. We need to investigate the identities of all Wang family members outside Tingsha City before we can take action against them. Hearing Lu Hushing's analysis, Su Xiaomai broke out in a cold sweat. She had been reckless. Stirring up the grass to scare the snake was worse than luring it out of its hole. The visible threats weren't terrifying. What truly frightened her were the ghosts lurking in the shadows. Besides, Lu Hushing continued, I don't have time to deal with the Wang family right now. Zhan Shan is in danger while purging traitors from the Hunters Association. This old man still needs to make a trip there. Brother Zhan Shan. Su Xiaomai gasped. I'll go with you. No, Lu Hushing shook his head. You must go to New City and find Chen Chong. Tell him I sent you. But? No buts. New City has become the breakthrough point for alien races infiltrating all corners of Huaxia. They need a junior poison master like you there more than anywhere. Understood. Su Xiaomai hesitated no longer and immediately led her teammates toward New City. Lu Hushing sighed, pulling out his phone to dial a number that had lingered in his mind for 30 years. Old Can, it's me. Holy. After a few seconds of silence, the voice on the other end erupted into laughter. You idiot. Finally decided to call me? I thought you'd tear the sky apart before reaching out, haha. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Lu Hushing felt a touch of embarrassment. What's the deal? You vanished for 30 years, then come back and stir up all this trouble and you expect to keep a low profile? Old Can snorted coldly. If it weren't for me cleaning up your messes, do you really think destroying the Dragon Tower would have gone unpunished? Justice, my foot. Half and half. Lu Hushing laughed heartily. That's exactly why I called you. The old man is none other than Grandpa Lu from the New City nursing home. Of course, he didn't orchestrate this mess single-handedly. Ha ha. I've already briefed Big Brother on your situation. Go ahead with confidence, he's got your back. Old Can said nonchalantly. His exact words were, after 30 years of peace in China, some demons and monsters dare to stir trouble. Let's use your hand to eliminate every traitor to humanity who deserves to vanish. With your assurance, I can finally relax. Lu Hushing breathed a silent sigh of relief. Ken Zhongman, Lu Hushing's sworn brother in Xuanwu City, was the sole survivor of that great battle 30 years ago without fatal wounds. He held out until the great Ape King withdrew his forces. After being rescued, he quickly earned commendations from China's highest authorities and was promoted to the China Military District. He now stands as one of China's 6 great marshals. Second only to the ruler, above all others. With his assurance, Lu Hushing felt no further reservations and could now proceed with full force. Cut the nonsense. I'll find you once I finish this task. If I don't make you drink 10 pounds of liquor, hiding this from me for 30 years won't be forgiven. Old Can snorted coldly. Also, don't worry about the Wang family's members outside Tingsha City, they've been under surveillance for ages. Alright, I'll start by eliminating the traitors within the Hunters Guild. Lu Hushing's heart leapt with excitement. Glancing at the distress signal Long Zhanshan had sent to his phone, he hurried toward the Hunters Guild headquarters. Chapter 20, Negotiations Collapse, Spear Meets Meteor. Hunter Guild Headquarters. Glaring coldly at all the evidence, Long Zhanshan demanded sharply, Chen Lei, what do you have to say for yourself? Everything I've done was for the Hunter Guild. Chen Lei, a tall man in his 60s, declared. Ever since Zhang Chuanjie took over the guild, he's been stuck in his ways. In 20 years, the guild hasn't made a single bit of progress. He's nothing but a useless piece of trash. Once I eliminate Zhang Chuanjie's right-hand men and replace him, I'll transform the Hunters Guild into an organization second only to the military in all of China. Wouldn't that be splendid? You must be dreaming. Zhang Chuanjie frowned. As the saying goes, conquering a kingdom is easy, but holding it is hard. Rash expansion without absolute certainty will only lead to the Hunter Association's downfall. Bull. Chen Lei roared. You think I'd believe that? Even so, that's no excuse for colluding with the Pig Clan. Long Zhanshan retorted coldly. The nation has its laws, and the guild has its rules. Any guild member found conspiring with alien races shall be executed without mercy. You and your crippled president think you can sanction me? Chen Lei looked at Long Zhanshan as if he were an idiot. You're lucky I didn't finish you off in the Tianbei forest. But today, anyone who doesn't support me as president will die. How many dishes did you have to get this drunk? The woman couldn't help but laugh. Chen Lei, do you really think anyone will side with you? That's just a pipe dream. Zhong Ling, you have no right to speak here. Chen Lei's voice boomed, nearly shaking the roof off. Those who support me as Hunter Association president, step forward. Under the astonished gazes of Zhang Chuanjie and the others, at least 2/3 of the high-ranking members moved to stand behind Chen Lei. Long Zhanshan was so furious his eyes nearly popped out of his head. You? Chairman Zhang, I respect your character, but you lack ambition. For the Hunters Association to grow, we need a fierce leader like Vice Chairman Chen at the helm. We all support him. That's right. Though we've lived comfortably these past 20 years, our hearts still burn with passion. Jiang Chuanjie, you're getting old. Step down as chairman. At least that way, you might survive. We crave advancement. One voice broke the silence, and the crowd immediately turned on Jiang Chuanjie. This enraged his loyal followers to the point of fury. You worthless fools deserve to die. President Zhang has treated you well all these years. The worst sin is ingratitude, yet you not only betrayed him but colluded with the alien race. This is a capital offense. Chen Lei betrayed humanity and colluded with the alien race. You aided and abetted him. Your crimes are unforgivable. Chairman, give the order. We must bring these scoundrels to justice. Jiang Chuanjie sighed, gazing at Chen Lei. I, Jiang Chuanjie, have always considered myself diligent and conscientious. Since becoming president of this Hunters Association, I have never once neglected my duties. Chen Lei, had you not colluded with the alien race nor plotted to harm your fellow hunters, I might have relinquished this presidency to you. But you have crossed the line of humanity and violated the Hunters Association's code. Therefore, I, Jiang Chuanjie, must uphold justice and sever your head to appease the spirit of the late president. Ha 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 ha. Chen Lei burst into uncontrollable laughter. Jiang Chuanjie, you don't seriously believe this rabble of minions has any hope of turning defeat into victory, do you? President, cut the nonsense. Let's fight. Long Zhanshan glared coldly at Chen Lei. If need be, we'll go down together. You lot aren't even worthy of taking me down with you. Chen Lei roared, his flail suddenly smashing toward Long Zhanshan. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as Jiang Chuanjie's spear swept across in front of Long Zhanshan, deflecting Chen Lei's deadly strike. Long Zhanshan was still reeling from the shock. Despite his 7th rank cultivation, he hadn't sensed Chen Lei's attack at all. Truly, a 9th rank's power was like crossing a chasm. This strike ignited the schism within the Hunters Association. Jiang Chuanjie and Chen Lei, both 9th rank powerhouses, unleashed their peak vitality simultaneously. The collision of the meteor hammer and spear sent terrifying shockwaves rippling outward, even tearing the conference room ceiling from its hinges. The two men burst outside, commencing a life or death struggle. A young woman turned to Long Zhanshan, her voice tinged with softness. Brother Zhanshan, we may stand on different sides, but I still care for you. I don't want this fight to tarnish the image I hold in your heart. You tried to outmaneuver me, then played the innocent act? I've despised you for ages. Today's the day I finish you. Zongling's face visibly flushed crimson. Her short blade glowed red-hot with surging energy. Before Long Zhanshan could speak, she charged at the green tea girl with savage ferocity. Kill her. Long Zhanshan never expected his wife to fly into such a rage. His own thunderous roar echoed as over a dozen 5th and 6th rank warriors charged toward the traitor. A fierce battle erupted. The two guild leaders had barely touched the ground when Chen Lei's meteor hammer struck first. Enveloped in terrifying chi and blood, the hammerhead slammed into Jiang Chuanjie's back with lightning speed. Jiang Chuanjie spun, flickering his spear to meet the hammer. Its tip flashed with a piercing crimson light as it thrust forward. Clang! The metallic clash reverberated painfully in their ears. Chen Lei spun with the momentum, his chain whipping like a snake around the spear shaft and yanking it back. Instead of retreating, Jiang Chuanjie charged forward, stomping his foot to leverage Chen Lei's pull. He drove the spear's butt into Chen Lei's chest. Caught off guard, Chen Lei released the chain and blocked with his arm. A dull thud echoed as Chen Lei stumbled back several meters, his blood surging violently. Killing intent blazed in Jiang Chuanjie's eyes. His spear danced like a dragon, its strikes lightning fast, all aimed at Chen Lei. Damn it! Chen Lei scrambled to pick up his flail, desperate to defend. But Jiang Chuanjie's assault was like a raging storm, and Chen Lei's defenses crumbled under the relentless onslaught. Another spear thrust came. Chen Lei dodged, but the tip grazed his shoulder, sending blood spattering. Before he could recover, Jiang Chuanjie suddenly flickered his wrist, sweeping the spear shaft horizontally to slam heavily into Chen Lei's side. Chen Lei let out a piercing scream as his body flew backward. Chen Lei, what do you have to say now? Jiang Chuanjie pointed his spear and roared furiously. This battle is a righteous one. Chen Lei staggered to his feet, his eyes bloodshot. Collaborating with the alien race was only to ensure the Hunters Association could thrive. I did nothing wrong. Stubborn to the end. Jiang Chuanjie sighed. If that's your stance, then you must atone with your life. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ground rumbled. Dust swirled in the distance as a massive pig, weighing several tons, plummeted from the sky, landing between the two men. You want to kill Chen Lei? Did you ask this old pig for permission? Chapter 21. Jiang Chuanjie severely wounded, Grandpa Lu rushes to the rescue. The giant boar king? Jiang Chuanjie's brow furrowed. This creature was rumored to be one of the great ape king's confidants, possessing near master-level strength far beyond what the Hunters Association could handle. And it had brought over 100 grade 6 and 7 mystic mane giant boars. This was a full-scale suppression operation. Chen Lei leaned weakly against the giant boar king, a victorious expression already spreading across his face. Zhang Chuanjie, didn't see this coming, did you? Before this meeting even started, I'd already sent word to the giant boar king lurking outside. Today, I've got you all wrapped around my finger. Zhang Chuanjie's heart sank to the depths. Long Zhanshan had mentioned hiring a powerful expert, a comrade in arms of his grandfather's generation. But Long Zhanshan's grandfather was at least in his 70s or 80s. At that age, vital energy and blood would be severely depleted. Even if he'd once been a master-level powerhouse, he likely couldn't reach even 9th rank now. Even if he came, it would be nothing but a suicide mission. He wanted Long Zhanshan to send a message to stop the opponent from coming, but the huge pig king was already striding forward. Let this old pig test your skills first. As he spoke, the huge pig king's form slowly shrank, transforming into a burly, black-haired man with a bushy beard. Clutching 2 tusks in his hands, he stood there radiating a deathly oppressive aura. Chen Lei sneered savagely, Zhang Chuanjie, no matter how many tricks you have up your sleeve today, there's only one outcome: death. Enough talk. Boys, follow Chen Lei inside and finish off those disobedient ones. This one's mine. With that, the pig king charged forward like a cannonball, the ground cracking instantly beneath him. With a flick of his right arm, the tusks in his left hand shot forward like a white lightning bolt, piercing straight for Zhang Chuanjie's throat. Zhang Chuanjie roared in fury, his spear tip surging upward with boiling blood energy. Clang! A deafening clang erupted as sparks flew. The Fang's trajectory was deflected, grazing his cheek and leaving a bloody trail. Before he could catch his breath, the giant boar king closed the distance, its right Fang slashing horizontally at Zhang Chuanjie's waist. Zhang Chuanjie lowered his spear shaft, intending to brace the blow head-on. Yet a savage surge of mixed energy thundered through the spear into his body, causing his chi and blood to churn violently. He couldn't help but grunt, staggering back over a dozen steps, each stride leaving a deep hit in the ground. A mere 9th rank dares oppose me? The boar king roared with laughter, his tusks clashing together to unleash a cross-shaped blade of intertwined true chi and vital energy that whistled through the air. Damn it! Zhang Chuanjie gritted his teeth, channeling all his vital energy into the spear tip as he thrust toward the center of the blade's glow. Break! As spear and blade collided, a shockwave erupted, reducing all vegetation within 100 meters to dust. Even steel-reinforced concrete structures cracked under the force, a terrifying sight. Yet, the giant boar king suddenly burst from the blazing light screen. Its tusks glowed with a dark crimson light as it lunged toward Zhang Chuanjie like lightning. In his haste, Zhang thrust his spear horizontally across his chest, intending to meet the blow head-on. However, an upward strike sent a jolt of numbness through his arms, nearly wrenching the spear from his grasp. The pig king roared with laughter, driving his left knee into Zhang Chuanjie's abdomen with a sudden thrust. The sound of shattering bones rang out clearly. Put! Zhang Chuanjie spat blood and flew backward. Before he could hit the ground, the giant boar king charged forward, its tusks snapping like scissors toward his throat. I'll fight you to the death. At this critical moment, Zhang Chuanjie spat out a mouthful of vital blood, forcing his body to twist. He swung the spear's tail horizontally at the boar king's temple, but the boar king dodged by turning his head. His tusks shifted from a twist to a slash, striking the spear shaft with a heavy blow. Snap! The steel shaft snapped clean in two. Zhang Chuanjie used the recoil to land on the ground, but the giant boar king's right foot slammed toward his chest. The sheer force made Zhang Chuanjie's soul nearly leap from his body. He instantly leapt backward, narrowly evading the blow. I haven't even exerted myself yet, and you're already badly injured. The pig king grinned. And you think you're worthy of taking over the guild leader's position? The fight isn't over yet, and you think you've already won? Zhang Chuanjie took a deep breath, his chi and blood igniting within him as his aura surged dramatically. If need be, I'll take you down with me. With that, Zhang Chuanjie gripped the broken halves of his spear tightly in both hands and charged once more toward the king pig. Inside the association, under the Kaitso's relentless assault, Long Zhanshan and his allies already barely holding their ground were utterly defeated. Even the gravely wounded Chen Lei seized Long Zhanshan. You bastard, Long Zhanshan. How dare you return to ruin my plans? Otherwise, I'd already be the Hunter Association's president. Chen Lei, those who commit evil deeds will meet their doom. You collude with alien races. Even if you succeed in becoming president, it will be a hollow title. You'll be slain sooner or later. Long Zhanshan spat blood, his hand trembling as he gripped the spear. Grandpa Lu, why haven't you arrived yet? I can barely hold on. That's none of your concern. With the Great Boar King's support, once the Great Ape King breaches Xuanwu City and marches straight to destroy Huaxia, I, Chen Lei, will be a major contributor. Chen Lei laughed heartily, then his expression turned cold. Attack! Kill him! I'll do it! Green Tea Girl stepped forward immediately. I love Brother Zhanshan in my heart. Being able to send him on his final journey makes me incredibly happy. You filthy! Zonling's beautiful eyes widened in fury, her body trembling with rage. How could such a shameless woman exist in this world? She wanted to tear her mouth apart. You filthy woman! How dare you try to take my Zhanshan? I'll kill you first! The green tea girl shrieked, lunging viciously at Zonling. Long Zhanshan gasped, rushing toward Zonling's wife. Several burly men immediately pounced, pinning Long Junshan down. They intended to make him witness Zongling's execution. This only fueled Long Junshan's rage, and he screamed, "Grandfather Lu!" Boom! The green tea girl cackled. "What's the point of calling for your grandfather now? Even your ancestors couldn't save your wife." Just as the dagger was about to strike Zongling, a warhammer formed from vital energy descended from the sky, landing before her and sending the green tea girl flying backward. Grandfather Lu? Long Junshan and Zongling were overjoyed. A white-haired elder in flowing white robes descended slowly from the sky. He coldly surveyed the green tea and her cohorts, bellowing, "Who dares bully my granddaughter-in-law?" Chen Lei caught the green tea girl from behind, studying Lu Hushing as he asked, "Long Junshan, don't tell me this old man is the backup you called in." "What? Scared?" Long Junshan sneered. Hearing this, the crowd erupted in wild ridicule. Some laughed so hard they fell to their knees, unable to straighten up. Holy, Long Junshan's really going downhill in his old age. Is backup some decrepit geezer about to be buried? That desperate for friends? Back when he was called the association instructor, I treated him with utmost respect. Now look at the help he brings, utterly unreliable. This old geezer? Looks like he rented him from the nursing home for $200 to stage a scam. Get lost, old fart, or I'll kill you too. Chapter 22, The Green Tea Bitch Even the System Can't Stand. Young people these days, not a single one has any manners. Lu Hushing sighed helplessly. Unlike our generation, we were all fine young people who respected our elders and cared for the young. Especially this girl. So young and already so disrespectful. Do you really think you can bully my granddaughter-in-law? The green tea girl sneered, utterly dismissive of Lu Hushing. Old geezer, what gives you the right to lecture me? You think I wouldn't make sure you'd have no place to bury your bones if I wanted to? Sis Lan Ying's right. Old man, stay out of this mess. Don't think I won't hit you just 'cause you're old. An 80-something old man, 20 years older than my own grandfather, still running around causing trouble? Doesn't your family care? Looks like he knows he's dying soon and wants to extort someone for his descendants' inheritance. What a senile old fool. Lan Ning, if that old fool dares insult you, we'll all back you up. Bolstered by the crowd's support, Lan Ning grew even more brazen. She swayed her hips as she stepped before Lu Hushing, her chi and blood surging. Looking up at the old man even more handsome than Long Junshan, she sneered, "Old geezer, don't blame me. You ruined my fun, didn't you?" With that, her chi erupted, and her short sword shot toward Lu Hushing with lightning speed. The next second, Lan Ying's smile froze on her face. Just as the blade was about to pierce Lu Hushing's abdomen, a sharp pain shot through her small hand. Lu Hushing had seized it in a grip as ironclad as a vice, halting her attack completely. A master. Only then did Lan Ning realize the terrifying power of this old man before her, far beyond anything she could hope to match. She immediately adopted a pitiful expression, pouting her lips at Lu Hushing with a look that begged sympathy. "Grandpa Lu, you hurt me." Detected minor task, immediately eliminate Lan Ning to receive substantial rewards. Holy crap, even the system can't stand a green tea? Lu Hushing sneered coldly, yanking Lan Ning by the collar and unleashing a torrent of abuse. "You call me Grandpa Lu? You say I hurt you? You dare be a green tea?" A dozen slaps and a kick later, even Xiao Xiang would end up with a pig's face. Lan Ning reeled from the blows, casting a pitiful glance at her sycophantic supporters. "Guys, I'm so. You. I don't know you." One guy's hackles rose, and he kicked her flying. "Holy, you're ugly." Lu Hushing smiled at Zongling. "My dear granddaughter-in-law, I leave her to you." "Thank you, Grandpa Lu." Zongling beamed, snatching up a short blade and charging forward. Lu Hushing turned back to Chen Lei and the others. "Will you settle this yourselves, or shall this old man give you a send-off? You old bastard." Chen Lei's eyes bulged with rage. Only now did he realize the formidable strength of the reinforcements Long Junshan had summoned. His voice turned icy. "There are so many of us, plus nearly 100 pigs. How could you, one old man, possibly slaughter us all?" Minor task completed. Rewarding host with 500 merit points and berserk buff 1. As Zongling's blade ended Lan Ning, the system reward activated. Lu Hushing perked up. "How would you know I can't wipe you all out unless you try? You old fool, you really think you're invincible? You want to take on over 100 of us 5th and 6th rank combatants single-handedly? Not just you lot have no clue how strong you really are. Think you're some kind of war god? Brothers, join the Katsu crew. Kill him. This old bastard must die, and so must Long Junshan and the rest. Attack!" Chen Lei roared, and dozens of guild members, supported by over 100 giant boars, charged toward Lu Hushing. Without hesitation, Lu activated his berserk buff. His chi and blood surged like boiling water, and he unleashed a palm strike straight ahead. The crimson palm print exploded with force. Any giant boar or human it touched was instantly vaporized into a mist of blood. Finally, with a thunderous boom, the reinforced concrete wall ahead shattered, leaving behind a colossal hollow palm print. With a single strike, over 20 pigs and humans were instantly obliterated. The remaining attackers froze in their tracks, staring wide-eyed at the imprint in the wall. Their shock knew no bounds. An elderly man, frail and on the brink of death, had single-handedly obliterated over 20 combatants of 5th and 6th grade strength with just one strike. What kind of power? A grandmaster? Chen Lei and the others trembled, their hearts sinking. When had such a terrifying grandmaster emerged in Huaxia? As the vice president of the Hunters Association, how could he have been completely unaware? An overlord in his 80s, what did that signify? Chen Lei dared not dwell on it further. That bastard Long Junshan, how could he have such an unearthly grandfather? How had he never heard of this? He was hiding his true strength deep indeed. Sighing softly, Chen Lei was about to order the giant boars to hold the line while he fled with his men. But then a thunderous crash echoed through the chamber. Zhang Chuanjie, covered in blood, was flung violently backward into the room. The giant boar king, clutching two tusks, roared with maniacal laughter. That was satisfying. Absolutely satisfying. President! Long Junshan and the others immediately rushed to support Zhang Chuanjie. The king boar's power as a half-step grandmaster is too overwhelming. You must leave now. I can hold them off a little longer. Zhang Chuanjie said weakly. Go to the military base. Get reinforcements. I'm having a blast here, and you think you can just leave? The boar king grinned, his teeth bared. Kill you all, and my boar clan can feast. I was just pondering whether to grill you or braise you. You still want to turn the tables? Lu Hushing, his eyelids drooping, took Long Junshan's spear. Since when do pigs dare eat humans? You old geezer, your meat's probably tough and ugly, I wouldn't touch it. The pig king shot Lu Hushing a dismissive glance. Chen Lei, you lot are useless. Still haven't killed these humans after all this time? Humans really are a bunch of good-for-nothings. That's a grandmaster. Chen Lei practically ground the words out between clenched teeth. Everyone froze in shock. They knew the old man was powerful, but none imagined he'd be this formidable. A grandmaster. To witness a living grandmaster in their lifetime. This. The pig king scoffed dismissively. Our great ape king investigated long ago. China has only a handful of grandmasters, and we've got them all under surveillance. This guy's so old his teeth are falling out. A grandmaster? He looks like a pileup to me. Watch me take his life first. With that, the pig king clanged his tusks together and charged toward Lu Hushing. Die! Lu Hushing didn't even glance at the pig king, merely thrust his spear forward with apparent nonchalance. Chapter 23, One spear breaks the pig king, Lu Hushing's identity exposed. Clang! A terrifying roar echoed throughout the entire Hunters Association. The residual force from the collision of tusks and spear created a monstrous shockwave, instantly reducing both side walls to dust. Even the ground cracked open, forming a bottomless chasm 10 meters wide and over 100 meters long. The boar king instantly staggered back over 10 meters. Watching his tusks crack and shatter into fragments scattering across the ground, he roared in fury, "You old bastard! You destroyed my tusks! You've robbed me of my right to choose a mate! King boar, your chest!" Chen Lei's eyes widened in shock, unable to continue. In mere minutes, Lu Hushing had shattered his worldview, leaving it in complete ruins. What's wrong with my chest? King Pig looked down suspiciously, then his body shook violently as tears streamed down his face. You've pierced my heart. How am I supposed to live like this? Blue Star is too dangerous. I want to go home. Boom! With those final words spoken, the Pig King struggled desperately for a moment before collapsing to the ground in his true form, dead. Put! Under everyone's horrified gaze, Lu Hushing's spear sliced open the giant boar king's belly. He extracted its crystal core and tossed it to Long Junshan. Sunza, this beast's crystal core contains immense energy. Consume it, and you should be able to break through to the 8th rank immediately, perhaps even reach the 9th rank within a month. Instantly, all eyes turned greedily toward the fist-sized crystal core. For martial artists, beyond breathing techniques, body-forging arts, and combat skills, the most direct path to cultivation was absorbing energy from the crystal cores of powerful beasts. However, only beasts above the 7th rank possessed such cores, making them exceedingly rare. A crystal core from a beast nearing the grandmaster rank, like this one, was valued second only to the minor restoration pill. Yet this veteran war god casually tossed it to Long Junshan. Such magnanimity, such boldness, such power truly worthy of the title venerable and respected. Grandfather Lu, this is far too precious. Long Junshan waved his hands urgently. You've already given me a minor restoration pill, how could I possibly accept a crystal core as well? Whoa! The remark sent another collective gasp of astonishment rippling through the crowd. A minor restoration pill, just given away? Even blood brothers should keep accounts clear, this old spendthrift. Old hero, why not give the crystal core to me instead? I'll be your grandson, someone murmured under his breath. Lu Hushing tossed the crystal core to Long Junshan without a word, then immediately turned to Chen Lei. Everyone, buckle up. This battle isn't over yet. Chen Lei's body trembled. Seeing the cowards cowering like pigs, he roared, a half-dead old man scares you this much? Are you still warriors of my Hunters Association? And you brothers of the Keitsu tribe, your Keitsu king was slain. Don't you want revenge? But one hesitated. No buts. If death is inevitable either way, we fight with our backs to the river and cling to a sliver of hope. Otherwise, we just wait to die. Chen Lei gripped his flail once more. Let's fight. The vice president is right. Death isn't scary, a cowardly death is what's terrifying. Let's fight. One man resolved, and suddenly the entire group seemed energized. Accompanied by the Boar clan warriors, they charged toward Lu Husheng and his men. Chen Lei, however, narrowed his eyes. As he hurled the meteor hammer fiercely at Lu Husheng, he spun and dashed toward a specific spot. Where do you think you're going? Long Zhanshan, seeing Chen Lei's attempt to escape, snatched the spear tossed by Lu Husheng and gave chase. With the 5-minute trial card about to expire, Lu Husheng swept his palm forward once more. The Crimson Palm Strike crashed down like a devastating force, reducing all traders and Xianzong K pigs to mist upon contact as fragile as mosquitoes. This strike drained Lu Husheng's vital energy, but it also instantly eliminated nearly all the enemies. The entire Hunters Guild lay drenched in blood, leaving Zhang Chuanjie trembling in terror. Even the battle-hardened guildmaster had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. Was this the overwhelming pressure a grandmaster commanded? With such a powerhouse in Huaxia, how could they possibly fail to withstand the attacks of foreign tribes? His own men, stunned and awestruck, were utterly subdued. Grandmaster Lu, you are too powerful. I am utterly humbled. Please accept my kneel. Chen Lei colluded with the K-Pig clan, thinking he could suppress us and seize the guild leadership. In the end, it was nothing but a delusion. Grandmaster. This is what countless people strive for their entire lives, yet Grandpa Lu achieved it so effortlessly. He's a genius. Grandpa Lu, you're like my own grandfather. In that very moment, Long Zhanshan forced Chen Lei back. Severely wounded and utterly unable to resist Long Zhanshan, Chen Lei's eyes nearly blazed with fury. You ignorant humans! Must you slaughter us all? Chen Lei, you conspired with alien races to harm your own kind. Your crimes are unforgivable. Zhang Chuanjie slowly rose with Zhong Ling's support. As president of the Hunters Association, I sentence you to death. You dare? Chen Lei roared. Forget my position as vice president of the Hunters Association. My brother-in-law is the deputy commander of the new city military. I hold military rank. Who dares touch me? No wonder. Lu Husheng suddenly understood. No wonder the foreign race had approached Chen Lei. This bastard had connections to the new city military. And you old bastard. Seeing Zhang Chuanjie hesitating, Chen Lei turned his gaze to Lu Husheng. So what if you're a grandmaster? In front of the military, you're nothing but a pile of. Even a grandmaster can't stand against the military. Seems you still don't know Grandpa Lu's status. Long Zhanshan sneered mockingly. Lu Husheng 30 years ago, the commander defending Xuanwu City. The Hammer King of the Western Frontier who fought to the death against the Crimson Shadow Wolf King and gravely wounded the Great Ape King. You say Grandpa Lu can't stand up to the military? Well, let me tell you, Grandpa Lu represents the military. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. This old man was none other than the Hammer King of the Western Frontier, the war god Lu Husheng, who had once led a 200,000-strong army to rout a 3 million-strong alien horde, laying the foundation for China's decisive victory. This was nothing short of a peerless national hero. Zhang Chuanjie stiffened his posture and led everyone in a military salute to Lu Husheng. The Hunters Association salutes the old war god. That's all in the past. No need to dwell on it. Lu Husheng felt a surge of pride, but he merely waved it off, his expression impassive as he turned to Chen Lei. Boy, do you have anything else to say? Chen Lei glared at Lu Husheng with venom, unable to believe he'd fallen so utterly. Yet he shook his head. My wife has already gone to New City. Once I'm dead, the Hunters Association will vanish from this world. Chapter 24, Quelling the Internal Strife, the Shadow Serpent Clan's Conspiracy. Put. The words had barely left his mouth when Lu Husheng's chi and blood slammed into Chen Lei. Severely wounded, Chen Lei had no chance to defend himself. He was instantly hurled hundreds of meters away, his body crashing into a massive boulder before finally coming to a halt. Chen Lei couldn't believe it. Even after speaking so plainly, this old man still attacked him without hesitation. How reckless could he be? As Chen Lei's life faded, the system's voice echoed in Lu Husheng's ears. Detected host eliminating Chen Lei and the Pig King-led Hunter Association rebels, saving the Hunter Association. Earned 2,000 merit points and 1 minor restoration pill. This was awesome. Coming to rescue Sun Jia and getting a reward on the side? How could anyone resist that? But currently, he only had a total of 4,500 merit points. To redeem that warhammer from the shop, he needed at least 10,000 points. The road ahead was long and arduous. Grandpa Lu, why did you kill him? Zhang Chuanjie stared dumbfounded at Chen Lei's lifeless body, his voice heavy with shock. Hey. You're over 60 now. Calling me grandpa is a bit much, don't you think? Lu Husheng retorted with displeasure. Is that the point? Grandpa Lu, the chairman's concerns are understandable, Long Zhanshan quickly interjected. After all, the new city military represents the entire military establishment. They might very well intervene. Then what about our Hunters Association? The new city military chief has his own mess to deal with. He might have been taken care of before even hearing about his brother-in-law's demise. Lu Hushing said nonchalantly. You can rest assured. But to keep a low profile, don't spread word about what happened here for now. The others exchanged glances. There was nothing else to be done. Alright, everyone, start cleaning up the Boar King now. We're grilling it right away. Lu Hushing laughed heartily. Grill the pork kidneys for me first, and the pork penis too. Tingsha City, Wang Family Manor. Watching Wang Sanrui lying on the bed, coughing up blood in great gulps, the family head, Wang Longting, trembled. Su Xiaomai, still not found? Master, after Su Xiaomai was rescued by that mysterious elder, she went to New City, his subordinate hurriedly replied. She's practically become the right-hand woman of Chen Shom, the leader of New City's northern army. That? Wang Longting seethed with rage. And that mysterious old man? We're investigating, the subordinate continued. He appears to have deep ties to Su Xiaomai's grandfather. We suspect he's one of the veterans who survived the fall of Xuanwu City. The veterans of Xuanwu City back then either died on the battlefield or perished after enduring severe injuries and torment. We know every single one of the few survivors. How could someone suddenly appear out of nowhere? At that moment, a man cloaked entirely in black, revealing only a pair of green eyes, approached. Could it be the military misleading you? Mr. Snake. Wang Longting's face lit up as he bowed urgently. My son is gravely poisoned and nearing death. Please lend your aid and save him. Our great king has ordered your Wang family's assault on the Huaxia race to commence. Wang Sanrui's poison will not be neutralized. Mr. Snake declared with utter indifference. This was our mutual agreement. Are you now reneging? But my son. He acted on his own to seize the crystal core of the earth-splitting Dragon Emperor and failed. That rage accelerated the poison's spread. Blame me for that? You. Wang Longting's body trembled. Suppressing the urge to kill him, he said, 372 members of the Wang family have already planted heavy explosives at transportation hubs in crowded locations across major Chinese cities. At my command, not only will China's transportation systems collapse instantly, but casualties will exceed 3 million. Very well. I can provide your son with an antidote to suppress the toxin's effects for 3 days. Mr. Snake tossed a small vial to Wang Longting. After 3 days, have your men begin their operation? I will ensure the deadly poison within Wang Sanrui's body vanishes completely. As he spoke, Mr. Snake's body began to tremble violently before vanishing into thin air. Wang Longting immediately rushed forward and fed the potion to Wang Sanrui. A flash of green light flickered over Wang Sanrui's body as his condition visibly began to recover. Clenching his teeth in fury, he grabbed Wang Longting's hand. Father, avenge me. Avenge me. My son, rest assured. They've already gone to investigate that old bastard's whereabouts, Wang Longting said tenderly. As soon as we find his trail, we'll drag him before you. Let him kneel before you and beg for death. You can kill him with your own hands. Thank you, Dad. Only with Wang Longting's promise did Wang Sanrui's heart finally settle. 2 pork kidneys plus 1 pork penis. He was stuffed. Immediately afterward, Lu Hushing sensed the presence of an old acquaintance. His brow furrowed slightly. After giving a few instructions to Long Junshan, he immediately gave chase. High on the mountain, the moment Lu Hushing charged forward, a 100-meter-long blade aura slashed toward him. The terrifying force sucked the surrounding air into a vacuum, causing space itself to warp and distort. Lu Hushing frowned and instantly sidestepped. Holy crap, trying to murder your own brother? The blade's glow vanished the instant it neared the ground. A booming laugh echoed as an elderly man in military uniform approached, giving Lu Hushing a bear hug. You, the legendary war god, casually dispatched the traitor Li Yuntao back in the day and even made those half-step grandmasters cry like babies. I just had to test how strong you really are. Old Can, you think just because you're a general now, I'm afraid to punch you? Lu Hushing glared sideways at the soldier. 30 years without seeing each other, and instead of tearing your eyes out worrying about me, you try to chop me down? Good thing I dodged fast, otherwise I'd be another casualty under your blade. Ah, my miscalculation. Ken Zhongman laughed heartily, then turned to Lu Hushing. Brother, you've lost weight. You look weary. The dust of your journey can't hide the lines etched by time. Cut the poetic nonsense. Lu Hushing snapped. I just finished eating. I can't handle the 10 pounds of liquor I promised you. Big brother wants to see you. Ken Zhongman said, pulling a tablet from his robe. A video call appeared, revealing an elderly man who looked like a candle flickering in the wind. At the sight of the old man, Lu Hushing immediately stood at attention and saluted him with a standard military salute. Big brother. You little rascal, hiding for 30 years. Are you dissatisfied with my arrangements back then? The old man chuckled. Had you waited a few more years, I might not have seen you again. Did you want me to take my regrets and remorse to the grave? By the end of his sentence, the old man began coughing violently. Instantly, a woman behind him began channeling her chi into his body. Chapter 25, The 7th General's Seal. The Peerless National Hero Seal. Lu Hushing startled, his thoughts instantly returning to the battlefield 30 years prior. The Great Ape King and the Crimson Shadow Wolf King joined forces to assault Xuanwu City. He led a 200,000-strong army in a desperate defense, the entire city teetering on the brink of collapse. With no other choice, he had pleaded for reinforcements from his elder brother. Yet his brother had ordered in a tone brooking no argument, "Lu Husheng, I made you commander of Xuanwu City because I trust your strength, not so you could beg me for reinforcements. I'll say this plainly, even if every last soldier of Xuanwu City falls except you, not a single foreign foot shall cross its threshold. No reinforcements. No allies. Just 200,000 soldiers facing 3 million invaders head-on." As the alien forces launched their final assault, Lu Husheng roared in fury, "Brothers! The alien hordes attack. Humanity faces peril. Behind us stand tens of millions of citizens of Xuanwu City. Behind us stands all of Huaxia. Are you ready? Follow me into battle against the alien invaders." Led by commanders like Su Qinghu and Long Qingting, the soldiers roared in unison. "Slaying the invaders and defending our homeland is our sacred duty. And behind us stand our own kin. The barbarians have grown arrogant these years, daring to launch a full-scale assault on China. This is the perfect chance to temper their spirit. Commander, no more talk, just give the order. Any man who flinches is a coward. We, the Lu family army, invite the barbarians to meet their doom." Watching his soldiers march to their deaths with such resolve, Lu Husheng felt moisture welling in his eyes. He took a deep breath and slowly drew a meter-long black warhammer. "Those who dare to invade our land shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Brothers, kill." In an instant, the city gates swung open. The Chinese soldiers charged like a razor-sharp blade, plunging deep into the heart of the foreign army. Every soldier fought with a death-defying resolve, igniting their life force from the very start. They fought tenfold, trading their lives for victory. Even the emotionless invaders felt their hearts tremble at the sight. The battle raged for a full day and night. The ground was soon covered with the corpses of both humans and barbarians. Even Long Qingting, known as the little war god and second only to Lu Husheng, was gravely wounded, both arms severed. "Qingting, I'll carry you out." Lu Husheng's blood boiled as he cradled Long Qingting. "The Lu family army advances only, never retreats." Long Qingtung shook his head. "Brother, I'm done for. Let me use my last breath to take down a few more enemies." "Qingting, you." Lu Husheng's body trembled. "If you survive driving back the barbarians, find time to visit my grandson Zhan Shan. He's just started middle school and already possesses remarkable martial skills." Tenderness flickered across Long Qingting's face. "When he grows up, he'll be a formidable warrior against the barbarians too." "Rest assured, I will." Lu Husheng nodded firmly. In the next instant, a crimson glow erupted from Long Qingting's body as his remaining vitality exploded. Like 1,000 charging horses, he plunged into the heart of the invaders' ranks and detonated himself. The vivid images of his brothers fighting the alien race to the death surged through Lu Husheng's mind, causing his chest to heave uncontrollably. If it weren't for the eldest brother's death order, if he hadn't refused to send reinforcements until the very end, how could his brothers have died so horribly? How could he ever find peace with this? Old Lu, back then it was a full-scale assault. Not just Xuanwu City, Qinglong, Zhuke, and Baitu cities were attacked too. Skyhawk and Flying Dragon tribes descended from the heavens to strike Gaochen City. Seeing Lu Husheng's agitated state, Qin Zhengman hurriedly explained, "It all happened too suddenly. Brother didn't have enough troops to spare." That very afternoon, Qinglong and Baitu cities fell. My elder brother dispatched 1,000,000 soldiers to each, leaving only his remaining troops at Gaochen City. He personally took command, battling the two great rulers of the Sky Eagle and Flying Dragon tribes. His injuries were no less severe than yours. If not for sustaining his life with true qi every 7 days, he likely would have. Don't think only your Lu family army bears the burden. Every soldier of our Huaxia nation is a warrior, not a coward." Lu Husheng's face paled as he stared in disbelief at the elderly man in the video. Back then, he'd been dragged from a pile of corpses by the Chao Yan siblings. After recovering, he'd grown bitter and retired to the new city nursing home. Wars were typically fought with minimal disruption to civilians, and these battles were top secret. Besides, he'd never bothered to learn more, content to live out his days in the nursing home. If not for the old folks at the nursing home who kept him company, he might have died of depression long ago. Now, hearing Qin Zhengman's explanation, he felt no resentment. The old man had recovered by then. Rising slowly, he said, "Little Lu, back then the situation was urgent, and I didn't explain things clearly. I was also at fault. You and your brothers, you were all heroes." With that, the old man saluted Lu Husheng with a military salute. "Brother!" Lu Husheng's eyes welled up as he returned the salute with force. "Your honor, brother, has not been forgotten. You are now the 7th Marshal of Huaxia. You can rebuild the Lu family army," the old man continued. "Additionally, there is the matter concerning the Wang family." "The Wang family?" Lu Husheng narrowed his eyes. "The Wang family, held hostage by foreign powers, plans to paralyze all land transportation across our nation." "That's nothing but a pipe dream," Qin Zhengman declared gravely. "I've tracked every family member they've dispatched and located explosives hidden at stations and key transportation hubs across the land. They can be taken down at any moment. And what role do I play in all this?" Lu Hushing asked suspiciously. The victim, of course. Ken Zhengman chuckled. You've made enemies with the Wang family. They're hunting you down worldwide. The moment you show up, they'll strike. The operatives dispatched by the Wang family have severed ties with them. To take action against the Wang family, we need a justification. Their attempt on the life of the commander-in-chief of the Huaxia military is, at the very least, a capital offense punishable by extermination of their entire clan. Lu Hushing was speechless. So all this time, the old man had been using him as a pawn. Here's your commander's seal. With this, you can flex all you want. Ken Zhengman handed a 10-centimeter square seal to Lu Hushing. And this 7th seal? Big Brother prepared it 30 years ago. It's called the Peerless National Hero Seal. Host's misunderstanding resolved, honor restored. Reward 3,000 merit points, Berserk buff 1, multiplier boost 1. There's even a reward? And such generous rewards? Great. Lu Hushing laughed heartily, giving Ken Zhengman another hug. With this, I can return to New City and deal with those traitors among the military leaders. The Wang family is the immediate priority, the elder cautioned. Wang Longting has already cultivated to the grandmaster realm. Don't try to be a hero. Rest assured, old man. I'm no longer some kid in my 50s or 60s. Lu Hushing nodded vigorously. When it's time to call for backup, I won't hesitate. Ken Zhengman immediately ended the video call, rolling his eyes. Stop pretending. Remember back in the day? You were the biggest fool of them all. Seems like you're still bragging in the nursing home, scaring the young ones silly, huh? Ha ha ha. With the truth of those days clarified, Lu Hushing felt much lighter. Waving his hand, he declared, I'm heading to Tingsha City now. Once we wipe out the Wang family and take down the New City military, we'll drink ourselves silly. Chapter 26, Luring the snake out of its hole. The Wang clan arrives. Early the next morning. Tingsha City, Central Park. Several old men strummed accompaniment on Beijing fiddles, moon guitars, and 3-stringed lutes. A group of elaborately dressed elderly women gathered around them. At the center stood Lu Hushing, singing with rich, resonant flavor. The clerk's words were too harsh, provoking Huang Zhong's wrath. At 13, he mastered Bao and Horse, his fame guarding Changsha. The old lady's eyes never left Lu Hushing. This old gentleman's rendition of Dingjun Mountain is truly splendid. When did such a talented old gentleman move into our neighborhood? I can't believe how cheerful I'd be dancing square dances with this gentleman. No age spots, no old man smell, just fragrant. He's practically a divine old gentleman. Oh my goodness, I'm practically drooling. This really got the old men steamed. They were always the center of attention for the ladies, yet this newcomer had stolen their thunder. So what if he was handsome? What was so great about that? As soon as the song ended, the ladies swarmed around him. One particularly petite and delicate-looking one even touched Lu Hushing's well-defined muscles. Hey, old bro, which neighborhood are you from? Can we dance together tonight? Could you give me your contact info? I'm a great cook, how about lunch at my place? Brother, do you know the celestial match? How about we duet on it? You're a cockroach-earthworm hybrid, daring to steal my old man? Lu Hushing laughed heartily. No, I gotta go grab breakfast. Got a fierce battle coming up later. Watching Lu Hushing's retreating figure, the others exchanged puzzled glances. What fierce battle? With whom? Against whom? The moment Lu Hushing appeared, the Wang family received word. Wang Longting sneered coldly, that old bastard killed my Wang family members and still has the nerve to flirt with the old lady? Master, this old man's strength is likely no simple matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so brazen, someone hurriedly whispered. To kill him, it might be an 80-something old man? At best, he's a grandmaster. How strong could he possibly be? Wang Longting dismissed the concern. 2 grandmasters should be more than enough to bring him back to the Wang family. The others exchanged glances and fell silent. Across all of China, every grandmaster and great-grandmaster is officially registered. Even if this old man is powerful, he couldn't possibly surpass the grandmaster realm. With Su Xiaomai absent, could he single-handedly fight a grandmaster? Just a decrepit old man. Wang Guibiao, Wang Canling, Wang Longting ordered coldly, you two go. Bring him back alive. Before he dies, he must kneel before my son and beg for forgiveness. We'll depart immediately. Wang Guibiao nodded urgently. The moment the two stepped outside, they spotted a beautiful woman waiting for them nearby. Exchanging a glance, they looked at her suspiciously. Madam, what brings you here? If it weren't for that old bastard meddling, my son would be free of the poison by now. Luo Jiamei clenched her small fists. I want to go with you to see you beat that old monster half to death firsthand before bringing him back to the Wang family. Well, Wang Canling hesitated. Madam, even if that old man isn't a grandmaster, he's likely a half-step grandmaster. You're only at the 8th rank. What if he becomes desperate and attacks you? Then we 2 grandmasters can't protect me? Luo Jiamei narrowed her eyes. Or do you think I'm just dead weight? No. Please, madam. Neither dared say another word, hastily escorting Luo Jiamei away. After making an appearance in the park and downing a bowl of tofu pudding, Lu Hushing deliberately headed toward a sparsely populated area. Just as he reached the outskirts of Tingsha City, Wang Guibiao and the other two had already arrived. You old fool. You actually have the leisure to stroll about? Don't you realize death is upon you? Luo Jiamei gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed on Lu Hushing as she spat venomously. You made my son suffer the agony of poison and killed Wang Dao and his two companions. If I don't kill you, heaven itself won't forgive me. Young lady, so young yet so venomous in your thoughts, and you dare seek to kill this old man? Lu Hushing retorted irritably. Who taught you to respect your elders? You disrespected elders first, you deserve death. Already boiling with rage, her heart pounded violently at his words. Forgetting entirely what cultivation level Lu Hushing possessed, she lunged forward like lightning. Her whip cracked through the air with a thunderous roar, poised to lash him to a pulp in the next instant. Madam! The two men's expressions changed drastically as they rushed forward. But before they could intervene, Lu Hushing's large hand shot out, grabbing the tip of the whip. With a sudden jerk, he wrapped it 3 times around the charging Luo Jiamei, pulling her directly before him. Smack! In that instant, Lu Hushing delivered a resounding slap to Luo Jiamei's cheek. The force sent her spinning several times on the spot before she spat out a molar with a p sound. Luo Jiamei's eyes bulged with fury. How dare you hit me? A child with no manners deserves a slap. Lu Hushing sneered coldly, then swiftly delivered another blow to the other side of her face. Now it was symmetrical. You too. Kill him. Luo Jiamei, now utterly irrational, screamed the order to slay him. Only then did the two belatedly launch their attack. Both wielded swords, one black, one white, as they unleashed a torrent of frenzied energy. Swinging from left and right, they brought their blades down with brutal force toward Lu Hushing. Lu Hushing immediately activated his berserk buff. Terrifying power began to surge around him, his vital energy coalescing into a crimson warhammer to meet the dual blades. Merely vital energy? Not even half a step into mastery? The two masters rejoiced, cold smiles curling their lips. 2 masters against a top-tier 9th grade old fossil? A piece of cake. Wang Canling even held back, afraid he might kill Lu Hushing with a single strike. Idiots. Lu Hushing sneered, holding nothing back. Boom! In the next instant, the blood hammer engulfed Wang Canling. Only then did he grasp the terrifying power behind Lu Hushing's strike. This was far beyond what a 9th grade waste could possibly wield. This was at least the peak of a grandmaster, or even a grandmaster. Everyone had misjudged him before. Realizing this, Wang Canling bellowed, retreat. He's incredibly strong. How strong could he possibly be? Wang Guibiao dismissed it as no big deal. Both he and Wang Canling were grandmasters. Even if this old guy was a grandmaster too, couldn't 2 grandmasters handle one of him? This kid always exaggerates like this. Isn't it just because he's afraid I'll steal his glory? This time, I won't hold back. Chapter 27, instantly disabling a grandmaster, Lu Hushing's final ultimatum. Boom! The next instant, Wang Guibiao stared in shock as the crimson warhammer completely enveloped Wang Canling, yet still charged relentlessly toward him. What the hell? Wang Guibiao's pupils contracted in shock as he roared in fury, channeling true chi into his sword to form a 100-meter-long blade aura that blocked the attack before him. The next instant, the massive blade shattered with a thunderous crash. Wang Guibiao felt an irresistible force engulf him, sending his entire body flying backward in an instant. Kill! Finally breaking free from the bloodhammer's grasp, Wang Canling flipped midair, unleashing 3 ancient sword chi that sliced through the sky, striking Lu Hushing from 3 directions simultaneously. Lu Hushing sneered with disdain. The blood hammer shot from his hand. A purple thunderbolt crashed down from the sky, fusing with the hammer. It instantly shattered the 3 sword energies and charged relentlessly toward Wang Canling. Wang Canling's soul nearly left his body. He spun and fled. Terrifying. He had exhausted every ounce of strength to escape the hammer's grasp, confident his ultimate strike would catch his opponent off guard. Yet here was the man, yawning as he effortlessly dispatched him. A half-step grandmaster? He's a ING grandmaster. Boom! Yet, despite Wang Canling's lightning-fast escape, he couldn't evade the spreading lightning. Almost the instant he reached Wang Guibiao's side, countless bolts of lightning, carrying the blood hammer, slammed into his back. His body jerked upright, instantly enveloped in crimson. Even with all his true chi unleashed, he couldn't stand against the blood-red force. Under Wang Guibiao's horrified gaze, explosions echoed repeatedly within Wang Canling's body. Finally, the moment the purple lightning vanished from him, he fell backward, collapsing into a useless wreck. He's not dead? Wang Guibiao's body trembled. He could scarcely believe this reality. If Wang Canling had been killed outright, he could have accepted it. But the fact that the attack had been so precisely calibrated to cripple him rather than kill him could only mean one thing: this old man's strength surpassed even that of the family head. What the hell were those bastards thinking? How could they have judged him to be no stronger than a half-step grandmaster? This was nothing short of murder. Put. Already gravely wounded, now utterly terrified, Wang Guobiao finally couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body slumping in defeat. Wang Guobiao, you two are utter failures. Luo Jiamei glared at him with venom. Two grandmasters can't even handle one old man? What good are you to the Wang family? Madam, that old man is a grandmaster. Wang Guobiao's face twisted with bitterness. Only the head of the Wang family could possibly stand toe-to-toe with him. A grandmaster? Luo Jiamei's expression changed drastically. Rui had clearly said he wasn't strong. How could this be possible? If she'd known this, she never would have followed him here. You two were sent by Wang Longting, the head of the Wang family, to kill me? Lu Hushing smiled faintly, his voice cold as he demanded. You subjected my son to excruciating poison. As his father and the family head, how could I possibly let you go? Luo Jiamei answered without hesitation. Old man, you killed two of our Wang family's grandmaster level experts. If our Wang family doesn't tear you limb from limb, we wouldn't be one of the 4 great families of China. Are you also sent by Wang Longting? Lu Hushing turned his gaze to Wang Guobiao. Wang Guobiao remained silent. The old man was asking a leading question, clearly up to something. Better to keep quiet. Of course. As a grandmaster level expert, who else but our family head could command him? Luo Jiamei retorted coldly. Old man, you've offended the Wang family. Heaven itself won't save you now. Wang Guobiao, take this woman back now and tell your family head that the Wang family is about to vanish from this world. Lu Hushing tossed the military seal to Wang Guobiao. Deliver this message and I may spare your life. You really have some nerve. Wang Guobiao's grandmaster status was bestowed by our Wang family. You don't seriously think he'll obey you just because he's no match for you, do you? Luo Jiamei sneered. You sure know how to flatter yourself. At that moment, Wang Guobiao's heart was already churning with turmoil. The 7th Commander's seal of Huaxia, the peerless national treasure. This old man, whom no one had ever taken seriously, was actually a Grand Marshal of the military. No mistake. The military had once explained the origin of this material. It was the spine of the Crimson Shadow Wolf King. Only the military possessed it, no civilian could obtain it, let alone forge it. When had the military produced a 7th Supreme Commander and one bearing the highest honor of peerless national hero, no less? Who on earth was this man? Wang Guobiao's body trembled again. He suddenly understood why Lu Hushing had asked that question earlier. Crucially, Luo Jiamei had answered truthfully. Didn't this solidify the Wang family patriarch's intent to murder the military commander as a capital offense? Could the Wang family possibly survive? This was clearly a military conspiracy. Seeing Lu Hushing's mocking expression, Wang Guobiao dared not utter another word. He hurriedly nodded. I'll take the lady back to the Wang family immediately and ensure your words are conveyed. Very well. Lu Hushing nodded with satisfaction. Now get out of here. Yes. Wang Guobiao nodded repeatedly, then forcibly dragged Luo Jiamei, who still wanted to say more, toward the Wang residence. Lu Hushing smiled as he dialed. Can Zhongman, got all the evidence? You can send someone over now. On the way, Luo Jiamei chattered incessantly until Wang Guobiao finally lost his patience. Madam, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? You useless piece of trash, Wang Guobiao. He crippled your brother and injured you, yet instead of fighting him, you slunk away like a coward? Luo Jiamei jabbed her slender finger hard against Wang Guobiao's forehead. Don't you feel utterly disgraced? He's a grandmaster and a military commander. Do you think we can afford to provoke him? Wang Guobiao clenched his fists. I'm going back to warn the family head to prepare for escape. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. We know all 6 generals of Huaxia. What kind of general is he? Luo Jiamei sneered. Besides, our Wang family now controls all major transportation routes across Huaxia. With just one word from our family head, Huaxia's transportation system would collapse. Would that general dare touch our Wang family? I reckon you just can't beat him, so you're trying to save face. What kind of master is he? He's nothing but a clumsy fool. Luo Jiamei, you'd better not push me. I've tolerated you long enough. Wang Guobiao fixed a fierce stare on Luo Jiamei, clenching his fists tightly. What? You think you can kill me? Luo Jiamei sneered at Wang Guobiao. Let me tell you this, the breathing technique the family head gave you is flawed. If you dare touch me, the next full moon will be the day you die. So what if the Wang family is about to be wiped out? Why should I be afraid? Wang Guobiao's eyes turned bloodshot as he grabbed Luo Jiamei by the throat. The Wang family deliberately gave me a flawed breathing technique, robbing me of my freedom. Since the Wang family is about to fall, even if I kill you, no one will dare say a word. Wang Guobiao, you dare? Ah. Chapter 28, Military Mobilization, sword pointed at the royal family. Half an hour after Lu Hushing made the call, a 1,000-strong force arrived at his location. 1 grandmaster, 3 near grandmasters, 5 9th-rank martial artists, and the rest all 5th-rank powerhouses. They all saluted Lu Hushing with a military salute. Luo Tong, here to assist General Lu. General Kan, you've been briefed on this mission, correct? Lu Husheng returned the salute and inquired with a smile. The general has made it clear. We are entirely under your command and will ensure every last member of the Wang family is exterminated. Luo Tong nodded firmly. Everyone, relax. Treat this as a routine drill. Seeing the tension in everyone's bodies, Lu Husheng waved his hands urgently. The Wang family colluded with the Shadow Serpent clan, plotting against Huaxia. Their annihilation is entirely their own doing. How could they not be tense? They were facing the Hammer King of the Western Frontier, the strongest warrior China had seen 30 years ago. He had grown up hearing legendary tales of the Hammer King of the Western Frontier. In just 3 short years, at the tender age of 21, he had reached the threshold of grandmaster, becoming one of the commanders of Xuanwu City. Over the 40 years since becoming a martial artist, he had fought in thousands of battles, large and small, slaying countless alien tribesmen. Most notably, during the final alien assault on Xuanwu City, he led a 200,000-strong army against a 3 million-strong alien horde. Single-handedly, he slew the Crimson Shadow Wolf King and gravely wounded the Great Ape King, a truly peerless national hero. It was believed that such a legendary figure had fallen forever. Yet, 30 years later, I never imagined I would witness the old war god's glory once more. What's more, at the venerable age of 88, he had not only fully recovered from the wounds of his youth but transcended them, effortlessly slaying a Wang clan grandmaster and living a second life. In the vast land of China, only this old war god truly deserves the title of peerless national hero. Can I touch you? Luo Tong blurted out without thinking. I'm not into that. Lu Husheng replied just as naturally. No, no. Hearing the soldiers' laughter behind him, Luo Tong hurriedly explained, General, you don't know I grew up hearing your legendary tales. You're the only idol I've ever had in my life. Before he could finish, Lu Husheng wrapped him in a bear hug. Enough chatter. Once we've crushed the Wang clan, old can, and I will drink, you'll join us. Yes, sir. Luo Tong beamed, instantly transforming into a devoted fanboy. He stood at attention and saluted Lu Husheng with a textbook military salute. Wang family residence, reception hall. Wang Longting glanced at the time. It's been an hour already. By now, Wang Guibiao and the others should have brought that old man back, right? Perhaps the old bastard escaped elsewhere, and Wang Guibiao and the others are chasing him now, one speculated tentatively. Possible. Even a half-step grandmaster could outrun a full grandmaster if he wanted to escape, an elder nodded, stroking his beard. But he won't get away. Master of the house, bad news. At that moment, a man rushed over in panic. The military has surrounded us. What? Wang Longtung shot to his feet. Could it be the military discovered what our clan members were doing outside? Before the words had fully faded, dozens of men led by Lu Husheng burst into the reception hall. Before Wang Longting could speak, Luo Tong thrust a hat onto his head. Wang Longtung, as head of the Wang family, you dared to send men to assassinate the military commander. This crime is unforgivable. Sir, the Wang family has always conducted ourselves with utmost propriety. We hold nothing but admiration for the military. How could we possibly assassinate the commander? Wang Longting's heart sank, and he hurriedly explained, this is a crime punishable by extermination of our entire clan. I implore you, sir, to investigate thoroughly. You won't believe it until you see it with your own eyes. Luo Tong sneered coldly, then played back the entire recording of Lu Husheng's battle against Wang Canling and the words spoken by Luo Jiamei. Nearly every member of the Wang family stared at Lu Husheng in disbelief. It was clear the Wang family intended to kill this old man, but how could he possibly be a military commander? The 6 military commanders were household names, there was simply no such figure. Wang Longting voiced his doubt. Commander, we all know the 6 commanders of Huaxia by heart. There's simply no. This is the long-concealed 7th commander-in-chief, China's sole peerless national hero. Luo Tong cut Wang Longtung off. And even if our commander were an ordinary citizen, would your Wang family think you could just execute him at will? If the military wants to take action against my Wang family, just send troops to attack directly. Why fabricate a non-existent 7th commander? Do you really think my Wang family is so easily fooled? An elderly man walked forward slowly. Since when did the military need such a high and mighty excuse? Lu Husheng chuckled mockingly, tossing the general's seal directly to the old man. The elder initially dismissed it, but soon appeared even more shocked than Wang Guibiao had been upon receiving the seal. After all, the spine of the Crimson Shadow Wolf King had been locked away in the military high command's vault all along. It couldn't be fake. How could this be? Across the vast land of Huaxia, aside from those who earned their stripes during the alien invasion 30 years ago, who else has the qualifications to be named commander? The old man's teeth clenched with grinding fury. Did the military issue this commander's seal on the spur of the moment after our Wang family sent assassins just to pin a crime on us? Based solely on the name Lu Husheng, does he even have the qualifications to be a marshal? Luo Tong frowned, impatiently demanding. Lu Husheng? That name, which veteran martial artist didn't know it? He was the legendary figure who single-handedly forced the invading tribes to retreat, striking fear into them for 3 decades so they dared not cross the border. Yet everyone knew that after that battle, Lu Hushing had suffered a fatal wound. He vanished without a trace, and even if he survived, he was merely a dying ember, ready to snuff out at any moment. Did this old man look like he was on his last legs, jumping around like that? What's this nonsense about Lu Hushing or Lu Dogshun? You killed Wang Dao, you killed Tian Kandike, and you nearly poisoned me to death. You are the Wang family's mortal enemy. Wang Sanrui charged forward from behind. Old bastard, anyone who offends the Wang family must die. Oh, and Wang Dao? His real name is Li Yuntao. He's the human traitor who was bribed by the alien race years ago. He worked with them from within, letting the Great Ape King and the Crimson Shadow Wolf King into Xuanwu City. Lu Hushing suddenly added. The Wang family sheltering a human traitor is tantamount to betraying the human race. That single crime alone is enough to warrant extermination of the entire clan. At these words, every member of the Wang family felt as though they'd swallowed a fly. It was bad enough that this good-for-nothing had brought such calamity upon the family, but to add insult to injury with this remark? It was like shoving the entire clan into a pit of fire. You screwed yourself over, but now you're dragging the whole family down with you. But Wang Sanrui remained utterly oblivious to the gravity of his words, continuing to shout angrily, "Old fool, don't try to play games with me. Do you really think bringing in the military will be enough to deal with us? The Wang family holds a trump card so powerful that even the military's top brass would have to grovel and apologize." Chapter 29, Who Betrayed Wang Longting? Rue. Wang Longting gasped, immediately reprimanding Wang Sanrui. After all, Mr. Snake hadn't given the order yet. Exposing their trump card prematurely would only put the Wang family at a disadvantage. Dad, the military has already condemned us and plans to wipe out the Wang family. What do we have left to fear? Wang Sanrui sneered coldly. If it comes down to it, we'll go down in flames together. The Wang family isn't one to be trifled with. Wang Longtung pressed his lips together, torn. Master! At that very moment, a piercing scream echoed from outside. Luo Jiamei stumbled in, her clothes disheveled, her snow-white skin covered in bite marks, clear evidence of having been loved by someone. Wang Longting's face turned pale. What happened to you? Master, you must avenge me. Luo Jiamei sobbed, that old monster, he, sniffle. Holy crap! Lu Hushing stared at Luo Jiamei in disbelief. You're really good at pinning things on me. I'm 88 years old. To this old man, you're like a granddaughter. What could I possibly do to you? Are you sure it was him? Wang Longting was equally furious and skeptical. That old geezer probably couldn't even manage that anymore. Judging by the mess on your body, that man must have been quite passionate. It was him. Wang Guibio rushed over, pointing at Lu Hushing. Master, he not only killed Wang Canling but also defiled the mistress. You must avenge her. Slandering me? Lu Hushing shot a cold stare at Wang Guibio, his lips curling in a bitter sneer. Thankfully, everything had been secretly recorded. Otherwise, he truly would have been unable to clear his name. The Wang family's high-ranking members instantly vented their fury at Lu Hushing. That old fool. As a military commander, how dare he insult our mistress? He's brought shame upon the entire military. This man shows no respect for his age, committing such a disgraceful act. What military commander? I suspect he's an imposter. To lay a hand on our mistress is to strike the face of the family head, to strike the face of the entire Wang family. The Wang family will not let this rest. Master, if need be, we'll fight them to the death. Let the military bear the blame. Wang Longting felt like he'd been cuckolded. He couldn't even keep his own woman safe. If word got out, wouldn't he become a laughingstock across the land? A thunderous roar erupted, followed by the sound of rustling. A massive screen composed of 372 panels appeared before the crowd. Since your military shows no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. Explosives have been planted at train stations and key transportation hubs across major cities in China. With a single press of this button, all 372 locations will detonate simultaneously. At least 3 million people will be blown to smithereens. Oh, and then what? Lu Hushing asked, his eyelids drooping. At this remark, everyone froze. What kind of question was this? Did he regard human lives as worthless? Wang Longting continued, when that happens, all ground transportation across China will be paralyzed. If foreign forces attack under these circumstances, what chance would China have? Lu Hushing, kneel before me immediately and beg for your life. Order your men to withdraw completely and watch us depart Chinese territory. Only then might I consider sparing China. Oh? Then go ahead and press the button. Lu Hushing gestured invitingly toward Wang Longtung. What? Do you think I'm joking? Wang Longting was dumbfounded. This concerns the lives of over 3 million people and it's a prime opportunity for foreign invaders to strike. The peaceful era you fought for with countless lives 30 years ago will vanish forever. Lu Hushing shrugged. I seriously doubt you'd dare press it and become a traitor to humanity. Old man, don't push me. Wang Longting's breath quickened as he glared at Lu Hushing and roared. So what if I do? You traitorous coward. With my temper, we'll all die together. Wang Longting's eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling violently as he slammed his finger down on the button. The scene he'd imagined the military stopping him never materialized. Every location displayed on the large screen remained untouched. Was there a delay? Was the screen malfunctioning? Seeing the mocking expressions on Lu Hushing and the others, a bad feeling rose in Wang Longting's heart. Could it be? Stop guessing. Our military began investigating your Wang family's renegade members 3 months ago. That explosive stash was cleared out ages ago. Luo Tong sneered. You Wang family think your collaboration with the Shadow Serpent clan is top secret, but to us, it's no more than kids playing house. Damn it! Wang Longting clenched his fists, a wave of frustration welling up from deep within. His wife had been loved by another, and his last trump card had been exposed. He was practically the most wretched family head imaginable. Perhaps only by submitting entirely to the alien race could there be a glimmer of hope? Young man, I sympathize with your betrayal, but the Wang family must fall. I'll grant you the courtesy of revealing it wasn't me who betrayed you. Lu Hushing chuckled, then snapped his fingers. The massive screen abruptly switched to a live feed of Wang Guibiao and Luo Jiamei. The two were entangled together, the scene. Wang Guibiao. Wang Longting's body trembled as his aura locked onto Wang Guibiao. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Wang Guibiao's face turned green. It's fake. Yes, this old bastard used AI to fabricate it. I've been utterly loyal to you. All these years, I've always treated the lady as my own sister-in-law. Nothing beats dumplings for taste, nothing beats. You deserve to die. Wang Longting roared, lunging to grab Wang Guibiao. Instantly, Wang Guibiao's body began to violently contract. His bones cracked and popped as his heart exploded outward. He collapsed lifeless onto the ground. Master! Luo Jiamei, equally terrified, rushed forward in 2 strides and knelt before Wang Guibiao. I was forced. Wang Guibiao had me in his grasp. I had no choice but to obey. Wah! Slut! Wang Longting swung his massive hand, sending her flying dozens of meters away with a single slap. She lay motionless on the ground, her fate unknown. Wang Longting drew a deep breath, his eyes blazing with golden light. Since we've reached this point of no return, it seems we can only settle this with a decisive battle. As one of the 4 great families, the Wang clan has made outstanding contributions to Huaxia. This is nothing but Huaxia biting the hand that feeds it. Our collaboration with foreign tribes stems from their poisoning of our young master. We are victims too. Since the nation refuses to grant us a chance to redeem ourselves, what harm is there in rebellion? Master, give the order. We shall die without regret in service to the Wang family. All members of the Wang family stepped forward, unleashing boundless fury toward Lu Hushing, poised to strike at any moment. Not a shred of remorse. The Wang family truly has no reason to exist. Lu Hushing sighed. In that case, slaughter them all, leave not a single one alive. Chapter 30, The Battle of the Grandmasters, Thunderclap Mountain shattering slash of annihilation. Let's fight them to the death. Wang Longting abandoned all hope. With a thunderous roar, he charged at Lu Hushing first. Lu Hushing immediately activated his final berserk buff, unleashing over double his vitality. Spotting the crude spear materializing in Wang Longting's hands, he swiftly snatched the axe wielded by a half-step grandmaster, swinging it upward to cleave the spear. Clang! A golden clang echoed as grandmaster-level power erupted. Within a 100-meter radius centered on the 2 combatants, the ground caved in, forming a semicircular crater several meters deep. Violent shockwaves radiated outward, hurling even the formidable master-level Luo Tong dozens of meters away. Luo Tong's blood boiled with fury. Roaring with laughter, he repeated, slaughter them all. Leave not a single one alive. Except for the 300 soldiers guarding the perimeter, all remaining troops launched indiscriminate attacks. This sent Wang Longting's rage boiling over. Gritting his teeth, he fixed a furious stare on Lu Hushing. True chi swirled around his spear, as if a true dragon were taking shape. He hurled it once more at Lu Hushing, roaring, I'll make you pay with your life. A dragon's roar echoed from the void. Mid-air, the spear solidified into a colossal azure dragon, descending with terrifying dragon might that seemed to crack the very fabric of space. Is this the terror of a grandmaster? Lu Hushing's expression grew grave. Purple lightning danced ceaselessly around his battle axe. In the next instant, he appeared before Wang Longting, swinging his axe down at the dragon with brutal force. A thunderclap split the sky as the axe channeled a bolt of heavenly lightning, striking the azure dragon squarely on the head. Boom! The deafening explosion caused the space at the point of impact to collapse. The already cracked azure dragon swallowed Lu Hushing whole. Erniu! Luo Tong, who had been watching the battle between the 2 masters, sucked in a sharp breath and bellowed urgently. A tall, dark-skinned burly man responded with a shout, charging skyward with a massive black iron broadsword. He channeled nearly all his true chi and vital energy into the blade, unleashing a 100-meter-long blade aura that slashed down fiercely at the azure dragon. Return my commander. Crack! The azure dragon didn't even acknowledge this attack from the half-step grandmaster. With a swift turn of its head, its massive tail lashed out, instantly shattering the blade's aura. Ernia flew backward like a Erniu. Luo Tong's heart clenched. Damn it! Crack! Simultaneously, a crisp sound rang out as countless cracks suddenly appeared across the azure dragon's body, shattering it into fragments of true chi. Lu Hushing seized his chance to escape. Gripping his battle axe tightly, he swung it down in a rapid, spinning arc. The blow felt like a mountain crashing down from the heavens, crushing toward Wang Longting. Wang Longting's brows furrowed. I never thought even my dragon binding lock could hold you. You're not even a half-step master. As he spoke, golden light erupted from Wang Longting's body like the sun. He thrust a single finger toward the cleaved battle axe, great annihilation. Boom! The spear transformed into a colossal pillar, hundreds of meters tall and several meters wide, striking the descending mountain with devastating force. Yet it failed to halt the mountain's descent, causing the ground to crack and Wang Longting himself to begin sinking into the earth. What kind of technique is this? How could? Wang Longting was utterly shocked. His great annihilation spear was unstoppable even against peers of equal rank. Yet today, it couldn't break through the technique of this old man who hadn't even reached grandmaster level. This was beyond absurd. Great annihilation! Wang Longting roared again, his entire body enveloped in golden light. The spear, now nearly 100 meters long, erupted once more, finally causing cracks to appear in the mountain, bringing it to the brink of collapse. If I, Wang Longting, can't even handle an old geezer like you, then I've been a worthless family head all along. Wang Longting's body trembled uncontrollably as blood spilled from his mouth. He unleashed his full power once more, finally shattering the mountain. But in the very next instant, Lu Hushing closed in, his battle axe swinging down with unrelenting ferocity, its speed scarcely diminished. Wang Longting hastily blocked with his spear. With another deafening clang, his arms went numb, forcing him to kneel on one knee, shattering the ground beneath him into splinters. Keep going! Lu Hushing roared with exhilaration. This was his first battle against a grandmaster in his entire life. Who would have thought that in his twilight years, he'd get to go all out like this again? 30 years had indeed changed everything. Are you insane? Wang Longting's eyes bulged. After being struck repeatedly by Lu Hushing, his spear fell to the ground. Finally unable to hold on, he collapsed onto both knees with a groan, coughing up blood in great gulps. With the 5-minute limit nearly up, Wang Longting desperately struck back, driving an axe into Lu Hushing's abdomen to destroy his dantian before sighing. They say there are currently 5 grandmasters openly acknowledged in Huaxia. If you could lead the Wang clan against the alien races, what a formidable force that would be for Huaxia. Victors write history. Enough talk, finish me. Wang Longting knelt, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Though the alien race lay dormant for 30 years, they'd been secretly plotting all this time. Humanity is doomed to lose this battle. I only fought to secure a future for the Wang clan. If the human race loses, will your Wang family remain unscathed? Lu Hushing sneered. I've been battling the alien races since 70 years ago. It wasn't until I was 58 that I forced their retreat. Over these past 40 years, I've come to understand one truth: no matter what, you can never trust the alien races. Wang Longting fell silent. But with matters having reached this point, the Wang family had no retreat left. Though battered and bruised, he struggled to his feet, gazing toward the distant battlefield. This time, the military had dispatched 1 grandmaster, 3 half-step grandmasters, 5 9th-rank martial artists, and an entire contingent of 5th-rank warriors of force clearly intent on annihilating the clan. Even with the Wang family's last grandmaster clinging to life, it was utterly futile. The Wang family was finished. With only seconds left before his berserk buff faded, Lu Hushing hurled his battle axe with all his might, aiming it at the last grandmaster-level warrior. Luo Tong was fighting desperately, mainly because he had just been distracted shouting to Ernia, allowing Wang Pengfei to seize the opening and inflict a minor wound. As the axe flew toward him, Wang Pengfei braced for the worst, preparing to dodge to the side. But Luo Tong flickered forward, sealing off Wang Pengfei's retreat. You're as good as dead. I'll fight to the death. Rage boiled within Wang Pengfei. Never had he imagined that Lu Hushing, a grandmaster and general, would ambush a junior like him. Burning his life force, he gripped his scimitar with both hands and swung it down with all his might against the axe. Chapter 31, Shattering Dragon Hammer, Emerald Sea Tide Rises. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed as Wang Pengfei was instantly hurled backward. Even his scimitar shattered into 2 pieces, flying from his grasp. Once an invincible grandmaster in Tingsha City, even burning his life force left him gravely wounded. He lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise for a long while. With the family head crippled and the last grandmaster gravely wounded, the remaining Wang clan members were mere foot soldiers. They were swiftly and completely eliminated. From that day forward, save for the 7 high-ranking members like Wang Longting, all others were beheaded. The Wang family was now history. Commander, Wang Sanrui escaped. Luo Tong approached and reported gravely. At the start of the battle, he secretly fled deep into the Wang family compound. Our men pursued him, but when someone went to check just now, they found our men killed by outsiders. The Shadow Serpent clan. Lu Hushing frowned. Their plot has been exposed. This should be over. Why did they bother rescuing that good-for-nothing Wang Sanrui? Could it be connected to his maternal family? Luo Tong speculated. The Luo clan is a prominent southern family. Though not as large as the Wangs, they still hold considerable influence in the south as a vassal of the Zhou clan, one of the four great families. If another of the four great families is involved, then the alien race intends to drag every powerful human into this. Lu Hushing sighed. This thread must not be severed. We must pursue it relentlessly. Whoever dares threaten the human race must be dealt with immediately, no mercy. Yes, sir. Luo Tong immediately stood at attention. Commander, we've located the Wang family's treasure vault. Just then, an aide arrived to report. We request your personal inspection. Lu Hushing's expression shifted as he swiftly followed the aide into the Wang family treasury. As one of the four great families of Huaxia, the vast treasury spanned 1,000 square meters, overflowing with dazzling treasures of gold, silver, and jewels. An entire wall was lined with various weapons and medicinal pills. However, what piqued Lu Hushing's interest most was the S-grade breathing technique tucked away in a box in the corner, the Emerald Sea-Tide Breath. Only S-grade breathing techniques could help 9th-grade martial artists and those on the verge of mastery break through that final barrier, directly ascending to the realm of mastery. The reason Wang Guibiao and his three companions had attained masterhood was entirely due to this breathing technique. Yet Wang Longting had tricked them, giving them a neutered version instead. That was why they remained bound to the Wang family, reduced to their lackeys. Otherwise, how could true grandmasters ever submit to others? System, is this the neutered version of the breathing technique? Lu Hushing asked the system directly. No, this is the complete version. This was the real deal. Returning to the grandmaster realm was within reach. Commander, according to our investigations, the Wang family only possesses the neutered version of this breathing technique. Seeing Lu Husheng holding the manual, Luo Tong immediately approached and reported. No problem. I'll go back and study it, practice some cultivation, maybe I can find a weakness. Lu Husheng casually tucked it away. If we can fill in the gaps, our military could mass-produce a batch of half-step grandmasters, or even true grandmasters. Luo Tong drew a deep breath, staring at Lu Husheng in disbelief. Truly worthy of the older generation who fought against the alien races, always leading from the front, willing to die for the cause. Even with a flawed cultivation technique, they'd willingly serve as test subjects to iron out the flaws. Where among today's youth could one find such a spirit of self-sacrifice? A commander truly isn't a role anyone can shoulder. For a moment, Lu Hushing's stature in Luo Tong's eyes soared even higher. Wang Longtang and his men were to be escorted to headquarters for interrogation. Lu Hushing only confiscated Wang Longting's spear. Though crude in appearance, it was forged from celestial meteorite iron, rendering it nearly indestructible. Equipping Long Zhanshan with this weapon would boost his combat effectiveness by at least 20 to 30%. Detected, host led forces to breach the Wang family compound, punished traitors, averted China's transportation crisis, and saved millions of lives. Rewarding host with 5,000 merit points and one great restoration pill. Holy crap! The system really delivered this time, swapping the minor elixir for a major elixir. Unlike the minor elixir, the major elixir is a true life-restoring miracle capable of resurrecting the dead. Even if someone is barely clinging to life or has been dead for less than half an hour, swallowing the major elixir can bring them back to life. The value of the Great Revival Pill is several times greater than that of the Small Revival Pill. No one in all of China has ever successfully refined a Great Revival Pill. This is amazing. After settling matters here, Lu Hushing quietly returned to his villa in Xincheng. Only then did he glance at his merit points, currently at 12,500. That was enough to redeem the warhammer he'd been longing for. Dragon Shattering Hammer. Legend has it this hammer was forged from the spine of the primordial dragon. It carries an innate buff that intimidates alien races, shatters all obstacles, and is indestructible, capable of withstanding the power of a revered one. Just reading that description, could you resist? Lu Hushing immediately spent 10,000 merit points to claim the warhammer. Approximately 60 centimeters long, its rounded head bore surface patterns resembling dragon vertebrae twisting and coiling, with dark dragon scales emitting an ancient, eerie glow. The handle was reinforced with mithril coils, feeling cold and heavy in his grasp. A light swing seemed to echo with dragon roars, sending shivers down his spine. Awesome! With this warhammer, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Next, Lu Hushing exchanged another 1,500 merit points for 5 blood-revitalizing crystals. The remaining 1,000 merit points were spent on a cultivation speed boost, a 6-fold increase lasting 1 hour. This wasn't so much advancing his cultivation realm as it was a recovery. Combined with the incredibly powerful breathing technique, the breath of the Azure Sea, and the 5 blood-reviving crystals, a 1-hour 6-fold speed boost was more than sufficient. Just as he was about to find a place to cultivate, his phone rang. It was a video call from his granddaughter, Meng Qiniao. Holy crap, thank goodness I wasn't on the battlefield. That girl really knows how to embarrass me. He accepted the call, and an impossibly delicate face appeared on the screen. Dad, why did you let Qiniao run off to the battlefield? This is madness. Ah, the kid just missed her parents. I couldn't say no, Lu Hushing chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Jia Yan, are you hurt on the front lines? Are you hungry? Have you? Dad, don't worry. I'm perfectly fine on the front lines. Before Lu Hushing could finish his spiel, Lu Chaoyan cut him off. I'm sending Qin Yao back. The enemy could launch a full-scale attack at any moment. It's not safe for her here. Why not let her stay with you for a few days? The new city isn't necessarily safe either. Lu Hushing hurriedly persuaded her. Stay for 4 or 5 days before coming back. What do you think? Did you secretly bring an old lady home? Lu Chaoyan fixed her beautiful eyes on Lu Hushing and suddenly asked with deadpan seriousness, let me think. Could it be Aunt Lu from the nursing home who always dances with you at the square? Chapter 32, Grandmaster Realm I, Lu Hushing, have returned. What on earth are you talking about? Your old man is 88, what could he possibly do? Lu Hushing was speechless. My old comrades from the army told me something might happen in Xinqing soon. It's not as safe as the front lines. This should be resolved within a week. Dad, you contacted those uncles and brothers? Lu Chaoyan's heart leapt with joy. All these years, Lu Hushing had never reached out to his old comrades. She knew he'd been stuck on some emotional hurdle he couldn't overcome. Now that he was suddenly bringing it up. Could it be? The old misunderstandings have been cleared up. I've let it go, Lu Hushing said with a touch of emotion. Some things are complicated and hard to explain to you. We'll talk about it later. I'm just glad you found peace. We'll have a 2-week break soon. Qin Yao and I will come back to accompany you to visit Mom and pay respects to my brother. Lu Chaoyan said with a smile. Dad, take care of yourself. Alright, just make sure you both come back alive. Lu Hushing waved his hand dismissively. After exchanging a few more words with Meng Qinyao, he finally ended the video call. He'd wait until they returned to tell them about his recovery. At his age, rushing off to fight again, it would be no wonder if Chaoyan scolded him. After searching around, Lu Hushing chose the highest peak in the new city, Chaofeng Mountain, for his cultivation. At the foot of this towering peak lay a vast park. Though it was already afternoon, many people remained, most of them engaged in cultivation. These youthful faces carried hopes for the future, each aspiring to master their arts and one day become mighty warriors who would bring glory to their nation and repel foreign invaders. A girl with a very clean-cut appearance was practicing breathing exercises with her classmates. Seeing Lu Hushing preparing to climb the mountain, she immediately urged, Old sir, are you going to climb the mountain? Yes, I'm going up to take a look. But this mountain is over 2,000 meters high. At your age, it wouldn't be good if something happened. You really should think twice. Nonsense. This old man is still as sturdy as an ox. Still, you should take care of yourself. Shall I carry you up? At this, everyone nearby burst into laughter. Young lady, you've got a wicked sense of humor. With your petite frame, do you really think you could carry this old man weighing over 140 pounds? This old man is so ungrateful. People are kindly warning you, yet you refuse to listen. If you really get hurt falling down, who among us here could take responsibility for that? Young lady, mind your own business. Old crooks like him are experts at swindling people. Don't you fear being fleeced until you're penniless? Kindness is a beautiful quality, but some people simply don't deserve it. Everyone, just leave him be. He's clearly overstepping his bounds. If he falls and dies, it's his own misfortune. The girl's face flushed crimson at their words. She immediately retorted angrily, how can you all be so heartless? Old man. That old man's moving so fast? Everyone immediately looked over. Lu Hushing moved like lightning, practically leaping several steps at a time. In just a few breaths, he'd surged hundreds of meters ahead and vanished from sight. For a moment, everyone present was utterly speechless, unable to believe their eyes. Holy crap, that old man is insane. Dozens of meters per stride? Could this old man be a powerful martial artist? Even a 5th-rank martial artist couldn't match that speed. He's nearly 90 years old and still possesses such strength. What must he have been like in his youth? 9th grade, or even? Holy crap, I just called him an old geezer. He won't come back and slap me to death, will he? The girl bit her lip and scrambled up the mountain. Seeing this, the others hurried after her. Lu Hushing had already reached the summit, over 2,500 meters above sea level. Many cultivators were practicing there. Though they sensed his arrival, they paid him no mind. Lu Hushing promptly sought out a quiet spot, swallowed 5 blood-reviving crystals, and immediately began his cultivation while activating his cultivation buff. The vital energy transformed from the blood-reviving crystals surged like a raging tide under the rhythm of his breath, violently crashing against the barriers of his meridians. Instantly, his entire body ached. Beads of sweat as large as beans rolled down his forehead, and his face contorted in agony. This hurts worse than body forging. Lu Hushing muttered under his breath. With each breath, the air felt like a sharp blade slicing through his throat straight to his dantian. Every pore on his body opened wide, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Spiritual energy and vital blood complemented each other, circulating ceaselessly through his body. As his cultivation deepened, a peculiar dark red hue began to emerge from his dantian. Soon, golden light spread slowly outward from its center like the dawn's first rays. This light grew ever brighter, like a blazing golden sun illuminating his entire meridian system. Under the golden radiance, the dark red vital energy began a slow metamorphosis. Impurities were gradually expelled from his body, materializing as wisps of black mist that spewed from his pores. Damn it! I never expected this cultivation session would purge the impurities accumulated in my body over the past 30 years, equivalent to the bone marrow cleansing ritual when transitioning from low-level martial arts to high-level martial arts. As the energy cycle continued to circulate, thick clouds rapidly gathered in the once azure sky, slowly coalescing into a colossal vortex. From within the vortex, a thick golden beam of light pierced the clouds like a sharp sword, shooting straight toward Lu Husheng. Simultaneously, the golden energy within his body surged like a flood, breaking through the barriers of the run and do meridians, rushing wildly through his channels. Boom! A thunderous explosion sent ripples of tremors through the entire Fengming Mountain, causing all cultivating martial artists to turn their gaze toward the commotion. Could it be someone attempting to break through to the grandmaster realm? Golden light spread outward like a tidal wave around Lu Husheng's body, forming a vast golden halo. Within the halo, golden currents danced like soaring dragons, emitting waves of dragon roars that resonated with the phoenix cries hidden within the mountain winds, creating a scene of dragon and phoenix in flight. Hum! The next instant, a faint sound exploded within Lu Husheng's body. The qi and blood within him had completely transformed into golden true qi, leaving not even a trace of qi and blood within his meridians. In just one short hour, not only had he undergone a profound purification of his meridians and marrow, but he had also directly broken through to the grandmaster realm, instantly restoring himself to the peak of his youth. This sensation, Master Realm I, Lu Husheng, have returned. At that moment, rustling sounds came from all around. The surrounding cultivators had all rushed over, joined by the group of junior martial artists from below, eager to catch a glimpse of the grandmaster's presence. To avoid alerting the military forces in the new city before dealing with them, Lu Husheng leapt backward from the peak summit. Chapter 33, Return to the Nursing Home. Elders Guard He Shang. That old gentleman is incredibly powerful. He actually triggered a celestial anomaly just now, definitely a grandmaster level expert. If he can break through to the grandmaster realm at his age, what excuse do we have not to strive harder? We should take this old gentleman as our role model. He achieved it in just 1 hour. I've never heard of a grandmaster breaking through so effortlessly. This old gentleman is no ordinary man. How can I put it? I'm utterly speechless. I missed my chance to speak with the old grandmaster. This is the regret of my life. Sniffle, sniffle. Dozens of people gathered around the roof, staring at the spot where Lu Husheng had vanished without a trace. The air was thick with the sound of people beating their chests in frustration, many utterly terrified. After all, the grandmaster was already approaching the pinnacle of human strength. To have dared to mock him, how audacious. Would the old grandmaster return to kill me? By the time Lu Husheng returned to the villa, night had fallen. Chen Xiong and Su Xiaomai had been waiting inside the villa for quite some time after receiving his message. Sir Grandpa Lu, how's the investigation going? Lu Husheng nodded slightly, getting straight to the point. The military chief and his faction are secretly conducting a ritual. The reason the Great Ape King suddenly halted his assault on Xuanwu City is because of him. Chen Xiong explained immediately. Rumor has it that the military chief and others, with the aid of the alien race, have constructed an altar. 2 days from now is the city lord's birthday. They plan to activate the altar at the city lord's residence, sacrificing millions of citizens of the new city to open a spatial gate. This will allow the Great Ape King's millions of troops to descend directly upon the new city. Lu Husheng's body trembled. What a diabolical plan! Recalling the Wang family's mention of 3 days, it all seemed meticulously planned. Once the Wang family destroyed all major stations and transportation hubs across Huaxia, the Great Ape King would descend upon the new city, catching Huaxia completely off guard. Well done, Great Ape King. You've grown clever, playing tactical games now. In that case, we'll expose the military chief's conspiracy on the city lord's birthday and make their plan fail miserably. Lu Husheng declared in a deep voice. Our Huaxia is not to be trifled with. Grandpa Lu, there's one more thing. Su Xiaomai suddenly whispered. They discovered you were staying at the new city nursing home before. It's now under military occupation. Those soldiers gather the elderly residents daily for interrogation, making their lives miserable. Su Xiaomai reported. But surprisingly, they're all incredibly loyal. Not a single one has revealed anything about you. Those old folks are surprisingly loyal. Alright, then we'll head to the new city nursing home first and take care of that entire garrison. Lu Husheng declared without hesitation. They dare lay a finger on my old comrades? Are they even soldiers? With that, Lu Husheng headed straight for the nursing home. The soldier guarding the entrance, upon seeing Lu Husheng, impatiently barked, the new city nursing home has been taken over by the military. You can't come in to visit the elderly here. Get lost. Is this how you soldiers treat an old man like me? Lu Husheng frowned. Didn't they teach you to respect elders in the army? Surely your parents taught you to honor the elderly? My parents taught me to respect elders, but they never said I should respect old farts like you who try to lecture everyone they meet. One soldier sneered. But my commander taught me that the only way to deal with old farts like you is with force. With that, he strode forward and swung a punch straight at Lu Hushing's cheek. Lu Hushing's expression turned icy. A single backhand sent the soldier spinning 3 or 4 times on the spot, dazed. You dare attack a soldier? Another man's face turned pale as he immediately drew his pistol, aiming it at Lu Hushing. Old man, raise your hands and get down on the ground. You're under arrest. Is that so? Come on, shoot me right here. Lu Hushing sneered mockingly, pointing to his heart. Shall I walk right up to you before you pull the trigger? Old Biden, you've had enough of living. The soldier, enraged beyond control, pulled the trigger. Anyway, this old fool wasn't cooperating and even struck first. Even if he was shot dead, no one would dare hold anyone accountable. Bang! The gunshot rang out and the soldier froze in place. The bullet had suspended itself a mere centimeter from Lu Hushing's body before plopping to the ground with a thud. The entire projectile bore the marks of striking a solid object. A martial artist, a high-grade martial artist? This old geezer was practically 6 feet under, yet he was still a martial artist above the 7th rank? Had he just kicked a steel plate? Soldiers from the nursing home rushed out at the commotion. The junior officer in charge sized up Lu Hushing. What the hell is going on? Your men not only barred my entry, but cursed at me and fired shots. Lu Hushing said, his eyelids drooping. Officer, tell me, is this how a soldier should behave? My soldiers don't take orders from you, the petty officer roared. Whoever you are, get into that nursing home now and enjoy the same treatment as those old farts. Fine. Lu Hushing said nothing more and immediately entered the nursing home. Inside, over 100 elderly men and women were gathered in the main hall. Dark circles ringed their eyes, and many were hooked up to oxygen tanks. They clearly hadn't been treated well lately. Old Lu, why are you back? Someone panicked upon seeing him. We protected you by never revealing anything about you. This is like walking straight into a trap. The moment I returned to New City, I heard about the hardships you endured for me. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Lu Hushing said with a smile. After all these years together, we're family now. Could I really hide like a turtle? Don't forget I'm the man who slapped the great ape king into a fight. What a time to be bragging, sneered the lieutenant, unable to contain his scorn. You old fool, you actually dared to walk right into our trap. I admire your courage, but now you're coming with me to see the commander. Take him away. I'll see who dares. As the soldiers moved to seize him, a group of elderly men and women immediately rushed forward to shield Lu Hushing. When old Lu clashed with the Zhou family, it was to rid us of that cancer, Zhou Zhongchen. He did it for us. We won't let you take him away. Old Lu is our elder brother. We're family, we share blessings and bear misfortune together. Sir, you just want to find the one who killed Zhou Jintao and his son, right? I'll take the blame for that crime. Don't make things difficult for brother Lu. If you're taking him, take us all. Otherwise, you'll have to step over our dead bodies. Chapter 34, Priceless Treasures Given to the Elders? Looking at this group of old comrades, Lu Hushing couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Many in today's society lack the loyalty shown by this group of elderly men nearing the end of their lives. Lu Hushing couldn't help but sigh, Gentlemen, I appreciate your kindness, but have you forgotten that I once crushed even a 6th-rank martial artist? Why would I fear them? Old fool, our commander is a grandmaster-level powerhouse. Not some lowly martial artist like you can compare to, the small leader sneered. If the commander didn't have urgent matters to attend to, do you think you'd have been able to run around for so long? Everyone's going to die anyway. Today, I'll send you old fools on your way first. With that, over 20 soldiers raised their pistols, intending to slaughter everyone in the nursing home. Commander! The new city nursing home was built at the city lord's urging. Even though military and political powers are separate, you can't touch us without consulting the city lord first. The director stepped forward in alarm. What you're doing is murder. That's between our military leader and the city lord, the lieutenant sneered. Once you're all dead, it won't matter if the city lord wants to investigate. With that, the lieutenant waved his hand. All the soldiers pulled the triggers simultaneously. Gunfire erupted throughout the hall, sending the elderly residents into a frenzy of screams. What stunned everyone, however, was that every single bullet seemed to float mid-air, causing not the slightest harm to the elderly. Is this a miracle? Taichuanhua's tightly shut eyes fluttered open. Witnessing this phenomenon, her body trembled. It's Brother Lu. Brother Lu saved us? Old Lu, what level of cultivation do you possess? So many bullets, and you managed to intercept every single one? Are you some kind of war god? Brother Lu, you're amazing. I still cherish that square dance we did together. I'd love to partner with you again. That you came back to rescue us from this hell makes all the suffering we endured worth it. Kill them all. Avenge us. The entire hall erupted in excitement. Everyone was ecstatic. Some elderly women practically wanted to rush up and kiss Lu Hushing. In their youth, they'd always longed for a peerless hero to arrive on a rainbow cloud to marry them. Now, in their twilight years, they'd actually encountered one. Lu Husheng, wasn't he the ideal life partner? But Lu Husheng merely smiled faintly, his gaze cold as he addressed the crowd. I never wish to harm my own men. Yet you have crossed my line. Now you must learn your lesson. With that, a series of puff sounds echoed as every bullet bounced back, striking the legs of the soldiers who had fired. The hall erupted in screams as all the soldiers except the small leader were instantly incapacitated. You dare attack soldiers? The lieutenant panicked. He'd assumed these old men would be easy to control, a few threats would scare the crap out of them. But who could have predicted this outcome? Who could have imagined that the elderly killer who had already slain 2 military experts would dare return? As the ringleader, you must die. Lu Husheng gave the lieutenant no chance to speak, ending his wicked life with a single flick of his finger. Old Lu, well done. The crowd applauded enthusiastically. These bastards have been tormenting us old folks all this time. Old comrades, I never imagined this would drag you into trouble. You've suffered these past days. Lu Husheng waved his hand. I have a small restoring pill here. Director, melt it down and let everyone have some. A minor restoration pill? The headmaster's body trembled. That priceless, top-tier healing elixir everyone fights tooth and nail for in the martial world? At this, the elders crowded around. I've seen it on TV. That's a treasure worth tens of millions and you're just going to dissolve it for us to drink? Old Lu, this is too generous. Even if we pooled all our fortunes, we couldn't afford this. Could you have truly become a grandmaster? Achieving that at your age? Holy crap, did you really participate in the Battle of Xuanwu City 30 years ago? I remember the one who led the human warriors against the Great Ape King was also named Lu Husheng. Could it really be the same person? Lu Husheng shrugged slightly, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Guys, you didn't really think I was just bragging, did you? I was simply recounting the facts of my past experiences, those were my journals. That single sentence sent shockwaves through everyone present. No one believed a word Lu Husheng said. Everyone dismissed it as bragging after all, they all believed that Lu Husheng was dead. The authorities had never reported on him again. But then, the dean dashed off to Rongshui. Even if they could only get a single cup of water, drinking it would undoubtedly cure any injury or illness. This was an incredible opportunity for their bodies to transform. Half an hour later, the entire nursing home was buzzing with renewed vitality. Their bodies seemed to rival those of young men. Everyone crowded around Lu Husheng, their gratitude overflowing. I just drank it, and my chronic stomach ailment vanished. It's nothing short of a miracle cure. I can hardly believe such a miraculous medicine exists in this world. No wonder it's called priceless, it truly lives up to its name. Old Lu, I don't know how to repay this kindness. How about I open my 20-year-old reserve tonight to celebrate? Brother Lu, may I ask you to dance with me again? Detected host rescuing elderly residents at nursing home. Merit points plus 1,000. Hearing the system's voice, Lu Husheng smiled faintly. After finally shaking off everyone's enthusiastic attention, the director leaned in and whispered, I reported our situation to the city lord immediately. However, he is currently preparing for his birthday banquet. His subordinates feared distracting him and Haven T informed him yet. I knew it was for that reason. But those politicians probably still don't grasp the gravity of the situation. How dare they keep everything hidden? Lu Husheng shook his head slightly before speaking. For now, don't report this matter externally. Detain these soldiers temporarily, but don't confiscate their communication devices. I'll have Shamai make them believe everything is normal, allowing them to communicate with the outside world as usual. Understood. I'll have the guards handle it immediately. The warden nodded repeatedly. But this is a life or death matter. What if the military decides to hold us accountable? Rest assured. Once the city lord's birthday banquet concludes, the military will have no further business in New City. Lu Husheng laughed unconcernedly. But you'd best keep this confidential, don't mention it to anyone. Rest assured, I'm the tightest-lipped person around. The director immediately patted his chest. Then, sir. I'll stay in a private room in the luxury section for now. We'll discuss further in a couple of days. Lu Husheng placed a hand on the director's shoulder. Little Lu, we've known each other this long. You must tell me about anything going forward. Why be so formal with me? Yes. I've learned my lesson this time. The director grinned widely, nodding repeatedly. I promise I won't let you down. With the director's assurance, Lu Husheng finally felt at ease. To ensure the sacrifice ceremony in 2 days went flawlessly, the military leader would surely summon top experts. He himself needed to prepare as well. Chapter 35, Rebuilding the Lu family army. Lu Husheng's plan. Sir, you're amazing. Chen Xiong and Su Xiaomai rushed over to report. Chen Xiong was already captivated by Lu Husheng's charisma. Just now, those old men and women were all completely smitten by you. After you left, one old lady kept insisting she'd only marry you. Su Xiaomai nodded vigorously, grinning as she added, it totally flustered some old man named Su Daqiang. He kept yelling Kai Chunhua, my darling. Ha ha ha. They're all good old buddies I can confide in. I risked being discovered early by the military leader to rescue them from their misery. Lu Husheng laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively. Alright, there's something I need to discuss with you both. At these words, both men grew serious. Lu Husheng produced the commander's seal and declared solemnly, the commander-in-chief has entrusted me with the 7th seal, the peerless national hero seal, authorizing me to rebuild the Lu family army. Are you two willing to join? You mean, that one? The pair gasped, their expressions turning solemn and reverent. That man 30 years ago, he was the foremost figure in the military, the Grand Marshal commanding all troops. Every city commander fell under his jurisdiction. He was a true powerhouse of immense capability. If Lu Husheng laid the foundation for repelling foreign invaders from China, then he was the decisive force that drove them back. He deserved the reverence of all Huaxia people. Lu Husheng nodded firmly. Precisely. Sir, I was once a lowly soldier in the Lu family army. Now that it's being rebuilt, I must be the first to return to duty. Grandfather Lu, my grandfather fought shoulder to shoulder with you in battle. As your granddaughter, how could I not join the Lu family army? The two exchanged a glance, immediately saluted Lu Husheng with a military salute, and declared solemnly. Excellent. Then contact the old troops from back then. Anyone willing to return to the fold is always welcome by me, Lu Husheng. Lu Husheng declared decisively. Additionally, personnel from other cities and battlefronts once matters here in New City are settled must also be redeployed to the Lu family army. New City is the first gateway after Xuanwu City. By gathering our forces here, we can swiftly reinforce Xuanwu whenever needed. After all, the Great Ape King's long-brewed conspiracy has been shattered. He'll surely lash out desperately and launch a massive assault on Xuanwu. Both men nodded in agreement. After plotting for so long, only to have their schemes thwarted one by the humans, it would be no wonder if the alien race went mad with rage. Shen Shong, how's the investigation I assigned you progressing? Lu Husheng shifted the topic abruptly. My men have detected alien presence at multiple locations outside the city. To ensure absolute success for this operation, the military leader has relocated several small secret realms harboring aliens within 30 kilometers of New City. Should any disturbance occur within the city walls, all aliens will likely pour out en masse and flood into New City. Chen Chong's expression hardened once more. At least 2/3 of the military are loyal to the commander-in-chief. The remaining third won't dare make a move either. Now they have motivation to act. Lu Husheng handed the commander's seal to Chen Chong. Tell me the locations of those small secret realms outside the city. By the morning after tomorrow, before the city lord's banquet begins, I'll go eliminate them first. Yes, sir. Shen Chong immediately saluted. During this lull, Lu Husheng reviewed the body forging techniques required for the grandmaster realm. His previous Ling Mai forging heaven technique couldn't sustain grandmaster level combat, leaving him vulnerable defensively. Moreover, during battle, when true qi raced through his meridians, his physical body functioning as a cauldron lacked sufficient strength. He risked exploding from the strain. Soon, Lu Husheng discovered an S-grade body tempering technique suited to him in the exchange mall, the Inferno Prison bone refining technique. However, exchanging it required 5,000 merit points. Whether he could accumulate that much after handling the new city's affairs remained uncertain. System, you gotta step up. Lu Husheng stretched lazily. This time, I can't end up half dead and dormant for 30 years like last time. Rest assured, host. The system will fulfill your need to show off and guarantee sustained bragging rights. The system's words left Lu Husheng speechless. Is this showing off? I'm dedicating my life to the human race, serving until my dying breath. Still, with the system's promise, he reckoned he could redeem this S-grade body forging technique once the new city incident concluded. He couldn't wait for the day after tomorrow to arrive. In the military conference room of New City, the commander sat at the center, coldly surveying the high-ranking officers seated on either side. A woman spoke softly, Commander, our surveillance captured a figure. Based on Zhao Baichuan's assessment, it's confirmed to be Lu Husheng, the one who slipped away earlier. That old bastard killed 2 of our top military experts and now dares to return? The military leader's expression turned icy. We suspect his return is connected to our plan, the woman continued. The situation now is that we don't know his intentions, and we haven't detected his whereabouts yet. If he shows up the day after tomorrow to disrupt things, then he's merely a decrepit old fool. Didn't Zhao Baichuan assess him as only a 7th-rank cultivator capable of briefly unleashing 8th-rank power? He's hardly a threat. The military leader pondered for a moment. What's the situation at the nursing home? I just checked with our people stationed there. Everything appears normal, the woman replied promptly. But they're stubborn as mules. Even after enduring some suffering, they still haven't revealed anything. Since Lu Husheng has returned, our people at the new city nursing home serve no purpose. Recall them, the military leader stated calmly. Our immediate priority remains the blood sacrifice ceremony the day after tomorrow. It must proceed flawlessly. Otherwise, the entire new city military will be finished. Apart from the uncertainty surrounding Lu Hushing, everything else is under control, the woman replied with a smile. This time, I'm confident there won't be any complications. Good. Let's review the operation for the day after tomorrow. The military leader nodded slightly before beginning to issue orders. After the meeting, the woman immediately contacted the personnel stationed at the nursing home, intending to recall them. However, after prolonged attempts with no response, a sense of foreboding gripped her. She promptly led a squad of soldiers on a high-speed dash to the nursing home. Sure enough, not a single soldier remained. The nursing home had reverted to its previous state, with the elderly residents even dancing to square dance music. Commander Wang. The director sent a message to Lu Hushing before jogging over with the nursing home leadership. If you need anything, just give me a shout. No need to trouble yourself with the trip. Director, are you playing dumb with me? Wang Liyuan frowned, her expression darkening. I had hoped for better from you, but to think you'd harbor a military fugitive, you deserve to die. Without giving the director a chance to explain, Wang Liyuan fired a shot straight into his forehead. Chapter 36, Winning over Wang Liyuan, the whereabouts of the city lord's family. I'm done for. The director's hair stood on end. He even closed his eyes and hunched his body, but the sensation of being shot never came. Confused, he opened his eyes. There, suspended just 20 centimeters from his body, was the bullet seemingly blocked by something before it clattered to the floor with a sharp clink. Wang Liyuan's beautiful eyes widened in utter disbelief. Her gaze then shifted past the dean to Lu Hushing standing behind him. Lu Hushing strode forward, his face dark with anger. This is the new city nursing home. It was built under the city lord's supervision. This isn't your military territory. How dare you come here and cause trouble? You're Lu Hushing? Wang Liyuan appraised him with a cold sneer. Then let me tell you this, the military in New City wants to keep the government under its thumb. In New City, the military calls the shots. And you, Lu Hushing, not only killed military experts like Zhou Jintao and Long Tan, but now you dare obstruct military law enforcement? You're piling crime upon crime, you're heading straight for death. By you? Lu Hushing laughed. You old fool, you really think you're something special. Wang Liyuan's brows furrowed, her blood boiling. In New City, there's never been anyone I, Wang Liyuan, wanted dead that I couldn't kill. With that, her body transformed into a crimson streak of light, hurtling fiercely toward Lu Hushing. Like a bullet, she was halted midair just 50 centimeters from Lu Hushing by a golden blow, unable to advance further. The two daggers in her hands snapped with a sharp crack. Grandmaster realm? Wang Liyuan's expression changed drastically. She had suspected Lu Hushing might be a 9th-rank martial artist, and as a 9th rank herself, she believed she could severely wound him in a surprise attack. Yet she had underestimated him. He was at the Grandmaster realm, the same level as a military commander. How could she possibly fight him now? Boom! In the next instant, the surrounding air violently contracted. Every soldier in Wang Liyuan's squad lay writhing on the ground, bones shattered, screaming in agony. Wang Liyuan's pupils contracted sharply as she lost all combat capability. There was no way around it. The gap between 9th rank and Grandmaster wasn't just a chasm, it was the distance between Earth and the Moon. You old bastard, you deserve to die. Wang Liyuan gasped, wiping blood from her lips. But don't gloat. You, all of you, will die soon. And it'll be a miserable death. Interested in joining me? Becoming part of the Lu family army? Lu Hushing suddenly changed the subject. The Lu family army? Wang Liyuan froze, then sneered, old fart, you think you're joking? You, some old geezer fresh out of a nursing home, think you have the right to even utter the name Lu family army? Do you know why you're still alive? Because you remind me of an old friend, Wang Lingfeng. You knew my mother. Wang Liyuan's body trembled, unable to believe this revelation. Wang Lingfeng, the sole female commander under Lu Hushing, the Hammer King of the Western Frontier, had fallen in battle 30 years prior. It was her influence that had inspired Wang Liyuan to become a martial artist and a soldier. One thing puzzles me, Lu Hushing said gravely. Your mother was a hero who slew the alien race and sacrificed herself for humanity. As her descendant, you aid the tyrant, willing to sacrifice the citizens of Xinjiang to assist the military leader in his blood sacrifice ritual, summoning the alien race? So you knew all along, while we were kept in the dark. Wang Liyuan stared at Lu Hushing in disbelief, then seemed to lose all strength as she continued, I just couldn't accept it. Why was my mother's sacrifice never mentioned, never remembered, while those officials became the heroes? Besides, Mr. Snake promised me that once this is done, my mother's spirit will be guided back, and I'll get to see her one last time. Foolish. Lu Hushing snapped angrily. Your mother fought the alien race for our humankind. She killed 34,768 of them back then. We've been mortal enemies for ages. Even if her spirit could be guided out, do you really think she'd cooperate with the aliens and let them lead her out? Moreover, who says no one remembers your mother's sacrifice? Her military achievements are all recorded and stored in the highest level military vault's classified archives. The reason no one speaks of it is because that great battle at Xuanwu City laid the foundation for the alien race's retreat. Those in power feared they might harbor grudges and harm the descendants of the warriors who fought, so it has always been kept secret. Since you know me, you must also know how my wife and son died, right? Wang Liyuan froze. She hadn't considered the deeper implications at the time. Lu Huxing's words now brought her back to her senses. Her mother had sworn eternal enmity against the alien race. How could she possibly have been guided by them? I was so overwhelmed with excitement by the news back then that I completely failed to see this point. For a moment, Wang Liyuan was overcome with tears. If anyone can guide the heroic spirits here, it should be us, the Chinese people. Lu Huxing continued. I promise you this, once I master the method to guide the heroic spirits, I will bring your mother here. I will reunite you both. What do you want me to do? Wang Liyuan took several deep breaths, striving to steady her emotions before asking. It's simple, Lu Huxing replied decisively. Tell me the general's plan, then return and work with me from within. Once this is over, we'll rejoin the Lu family army and fight the Great Ape King. Agreed. Wang Liyuan nodded without hesitation. Immediately, Wang Liyuan revealed everything to Lu Huxing. He finally understood why the city lord had never questioned the military's actions, why he'd even hosted a birthday banquet. It was all because the military chief had kidnapped the city lord's wife and children. The chief had promised to release them only if the city lord held the banquet as scheduled and refrained from interfering with the military's affairs. Do you know where the city lord's wife and children are? I do. I led the men who abducted them, Wang Liyuan replied in a low voice, feeling somewhat guilty. But I didn't harm them. They're hidden in a small secret realm outside the city, guarded by the alien race. Good. You may return now. I will rescue the city lord's family myself, Lu Huxing ordered immediately. Be careful not to make any mistakes. Protect yourself. Yes, sir. Old master, this woman isn't a good person either. Why did you absorb her? The dean asked in confusion. Aren't you afraid she'll ruin your plans? Wang Liyuan isn't inherently evil, she's merely been misled. Besides, she's the child of one of my subordinates, Lu Huxing said with a sigh. And a 9th rank at over 30, it's simply. This is a prodigy. Consider that even a promising talent like Long Zhanshan only reached 7th rank in his early 40s. Once properly trained, her merits in slaying the alien races will far outweigh the bloodshed she once caused. Detected host persuading others toward virtue, attempting to turn Wang Liyuan. Merit points plus 1000. Chapter 37, The Enemy of the Crimson Shadow Wolf Clan. No mercy until death. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the third day dawned. The city lord's birthday banquet was scheduled for noon. Lu Huxing slipped out of the city, bringing Su Xiaomai to a small secret realm. Guarding this place was a pack of wolves, red shadow wolves. Sensing human presence, dozens of crimson shadow wolves charged forward, surrounding the pair. Their howling caused Su Xiaomai's delicate brows to furrow. Grandpa Lu, these are actually 5th and 6th grade alien creatures. If all the creatures in these small secret realms are this powerful, the soldiers in the new city won't stand a chance against them. That's precisely why we must eliminate these minions before the main show begins. Lu Huxing declared, hurling his dragon-shattering hammer with tremendous force. A thunderous roar erupted as the hammer struck, yet it never even touched the wolves. The mere burst of purple celestial lightning and primordial dragon aura radiating from the weapon stripped them of their combat ability, causing them to explode instantly. The hammer didn't stop, charging relentlessly forward until it slammed into the trunk of a giant tree. The residual force erupted into a shockwave, sending thousands of crimson shadow wolves flying. Even the sky above the micro-realm cracked, threatening to collapse at any moment. The next second, the dust parted to reveal a man dressed elegantly yet bearing wolfish features. His composed expression froze upon spotting Lu Huxing. He seemed uncertain, pulling a photograph from his breast pocket for a careful comparison before grinding out, Lu Huxing. Am I that famous? The Crimson Shadow Wolf Clan has my little fanboy carrying my photo around? Lu Huxing stared at the wolfman in surprise, frantically searching his pockets. But I don't have a pen on me, so I can't sign it for you. Sign for me? The werewolf's chest bowtie nearly exploded with rage. You old bastard. 30 years ago, you killed our clan's king. You dragged the Crimson Shadow Wolf Clan down to 3rd-rate status among the alien tribes. Even when we attacked your blue star, we were sent here as cannon fodder. All because of you. Oh whoa. Hearing the werewolf's words, thousands of crimson shadow wolves throughout the secret realm let out mournful howls to the heavens, as if crying out to the sky about their injustice. Lu Huxing gave an awkward chuckle. I sympathize with your plight and regret what happened, but as far as I know, your red shadow wolf tribe had a massive army of 300,000. Only a few thousand are here now. How exactly does that make you cannon fodder? The remaining 200,000 troops have been deployed as the Great Ape King's vanguard. They'll arrive in the new city through the spacetime portal in 5 hours, the werewolf roared hoarsely. You old bastard. Our entire clan's life mission is to kill you and avenge our king. Now we finally get our chance. As he spoke, the wolfman's hands transformed into crimson wolf claws, lunging toward Lu Huxing with lightning speed. In an instant, the werewolf sensed something amiss. Before he could even reach Lu Hushing, he stumbled backward. With a mere flick of Lu Hushing's wrist, he was hurled hundreds of meters away, crashing into a giant tree that shook violently, widening the crack in the sky significantly. How is this possible? My strength. Staring at his own claws, the werewolf's face twisted in utter disbelief. Su Xiaomai grinned mischievously. Sorry, but the moment I entered this little secret realm, I started poisoning you. Your strength is drastically reduced now, you're barely a fraction of your former combat power. But I'm an 8th rank cultivator. So what? Even grandmasters are affected by my little poison master's skills. Little poison master. Descendant of the jade-faced poison master. The werewolf sneered coldly, struggling to his feet. It matters not. We can burn our life force to kill every last one of you. Pay with your lives. As he spoke, the werewolf and all the crimson shadow wolves began burning crimson vital energy, charging toward Lu Hushing and his companion. Lu Hushing sneered with disdain. With a sweeping gesture, the dragon-shattering hammer flew into his grasp. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in its wake. Violet celestial thunderbolts, like whips, extended hundreds of meters. Any crimson shadow wolf struck by the purple lightning was instantly obliterated. By the time the hammer returned to Lu Hushing's hand, only the werewolf remained alive. The werewolf's eyes bulged with fury. In this world, nothing was more agonizing than having your enemy before you yet being powerless to exact vengeance. Every alien race knew that years ago, Lu Hushing had been gravely wounded by the Great Ape King's killing intent, left barely clinging to life. So why was he not only unharmed, but had grown even stronger? What fairness existed in this world? I'll fight you to the death. Plunged into utter despair, the werewolf's body began to swell and grow larger as he charged violently toward Lu Hushing. A suicide attack? Lu Hushing smiled faintly. His dragon-shattering hammer swept upward with a fierce strike, landing squarely on the creature. It was blasted hundreds of meters away before exploding into pieces. Yet, it only left a massive crater in the ground, causing no harm to Lu Hushing or his companions. Surveying the devastation before them, Su Xiaomai gained a deeper appreciation for Lu Hushing's power. Grandpa Lu, you're so incredibly strong. Your hammer could practically be called Thor's hammer. Ha ha ha. Thor's hammer is but a younger brother compared to Grandpa's hammer. Lu Hushing roared with laughter, his body splitting into countless shadowy figures that darted through the mini-realm before coalescing back into his original form. Those bastards. They actually trapped them inside this giant tree. Grandpa Lu, what kind of tree is this? Why does damaging it cause cracks in the sky? Su Xiaomai had been dying to ask. If this tree is destroyed, will the entire micro-realm collapse? The alien race possesses a world tree. This giant tree is its seed. The small secret realm evolved alongside the tree's growth. If the giant tree is damaged, this realm will collapse. Lu Hushing patiently explained. Xiaomai, wait outside first. If I break through the giant tree to rescue someone, you might not have time to escape and get trapped in the collapsing secret realm. Alright, please be careful. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Su Xiaomai dared not refuse and hurriedly left. Lu Hushing circled the giant tree once, then called through the crack just blasted open by the dragon-shattering hammer. Lady City Master, are you alright? Did the city lord send someone to rescue us? An excited voice echoed from within at the greeting. We've been trapped here for nearly half a month, hurry and get us out. 3 people? Lu Hushing was startled. Breaking through the giant tree with brute force and rescuing 2 people before the collapse of the small secret realm had already been pushing the limits. He hadn't expected the city lord's wife to have given birth to 2 children. This was going to be a bit tricky. Are you still there? There should be a door outside. We were shoved through a small opening when we were locked in, the city lord's wife continued. Save us, and I'll have the city lord grant you a high official position. Chapter 38, in the nick of time, rescuing the city lord's wife. Is this really about a high-ranking position? Lu Hushing pursed his lips slightly, glancing up at the sky riddled with cracks. He scanned the giant tree's surface with his chi several times but found no trace of a door. It seemed that door, opened by some special method, had already fused back into the tree during this time. If only he'd asked about the method to open the giant tree's gate beforehand, then he wouldn't be so helpless now. Getting old, my mind's not what it used to be. Gazing at the freshly hammered fissure, Lu Hushing gripped his dragon-shattering hammer and sent a purple lightning bolt into the crack. Instantly, panic erupted among those trapped inside. What is this? How can there be lightning? Help! Help us! Stay exactly as you are and don't move. In a moment, I'll use brute force to break open this giant tree and carry you out. Can you do that? Lu Hushing demanded sternly. I need a definite answer. If there's any deviation, you could all die. We can do it. The city lord's wife immediately hugged the 2 children. We'll close our eyes and entrust our lives entirely to you. Good. Lu Hushing took a deep breath, instantly channeling all his true energy into the dragon-shattering hammer. Simultaneously retreating toward the secret realm's exit, he slammed the hammer viciously into the giant tree. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, followed by continuous cracking sounds from high above. The colossal tree shattered into pieces under the hammer's impact, crashing down with a thunderous crash. The nearly 1,000-meter-tall giant tree instantly sent a massive cloud of dust scattering in all directions. Combined with the collapsing sky, the entire secret realm resembled a scene from the apocalypse. The instant the hammer shattered the tree, countless purple lightning bolts coalesced into a violet sphere enveloping the three figures. As Lu Hushing retreated, they charged rapidly toward the exit. Space fragments rained down upon the purple lightning sphere, exploding with deafening booms. The sky and ground rapidly converged, the surrounding space compressing inward toward the center, a process that would ultimately cause the entire small secret realm to vanish without a trace. "Mommy, I'm scared." A 7 or 8-year-old boy curled up in the woman's arms, his eyes tightly shut, yet trembling violently at the sound of thunder and lightning. "Don't be afraid, everything will be fine." The city lord's wife forced herself to remain calm as she comforted him. "We will get out safely. Grandpa Lu." Su Xiaomai's heart clenched as she watched the flickering entrance. A full second passed before Lu Hushing burst out first. With a mighty roar, his true chi erupted anew. Gripping the dragon-shattering hammer, he yanked violently, finally pulling the purple lightning orb free just before the entrance vanished completely. Yet the space ahead began to collapse. The collapsing fragments rapidly coalesced, ultimately forming a green orb the size of a basketball. This was the former miniature realm, shrinking from a kilometer diameter to this scale in less than 2 seconds. "Grandpa Lu, this sphere, it's still compressing?" Su Xiaomai stared at the lightning orb in astonishment. "It looks dangerous." As she spoke, the orb instantly shrank. With a pop, it transformed into a blinding speck of light before vanishing entirely. Lu Hushing turned to the purple orb, which was now slowly dissipating. A strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Beside her stood a girl of 16 or 17 and a boy of 7 or 8, both still tear-streaked and visibly shaken. "You were captured by the military chief's men," Lu Hushing stated bluntly. "The military plans to sacrifice the citizens of Xinqiang at the city lord's birthday banquet this noon. They intend to welcome the alien invaders with the lives of millions, thereby seizing control of Huaxia." He continued, "The city lord is under the military chief's control and had no choice but to comply. Now that I've rescued you, he can finally rest easy." "I knew this wasn't simple." The beautiful woman gasped, her chest heaving as she struggled to rise from the ground. "Sir, thank you for rescuing us, me and my 2 daughters at your advanced age. This kindness is beyond words." "No need for thanks. I'm doing this to save the people of New City and stop the invaders," Lu Hushing said solemnly. "For now, Xiaomai will take you to the New City nursing home. Stay there until everything is settled, then the city lord will personally escort you home." "All right." The beautiful woman nodded vigorously. "We're truly indebted to this young lady." "Please, madam," Su Xiaomai said, lifting the boy into her arms as she hurried the pair toward the city center. Lu Hushing headed toward another secret realm. He had now grasped the method: no need to personally slay the alien races. Simply shattering the giant trees caused the space to collapse, eliminating them all efficiently and effortlessly. Soon, Lu Hushing entered the second small secret realm. True Chi coalesced upon his dragon-shattering hammer. As purple heavenly thunder spread outward, the hammer finally slammed violently into the giant tree. As the secret realm's space rapidly collapsed, Lu Hushing turned and departed, simultaneously withdrawing the dragon-shattering hammer. Light and easy, happy and carefree, simple and uncomplicated. Just as Lu Hushing prepared to leave, his brow suddenly furrowed. He slowly turned around to see a half-exposed, dull gray noodle-like form appearing at the vanishing entrance of the secret realm. The noodle gradually grew larger, eventually transforming into a skinny bamboo pole. Pointing at Lu Hushing, it shouted angrily, "You old turtle bastard! How dare you sneak attack?" This was the leader of the small secret realm, a master of the Earthworm clan, the tribe that had once caused Lu Hushing the most headaches. Even if chopped into pieces, as long as its head remained intact, it could survive. "Young man, you're tough as nails." Wielding his broken dragon hammer, Lu Hushing grinned amiably. "Come now, let Grandpa give you a few more blows to send you on your way. It'll save you from all this fury. Anger is bad for your health, lad. I've lived centuries, and you call me kid? I'll show you how this kid will finish you off." The Earthworm man's rage boiled over. 2 silver hammers materialized in his hands as he lunged at Lu Hushing. "If I don't beat your teeth out, I'm not the all-powerful Earthworm brother." Thud. The 9th rank powerhouse unleashed his full vitality, causing the ground within hundreds of meters to violently tremble. Yet the attack halted mere inches from Lu Hushing, unable to advance another fraction. "You old bastard," you Earthworm man's face drained of color. His chi and blood began to burn as he glared, eyes bulging, roaring, "I'll show you who's boss." Thud. Lu Hushing offered the Earthworm man a kindly smile, then extended a single finger. With a sharp flick toward its head, a thunderous crack echoed as the Earthworm man was sent flying backward. Chapter 39, the city lord and military commander confront each other, enraging the entire group. "Damn it!" The Earthworm man lay on the ground, his body zapping with electricity, more intense than any electrotherapy. "Young man, why not just join me?" Lu Hushing strolled over slowly. "Enlist in the Lu family army. Not only can you live openly among humans, but you can also fight the alien races with righteous purpose. How glorious is that? You want me to slaughter my own kind and call it glorious? The earthworm man glared at Lu Hushing, his body trembling with rage. We alien races will never be slaves. I never said you had to kill your own earthworm kind. You could slay other tribes. Lu Hushing spread his hands. Think about it, while all other alien races march in one direction, you alone choose another path. Such defiance only highlights your uniqueness, doesn't it? Young man, once you drifted with the current, now you stand above it all. You are a firework that shines with a different color. You, old Biden. I'm the most loyal one here. The earthworm man wasn't having any of Lu Hushing's nonsense. He hurled insults at him while his massive hammer clanged loudly, swinging it once more toward Lu Hushing. Wasting this old man's breath. Lu Hushing frowned, holding nothing back as he hurled his hammer at Earthworm Man. Purple thunder erupted, clinging to the dragon's shattering hammer like a bursting spiderweb. It instantly pulverized the incoming twin hammers into dust, then surged forward unstoppably, crashing into the Worm Man. I'm immortal. How dare you? The Earthworm Man's eyes bulged with rage, but before he could finish, his mouth twisted in agony. Lightning nearly turned his body purple, and cracks appeared across his skin. Purple light continuously erupted from the fissures, exploding the instant the dragon's shattering hammer struck him. I must be losing my mind, trying to turn the alien races against their own kind. Lu Hushing slapped his forehead and hurried toward the next miner's secret realm. Before the noon birthday banquet for the city lord commenced, Lu Hushing had eliminated nearly 50,000 fifth-grade alien races across 7 minor secret realms. Only then, guided by Wang Liyuan, did he enter the city lord's residence. By then, nearly all high-ranking officials from both the military and political systems had gathered, alongside prominent figures from the city's business circles. Nearly 100 banquet tables were laid out. Whether by the city lord's design or not, the military chief and his 2/3 supporters were seated together. Between them sat the military high command led by Qin Chong, followed by the political and business elites of Stark Division. However, Lu Hushing had already learned from Qin Chong that, aside from the military chief, his 8 trusted confidants were conspicuously absent. Moreover, Wang Liyuan had sent him word, this blood sacrifice was being conducted in the form of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Too bad he probably didn't realize he was about to crash and burn. As the dishes began arriving, the city lord rose slowly, then sighed. Thank you all for attending my birthday banquet. Even the military chief has honored me with his presence, a stark contrast to past years when he merely sent a small red envelope. The military commander merely smiled without comment. The city lord continued, I understand, Commander. You are dissatisfied with your current power and status. That is why you threw your pearl before swine and joined the alien race's camp. And the reason I gathered everyone here today is so that you can all die neatly in one place, thereby making the spatial rift through which the alien race descends more stable, correct? At these words, every face in the room paled. They all stared at the military leader in disbelief. No way. I always thought the commander was decent. Not long ago, he even went to the school and personally called my son up for enlistment. If the city lord dares say such things, he must have proof. But this is too shocking. If the military rebels, who could possibly survive? Damn it, Commander. Say something. Are you really going to kill us all? This birthday banquet was supposedly funded by the commander himself. Could it all be true? The city lord hastily clarified, everyone, please focus on the core issue. I'm not talking about the people in this hall. I'm talking about the entire new city, the lives of tens of millions of citizens. The military chief intends to take them all away. Bull. The military leader slammed his fist on the table, his eyes nearly bloodshot as he roared, I came here with good intentions to celebrate your birthday, and you dare slander me like this? Do you think I won't do anything to you? Everyone, you all know exactly what kind of man I am. All these years, have I ever treated any of you unfairly? Whether military, political, or merchant, recalling these years, the crowd couldn't help but nod in agreement. That's right. The military chief has always treated scholars and officials with respect. He's gentle-natured and has never done anything out of line. Could it be the city lord intends to seize control of both military and civil affairs, aiming to strip the military chief of his command? Is this why he resorted to such underhanded tactics? If that's the case, Commander, we stand firmly behind you. A balance between military and civil authority is best for New City. I stand with the military leader. Lord Mayor, this is wrong. Bull. Does that mean our city lord isn't respectful to talent or kind-hearted? That's insulting him. In an instant, both sides launched into a verbal battle. The military leader sneered coldly, rising slowly. Lord Mayor, all these years we've kept to ourselves, coexisting peacefully. I never imagined you'd slander me like this. It seems this banquet is best skipped. With that, the military commander turned to leave. The city lord is truly disappointing. Today should be your day of celebration, yet you're stirring up trouble. I'm deeply disappointed in you. The business community has received far more support from the military leader over the years than from you. Don't think I don't know who the good person is. Lord Mayor, I advise you to apologize to the military chief immediately. Otherwise, I fear I cannot remain at your birthday banquet any longer. I, Mao Zhuanggue, have lived over 70 years. My eyes aren't blind. I know perfectly well who is right and who is wrong in this matter. Seeing the military leader truly about to leave, the businessmen could no longer sit still. They rose one after another to rebuke the city lord, some stubborn old-timers even intending to stand with the military leader to the end. The city lord couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Shaking his head slightly, he said, "It's precisely because of all these stubborn old fools who refuse to see reason that so many matters become so difficult to manage. Everyone keeps asking me why I chose this moment to confront the military chief. Well, let me first explain my reasoning." With that, the city lord clapped his hands. The giant screen, which had been displaying the birthday celebration, abruptly switched to a live feed of the military leader and the city lord in conversation. Their dialogue, in particular, left everyone present stunned. Chapter 40, The 8 Trigrams Rift Array, The Beginning of the End. The two were in a relatively private room. The military leader wore a smug expression. "Lord City Master, I have your wife and children captive. Won't you agree to my demands? I cannot sacrifice the lives of tens of millions of citizens in New City to ensure the safety of my family." The city lord's face remained grim. "I may be selfish, but I am the ruler of this city. I must be responsible for my people. It's simple," the military leader said casually. "Just host a birthday banquet. Slip a sleeping potion into the food and wine to knock them all out. Leave the rest to me. I'll handle the killing. I guarantee your entire family will be safe." "Commander, you must know the consequences of betraying humanity." The city lord stared into the commander's eyes. "You don't seriously believe the alien race can conquer Blue Star, do you? Just do your job. Whether the alien race succeeds isn't your concern," the military leader snorted coldly. "Just do your job. Otherwise, your wife and children can just wait quietly for death." Hearing their exchange, everyone was stunned. Those who had just supported the military leader were particularly dumbfounded, turning to stare at him in disbelief. "Commander! I trusted you so completely, and this is how you repay us? The lives of tens of millions in New City. This goes beyond mere human treason. How dare you? Lord City Master, I admit I spoke too harshly earlier. I apologize. Traitors like the military chief deserve death. We've all misunderstood the city lord. How despicable of me to insult you earlier, utterly unforgivable. Commander, I believe you owe us an explanation now." The military chief stared at the city lord in utter disbelief. He never imagined the city lord would record all this on video and broadcast it publicly. Could someone in this world truly sacrifice his own wife and children for another? The city lord suddenly pointed at the military chief, his voice stern and righteous. "Military chief. I may not have grand ambitions, but I will never stand by and let you run amok. Today, no matter what, I will stop you. You fool! What have you done?" The military leader glared at the city lord, teeth clenched, then roared, "Attack!" In an instant, dozens of high-ranking military officials scattered, surrounding everyone present. This made it clear to all that the city lord had spoken the truth. The military chief had indeed betrayed the human race. Chen Shong cleared his throat. The remaining third of the military elite stood behind him as he approached the city lord. Fixing the military chief with a glare, he demanded, "Military chief. You colluded with alien races, plotting to sacrifice millions of New City's citizens in a blood ritual. Your crimes are unforgivable. Surrender now. Chen Shong, the military is a unified body. You are the true traitor, leading these men to side with the city lord. Chen Shong, you're playing with fire. I advise you to think carefully. Do you truly believe the city lord orchestrated all this so you could live? The 8 Trigrams Rift Array has been activated. This central location will ultimately tear apart the sky above the city lord's residence. Do you truly believe you can survive? Opposing the Great Ape King means certain death. Surrendering to the alien race is our only hope. You're the real fool." The villainous military forces erupted in fury, pointing fingers at Chen Shong and hurling insults. This provoked the righteous forces into a boiling rage, who fired back without mercy. "Enough! You traitors! Your justifications sound noble, but they're nothing but delusional fantasies. As soldiers of Huaxia, our duty is to protect our people and resist the alien beasts. You will face judgment by humanity. Behind us stand our loved ones, friends, and neighbors. Yet you seek to sacrifice them for some imagined future. Do you truly believe the alien race will cooperate with humanity? How utterly delusional. Commander, your conspiracy and all of yours will be exposed. The alien race will never come to New City. Give up that delusion. If need be, we'll fight to the death." The military leader shook his head slightly, then bellowed an order. When silence fell over the crowd, he sneered coldly, "It's far too late for such talk now. The 8 Trigrams rending void formation has begun. Everyone in the New City must die." With these words, a thunderous roar shook the earth. A layer of black clouds descended over the city, plunging it into gloom. The clouds began pressing down upon the city while tornadoes slowly descended toward the ground. The entire new city resembled a scene from the apocalypse. Outside, bewildered citizens instantly erupted into screams. Many frantically drove their cars toward the city exits, only to find all 4 gates sealed shut by the military leader's orders. Trapped like fish in a barrel, escape was impossible. The crowd had gathered outside the main hall. Staring up at the eerie spectacle in the sky, they shouted angrily, "Commander! Are you truly going to sacrifice us all? At a time like this, do you think I'm joking?" the military leader sneered. "Today, every single one of you will die." As he spoke, the commander unleashed a surge of true chi, slamming it into the ground. The earth began to collapse, quickly revealing a massive cavern beneath. There stood a colossal altar, its surface piled high with human bones, now radiating a bone-chilling aura. The 8 trigrams rift array, this is its core. I gathered you all here precisely because you are this city's elite. Your blood is the perfect offering to open the spatial passage. The military leader sneered. "City Lord, I know you held back until now to put me on public trial. Pity your cleverness has backfired. Now, no one can stop the alien race's arrival. Ha 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 ha. Is that so?" At that moment, a white-haired elder nearing a century of age stepped forward slowly. "Do you truly believe you can succeed? Who is this old man? Why is he showing up now to act all high and mighty? Does he think he can end this farce? Damn it! At a time like this, someone still thinks they're clever?" The military leader has been preparing for so long, brute force alone couldn't stop this. Everyone, attack together. There might still be a sliver of hope against the military leader. Otherwise, it will truly be too late. Old man, move aside. This isn't the time to show off your virtue. Do you think the alien race will honor the elderly like humans do? Seeing the old man, the crowd immediately grew impatient and began shouting at him. Some elderly businessmen even charged forward, intending to drag him away by force. Chapter 41, The Military Chief's Fatal Folly. The Great Ape King appears. Observing the chaos, the military leader shook his head slightly. With a burst of inner energy, he instantly sent the group of elders flying through the air. Blood spattered everywhere as they plummeted, each contributing at least a dozen liters of blood. The scene was filled with screams that echoed throughout the entire city lord's residence. Only the gaze of one old man remained fixed on the military leader. This made the military leader suddenly realize, "I remember now. You're Lu Hushing, the one who killed Zhou Jintao and Long Tan, nearly ruining my plans." "Not nearly," Lu Hushing replied coldly. "Even now, stopping you is still not too late. Boy, you must face the judgment of all humanity." As he spoke, satellites in orbit immediately began layered transmission, broadcasting everything happening in the new city and the city lord's mansion live across all of China. In an instant, outdoor screens in shopping malls, computers, televisions, and especially the smartphones in everyone's hands all began broadcasting live footage of new city. At that very moment, the military chief roared with laughter. The 8 trigram sky-splitting formation is now fully complete. The entire new city is about to be destroyed. His Majesty the Great Ape King is about to descend upon new city. How dare you, an old fossil with 1 foot already in the grave, think you can stop the Great Ape King's arrival? The camera then panned to the entire new city. Hundreds of tornadoes swirled high above, their tendrils now touching the earth. Any surface they touched was torn to shreds. Even the ground itself began to crack, faint fissures spreading across the landscape, threatening to shatter at any moment. Cries for help echoed everywhere. The 4 main gates were completely blocked, with people desperately trying to escape. Yet the gates remained locked tight, and no one came to open them. Even when some desperate humans began ramming the gates with heavy trucks, it proved utterly futile. To prevent the gates from being breached, the military commander had specifically ordered reinforcements. Even a half-step grandmaster couldn't inflict any damage on them. This left the Chinese citizens watching the live broadcast both shocked and boiling with rage. What on earth is the commander of Xinjiang thinking? Does he intend to slaughter every last citizen of Xinjiang? How is this any different from the alien races? The barbarians have lain dormant for so long, planning their return. Yet here we humans are, slaughtering each other first. How utterly ridiculous. New City has nearly 10 million people. Are they all to die? This old gentleman's courage is admirable. He actually intends to stop this from happening? This old man is utterly delusional. With the situation this dire, if the outside soldiers can't break through, and with a grandmaster like the military commander suppressing them, we'll just have to watch helplessly as the common folk die without even a proper burial. Why hasn't the military moved yet? It's getting too late. Nearly everyone was discussing this. Even as the news broadcast began, Meng Qinyao, who was scrolling through videos, saw the live stream and froze in place. This looks like... Mom, look. Grandpa actually stepped forward to confront the new city military commander. Meng Qinyao handed the video to Lu Chaoyan. Isn't Grandpa being reckless? He just managed to stand on his own. Compared to that grandmaster level military commander, isn't it like comparing heaven and earth? Dad, he Staring at the video, where Lu Hushing's face was set with determination, his muscles bulging, standing there like a blade whose sharpness couldn't be concealed even before being drawn from its sheath, she exclaimed in surprise, "Your grandfather, he seems to have recovered?" "Really?" Meng Qinyao's slender frame trembled. But the military chief clearly came prepared. "Grandpa." Before she could finish, Lu Hushing's voice rang out with playful mockery, "Young man, you think you've calculated everything. But what you failed to account for is that many still hold justice in their hearts, still love this land, and still harbor a deep, seething hatred for the alien race." With that, Lu Hushing stretched out his hand, and a golden beam shot straight into the sky. The next instant, a thunderous roar echoed from all directions. A corner of the dark cloud seemed to lose its support, tilting toward the ground. That spot instantly burst into brilliant light. The dark cloud could no longer block the sun's rays, which began streaming down upon the new city. "What is this?" The military leader gasped in shock. Wang Liyuan had betrayed him. At that very moment, a gap tore open above the city lord's residence. Two enormous, black-furred hands emerged from within, accompanied by a terrifying roar that surged forth like a violent storm, forcing everyone to cover their ears. The Great Ape King. Lu Hushing's heart trembled. He looked up at the sky, his body shaking uncontrollably. His wife, his old brothers in arms, and those 200,000 soldiers all had perished at the hands of the Great Ape King. For the past 20 years, he had endured the pain day and night, suffering the torment of murderous intent raging within him every full moon. All of this was the Great Ape King's doing. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that 30 years later, he would face his mortal enemy once more. Never did he dream he would seize the chance to take vengeance with his own hands to avenge his wife, his brothers, and all the Chinese people who perished at the Great Ape King's hands. In that instant, all the true qi within Lu Hushing's body began to surge, slowly flowing toward the dragon-shattering hammer. The hammer itself emitted waves of dragon-like roars, its massive form trembling lightly, as if excited by the impending confrontation with its master's sworn enemy. "See this? Even if someone betrays us, it's too late. The spatial passage has opened. The Great Ape King will soon lead 3 million alien tribes descending from the heavens. What do you have left to fight us with?" The military leader's face twisted into a cold sneer. "Old man, I admit you have some skill, but before me, it's nothing but child's play. The alien races will descend. The fall of Huaxia begins with New City. When that happens, I shall be the sole ruler of the Huaxia human race." This declaration sent shockwaves through the assembled political and business elite. All eyes turned to the city lord. "Lord City Master, think of a way. Once the Great Ape King emerges, we're all doomed. You're the only one here who can stand against the military chief. Let's all attack together, kill him, and stop the Great Ape King from descending." Damn it! What kind of situation is this? Are we really relying on some obscure old man? Lord Mayor, say something. The city lord's heart had already sunk to the depths. Only after receiving news that his wife and children were safe did he step forward, determined to tear the military leader apart with his bare hands. Yet he still hadn't anticipated the military leader's move. It was simply too grand. As the city lord, how could he have been completely unaware of such a massive altar appearing beneath his own residence? Blood and chi surged through his veins as a long sword materialized in his grasp. "As lord of this city, I will not stand by and watch its people die before my eyes. All men of honor, follow me into battle. Kill." Boom! Before his words faded, a crimson light erupted from the altar below, colliding with the rift in the sky above. The 8 trigrams rift-shattering formation was fully activated. Chapter 42, First Battle Against the Great Ape King, Alien Conspiracy Foiled. Boom! Almost simultaneously, the rift in the sky finally tore open completely. A massive ape head emerged from within, coldly surveying everyone present. "The entire Huaxia human race must die." Ha 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 ha. Such a terrifying scene left the live stream viewers in a state of utter panic. Didn't the military send reinforcements? The Great Ape King is about to descend upon New City with his army. The lives of over 10 million citizens in New City are about to be lost here. Without the shield of Xuanwu City, the alien hordes will sweep through like a tidal wave. Once that happens, our Huaxia race will be powerless to resist them. If the nation needs me, I'm ready to head to the battlefield immediately. The Great Ape King's power has surged even further. Has he broken through to the grandmaster realm? The citizens within the city walls began trembling uncontrollably. The entire New City seemed to have become a different world. Everyone felt their bodies changing, as if they might explode at any moment. The Great Ape King, equally confident of victory, fixed his gaze on the military commander and demanded, "Commander, are all preparations complete? The blood sacrifice is about to commence. Our 3 million alien troops shall soon descend upon the New City, breaking through to surpass the 7th rank. Break!" Just as the military commander was about to respond, Lu Hushing suddenly roared. Explosions erupted around the New City. Except for the section under Wang Liyuan's command, the dark clouds elsewhere began collapsing and vanishing, destabilizing the spatial portals. "You old fool, how dare you ruin my plans!" The military commander roared in fury. "Everyone, kill him! The Hammer King of the Western Frontier, Lu Hushing? The next instant, the great Ape King's voice sent shockwaves through the crowd. Even the citizens watching the live broadcast froze in place. Lu Husheng, the Hammer King of the Western Frontier? The very man who had once defended Xuanwu City to the death, leading 200,000 troops against 3 million foreign invaders, slaying the Crimson Shadow Wolf King, gravely wounding the Great Ape King, and laying the foundation for Huaxia's victory over the barbarians? He wasn't dead? The old man who had seemed so insignificant moments ago now loomed larger than life. He was practically China's savior, a peerless national hero. Unbelievable. The old war god is still alive? Could he be returning to turn the tide and save China from the brink of disaster? Back then, the old war god lost his comrades and loved ones in that battle. After being gravely wounded, he left in despair. Never did I expect to see him again. Now I can die without regret. My father once served under the old war god, though only in organizing the retreat of civilians. We, the descendants of his former troops, humbly welcome the old war god's return. I knew Lu Husheng was formidable, but I never imagined he was the former Hammer King of the Western Frontier. Seeing the military leader disregard martial ethics and attempt to attack Lu Husheng, the city lord roared without hesitation, "Everyone, slaughter the traitors!" Commands erupted simultaneously from both military and political factions, plunging the crowd into chaotic combat. Yet the great Ape King's gaze never left Lu Husheng. Now, gnashing his teeth, he roared, "What a small world! You old bastard still lives? Is it so I may take your life with my own hands?" With that, the great Ape King unleashed a thunderous punch toward Lu Husheng. Lu Husheng had already gathered his strength. His eyes widened as he swung his dragon-shattering hammer with all his might toward the great Ape King. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. The dragon-shattering hammer transformed into an azure dragon, carrying a purple thunderbolt as it smashed fiercely toward the sky. The terrifying force toward deep fissures in space, igniting towering flames as it scorched the air. Boom! Finally, the primordial dragon collided violently with the fist. The entire new city began to shake violently under this strike. A furious shockwave scattered in all directions, reducing everything taller than 100 meters to dust in an instant. Even the tornadoes connected to the ground were instantly severed in two. The azure dragon vanished in an instant, the dragon-shattering hammer crashing helplessly toward the ground. Yet all witnessed the horrifying wound on the great Ape King's fist. This clash seemed to favor the great Ape King slightly, but at best, it was a stalemate. The already precarious Bagua Rift Array was further shattered by their clash. Soon, the surrounding dark clouds began collapsing rapidly, and the vast spatial rift slowly closed. Only the great Ape King remained inside, raging impotently. "Lu Husheng, this was merely a taste of my power. You have twice thwarted my plans. I shall attack Xuanwu City without delay. We shall settle this once and for all there." With these words, the spatial rift slammed shut with a thunderous roar. The dark clouds vanished from the sky, and the new city was bathed once more in its familiar clear blue skies. Only then did the survivors, having narrowly escaped disaster, finally realize what had transpired. Overcome with joy, they embraced each other, tears streaming down their faces. My goodness, that was absolutely terrifying. I thought the world was ending. What on earth just happened? How did it get so terrifying? Did the military leader save us? I swear, I never want to go through something like that again. It felt like death itself. Was that the great Ape King? Old Hero Lu was actually in the Western City, and he even clashed with the great Ape King. He's been protecting us all along. The live chat was flooded to the point of near freezing, everyone's eyes brimming with tears. This is our old hero. This is the legendary Hammer King of the Western Frontier. He's been here all along. The great Ape King returns, dreaming of conquering the new city, dreaming of invading Huaxia. But with the Hammer King of the West here, it's nothing but a fool's fantasy. Oomph. Only the war god Lu can defeat the great Ape King. He is the great Ape King's nemesis. With the old war god Lu here, even if the great Ape King wants to attack Xuanwu City, he'll have to think twice. Meng Qinyao was already weeping uncontrollably. No wonder grandfather insisted I come find you. He knew all along what this new city would endure. Wah? No matter what, grandfather has always protected me with his love. Wah? My father finally no longer endures the agony of his wounds. My father has finally returned. Lu Chaoyan wept with joy as well. Great Ape King, the vengeance for my mother's death, we can finally seek it from you. Qinyao, pack your things immediately. We're going to find your grandfather. Nearly everyone in the livestream watched this once mighty figure, who had just returned and already saved Huaxia from peril once more. Lu Husheng roared, "Where are my Lu family troops?" Here. A distant chorus of shouts erupted as Long Zhanshan and his men charged forward. The reason the 8-trigram sky-splitting formation had been broken was precisely because they had rushed from all directions, neutralizing the military leader's confidants with the aid of Su Shilmai's deadly poison. Excellent! Lu Husheng roared with laughter, hoisting his dragon-shattering hammer and pointing it directly at the military leader. Follow me to slay the traitor and quell the chaos within New City. Chapter 43, The Commander's Rage, His Final Struggle. With that, he swung his dragon-shattering hammer and charged at the military commander. The military leader grabbed wildly, clapping his hand around the city lord's throat. He flung him hundreds of meters away like a small chicken, then transformed into a black lightning bolt hurtling toward Lu Husheng. Clang! The commander wielded a battle axe. Its collision with Lu Husheng's weapon erupted in a piercing metallic clang. The ground beneath them shattered instantly, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The terrifying residual force hurled everything nearby into the air. For a moment, nothing remained within a 100-meter radius of the two combatants. The military leader sneered coldly, "We are both grandmasters. But you've already lost some of your true energy fighting the Great Ape King. You're no match for me now. You old bastard ruined my plans. You'll pay for this." "Are you sure?" Lu Husheng sneered dismissively. His grandmaster cultivation had already reached strength comparable to a grandmaster. Even after battling the Great Ape King, he still possessed the power to fight another grandmaster. How could this man be so confident? Did he really think that after a few years as military chief, he'd forgotten his own name? "If I weren't certain, I wouldn't have stayed to fight you." The military commander thrust his battle axe forward. "2/3 of this city's troops are mine. If I wanted to leave, who could stop me?" "No, you only command 1/3. Chen Chong roared from the sidelines. "Everyone knows the atrocities you've committed betraying humanity. We've been traveling far and wide and have already persuaded most of your followers to abandon darkness and embrace the light." Boom! At these words, enemies locked in combat with the righteous forces suddenly switched sides. With lightning speed, they attacked their former comrades in arms, those who had once shared visions of glory when alien races breached China. Dozens of unsuspecting foes were instantly maimed. Some were still grinning at their allies one moment, their heads severed the next. With just one sentence from Chen Chong, the military leader was left with only 5 or 6 loyalists. They hurriedly retreated back to his side, enraging him so much his face turned green. "Traitors, you traitors? Bah! You're the traitor. You're the great traitor who betrayed humanity. We only bowed to you out of fear of your tyranny. Did you really think we wanted to side with the alien race? General Lu is the true leader the people follow. We're simply standing on the side of justice. Commander, surrender. You have no way out now." The high-ranking military officers who had defected on the battlefield immediately began pleading. The military leader, however, eyed Lu Husheng with contempt and sneered, "Among the 6 great generals of the military, every single one is a man of high virtue and prestige. What kind of general is this fellow? I've never heard of such a general appearing in the military. This is General Lu's seal of command, the peerless national hero seal." Chen Chong hastily produced Lu Husheng's seal. Not long ago, the military's foremost figure bestowed this 7th seal, imbued with boundless honor, upon General Lu. All viewers watching the livestream stared in shock at the seal, then voiced unanimous approval. General Lu has fought in countless battles, even slaying the Crimson Shadow Wolf King and repelling the Great Ape King. He deserves it. Of course. He once led 200,000 troops to fight to the death against 3 million alien forces, laying the foundation for China's victory. This peerless national hero seal is truly deserved by the veteran hero Lu. Oomph. Even the material for these 7 commander seals was taken from the spine of the Crimson Shadow Wolf King slain by General Lu. How could he not be worthy? This commander's seal should have been awarded to General Lu 30 years ago. To present it now is already too late. A commander's seal isn't something just anyone dares to display. It's not merely a symbol of power, it's the ultimate honor. The military leader's face darkened to the extreme, but soon he couldn't help but burst into a raucous laugh. "What a load of bull about a commander. Since I've already decided to rebel, nothing matters anymore. You bastards, today I'll slaughter every last one of you and make you pay for offending the alien race." As the words left his mouth, the commander roared toward the heavens, a beam of light shooting straight into the sky. Soldiers in the city prepared to act, only to face fierce resistance from the civilian warriors within. "Can't you see? This is the commander's last desperate struggle. You're nothing but pawns. You saw the live broadcast earlier. Even the Great Ape King's arrival has been blocked. The commander is about to be left utterly alone. What can you possibly accomplish now? Do you truly wish to become traitors? Let go now. At least you won't meet the same fate as the military leader beheaded. A reformed rogue is worth his weight in gold. You haven't committed any heinous crimes. Join us in quelling the rebels and atone for your sins through deeds." Many soldiers knew the outcome yet still clung to hope for a future. But the voices around them dragged them back to reality. Where was the will to fight? Some even slammed their weapons to the ground. "Damn it. They say military orders are as immovable as mountains. We were just following orders. If everything we did was wrong, then screw obeying them." Once one was persuaded, the rest lost their hesitation. They swiftly returned to the righteous side, then charged alongside civilian warriors toward the stubborn holdouts. The entire new city descended into chaos. Lu Husheng declared confidently, "Young man, cease your struggle. The tens of thousands of alien creatures within the small secret realm have already been slaughtered by me. Most of your soldiers will surely return to our side. You stand alone. Kneel and surrender. Await the people's judgment obediently. No. The military leader went mad. I said I would kill you, and you will die. With that, the commander formed seals with both hands and swung them forcefully toward the sky. A clattering sound erupted as the underground altar began to shift, sending countless blood-red beams surging toward him. Destroy the altar. Lu Hushing's face twisted in horror. With a thunderous roar, he charged at the commander first. His battle axe was nearly enveloped in crimson light. The military leader roared to the heavens, his body shrouded in a layer of blood-red radiance. Spotting Lu Hushing charging, he swung his axe with brutal force. The axe transformed into a blood-red beast, its roar shaking the earth. Each stomp sent violent tremors through the ground. Suddenly leaping upward, it whipped its head around, lunging to bite at Lu Hushing's throat. Lu Hushing spun on his spot, gripping the dragon's shattering hammer with both hands and smashing it down with all his might. The dragon's roar echoed as the azure dragon reappeared. With unstoppable momentum, it collided with the blood-red tiger, leaving behind faint spatial cracks in its wake. Chapter 44, severely wounding the military leader at the cost of burning one's life. Boom! Their mid-air collision sent tiger roars and dragon cries reverberating through the clouds, shattering the sky. Below, the crimson glow of the altar warped under the force of the shockwave. In that instant, intricate scales patterned the surface of the dragon's shattering hammer. The dragon's head shadow abruptly swelled to 3 times its size, its claws tearing into the tiger's forehead, piercing the vital blood point. Snap! A crack several centimeters long split open at the hilt of the battle axe. Blood spilled from the tiger chieftain's palm, yet the crimson glow only grew more ferocious. His feet sank half a foot into the ground as he spun, sweeping the battle axe horizontally. The tiger's shadow instantly fragmented into 18 afterimages, lunging toward Lu Hushing. Lu Hushing roared, thrusting his dragon's shattering hammer before him. As his chi surged, the dragon's phantom body linked head to tail, forming a golden shield around him that shattered every claw strike. You think harnessing the altar's power will let you turn the tables on me? Lu Hushing strode forward, shattering paving stones beneath his feet as the dragon's shattering hammer suddenly grew 30% heavier. Back when I slew the Crimson Shadow Wolf King on the battlefield, you were still indulging in schoolyard romances. As he spoke, the dragon patterns on the dragon's shattering hammer suddenly glowed. Within 3 zhang of Lu Hushing, the air seemed to solidify like mercury. The military leader felt his battle axe sink into quicksand, its swing slowing by nearly a second. Seizing this opening, the dragon's shattering hammer crashed toward his face with overwhelming force, while the dragon's head's eyes blazed with tangible lightning. Damn it! The military leader's eyes bulged with fury as he thrust his battle axe horizontally before him. With a deafening clang, spiderweb-like cracks spread across the axe's surface, and blood gushed from the wound at his thumb joint. He retreated step by step, each footprint scorched black on the ground. The altar's crimson glow surged madly through his soles into his body, gradually staining his pupils with blood red. Kill! The commander roared, his head thrown back. Behind him materialized a 100-foot-tall blood-red tiger, its eyes piercing the stone walls like they were tofu. The terrifying aura forced everyone present to retreat, unconsciously backing hundreds of meters. The battle axe was now entirely engulfed in crimson, transforming into a tiger ablaze with flames. Where its tail swept, the air screeched shrilly, demolishing a third of the city lord's residence. Damn it, that bastard! The city lord's pupils contracted. If you want to fight, just fight. Why tear the place apart? Lu Hushing, however, furrowed his brow slightly. All the true chi within his body surged into the dragon's shattering hammer. Purple heavenly thunder coiled around the transformed azure dragon, emanating an oppressive pressure so thick it felt suffocating. Kill! Lu Hushing roared in response. The 2 illusory figures collided once more in the sky, tiger claws and dragon claws interlocking and tearing at each other, causing cracks to appear in the very fabric of space. That fool can't even defeat General Lu with the altar's power, yet he still dares to show off? Poof. After all, he's the one who once fought 2 kings alone, slew the Crimson Shadow Wolf King, and battled the Great Ape King to the point of severe injury. How could this young upstart even compare? Damn it, this has me fired up. Is the Lu family army still recruiting? I want to join too. Are the rest of you just going to stand by and watch? Isn't anyone going to help? Do you have any respect for elders? In the live stream chat, the discussion never ceased. As the battle drew to a close, everyone paid their highest respects to Lu Hushing. Truly a peerless national hero. The alien power temporarily borrowed from the altar is nothing but demonic heresy. Lu Hushing's voice suddenly deepened. True chi began to burn around him, life force ebbing away. The dragon patterns on the surface of the dragon's shattering hammer began to radiate a golden glow. Evil cannot overcome righteousness. You are nothing but a defeated foe. As he spoke, the azure dragon's phantom suddenly opened its maw. A bolt of purple lightning, thick as a water barrel, descended from the heavens, striking the crimson tiger squarely between its eyes. Roar! The tiger let out a heart-wrenching wail. The crimson glow receded like a retreating tide. The war chief's battle axe clattered to the ground as his body plummeted like a crashing onto the earth. Before the dust settled, Lu Hushing strode forward, the dragon head of his dragon-shattering hammer pressed against the military leader's throat. The commander's chest heaved violently. His breastplate lay shattered into fragments, a deep gash exposing bone stretching from his left shoulder to his lower abdomen. Blood had even stained the patterns on the sacrificial altar beneath him. He raised his head to stare at Lu Hushing, cold murder in his eyes, then suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh. You think you've won, you old fool? The Great Ape King is already mobilizing his forces outside Xuanwu City. He will attack Xuanwu City within days. Now, with hostile tribes lurking everywhere, you'll never hold back his advance. When that day comes, Huaxiao will still. Boom! Watching the military leader's frenzied rant, Lu Hushing frowned slightly. A massive blast sent him flying hundreds of meters away. His body slammed heavily into a massive pillar of the city lord's mansion, knocking him unconscious. Immediately imprison him and send him to the capital for trial. Lu Hushing roared furiously. After suffering such a crushing defeat, he still dares to engage in verbal sparring with an elder like me? Does he truly believe himself to be someone important? At that moment, Su Xiaomai flicked a dough powder in front of him. A squad of soldiers immediately stepped forward, escorting him swiftly away. Impressive! Crushing that guy so thoroughly. Now let's see who in Huaxia dares to side with the barbarians. This is their fate. I am a descendant of the Lu family army. I'm heading to the new city now to join the Lu forces to slay the barbarians and defend our homeland. The Great Ape King versus the veteran hero Lu. What a fateful reunion of rivals. But this time, the Great Ape King will surely leave his life behind. General Lu remains as formidable as ever. Vanished for 30 years, he's reborn into a second life. Truly worthy of his former title as the Hammer King of the Western Frontier. Amidst the excited murmurs of the live stream audience, the broadcast finally ended. Only then did Lu Hushing speak. Gentlemen, the mess in New City is yours to clean up. I need time to recuperate. Rest assured, we'll handle the rest. The city lord nodded repeatedly, then saluted Lu Hushing with a military salute. General Lu, you've worked tirelessly. Lu Hushing waved his hand dismissively, immediately turning to walk away. Only upon returning to his room in the nursing home did he cough up a mouthful of blood with a gurgle. The military leader, having absorbed the power of the alien race, had seen his strength surge dramatically. Defeating him required burning away his own vitality. Fortunately, it had all been worth it. The crisis in New City was temporarily averted. Taking several deep breaths, Lu Hushing retrieved a minor restoration pill and swallowed it. Simultaneously, the system's voice announced, detected, host repelled the Great Ape King, captured the military leader alive, and saved nearly 10 million citizens of New City. Merit points plus 5,000. Rage buff 2, minor restoration pill 2, major restoration pill 1, exchange shop discount coupon 1. Huh, a discount coupon too? Feeling his body rapidly recover, Lu Hushing couldn't help but inhale deeply, a faint smile appearing on his face. With the berserk buff, he could now confidently confront the Great Ape King. Chapter 45, 10 years of ice-cold resolve, yet the blood boils on. News of the Lu family army's imminent reformation had spread nationwide through live broadcasts. Descendants of soldiers who once fought alongside Lu Hushing showed no hesitation whatsoever. They set off en masse for New City, determined to carry on their father's glory and duty. Even by the evening of the day after the battle, crowds had already poured into the city, gathering at the city lord's residence to demand enlistment. After Wang Liyuan and others failed to dissuade them, they came seeking Lu Hushing's help. Anyone wishing to enlist should simply register, Lu Hushing said, puzzled. Why do they need to tell me? Commander, we're certainly accepting the young men, even those around 50. But there's a group of elderly men and women in their 70s and 80s. They gasp for breath after just a few steps, yet they're crying and pleading to join the Lu family army. Wang Liyuan spread her hands helplessly. Even the city lord intervening couldn't dissuade them. I'll go see for myself. Lu Hushing immediately followed suit. A cleared plot beside the city lord's residence now held Long Junshan earnestly pleading with a crowd of elderly men and women, uncles and aunts. I understand your hearts, but fighting on the battlefield is no easy task. Please leave this glorious yet arduous duty to us young people. This only infuriated the crowd, who erupted in shouts. You brat! Do you look down on us elders? Think I won't beat you senseless? We're going to fight on the battlefield. Those barbarians have tormented our Huaxia people for far too long. No matter what, we'll give it our all and kick their asses. We've been on the battlefield before and sent those invaders running for their lives. Now they dare return? We're here to show them we're old, but not dead. 10 years of icy resolve, our blood still burns hot. Those who dare offend our Chinese nation shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. As the crowd began to stir, Lu Hushing stepped forward, laughing heartily. Brothers and sisters, hear me out. The commander-in-chief. At the sight of Lu Hushing, the crowd instantly transformed into adoring fans, even the eyes of some elderly veterans, dimmed by age, lit up brightly. Lu Hushing ascended the platform, his expression solemn. Comrades, I know most of you fought alongside me in battle. Though I may not know your names, your contributions to resisting the alien beasts are indelible. This time, the alien race has returned in full force. With the Great Ape King leading the vanguard, they aim to breach Xuanwu City. Their assault will be fierce. You should be enjoying your golden years. How could this old brother bear to see you suffer? Take my advice, let the younger generation take this opportunity to march. Of course, I promise, if they falter, you'll don your armor and fight the alien race once more. General. Hearing this, everyone's eyes welled up with tears. Wang Li Yuan, give each of these uncles and aunts 1,000 yuan. Have them rest at the new city nursing home first, then arrange transportation to take them home. Seeing the moment had passed, Lu Husheng immediately gave his orders. Thank you, Commander. With Commander Lu having spoken, there was little more to say. They promptly followed Wang Li Yuan away. Yet upon seeing Wang Li Yuan, some of the elders couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Child, your mother was Commander Wang Lingfeng, wasn't she? You look just like her. I never imagined you'd be so grown up already. General Wan looked after me so well back then. She was a true hero, we all admired her deeply. It's wonderful that you've carried on your mother's legacy and continue to fight on the battlefield. Hearing their words, Wang Liyuan held back her tears. Deep down, she was profoundly grateful to Lu Husheng. When she had strayed down the wrong path, this elder had awakened her in time and offered her a chance to redeem herself through service. How could she possibly disappoint his expectations? What about that girl? Lu Husheng smiled as he watched Wang Liyuan's retreating figure. Her character isn't bad. She was just misled back then. She performed exceptionally well in the new city siege. If she hadn't initially breached the Bagua sky-splitting formation, we wouldn't have been able to destroy that formation at all, Long Zhanshan remarked with emotion. Her future potential is truly limitless. Indeed. Reaching the 9th grade before 40, she'll be a mainstay in our fight against the alien races. Lu Husheng declared, sweeping his arm to toss a rough spear toward Long Zhanshan, who caught it. This spear is exceptional, a spirit artifact nearly unbreakable. Commander, this gift is far too precious. Long Zhanshan exclaimed in shock. What gift of mine has ever been unworthy? Lu Husheng shot him a disapproving look. Slaying a few more barbarians is more valuable than anything else. Man up, stop being such a crybaby. Right. Long Zhanshan laughed heartily before reporting, we've received news from Xuanwu City. The alien tribes are moving frequently. They'll likely attack the city soon. Last time the Great Ape King's forces attacked, Xuanwu City suffered heavy casualties. If the Great Ape King personally leads the assault this time, how many days do we have? 3 days at the latest. I'll head to the capital immediately to request a troop deployment order from my elder brother. I'll assemble 1,000,000 troops within 3 days. After a moment's consideration, Lu Husheng declared decisively, this place is temporarily yours. You won't let me down, right? Rest assured, I won't let you down. Long Zhanshan saluted immediately, chuckling as he said, hopefully this time, we can crush the Great Ape King once and for all. Without delay, after settling matters in New City, Lu Husheng set off for the capital without rest. He soon met with Qin Zhangman. Old man, you fought brilliantly at New City. Qin Zhangman immediately gave Lu Husheng a bear hug, his face flushed with excitement as he asked, New City is in dire need of reconstruction. Instead of supporting the rebuilding, you old rascal ran off to the capital to collect your reward? You know exactly what I mean. Lu Husheng kicked Qin Zhangman squarely in the rear, rolling his eyes as he retorted, don't you know why I'm here? The boss has been keeping a close eye on New City. He knew you were coming and has been waiting. Qin Zhangman finally adopted a serious tone. New City was just the appetizer. Xuanwu City is where the real show begins. The barbarians came prepared this time. I turned what should have been a perfect opening into a complete disaster. That Great Ape King vanguard won't let this slide. Lu Husheng's expression darkened. This battle for Xuanwu City will be even more chaotic than 30 years ago. Enough. The boss is waiting for you. Go see him first. A flicker of sorrow crossed Qin Zhangman's face before he burst into laughter, slapping Lu Husheng's shoulder. After business is done, we won't leave until we're drunk. Chapter 46, Bargaining and the Might of the Great Restoration Pill. Zhao Jiangwo, at 93 years old, was the foremost figure in the Huaxia military. He was among the first generation to awaken his qi and blood, reaching the realm of grandmaster, one of the strongest warriors in Huaxia. Though gravely wounded and retired from the front lines, he still labored tirelessly for the cause of the Chinese military. The recent incident in Xinjiang had him deeply concerned. Spotting Lu Husheng, he rose excitedly and saluted him with a military salute. General Lu, you've worked tirelessly. Brother, you're flattering me too much. Lu Husheng replied, slightly embarrassed. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. I must say, whether it was targeting the Wang family or the New City military leader, you handled it brilliantly. Zhao Jiangwo chuckled, patting Lu Husheng on the shoulder. But Mr. Snake, who orchestrated all this on behalf of the Great Ape King, remains missing. He's likely still lurking within our nation. Hearing this, Lu Husheng nodded solemnly. When the young master of the Wang family, Wang Sanrui, vanished, we suspected Mr. Snake rescued him. Their target is likely the Luo family in the south, or perhaps they're eyeing the Zhou family, one of the 4 great clans. We have people tracking that lead, Zhao Jiangwo said solemnly as he sat down. We've been investigating Mr. Snake all along. You needn't worry about that. Regarding Xuanwu City, I've mobilized 100,000 troops from the commanders. Combined with the 200,000 reinforcements I'm personally providing you, that totals 800,000 soldiers. This should give you ample strength to wage a decisive battle. The Great Ape King will likely deploy at least 3 million troops. Lu Hushing sounded dissatisfied. Moreover, with the Great Ape King leading this alien invasion, their force will surpass even the scale of 30 years ago. With only 800,000. Descendants of the Lu family army across the land have already set out for the new city. Don't think I'm unaware. Zhao Jiangwo's voice grew heated. That's at least another 200,000 troops. 1 million troops in total. Is that still insufficient to repel the Great Ape King? His tone softened as he added with resignation, that alien invasion cost our human race dearly. Our Huaxia population was decimated, barely 1 in 10 survived. Despite these 30 years of peace and the discovery of promising young talent, they haven't fully matured yet. To send them into battle prematurely. Back when I, Lu Hushing, led 200,000 troops to repel 3 million invaders, now with 1 million soldiers, we can utterly annihilate every last one of them. Lu Hushing took a deep breath and immediately pledged to Zhao Jiangwo, rest assured, Commander. As long as I stand in Xuanwu City, not a single invader shall set foot within half a step of our western frontier. Now that's the Hammer King of the western frontier I know. Zhao Jiangwo finally burst into laughter, only to be interrupted by a violent coughing fit. He hastily covered his mouth with a handkerchief, spitting out a pool of black blood. A woman in the shadows stepped forward to channel true qi into Zhao Jiangwo, but Lu Hushing waved her off. He then produced the Great Restoration Pill. Brother, this is the Great Restoration Pill I obtained recently. It can revive the dead and mend broken bones. After you take it, your injuries will surely heal completely. The sight of that pill sent a shockwave through all 3 present. The Great Restoration Pill. This was a true treasure of the human race. Possessing it was like having an extra life, a treasure beyond the price of 10,000 gold pieces. Not only did Lu Hushing possess it, but he had brought it out without hesitation. If this were outside, it would absolutely draw grandmasters, even legendary martial saints, out of seclusion to vie for it. Little Lu, you. Zhao Jiangwo stared at Lu Hushing in disbelief. Even with his centuries of battle experience and witnessing the rise and fall of Blue Star, he couldn't fathom Lu Hushing's intentions. Even a father might hesitate to give such a thing to his own child. Brother Zhao, Lu Hushing said solemnly, if the head of state is the backbone of our nation, then as the foremost figure in the military, you are its very anchor. All these years, we've witnessed everything you've done for China. Yet you endure constant torment from illness, a pain I deeply empathize with. Now, only the Great Restoration Pill can save your life. How could I possibly keep it hidden? You. Zhao Jiangwo was overcome with emotion, unable to speak. Brother, since this is old Lu's heartfelt offering, please accept it. Seeing Lu Hushing give him a meaningful glance, Ken Zhongman quickly interceded. We're brothers who'd lay down our lives for each other, why quibble over material things? Little Lu, I owe you 2 lives now. Zhao Jiangwo took a deep breath, set aside his hesitation, and immediately swallowed it. A terrifying yet gentle potency instantly coursed through Zhao Jiangwo's entire body, causing his flesh to blaze crimson. Within mere seconds, a layer of pitch-black impurities oozed from his skin, foul-smelling yet instantly vaporized by the heat, leaving only a thin crust that rapidly peeled away. Steam rose from his body as his meridians began to reorganize. Long-absent vital energy and blood spread throughout his body, circulating autonomously through his meridians. His cultivation began to slowly recover. My goodness, is this the effect of the Great Restoration Pill? It works this fast? It truly grants humans another life. Ken Zhongman murmured in disbelief. A miracle. This is nothing short of a miracle. You think the human race's supreme treasure is a joke? Lu Hushing spat at Ken Zhongman. A Hammer King product is guaranteed to be top-notch. Old Lu, if I ever suffer a fatal wound, would you give me a Great Restoration Pill? You think it's wholesale? Do you think this stuff is that easy to come by? Don't you understand what a human treasure means? True. No Great Restoration Pills, but I can spare you a small restoration pill. With that, Lu Hushing tossed a minor restoration pill to Ken Zhongman. The latter was so thrilled he nearly bowed and called him godfather. A full half-hour passed before the intense heat radiating from Zhao Jiangwo finally began to subside. The ground was now covered in piles of black skin. All the impurities, toxins, and impurities accumulated over the years had been purged. Zhao Jiangwo couldn't help but take a deep breath, then roared to the heavens, unbelievable. Not only did that Great Restoration Pill heal all my injuries, it restored me to 9th grade strength. Brother, it seems you can fight alongside us again. Ken Zhongman exclaimed excitedly. My strength can only reach the 9th rank, Zhao Jiangwo said with a smile. First, I'm getting old, and second, burning my life force back then reduced my foundation to nothingness. But even so, it can extend my life by 10 years. Perhaps I'll live to see the alien races completely driven out of Blue Star. It will happen. Lu Hushing couldn't help but sigh. Little Lu, our last meeting was rushed. Now that I'm recovered, we old brothers must drink until we're drunk. Zhao Jiangwo laughed heartily, slapping Lu Hushing's shoulder. 30 years apart, let me see if your drinking tolerance has weakened. Lu Hushing didn't hesitate, roaring with laughter. No problem. I'll gladly risk my life to keep you company. Chapter 47, Half-Price Sale? I still can't afford it. The three of them polished off 10 bottles of Maotai, reminiscing about old times until late into the night. Zhao Jiangwo left first due to an urgent report from the Eastern Sea. Seeing Qin Zhongman passed out snoring on the bed, Lu Hushing instructed the guard to keep watch before heading out himself. On the flight back to New City, Lu Hushing first checked the exchange mall. His battle with the Great Ape King was imminent. The scene from 30 years ago would be replayed. Without thorough preparation, he risked repeating that failure. To others, that battle 30 years ago had laid the foundation for the alien race's retreat. But in his own eyes, it was a profound stain that he must personally erase. Guided by the system, Lu Hushing discovered a formation for group combat. Not only could it enable victory against overwhelming odds, but it could also eliminate every enemy. However, even the cheapest option, the 8 trigrams Heavenly Thunder formation, required 10,000 merit points. Damn it, system, are you robbing me? Lu Hushing protested. It's just an array formation, and you dare ask for 10,000 merit points? I still need 5,000 merit points to exchange for the body tempering technique. Where the hell am I supposed to find the extra 15,000 points to cover this gap? Host, you can use a discount coupon. Oh right, there was a discount coupon. Lu Hushing immediately activated it, host detected using coupon. Activating store-wide sale. Everything is half price. Half price. Individual items are half price. Bundles are half price. Half price. Half price. Everything is half price. This is perfect. Lu Hushing's eyes lit up. He immediately bundled the Flaming Prison Bone Refining Technique and the 8 trigrams Heavenly Thunder formation. Even so, he was still short 2,500 merit points out of the required 7,500. He felt somewhat helpless. After all, this coupon was only valid for 24 hours until this time tomorrow. If he couldn't obtain another 2,500 merit points by then, he'd have no choice but to make a difficult choice between the two. But if he didn't cultivate the Flaming Prison Bone Refining Technique before the battle, even with the Berserk buff, he wouldn't have the strength to suppress the Great Ape King. He'd wait until tomorrow to decide. This battle had caused severe damage only to the City Lord's mansion. Other areas suffered minimal destruction. Within a single day and night, the entire city had restored its former tranquility and prosperity. Soldiers from all 7 routes were rushing here at full speed. Descendants of the former Lu family army were also entering the city in an orderly fashion, with Wang Liyuan, Su Xiaomai, and others leading the registration process. Everything proceeded far more smoothly than he had anticipated. Just as Lu Hushing was about to head to Xuanwu City to investigate, he heard commotion outside. It was Lu Chaoyan and her mother rushing back in a panic. Seeing her aged father, weathered and worn by life's hardships, Lu Chaoyan threw herself into his arms and wept uncontrollably. "Father, I'm so relieved you're safe." Wah. Having lost her mother in childhood, her father in adolescence, her brother in youth, and her husband in middle age, as one of the few female generals guarding the eastern coast, she had always swallowed her pain and endured. Now, witnessing her father who had endured a lifetime of suffering fully restored and living a second life, the taut string in her heart finally snapped. Lu Hushing gently patted Lu Chaoyan's back, saying nothing. His daughter had endured such hardship. Crying was a form of release. "Father, how did you recover? How did your cultivation suddenly return?" Lu Chaoyan asked curiously after several minutes. "It still feels like a dream to me. It's a long story." Lu Hushing sighed deeply. "By the way, there's been an anomaly in the Eastern Sea. Your eldest brother rushed there last night. It might be related to Meng Chuan's disappearance." Lu Chaoyan's body trembled. "No way," she said incredulously. "I searched every corner of Qinglong City and the battlefield where Brother Chuan fought the alien tribes back then. There was no trace of him. It's been 2 or 3 years now. How could he suddenly appear? I don't know the details either. Big brother left in such a hurry last night, he didn't say anything." Lu Hushing reached out to wipe the tears from Lu Chaoyan's face. "But don't worry. If there's any news about Meng Chuan, it should reach us soon. Grandpa, let Mom go back to Qinglong City first. I'll stay here with you," Meng Qinyao said cheerfully. "You're so old now, it's hard to do anything on your own. It's always better to have someone around to take care of you. Having a girl around is what makes things inconvenient, isn't it?" Lu Hushing waved his hands repeatedly. "My dear, war is about to break out here. It's extremely dangerous. You should go back to Qinglong City with your mother. Now that you know I'm safe and sound, isn't that enough? Mom, Grandpa thinks I'm a burden." Meng Qinyao immediately tugged at Lu Chaoyan's arm. He suddenly got upset. "Dad, let her come with you." Lu Chaoyan ruffled Meng Qinyao's hair. "This child has always been closest to you. She should be fine staying behind the front lines. If I go back to Qinglong City, I might not be around much. I won't be able to look after her properly. Besides, she has her company here and plenty to keep her busy. Alright then. Let her stay in New City for now. With Lu Chaoyan speaking up, Lu Hushing no longer objected and agreed to keep Meng Qinyao. Hee, I knew Grandpa was the best. Meng Qinyao beamed, rubbing happily against Lu Hushing's arm. After chatting a bit longer, Lu Chaoyan immediately returned to Qinglong City, while Meng Qinyao went back to her company to handle affairs. Only Lu Hushing hurried off to Xuanwu City. Just then, the system's voice suddenly chimed in, detected host enjoying filial piety and family harmony. Merit points plus 500. That counts? A flicker of hope flickered in Lu Hushing's eyes. If he could gather the remaining 2,000 merit points in Xuanwu City, he'd finally be able to relax. As the first gateway beyond Xuanwu City, the two cities were only 300 li apart. A powerhouse like Lu Hushing could likely reach it in under half an hour. However, 20 kilometers from Xuanwu City, Lu Hushing suddenly sensed the presence of a powerful opponent nearby. Instantly, a deafening crack echoed as a razor-sharp airblade materialized on the main road. Fortunately, Lu Hushing spotted the danger in time and dodged to the side, avoiding injury. Then came the battle cries as hundreds of giant snakes with legs surged out from both sides of the road. What a pity! You were so close to having your head severed from your body. Shadow Serpent Clan? Lu Hushing narrowed his eyes. You ruined our Shadow Serpent Clan's decade-long plan and caused our Serpent King to be punished. We've been waiting here for you for a long time. We never expected you to go to Xuanwu City alone. Killing you now will also help the Great Ape King successfully capture Xuanwu City. But isn't the Great Ape King's assault scheduled for 2 days from now? Lu Hushing gasped. The plan has been accelerated? You're quite clear-headed. The leader of the Shadow Serpent Clan sneered coldly. Too bad you're about to die. Chapter 48, No time to lose, mobilize the troops. Is that so? Lu Hushing laughed. With just you lot? Kill. The leader's expression turned icy as he roared the command. A dozen Shadow Serpent warriors instantly lunged forward, their cleavers trailing crimson-hued energy blades that traced airy arcs through the air. Trivial tricks. How dare you show off in front of the master? Lu Hushing sneered with disdain, smashing his dragon-shattering hammer into the ground. The shockwave instantly sent the three foremost attackers flying. His form flickered like lightning as he closed in on an enemy to his left. Violet arcs of electricity danced across the hammer's face. With a sharp crack, the shadow snake's machete shattered into pieces. Instantly, his chest caved in, and he was hurled backward, exploding into a mist of blood mid-air. Yet these shadow snake warriors showed no fear of death. They fanned out to surround him, launching another assault. Lu Hushing moved with the leisurely grace of a stroll through a garden. Wielding his dragon-shattering hammer, he dispersed the blood-formed blade auras wherever he went. Seizing the moment, he leapt upward, the hammer's tip pointing straight at the sky. Kill. In that instant, a purple thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel crashed down, instantly obliterating 3 Shadow Snake Tribe members. The remaining 5 or 6 turned pale and fled, only to be struck by the thunderbolt's residual force, collapsing lifeless to the ground. Within seconds, only Lu Hushing and the leader of the Shadow Serpent Tribe remained. The man clutched his long sword with trembling hands, his face ashen. He couldn't accept that Lu Hushing had instantly slaughtered his kin. This human warrior, once gravely wounded by the Great Ape King, should have been nothing but a pile of ashes long ago. Spill it, Lu Hushing demanded coldly, his gaze fixed on the Shadow Snake. When does the Great Ape King plan to launch his attack? I advise you to tell me truthfully. Otherwise, I'll give you a taste of how we interrogate enemies in Huaxia. I am the most loyal subject of the alien race. Thinking you can pry the Great Ape King's attack timeline from my lips is nothing but a fool's dream, the Shadow Snake Clan member gritted his teeth. At worst, I die. And I die with honor. You expect to die peacefully without revealing what I demand? Purple lightning danced along the Dragonbreaker hammer. I'll make you wish for death but find no release. Give up that hope. What if I endure torture? The Shadow Serpent roared. When the Great Ape King attacks you tomorrow morning, it will mark the beginning of your human race's extinction. Boom! Lu Hushing sent the Shadow Snake Clan member to his death with a single hammer blow. Yet now, he found himself in disbelief. The Great Ape King had launched his attack 24 hours earlier than anticipated. Was this an attempt to catch Xuanwu City off guard? Fortunately, he'd impulsively decided to investigate Xuanwu City, otherwise, he'd never have uncovered this critical intelligence. Detected, host obtained advanced knowledge of alien invasion timing, averting catastrophic surprise attack on humanity. Merit points plus 1,000. 1,000 merit points weren't nearly enough. There was no time left to do anything now. Lu Hushing fumed, but his brows soon relaxed. System, I still have 1 multiplier boost unused. I intend to activate it now. Turn 1,000 into 2,000. Host successfully activated multiplier boost, gaining 2,000 merit points. 7,500 merit points were finally gathered. Though it required a small sacrifice, improving the outcome made it worthwhile. Lu Husheng immediately bundled and purchased the flaming prison bone refining technique and the 8 trigrams heavenly thunder formation. Simultaneously, he called Chen Chong. Chen Chong, how many troops have gathered in New City so far? Just the Lu family army alone has already mobilized 300,000 troops. Chen Chong replied instantly. That's all? They need time to arrive, but I've already contacted the commanders. They said everyone will be here before 8 tonight. Chen Chong paused, then quickly added, I'm already preparing dinner for tonight. Prepare immediately. No alcohol for anyone. Make sure everyone eats their fill. I'll be returning tonight. Lu Husheng ordered decisively. Once they arrive, have all soldiers eat first and carry rations for the next morning. With that, Lu Husheng hung up. Though puzzled by Lu Husheng's orders, Chen Chong immediately gave the command to prepare. He abandoned plans for Xuanwu City and instead sought out a cave in a nearby mountain to begin cultivating the flaming prison bone refining technique. System, Lu Husheng tentatively inquired, with such tight deadlines and heavy tasks, aren't you going to grant me even half an hour of accelerated time? Not a single bit. Damn it, that's all you've got? You'll never get to eat 4 dishes in your lifetime. Lu Husheng frowned, then immediately began cultivating according to the fiery prison bone refining technique method. Within moments, heat from nearly 100 kilometers around surged into the cave, causing the temperature to skyrocket by hundreds of degrees Celsius. Yet Lu Husheng remained enveloped in a cloud of heat. The sound of cracking echoed continuously as his bones shattered one by one. Within this process, golden energy surged forth, permeating every limb and bone, transforming his flesh and blood into something more resilient and powerful. The agony of this process nearly transported Lu Husheng back to that night 30 years ago when he had been gravely wounded. It felt as though his very marrow was being forcibly extracted. Immediately after, the fractured bones began to slowly reassemble, with golden light swirling around them. This process was even more excruciating, nearly causing Lu Husheng to moan aloud. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was late into the night. By then, the million-strong army had assembled at the new city. After dinner, each soldier received a simple breakfast ration. Yet, despite waiting for a long time, Lu Husheng still hadn't arrived. This left many wondering. Why hasn't General Lu appeared yet? Has he already entered the Xuanwu City battlefield? Should we head to Xuanwu City now? What exactly is going on? We've reorganized the Lu family army, yet we still haven't seen General Lu. Doesn't anyone have an explanation? What happened to General Lu? If he needs us, we're ready to move at any moment. Despite Chen Chong and others' constant reassurances, several commanders grew increasingly anxious. Without seeing Lu Husheng, they couldn't report back. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains. It was nearly midnight when, just as restlessness began to stir, a voice finally cut through the air. Gentlemen, I've been gone a mere few hours, and already you're in such an uproar? Have the military discipline and order that once defined the Lu family army ceased to apply? Commander-in-Chief. At these words, every soldier stood rigidly at attention. They watched the nearly centenarian elder emerge, their eyes brimming with reverence. You've traveled far. Well done. Lu Husheng cut straight to the point without preamble. However, you must accompany me to Xuanwu City immediately. The battle will commence in less than 8 hours. Chapter 49, Full Speed Assault. The alien horde descends. What? The word sent a chill through every heart, faces frozen in disbelief. The original date set for the battle was the day after tomorrow, yet it had been moved up by a full 24 hours, leaving them no time to prepare, let alone rest. The alien race truly despicable and shameless. I only received this news today myself, Lu Husheng continued. Even the commander of Xuanwu City is unaware of this development at present. Long Zhanshan stepped forward immediately. Proceed immediately to Xuanwu City and inform the garrison commander, Ma Zhongshan, to make all necessary preparations. Lu Husheng ordered without delay. We will arrive in 4 hours. We will rest within Xuanwu City tonight and engage the enemy directly tomorrow. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, Long Zhanshan took the command seal from Lu Husheng and rushed toward Xuanwu City without delay. Observing the soldiers still reeling in shock, Lu Husheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His voice grew louder. Xinqiang lies 300 li from Xuanwu City. As martial artists all above the 3rd rank, we can reach it in 3 hours at full speed. I'm giving you 4 hours. We'll temporarily camp within Xuanwu City's gates. 4 hours is ample time to rest properly. Comrades, for nearly a century, the alien tribes have tormented our human race, slaughtering our brothers, dishonoring our kin. Today, we have the chance to slay these invaders and avenge our humiliation. What should we do? Fight. The entire crowd grew solemn, their collective roar shaking the very foundations of New City. The atrocities these barbarians have committed against our Huaxia people over the years are utterly appalling. Lu Husheng roared coldly. In 50 years, they've slaughtered over 1 billion of our people. Only such a blood-soaked enmity could unite the Huaxia race to stand against our enemies. Now, the Great Ape King dares to march 3 million troops to breach Xuanwu City? Utterly delusional. Follow me to Xuanwu City, point your blades at the Great Ape King, and show him what we're made of. As the sound of his true chi echoed through the air, it reached every ear, igniting a frenzy of battle cry among the crowd. Foreign tribes think they can conquer our Huaxiao? Not a chance. 5,000 years of enduring resilience have forged the Chinese people. It's our tenacity, our unity, nothing can crush us. Commander, give the order. Anyone who chickens out can crawl back to their mother's womb. Third-rank martial artist Song Changfa requests to fight. Seeing everyone's fighting spirit ignited, Lu Husheng nodded with satisfaction. Good. Organize the troops immediately. We depart for Xuanwu City in 10 minutes. The vast city of Xuanwu glowed brightly with lights. After repelling the first wave of the alien race's assault some time ago, Ma Zhongshan had felt a quiet triumph, convinced his strength was sufficient to withstand the Great Ape King alone. Wouldn't that make him equal to Lu Husheng? But the annihilation of the Wang family and the capture of the new city commander made him realize the gap between himself and the Hammer King of the Western frontier back in the day. It wasn't that he could oppose the Great Ape King. The alien race's assault on Xuanwu City was merely a diversion. Their true objective was to destroy all of Huaxia's transportation routes through the Wang family, then rely on the military commander's descent upon Xinjiang to seize the entire realm with thunderous force while Huaxia was caught off guard. And all of this had been thwarted by the Hammer King of the Western frontier, the very man he had believed himself equal to. The Great Ape King's declaration of an imminent full-scale assault on Xuanwu City sent shivers down his spine. Wasn't General Lu supposed to arrive at Xuanwu to repel the invaders? Why had there been no sign of him yet? It was precisely at this moment that his subordinate suddenly brought in Long Zhunshan, bearing General Lu Husheng's command seal, and informed him of the alien race's imminent assault on the city. What? Ma Zhongshan shot up from his seat with a thud, his voice thick with disbelief. How could General Lu know about foreign military secrets that even I, on the front lines, am unaware of? How should I know? Ma Zhongshan shrugged. General Lu has assembled 1 million troops and should arrive at Xuanwu City in about 3 hours. However, the general's orders are for you to temporarily gather your forces and keep a close watch on the situation outside. That way, if the invaders attack the city early, you'll be prepared. Understood. Ma Zhongshan dared not delay for a moment, immediately descending to issue orders upon hearing this. He had long witnessed General Lu Husheng's extraordinary influence. Since the general was coming, he could simply follow orders and play the role of a tool. Everything was ready, only awaiting the east wind. The next morning arrived swiftly. 1 million troops were eating breakfast within Xuanwu City, standing ready for battle. Lu Husheng met with Ma Zhongshan. Following Lu Husheng's instructions, Ma Zhongshan had already arranged everything. The 50,000 troops within Xuanwu City coldly watched the outer defenses, ready to strike at any moment. Countless laser cannons atop the city walls were fully charged, poised for action. Running his hand over the stone walls of the city, he found them unchanged from 30 years ago, save for the fine, shallow grooves that appeared like wrinkles on his own face. This sight stirred a flood of emotions within him. After 30 years, he had returned once more. How unpredictable the world was. Commander, I hear the Great Ape King has broken through to the grandmaster realm. He's but a step away from the legendary martial saint. What should we? Watching Lu Husheng's retreating figure, Ma Zhongshan couldn't help but speak up. The foreign tribes are advancing, but we too are growing stronger. Within Xuanwu City, our 1.5 million troops all rank above 3rd grade. That is our confidence. Lu Husheng said calmly. Back then, I could confront 3 million foreign troops with just 200,000 of my own. You command such a large force, why are you backing down? The words sent a wave of heat rushing to Ma Zhongshan's face. He hurriedly retorted, your subordinate would never encourage the enemy or undermine our own morale. I merely harbored some concerns. Please rest assured, General. Not a single coward exists among the 500,000 brothers defending Xuanwu City. Every last one is a true warrior. At that moment, a desolate, mournful toll echoed from outside, like an ancient, long-sealed gate being pushed open. Immediately, 10 kilometers away, a beam of light pierced the void, stretching straight toward the heavens. Slowly, the beam began to push outward on both sides, unleashing a torrent of violent energy that crashed against the walls of Xuanwu City like a colossal wave. It's here! In that instant, every heartbeat quickened. Lu Husheng immediately activated the 8 trigrams Heavenly Thunder formation. His calm voice echoed through the ranks, soldiers, the image that appeared in your minds moments ago was the 8 trigrams Heavenly Thunder formation. During the battle, align yourselves according to the positions imprinted in your minds. This formation will surely drive the alien race back to their homeland. Everyone, remember, the human race shall prevail. Chapter 50, the curtain rises, revealing the might of the 8 trigrams Heavenly Thunder formation. Humanity shall prevail. Humanity shall prevail. The human race shall prevail. In an instant, all the soldiers began roaring in unison. Roar! At that very moment, a deafening roar echoed from the distance. Thousands of monstrous beasts, each over 20 meters tall, entirely white, and bearing enormous, spiked stones on their backs, charged toward Xuanwu City with terrifying speed. Siege beasts! Fire! Witnessing this, Ma Zhongshan bellowed the command. Instantly, thousands of laser cannons opened fire. Beams nearly a meter thick erupted from the guns, striking the beasts and instantly blasting gaping holes through their bodies. Yet these beasts seemed immune to pain. Even riddled with holes, they charged relentlessly forward. Aim for the heads! Ma Zhongshan roared furiously, and only then did the beasts begin to fall. In the distance, a giant bird watched the scene with astonishment. Great King, it called out, the Huaxia humans have not lagged behind in technological development over these past 30 years. The power of their laser cannons is now nearly 10 times greater than before. Of course. The Great Ape King sneered coldly. We have been growing stronger all along. How could the human race not develop? But fear not. This time, our alien forces number more than double what they once were. Even if the humans start with formidable strength under our human wave tactics, their fate will be nothing less than total annihilation. Deploy 4 million soldiers to launch the initial assault. During the battle, have the lightning beasts execute a surprise attack to destroy every single laser-heavy cannon. Hi! The giant bird roared, then spun mid-air, transforming into a handsome young man wielding a feathered sword. Pointing at Xuanwu City, he bellowed, "Kill the chickens!" Boom! In an instant, all the beasts charged forward, their overwhelming momentum threatening to breach Xuanwu City at any moment. For the Chinese race, kill! Ma Zhongshan roared in unison. 150,000 soldiers surged forward simultaneously, heeding Lu Haxing's command. Each charged toward their designated positions, weaving through the ranks as they advanced. Within 500 meters of the enemy, they finally formed a colossal formation yet opened a massive gap at its center, trapping all the alien forces within. Boom! In that instant, a blinding light filled the heavens and earth as the 8 trigrams heavenly thunder formation roared into existence. The 8 cardinal directions Qian, Koan, Jin, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, and Dui glowed brilliantly within the formation. Golden array patterns swirled like living creatures, enveloping the entire foreign army. Immediately, the 8 trigrams formation began spinning at breakneck speed, its patterns shifting ceaselessly. Each transformation whipped up howling winds, as if tearing space itself apart. Above the city walls, Lu Haxing watched the spectacle unfold, continuously executing intricate hand seals in sync with the array's surging power. With his movements, bolts of celestial thunder crashed down from the heavens. Violet lightning ripped through the sky, striking the beasts within the formation with brutal force. A massive rhinoceros-like beast raised its sharp horn to charge, only for a bolt of heavenly thunder to strike its head directly. Instantly charred black, its colossal body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Humans! A 5th-grade black panther roared furiously, darting through the formation like a ghost. Seizing an opening, it lunged toward a weak point in the array, attempting to tear a breach. Just then, a figure flashed forward. It was Su Xiaomai, appearing before the black panther with a poisonous crossbow in hand. A mere 5th-grade leader, and you dare attempt to break the formation? With that, she unleashed a volley of poison darts from her crossbow. The darts glowed with a faint blue light, carrying a pungent, toxic fume as they flew toward the panther. The black panther reacted with lightning speed, twisting its body mid-air to dodge most of the arrows. Yet several still grazed its fur. This provoked a furious roar from the black panther. The areas where its fur had touched the poisoned arrows began to rot. A flicker of fear crossed its eyes, yet it still lunged at Su Xiaomai with stubborn defiance. A hint of disdain flickered across Su Xiaomai's lips. With a flick of her wrist, she instantly scattered a handful of poison powder. The powder spread through the air. After inhaling it, the black panther's steps faltered, its limbs twitching. Before long, it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. On the other side, Long Zhanshan charged forward with his spear, slamming it into a massive 8th-grade bear. The bear's massive paw smashed toward Long Zhanshan with terrifying force, powerful enough to shatter mountains and rocks. Long Zhanshan dodged to the side with a swift sidestep, sweeping his spear horizontally to slice a long gash across the bear's belly. Roar! The bear bellowed incessantly, opening its gaping maw toward Long Zhanshan. Instantly, a torrent of blazing flames erupted from its mouth. Long Zhanshan sidestepped again, then leapt dozens of meters into the air with a powerful kick, plunging downward. His spear drove viciously into the bear's skull. The bear staggered a few times before crashing to the ground. The Great Ape King watched the scene coldly from afar, snorting disdainfully. 30 years have passed, yet the human race has made remarkable progress. To possess such a formidable formation. With that, the Great Ape King roared. A colossal thunderstorm dragon soared from the rear of the alien forces, its body crackling with lightning energy. It continuously spewed purple lightning orbs, hurling them toward the Bagua Heavenly Thunder formation. Rumble! The thunderstorm dragon's attack was devastating. Each lightning orb that struck the formation sent ripples through its structure. Lu Haxing's brow furrowed slightly as he intensified his control over the formation. More heavenly thunderbolts descended from the sky, colliding mid-air with the thunderstorm dragon's lightning orbs. The explosions unleashed blinding flashes and deafening roars. Amidst the fierce battle, the Bagua Heavenly Thunder Array continuously evolved. The Bagua formation within the array integrated more technological elements, with laser cannons atop the city walls coordinating with the Heavenly Thunder to form an even more formidable offensive network. Even large alien creatures were reduced to Swiss cheese by laser cannons the moment they entered the formation, only to be obliterated into ash by the celestial thunderbolts. However, the alien beast army was simply too vast. Despite the Bagua Heavenly Thunder Formation's formidable power, some creatures breached the defenses and charged toward Xuanwu City. The human reinforcements on the city walls were already prepared for battle. Laser cannons and other high-tech weapons relentlessly fired, repelling each charging beast one by one. Boom! What Lu Hushing hadn't anticipated was that the alien creatures charging the walls were merely a diversion. The true trump card was the lightning beast's giant bat-like creatures, not only swift as lightning but capable of unleashing electrical strikes. In less than a second, their surprise lightning assault reduced half the laser-heavy cannons to scrap. Damn it! Rage boiling within him, Lu Hushing swung his arm violently. The dragon-shattering hammer instantly unleashed purple thunderbolts as thick as water barrels, instantly obliterating hundreds of 7th-grade lightning beasts. Lu Husheng. This scene caught the attention of the Great Ape King in the distance. Their gazes locked mid-air, erupting in a blinding flash. Without delay, both men moved simultaneously. Chapter 51, Clash of Titans, Fierce Battle Against the Great Ape King. The dragon-shattering hammer let out a thunderous dragon's roar. As Lu Hushing activated his berserk buff, even the primordial dragon soul within the hammer surged with heightened vitality. As the opponent's wolf tooth club bore down, carrying a crimson aura mingled with the might of heaven, the azure dragon instantly transformed into a phantom form, charging forward with a purple thunderbolt. Boom! Even this tentative exchange unleashed power far surpassing that of grandmasters. Cracks rapidly spread across the sky before instantly healing, yet the terrifying residual force continued to reverberate outward. Lightning beasts kilometers away were instantly incinerated. Lu Hushing, 30 years since we last met. I thought you'd long turned to dust. Yet not only have you fully recovered your wounds and extinguished my killing intent, you've even lived a second life, breaking through to the grandmaster realm. The Great Ape King sneered savagely. Do you think this time, you humans are certain to win? Isn't that the truth? Lu Hushing sneered coldly, his shock already beyond measure. The Great Ape King was undeniably the most formidable foe he had ever faced in his life. He would likely need to refine his hammer technique to its absolute peak just to stand a chance against him. Very well. This king shall see just how much you've truly improved. The Great Ape King roared with laughter, his crimson aura surging like a river of blood. Even a low-tier martial artist would face certain death or injury merely witnessing this spectacle. Lu Hushing wasted no words. With 4 minutes remaining on his berserk buff, he stepped forward and swung his dragon-shattering hammer. Purple lightning crackled along the hammer's shaft as thunderclouds churned overhead. Countless purple bolts of celestial lightning converged upon it. With Lu Hushing's thunderous shout, Thunder Dragon descends, a colossal purple thunder dragon plunged from the heavens, hurtling straight toward the Great Ape King. This is interesting. The Great Ape King's eyes narrowed sharply. Gripping his wolf tooth club tightly, he slammed it down hard onto the ground. Roar! A deafening roar shook the earth, causing violent tremors. Countless rocks erupted from the ground, forming a solid stone wall before him. The purple thunder dragon collided with the stone wall, erupting in blinding light. In the blink of an eye, the wall crashed down, its force largely dissipated. Seizing the moment, the Great Ape King leapt like a ghost, his wolf tooth club swinging down with overwhelming force toward Lu Hushing's head. Lu Hushing dodged the blow by a hair's breadth, sweeping his dragon-shattering hammer out to clash with the wolf tooth club once more. The collision sent 2 powerful currents of true chi surging through the air, forming visible blades of energy that sliced through the surrounding atmosphere. Their intensity was at least 3 times greater than the residual shockwaves from their earlier probing. Thunderous might! Lu Hushing summoned the celestial lightning once more. Countless purple bolts descended from the heavens, enveloping the Great Ape King. The Great Ape King's brow furrowed as his chi surged violently. His wolf tooth club whirled, forming a protective shield that deflected all lightning strikes beyond its reach. Simultaneously, countless afterimages burst forth from the club's shadow, swarming toward Lu Hushing in a dense barrage. Truly worthy of the Great Ape King's title, 30 years had elevated his power to unfathomable depths. Even with his own frenzied buff nearly surpassing that of a grandmaster, battling this beast proved surprisingly taxing. Lu Hushing snorted coldly. His dragon-shattering hammer whirled, unleashing a golden light barrier. Countless hammer shadows erupted, clashing head-on with the wolf tooth club. Each collision erupted with terrifying booms, tearing massive fissures into the ground that seemed poised to collapse at any moment. This battle, like the one in New City, was being broadcast live across the nation. All eyes were fixed on the fight, especially the clash between Lu Hushing and the Great Ape King, a spectacle that left everyone utterly stunned. 30 years later, the battle between General Lu and the Great Ape King unfolds once more. Will General Lu be able to slay him? Truly worthy of the title Hammer King of the West, even against such a formidable foe as the Great Ape King, he remains unmatched. This battle is so intense, I'm at a loss for words. The old war god Lu is unmatched. No regrets for choosing China in this life, I'll return to this land of flowers in the next. As the battle deepened, the frenzied buff had only a minute and a half left. The great ape king remained as vigorous as ever, making Lu Husheng sense danger. He leapt backward into the sky, the dragon-shattering hammer resonating with ceaseless dragon roars as he unleashed another hammer technique from the thunder-shattering mountain-crushing art. In an instant, thunderclouds churned violently overhead. Purple lightning cascaded like waterfalls, converging upon the dragon-shattering hammer. Lu Husheng swung it, unleashing a colossal purple light will that swept toward the great ape king, warping space itself in its wake. That old bastard. The great ape king, too, sensed Lu Husheng's terrifying power. He had thought he had overestimated him this time, yet he still hadn't truly understood him. Channeling all his true energy into the Wolf Tooth Club, the great ape king roared in unison, Ape King's heaven-shattering strike. A crimson glow erupted from the Wolf Tooth Club. With a mighty swing, the great ape king unleashed a pillar of blood-red light that collided head-on with the violet orb. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated, causing the entire ground to tremble. The powerful shockwave flattened everything in its path, filling the sky with choking dust that obscured the sun. Fortunately, the two had fought far from the main battle. Otherwise, even this single strike would have claimed tens of thousands of lives among the warriors on both sides. That strike was truly terrifying. Who else in our Huaxia realm could unleash such a devastating technique? Who won? Why can't I see anything? The dust is too thick. Is the great ape king really dead? Old war god Lu has reached the pinnacle of China's combat prowess. That single strike was utterly terrifying. China will prevail. China will prevail. The dust gradually cleared, revealing both Lu Husheng and the great ape king severely wounded. Lu Husheng knelt on one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained unwavering. The great ape king leaned on his wolf tooth club, his chest heaving violently, his body covered in wounds. Both men bore comparable wounds, a true stalemate. Yet the awkward truth was that Lu Husheng's berserk buff had worn off. Having regained his grandmaster realm, his strength could no longer suppress the injuries. He couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood with a wah sound. He quickly bit into the small restoration pill hidden in his mouth, which finally allowed his body to begin gradually recovering. Old geezer, you're practically in the coffin yet still so strong, the great ape king sneered, wiping blood from his mouth. But I can already sense the true chi draining from your body. You're not a true grandmaster, you only forced yourself to that level using some secret technique. But now, that forced enhancement must have worn off, right? Damn it, he figured it out. Then now, it's this king's turn to put on a show. The great ape king chuckled darkly as all his power surged toward his wolf tooth club. In the next instant, the great ape king charged toward Lu Husheng like a cannonball. The wolf tooth club, carrying the force of 1,000 thunders, aimed straight for Lu Husheng's vital points. Chapter 52, the great ape king severely wounded, the 8 trigrams heavenly thunder formation shattered. This scene made everyone watching the live stream gasp in shock. Many even cried out. Damn it! Old hero Lu was injured and drained of true chi. This bastard ambushing him now is nothing but taking advantage of his weakness. The alien race truly is alien, a bunch of beasts who know nothing of noble conduct. What kind of skill is sneaking in attack? As the vanguard of the alien race, the great ape king stoops to such petty deeds, perhaps even a disgrace among his own kind. Commander, retreat first. Avoid the brunt of the attack. Lu Husheng, however, had long anticipated the great ape king's actions. This creature had always been one to stop at nothing. Given his current state, it wouldn't be like him if he didn't immediately seek ways to finish him off. Fortunately, he still had one more chance to activate his berserk buff. As he activated the berserk buff, Lu Husheng's injuries had already healed completely. Though the previous battle had drained at least 2/3 of his true chi, his powerful breathing technique had restored over half of it. With a thunderous roar, he swung his dragon-shattering hammer forward. In that instant, the dragon-shattering hammer stirred celestial phenomena. A purple thunderbolt in the sky formed a mountain-like barrier, colliding heavily with the wolf tooth club. This time, colossal energy ripples swept the surroundings like a tsunami. The ground began cracking, fissures spreading like spider webs in all directions, each crack several meters wide and bottomless. The great ape king was slammed by this energy blast, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Covered in blood, his body flew backward hundreds of meters out of control. Even after plunging his wolf tooth club into the ground upon landing, he still slid backward nearly 100 meters. Wah! The next instant, the great ape king spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Lu Husheng. This can't be. You've clearly reached the limit of your power enhancement. You were already defeated. How could you suddenly recover all your injuries and unleash a strike nearly as powerful as a grandmaster at the peak of their strength? Perhaps this is what they call justice triumphing over evil. Lu Husheng declared with emotion. Great Ape King, what more can you say? Old man, you don't think defeating me means you've won, do you? The Great Ape King laughed. Even if your human race can wield such formidable formations, against this king's human wave tactics, you have absolutely no chance of victory. This time, my alien race will breach Xuanwu City and conquer Huaxia. Lu Husheng couldn't help but glance toward the battlefield. The 8 trigrams rending void formation still maintained its formidable power. Despite the alien race's overwhelming numerical advantage, the 1.5 million soldiers, aided by the formation, were relentlessly pressing the enemy back. At this rate, the alien race was bound to lose. Even the common folk watching the live broadcast all shared this conviction. After all, they couldn't fathom what other tricks the great ape king could possibly have up his sleeve. This guy must have gotten a concussion from old hero Lu's blows. How could he spout such nonsense? Is he dreaming? Given the current situation, tonight's battle will be over by dawn, no suspense whatsoever. Laughing my ass off. The great ape king is gravely wounded and can't fight anymore, yet he's still spouting bull like he's the bull demon king. Xuanwu City? You alien races won't break through my defenses. Mark my words. Just then, a distant hum echoed through the air. The spatial gate the alien race had partially opened earlier now swung wide, unleashing a swarm of monstrous beasts that surged toward the battlefield in overwhelming numbers. Lu Hushing's body trembled. He stared in disbelief at the horde of beasts, every single one ranked 5th grade or higher. The vanguard of cyclopes and ogres were even 6th grade powerhouses. These beasts entered the battlefield like wolves among sheep. Particularly, nearly 10,000 cyclopes each wielded a 100-ton boulder, smashing it down upon the formation. Boom! Lu Hushing swiftly activated his spell seals, coordinating with the heavy laser cannons atop the city walls. Thunderbolts rained down relentlessly. Yet the battle had already sapped the warriors' fervor and vitality. Though most boulders were pulverized into dust, hundreds still crashed down, reducing weaker martial artists to bloody pulp. The 8 trigrams Heavenly Thunder formation teetered on the brink of collapse. Damn it! How can there still be so many alien tribes and powerful ones at that? Wang Liyuan stared ahead in disbelief. Everyone, change formations immediately. Don't let them break our array. At least 1 million alien forces have emerged this time. Long Zhanshan's brow furrowed deeply, his heart sinking to its lowest point. Damn it, these aliens are cunning. They send out these minions to fight us first, wearing down our strength, then deploy their elite troops when the timing is right. That's a damn clever move. They aim to shatter our morale first, then crush us completely, an old general from Qinglong City immediately warned. Don't let them intimidate you. If we focus our strength on defense, we can at least even the odds. Under the command of the generals, everyone began reshaping their formations. Soon, the ranks were reorganized. Though still formidable, they lacked the initial momentum. Coupled with the relentless assaults of those powerful beasts, defeat was only a matter of time. The scales of war began tilting toward the alien race. Many commoners watching the live broadcast felt their hearts leap into their throats. Unbelievable. How did the battle turn so drastically? It's become the alien race's show. After all that war god Lu did, it seems utterly useless now. Unbelievable. The alien race is too cunning, and the great ape king is utterly treacherous. They're just playing tactical games, bullying us with their numbers. We strongly demand the military immediately reinforce our lines. Otherwise, the tragedy of 30 years ago will repeat itself and Xuanwu City might truly fall. As the battle intensified, the situation unfolded exactly as everyone had feared. After sacrificing nearly 500,000 reinforcements, the alien forces finally shattered the Bagua Thunder array. Their beasts unleashed their savagery, crushing and slaughtering the Huaxia soldiers with overwhelming force. The great ape king slowly rose to his feet, his injuries now nearly 30% healed. Lu Hushing, do you see? Your men are being slaughtered, yet you can do nothing. By the time reinforcements reach Xuanwu City, this place will likely already be ours. Ha ha. Lu Hushing drew a deep breath, his chi surging within him. The battle 30 years ago remained etched in his memory, waking him in terror countless nights. The horrifying fate of those 200,000 brothers was still vividly before his eyes. He would never allow that scene from 30 years ago to repeat itself. The alien race shall never force our human race to repeat that tragedy. Chapter 53, Fighting while retreating, abandoning Xuanwu City? All the people of Huaxia watched this scene unfold. What would happen next, everyone had already guessed. In short, relying solely on Lu Hushing, it was utterly impossible to stop these 2 million alien reinforcements. Zhao Jiangwo watched the battle unfold, his heart sinking to the depths. Given the current situation, Xuanwu City was likely doomed. Worse still, his own younger brother might suffer another devastating blow. Just then, Ken Zhangman found Zhao Jiangwo and urgently exclaimed, "Brother, you must intervene. Otherwise, old Lu will truly meet his end there. At all costs, withdraw 200,000 troops from each of the other commanders. They must reach the new city within 12 hours to form a second defensive line." Zhao Jiangwo ordered immediately. Send word to Yun Lu, have him fight a retreat and abandon Xuanwu City. But Ken Zhangman froze. This was quite different from the brother who had ordered relentless defense 30 years ago. The alien race has returned with renewed force. We must preserve our human forces to the utmost extent possible, Zhao Jiangwo said with deep emotion. Otherwise, we will suffer an even more devastating defeat. Understood. Without further discussion, Ken Zhangman immediately departed to carry out the orders. Upon learning of the battle outside, the citizens of Xuanwu City surged toward the city gates, each clutching weapons like kitchen knives, axes, and hoes. Commander! Open the gates! We're going to fight the invaders to the death. 30 years ago, General Lu persuaded us to evacuate Xuanwu City. This time, we won't be cowards. A scar is a scar, but after 18 years, we'll be heroes again. The invaders dare to seize our land and slaughter our kin? They'll have to step over our dead bodies first. Damn it, let's fight the outsiders to the death. Even Meng Qingyao had arrived, guided to the city walls. Watching the battle outside, her heart clenched. Where is my grandfather? Ma Zhongshan hurriedly pointed to a spot. General Lu is battling the Great Ape King right now. He's incredibly powerful, he's crushing the Great Ape King. Fixing her gaze on that spot, Meng Qingyao clasped her hands before her chest. Grandfather, please stay safe. Observing the battlefield, Lu Hushing suddenly burst into laughter. Enough! Earlier, he had consulted the system. Under the current circumstances, the only solution was to activate the Battle Soul chapter of the Thunder-Shattering Mountain-Crushing Hammer technique. Only by summoning the souls of those who had perished on this battlefield could he break through the impasse. However, the Battle Soul chapter required reaching the Martial Saint realm to unlock. Unless he completely burned his life force, he would fail at the last moment. But for the future of the human race, for the sake of slaying the Great Ape King, what harm could another excruciating ordeal of cutting flesh and scraping bone possibly do? Old man, are you provoked? How can you still laugh at a time like this? The Great Ape King sneered mockingly. Why not join my alien race? I can grant you the title of King of the Blue Star human race. Great Ape King, you have your backup plans. Do you think I lack my own hidden moves? Lu Hushing gave a cold laugh, swiftly retreating. I will make you admit defeat wholeheartedly. Placing the Great Restoration pill in his mouth, Lu Hushing gripped the dragon's shattering hammer with both hands. Kneeling on one knee, flames began to engulf his body. Vast true chi and colossal life force surged ceaselessly into the hammer. A dragon's roar echoed repeatedly as an immense azure dragon coiled around his body. It let out a deafening bellow toward the alien race, enveloping him in complete protection. That bastard! What is he doing? The Great Ape King's face twisted in horror as a sense of impending doom welled up within him. He bellowed urgently. Kill Lu Husheng. Stop him now. Gate of the Dark Night, open wide for me. Spirits of the battlefield past, answer my call and return. Bound by blood. Lu Husheng began chanting the incantation. A calm breeze began to stir from the ground around him, gradually sweeping across the entire battlefield. Protect General Lu. Long Zhanshan, having noticed the situation, recognized Lu Husheng was executing some secret technique to turn the tide. He charged toward them, thrusting his spear forward with a fierce strike, great destruction. Though his 8th rank power couldn't match Wang Longting's might, his spear instantly manifested dozens of meters of phantom length. It slammed into the charging group of 5th rank beasts, sending dozens flying backward, blood spurting from their mouths. The next instant, over a dozen figures surged from all directions, colliding into a single formalin man. Boy, I've had my eye on you for a long time. Now it's time to send you on your final journey. Red Shadow Wolves? Long Zhanshan narrowed his eyes. Back then, your Red Shadow Wolf King was slain by our commander. Yet you dare set foot on Huaxia soil? It seems only the annihilation of your clan will teach you a lasting lesson. Today, we come for vengeance, the man snarled through gritted teeth. Lu Husheng killed our great king. His crime is unforgivable. Only his blood can wash away this sin. Then let me see what you're made of. Long Zhanshan swayed slightly before charging at the man. Only now did the live stream viewers finally grasp. Old hero Lu is burning his life force. What on earth is he trying to do? If this continues, he'll sacrifice himself. 30 years ago, the general fought with such reckless abandon. Now he's prepared to sacrifice himself again. His devotion to the common people is truly awe-inspiring. Those foreign bastards have pushed us to this. I'm enlisting right now. I'll join the army and slaughter those invaders. Damn it, this infuriates me. I curse my lack of awakened chi and blood, preventing me from becoming a martial artist and joining the battlefront. Meng Qingyao bit her lip hard, tugging at my Zhongshan's sleeve. General, my grandfather is burning himself out. Think of a way. If this war costs my grandfather his life, what meaning would any of this hold? Ma Zhongshan remained silent, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. The situation had spiraled beyond his imagination, beyond his control. This was no longer something he could intervene in. General! The Supreme Commander has issued orders. Marshal Lu is to fight a retreat and abandon Xuanwu City if necessary. Just then, a subordinate reported, the other 6 marshals will each dispatch 200,000 troops to establish a second defensive line at the new city. Ma Zhongshan startled, then his face lit up with joy. He immediately ordered, dispatch orders at once. All civilians must evacuate Xuanwu City within 3 hours. Furthermore. Oh no, grandfather. Meng Qinyao's shrill scream cut off Ma Zhongshan's command. Suddenly, a colossal tens of meters tall burst forth from the spatial passageway. Wielding a wolf tooth club, it leapt high into the air and slammed down upon Lu Husheng like a mountain. Chapter 54, Spirits Return, United Against the Foreign Hordes. Boom! In that instant, the azure dragon coiled around Lu Husheng erupted with a furious roar. A terrifying pillar of light erupted from its maw, colliding head-on with the giant ape. Though the ape possessed strength nearing the master realm, it was no match for the colossal dragon. Its massive body was sent flying, crashing to the ground before staggering backward, blood spurting from its mouth. Only when the great ape king reached out to support its back did its retreat halt. Father, this man appears utterly drained of life. How can he still unleash such terrifying power? The giant ape stared at the great ape king in disbelief. Can the potential of the human race truly reach such terrifying heights? This man. The great ape king, his strength now half restored, stared intently at Lu Husheng within the dragon's body, yet dared not attack. Wield the blade of the past, battle the foe of the present. Spirits, heed my command. Join me in this life and death struggle. At that very moment, Lu Husheng finally completed his incantation. The form of the azure dragon began to fade. Suddenly, faint golden specks appeared on the ground, as if something was burrowing up from beneath. These specks merged with the rising energy to form shadowy figures, dazed as they surveyed their surroundings. Mother? Wang Liyuan stared blankly at the figure suddenly materializing before her, her body trembling involuntarily as mist blurred her eyes. Then, her voice breaking with emotion, she cried out again, "Mom! Watch out!" The female warrior's form was solidifying as she turned to face the girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Startled, she snapped, "Watch out!" With that, she thrust her spear forward, instantly slaying a foreign creature. Then, in a reproachful tone, she scolded, "You child! How careless of you! What did I teach you?" It really was her mother, Wang Lingfeng. She had actually returned to this battlefield. Only now did Wang Lingfeng grasp the situation. Her gaze shifted to Lu Husheng, who lay extremely weak in the distance, his life force teetering on the brink of extinction. It was the general. General Lu summoned our spirits back? Before Lu Husheng now stood a circle of over a dozen old comrades, former deputy commanders like Su Qinghu, Long Qingting, and Sun Wuji, all staring at him with expressions of disbelief mixed with profound joy. General, you actually summoned us back? This is incredible. I feel just as I did in life. We didn't get our fill back then. Now that we're finally back, we'll slaughter to our heart's content. Ha ha ha. Who'd have thought we old brothers would meet again? I'm overjoyed. Brother, I've missed you. Lu Husheng gave a faint, weak smile and said in a deep voice, "The alien tribes have returned. The great ape king leads their vanguard in attacking Xuanwu City once more. I summoned you all here today to aid us in slaying these invaders and driving the great ape king out of Huaxia once again. Those bastards." Long Qingting snorted coldly, then roared with a thunderous shout, "Where are my Lu family troops?" "Here." Hundreds of thousands of heroic spirits and millions of soldiers roared in unison. The terrifying sound sent a chill down the spines of even the invaders who had been confident of victory. "Grasp my long spear, crush the invaders. Ignite my battle spirit, fight to the death. Grasp my long spear, crush the foreign invaders. Ignite my battle spirit, fight to the death." Hundreds of thousands of heroic spirits roared in unison, gripping their weapons as they charged fiercely toward the invaders. These oaths ignited the blood of the surviving soldiers on the battlefield, their vitality surging anew. They followed the spirits into the fray. "Grasp my long spear, crush the invaders. Ignite my battle spirit, fight to the death." With the valiant spirits joining the fray, the tide of battle swiftly turned. These spirits possessed the same power they had in life. Crucially, even when scattered, they could swiftly regroup and fight again. They were virtually indestructible. This development brought a collective sigh of relief to the citizens watching the live broadcast. Yet, as they gazed upon Lu Husheng, who was about to meet his end, a profound sense of desolation washed over them. Old hero Lu sacrificed himself to save all the people of China. What a noble sacrifice! Damn foreign invaders! May your ancestors rot in hell. You've driven our great commander to this point with nothing but treacherous schemes. You barbarians think overwhelming numbers can crush us Chinese, but you've miscalculated. No regrets for being born Chinese. In the next life, I'll return to this land of flowers. Long live China! The great ape king slowly approached Lu Husheng, his expression darkening further. "Lu Husheng, I never imagined you would choose to sacrifice yourself for the Chinese people. Because I am one of the 7 great generals of China." Lu Husheng exhaled deeply, leaning against his shattered dragon hammer. "If driving your foreign hordes out of China means sacrifice, so be it. Too bad you won't live to see it, for you are about to die in battle." The great ape king sneered mockingly. "Witnessing your demise makes this defeat insignificant. I shall soon regroup my forces and lead an even mightier army for a second assault on the city. So sure I'll die?" Lu Husheng shot the great ape king a scornful look before biting into the great restoration pill. Its terrifying potency surged through him like 1,000 charging armies, flooding every limb and bone. His withered body sprang back to life as if deadwood had found spring again. Even the long-lost potential and foundational strength began returning in full force. Within mere breaths, Lu Husheng had already recovered 1/3 of his strength. Impossible. The great ape king's smile froze on his face, replaced by utter disbelief. How could severed vitality be restored? Twice on the brink of death, and both times he's been reborn? I refuse to believe it. Suddenly, the great ape king remembered something, his shock turning to fury. The Great Restoration Pill. You actually possess the Great Restoration Pill? As a treasure capable of resurrecting the dead and mending broken bones, even among alien races, only a sovereign like him could wield it once. Otherwise, he wouldn't have advanced to become a grandmaster in just 30 years despite his severe injuries. But this human? What merit or qualification did he possess to use the Great Restoration Pill? I'll kill you. Seeing Lu Husheng had already recovered nearly half his strength, the great ape king roared and prepared to strike. But then, flashes of golden light appeared. Long Qingting and several other heroic spirits stepped in front of the great ape king, shielding Lu Husheng. You fool, great ape king. You've already lost. Why don't you just kill yourself right here? I never imagined you alien races, beaten to a pulp 30 years ago, would dare return. Who gave you the courage, Liang Jingru? It'll take your great ape clan tens of thousands of years to evolve into humans like us. Yet you beasts dare attack us? You've got the nerve. If you want to kill my general, you'll have to kill us first. But we're indestructible. Chapter 55, The Alien Race Retreats, the Great Ape King's Ultimate Strike. You fools! The Great Ape King trembled, turning to Lu Husheng. Among our alien race's supreme beings, there exists a supreme secret technique called the Battle Soul Summon. Your technique just now bears a striking resemblance to it. So what? Lu Husheng laughed. Even your highest-ranking alien is aiding us. It only proves your invasion of Blue Star is wrong. Why don't you scurry back to your alien realm? This remark infuriated the Great Ape King once more. Why did it feel like he couldn't match this old man, whether in combat or verbal sparring? Is this assault truly destined to end in failure? Turning to survey the battlefield, even with these 2 million reinforcements entering the fray, they couldn't withstand a single clash against the onslaught of the undead heroes. The 6 million strong army now numbered less than 3 million. The alien force's momentum had been utterly shattered. Boom! At that very moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Lu Husheng. He rose to his feet, dragon-shattering hammer in hand. Great Ape King! I have regained my peak strength. Dare you fight again? His voice echoed across the entire battlefield, igniting a surge of motivation within the Huaxia human race. Long Zhanshan, Grandfather Lu has lain dormant for 30 years. He would never fight a battle he couldn't win. What more can the alien race say? Chen Chong, barbarians. 30 years ago, I organized the people's evacuation and missed my chance to slaughter you. This time, I'll kill you all without mercy. Su Shamai, Grandfather Lu's rebirth from burning his life force symbolizes the rebirth of all Huaxia warriors. Kill. Wang Liyuan, I knew it. The people watching the livestream were already in tears. Even the stingiest viewers couldn't resist showering gifts. Old hero Lu was truly admirable. Burning his life force to break free and reborn, even heaven is on our side. This proves the alien race's invasion of China and Blue Star defies the heavens. Heaven itself opposes them. They should pack up and go back to their own world. General Lu alone is worth 10,000 men. Now that he's been reborn, he'll surely wipe out the invaders. This has my blood boiling. I want to join the battlefield right now and follow General Lu in slaughtering the invaders. The tide has turned. The Great Ape King sighed, slowly retreating as his vital energy began to violently surge. Fixing Lu Husheng with a cold stare, he declared, Lu Husheng, do not grow too arrogant. Though I have failed this time, within a month at best, or 3 months at worst, my alien race will return in full force, at least 10 million strong. Then, China will become our prey. Lu Husheng frowned, channeling his chi into the dragon-shattering hammer as he retreated. Then you'd better bring your entire nest. Otherwise, every time you come, we'll slaughter you. What a hassle. Rest assured, you'll have your hands full. The Great Ape King sneered coldly, then bellowed a command. His terrifying roar echoed across the entire battlefield. Upon hearing it, the alien forces instantly halted their fighting, turning swiftly toward the gaping spatial rift. The alien forces are retreating. We've defeated them once more and defended the human race. As the alien hordes retreated like a receding tide, someone shouted, and the battlefield erupted with the excited roars of human soldiers. Wang Liyuan immediately found the spirit King Lingfeng. The tears she'd been holding back finally spilled over, and she rushed forward to embrace her tightly. Mom, I missed you so much. Are you doing okay in the other world? Woo woo. Yuan, be strong. Wang Lingfeng stroked Wang Liyuan's long hair, offering gentle comfort. You're already a capable young leader now. Don't show your vulnerable side to others. I've always been watching over you from that world. Don't worry, I'm strong. Wang Liyuan nodded repeatedly. I'll grow up to be a female commander just like you, mother. I believe in you. Wang Lingfeng nodded. My time is running out. I'll fade away soon. Be happy. I don't want to see you cry. I won't cry. Seeing you makes me so happy. Wang Liyuan said, wiping the tears from her face. Will we meet again? Perhaps. Many descendants of the heroic spirits gathered here, reuniting with one another. This battlefield witnessed the most heartwarming scene imaginable. Even Zhao Jiangwo felt moisture welling in his eyes. Little Lu truly knows how to surprise us. To summon the heroic spirits who once fought alongside us, not only does this fulfill the unfulfilled wish of loved ones who died in battle without reunion, but it also forges an invincible army, unmatched by any foe. If this spirit army could truly be summoned for every battle, the alien races would never again pose a threat to us. Ken Zhongman remarked with deep emotion. Once the fighting ends, I must ask old Lu about this. I'm heading to Xuanwu City immediately. Zhao Jiangwo nodded slightly. Qinglong City is temporarily secure. After reuniting with their descendants, the spirits all saluted Lu Hushing in unison before slowly fading away. Lu Hushing, who had been fixated on the Great Ape King, could only offer a slight nod to the assembled spirits. He understood the Great Ape King. As it prepared to depart, it would surely launch a surprise attack. Last time, the killing intent within him had been forced into his body just as it was leaving. This time, it wouldn't be so easy. All his true energy surged into the dragon's shattering hammer. The dragon's roar within the hammer once again echoed throughout the arena. This caused everyone to look at Lu Hushing with puzzlement. The battle had clearly ended, and the Great Ape King and his forces were retreating. Why did the general still look as if facing a formidable enemy? Snap! Just then, as the Great Ape King was about to retreat through the spatial gate, he channeled all his vital energy into the Wolfang Club. The club, which had always been indestructible, shattered into countless centimeter-sized fragments. These fragments shot toward Xuanwu City, their piercing whistles creating visible ripples in the air. Roar! Simultaneously, a dragon's roar echoed across the battlefield. Within Lu Hushing's dragon-shattering hammer, the azure dragon manifested once more. Interwoven with purple celestial thunder, it erupted into a dragon-shaped shield stretching several kilometers long, enveloping nearly all the soldiers within its protection. The dragon's head turned toward the direction of the incoming shards, letting out another fierce roar. The purple celestial thunder radiated outward like a spider's web. However, Lu Hushing was only at the grandmaster realm. Though the lightning struck the fragments, it failed to halt their advance. Despite encountering the dragon-shaped shield, the fragments still possessed immense destructive power, instantly gravely wounding several soldiers. The battlefield erupted in a chorus of agonized screams. The unluckiest among them, struck in vital spots, died instantly without a chance to survive. Watch out! On the city wall, Ma Zhongshan's face paled. He immediately reached out a hand toward Meng Qinyao. Though his vital energy and qi had formed a shield, it was too late. Shrapnel pierced through his palm and struck Meng Qinyao's heart. Chapter 56. At the last moment, Meng Qinyao was saved. In that instant, Ma Zhongshan's face darkened. A wave of guilt washed over him as his gaze instinctively turned to Lu Hushing. The granddaughter of General Lu stood right before him, yet he had been powerless to protect her. What a disgrace to his position as the commander of Xuanwu City. Ma Zhongshan couldn't help but roar at Lu Hushing. General! Qinya! Lu Hushing had exerted every ounce of strength to shield everyone, yet casualties still occurred. This enraged him. Hearing Ma Zhongshan's roar, his heart skipped a beat and he immediately charged up the city wall. Meng Qinyao's chest was already stained crimson with blood. Her eyes were tightly shut, her lips turning purple. Commander-in-Chief! A shrapnel fragment flew in just now. I tried to block it immediately, but I was powerless to stop it. Ma Zhongshan stood beside Lu Hushing, his body trembling uncontrollably with guilt. Please punish me, Commander-in-Chief. Lu Hushing channeled all his qi into Meng Qinyao's body, swiftly locating the shrapnel. Though Ma Zhongshan had absorbed most of its force, the fragment had embedded itself in Meng Qinyao's heart. This was an incurable wound. Meng Qinyao was undoubtedly doomed. Even Lu Hushing, as formidable as he was, began to tremble now, nearly losing his composure. He immediately placed the last remaining small restored pill into Meng Qinyao's mouth. All his true qi circulated within Meng Qinyao's body, enveloping the shard, attempting to gently extract it. Qinyao, don't be afraid. Grandfather will heal you now. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Yet, though the minor restoration pill was priceless, it was utterly incapable of healing such a fatal wound only the greater restoration pill could. Though Lu Hushing gently enveloped and extracted the shard, the potent efficacy of the minor restoring pill couldn't seal the gaping wound in Meng Qinyao's heart. Blood continued to flow. Damn it! Great Ape King! My granddaughter! Holding Meng Qinyao in his arms, Lu Hushing was suddenly overcome with regret for letting her stay behind with him. Had she gone with Zhao Yan to Qinglong City, none of this would have happened. It was his fault. All of this was his fault. Why hasn't the system reward arrived yet? I need the Great Restoration Pill. I need it so badly. Everyone watched this scene unfold through the livestream. Many had already shed tears, silently praying for Meng Qinyao's safety. General Lu saved countless lives in Huaxia, yet he must watch his own granddaughter die before his eyes. What unbearable grief. That beast, the Great Ape King. Even after defeat, why commit such heartless atrocities? The alien races all deserve to die. I pray for Meng Qinyao. I hope this child is safe. Otherwise, the old hero Lu will surely be devastated. Heaven, open your eyes and see. Why must the heroes of our race suffer such blows? She'll be fine. She absolutely must be fine. Old hero Lu is peerless among men, his family will surely receive divine reward. But then, the livestream abruptly cut off. No one knew the final outcome. Long Jianshan, Su Xiaomai, Wang Liyuan, and the others had returned to the city wall. Seeing Meng Qinyao's pale face and Lu Hushing's heartbroken expression, they wanted to say something but found themselves at a loss for words. With so many people on the city wall, why did the shards single out Meng Qingyao, who was as weak as a kitten? Detected, host repelled alien race, saved tens of millions of Xuanwu city citizens. Merit points plus 10,000. Rage buff 2, shape-shifting pill 2, minor restoration pill 5, major restoration pill 2. The system's notification arrived belatedly, causing Lu Hushing's body to jerk. He hastily retrieved a great restoration pill and placed it into Meng Qinyao's mouth, clutching her small hand while avoiding her gaze. What kind of pill is this? Its potency is at least 10 times stronger than the minor restoration pill, isn't it? Long Jianshan couldn't help but ask in astonishment from the side. Only then did Lu Hushing glance over. Meng Qinyao's body now radiated an eerie purple glow, intertwining with the golden energy of the great restoration pill. The wound on her chest was rapidly healing, and the nearly severed connection to her cultivation base was swiftly being restored. Her life was saved. Lu Hushing finally exhaled a long breath of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, everything was moving in a positive direction, and that was better than anything else. Yet Meng Qingyao still hadn't regained consciousness. Su Xiaomai immediately stepped forward to take her pulse and examine her body. Grandpa Lu, Sister Qingyao is out of danger now. She just lost too much blood earlier and needs some quiet rest. That's wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Lu Hushing's heart finally settled. He smiled and said, that nearly scared me to death. Thank goodness I still had that last Huan Dan. Otherwise. Lu Hushing stopped himself, unwilling to speak further, it felt too ominous. Alright, clear the battlefield immediately. Tally our casualties and notify their families without delay. Ensure the highest level of compensation is issued. Lu Hushing composed himself and continued his orders. Additionally, transport the wounded to the hospital for treatment. They must be assigned the best wards and medical facilities available. Repair the damaged city walls as quickly as possible. And for the 30 kilometers of land in front of the city gates, bury the most powerful landmines infused with true qi. By the time these arrangements were completed, evening had fallen. Clips of the battle had already spread across major short video platforms, stirring fervor in everyone. Some silently wept upon seeing the final scene where Lu Hushing's granddaughter perished. The heroic old Lu endured a life of sorrow, losing his wife, son, and grandson one after another. He truly gave his all for our human race. The title Unparalleled National Hero belongs only to Lu Hushing. We must pay tribute to the old hero, he deserves everyone's deepest respect. A white-haired parent burying a black-haired child, such sacrifice is unmatched. Old hero Lu will be remembered for eternity. Shut up. Immortalized throughout the ages is for the deceased. It should be unparalleled in the world. Just then, Zhao Jiangwo finally arrived, accompanied by Lu Chaoyan. His legs went weak at the sight of Lu Hushing, and he stammered, Dad, Xinyao. She's fine. Just severe blood loss. She'll need a few days to regain consciousness, Lu Hushing hurriedly explained. The war just ended. There's been so much to handle, I didn't get a chance to call you. As long as she's okay, as long as she's okay. Lu Chaoyan's tears finally fell. Her entire body collapsed to the ground and she fainted on the spot. Terrified. Fortunately, Lu Hushing swiftly infused her with a surge of true qi, reviving her. She immediately grabbed his hand and demanded, Where is Qinyao? I must see her. Jianshan, take your aunt to see Qinyao. Lu Hushing felt a surge of emotion and immediately gave the order to Long Jianshan. Young Lu, this defensive battle was all thanks to you. Otherwise, I was prepared to temporarily abandon Xuanwu City. Only now did Zhao Jiangwo salute Lu Hushing with a military gesture. On behalf of Xuanwu City and the people of China, I express my deepest gratitude to you. You're too kind. It was my duty. Lu Hushing hastily returned the salute. Next, I need to consult you on a very serious matter, one that determines whether we can drive the alien race off Blue Star. Zhao Jiangwo continued. Lu Hushing paused, then nodded solemnly. Chapter 57, Meng Qinyao's Awakening and the Whereabouts of the Battle Soul Monument. They entered a room where only several high-ranking officers of the Huaxia military were present. Zhao Jiangwo finally asked in a solemn tone, Your final move summoning the heroic spirits directly decided the outcome of this battle. So now I'm wondering, could this technique be made accessible to more people? If so, we wouldn't have to fear alien invasions anymore. Lu Hushing gave an awkward smile before replying with a wry grin, I've considered this too. But the soul summoning chapter requires a martial saint to perform it. Didn't I burn my life force, nearly exhausting everything, just to complete it? True. The group exchanged glances, their awkwardness deepening. They'd been so caught up in marveling at his feat that they'd forgotten the price Lu Hushing had paid. He must have had another great restoration pill in reserve, otherwise they'd all have been separated by life and death long ago. How awkward. I was too abrupt about this. Zhao Jiangwo gave a wry smile and nodded slightly to Lu Hushing. I owe you an apology for not considering your actual situation. No, it's mainly because we were so desperate to win. Lu Hushing replied with deep understanding. Even though we found a way to defeat the alien race, the price we'd have to pay was unimaginable. No one could accept that. According to the Great Ape King, the alien race will strike again against our Huaxia within a month at the earliest, or 3 months at the latest. We must find a solution as quickly as possible during this time. Everyone nodded slightly, and a momentary silence fell over the group. Just then, Wang Liyuan's call came through. Grandpa Lu, it's bad. Xinyao is emitting an eerie aura. Something feels terribly wrong. At these words, Lu Hushing's expression darkened dramatically. He bid farewell to Zhao Jiangwo and dashed toward the hospital in a flash. There, Meng Qinyao floated slowly in midair, enveloped by the golden energy of the Great Restoration Pill and an eerie purple aura. Her vital energy fluctuated intensely, as if she had reached some critical threshold. How could this look like? The awakening of vital energy? System, what's going on here? Unable to grasp the situation, Lu Hushing asked the system with lingering doubt. Meng Qinyao possesses the highest tier innate Qi blood talent, but it requires activation under specific conditions. The Great Ape King's attack has provided precisely those conditions. Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Hushing finally relaxed. He turned to comfort Lu Chaoyan. Xinyao is in the critical phase of awakening her Qi blood. We absolutely must not interfere, lest we cause complications. At these words, every person present stiffened. Lu Chaoyan looked even more doubtful. Xinyao's Qi blood awakening failed before. How could it suddenly activate now? Lu Hushing shook his head slightly, saying nothing more. He simply fixed his gaze on Meng Qinyao, having no intention of leaving. After all, no one knew what might unfold next, and staying put seemed the wisest course of action. The vigil stretched on endlessly until dawn broke the next day. Only then did the two energies within Meng Qinyao finally begin to settle back into her body. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Lu Hushing hurried over, examining her as he asked, "Child, how do you feel?" "Grandfather, I sense an incredibly powerful force within me. It's like the foresight abilities shown in movies." Meng Qinyao replied almost without hesitation. "I've sensed the War Soul Steel. Only the War Soul Steel can activate the War Soul chapter within the Master and Grandmaster realms, allowing summoned heroes to remain permanently in this world." Lu Hushing couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He never imagined this girl would turn misfortune into fortune, gaining such terrifying abilities. The Great Ape King had truly shot himself in the foot. However, the War Soul Steel is currently split into 3 fragments. I can only detect 1 fragment in the 10,000 tribes black market. Meng Qinyao continued, "If we want to obtain it, we'll likely have to venture into the 10,000 tribes black market at the border of the alien races to gather intelligence. The alien world can only be entered with great divine power." "Grandfather, my current strength isn't sufficient," Lu Hushing said with some distress. "The method to enter? I don't know." Meng Qinyao shook her head immediately. "Grandfather, I've only just broken through to awakening. Knowing this much is already pushing my limits." "True enough." Lu Hushing nodded slightly, suddenly recalling the snake gentleman who had escorted Wang Sanrui to the Luo family in the south. As a high-ranking member of the Shadow Snake Clan, he must know the passageways between the alien races in Blue Star. "Child, Li Yuan and your mother are here to care for you. Rest assured and focus on your recovery. Grandfather will seek a solution," Lu Hushing said, then turned to Lu Chaoyan and the others. "Furthermore, Xinyao's situation must remain known only to us. It cannot be disclosed, lest it bring mortal danger upon her." They nodded repeatedly in agreement. This matter truly demanded secrecy. After leaving the hospital, Lu Hushing called Zhao Jiangwo and then swiftly headed south toward the Luo family estate. At that moment, the Luo family was in the midst of a meeting. Lu Hushing's sudden arrival shocked everyone present. Crucially, he appeared out of nowhere, bearing no resemblance to a casual visitor. As the 7th Marshal of China, this veteran hero had just defeated the Great Ape King and was riding high on unparalleled prestige. Even knowing he had killed Luo Jiame, the Luo family patriarch greeted him with utmost respect. "Marshal, your sudden visit truly graces our humble abode. However, I wonder what brings you here." "I demand to see Wang Sanrui and that Mr. Snake from the Shadow Snake Clan," Lu Hushing declared bluntly. "Have them come out." "General, you must be joking. The Wang Sanrui is my grandson. He is a traitor to the human race. How could our Luo family possibly have any connection with him?" The patriarch laughed immediately. "As for this so-called Mr. Snake, he is an alien race. It's even more impossible for our Luo family to know anything about him. When we exterminated the Wang clan, our investigation traced Mr. Snake leading Wang Sanrui southward. But its speed was too swift, our men couldn't catch up." Lu Hushing fixed his gaze on the patriarch, enunciating each word. In all of southern China, the only place Wang Sanrui knows is the Luo family. Even if the Luo family didn't shelter them, they must know their whereabouts. I suggest the head of the family inform me of their location. Otherwise what? The family head's gaze flickered uncertainly, his tone already tinged with coldness. Then don't blame me for showing no mercy. Lu Hushing's voice rose several octaves as he bellowed each word. I, Lu Hushing, represent the military investigating Wang Sanrui and Mr. Snake for the safety of the human race. Anyone who refuses to cooperate will be executed without exception. General, you speak too harshly. The family head frowned, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. Though our Luo family is merely a second-rate clan in the south, we are not to be trampled upon at will. If the general truly intends to take action against my Luo family, then we have no objection to clashing with the military. Chapter 58, Suppressing the Luo clan, Capturing Mr. Snake Alive. Seeing the patriarch's confident demeanor, Lu Hushing laughed bitterly in anger. Luo Daio, do you even realize what you're saying? How dare you think you can oppose my military? When officials push the people to the brink, the people have no choice but to resist. True chi and vital energy surged through Luo Daio's body. If the commander-in-chief truly forces us into a corner, then the Luo family will have no other option. With that, every member of the Luo family rose to their feet. Hidden among them was a grandmaster-level powerhouse. How could a minor second-rate family like the Luos possibly produce a grandmaster? Did he really think grandmaster-level cultivators were as common as cabbages, found everywhere? Lu Hushing sneered coldly. How interesting. The Zhou family is involved too? Could it be that the Zhou family is the mastermind colluding with the foreign tribes? Marshal Lu, as one of the 7 great marshals of the Huaxia military and a peerless national hero, you cannot casually slander good people. The Grandmaster stepped forward, his face tinged with bitterness, yet he found himself unconsciously aligning with Lu Hushing. Our Zhou family's ideological stance has always been clear and correct, to follow the nation. Any entity opposing the nation is our enemy. Luo Daio closed his eyes slightly and waved his hand. Uncle Zhou, there's no need to discuss this further. As for your so-called Mr. Snake, Wang Sanrui, I know nothing of him. Luo Daio, considering your Luo family has always been a partner to ours, the family head is granting you this chance. The Wang family has been destroyed. If you remain stubborn and insist on becoming the next Wang family, don't blame the Zhou family for forgetting past ties. Lu Hushing understood. It seemed the Zhou family feared being implicated by the Luo family and had sent someone to warn them. His arrival had coincided with this warning, forcing the Zhou family to align with him. For the Zhou family, this was undoubtedly a fortunate turn of events. Lu Hushing decided to stand aside and remain silent. Luo Daio, however, sneered contemptuously. Uncle Zhou, I've already made it clear my Luo family. Enough evasion. Zhou Qilan's expression turned icy. Without solid evidence, do you truly believe our Zhou family would come here to demand accountability? The Zhou family discovered the altar the Luo family was secretly excavating underground long ago. It looks identical to the altar in the new city lord's residence back then. How dare you claim you're not carrying out the task the alien race failed to complete in New City? Whoosh! At this, the entire Luo family scattered around them, deliberately or inadvertently blocking all escape routes. Luo Daio brandished his twin maces. I intended to spare your lives, but you insist on courting death. Don't blame me for sending you on your final journey. With that, nearly all the Luo family's high-ranking members charged forward, each wielding a pair of maces and unleashing their full strength, determined to fight to the death. Lu Hushing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had hoped for a peaceful resolution, yet here they were, forced back into battle. Why did some in Huaxia always crave internal strife? If only they could unite against external threats, perhaps the foreign tribes would long since have dared not invade Huaxia again. As Luo Daio charged toward him, Lu Hushing strode forward without even drawing his dragon-shattering hammer. He simply thrust a fist forward, his chi coalescing into a colossal hammer that slammed into Luo Daio with terrifying force. The impact sent Luo Daio flying dozens of meters, his body crashing into an enormous pillar. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the pillar shattered instantly. Immediately, the ground began cracking outward from the pillar's center, eventually collapsing with a thunderous crash. Beneath it lay an altar under construction. Within, a man cloaked entirely in black, with only his eyes visible, abruptly turned and glared coldly at Lu Hushing. It's you again, you bastard. Lu Hushing's expression flickered. It was truly a case of searching high and low in vain, yet finding it effortlessly. To have tracked this fellow down so quickly, heaven was on his side. Mr. Snake, long time no see. Lu Hushing bellowed with laughter. No need for futile resistance. Come quietly, and I'll personally spare your life. I'll kill you first. Mr. Snake roared furiously, charging straight at Lu Hushing. His walking stick instantly solidified into a golden python as thick as a water barrel, opening its gaping maw toward Lu Hushing. The dragon-shattering hammer gripped in his hand, he swung it fiercely forward. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the mighty serpent, which had been poised to attack Lu Hushing, suddenly froze in place, its expression betraying a hint of fear. Mr. Snake froze in shock. The serpent, merely a diversion at the 9th grade realm, concealed his ultimate strike. Its sudden cowardice caught him off guard. Yet, having already charged forward, he could not halt his momentum. A terrifying force erupted from his body, unleashing a fierce green beam that slammed toward Lu Husheng. Roar! As the dragon-shattering hammer spun, a colossal azure dragon materialized, effortlessly parrying the strike. It then charged relentlessly toward Mr. Snake, sending him crashing dozens of meters away. Snake Master coughed up blood violently. The gap between a half-step master and a true master was simply too vast for him to bridge, especially since Lu Husheng wasn't just any ordinary master. How could he possibly fight this? Barely touching the ground, Lu Husheng extended his massive hand. A palm of true chi materialized, seizing the creature and slowly carrying it back before him. He spun around to face Zhou Qilan, who was under siege, and roared in fury. The dragon-shattering hammer flew from his grasp, its savage force merging with the purple heavenly thunder as it crashed down, gravely wounding at least half of the Luo family members. Luo Dio spat blood, his eyes bulging with fury as he glared at Lu Husheng. You bastard! Not only did you kill my daughter and wound my grandson, but you dare to insult the Luo family. If I don't kill you, I'm no longer human. You won't get the chance. Lu Husheng sneered. As a vassal house of the Zhou family, you dare openly defy them? Do you truly believe the Zhou family will tolerate such treachery? Zhou Qilan quickly interjected. As one of the 4 great families of Huaxia, the Zhou family has always stood for justice. Your betrayal of humanity will be met with the harshest punishment. Oomph. Luo Dio sneered at Zhou Qilan's righteous indignation, saying nothing more. Detected host destroying under construction minor altar, eliminating threat in its infancy. Merit points plus 1,000. Upon hearing the system reward credit, Lu Husheng immediately spoke. Since the Luo family is a vassal of your clan, I entrust this matter to you. Additionally, Wang Sanruei must be located and handed over to the military for disposal. Rest assured, General Lu. The Zhou family will provide the military with a satisfactory response. Zhou Qilan bowed slightly, his solemn promise ringing clear. Chapter 59, Breaking Through Again, Ascending to Grandmaster. Watching Lu Husheng depart with Mr. Snake, Luo Dio couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle Zhou, my performance wasn't too shabby, was it? Zhou Qilan looked at Luo Dio with a hint of sadness, his expression grave as he said, Head Luo, I'm sorry. Seeing Zhou Qilan's stern expression, Luo Dio seemed to grasp something. His voice rose in fury, Zhou Qilan. I covered for your Zhou family. You can't just throw me under the bus now. What honor would the Zhou family have left if you did? Zhou Qilan took a slight step back. Suddenly, the air filled with whistling sounds as dozens of black-clad figures burst into the Zhou residence from all directions. They attacked indiscriminately, killing anyone in sight. Hearing the battle cries outside, Luo Dio's face twisted in fury. He roared, Zhou Qilan, your Zhou family is utterly despicable. I must have been blind to shield you from disaster. Today, if even one member of my Luo family escapes, I will expose every evil deed your Zhou family has committed. As he spoke, the black-clad figures surged into the main hall. Zhou Qilan shook his head slightly. Rest assured. Our family possesses detailed records on every member of the Luo clan. This time, not a single soul will survive, not even a chicken or a dog. As for those Luo family members not present at the Luo residence, we will deal with them as well. Since this is a campaign to exterminate the Luo clan, not a single member will be spared. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Watching his clan members fall one by one, Luo Dio was overcome with grief. He swung his twin maces, charging at Zhou Qilan. But several black-clad figures intercepted him, launching a relentless assault. Lu Husheng led Mr. Snake back to the new city, leaving the reptilian being thoroughly perplexed. Humans typically fought to the death upon encountering alien races, yet this old man had brought him back to the very place he'd first entered Blue Star. What was his purpose? Before he could ponder further, Lu Husheng asked with a cheerful smile, Mr. Snake, I've come to seek your guidance. How might one enter the 10,000 races black market at the edge of your alien territories? If you try to enter the multiracial black market, you'll be beaten to death within the span of a stick of incense. Mr. Snake sneered. Lu Husheng, don't you think you're some kind of prized catch? Do you really believe they'll show respect for elders and kindness to the young in the multiracial black market? Cut the nonsense, Lu Husheng snapped impatiently. Just tell me how to get in. Whether I get beaten to death is my own problem. I'll only say this, my time is limited. You'd better not beat around the bush. I won't tell you. Mr. Snake immediately closed his eyes and fell silent. No problem. There are plenty of hidden alien races in China. Even if you don't tell me, someone else will. Lu Husheng nodded slightly. But since I've captured you, don't even think about escaping. I'll make you suffer every torment imaginable, neither living nor dying, until you end up with no place to bury your remains. With that, Lu Husheng prepared to hand Mr. Snake over to the military. Mr. Snake frowned and immediately declared in a deep voice, I can tell you how to reach the 10,000 tribes black market. But I have one condition, I must accompany you there. No problem. Lu Husheng nodded without hesitation. We depart in 3 days. Is that acceptable? Mr. Snake nodded, saying nothing more. The matter was now clear. All races knew that invaders must be slain. For this human to enter the 10,000 races black market meant only one outcome, death. Lu Husheng, however, paid little heed to such matters. After instructing the city lord to keep watch over it, he immediately sought out a secluded spot. The 10,000 races black market was a terrifying place. He had to be fully prepared, and the only way was to elevate his cultivation to the grandmaster realm. Cultivation below the grandmaster realm required blood-refining crystals, while grandmaster cultivation demanded qi condensing pills. Once ingested, these pills transformed into true qi, boosting cultivation levels. However, their price was exorbitant. A single pill cost a full 1,000 merit points. Lu Husheng purchased 5 qi condensing pills outright, then spent another 1,000 merit points to boost his true qi circulation speed fivefold, extending its duration to 6 hours. With all preparations complete, Lu Husheng swallowed all 5 qi condensing pills and began circulating the great heavenly cycle. Instantly, the terrifying potency of the pills transformed into true qi, surging toward his limbs and bones like a burst yellow river. Lu Husheng immediately activated the circulation speed enhancement, swiftly channeling the true qi into his meridians and circulating it according to the energy flow diagram. This series of actions drew the surrounding celestial and terrestrial qi rapidly toward Lu Husheng. A swirling cloud of spiritual energy formed mid-air, spinning swiftly as it entered his body through the crown of his head. This spectacle instantly stunned all the new city residents, who turned their gaze toward Lu Husheng. Many instantly grasped what was happening. Good heavens! This must be some great master cultivating. Judging by the scale, he's at least a half-step grandmaster, if not already at the grandmaster realm. Could it be the legendary hero Lu? Only he deserves such a grand spectacle. Is he healing wounds sustained in battle? To effortlessly unleash such terrifying energy that it causes celestial anomalies, only Lu Husheng possesses that kind of power. Unbelievable. Once this is all over, just how far will old hero Lu have advanced? Utterly awe-inspiring. Time ticked by. Even after the effect of accelerated cultivation faded, Lu Husheng remained rooted to the spot. Not until dawn of the third day did the entire mountain suddenly begin to tremble violently, as if struck by an earthquake. Golden energy surged from Lu Husheng's body, radiating outward in concentric waves. The ripples distorted space itself, and the mountain was forcibly crushed downward by at least 100 meters. Boom! Dust swirled as 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 dust swirled. Is this the realm of a grandmaster? Staring at his hands, Lu Husheng drew a deep breath and roared defiantly toward the heavens. This was an achievement he hadn't attained in his previous life. Never did he imagine that after being reborn, he could grow to such heights. Heaven has been kind to me. Now, it's time to head to the 10,000 races black market, murmured Lu Husheng. He then examined the shape-shifting pill. This elixir could transform one's appearance into any form imaginable, altering not just looks but also aura, true qi, and everything else. A single pill maintained this transformation for a full 7 days. Of course, during this period, one could revert to their true form at any moment. With the shape-shifting pill in hand, how could his mission to the 10,000 tribes black market possibly fail? Chapter 60, The Golden Behemoth, future king of the Behemoth clan. After assigning Chen Shong, Long Zhenshan, and others to assist Ma Zhongshan in guarding Xuanwu City, Lu Husheng sought out Mr. Snake. Before we depart, I wish to know if there are nobles of the multiracial black market who rank just below the royal family? You want to capture them? Mr. Snake narrowed his eyes. Just tell me. The rest is none of your concern. Lu Husheng said in a low, firm voice. Or, you don't know? Staring at Lu Husheng's solemn expression, Mr. Snake sneered coldly and sighed. There existed a race regarded as taboo within the multiracial black market, the behemoths. These towering, beast-like creatures possessed fiery tempers and controlled a corner of the market. Though their territory was small, their strength was formidable. Revealing this race to the old man might just allow him to use the behemoths to kill Lu Husheng. After obtaining paper and brush, Mr. Snake immediately began sketching the Baimong's characteristics. A faint green glow appeared before him, roughly simulating the Baimong's appearance. They possess a fiery temper, ready to attack other races at the slightest provocation. Yet, they show profound humility toward their own kind. Impressive. Such detailed knowledge surprises me. Lu Husheng nodded approvingly at Mr. Snake. I might consider sparing your life. You'd better wait until you've escaped the behemoth's wrath before saying that. After gathering all the information, Mr. Snake immediately led Lu Husheng to an extremely hidden, abandoned well outside the new city. This place turned out to be a secret realm spanning only a few square kilometers, yet it contained a vortex. This vortex is the passage I use to travel between Blue Star and the borderlands of the alien races. Only our Shadow Snake clan knows of it. Then let's go. Lu Husheng said, draping a massive cloak over himself before following Mr. Snake into the vortex. The alien frontier resembled the Gobi Desert barren and desolate, lashed by black gale winds. Any being below 5th grade would likely be ground to bones within an hour by the sandstorms. The horizon stretched endlessly before them. Mr. Snake pointed in a direction and explained, travel straight ahead for over 500 kilometers, and you'll reach a corner of the 10,000 races black market, also known as the territory of the Behemoth clan. Take me there, Lu Hushing declared without hesitation. Mr. Snake sneered inwardly, immediately leading Lu Hushing swiftly toward that location. They soon entered the corner of the 10,000 tribes black market. Though it still resembled a Gobi desert, the sandstorms had ceased. It resembled a marketplace, with all manner of items laid out on the ground, akin to antique stalls. Sure enough, Lu Hushing saw the behemoth Mr. Snake had described, over 2 meters tall, covered in gray fur, with an ape-like face that was surprisingly refined, and blood-red eyes that instantly signaled trouble. Moreover, there were quite a few of them nearby, all generally around the 8th or 9th rank. It was indeed a relatively powerful race. Suddenly, Mr. Snake bellowed, "Everyone, come quickly! There's a human here, he's come to capture behemoths." At these words, every creature present turned their gaze toward them. Several behemoths charged directly toward their location, led by a half-step grandmaster wielding a hammer, his eyes locked intently on Lu Hushing. "Mr. Snake, you tricked me?" Lu Hushing demanded furiously. "All's fair in war," Mr. Snake cackled. "If you hadn't come looking for trouble, you'd never have fallen into my trap. This is our territory. What makes you think a mere human can cause trouble here? It's like a lamb wandering into a pack of wolves. Remove your cloak." The Baimong leader stood before Lu Hushing. "You have 3 breaths. Fail to comply, and you die. Rustle." Lu Hushing flung his cloak aside. Instantly, every alien present froze in place. Even Mr. Snake, who had been certain of victory, stared wide-eyed. "Impossible. How could you be a behemoth?" Standing before Mr. Snake was a 2-meter-tall behemoth, muscular, covered in pale golden fur, and remarkably handsome. It was common knowledge that golden behemoths were the most revered among their kind. Such creatures were so rare that not even 1 in 10,000 existed, destined to become future kings of the behemoth race. Naturally, the black market of the 10,000 tribes, a place for exiled behemoths, was utterly unlikely to harbor a golden specimen. In other words, a golden behemoth in the 10,000 races black market was the undisputed king of all behemoths. The behemoth tribe adhered to strict hierarchy. Their ingrained genes compelled them to kneel instantly, even without recognizing this golden specimen, shouting, "Behemoth outcasts pay homage to the behemoth king." "No need for such formalities," Lu Hushing replied with great humility. "I'm merely a young one out gaining experience. I'm unworthy of such reverence. You may rise. Look at that. Look at that. Truly the future king, how humble and courteous. If he fails to become king of the Baimong tribe after saying this, we'll all revolt." "Mr. Snake, what did you just call me?" Lu Hushing smiled faintly, turning to face Mr. Snake. Mr. Snake had long been struck dumb by this turn of events. He never dreamed Lu Hushing would suddenly become the future king of the Baimong. Could it be that this future king had deliberately infiltrated the human world to gain experience, transforming into the human hero Lu Hushing? Now that his training was complete, he had come to the 10,000 tribes black market through his own hand, intending to recruit all the behemoths here? Was that even possible? He was the one who asked me about the nobles in the black market of all races, and I told him I was the one who led him here. Mr. Snake's already small head was now completely blank. It had shut down. "You little brat. How dare you claim our king is human? What are your intentions?" The Baimong leader glared at Mr. Snake with a grim expression. "You have 3 breaths to explain yourself. Otherwise, you die." Mr. Snake's tiny brain raced, but only one sentence came out. "I was just playing a little joke on you guys. Who's joking with you?" The Baimong leader's rage boiled over. He swung a hammer strike at Mr. Snake. The terrifying speed was beyond Mr. Snake's ability to counter. His entire body was blasted hundreds of meters away, landing as nothing more than a lifeless corpse. The Baimong leader then turned respectfully to Lu Hushing. "Your Majesty, please accompany us back to our quarters." Certainly. We'll be intruding then." Lu Hushing nodded politely before following the group of behemoths to their dwelling. Despite being a group of outcasts, their dwelling surpassed even the city lord's mansion in opulence. News of the future Baimong king's arrival at the 10,000 races black market had spread long ago. The oldest Baimong present, a former elder of the Baimong tribe, had led over 100 Baimong in waiting here for quite some time. The moment the Baimong elder laid eyes on Lu Hushing, he froze in shock. "You are." Chapter 61, Rescuing the Great Ape Clan Trader, the Whereabouts of the Battle Soul Monument. "Damn it, my cover's blown. Elder, is there a problem?" Lu Hushing forced himself to remain calm, smiling as he stared at the Baimong elder. You look so much like that young lady I know." The Baimong elder trembled with excitement, rushing forward in 2 strides to stand before Lu Hushing. "Is your mother, Miss Duan, well? System, is this guy testing me?" Seeing the old man's sincere expression, Lu Hushing couldn't help but ask, "What Miss Duan are you talking about? The Baimong clan has no Miss Duan." Host may identify as a descendant of the Lei Yan lineage, with Father Lei Earth. This intelligence consumes 500 EXP. After hearing the system's explanation, Lu Hushing looked utterly bewildered. Elder, have you mistaken me for someone else? Does our Baimong tribe even have a Miss Duan? Isn't there? The old man looked at Lu Hushing in confusion. But you really do resemble Miss Duan, especially around the eyes. My father, Lei Lu Hushing declared directly. At these words, everyone stiffened once more. The name Lei seemed to carry immense authority. This gave Lu Hushing pause, and he immediately smiled warmly, saying, "Alright then, I'll temporarily suspend my training and return home to inquire about this Miss Duan. Who exactly is she?" No. It's my old age, the elder hurriedly protested. Your Majesty, we've prepared delicacies like pocket-sized mystic boar and solitary refox king, along with fine wine. Please join us at the mansion. We won't let you leave until you're thoroughly merry. Agreed. Lu Hushing smiled faintly, then without another word, began to eat heartily. Only now did Lu Hushing grasp the truth. Every behemoth in the 10,000 tribes black market was an exiled criminal of the behemoth clan, banished here to earn profits for their kind. Over 100 behemoths roamed the market, all formidable warriors of the 8th and 9th ranks. The elder before him, however, possessed strength reaching the grandmaster realm. What a talent pool! Great King, I've seen many come for trials, but this is the first time I've seen someone come to the 10,000 tribes black market, the elder said with a chuckle. Could it be? Do you know about the fragments of the battle soul steel? Lu Hushing's words stunned all the attendants present. Rumor has it that the whereabouts of the battle soul steel fragments have surfaced in the multiracial black market. That's why I came. The elder's expression turned grave as he replied solemnly, I only know that Master Xuanji of the 10,000 clans black market might hold some clues. But the fragments of the battle soul steel absolutely cannot be here, otherwise, this place would have erupted in a bloody storm long ago. Where might this Mr. Xuanji be found? Would one of you kind souls accompany me there? Lu Hushing promptly inquired. Upon hearing this, the elder immediately dispatched a 9th rank behemoth to escort Lu Hushing deep into the heart of the multiracial black market. Hurry the hell up! Along the way, a squad of alien soldiers whipped a robust, ape-like alien. The ape dared to resist, punching one of the 7th rank aliens so hard he flew backward. This incensed the soldiers. You worthless slave! How dare you attack a soldier? Looks like you're going to die. They immediately surrounded the ape-like creature, intending to execute it on the spot. Lu Hushing's voice cut through the chaos. Halt! Who are you? Mind your own business, or else. Thud. A soldier frowned, about to show off, only to be kicked flying by a young behemoth beside him. How dare you show disrespect to my king? You deserve to die. This act stunned everyone present. While all knew of the Baimong tribe's ferocity, when had such a mighty king emerged among them? And covered entirely in gold, he looked utterly formidable. Lu Hushing remained defiant, glaring coldly at the remaining soldiers. I ordered you to stop, not to defy me. Anyone who dares be rude to me next will find themselves on the road to the afterlife. His words silenced everyone instantly. Only then did Lu Hushing approach the ape and ask, Boy, I sense the aura of humanity within you. Have you been to the human world? Or are you a hybrid of human and great ape? I have been to the human world, the ape replied truthfully. I dislike fighting and killing. I never harmed any humans, but I was branded a traitor and brought back, sold into the 10,000 tribes black market. I still yearn for the human world. Tell me about it, Lu Hushing said immediately. You're no longer a slave. You're my attendant now. Come with me. But? The ape glanced warily at the other soldiers. Ask them if they dare refuse, Lu Hushing sneered, his gaze sweeping coldly over the group. These men knew full well the fearsome reputation of the Baimong tribe. Without a word, they immediately fell into formation and trotted away. Your Majesty, this creature betrayed its own tribe. Why did you save it? The accompanying behemoth couldn't help but ask in confusion. Aren't you being a bit too compassionate? Lu Hushing merely smiled without reply. The real issue was the system's sudden notification, and worse, it had deducted 500 merit points from him. This was practically stealing from him. Why save it? How the hell should I know why I saved it? With the creature in tow, the trio soon reached Master Xuanji's stall. To their surprise, it was a petite woman holding a folding fan, swaying her head as if posing as a cultured scholar. Upon seeing Lu Hushing, her face froze, and she blurted out, You're not a behemoth. Lu Hushing's heart skipped a beat. This girl was something else. She could actually recognize his identity? You're my idol. My Appa. My uni. My god of wealth. The next second, her eyes crinkled into crescent moons. What do you want divined? As long as the payment is right, even if you want the underwear of a foreign king, I can tell you exactly where it's hidden. Holy crap. Just when he thought he'd been exposed and was about to complain that even the system's creations weren't reliable, this girl took a sharp turn. I want to know the whereabouts of the War Soul Monument fragments. Regaining his composure, Lu Hushing cut straight to the chase. If you can tell me, the money is yours. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the fellow behemoth produced 10 shell-like objects. Here's the deposit. Seeing the deposit, the woman's eyes lit up. She promptly produced a tortoise shell containing 3 peculiar copper coins. After shaking it a few times, she scattered the coins onto the table for inspection. Her expression turned sour as she glared at Lu Hushing. Dude, are you messing with me? What do you mean? Lu Hushing froze. You know this guy next to you already has the answer, yet you deliberately come asking me? How amusing is that? The woman snorted coldly. Do you really think I'm that idle? Chapter 62. The rhinoceros demon stirs trouble, asking for a beating. The ape was also dumbfounded. He exchanged a bewildered glance with Lu Hushing before finally speaking up. Big sis. Who are you calling sis? Do I look that old? Damn it. Just as the word auntie was about to slip out, the woman cut him off, then snapped irritably. I already divined it. The War Soul Monument fragment is in the Great Ape Clan's treasure vault. Since this kid is from the Great Ape Clan, how could he not know about it? Look at my outfit, I'm practically a slave. How could I possibly know such a secret? The ape retorted irritably. You seem like you're missing something. Are you brainless or something? Who do you think you're talking to? The woman sprang onto the table, fists clenched, ready to fight the ape. You think I won't beat you to a pulp? Enough. It's not a big deal, no need for this fighting. Lu Hushing's expression turned icy, a chilling aura forcing the two apart. Pay up. Beaming promptly handed the woman 10 more shell coins. Her face lit up instantly. She took 1 shell coin, blew on it, and held it to her ear before asking, Sir, this is the location of 1 fragment. Do you want to know about the other 2? I can keep calculating for you. Lu Hushing gave his companion a sharp nod. Beaming produced another 40 shell coins. The woman nearly laughed out loud with delight before resuming her calculations. Soon, she had deduced the location. Glancing around to ensure they were alone, she leaned close to Lu Hushing's ear and whispered, her voice barely audible to him alone. 1 is in the hands of the actual ruler of the 10,000 races black market, the Sparrow King. Another 1 is in the human world. I know the exact location, but I don't know what it's called. 1 is actually on Blue Star. Lu Hushing startled, yet remained composed as he inquired, if you were to accompany me to the human world. Well, that'll cost extra. The woman twirled her index fingers together, grinning as she held up 1 finger. Before she could speak, her companion, the behemoth, casually interjected, it's only 1,000 shell coins. That's the deposit. The rest is due once you accompany our great king to the human world and find that fragment. With that, he generously placed 100 shell coins before the woman. The woman's eyes widened in shock. She'd only intended to ask for 100 shell coins after all, it was just guiding them, yet they offered her 1,000 shell coins. Was the world of suckers really this naive? No problem. I'll be right here at my stall. Whenever you're ready to head to the human world, just come find me. The woman patted her chest, her breasts jiggling. My reputation as Master Xuanji carries some weight. Boom. At that moment, thunderous booms echoed as a rhino clad in battle armor and wielding a heavy blade arrived, flanked by nearly 100 alien soldiers. Its gaze locked onto Lu Hushing. You little thief. Daring to cause trouble in my 10,000 tribes black market? It wasn't causing trouble, Lu Hushing replied, his eyelids drooping. I was just teaching your foot soldiers a lesson. I'm in a bad mood. You'd be wise not to provoke me. Otherwise, I'll slaughter every last one of you. Ha 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 ha. The rhino demon general slammed his heavy blade onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. I, the great rhino general, guard this place. Even your elders show me respect. What are you, daring to be so insolent before me? Damn it all to hell. Talking to my king like that? Looks like you really don't want to live. The behemoth companion frowned. King, let me kill him. It's fine, Lu Hushing said calmly. This kid has some skill. You're no match for him. I'll kill him myself. Can you eliminate all the remaining foot soldiers? Yes. The Baimong companion's eyes flashed with excitement as he nodded vigorously. Though the Baimong tribe was formidable, this was still the domain of the Sparrow King. Even the elders avoided trouble here. But this future king cared not a whit. Anyone who provoked him faced his wrath. With such power, could you possibly withstand him? I can help too, the ape chimed in immediately. My 9th rank strength isn't something to be trifled with. Then get to it. With those words, Lu Hushing vanished, reappearing before the rhino demon the next instant. Before the rhino demon could even process what was happening, its pupils dilated in shock. It frantically tried to block with its heavy blade, but its speed couldn't match Lu Hushing's. The fist slammed into its chest, sending the rhino demon flying hundreds of meters away, smashing through over a dozen small stalls. Holy, my stalls! Mr. Xuanji screamed, clutching his face. Pay up! Damn it! The rhino demon shook its head violently, slowly rising to its feet. Its breath came in ragged gasps that single blow felt like it had shattered a rib. Turning to watch the rampaging behemoth slaughtering its kin, Lu Hushing smiled indifferently. We behemoths don't start trouble, but we don't fear it either. Since you dared come looking for me, I'll cripple you and drag you to that bird prince to ask how he trained his minions." These words sent a chill through the gathered alien races. The bird prince is no ordinary being, he's a grandmaster. This young behemoth must be courting death. A golden Baimon king of the Baimon clan. His strength can't be underestimated. Perhaps he truly isn't afraid of the bird king. When did such a powerful golden behemoth arrive in our black market? Was he sent by the behemoth clan to take over the 10,000 tribes market? Not sure, but this behemoth is no ordinary creature. Wounding the rhino general with a single strike? That's brutal. Hearing Lu Hushing's words and the surrounding murmurs, the rhino demon felt profoundly insulted. Crimson true chi instantly swirled around his body, and his heavy blade, driven by the chi, emitted a terrifying roar. "I don't care if you're some Baimon king or a genetically mutated golden beast. Today, you'll pay the price." With that, the rhino demon roared furiously and charged straight at Lu Hushing. His feet slammed into the ground, causing it to shake violently. The heavy blade tore through the air in an instant, slashing viciously toward Lu Hushing's head. Lu Hushing stood rooted to the spot, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He made no move whatsoever, as if he had abandoned all resistance. This left the accompanying behemoth gasping in shock. He immediately charged toward Lu Hushing, shouting, "Your Majesty, beware!" Chapter 63, Disabling the Rhino Demon, demanding accountability from the Bird Prince. Thud. Yet, the heavy blade halted less than 20 centimeters from Lu Hushing. A faint golden glow blocked its advance. No matter how fiercely the rhino strained, it could not gain an inch. All the non-human races present sucked in their breath in disbelief, staring at Lu Hushing. To block the full force of the great General Rhino with mere true chi alone, a grandmaster. The king of the Baimon is a grandmaster. Unthinkable. To have reached the grandmaster realm at such a young age. Even martial saint might not be his limit. Could the Baimon clan be on the verge of producing a supreme being? Prince Sparrow is formidable, but this is a formidable foe. The Rhino General provoked this himself. Given the Baimon clan's temperament, they'll surely march here to demand justice. Who would have thought our multiracial black market, dormant for centuries, is about to get lively again? General Rhino stared back at Lu Hushing, equally stunned and uncertain. It was clear he'd hit a brick wall, yet now was no time to back down. With a sharp crackle, the rhino demon ignited his life force, eyes bulging as he roared, "I'll take you down with me. I refuse to believe you can kill me. Dare to kill me." Boom! Lu Hushing gave a mocking laugh, his dragon-shattering hammer in hand. Accompanied by a dragon's roar echoing through the heavens, dark clouds gathered overhead. A purple thunderbolt as thick as a river surged down from the sky, striking the rhino demon with devastating force. Immediately afterward, a force as heavy as Mount Tai, a weight of 10,000 tons, crashed down with the lightning strike, extinguishing the rhino demon's flames. Put! At least a dozen liters of blood spurted from the rhino demon's mouth. That single strike had crippled it completely, leaving it sprawled on the ground utterly powerless to fight. The accompanying behemoth and gorilla had also finished their battles. Approaching Lu Hushing, they looked at the rhino demon and murmured, "Your Majesty, are we truly going to attack Prince Bird? You've got it backwards. Prince Bird attacked us first. We're merely striking back." Lu Hushing corrected immediately. "When others bully us, are we not allowed to fight back? Your Majesty is wise." The behemoth companion nodded hastily. "I'll report to the elders immediately. Though our 100 tribesmen in the 10,000 tribes black market can't match the Bird Prince, we can help clear out his foot soldiers." Lu Hushing nodded. Watching his companion beaming depart, Lu Hushing turned to the ape-man. "From now on, you'll be known as Iron War. Go take a bath and change your clothes. I don't have any money. Master Xuanji, lend me 10 shell coins. I'll pay you back later." The woman's lips twitched. "Damn it, he wrecked my stall and didn't even pay, now he's borrowing money from me? Like I owe him." Still, she lent it to him. Soon, the elder arrived with all the tribe members. Seeing the rhino demon already crippled, he roared, "Everyone! Someone dared to trouble our king. This is an unforgivable crime. What should we do? The guilty party must be dealt with. We'll beat the crap out of him and avenge our king. Our king was merely out training, just passing through, and they dared provoke us? Do they think the beaming tribe is made of clay? Whoever it is, if they've offended our king, will rise to the occasion even if we're down to our last breath. Enough talk, let's just kill them." In an instant, all the behemoths roared with fury. Lu Hushing looked at the group of behemoths with approval and ordered directly, "Lift this one up. We're going to seek justice from the Bird King." Watching the mighty procession of behemoths depart, all the alien races were utterly terrified. Terrifying. That behemoth king radiates an overwhelming aura. Even in his training phase, he already carries the presence of a true ruler. Can't believe our 10,000 tribes black market is about to witness a brutal battle. Should we watch the spectacle or keep our distance? In all my 100 years, I've never witnessed anything like this. This spectacle demands our presence. Today may very well mark the end of the Bird King's reign over the 10,000 races black market. We must witness this moment. Watching the throng of alien races stream toward the Sparrow King's residence, Master Xuanji rolled his eyes, cast a quick divination for himself, then beamed with delight. He dashed off in hot pursuit. The Bird King was in high spirits today, preening his feathers when a subordinate stumbled in breathlessly, "Your Highness! Trouble! The behemoths from the black market's corner have swarmed out and breached our palace. Those behemoths usually know who rules here. They've never troubled me in all the years they've been around." Prince Bird frowned. "What's going on now? How dare they come looking for trouble? Prince Bird! Come out immediately!" A furious shout erupted from outside, shaking the entire Bird Prince's residence violently. Prince Bird's expression turned icy. With a swift shift of his body, he appeared outside the door. Seeing the horde of behemoths, the rhino demon sprawled on the ground and Lu Hushing standing amidst them, his brow furrowed. No wonder the behemoth clan dared to cause trouble in this prince's residence, so they have a behemoth king backing them. Lu Hushing hadn't expected this either. He'd assumed the peacock prince was some kind of house sparrow, a lark, or even a great tit, but never imagined he'd be a peacock. And whether it was his appearance or demeanor, he looked damn near identical to Prince Shen from Kung Fu Panda. Could it be that screenwriter had visited the 10,000 clans black market and copied the model one-to-one? With a darkening expression, Lu Hushing retorted, "Your Highness, your rhino general attempted to kill me without warning. Had my skills not been superior, I might already be dead. Don't you think we should discuss this properly? Just a misunderstanding." Prince Bird replied indifferently. "Take 100,000 shell coins. Kill the rhino demon and we'll call it even. Consider it saving face for this prince. Is this how you tip beggars? Or does your Highness think I'm one? Do you think I'm laughing at you with 100,000 shell coins?" Lu Hushing sneered. "Do we even know each other? Why should I give you face? Your head's not even as big as my fist. What face do you have to offer? Besides, I'm the one who's been wronged here. I'm the one setting the terms. Do all you birds have such sharp tongues?" At this, not only the Sparrow King but even the Baimong Elder was stunned. It was common knowledge that the stronger a behemoth grew, the more domineering it became. But this behemoth king was beyond mere domineering. Facing a grandmaster, couldn't he rein it in just a little? All of this was witnessed by a hidden lark lurking in the shadows. Instantly, it broadcast the scene live, making it known to the millions of alien races across the entire 10,000 races black market. Chapter 64, Fierce Battle with the Sparrow King. 3 thunderbolts decide the outcome. Though merely a 6th-rank cloud sparrow, it possessed a unique ability. Not only could it synchronize messages directly with its own kind, but it could also simulate live footage of the scene. At that moment, tens of thousands of larks across the 10,000 tribes plaza continuously simulated the scene, leaving the crowd utterly speechless. Good heavens, is it really that incredible? This new Baimon King intends to go toe-to-toe with the Sparrow King to the bitter end. What guts! The Behemoth clan is over 10,000 kilometers away, but the entity above the Sparrow Prince is only 3,000 kilometers distant. If they provoke that being's wrath, the Behemoth clan won't arrive in time. Their future king will be killed. The Baimong clan on the 10,000 tribes black market is likely to be wiped out entirely. The Bird King took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. He asked with a forced smile, "So, what exactly do you propose to do?" "Easy enough. Hand over half the treasures from your Bird King's mansion, and grant us 1/3 control over the 10,000 races black market. That settles it," Lu Hushing declared with a broad grin. "These are non-negotiable terms, no room for discussion. I thought you came here with sincerity to negotiate, but it seems you're just looking for trouble." Prince Bird King felt his blood pressure rising. Gritting his teeth, he said, "In that case, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to take action." "So what? Bring it on. Who's afraid of who?" Lu Hushing sneered contemptuously, brandishing his dragon-shattering hammer. After all, they were all alien races here. Killing one more meant one less threat to Blue Star. He wouldn't mind wiping out every last one of them. Clang! 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 The sharp clang of weapons filled the air as hundreds of elite foreign warriors from the Bird King's mansion appeared, surrounding the group of behemoths. The Bird King likewise smiled mockingly. His feathered blades flashed like crimson butterfly shadows as 12 razor-thin steel feathers, as delicate as cicada wings, skimmed the ground, leaving 12 blood-red streaks on the stone slabs. "You clumsy fools wield weapons just as clumsy." The Bird King hovered midair, crimson true chi coalescing into 30 suspended sword feathers as his robes billowed. "Have you considered that your pathetic hammer is nothing but a target for arrows within this feathered sword array? Cut the bull and let's fight." Lu Hushing sneered, swinging his dragon-shattering hammer with overwhelming force through the air, aiming straight for the Bird King. A colossal azure dragon's phantom roared forth from the hammer. Where its claws struck, the brick pavement cracked like rippling water. Prince K's palms fluttered, instantly forming the goosefeather formation with 30 sword feathers. A blood-red sword light wove into an impenetrable net, rushing toward the azure dragon. The instant dragon's roar collided with sword's shriek, the entire forecourt's ground shattered into dust. The terrifying force surged relentlessly forward, reducing the wall 100 meters away to a pile of rubble. Kill! This sent a murderous intent surging through Elder Beaming's body. With a furious roar, over 100 Baimangs charged in all directions. Their warhammers swung like scythes of death, leaving trails of blood in their wake. Caught off guard, the royal warriors were utterly helpless. Amidst the clanging of weapons, Lu Husheng seized the momentum to step forward half a pace. The dragon patterns on the hammer's shaft glowed as bright as daylight. A phantom azure dragon suddenly opened its maw, unleashing a dragon's breath that instantly melted 3 sword feathers into molten iron. Dragon's soul. Prince K's expression shifted slightly as crimson chi surged violently from his body. 9 bronze bird pattern totems burst forth from behind him. As a member of the royal sparrow clan, he possessed innate metal manipulating abilities. Clapping his palms together, the bronze lampposts at the courtyard's corners emitted mournful tremors. Their copper plating peeled off like living flesh, transforming into hundreds of razor-sharp fragments that joined the feather sword formation. Lu Husheng felt the pressure surge dramatically. The sword feathers overhead had multiplied from 30 to nearly 200, each emitting a shrill screech as it tore through the air. With a furious roar, Lu Husheng gripped his dragon-shattering hammer and slammed it into the ground. Golden true chi rippled outward like shockwaves, propelling the scattered stones and metal fragments into the air. Accompanied by the Qinglong's dragon's cry, the debris transformed into golden meteors under the dragon's soul's guidance, hurtling toward the swarm of sword feathers. The clanging of metal colliding was as dense as a downpour pounding iron tiles. Seizing the chaos, the Sparrow King closed in, his palms glowing crimson as he struck toward Lu Husheng's face. His close combat skills were inherently bizarre. His knuckles could bend like a bird's beak, and venom-laced barbs concealed within his fingernails were deadly poisonous. Lu Husheng was prepared, sweeping his hammer handle to unleash a dragon tail-like surge of air. Yet the opponent suddenly used the momentum to leap upward, 12 sword feathers shooting from his sawls, grazing Lu Husheng's shoulder and leaving 5 bloody gashes. "Does it hurt?" The Sparrow Prince hovered mid-air, but before he could speak again, the blood seeping from Lu Husheng's shoulder was instantly vaporized by golden true chi. The azure dragon's phantom on the hammer grew more solid, with faint purple lightning flickering from its jaws. The battle intensified. Cloud sparrows everywhere grew exhausted, foaming at the mouth as they barely managed to simulate the combat scenes, leaving all the alien races utterly dumbfounded. I admit I spoke a bit too loudly just now. This Baimong King is far more formidable than I imagined. Good heavens! This is merely the training phase. Could the Baimong clan's foundation truly be this profound? It almost surpasses the Sparrow King's own race. I can't speak for everything, but from what I'm seeing now, it feels like the Behemoth King might actually defeat the Sparrow King. Is that just my imagination? Yun Yu's simulation isn't detailed enough. I'd love to witness this Behemoth King's prowess in person. It's just too fierce. In an instant, dark clouds gathered overhead, and 3 thunderbolts as thick as water barrels crashed directly into the courtyard. The Sparrow King's face paled. His crimson true chi surged wildly, gathering all his sword feathers into an umbrella-shaped shield. Yet the moment the thunderbolts struck the shield, they split along the feather patterns and struck straight toward his heart. Crack! As the first feather shattered, the bird prince spat a mouthful of blood. When the second feather crumbled to dust, the bronze bird totem on his back cracked. By the time the third thunderbolt struck, Lu Husheng had already charged forward, hammer in hand, using the purple lightning to cleave through the final 10 feathers. The feather sword formation finally collapsed. Prince Bird staggered backward, his chest robes scorched black by the heavenly thunder. He dared not imagine that a golden behemoth, merely a novice out on its training journey, could reach the grandmaster realm, a feat requiring extraordinary talent. Yet this creature surpassed even him, a seasoned grandmaster. It was an unnatural threat. Gritting his teeth, the bird prince spat forth a mouthful of vital blood. The blood vanished upon hitting the ground, slipping away silently like a feathered blade. Lu Husheng stepped forward once more, fixing his gaze on the Bird King. "Bird King," he said, "this matter could have been resolved peacefully. You insisted on resorting to force. Otherwise, the warriors of the Bird King's mansion wouldn't have all perished. Now, will you tell me where the War Soul Monument fragment is?" "So it was you." Prince Bird trembled. "I should have realized sooner. The Behemoth clan wouldn't be so foolish as to provoke my Bird dynasty. So you were working for them all along. The Bird dynasty? From the sound of it, there must be more to this story." Chapter 65, A Family Should Be Complete. Lu Husheng promptly sheathed his dragon-shattering hammer and approached the Bird King with a cheerful smile. "Old bird, no fight, no friendship. We're all friends here." "Who said we're friends?" The words nearly killed the Bird King with rage. "You nearly slaughtered everyone in my mansion, left me gravely wounded, and now you expect me to call you brother? Aren't behemoths supposed to be simple-minded brutes? This guy's shamelessness knows no bounds. Well, after battling for so long, we're practically comrades now." Lu Husheng chuckled. "By the way, you mentioned this fragment earlier. What's the story behind it? What explanation do you want?" Prince K demanded coldly. "The explanation you're going to give me." Lu Husheng spread his hands helplessly. "If you don't tell me, how am I supposed to know? Obtaining the Battle Soul Monument grants the power to summon undead within a certain area. Unless your behemoths have some sinister scheme, why would you suddenly go to such lengths searching for its fragments? Prince Bird sneered coldly. I oversee the black market of 10,000 clans. After great effort, I finally found a fragment of the Battle Soul Monument. Do you really think I'd give it to you? Brother, I've always been easy to talk to, but your attitude is making this difficult. Lu Husheng said with some hesitation. I know your family is at your residence. Do you need them to persuade you? As he spoke, Tai Zhan and his companion, the behemoth, had already brought over a white peacock, 2 young peacocks, and an elderly peacock. You! The peacock prince's face drained of color. Just as he tried to rise, Lu Husheng kicked him squarely in the stomach, sending him flying backward to land before the peacocks. Your Highness, Tai Zhan drawled lazily, best speak quickly. My master kills without batting an eye. Otherwise, an unfortunate incident might occur and that wouldn't be good for anyone. Since when did the Great Ape Clan ally with the behemoths? Prince Peacock snorted coldly, then seemed to grasp something. My investigations over the years reveal a fragment is in the Great Ape Clan's possession. Could it be your two races intend to join forces? Just have Master Xuanji on the 10,000 tribes black market divine it, why waste years investigating? Lu Husheng shot the Peacock King a bewildered look. Something that costs a few dozen shell coins to find out? Only a brain-dead fool would investigate it themselves. Master Xuanji? The Bird King, usually cunning and strategic, now wore a look of pure, innocent stupidity in his eyes, more naive than a college freshman. It's me! It's me! At that moment, Master Mystic actually came trotting over. I used the heavenly mechanics technique to conceal my presence. It has no idea I exist. Why? The Sparrow King trembled with rage. He had spent a century acquiring this War Soul tablet fragment and another 50 years tracking down the second one. Yet this golden Baimon had uncovered everything in less than an hour, spending only a few dozen shell coins. What was the point of all his efforts? What was he even doing? You actually ask why? Master Xuanji snapped. The entire 10,000 clans black market belongs to you. If you knew I could divine secrets, you'd have had me dragged here long ago. Not only would you never pay me, you'd probably have me executed for leaking secrets. Me? I love money, but I love my life even more. I'd never put myself in a dangerous position. Damn it. Put. The Bird King was furious, but before he could speak again, Iron War's sharp claws pierced the old peacock's heart. The old peacock stiffened, staring at the Bird King in disbelief before finally kneeling dead before him. Father! Prince Bird collapsed to his knees with a thud, tears welling in his eyes. You bastards! You killed my father! My dear old father, the one I cherished most of life's tenfold sweetness, you tasted but 3. Lu Husheng began singing beside him, then patted the Bird King's shoulder. Hand over the shards quickly, or the next to die might be your son, right? Ha! Why did he feel like he was playing the villain here? But adhering to the principle that all non-humans were enemies of humanity, Lu Husheng paid no mind to such thoughts. He simply kept piling pressure on Prince K, until the prince's eyes turned bloodshot and his body trembled, torn between loyalty to his family and his duty. Seeing this, Lu Husheng remained silent, merely waving his hand. Tai Zhan immediately stepped forward, ready to act. Prince Peacock finally couldn't take it anymore and roared, "The War Soul Monument fragment, I'll give it to you." With that, his body stiffened and transformed into a colossal peacock over 5 or 6 meters tall. As his wings flapped violently, a gaping hole tore open in his chest. Immediately, a shard entirely blue, crystalline, and translucent floated slowly toward Lu Husheng. The instant it appeared, Lu Husheng felt his heart pound violently. Yet the intense craving displayed by the system left him somewhat bewildered. Why did it seem more excited than even this old man? Was it me who needed the War Soul steel fragment, or was it you? Right. If you'd cooperated sooner, none of this would have happened. Lu Husheng roared with laughter. You even killed your own old father, what a mess. You murderer, the young peacock glared at Lu Husheng, bellowing each word with fury. Once I cultivate and grow stronger, I will kill you. Lu Husheng's expression darkened as he shot the young peacock a cold stare. Though he was currently a Baimon, if the Peacock dynasty investigated thoroughly, they would surely uncover clues. If they followed the trail back to Blue Star, that would be a complete disaster. Prince Peacock now sensed the murderous intent radiating from Lu Husheng. Overcome with regret, he immediately shouted, "Son, run! Run now!" As he spoke, a blinding light erupted from his body as he charged headlong into Lu Husheng. Slaughter them all! Lu Husheng roared furiously. His grandmaster power erupted completely, and the dragon-shattering hammer emitted a dragon's roar. A azure dragon appeared, blocking the Peacock Prince's terrifying strike. Immediately after, the hammer erupted violently, carrying purple heavenly thunder as it slammed into the Peacock Prince. The force sent him flying high into the air. By the time he landed again, he was already on the verge of death. Meanwhile, the 3 little peacocks' mother and 2 chicks were being slaughtered. Though the mother peacock possessed formidable 9th rank strength, she was forced back repeatedly by the peerless might of the behemoth, utterly outmatched. Within 10 breaths, she was covered in wounds, utterly drained of fighting strength. You behemoth clan will pay the price. Prince Bird cried, his eyes filled with blood tears. The Bird dynasty will not let you off. My father, Lair, never gave a damn about your so-called Peacock dynasty. Lu Hushing declared with utter indifference. A family belongs together. You can go now. Everyone, slaughter the Bird King's residence. Chapter 66, The 9 Lives Mystic Fox, a great demon, cleverly plays the game of annihilation. Half an hour later, every soul within the Bird King's mansion lay slain. The Baimong clan seized control of the estate, aiming to further dominate the 10,000 clans black market. The Baimong elders immediately dispatched messengers to the Baimong tribe's main camp, intending to report this good news to the Baimong king and request his forces to come and take control. Lu Hushing couldn't care less about these developments. His original plan had been to seize the Great Ape Clan's fragment and then slip away quietly. Now, however, he was scheming to obtain the other fragment while simultaneously provoking a war between the Great Ape Clan and the Sparrow Dynasty. This would maximize the depletion of the Great Ape Clan's combat strength, offering immense benefit to Huaxia. Master Xuanji, Lu Hushing said with a sly smile, my next move is to acquire the Great Ape Clan's War Soul Monument fragment and provoke a conflict between them and the Sparrow Dynasty. This would allow our Baimong clan to reap the benefits as the third party. He paused, then added, do you have any suggestions? Well. Master Xuanji chuckled, his hand subtly mimicking the motion of counting coins. Lu Hushing wasted no time in responding, how about this? You may select 3 treasures from the Sparrow King's palace. Afterward, you'll temporarily stay by my side until I obtain the 3rd fragment of the Battle Soul Steel. What do you say? Why, that's too generous. Master Xuanji grinned so widely his mouth watered. What are we waiting for? Shall we take a look inside the treasure vault? Let's go. Lu Hushing nodded immediately. As the true ruler of the 10,000 clans black market, the Bird King had indeed amassed quite a collection over the years. Master Xuanji seemed intimately familiar with this nearly 1,000 square meter treasure vault, heading straight for a corner where he retrieved a furry tail and a white bracelet. The tail instantly fused into his body. After slipping on the bracelet, Master Xuanji's aura underwent a dramatic shift. He now seemed to surpass even that rhino demon Lu Hushing had crippled earlier, his power firmly settling between grandmaster and great grandmaster. Then Master Xuanji let out a pig-like squeal of laughter. You're a fox demon? Lu Hushing exclaimed in astonishment. These 2 items were yours all along? Enough with the demon nonsense. Call me by my full name 9 Lives Mystic Fox. Master Xuanji snapped. Otherwise, why do you think I'm lurking in the 10,000 clans black market? Why did I show up when you attacked the Sparrow King's mansion? It's precisely because I divined that the one who severed my tail and stole my life-bound artifact back then sold them to the 10,000 clans black market. I also divined that you would destroy the Sparrow King. Though the name was rather unpleasant, his divination skills were truly remarkable. Lu Hushing immediately laughed. Alright, since these 2 belong to you, consider them returned to their rightful owner. You may choose 3 more items on the condition that you perform another divination for me. This time, tell me the prospects of our journey to the Great Ape Clan. Master Xuanji wasted no time launching into his calculations. His small face quickly turned grave. Hard to say. A thick fog lies ahead, foretelling grave danger. Yet a sliver of hope remains. Your odds of returning alive are 50-50. Then why would you dare come along? Lu Hushing asked with a laugh. I take your money to ward off misfortune. Since I've promised to follow you until all 3 War Soul Monument fragments are gathered, I certainly won't go back on my word. Master Xuanji pounded his chest jiggling with each thud. My services have always been honest and trustworthy, earning rave reviews. What a good girl. After selecting 3 more valuable items, Master Xuanji went off on his own to calculate how to provoke a war between the 2 tribes. Lu Hushing, meanwhile, surveyed all the items. He gathered up all the powerful weapons, battle armor, and 2/3 of the various pills just in case the behemoth tribe arrived and caught him cheating. Otherwise, he would have taken everything. But the remaining items weren't worth much anyway. Soon, Master Xuanji devised a plan. Upon hearing it, Lu Hushing froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. That's an excellent idea. Let's put it into action immediately. We should also set off for the Great Ape Clan. Half an hour later, the Baimong, Taizhan, and Master Xuanji set off with Lu Hushing toward the Great Ape Clan's territory. The 2 locations were 5,000 kilometers apart. Traveling at full speed, the 4 of them could reach their destination in about 4 days. In any case, this shape-shifting pill would be put to its fullest use. Meanwhile, news had already spread across the 5,000 kilometers black market of the 10,000 tribes. Even the Sparrow Dynasty had received word. The Baimong clan has allied with the Great Ape tribe, intending to eliminate the Sparrow Dynasty and jointly annex its territories. The Sparrow Dynasty dismissed this news with contempt. Not only was it an unfounded rumor, but the Bird Dynasty's formidable strength meant even the Great Ape clan avoided direct confrontation. The Behemoth clan, located a staggering 10,000 kilometers away, was clearly out of its mind to aid the Great Ape clan against the Bird Dynasty. They were a full 7,000 kilometers from the Sparrow Dynasty. How could they possibly compete with the Great Ape clan, which was only 4,000 kilometers away? Absolute nonsense. No one took it seriously until the drop of the Bird King's essence blood returned. Then, the entire Bird dynasty descended into chaos. Dozens of masters at the grandmaster realm and above gathered together. As the three grandmasters channeled their true chi into the blood drop, scenes of the Peacock Prince battling Lu Hushing soon materialized. Then, the Peacock Prince materialized, overcome with grief. My family, all slaughtered by that Baimon. That accursed beast deserves to die. Prince Bird. What exactly happened? Demanded the Peacock King furiously. The behemoths seek to dominate the multiracial black market, the Peacock King replied immediately. Those behemoths have already invaded the Peacock King's mansion, seized control of the multiracial black market, and that golden behemoth is after the War Soul Monument fragment. News of another War Soul Monument fragment in the Great Ape Clan's possession had already reached the Bird dynasty. Now, with the Bird King's family annihilated, the 10,000 races black market occupied by the behemoths, and rumors spreading that the behemoths intended to ally with the Great Ape Clan, perhaps it was the War Soul Monument fragments that had forged this alliance between the two great races. After destroying the Sparrow dynasty, the Baimon clan seeks control of the 10,000 tribes black market, while the Great Ape Clan aims to annex all the lands of the Sparrow dynasty. If that were the case, everything would make perfect sense. Your Majesty, an elder peacock immediately spoke up. We've coexisted peacefully with the Great Ape Clan for years, even engaging in occasional minor interactions. Yet they plan to strike us in secret. Their treachery is unforgivable. Indeed. Only because Prince Peacock risked his last drop of essence blood to return secretly with this warning did we avoid being caught completely off guard, another peacock chimed in. I believe we must strike first. Your Majesty, urgent news. The future king of the behemoths has already set out for the Great Ape Clan and will arrive within half a day. Just then, a subordinate reported. This news sent a collective gasp of horror through the assembled peacocks. Chapter 67, the alarm is raised, the Great Ape Clan mobilizes. Indeed, the behemoths and great apes were joining forces to confront the Peacock dynasty. Fortunately, the Peacock Prince had returned, and fortunately, he had overheard some rumors. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Your Majesty, I sense something deeply suspicious here. An elderly peacock, nearly featherless, rose unsteadily and spoke. Could it be that someone deliberately provoked this war between us and the Great Ape Clan to reap the benefits as a third party? I share that suspicion, the Peacock King nodded slightly. I even suspect the behemoths deliberately spread these rumors, aiming to wipe out both our tribes in one fell swoop. If that's the case, it's terrifying. Queen, we can mobilize our forces toward the Great Ape tribe. Send envoys ahead to investigate. If it's confirmed the Great Apes and behemoths are allied, we strike first and annihilate the Great Apes, a peacock suggested. If it turns out to be only the behemoth's scheme, we execute the golden behemoth immediately and join forces with the Great Apes to counterattack the behemoths. That is the best course. The Peacock King nodded slightly, his expression grave. Enough deliberation. Begin the operation at once. At that moment, Lu Hushing and his companions had already arrived at the Great Ape Clan's territory. The Great Ape Clan ruled over a territory spanning 2,000 kilometers. The outer regions were populated by ordinary apes, while the inner areas housed increasingly powerful beings. The guards of the royal city were all 7th-rank powerhouses. Yet, upon seeing Taizhan, they all shot hostile glances his way. Ape 3, as a traitor to the Great Ape Clan, you've been sold to the 10,000 clans black market. How dare you return today? Are you seeking death? I have purchased it. It is now under my command, Lu Hushing declared immediately. Now, please inform the Great Ape King that the golden behemoth of the Behemoth clan, Lei Hushing, seeks an audience. At the sight of Lu Hushing, the guards instantly paled with terror. One of them shouted a warning before dashing into the inner city. Soon, the Great Ape King's son, the colossal ape who had appeared during the invasion of Huaxia, arrived, accompanied by a retinue of giant ape soldiers. The giant ape first glanced at Taizhan before bowing slightly to Lu Hushing. The king of the Behemoth clan, who has traveled far, my father requests your presence. Acting as if it were genuine, who could have imagined how brutally you ravaged our Huaxia during your invasion? Though Lu Hushing had already sentenced this creature to death, he still returned a slight bow. Thank you for your trouble. Soon, Lu Hushing followed into the palace hall. There, seated upon the throne, were 3 figures, one a humanoid ape, one a giant ape, and one a gorilla. All were grandmasters, gazing down at Lu Hushing with condescension. King Baimong from afar, what brings you to our Great Ape Clan? I come bearing news. Lu Hushing declared loudly. Our Great Ape Clan's 3 major tribes span the lands of the alien races. What news could there be that we do not already know? The Great Ape King snorted coldly. You travel all this way from afar to deliver news to us? Then you likely remain unaware that the Sparrow dynasty intends to strike against you. Lu Hushing declared gravely. If my guess is correct, the Sparrow dynasty's armies have already begun their advance. At these words, everyone present burst into derisive laughter. What a joke! We in the Sparrow dynasty live in peace, never interfering with each other. Why would they attack us? We're not enemies with the Sparrow dynasty, we're practically allies. Why would they attack us? Future Baimon King, though we don't know where you got this information, I can tell you it's utter nonsense. You must be dreaming, buddy. The Sparrow Dynasty mobilizing troops to ambush us? That sort of thing won't happen for another few hundred years. Lu Hushing sighed. We came straight from the 10,000 tribes black market. We rushed here the moment we heard this news, just to befriend you and secure some rights. Why won't you believe us? Why should we believe you? The Ape King retorted coldly. Then tell me, Lu Hushing countered, why would I travel thousands of miles just to tell you this lie? I treat you as friends, yet you see me as a fraud? Stay for now, the great Ape King said solemnly. We have contacts in the Sparrow Dynasty. We'll know soon enough if this is true. If it is, you'll be our great ape clan's most loyal friend. But if it's a lie, don't blame us for being unforgiving. Then I'll take you up on that. Lu Hushing nodded slightly. By the way, prepare some food for us. We're exhausted from the long journey. No problem. The Ape King nodded slightly before issuing orders. Except for the missing Taijan, the trio was quickly escorted to a small courtyard in the rear. Fine wine and meat had been prepared in advance. Lu Hushing wasted no time, immediately urging the others to dig in. It must be said, the food and drink were awful, not even as good as instant noodles from China. Gentlemen, how reliable do you think this information is? The Ape King asked the moment the four had left. This guy calls himself Lei Hushing. My sworn enemy in Blue Star China is named Lu Husheng. Just because their names share two identical characters, I refuse to believe a word of it. King Great Ape snorted coldly. Damn it, just hearing that name makes me want to kill him. But I sense that the Baimon King wouldn't make baseless accusations, nor could this information be entirely unfounded, the Ape King said solemnly. Our scouts haven't reported back yet, but we must prepare early to avoid being caught off guard. The assembled apes nodded in agreement. The giant ape immediately stepped forward. Father, I shall dispatch 100,000 giant ape soldiers to prepare at once. If this threat proves real, I can hold back the Qiao dynasty's advance for a time. Go, the Great Ape King nodded. Additionally, assign men to monitor Lei Hushing and his group. We cannot trust them for now. They might very well stab us in the back. Yes. The giant ape roared, then hurried off to carry out the orders. Throughout the Great Ape Clan's royal city, troops were mobilized and deployed, keeping the entire place bustling all night long. By dawn the next day, a peacock rushed into the royal city and reported to the Great Ape King and his entourage, Your Majesty. There are unusual movements in the Peacock dynasty. What exactly is happening? Speak quickly. The Ape King, known for his impatience, demanded loudly. I don't know their specific plans, the peacock replied solemnly. But the entire Peacock dynasty seems to be mobilizing, with a small vanguard unit leading the way, perhaps a test probe. Whatever their intent, they're heading straight for us. We must prepare now. So Lei Hushing was telling the truth, the Ape King exclaimed in disbelief. Has the Peacock dynasty lost its mind? Launching an attack against us at this critical moment? Summon every powerful warrior of the Great Ape Clan immediately. March out to meet the enemy. Regardless of whether they're a small force or a large one, encounter them and kill them without mercy. Chapter 68 Iron War strikes, slaying 500 Peacock soldiers. The very day they entered the royal city, Iron War sought out his old band of brothers. These apes were all ranked 6th or 7th grade. Because Iron War hadn't launched an attack on China during his time on Blue Star, they'd all been punished, stripped of their military ranks and reduced to civilian laborers. One couldn't help but ask, Third Brother Ape, is this for real? After we finish this job, each of us gets 200 shell coins? You've all followed me for 20 or 30 years, some even 50. Don't you know my character? Iron War declared, producing a massive pile of shell coins. This is the down payment, 50 for each of you. Divided among the 100 of you. Once the job is done, the remaining 150 will be paid immediately. Alright, we won't hold back, then let's get to work, one man exclaimed excitedly. 200 shell coins? That's enough for us to leave the Great Ape Clan and settle down somewhere else for a peaceful life. Afterward, the group dispersed through various routes, leaving the royal city behind and converging upon the inevitable path of the Sparrow dynasty's advancing army. We've confirmed intelligence, Taijan stated gravely. Though the Qiao dynasty's main force has mobilized, the vanguard is merely a 500-strong reconnaissance unit. Our objective is to eliminate them entirely but spare a few to return and relay the news. Third Brother Yuan, you can count on us. This is exactly what we've been training for. One man pounded his chest with a resounding thud. We've got our chi blood bombs ready, one per person. We'll bury them deep and catch them off guard. Remember, this fight will be brutal. Casualties are a real possibility, Taijan said gravely. But rest assured, if any of our brothers fall, I'll make sure their families are taken care of. We're all brothers, why bring that up? We've followed you all these years. We know what kind of man you are. No need for further words. Poof. We've long been disappointed in the Great Ape Clan. If a war can wake them up, so be it. You took all the blame for us when you chose not to attack the humans. We won't let you down. At these words, the crowd burst into laughter. Early the next morning, the vanguard detachment of the Peacock dynasty arrived late. Just as they entered a gorge, the lead commander sensed something amiss and was about to halt for reconnaissance when a deafening explosion erupted. Hundreds of blood energy bombs buried underground detonated simultaneously, each packing the force of a 7th-rank martial artist's full strike. Caught completely off guard, the Peacock soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Meanwhile, the 100 ape warriors led by Iron War erupted from concealment in that instant, completely overwhelming the Peacock soldiers in the surprise assault. Damn it! You monkeys are courting death. The Peacock leader seethed with rage. Our two clans have always kept to ourselves. How dare you suddenly attack my Peacock dynasty? Do you truly wish to ignite a war between our two tribes? You're one to talk. What makes you think you can threaten us, the Great Ape Clan? Taijan sneered coldly. We've long coveted the vast lands of the Peacock dynasty, but held back due to your strength. Now that we have the behemoths as allies, and with the Great Ape King's son, the Giant Ape General, striking you by surprise, how much do you think your chances stand? This single sentence amounted to an admission that the Great Ape Clan intended to join forces with the Behemoth Clan and strike against the Sparrow dynasty. After all, Taijan was a formidable figure among the Great Ape Clan, leading an entire squadron of soldiers unified at the 6th and 7th ranks, clearly the vanguard sent by the Great Ape Clan. Commander Peacock was filled with regret. If only he hadn't volunteered to come here. He should have simply mobilized the main army and crushed them outright. But now it was too late for regrets. I'll fight you to the death. The young leader roared, his body bursting with light as he charged at Taijan, feathered sword raised. A flicker of disdain crossed Taijan's face as he swung his wolf tooth club to meet the attack. Though both were 9th rank, Iron War's strength was unmatched and his speed was lightning fast. Even with the Peacock young leader burning his life force, he still fell short. Within mere breaths, Iron War roared, his wolf tooth club crashing down on the young leader. Though the young leader managed to block with his feathered sword, the sheer force of the blow made him grunt and spit blood. Glancing at the battle, Iron War immediately barked in a low voice, "Everyone, finish this quickly. We must clear the way for the Great Ape General." The words ignited the ape warriors, who attacked the Peacock soldiers like madmen. Though the Peacocks outnumbered them, they were no match for this terrifying horde of apes. They had come to negotiate, yet were ambushed the moment they arrived. Where could they seek justice now? Within the span of a stick of incense, every Peacock soldier was slaughtered and tossed into a rocky wasteland kilometers away. Still unsettled, Iron War demanded, "Are they all dead? Confirmed dead?" "Rest assured, third brother ape. Not a single one survived. I've also cleaned up all the bloodstains along the path. The Peacock dynasty's main force won't detect a trace," and Ape replied immediately. "Good," Taijan said gravely. "This alliance with the Baimon tribe must not falter. As the vanguard, the Great Ape General must strike the Peacock dynasty completely unprepared. If we drop the ball here, we deserve to die 1,000 deaths." "Rest assured, Your Excellency. There will be no issues," the others chimed in, speaking in small groups. Only then did Taijan nod slightly. "We're returning to the royal city to join the main force." With that, the group of ape warriors swiftly departed the scene. A full tea drinking interval passed before the commander, confirming the area was clear, crawled out from the pile of corpses. Gasping for breath, he tremblingly swallowed a handful of healing pills. Regaining some strength, he immediately staggered toward the direction he had come. At that moment, the two grandmasters, leading 2 million Peacock troops, had already entered the territory of the Great Ape Clan. From afar, they saw the young commander rushing back, covered in blood. "General. Grand General. What happened?" A vanguard commander frowned, his expression grave. "Weren't you sent to scout ahead? Why are you covered in blood?" "The Great Ape Clan has truly allied with the Behemoth Clan," the commander sobbed. "They even plan to send their Giant Ape General to catch us off guard. Our entire force of 500 Peacock soldiers has been wiped out." Chapter 69, The Giant Ape Falls in Battle, the Great Ape King Goes Mad. "What?" The words sent shockwaves through the room, faces turning pale. They had just been discussing how to withdraw from the Great Ape Clan's territory if this turned out to be a misunderstanding, but now. The commander recounted the entire incident, leaving the two grandmasters so enraged they nearly spat blood. "Damn it! This is outrageous. I'm tempted to summon our ancestor right now. The ancestral patriarch has just emerged from seclusion and is currently in recovery," another grandmaster said solemnly. "He has only recently broken through to the mid-stage of martial saint. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be best not to disturb him." The others nodded slightly. After all, if the patriarch emerged before reaching peak condition, it would be a loss for the K dynasty. "All units, heed my command. Our million-strong army will immediately assault the Great Ape Clan. Upon encountering that so-called vanguard Giant Ape General, show no mercy, slay him outright." The leading grandmaster issued the order without delay. Since the Behemoth Clan has allied with the Great Ape Clan, they likely plan to launch a rear assault while we attack the Great Ape Clan. We must strike swiftly and decisively to avoid being attacked from both fronts. "Yes." The resounding cry echoed across the heavens as the army charged toward the Great Ape Clan's heartland with lightning speed. At that very moment, the Giant Ape General led 100,000 giant ape warriors in a grand procession to meet them. Seeing the dense ranks of the peacock army, he sucked in a sharp breath. General, the enemy approaches with overwhelming force, the deputy commander said anxiously. Should we not withdraw first and regroup with our main great ape army before deciding our next move? This is our great ape territory, the giant ape retorted coldly. How dare the peacock army rampage here? Do they truly think our great ape clan is a joke? Besides, when two armies face off, don't they always trade insults first? Only after the taunting ends do they fight. Have you ever seen fools who charge in without a word? That's true. Come on, let's go up there and reason with them first, declared the great ape general with boundless bravado. Once we earn great merit in this battle against the Peacock dynasty, we'll surely be appointed vanguard generals for the next assault on Huaxia. I'm already craving human flesh again, ha ha ha. With that, 100,000 giant ape warriors charged forward. This display led the Peacock soldiers to believe the apes intended to attack immediately. Since the general had already ordered direct combat, the 2 million strong Peacock army showed no hesitation whatsoever and launched their assault without delay. What the hell? The giant apes, utterly bewildered, found themselves locked in combat with the Peacock army. No taunting or trash talk. How arrogant. Give me your life. A thunderous roar, like death's summons, erupted as a grandmaster charged forward with lightning speed. The giant ape's expression darkened as crimson flames erupted from its body. Yet even with its life force ignited, its power as a half-step grandmaster only reached the mid to late stages of the grandmaster realm. Still, it had no choice but to charge headlong, its wolf tooth club crashing down with overwhelming force toward the grandmaster. Clang! In a single clash, the wolf tooth club was cleaved clean in two. The thick feathered sword pressed relentlessly forward, carving a bone-deep gash across the giant ape's chest. Blood spurted violently from the wound, a terrifying sight. The giant ape sucked in a sharp breath. Seeing the grandmaster closing in once more, it bellowed urgently, "Hold your blow." Any last words? Old Peacock demanded furiously. My father is the great ape king. If you... How dare you threaten this king? The giant ape had intended to invoke the great ape king to defuse the tension, but the enraged old peacock misinterpreted it as a threat, fueling his fury further. Dozens of feather blades erupted simultaneously, leaving the giant ape no chance to resist. Its body was instantly blasted to pieces. The giant ape was dead. The general is dead. Witnessing this, the deputy commander was so terrified he wet himself. There was no way he could continue fighting. He turned and fled. As the eldest son of the great ape king, he had been groomed as the future ruler. Yet instead of dying in the expansion of their territory, he perished in battle against the Peacock dynasty. What would the great ape king's reaction be when this devastating news reached him? Let's go. Tell the great ape king, our Peacock dynasty will fight the great ape clan to the death. Old Peacock roared, immediately leading his peacock soldiers in a one-sided slaughter of the giant ape warriors. Your Majesty! Trouble! Trouble! The vanguard deputy commander stumbled into the royal court, collapsing to his knees before the three great kings. The general, he. What happened to him? Speak quickly. Seeing the deputy stammering, the great ape king's heart sank. Could he have been captured by the Peacock dynasty? The general, he was slain by one of their grandmasters. Not a trace remains. Though terrified, the deputy general shouted the truth, meeting the great ape king's bloodthirsty glare. What? The great ape king leapt to his feet with a thud, pulling the deputy commander toward him through the air. His eyes, nearly crimson, roared the demand, say it again. My son, he was killed by old Peacock. Damn you. Boom! The great ape king flew into a rage, unleashing terrifying force that shattered the deputy commander into dust. The Peacock dynasty has indeed moved against my great ape clan. And here I was, still harboring illusions about Lei Hushan. The great ape king's teeth ground together with a grinding sound as his eyes blazed crimson. How is the troop assembly progressing? Your Majesty, we have already assembled 1 million troops, fully prepared for battle, a grandmaster-level general reported urgently. The remaining 1 million troops will require 3 more hours to complete their assembly. Very well. Lead this 1 million-strong force and follow me to meet the enemy, the great ape king roared in fury. Great ape king, I sense something amiss here, though I cannot quite put my finger on it. King Gorilla cautioned in a grave tone. I believe we should. It's not your son who died, so of course you don't care, the great ape king snorted coldly. But my son is dead. He's dead. Do you expect me to pretend I don't know? The two kings exchanged a glance, neither speaking. Losing a son wasn't terrifying. What was terrifying was that the son who died was the one the great ape king had been grooming all along to inherit his throne. Such a tragedy would unsettle anyone. Ignoring the others, the great ape king rose abruptly and charged out, follow me into battle. The ape king sighed and rose slowly. Whatever's going on here, I'll go see for myself. After all, they're two grandmasters. The great ape king has a fiery temper, he might get the short end of the stick. Agreed. I'll hold the rear. The ape king nodded, watching the human ape king depart. After dismissing the assembled elders, he led several powerful figures toward the small courtyard where Lu Hushing resided. Chapter 70, The Real Lei Hushan arrives. After the matter was settled, Taizhan had already returned to Lu Hushing's side. At the same time, King Gorilla arrived with his men, bowing with a smile and saying, my apologies, my apologies. Some stubborn old fools didn't believe your intelligence yesterday, and now the K dynasty has attacked today. I'm truly sorry for their lack of trust in you. Words alone aren't proof. I rushed over to deliver the news in haste. Lu Hushing replied with a wry smile. Otherwise, I would have brought tangible evidence. What I'm really curious about, King Gorilla's expression grew serious, is why you came to tell us this news? Surely it wasn't just to make friends? Our main Baimong force will arrive around dawn tomorrow. They'll launch a direct assault on the Sparrow Dynasty's stronghold. With our two great races joining forces, we'll surely annihilate them. Lu Hushing declared solemnly. And our sole purpose in doing this is for the 10,000 races black market. Once the Sparrow Dynasty is destroyed, we demand only the 10,000 races black market and a 100-meter wide path for the behemoths to access it. Nothing else. The Ape King suddenly understood. He had wondered how the behemoths, residing nearly 10,000 kilometers from the black market, could be exiled there. It turned out they had planned this all along. While the Great Ape Clan might have been tricked into this alliance, if they truly succeeded in destroying the Sparrow Dynasty together, the Great Ape Clan's gains would far outweigh their losses. They say the behemoths are simple-minded, muscle-bound brutes with short tempers, yet now it seemed they possessed considerable intelligence, at least more than the Great Ape Clan or the Sparrow Dynasty. Of course, that's only one aspect. Lu Hushing abruptly shifted his tone. For us too, if I could enter your Great Ape Clan's treasure vault and select 3 treasures, that would be most ideal. What treasures might the Baimong King desire? King Gorilla narrowed his eyes. I don't know, I'll have to see for myself once inside the vault. Lu Hushing replied nonchalantly. Of course, if the Ape King finds this unreasonable, then we'll call it off. This is hardly a difficult matter. I can take you to the treasury right now. The Ape King waved his hand dismissively. Our Great Ape Clan's treasury holds quite a few treasures. Then we're most grateful. Lu Hushing's heart stirred. He gave a slight bow with clasped fists before following the Ape King toward the treasury. At the same moment, the Baimong delegation stormed into the former Sparrow King's residence with hundreds of Baimong. The golden Baimong at the forefront roared furiously, Rainbow, get out here. Who's making such a commotion? The behemoth elder slowly emerged. Seeing this disciplined behemoth army, especially the golden behemoth at its head, he was startled and hurried forward. Rainbow was unaware of the future behemoth king's arrival. Forgive my failure to greet you properly. I hear there's a golden behemoth lately, swindling people under my banner, the golden behemoth demanded coldly. My apologies, but who might you be? I am Lei Hushin, son of Lei Er. The Baimong elder's body trembled, his face filled with disbelief. Given this imposing display, this must be the real Lei Hushin after all. He had brought 500 Baimong soldiers. The previous one had come alone and had been described by that Shadow Serpent clan member as a human infiltrator. Yet that fellow had helped the behemoths slay the Sparrow King, making the behemoths the de facto rulers of the 10,000 tribes black market. He didn't seem like a villain. Where is he now? Seeing the Baimong elder's furrowed brow, Lei Hushin demanded loudly once more. He went to the Great Ape Clan. The Baimong elder trembled, his voice laced with fear. He said he'd pit the Sparrow Dynasty against the Great Ape Clan, letting us Baimong reap the benefits. So? Holy! The revelation nearly scared Lei Hushin to death. Both these tribes were no weaker than the Baimong clan. If they discovered this weakness, the Baimong clan would likely face a joint attack from both. Where the hell did this behemoth come from? This was practically shoving the behemoth clan into a pit of fire. It was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The Great Ape Clan and the Sparrow Dynasty won't exhaust all their forces. Once they come to their senses, they'll likely join forces against the Behemoth clan. We behemoths can't afford to be the so-called winners sitting on the sidelines watching the tigers fight. Lei Hushin immediately declared in a grave tone. We must head to the Sparrow Dynasty immediately and clarify this matter. Furthermore, that golden behemoth impersonating me does not belong to our clan. I have no knowledge of it whatsoever. Issue a warrant immediately. It must be captured and brought back to the Behemoth clan for trial. Yes. The Baimong elder was utterly speechless inside. They had hoped this mission would earn them a return to the Baimong tribe, only to have an impostor deceive all Baimong into acting like fools, even outmaneuvering 3 powerful tribes. If they didn't teach this impostor a lesson, how could they possibly swallow their anger? Immediately, Lei Hushin led the Baimong army at full speed toward the Peacock Dynasty. Upon receiving the news, the Peacock King sneered coldly, how unexpected. Did the Baimong tribe think that with our entire Peacock Dynasty army deployed, leaving the capital defenseless, they could send just 500 soldiers to annihilate us? Your Majesty, the behemoths have gone too far. I volunteer to lead the charge and slaughter every last one of them. The sole remaining grandmaster stepped forward immediately. No, the Peacock Queen shook her head slightly, her voice cold. I intend to go personally. I'm curious to see what tricks the behemoths have up their sleeves. Without delay, the Peacock King led his 100,000 troops straight toward the behemoths, surrounding them completely. Lei Hushan hurriedly shouted, "This is a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. Please grant us a chance to explain. Does your Baimong clan hold my Peacock dynasty in such contempt? Bringing merely 500 Baimong to court death? This king finds it rather tedious," the Peacock King remarked coldly. "Or perhaps you've come merely to test our limits? Someone has impersonated my name, attempting to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. I heard the news en route and rushed here immediately." Lei Hushan hastily explained. "My father, Lei hails from the Lei Yang lineage. I am the future Baimong king, Lei Hushan. So you claim this impostor provoked conflict between the Peacock dynasty and the Great Ape clan?" The Peacock King laughed, a feathered blade pointing directly at Lei Hushan. "Do you truly believe this king would fall for such a lie?" Clang! At these words, every Peacock soldier drew their weapons, aiming them squarely at the group of behemoths. The terrifying pressure made every behemoth sense imminent danger, and they all raised their great hammers. A great battle was about to erupt. Chapter 71, Misunderstanding resolved, second fragment secured. "It's exactly as you say." The Baimong elder was utterly embarrassed, rushing forward to explain, "This is my fault. That golden Baimong claimed to be Lei Hushan, saying its father was Lei I didn't verify it and mistakenly believed it. The result? Then how does it explain killing my black market's bird king?" An old peacock beside him demanded furiously. "I'm not entirely sure about that either," Elder Beaming replied weakly. "It suddenly ran off and committed the murder on its own. By the time I learned of it, the bird king's residence had already been destroyed. When I heard the news, I immediately led all the Baimong to the bird king's residence, hoping to stop it. After all, our Baimong clan has always been peace-loving and benevolent. But it was already too late." Staring at Elder Beaming in astonishment, Lei Hushan was genuinely shocked. Such skill at twisting words, this man was a talent. How had he ended up buried in the 10,000 tribes black market? "So you're saying your Baimong truly had no intention of collaborating with the Great Ape clan?" The Peacock King stared into the elder's eyes as he asked. "That impostor claiming to be our Baimong king has always acted alone, taking only 1 Baimong guard, and that was his own request." The Baimong elder nodded repeatedly. "He merely said he was visiting the Great Ape clan. We never imagined he'd go to sow discord." Lei Hushan also spoke up, "This matter is indeed our fault. Once we capture that golden behemoth, regardless of its status, I will execute it before your very eyes. But our immediate priority remains rushing to stop that impending battle." Agreed. Our Peacock clan possesses a teleportation mechanism capable of transporting 100 individuals 3,000 kilometers. We shall depart for the battlefield immediately. The Peacock King nodded slightly, then produced a bronze artifact. As he channeled his true energy into it, faint points of light appeared upon its surface. Instantly, these points enveloped 50 to 60 prominent figures, instantly transporting them to the battlefield. The Peacock army's battle with the Great Ape tribe had reached a fever pitch. The Great Ape King's power was terrifying beyond measure. Fueled by the grief of losing his son, he unleashed relentless waves of force, slaughtering Peacock soldiers indiscriminately. Any Peacock soldier who dared to stand in his path was instantly obliterated. Just as the Great Ape King and the old Peacock were about to clash, a beam of light descended from the heavens. The Peacock King had arrived. "Everyone, cease fighting," the Peacock King bellowed. "Hold your ground. Peacock King, Behemoth King." The Great Ape King sneered coldly, glaring at the crowd. "You behemoths are quite something, aren't you? Split into 2 factions, one aiding us, the other supporting the Peacock dynasty? This is a misunderstanding." Lei Hushan hurriedly declared. "I am Lei Hushan. The one who tipped you off was an impostor. You also go by Lei Hushan?" The Great Ape King's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. "You're mocking me? That creature is not one of our behemoth kind." "It is a counterfeit impostor," declared the behemoth elder gravely. "This is also my fault for failing to investigate thoroughly. And this is the reason the Peacock dynasty killed my son," the Great Ape King demanded coldly. "If your Great Ape clan hadn't dispatched 100 Ape Vanguard to slaughter our Peacock dynasty's 500 advance force sent to investigate this matter, we wouldn't have suddenly attacked the giant apes." Old Peacock retorted coldly. "It's precisely because you struck first that we never dispatched any Ape Vanguard." The Great Ape King's words shut the old Peacock up. "Impossible." Old Peacock frowned. "Our survivors risked their lives to return and report this news. That impostor also had a gorilla by his side, a slave purchased from the 10,000 tribes black market," Elder Baimong said timidly. "When that impostor came this time, it also—" "Yuan-san?" The Great Ape King's expression changed drastically. "That's right. The leader is called Yuan-san." Old Peacock immediately confirmed the Great Ape King's words. "Holy crap!" The Great Ape King stared in disbelief. That Lei Hushan had spun such a convincing tale about the Peacock dynasty plotting against the Great Ape clan. He believed every word only to discover. "It seems we've all been deceived by that counterfeit golden Baimong." King Peacock seethed with rage. "Who would have thought that 3 such mighty races as ours could be so thoroughly duped by an impostor? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It's still among us great apes. I must return immediately, the great ape king declared coldly. With mere words, it inflicted catastrophic losses upon our two tribes. This debt must be repaid. I'm going with you, the golden behemoth interjected. It deceived you in the name of our behemoth clan. We must go too to demand justice. I have a teleportation device capable of instant travel across 1,000 miles. I'll take you there myself to ensure it doesn't escape, declared the Peacock King, immediately retrieving the bronze artifact and initiating teleportation toward the Great Ape Clan's royal city. At that moment, Lu Hushing had just entered the treasure vault. Surveying the dazzling array of treasures, Lu Hushing couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "King Gorilla, the treasures here surpass even those of our behemoth tribe. I must say, I'm truly amazed. I won't claim to be the best, but our Great Ape Clan certainly possesses many treasures." The Ape King laughed heartily. "Alright, go choose 3 treasures." "Thanks," Lu Hushing replied, immediately beginning to search the area. Simultaneously, his true chi probed the surroundings, quickly locating the fragments of the battle soul steel in a corner, already covered in cobwebs. Seeing the Ape King wasn't paying attention, Lu Hushing silently stowed it into his inventory. No reaction? This gave Lu Hushing an opening. He wandered around, quietly stashing away valuable items farther from him into his inventory. Before long, he'd stolen over 30 pieces. Only then did he sigh, shaking his head slightly. So many dazzling treasures, I can't tell which are truly valuable. I suppose I'll just pick 3 at random. Saying this, he picked 3 items and stashed them away. This nearly made the Ape King laugh out loud. What an idiot. He'd chosen a bunch of worthless junk, forcing me to trail him all this time, worried he'd snag something valuable. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered. Actually, the Ape King waves dismissively, I'm not entirely sure of these items' value either. They should be decent enough. Once we've overthrown the Bird Dynasty, I'll make it official and let you pick some more. My deepest gratitude. Lu Hushing's expression shifted, and he immediately clasped his fists in a bow toward the Ape King. The two left the treasure vault laughing and chatting. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky. The leaders of the Sparrow Dynasty and the Great Ape Clan all arrived, immediately spotting Lu Hushing. Kid, your scheme's been exposed. Surrender now. Chapter 72, Human Identity Exposed, 3 Grandmasters Intercept. Lu Hushing stared blankly at the crowd. What conspiracy? What's going on? I am Lei Hushin, the future Baimon King of the Lei Yang lineage. Lei Hushin immediately stepped forward. Who the hell are you, you bastard? Why are you impersonating me? And why are you stirring up trouble to provoke war between the K Dynasty and the Great Ape Clan? Holy crap! Lu Hushин panicked, frantically calling out to the system. Didn't you run any background checks when you had me impersonate someone? Now the real deal shows up, what am I supposed to do? Break through the encirclement. The system dropped those 4 words and fell silent. Lu Hushing felt like dying. There were 5 Grandmasters here alone, plus other Grandmaster level and half-step Grandmaster level opponents. Even with his Berserk buff, he might not be able to break out. Ronglong, why are you still following him? He's an imposter. Seeing the fellow Baimong still standing there dumbfounded, Elder Baimong urgently shouted, watch out, he'll get you killed. The fellow behemoth snapped out of his daze at the elder's shout and flashed back behind Lu Hushing. Master, I'll self-detonate to clear a path for you. You and Master Xuanji must leave immediately. Iron War's voice suddenly echoed from behind. This startled Lu Hushing, who immediately replied, no. We came together, so we must leave together. Trading your life for mine isn't my style. If you hadn't rescued me from the 10,000 races black market, I'd likely have been tortured to death long ago. You gave me dignity. Taizhan declared with emotion. Besides, this is my homeland. If I must flee far from my roots to survive, I'd rather die here. Then I'd die with no regrets. Alright. Seeing Taizhan's resolve, Lu Hushing said no more. Taizhan, I owe you one. No need for thanks between master and servant. With that, Taizhan began circulating his chi and blood. Meanwhile, the Great Ape King and his followers continued berating Lu Hushing. Each had drawn their weapons, their chi surging with fury. Because of you, my son was wrongfully killed, the one destined to inherit my legacy. For that alone, you deserve death. Boy, you've inflicted heavy losses on my K dynasty. This debt, I will settle with you no matter what. We Baimong don't start trouble, but we don't fear it either. You dared impersonate us to stir up trouble, don't you deserve death? Speak. Will you take your own life in atonement, or shall we do it for you? You have 3 breaths to decide. Lu Hushing shrugged slightly and said indifferently, sorry, I wish to leave. You think this is some kind of dream? Do you really believe you can walk away? At his words, the crowd burst into raucous laughter. Do you really think so little of us? Go! At that moment, Taizhan burst forth like a bolt of lightning, crashing violently into the Great Ape King and his men. Simultaneously, Lu Hushing charged toward the side with Master Xuanji in tow. To everyone's surprise, Master Xuanji possessed the wind riding technique. Together, their speed was as swift as lightning. Boom! Just as the others prepared to pursue, Taizhan detonated himself. The explosion, comparable to a peak half-step grandmaster's strike, erupted around them. Though it posed no threat to the grandmasters like the Great Ape King, it still threw everyone into a momentary flurry of confusion. Immediately after, the Great Ape King, the Human Ape King, Old Peacock, and the Golden Behemoth all gave chase. "Boss, our speed is still too slow," Xuanji couldn't help but interject. "The Peacock Dynasty's wind manipulation is superior to mine. If you don't pick up the pace, we'll be left behind." "Slow? Xuanji, do you have a way to break through?" Lu Hushan couldn't help but ask. "My only option is to leave alone, so I won't hold you back," Xuanji replied timidly. "Then go ahead. Meet me at your fortune-telling stall in the 10,000 Clans Black Market," Lu Hushing ordered decisively. "Can you handle it alone?" Xuanji asked doubtfully. "There are several grandmasters on the other side. Don't worry. There's nothing I can't handle," Lu Hushing declared with absolute confidence. "All right." Master Xuanji wasted no time. With that, he transformed into a gust of wind, shooting upward and merging directly into the clouds. He drifted along with the clouds toward the direction of the 10,000 Tribes Black Market. Without his wind riding technique, Lu Hushing's speed slowed by at least a third. The Great Ape King and his group quickly caught up, surrounding him completely. "Look," Lu Hushing snapped irritably, "it was just a minor skirmish between you lot. Is this relentless pursuit really necessary? As they say, no fight, no friendship. After this, you're practically buddies now. You should be thanking me. Have you no shame?" Old Peacock snarled coldly. "You killed one of my brothers, caused the death of the giant ape, and forced our 2 tribes to sacrifice over 100,000 warriors. You expect this debt to be wiped clean? So you're really intent on courting death?" Lu Hushing sighed. "I've lived my life with kindness. I truly don't wish to shed blood." "You haven't committed any bloodshed? You bastard have already claimed over 100,000 lives." The 4 men said no more, drawing their weapons as crimson chi surged around them, sealing off every escape route for Lu Hushan. Lu Hushan immediately activated his berserk buff, propelling his grandmaster strength to break through to the Martial Saint realm. With a flash, he charged toward the weakest of them, Lei Hushan. Lei Hushing's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected to be targeted first. His body swayed, attempting to dodge to the side, but Lu Hushing's speed had reached light speed. He was slammed away violently. Immediately, the dragon-shattering hammer appeared, crashing down fiercely on the old peacock beside him. "That hammer! You're Lu Hushan!" The Great Ape King's body trembled at the sight of the dragon-shattering hammer, a surge of fury rising within him. Everything clicked into place. This bastard had secretly infiltrated the alien race, somehow transformed into the form of a behemoth, and deliberately orchestrated all this just to drain the alien race's strength. Damn it, thank goodness the Golden Behemoth arrived in time. Otherwise, a war between the Peacock Dynasty and the Great Ape Clan would have been a catastrophe for both races. "Is this the Lu Hushing who thwarted your 2 invasions of Huaxia?" The Great Ape King stared at Lu Hushing in disbelief. "This bastard is actually a human imposter." "What Lu Hushing? I don't know him," Lu Hushing retorted irritably. "Anyway, since you won't let me leave, you're all going to die." "Lu Hushing, don't think I don't know it's you. Since you've come to our realm, don't even think about returning." A cold smile flickered at the Great Ape King's lips. "All of you, attack. Kill him." Chapter 73, 3 Grandmasters Battle. Hushan, Martial Saint intervenes. As he spoke, the Great Ape King's wolf tooth club tore through the air first. Enveloped in crimson true chi, it slammed viciously toward Lu Hushing's face. Lu Hushing sneered in disdain, swinging his dragon-shattering hammer horizontally. The azure dragon patterns on the hammer's shaft suddenly blazed brightly, transforming into a dragon shadow several meters tall that met the wolf tooth club head-on. Simultaneously, the old peacock's feathered sword stabbed in from the side, its myriad feathers transforming into a crimson blade aura enveloping Lu Hushan. The Ape King's battle axe swung down with the force to cleave mountains and shatter rocks, targeting his lower body. The 3 streams of true chi collided midair, their violent clash actually cracking the void into spiderweb like fissures. "Come on!" Lu Hushing roared with laughter. True chi at the Martial Saint realm erupted like molten lava from a furnace. The azure dragon's soul upon the dragon-shattering hammer suddenly reared its head and roared. Its tail swept out, shredding most of the feather sword's blade light. Stomping his left foot, he sent the ground exploding into a crater dozens of meters wide. Using the recoil to launch himself skyward, he gripped the dragon-shattering hammer with both hands and charged toward the Great Ape King. The terrifying force of their collision hurled the Great Ape King several kilometers away. At that very moment, the Great Ape King's battle axe swung down. Lu Hushing neither dodged nor evaded, bearing the crushing blow squarely on his right shoulder. Golden true chi rippled like water across his skin, sending the axe flying backward. The recoil forced blood to spurt from the Great Ape King's palm. "Martial Saint realm?" Old Peacock's face twisted in shock. His feathered sword flickered, unleashing 12 sword beams that coiled like a peacock's tail feathers in a deadly spiral. But Lu Hushing swept his hammer horizontally. The illusory dragon's claws suddenly solidified, 5 claws nearly a meter long colliding with the sword beams. The crimson light was torn to shreds. Seizing the opening, the Great Ape King renewed his assault, swinging his wolf tooth club with overwhelming force toward Lu Hushing's head. Lu Hushing twisted his hammer, driving it toward the Great Ape King's chest. The terrifying force, accompanied by a piercing wind-slicing sound, shattered the very fabric of space. Startled, the Great Ape King shifted from offense to defense, immediately raising his wolf tooth club horizontally before his chest. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the wolf tooth club followed the dragon's shattering hammer forward, slamming viciously into the Great Ape King's chest. The scales on his chest cracked inch by inch, and the blood spurting from his mouth stained half of Lu Hushing's robe crimson. Roar! Witnessing this, the Ape King roared furiously, unleashing a flurry of axe swings that carved trenches several meters deep into the ground with each strike. Lu Hushing instantly soared into the air, the dragon's shattering hammer spinning in his palm. A phantom of the azure dragon suddenly let out a piercing roar, its body separating from the hammer's shaft. Wrapped in a torrent of purple lightning, it crashed toward the three. Old Peacock flicked his feather blades, conjuring a crimson light shield before him. Yet the violet thunderbolts pierced straight through the shield, scorching his left wing feathers black. The Great Ape King swung his wolf tooth club, colliding his crimson chi with the purple lightning, exploding into blinding flashes. The Ape King had no time to dodge. His battle axe took the full force of the purple thunderbolt head-on, only for the lightning to channel through the weapon and into his body. His fur instantly singed and curled, charred lightning patterns appearing across his chest. Again! Lu Hushing roared with laughter as his dragon-shattering hammer, channeling thunderous force, crashed toward the Ape King's skull. The Ape King's pupils contracted as he barely managed to block with his battle axe. Yet Lu Hushing's strike was too terrifying, with purple thunder coiling around the hammer's shaft. Even the exotic battle axe shattered like tofu into metallic debris scattered across the ground. The dragon's shattering hammer struck its face with undiminished force. Crack! The shattering of skull bone echoed with thunderous roars as the Ape King's massive frame crashed to the ground like a toppling iron tower. A bull-sized hole gaped between its eyebrows, still seeping green smoke. Old ape! The Great Ape King's eyes bulged with fury. The crimson true chi surging through his wolf tooth club tripled in intensity, the shaft itself glowing faintly red under the intense heat. Seizing the moment, the old peacock circled behind Lu Hushing. His feathered sword transformed into 1,000 crimson spears, stabbing toward the warrior's back. But Lu Hushing spun abruptly. The azure dragon's soul upon his shattering dragon hammer opened its massive jaws, swallowing the blood-red spear's whole. Shatter! Lu Hushing swung his hammer horizontally, lashing the old peacock's neck with the dragon's tail. The old creature was flung backward, several tail feathers embedding into the ground like snapped arrows. Dust erupted in a terrifying cloud tens of thousands of feet high. At that moment, the Great Ape King's wolf tooth club was already upon him. With no time to dodge, Lu Hushing clenched his left fist to meet the blow head-on. The instant golden true chi collided with crimson true chi, the ground cracked like a spider web. The area beneath their feet, spanning hundreds of meters, sank nearly 3 meters from the force of the clash. Numbness shot through Lu Hushing's left arm. Seizing the moment when the Great Ape King's momentum waned before his next strike could build, Lu swung the dragon's shattering hammer with all his might, driving it into the opponent's side. With a sharp crack, the Great Ape King flew hundreds of meters like a. Now, it's your turn. Lu Hushing turned to face the old peacock. The old peacock propped his tottering body with his feathered sword. His chest feathers were soaked in blood, and 7 tail feathers were severed at the root. For a peacock spirit whose cultivation relied on its tail feathers, this was tantamount to losing half his life. Fear flashed in the old peacock's eyes. Just as he opened his beak to speak, Lu Hushing suddenly staggered half a step. The fabric on his chest ripped open, revealing deep purple bruises from the wolf tooth club's blow. Blood dripped through his fingers. So you really are Lu Hushing. The Great Ape King wiped blood from his lips and struggled to his feet. Your fighting style is identical to his. What I never expected was that your ability to temporarily boost others' strength could now forcefully elevate you to martial saint. But once that power boost wears off, you'll be as good as dead, right? No. Lu Hushing smiled faintly. In the end, it will be you who are crushed. As he spoke, the sky suddenly darkened. Black clouds rapidly gathered overhead, and purple thunderbolts flashed so brightly it was blinding. Lu Hushing raised his dragon-shattering hammer high. The dragon's soul stood tall and proud, its patterns on the hammer resonating with the thunderclouds overhead. I'll show you just how powerful a martial saint truly is. In that instant, purple thunderbolts crashed down like an inverted Milky Way, engulfing the entire world in violet light, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Old Peacock and Great Ape King had already succumbed to despair. Their pursuit had been too swift, leaving them without timely reinforcements. Now gravely wounded, they feared they could offer no resistance. Boom! At that critical moment, a blinding light suddenly erupted from within the purple thunder. It was the Peacock King, arriving just in time with the other grandmasters. Within that light, Lu Hushing sensed an unimaginably terrifying aura. How dare you! The aura instantly shielded the Great Ape King and his companion from the fatal strike. Immediately afterward, a massive hand reached upward, unleashing a crimson glow that shot skyward. A feathered blade sliced through the heavens, cleaving the dark clouds in two. The dark clouds rapidly retreated to either side, the purple lightning flash vanishing in an instant. With just one strike, Lu Hushing's attack was utterly obliterated. Lu Hushing couldn't help but gasp in shock. A true martial saint had arrived. Chapter 74, Lu Hushing, severely wounded, makes his final stand. A peacock, its feathers worn thin, narrowed its eyes and stared at Lu Hushing with unflappable composure. My friend, you truly possess remarkable audacity. To provoke war between my peacock dynasty and the Great Ape clan, do you take us all for fools? No, no, no. Lu Hushing waved his hands repeatedly, speaking with utmost respect. Honored elder, I'm just an ordinary golden Baimong. Yet they insist I'm a human imposter. I still don't understand. If they want to kill people, let them kill. Why must they target our Baimong clan? You shameless creature. The Baimong elder examined Lei Hushing's injuries, every bone shattered, clinging to life by a thread. Hearing these words nearly choked off his last breath. Who are you, and why do you pursue our Baimong clan to ruin? I'm Lei Hushing. Lu Hushing spread his hands in exasperation. Elder, I don't know what kind of mind-altering potion they've fed you to make you mistake the enemy for your father. Borda Baimong, I'm truly sorry for you. Just listening to you talk, you sound so human. How could you possibly be a behemoth? Whoever you are, having caused such an immense catastrophe, even if you truly are a Baimong, there can only be one outcome: death, declared the Peacock Patriarch coldly. Exactly. That bastard murdered Prince Peacock and gravely wounded my Prince Peacock one. He cost our Peacock dynasty at least 50,000 lives. He must die. Because of him, my second son, the Ape King, was just brutally killed. My son and 100,000 soldiers also died horribly. This debt must be paid. We behemoths are filled with resentment too. I swear on my life he absolutely cannot be a behemoth. We implore the Patriarch to intervene and slay this wretch. The Peacock Patriarch nodded slightly, his voice cold as ice. Boy, do not blame me. Blame yourself for unleashing this colossal calamity. Not only will you die this time, but after I kill you, I will use the soul-pulling rite to extract your spirit. I will track down your family and exterminate your entire clan to satisfy our bitter hatred. Lu Hushing's brow furrowed slightly. His 5-minute berserk buff had 1 minute remaining. There should still be time. With that thought, he brandished his dragon-shattering hammer and roared at the Peacock Ancestor, "We'll see if you have the guts to do it." At these words, the crowd of alien races erupted in laughter once more. How utterly ridiculous. This fool, whose power was artificially inflated, dares to challenge a true martial saint. A true martial saint can move mountains and overturn seas. This fool just fought a major battle. What does he have to fight a martial saint with? Though our patriarch has just emerged from seclusion, his power far surpasses that of ordinary martial saints. This fool is courting death. This time, he's as good as dead. But we'll tear him limb from limb, ensuring he never finds peace in the afterlife. The Peacock Patriarch uttered no further words. With a fierce roar, crimson true chi surged violently around him, instantly forming a blood-red cloud that obscured the sky. In the next instant, countless crimson feather blades shot forth from the cloud, raining down upon Lu Hushing like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. Lu Hushing's expression grew grim. With a thunderous roar, he swung his dragon-shattering hammer. A colossal azure dragon's phantom roared forth from the hammer, its dragon's cry shaking the heavens. Azure dragon scales flashed with eerie light amidst the lightning, and it opened its gaping maw to collide head-on with the swarm of feathered blades. Boom! The azure dragon's phantom collided with the crimson feather blades, instantly unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Golden true chi surged wildly around Lu Hushing, coalescing into layers of golden light shields that deflected each stray feather sword. Yet the Peacock Ancestor's assault continued unabated. Its hands danced, and feather swords coalesced anew within the blood cloud, launching an even more ferocious attack toward Lu Hushing. Damn it! Lu Hushing roared again, swiftly swinging his dragon-shattering hammer. Lightning flashed and thunder roared overhead as he channeled the force to strike the hammer. Purple heavenly thunder crashed down from the sky, merging with the dragon-shattering hammer and the Qinglong's phantom to smash viciously toward the Peacock Ancestor. The Peacock Ancestor's eyes narrowed sharply. Every feather on its body bristled, coalescing into a crimson shield. The purple thunderclap collided with the crimson shield, erupting in a blinding flash. The immense residual force instantly shattered the clouds within a 100-mile radius, while the terrifying shockwave stirred up a monstrous sandstorm that darkened the sky. No wonder you dared to confront me head-on. You truly have some skill. The Peacock Ancestor nodded slightly. His hands snapped together, and within the blood-red clouds, countless feathered blades coalesced into a colossal crimson sword. Its blade was wrapped in blazing crimson flames as it descended toward Lu Hushing with devastating force. Feeling such overwhelming pressure, Lu Hushing couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Golden true chi surged within him, all channeling into the dragon-shattering hammer. Within the hammer, a dragon's roar shook the heavens, its violent tremors seeming to tremble with excitement at encountering such a formidable foe. In that instant, the azure dragon's phantom merged with the golden true chi, transforming into a colossal azure gold dragon charging toward the crimson giant sword. Boom! The azure gold dragon and the crimson sword collided violently in midair, unleashing an energy storm that swept across the land. Countless mountains were leveled to the ground, rivers evaporated by the battle's aftermath, creating a vast vacuum zone. However, Lu Husheng was ultimately an imposter. Despite possessing the strength of a martial saint, he lacked the vital energy required for such a title. Under the Peacock ancestor's relentless infusion of crimson vital energy, his golden vital energy was completely depleted. The blood-red giant sword pierced through the golden dragon's defenses and struck Lu Husheng with brutal force. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted forth as Lu Husheng flew backward like a crashing heavily into a mountain peak. The mountain peak instantly collapsed, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Lu Husheng hastily bit open a minor restoration pill and swallowed it. Feeling his body restored to the grandmaster realm, he staggered toward the assembled alien races, truly worthy of being the Peacock dynasty's ancient ancestor. Your power is formidable indeed. My ancestor is bound to be formidable. Old Peacock sneered coldly. Even with all your cunning schemes, you won't escape death in the end. It's too early to declare my death sentence now, isn't it? Lu Husheng sneered. Do you believe that even if I die, I could still take you down first? Really? I don't believe it. Old Peacock laughed. The Great Ape King took a deep breath, his gaze cold as he fixed it on Lu Husheng. Lu Husheng, don't pretend any longer now that death is upon you. Just show your true colors. I know nothing of any Lu Husheng or Lei Husheng. I am not the person you speak of. Lu Husheng shook his head slightly. Now, I am prepared to kill you. Are you ready to die? Utterly stubborn. This old man shall strike once more and send you on your way. The Peacock Patriarch shook his head slightly and stepped forward slowly. But Lu Husheng silently swallowed a shape-shifting pill. With a furious roar, his body shot toward the Peacock King like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 75, Lu Husheng fights to the death, Prince Peacock severely wounded. Queen! Witnessing this, the old Peacock roared. Despite his grievous wounds, he rushed before the Peacock King. His crimson true chi erupted nearly to its fullest, intending to clash head-on with Lu Husheng and create an opening for the Peacock ancestor. Lu Husheng showed no mercy, driving his strike straight for the old Peacock's forehead. However, the dragon's shattering hammer slammed into the ground instead. How dare you! The Peacock ancestor roared back, charging toward Lu Husheng with unprecedented speed, intent on utterly annihilating this insolent young upstart. The Peacock King immediately retreated backward. It hadn't expected Lu Husheng to suddenly attack it. Did he think it was the only one present at the threshold of Grandmaster, easy to bully? Boom! In that instant, dust swirled as the Peacock Patriarch's palm struck a figure buried within it. Instantly, a mist of blood erupted from the dust. With a sweeping gesture, the Patriarch sent the blood mist soaring skyward amidst the dust. Lu Husheng vanished. The old peacock lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his body covered in blood, appearing gravely wounded. Peacock Prince! The Peacock King gasped in alarm, rushing forward to cradle him in his arms. With the Patriarch here, how could I possibly fall victim to any harm? You were far too impulsive. I didn't think about anything at the time. I just couldn't bear the thought of him harming you. The old peacock gasped weakly. Seeing you're unharmed, I can finally rest easy. The Peacock Patriarch pressed a small recovery pill into the prince's mouth and commanded in a deep voice, "Send men to escort the prince back to the Peacock dynasty immediately." Yes. At this command, 2 Grand Peacock generals at the Grandmaster realm level immediately stepped forward, swiftly escorting the Prince of Peacocks toward the direction of the Peacock dynasty. The Great Ape King, however, frowned deeply, his expression doubtful. I can't shake the feeling that Lu Husheng couldn't have died so easily. Could he have used the blood escape technique? I struck him with the might of a martial saint, reducing him to a mist of blood. Are you questioning my strength? The Peacock Patriarch frowned, casting a displeased glance at the Great Ape King. No. It's just a feeling. After all, Lu Husheng is cunning and devious. The Great Ape King dared not confront a martial saint-level powerhouse head-on, hastily bowing slightly as he spoke. Damn it, if my 2 ancestors weren't both in seclusion, would it be your turn to show off, you old fossil? I refuse to believe Lu Husheng is truly dead. If he could transform into a golden behemoth, he could become anyone. I suspect you're Lu Husheng in disguise after all, that massive cloud of dust earlier, who knows what really happened? Now, shouldn't we discuss compensation? The Peacock Patriarch pressed on. What compensation? Who's compensating whom? King Great Ape froze. Ancestor, you wouldn't be suggesting we compensate you, would you? Even the Ape King eyed the Peacock ancestor suspiciously. We're victims too. As they spoke, both sides turned their gaze toward the Baimong elder. Unjustified disaster. Damn it, an unjustified disaster. Elder Behemoth wept, clutching Lei Husheng in his arms. Through tear-filled eyes, he cried, "We're victims too. Our great king is gravely wounded and hasn't received treatment yet. Where are we supposed to seek justice? Take it back to the Behemoth clan immediately. We'll all be waiting at the Great Ape clan. Your leaders have 4 days to come to the Great Ape clan. We need to have a serious talk," the Peacock Patriarch declared bluntly. "If you fail to appear by then, our 2 great clans may need to pay a visit to the Behemoth clan ourselves to settle this properly. I'm heading back now." The behemoth elder dared not say another word, hastily hoisting the golden behemoth onto his back and setting off toward the behemoth clan. Under the healing effects of the Peacock Patriarch's small restorative pill, Prince Bird recovered swiftly. Guided by the two Peacock Grandmasters, the trio soon returned to the Bird dynasty. Prince Bird, we're home. Is this our home? Prince Peacock surveyed his surroundings suspiciously. Is this the Peacock dynasty? Peacock Prince, you. One peacock's expression turned pale. Another suddenly remembered something and exclaimed in disbelief. That little thief struck the Peacock Prince on the head back then. Could it be he's lost his memory? Nonsense. How could I have amnesia? Prince Peacock flared with anger, but quickly fell into confusion. You say I am Prince Peacock? Yes, the two peacocks nearly chorused in unison. You are Prince Peacock, second only to the ancestor and the queen of being above all others beneath the two peacocks. Then I must have a lot of treasures? Prince Peacock's face lit up with excitement. Does our Peacock dynasty have a treasure vault? I must go see my treasures. Seems like he really has amnesia. The two sparrows exchanged a glance, their faces reflecting both resignation and heartache. Prince Sparrow was the most temperate and amiable powerhouse in the Sparrow dynasty, yet he had suffered memory loss to protect the queen. How pitiful. Without further words, the two birds immediately led Prince Peacock to the Peacock dynasty's treasure vault. But upon seeing the tightly locked doors, Prince Peacock couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Where's the key?" "You're holding it," a peacock hastily explained. "As the queen's most trusted confidant, you've always kept the vault's key. Without your and her majesty's permission, no one may enter." Oh. Prince Bird began searching immediately. Soon, a large, blood-stained key appeared in his hand. This must be it? He tried it in the lock. With a series of clicks, the door swung open. A flash of golden light instantly illuminated the chamber, forcing the three peacocks to squint shut their eyes. "Alright, I'll go in and take a look. You two stand guard," Prince Sparrow declared, striding confidently inside. Poor Prince Bird, suffering such severe injuries. I wonder if his beloved wife will be heartbroken when she finds out. Well, who knows? But Prince Sparrow has contributed so much to our Sparrow dynasty over the years. The ancestor will surely find a way to restore him. Maybe. Either way, I feel so sorry for him. Prince Bird was now utterly dazzled by the treasures filling the vault. It truly had everything imaginable. He'd struck gold. Anyway, I'm the one guarding this place, and no one else usually comes in here. I can totally take everything. This is awesome. Without hesitation, the Prince of Sparrows began his looting spree. He grabbed everything indiscriminately, not even bothering to look at most items. Within 10 minutes, the treasure vault spanning thousands of square meters lay utterly empty. Chapter 76, the treasure vault plundered. Could it be Lu Hushing? Soon, Prince Peacock emerged from the treasure vault, thoughtfully closing the door behind him and locking it once more. Your Highness, have you finished? A peacock hurriedly asked respectfully. Yes, it's fine. Quite good. Prince Peacock laughed heartily. Alright, you may all return. I'll take a walk alone. And, by the way, where is my home? Seeing the Prince of Peacocks so cheerful, the two peacocks felt nothing but heartache. He didn't even know where his home was. Just how deeply wounded must he be? Prince Peacock, I'll take you home. One peacock took a deep breath and said solemnly, let's go home. No, just tell me the exact direction. Prince Bird hastily refused. I want to recover my memories. I must return on my own. If I forget everything, what difference is there between me and the dead? Very well. I'll describe your home in detail. The peacock nodded firmly and began narrating immediately. Yet the two birds, uneasy, still followed quietly behind. Watching the Prince of Birds scan his surroundings while searching for the way forward, they felt rather uneasy inside. Only when the prince spotted his royal palace and began advancing with clear purpose did they quietly slip away. But just as the Prince of Peacocks was about to enter his home, he turned on his heel. With lightning speed, he appeared at the city gate. The guards, seeing him, immediately stood at attention. Prince of Peacocks. Prince Sparrow nodded slightly. Nothing matters. Just taking a stroll. The guards dared not delay, hastily opening the gate as they watched the Prince of Sparrow stroll out, hands behind his back. But Prince Sparrow just returned. Why did he leave so quickly? One guard couldn't help but ask suspiciously. He hardly ever leaves the royal city. Could it be trouble? The captain frowned. I heard he took a direct blow saving the queen. His injuries shouldn't be fully healed yet. If he encounters danger outside now, he might not be able to handle it. This is what we'll do, I'll take a squad to protect the prince. You go find the two Sparrow Masters and ask about the situation. Agreed. The captain led 20 peacock soldiers, having already tracked the prince to a small pavilion 20 kilometers outside the city. They saw the peacock prince discarding what appeared to be the remains of an old peacock, and it seemed. What brings you here? Prince Peacock frowned. These remains appear to belong to the peacock prince, yet you too. Before the captain could finish, a feathered blade sliced cleanly through his neck. The remaining peacocks' faces drained of color before they could comprehend the situation. Then came the clanging sound of dozens of feathered blades flying in thickly, piercing every body. Damn it! I'm the bird prince now, and they still dare chase me down to question me? They must be tired of living, the bird prince muttered irritably, tossing the key onto the pile of stones before dashing toward the direction of the 10,000 tribes black market with lightning speed. The two peacocks had barely returned home, still lamenting the Prince of Peacock's memory loss, when news reached them. They rushed to the pavilion outside the city and froze at the sight before them. Their hearts sank. That's the Prince of Peacock's body, right? Then the bird prince we brought back is ruined. The other peacock's body trembled. He grabbed the key and hurried to the treasure vault, unlocking it. Holy crap! Staring at the empty vault, both peacocks froze, then collapsed to the ground. It's over, completely over. Mr. Xuanji stared down at his stall, his eyelids drooping. The more he thought about it, the less likely it seemed that Lu Husheng could have escaped. After all, there were several grandmasters, over a dozen masters, and countless half-step masters present. Even the most formidable grandmaster couldn't have gotten away. He wasn't a martial saint, after all. Besides, staying in this 10,000 tribes black market probably wasn't safe either. If the three great tribes captured that guy alive and he couldn't withstand the torture, he might end up spilling everything about him too. Then Mr. Xuanji would be as good as dead. He'd wait one more day tomorrow. If nothing happened, he'd flee immediately. His life was at stake, nothing else mattered. By noon the next day, Master Xuanji couldn't hold back any longer. She was about to pack up and flee when she caught sight of Prince Quebec. Her body trembled involuntarily. I told you so, I told you so. That bastard couldn't hold out and ratted me out. Damn it, only someone as loyal and foolish as me would wait here like this. Don't see me, don't see me. Xuanji stared straight ahead, ready to leave, when Prince K asked with a smile, where are you going? Thud. In that instant, Master Xuanji dropped to his knees, sniveling and tearfully pleading, I don't know anything. I was just being used. Your Highness, please treat me like a fart and let me go. Wah! What are you talking about? Prince Sparrow was nearly speechless. You're confessing already? I was desperate for money. Otherwise, why would I do such a despicable thing? Master Xuanji clutched Prince Chao's thigh with both hands. I only made 300 shell coins. I'll give them all back to you. Please, just forget about it. Xuanji, I never expected you to betray me so easily. This makes me seriously reconsider whether I should take you to the human world. Prince Sparrow sighed. You traitor! Huh? Mr. Xuanji froze, staring at Prince Sparrow in disbelief. You're that golden behemoth? How did you suddenly become Prince Sparrow? Even your aura is identical. You're bluffing me? The Prince of Birds shrugged. Holy crap, how did you pull this off? You're an exact replica of Prince K. Xuanji circled the prince in disbelief. This is beyond unbelievable, I'm completely dumbfounded. Never mind that now. We need to hurry. I emptied the Bird Dynasty's treasure vault. Prince Bird couldn't help but chuckle. Let's head to the Bird Royal Palace. I didn't take everything last time. Once I've gathered all the items, we'll depart for the human world immediately. Alright. Xuanji nodded repeatedly. No sooner said than done, Lu Husheng immediately led Xuanji to the Peacock Palace. A group of behemoths guarded the entrance. Spotting Lu Husheng, they growled, this is behemoth territory now. The entire 10,000 tribes black market has been taken over by our kind. How dare you, old peacock, show your face here. Clearly, these beasts hadn't heard about the events unfolding among the great ape clan. Lu Husheng instantly slapped one of them hard enough to send him spinning several times. The 10,000 races black market is property of my Peacock dynasty. You behemoths dare to seize it? I see you've grown tired of living, shouting at this king. How dare you lay a hand on us behemoths? You clearly want to die. The behemoth guard's expression darkened instantly, immediately signaling a dozen behemoths to surround the two. Chapter 77, Return to Blue Star, the Peacock Ancestor's Oath. Can't you see who stands before you? Xuanji stared in shock at the group of behemoths. How dare they show such audacity, disrespecting a prince of the Peacock dynasty? Whoever you are matters not. We guard this place by order of the future king of the behemoth tribe. Judging by your appearance, you're no prince of the Peacock dynasty. Why should we show you courtesy? The lead guard sneered. Even if I killed you now, we'd be in the right. It seems you still don't understand the meaning of respect. Lu Husheng snorted coldly. His body flickered, and countless feathered blades erupted, slamming viciously into the group of behemoths, sending every last one of them to their deaths. The Peacock Queen has a teleportation mechanism. We must hurry, or we may not escape. Xuanji urged in a low voice. Following you has brought me nothing but misfortune. I doubt I'll ever return to the alien races now. This isn't the true alien world anyway, just the black market at the edge of the alien territories. Worst case, we go somewhere else. Lu Husheng grinned as he led Xuanji into the treasure vault. The alien world is vast. Could it really not hide a Mr. Xuanji? You don't understand. Once hunted by a major race, it means saying goodbye to the alien world forever. Xuanji trailed off, falling silent. Lu Husheng offered no reply. He stuffed everything into his inventory before leading Xuanji out into the swirling yellow sands beyond. This place is truly wondrous, it even has a passage to the human world. Upon entering the small secret realm, Master Xuanji was utterly astonished. Even with my mastery of divination, I could never have deduced this place. You must have invested heavily in its creation, right? Not at all. I'm merely reaping the benefits of others' hard work. Lu Hushing frowned. Mr. Snake knew of this place, but that didn't mean other Shadow Snake clan members didn't. If any others used this passage to enter Blue Star, it would be his oversight. But he couldn't destroy the passage just yet. After all, he didn't know if he'd ever need to return here. With that thought, Lu Hushing drew a deep breath and summoned the dragon-shattering hammer. Amidst the roar of the dragon, the Grandmaster's most devastating strike was swiftly prepared. He suspended it directly above the entrance, ensuring that any intruder from the alien race entering this small secret realm would trigger it instantly. Even a Grandmaster would suffer severe injuries if caught off guard. Next, Lu Hushing deployed another Grandmaster-level full power strike at the exit leading to Blue Star. Should anyone emerge from within, this area would detonate instantly, obliterating the small secret realm and ensuring no alien race could ever enter Blue Star through this passage again. Breathing in the fresh air, Xuanji couldn't help but inhale deeply. My goodness! No wonder those creatures dream of invading Blue Star. The air here is so refreshing. Not only is the sun so bright, but birdsong and floral scents fill the air everywhere. For the alien race, this place is nothing short of paradise. For us Huaxia people, this truly is paradise. Lu Hushing nodded with a smile. Detected, host annihilated hundreds of thousands of alien elites, retrieved 2 War Soul Monument fragments, laid foundation for alien extermination. Merit points plus 5,000, Berserk buff 2, Shape-shifting pill 1, Minor restoration pill 3, Major restoration pill 1. Who would have thought that this trip to the foreign lands not only yielded so many treasures but also earned rewards from the system? Could you believe such good fortune existed in this world? Seeing Lu Hushing restored to his true form, Xuanji jumped back in shock. Did you use some secret technique to transform again? Or, is that human form? Of course I'm human. I only entered the alien race to search for the War Soul Monument fragments. Lu Hushing replied with a smile. Since you're so skilled at divination, did you not foresee my identity? I told you the human world might exist in a different dimension, so my calculations are vague, Xuanji replied, his face darkening. Why do I suddenly feel like this little white rabbit fell for your big gray wolf's trick? As a 9-tailed fox who's lived far longer than I have, you know perfectly well I'm no big bad wolf. Lu Hushing laughed heartily. Since you're here on Blue Star, you'll live here. As long as I have a bite to eat, you'll never go hungry. So, does that mean my shell coins are going down the drain? Mr. Xuanji froze. I'll exchange them for 1,000,000 soft currency for you. That should last you a long time. If it's not enough, come back to me. Lu Hushing declared generously. The War Soul Monument fragments concern the survival of humanity. You helped me find them, how could I possibly shortchange you? Fine, I'll trust you this once. Mr. Xuanji rolled his eyes and tucked away the fluffy tail behind him. For now, you'll go by Hulinger. Master Xuanji sounds too contrived. Lu Hushing continued. I'll provide you with a plausible identity. On Blue Star, no one except the most powerful few will uncover your true nature. Now, let me show you the wonders of this paradise called China. The 2 peacocks wasted no time. Joining forces, they burned their essence blood to cast a secret spell, seizing the chance to relay a single message to the Peacock King. The treasure vault has been completely emptied. Prince Peacock is involved. Upon receiving this news, the Great Ape Clan's Peacock King wasted no time. He instantly teleported the Peacock Ancestor, the Great Ape King, and other powerful figures back to the Peacock Dynasty. Facing the empty treasury, even the Peacock Ancestor spat blood. I didn't kill that bastard, I killed the Peacock Prince. Then, using some unknown secret technique, it instantly transformed into the Peacock Prince's form and deceived us all. Our Great Ape Clan's treasury because the Ape King followed it the whole time. To avoid exposure, he didn't get too carried away, but he still stole dozens of treasures, the Great Ape King said with a long face. That bastard is just too arrogant. You say he's human, the Peacock Ancestor asked coldly. I can confirm it. He is my human nemesis, Lu Hushing, the Great Ape King answered with absolute certainty. That damned bastard. Weren't you planning to invade Blue Star? Why hasn't it been arranged yet? The Peacock Patriarch asked impatiently. Such delays? I've already sought approval from above, the Great Ape King hurriedly explained. No word yet, but it should be finalized within the next month or 2 at the latest. Notify me when you head to Blue Star. I must meet that bastard face to face. Rest assured, I will personally request your assistance when the time comes. Chapter 78, Rescuing the Son-in-Law, Off to Japan. Lu Hushing's return brought joy and surprise to everyone. Long Zhanshan, Su Xiaomai, Meng Qiniao, and others rushed over to see him immediately. Spotting Hu Linger by his side, they all froze. Long Zhanshan whispered, Grandpa Lu, did you find me a little grandmother? Thud. A flash of murderous intent instantly crossed Lu Hushing's previously amiable face. He delivered a kick to Long Zhanshan's backside, sending him flying several meters away. The young man landed headfirst in a flower bed, unable to extricate himself. Allow me to introduce Hu Linger, an ally I made during my recent journey among the alien races. It was through her assistance that I secured the fragments of the battle soul steel from the two major races, Lu Hushing finally explained with a smile. However, this has earned her the enmity of several powerful races, making her stay among the aliens untenable. She will now reside in the human world. Xinyao, show Linger around the human world. Start by giving her 100 W. No problem. Meng Xinyao immediately reached out to Hu Linger with a smile. I'm his granddaughter, but from now on, we should just call each other sisters. Otherwise, I'd be afraid of calling you old lady. No problem. Hu Linger smiled faintly, but the moment her hand touched Meng Xinyao, she froze. You know the art of heavenly secrets? Ha? Meng Xinyao looked at Hu Linger in surprise. I'm the last 9 lives mystic fox of our clan. Only our lineage possesses the ability to peer into heaven's secrets, Hu Linger said solemnly. Your power seems to originate from our clan. It appears to be the product of a union between our kind and humans. Lu Hushing immediately recounted the events that had transpired to Hu Linger. Hu Linger stared intently at Meng Xinyao before taking out a tortoise shell and copper coins to cast a divination. Her delicate brows furrowed deeply as she shook her head repeatedly. This was a calculated scheme. Everything was meticulously planned to activate this peculiar power within you to grant you the ability to divine and guide old Lu in locating the fragments of the battle soul steel. How bizarre. What kind of person would orchestrate something this elaborate, even involving the alien race? Hearing this, everyone present felt a sense of disbelief. This was utterly far-fetched. It was just humans awakening their chi and blood to become martial artists. How could she think so deeply about it? It was simply beyond comprehension. But for now, this won't affect anyone. In fact, it's actually a good thing for you all. Hu Linger continued. However, I have no idea what direction things will take from here. There's one thing you must remember, old Lu. You absolutely must make the right choice at the critical moment. Otherwise, the entire human world might face utter destruction. I will. Lu Hushing replied solemnly. When it comes to matters of life and death for humanity, I will never falter. Xinyao, from now on, you'll study the art of heavenly secrets with me, Hu Linger continued. Humanity's future is shrouded in uncertainty. It seems a great power stands ahead, blocking everything. I can't see clearly. Perhaps when we sisters join forces in the future, we can cut through the fog and see the truth. Yes, yes. Meng Xinyao eyes lit up as she nodded eagerly. Grandfather despised outsiders above all else in his life. But since this outsider was brought back by grandfather himself, she could trust them unconditionally. She would strive to grow stronger quickly to assist grandfather and the others. By the way, Xinyao, any leads on your father? Lu Hushing suddenly asked. If we still can't find him, perhaps we could ask Linger to help divine something. Right. Meng Xinyao exclaimed happily. I've been trying to predict this myself, but I just can't figure it out. Even with the war soul steel back then, it just popped into my head on its own. Stop messing around. Hu Linger shot Lu Hushing a glare before asking Meng Xinyao detailed questions about Meng Chuan. She then began her divination. Soon, she shook her head. He's at the Sea Clan's headquarters and he's their honored guest. Impossible. Meng Xinyao exclaimed. My parents and my uncle were all key figures in slaying the Sea Clan. My uncle even died fighting them. My father despises the Sea Clan. How could he be their honored guest? Then he's either been captured and surrendered, or the Sea Clan has controlled him with some secret technique, Hu Linger shrugged. Those Sea Clan people are cunning as hell. Who knows what terrifying things they're capable of? That's all I can tell you. The rest is anyone's guess. No, I have to find my father. Meng Xinyao sprang to her feet. If my mother finds out about this, she'll be heartbroken. I can't let them become enemies in the future. The Sea Clan lives underwater. How do you plan to find them? Hu Linger countered. Their strength at least doubles in water. Can you really fight them? Grandfather, say something. Meng Xinyao bit her lip, then stomped her foot impatiently at Lu Hushing. Linger, I need you to calculate the location of the final War Soul Monument fragment once more. Lu Hushing, who had remained silent, now asked sternly. Though unclear why Lu Hushing suddenly brought up the battle soul steel fragments again, she immediately began her simulation. Soon, she provided approximate coordinates surprisingly in latitude and longitude, 3541 foot north, 13944 east. This is Tokyo? Lu Hushing frowned. It's a general area, but we won't know the exact location until we get there, Hu Linger said calmly. If it's Sakura Nation, we'll never get in. Long Zhanshan's expression darkened. Since the war against the alien races began, nearly every nation has sealed itself off, Sakura Nation included. The only way in would be to sneak across. That's impossible. Su Xiaomai immediately countered. Brother Long, you've forgotten the madness that swept Sakura Nation after they closed their borders. They treat citizens of any other nation as if they were the same as the foreign tribes. Even tens of thousands of our own people from Huaxia were slaughtered. Because we needed to focus all our strength on fighting the foreign tribes, we never settled the score with them. Then this time, we'll settle the score with interest. Lu Hushing declared decisively. We'll pursue two objectives simultaneously, finding Meng Chuan and locating the fragments of the Battle Soul Monument. I'll handle it myself. Grandfather, are you joking? Meng Qinyao stared at Lu Hushing in shock and immediately refused. As one of the most formidable alien species, the Sea Clan is no weaker than the Great Ape Clan or others. And this is in water. I think we should reconsider this matter. No, my mind is made up. Lu Hushing shook his head. I'll go to the capital first to see my elder brother, then we'll begin our operation. You'll just have to watch me perform. Chapter 79, Gift Giving and the Verbally Assaulted Lu Husheng. Though no one knew what Lu Husheng was up to, seeing his resolve, they refrained from further argument. As the former commander of the western frontier, Lu Husheng had always been a man of unwavering resolve. Yet every decision he made was the product of deep deliberation. Perhaps grandfather Lu truly had everything planned out. Enough of that. Xiao Mai. Lu Husheng chuckled, producing an exquisitely crafted crossbow bolt. This hidden weapon is called Peacock Feather. It can fire 18 projectiles simultaneously. Even an ordinary person wielding it would be unstoppable against anyone below the 9th rank. Combine this with your deadly poison, and it'll be like adding wings to a tiger. Grandpa Lu, did you get this from your travels among the tribes? Su Xiaomai gazed at the weapon with delight, taking it and examining it fondly. It's so much more advanced than the poison crossbow my grandfather passed down to me. Indeed, it's one of the treasures of the Peacock dynasty, Lu Husheng nodded with a smile. Moreover, if you ever face an unavoidable threat, it can unleash a near-suicidal technique called Heavenly Net of Torrential Rain. At that moment, even with your current strength, you could instantly slay dozens of 9th-rank powerhouses standing before you. At these words, everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. This was practically cheating. A single person slaughtering dozens of 9th-rank experts? Unbelievable. Zhan Shan. Lu Husheng turned to look at Long Zhanshan, then waved his hand. Never mind. You already have a spear. I shouldn't. Grandfather, you can't play favorites. Long Zhanshan protested urgently. My grandfather is gone, you're my real grandfather. Hearing this, Lu Husheng finally produced a spear resembling a Fangtian Huaji, but with only a semicircular blade on one end. This spear is a cut above your crude, poorly crafted spear. You'll understand the difference yourself. It should boost your strength by at least 20 to 30%. Thank you, Grandpa. Long Zhanshan couldn't stop grinning as he handled the spear, its intricate patterns making it both eerie and beautiful. This weapon was exactly what he'd been dreaming of. Oh, and my granddaughter-in-law still doesn't have a proper weapon. What do you think? You're trying to eat and take everything. Lu Husheng rolled her eyes dramatically at Long Zhanshan's eager expression, but promptly produced a short sword. This one's for her. It cuts hair like a breeze and slices through iron like mud, incredibly powerful. Perfect. 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 Long Zhanshan nodded repeatedly, practically ready to plant a kiss on Lu Husheng. After the others received their weapons, Lu Husheng continued his instructions. Chen Shong informed Ma Chongshan to raise the city walls another 100 meters and increase their thickness by 20 meters. The turmoil I stirred among the tribes this time was considerable. When the Great Ape King attacks next, the scale will undoubtedly be massive. No problem, I'll arrange it immediately. Chen Shong replied promptly. After giving Linger and Meng Qinyao lengthy instructions, Lu Husheng finally set off for the capital to meet with Zhao Jiangwo. Ever since the last incident, Zhao Jiangwo remained deeply concerned. Though the western frontier had repelled the foreign tribes, friction persisted along the southern and northern frontiers. Particularly worrisome was the eastern coastal frontier, where the sea tribes had been stirring restlessly lately, seemingly brewing something substantial. It seemed Huaxia was about to face another fierce battle. At that moment, Qin Zhongman entered with Lu Husheng, accompanied by several other generals, all seeking Zhao Jiangwo's assistance. Holy crap, you lot are all super busy dealing with tons of affairs daily, yet you all show up here together? When did the sun start rising in the west? Zhao Jiangwo asked in astonishment. Why do I feel like my wine is about to be confiscated? Brother, spare the jokes. Foreign spies keep appearing in our northern border. It seems they're about to strike. I'm worried sick. We've already had dozens of shadow serpent tribes infiltrate our southern frontier in waves. Though I've captured over 10, we still don't know how many are lurking in the south or what they're planning. It's got me worried sick. Our eastern frontier is in even worse shape. War could erupt at any moment, yet Qinglong City only has 1 million defenders. It's nowhere near enough. The barbarians are stirring. China is in peril. Listening to the cacophony of voices, Zhao Jiangwo felt his head spin. He glanced at Lu Husheng. Young Lu, you just won a battle. What brings you here? I'm different from them, I'm here to deliver a gift. Lu Husheng smiled with genuine warmth. At this remark, all the generals stared at Lu Husheng in astonishment. This young man had remained quiet for 30 years, yet since his second life began, he'd been creating miracles one after another. Now he wanted to give big brother a gift. Wouldn't that make us look like we didn't know how to behave? Fourth brother Lu Shutao, his eyelids drooping, remarked, Seventh brother, couldn't you have given your gift any other time? Why choose precisely when we all need help? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Exactly. Third brother Li Wan chimed in, clearly annoyed. You're giving gifts so openly, like you're trying to outdo us. We all crawled out of the dead zone back then. Is this really necessary? What's the big deal? Old Lu's got the skills, he can repel enemies and even snag good stuff to honor our big brother. You lot whine all day long, but now you're even pushing out your old comrades? That's just plain bullying. Ken Zhengman was clearly annoyed. If you're so tough, why don't you go win a battle and show us? Second brother, don't talk tough when you're not in the thick of it. You know how terrifying the alien forces are. If seventh brother hadn't nearly sacrificed himself to destroy them, how could he have driven them back? Another man snorted coldly. It was just luck, right timing, right place, and luck on his side. Enough. Zhao Jiangwo frowned deeply. Instead of wasting time on empty talk, we should be strategizing how to defeat the enemy. Seeing Zhao Jiangwo lose his temper, the others fell silent. Only then did Zhao Jiangwo turn to Lu Husheng. Little Lu, why did you suddenly decide to give me something? That great restoration pill of yours saved my life back then. It's a bit too large to display here. Lu Husheng remained unperturbed. We'll likely need to go to the main plaza outside for you to see it properly. Oh my, what a way to put it, let the boss see it for himself. What hasn't the boss seen over the years? Seventh brothers really made it big now, talking to big brother like that. If I were big brother, I'd be furious by now. We want to see it too. When a peerless general like you pulls out his treasures, it'll knock our jaws off the floor. Come on, come on. We'll tag along and get a glimpse of your treasures too. I can't wait. The moment these words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in clamor, their spittle practically threatening to drown Lu Husheng. The seventh brother said nothing, simply turning and striding toward the main square. Today, I'll dazzle your eyes so bright they'll hurt. Chapter 80, Lu Husheng truly a peerless genius. Upon reaching the main square, Lu Husheng swept his arm dramatically. With a clatter that echoed endlessly, all the treasures piled up into a mountain. Armor, weapons, and various elixirs, all of the highest quality. Those elixirs looked like even the most skilled human alchemists might not be able to refine them. Everyone was stunned. What are you doing? Lu Shutao suddenly whipped his head around and glared at Lu Husheng. Ha! Lu Husheng was completely bewildered. We're all this old, aren't you tired standing for so long? Sit down. Lu Shutao produced a recliner from somewhere and practically forced Lu Husheng into it. Are your legs sore? Fourth brother can give you a massage? He reached out to start. No, no, no. I'm used to having a woman do it. Lu Husheng quickly refused. Third sister can massage you. Third sister is a woman. Li Wan's face crinkled into a smile, her calloused hands immediately pressing into Lu Husheng's shoulders. I always said seventh brother was smart from a young age. He can do things none of us can manage. But speaking of which, seventh brother, the sister of yours is in desperate need of some pills and weapons. What you brought has truly solved my most urgent problems. Brother, you're my own flesh and blood. Lu Shutao chimed in beside him, his face plastered with a smile. I genuinely need these treasures too. Fourth brother won't stand on ceremony, just give me 30% of these goods, and I'll be satisfied. Hearing this, the others immediately grew displeased and began arguing. Wait, are you kidding? Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to demand a third? Our eastern coastal defenses desperately need this stuff right now. We're about to engage in combat, how can we manage without it? This isn't a game. It's a matter of life and death for our soldiers. Old Seven, say something. Watching the generals argue until their faces flushed red, bickering like street thugs in a market fight, Lu Husheng couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Who would have thought these powerful figures, who commanded respect and wielded immense influence outside, would act like this? Clearing his throat, Lu Husheng said solemnly, these supplies were given directly to you, brother. How they should be distributed is entirely up to you. Little Lu, where did you get these? Zhao Jiangwo was still reeling from the shock. This was too much of a surprise. I paid a visit to the alien tribes, Lu Husheng replied with a cheerful smile. I emptied the treasure vault of the Sparrow dynasty and pilfered several dozen items from the Great Ape Clan's treasury. At this revelation, everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. Young Lu Husheng had been notorious for his mischief in his youth, but who would have thought he'd still be causing trouble among the alien races at his age? That's just insane. While they had initially harbored some resentment toward Lu Husheng being named the peerless national hero among the 7 great generals, they were now utterly convinced. Lu Husheng truly deserved the title of peerless national hero, no question about it. Little Lu, you. Even Zhao Jiangwo sucked in a breath of cold air upon hearing this. Beyond giving Lu Husheng a thumbs up, he was at a loss for words. Brother, divide these things among yourselves. I need to head to the East Sea, Lu Husheng continued. My son-in-law is in the hands of the Sea Clan. I must go rescue him and, while I'm at it, disrupt their plans to attack China. Seventh brother, you're getting cocky after just a few compliments. You plan to take on a whole Sea Clan tribe alone? Li Yunsheng, the sixth brother in charge of Qinglong City, retorted irritably. The Sea Clan practically treats the ocean as their second home. They even have a martial saint guarding their territory. Going there will only get you killed. This old man has his own clever plan. Lu Hushing declared, waving his hand with a hearty laugh. Enough talk. I must depart at once. Watching Lu Hushing's departing figure, the others couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Old Lu's life has been nothing short of arduous. The alien race took his wife and children, forcing him into obscurity for 30 years. His hatred for them burns fiercer than anyone's. His desire to slay them is stronger than anyone's. I wonder how he plans to take down the Sea Clan. Brother, should I send troops to escort him? Regardless, I admire old Seven. Few people have earned my respect in this life, but he's one of them. No need. Young Lu has his own plan. If we intervene rashly, we might disrupt his rhythm. After stepping outside, Lu Hushing addressed the system directly. Hey, system. Is there anything that can make me fearless in water? Let me breathe and move freely underwater? Water repelling pearl, only 1,000 merit points. Fair price, no rip-offs. It was a good item, and for someone like him who currently possessed 10,000 merit points, it wasn't expensive at all. He decisively purchased it and swallowed it whole. Soft and chewy, like damn taro balls, delicious. This system also holds data on the Sea Clan and target subjects for the host to shapeshift into just 500 merit points. Before Lu Hushing could ask further, the system spoke up on its own, making him wary. Last time you had me impersonate Lei Hushing, and that bastard showed up halfway through. What's your plan this time? Trying to screw me over again? This time, the system recommends a vanguard general from the outer ranks of the Sea Clan. He's at the half-step grandmaster realm and holds real influence. Honest as the day is long. Seeing the system's sincerity, Lu Hushing dropped his suspicions and purchased the Sea Clan dossier outright. The system proved quite considerate. The moment the purchase was complete, the information flooded into his mind. It even provided him with memories specifically tailored to that Sea Clan general, distilling only the most useful insights. Having a system was truly convenient. No wonder nearly every protagonist in the novels he'd read possessed one. It was exceptionally useful. By now, Lu Hushing had arrived at Lu Chaoyan's residence. Ever since discovering Meng Chuan's trail last time, she had been searching relentlessly. Yet that glimpse seemed like nothing more than a mirage. He had vanished without a trace. Seeing Lu Hushing arrive, she was taken aback. Dad, why are you here? I've uncovered some leads on Meng Chuan. I'm here to bring him back, Lu Hushing stated bluntly. For now, you should stop searching and stay put in Qinglong City. I must go with you. Lu Chaoyan's eyes lit up with determination. Clutching at this lifeline, she hurriedly added, he's my husband Xinyao's father. You won't even listen to me? Lu Hushing frowned. If I'd known you'd react like this, I never should have told you. Enough. I came to inform you, not to discuss. Just wait. Don't make me angry. Fine. Seeing Lu Hushing's resolute expression, Lu Chaoyan genuinely feared provoking his anger and could only agree. Chapter 81, Infiltrating the Sea Clan, Vanguard General. As one of the most powerful alien races, the Sea Clan had dominated the entire Eastern Pacific since arriving on Blue Star. They even constructed a palace spanning 500,000 square meters beneath the ocean's surface. The Sea Clan spoiled brats would vacation on Blue Star whenever they grew tired of life among their own kind. Though they had never invaded China, they reveled in the boundless ocean. Yet as the vanguard general for this campaign, Tor remained perpetually frowning. The decisive assault on China was imminent. Though the ancestor had used secret arts to seal the memories of a human commander and arranged for him to marry a stunning beauty, the commander's memory loss made it uncertain whether he could lead the invasion into China. What a headache! If they failed to breach Qinglong City this time, not only would his title as general be revoked, but he would face severe punishment. What a headache! What strategy could possibly breach Qinglong City in one decisive blow? Lost in thought, he suddenly saw a seaweed-clad creature slowly emerge from the ocean. Smiling broadly, it asked, Brother, what's got you so troubled? YVE, you wandered near the human sentry posts by the coast? Aren't you afraid of being spotted by the humans? I'm figuring out how to attack the city, Tor replied without hesitation. Qinglong City's defenses are too tight. I've tried countless methods, but none can overcome the Huaxia Empire's defensive cannons. It's frustrating. Yeah, the human strength is truly terrifying. How could the Sea Tribe possibly breach Huaxia? The seaweed man nodded in deep agreement. Tor froze, suddenly realizing the Sea Clan wouldn't boost their enemy's morale at their own expense. He whipped his head toward the other. Who are you? I am human. The seaweed vanished, revealing Lu Hushing's form before Tor. His expression darkened instantly. Before Tor could draw his weapon, Lu Hushing's fist slammed into his throat. Henceforth, I shall replace you as the new Tor. You'll just have to watch as the Sea Clan gets wiped out. Crack, crack, crack. Tor clutched his throat, unable to utter a sound. A bolt of lightning suddenly erupted from Lu Hushing's hand, striking him and reducing him to dust in an instant. Instantly, Lu Husheng had taken Tor's form, seized the trident sinking toward the ocean floor, and sped toward the underwater palace. "Husband, why did you take so long?" As soon as he returned to their quarters, a stunningly beautiful woman, dressed in an exceptionally alluring manner and resembling a mermaid, rushed to greet him. "They're holding a meeting right now, they're waiting for you." "Is that so? Then I must hurry over and see for myself." Upon hearing this, Lu Husheng immediately broke into a jog toward the palace conference room. Dozens of generals sat stiffly in formal posture, facing a burly man who glared coldly at the arriving Lu Husheng. He barked angrily, "You have the nerve to show your face? Commander, I just visited the human frontline outpost. Guess what I discovered?" Lu Husheng retorted immediately. "Still playing coy?" Already fuming, the general exploded at Lu Husheng's question. "Everyone's been waiting here for you. Not only did you run off to play, but you dare claim it was to the human frontline outpost? Do you think I won't do anything to you, so you dare act so brazen?" No, Commander. After thinking it over these past few days, I've come to realize something." Lu Husheng hurriedly replied. "We need to change our tactics." "Speak." The general narrowed his eyes, fixing them on Lu Husheng. Over the years, they had suffered heavy casualties in Huaxia yet still failed to breach Qinglong City. The ancestor had grown impatient and issued an ultimatum: if they couldn't storm Qinglong City within 7 days, not only would they face severe punishment, but the ancestor would personally intervene. If Torii could come up with a sound plan, he might temporarily forgive its recklessness. Since China is impregnable, why not abandon it for now and shift our focus to attacking Sakura Nation? Lu Husheng immediately proposed. Our scouts have assessed Sakura Nation's defenses. They're relatively weaker compared to China's. If we launch a massive assault, we can absolutely breach their defenses. Our previous strategy identified China as the strongest nation on Blue Star. Capturing China would allow us to control it and coordinate attacks on other nations. But what if we conquered the nations surrounding China instead? Controlling those nations to attack China together would achieve twice the result with half the effort. At these words, all the Sea Clan's high-ranking officials froze in shock. A general leapt to his feet, shouting accusingly, "Tor! What do you mean by this? Do you look down on us? Are you mocking us? Who the hell are you?" Having searched through all the memories of the original owner, Lu Husheng couldn't recall offending him in any way. He immediately smiled and asked, "Tai, my good brother, how have I offended you? This so-called brilliant idea of yours, wasn't it the very one we discussed earlier?" Tai retorted, his face darkening. "Yet you rejected it outright, claiming that as the mightiest warriors, the Sea Clan should challenge the strongest foes. That's precisely why we shelved the plan. Yet now you intend to employ the very method we discussed and which you yourself rejected. Are you slapping your own face, or ours?" He hadn't anticipated this turn of events at all. Feeling awkward, he gave a small, embarrassed laugh and whispered, "I hadn't thought it through properly back then. But now I have. Let's stick to the original plan. We attack Sakura Kingdom first." Everyone glared at Lu Husheng, still fuming, but at least they'd reached a consensus. No one pressed further. "Very well. Since everyone agrees on this plan, we shall shift our focus to attacking Sakura Nation." The Grand Marshal decided immediately. "Tor, you mentioned you've already conducted reconnaissance. You shall lead the troops and determine the target location. Begin redeploying troops today. By dawn tomorrow, lead 3 million soldiers in a surprise assault on Sakura Nation." "Commander, rest assured Torii guarantees mission completion," Lu Husheng shouted excitedly. The meeting had barely adjourned when Lu Husheng spotted a human who seemed utterly out of place here: Meng Chuan. This fellow stood over 6 feet tall, matching Lu Husheng in height but with a more slender build. He possessed sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, rosy lips, and pearly teeth, a rugged yet subtly refined beauty, undeniably a handsome man. "General!" Spotting Lu Husheng approaching, he immediately saluted with a respectful clasped fist. This sight stirred a pang of sorrow within Lu Husheng. Once a formidable human general who commanded the winds of war, he had now been reduced to bowing to a so-called Sea Clan general. It was truly heartbreaking. "You're coming with me today. We'll have a few drinks at my place. Tomorrow, you'll join the battle." With that, Lu Husheng turned and walked away first. Chapter 82, Testing Meng Chuan, Advancing into Sakura Nation. Meng Chuan was both flattered and surprised. He had always been troubled by his different appearance compared to these people. In his understanding, he was a Sea Clan member who had been captured and transformed into a human by humans, only to be rescued back by the Sea Clan. Therefore, he hated humans from the bottom of his heart. Yet he could never quite fit into the lives of the sea people, always feeling like an outsider. Invited to drink by one of them? Unthinkable. Returning home, he carefully groomed himself before heading to Lu Husheng's residence with his wife. Before Lu Husheng lay a spread of authentic Chinese delicacies, dishes he had personally instructed Lu Chaoyan to prepare, stored in his inventory, and now steaming hot upon retrieval. The liquor was none other than Meng Chuan's favorite Mao Tai. Lu intended to use these familiar flavors to see if they could awaken him. "General, this is far too lavish." Meng Chuan stared in astonishment at the spread. "My wife and I are truly unworthy of such hospitality. Glancing at Meng Chuan's wife, she too wore an expression of flattered surprise. Judging by her demeanor, she likely held no significant status among the Sea clan, otherwise, she would have been present in Toriai's memories. With a slight wave of his hand, Lu Hushing said calmly, "It's just simple fare. Today, let's forget everything else, we're here to drink." Saying this, Lu Hushing personally poured Meng Chuan a cup. Meng Chuan immediately stood up. The scent of the wine carried an inexplicable familiarity. He took a sip and his entire body shuddered violently. His new bride, startled, quickly clung to his arm. "Husband, what's wrong? Could the wine be poisoned?" Glancing at Lu Hushing, the new bride dared not voice her suspicion aloud. Who didn't know General Toriai had a temper that flared at the slightest provocation? "Nothing's wrong. This wine is simply too delicious," Meng Chuan chuckled, patting his new bride's small hand. "General, my wife is a bit tactless. I apologize for her behavior." "It's nothing." Lu Hushing replied indifferently, then fixed his gaze on Meng Chuan's eyes. "Meng Chuan, have you remembered anything?" "Nothing at all." Meng Chuan looked at Lu Hushing in confusion. "General, my name isn't Meng Chuan, it's Cha-Cha Tai." "Cha-Cha Tai. What a bloody ridiculous name." Lu Hushing nodded slightly. "Eat your meal." Meng Chuan nodded repeatedly, picked up a dish, and took a bite. His expression suddenly changed dramatically. Deep within his mind, something seemed to be struggling to break free, causing his body to tremble once more. "Husband." His new bride bit her lip, fear creeping into her eyes. "How is it?" Lu Husheng pressed immediately. "It feels so familiar, but I just can't place it." Meng Chuan frowned deeply. "General, is there something you need to tell me?" "Nothing. I'll drink to you." Lu Husheng shook his head slightly, raising his wine cup toward Meng Chuan. "System, what's going on with this guy?" Observing Meng Chuan's reaction, Lu Husheng asked the system. His memories were sealed by a Martial Saint-level powerhouse. Unless the third fragment of the Battle Soul Steel is found, the steel's power can be used to help him recover his memories. It's connected to the War Soul Steel again. Lu Husheng couldn't help but feel suspicious. Lately, everything seemed to be converging on the War Soul Steel. As a tool capable of summoning heroic spirits back to battle, how could it also be involved in sealing Meng Chuan's memories? Recalling Hu Linger's warning, he realized this was going to be tricky. But Lu Husheng didn't dwell on it. Since only the War Soul Steel could restore this guy's memories, and his own objective in attacking Sakura Nation was also to obtain War Soul Steel fragments, he figured he might as well resolve everything at once. After finishing their drinks, Meng Chuan and his wife departed. Only then did the beautiful woman lean shyly against Lu Husheng. "Husband, it's been so long since we've been intimate. Why not take advantage of the wine?" "What? You know, that thing." Seeing Lu Husheng feigning ignorance, the beautiful woman grew impatient. Her small hand reached for his crotch, but he dodged it just in time. "Tomorrow I must lead 3 million troops to attack the human race. I'm preoccupied with that right now. Could you stop thinking about those trivial matters in your pants all the time? I just wanted you to relax." Tears welled up in the beauty's eyes. "Enough. If you have nothing else, go rest." "I'm annoyed," Lu Husheng said with a dark expression. "Once we return victorious, I'll give you a proper acupuncture session." "Really?" The words brought an instant smile to the beauty's face. "Alright, I'll go rest then. May you return victorious soon." Lu Husheng rolled his eyes. The old man might be over 80, but not every race piqued his interest. And to think he'd sully his reputation? Dream on. Early the next morning, Lu Husheng arrived at the muster platform ahead of schedule. Before him stood a crowd of low-ranking officers, mostly between 1st and 3rd grades. Those of 4th to 6th grades numbered around 500,000, while those above 7th grade amounted to roughly 1,000. All were sharpening their blades, waiting for Lu Husheng's command. Meng Chuan had also arrived. Spotting Lu Husheng looking his way, he immediately gave a slight bow, clasping his hands in a respectful salute. 10 deputy commanders stood flanking him, some of whom had attended yesterday's meeting. Observing Lu Husheng's seemingly distracted demeanor, they couldn't help but feel he seemed unreliable. Could someone like this really breach Sakura Nation? They all harbored doubts. For this assault on Sakura Nation, we target the central island, attacking from east to west where defenses are weakest. Lu Husheng declared bluntly. "We've fought humanity long without victory. This time, I demand your utmost strength to breach Sakura Nation. The humans of Sakura Nation are yours to feast upon freely. Eat your fill. Roar! Roar! Roar!" Though initially listless, the mere mention of devouring humans sent every sea creature into a frenzy of excited roars. Lu Husheng roared in unison, his trident pointing straight at Sakura Kingdom. "Brothers, kill!" With that command, the 3 million strong army surged forward toward the land of cherry blossoms. Moving through the sea at lightning speed, they could reach their destination in less than a morning, despite the considerable distance. Watching the departing army, the few generals present all wore expressions of contempt. "Look at that Toliai, he seems awfully confident. Does he really think he can breach Sakura Nation?" Sakura Nation may be impregnable, but its human population is sparse, and its overall strength pales in comparison to China's. With Tori leading a full 3 million troops this time, he might just succeed. Let's make a wager. I'll bet this brat can't conquer Sakura Kingdom. He'll fail miserably and be punished by the ancestor. If you put it that way, then I'll wager it can conquer Sakura Kingdom. Let it become our Sea Clan's backyard, a paradise where we can freely feast on humans. Chapter 83, Drunk on Life and Death, Attack Tokyo. Tokyo, an extraordinarily prosperous city. The rich were truly rich, the poor were truly poor, all were caught up in a world of luxury and excess, utterly unaware of what was about to unfold. Outside the city walls of Tokyo, a grand party was underway. The current lord of Tokyo City, Inuko of the Usagi clan, held a champagne glass with elegant grace as he delivered his opening remarks with a smile. My dear friends, welcome to this party themed defending against foreign tribes. May we all face the sea, with spring blossoms in full bloom. Mr. Inu, with all nations facing the threat of alien sieges, why are you so confident? A reporter immediately interjected. Aren't you afraid we might be attacked too? Whoa, that's a great question. The rabbit family's young master gave the reporter a thumbs up. We're not worried because the sick man of East Asia in the West is absorbing most of the firepower for us. So we really have nothing to fear. I can assure you that even if another decade passes, the alien races will never attack us, for we are protected by our mighty Shikigami. His words instantly ignited the partygoers into excited shouts. Yay! Inazuki-kun's absolutely right. With the gods watching over us, the barbarians won't dare attack. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Those poor East Asian sick men pitifully fighting the barbarians, taking the brunt of the attacks for us. That's why we enjoy such a blissful life today. May all foreign invaders eyeing the land of cherry blossoms attack China instead, preferably until China falls. Friends, let's get this party started. Seeing everyone chatting happily, the reporter relaxed completely. He turned his head toward the sea, only to suddenly jerk upright. A slender arrow had pierced his forehead. Thud. The next instant, the reporter fell backward, silencing the entire scene. Ah! The Sea Tribe has launched their attack. A woman screamed suddenly. From the eastern sea, a dense swarm of Sea Tribe warriors appeared, many already closing in on the city walls. Enemy attack, attack immediately. The son of the rabbit family trembled in fear, his voice rising sharply. Dispatch troops at once. We absolutely cannot let these filthy sea creatures breach our Tokyo city. Bastards! Kill them all! In an instant, spears and short cannons erupted from every direction. Yet the foremost sea creatures were skilled archers. Several celebrities, intending to livestream or record videos of the sea creatures below, were tragically struck down. One AV actress, who frequently appeared in adult videos, had just started her livestream when an arrow pierced through her phone and into her eye, killing her instantly. At least 2/3 of the VIPs invited to the party perished. Lu Hushing stood in the sea with Meng Chuan, silently watching the endless stream of Sea Tribe warriors charging ashore. He smiled faintly and said, "Just now, I heard them talking about Huaxia, about this sick man of East Asia. What do you think? It makes me furious enough to want to kill them, yet I can't pinpoint why." Meng Chuan nodded slightly, his expression grave. "It feels like these humans all deserve to die." "All right," Lu Hushing remarked indifferently. "Though you've lost your memories, at least your genes remain unchanged. Once things settle down, we'll storm the city. Then you can kill as many as you want." "All right." Though he didn't grasp the full meaning behind Lu Hushing's words, he nodded firmly, eager to fight. Soon, the forces of Sakura Nation arrived, over 1 million strong. Among them stood a grandmaster whose every movement effortlessly dispatched the attacking sea clansmen. Led by a deputy commander, tens of thousands of Sea Tribe warriors rolled forward, colossal cannons infused with terrifying vital energy. At a single command, a barrage of 5,000 vital energy shells slammed into the walls of Tokyo City. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as sections of the city walls, stretching for kilometers, collapsed in a terrifying display. Yet, an overwhelming number of transport aircraft immediately took flight from within the city, swiftly beginning to fill the gaps in the collapsed sections. Grandmaster Tanaka-sana stood atop the city walls, coldly surveying the Sea Clan forces below. She slapped the Rabbit Clan's son across the face. "Baka! I ordered you to defend Tokyo City, yet you're throwing a party here? You're asking for death." "Hi!" The Rabbit Clan's son bowed deeply to Tanaka-sana, daring not to show the slightest displeasure. "General Tanaka, these sea tribesmen keep coming in waves. They're the same forces that attacked Huaxia before. Why on earth have they turned their attention to us now?" a garrison commander whispered. "Could this be Huaxia's doing? You mean China and the Sea Clan have joined forces to harm us?" Tanaka-sana narrowed her eyes. "It's possible. After all, when we closed our borders, we executed tens of thousands of Huaxia people who refused to leave Sakura Nation." The Rabbit Clan's son quickly agreed. Though those killed were Huaxia loyal to Sakura Nation, Huaxia has always sought revenge. That's beside the point for now. How long will it take for reinforcements from other cities to arrive? Tanaka-sana asked in a grave tone. "Approximately 12 hours to assemble and arrive." Usagi's son replied weakly. I never thought the Sea Clan would attack us. I kept refusing aid from nearby cities. Who could have known? Baka. The words barely left his mouth before Tanaka-sana received another slap. The Sea Tribe forces swelled in numbers. Their invincible cannons pounded relentlessly, while elite long jumpers soared hundreds of meters, landing directly atop the city walls. Chaos reigned across the entire Tokyo city walls. Everyone! Defend this wall at all costs. I'll hold you personally accountable if it falls. Tanaka-sana roared. Our walls can be continuously repaired, that's our strength. There's no need to panic. As she spoke, a deafening roar erupted. Dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead, and a purple bolt of lightning struck the city walls alongside a cannonball, tearing open a massive breach. Charge! In that instant, Lu Hushing roared with fury. The dense throng of sea creatures surged ashore, charging toward the breach with their final assault. Damn it! Tanaka-sana nearly choked on her own anger. This was a direct slap in the face. If she'd known, she never would have uttered those words. Without another thought, she immediately pointed forward and bellowed, "Kill them all!" His attention had long been fixed on Lu Hushing. He was certain this was the vanguard general leading the assault. Kill him, and it would all be over. Chapter 84, The Great Battle Against Tanaka-sana. The tide has turned. Seeing Tanaka-sana charging toward him with fierce momentum, Lu Hushing feared exposure and instantly vanished into the distance. You think you can run? Tanaka-sana roared, instantly pursuing Lu Hushing. After covering dozens of kilometers, she abruptly halted. Run! Why aren't you running anymore? Tanaka-sana, you don't seriously think you can kill me, do you? Lu Hushing turned to face her, his tone laced with mockery. Or perhaps you still don't know just how powerful I truly am? In my eyes, you Sea Clan are nothing but a bunch of useless drunks. To think you could invade our land of cherry blossoms? Utterly delusional. Tanaka-sana sneered coldly. Once I kill you, the Sea Clan will surely retreat. As she spoke, Tanaka-sana vanished from her spot. The ground suddenly split open, and her katana shot out like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Lu Hushing's lower body. Lu Hushing hadn't anticipated Tanaka-sana's earth-based escape technique. His dragon-shattering hammer crashed down with a thunderous boom, carving a massive crater in the ground as debris flew everywhere. But Tanaka-sana was already nowhere to be seen. Earth escape, void concealment. A fierce shout echoed from all directions. Lu Hushing spun alertly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like an eagle's. Suddenly, ripples rippled through the air above his head. Tanaka-sana's figure materialized, her katana slicing downward with a fierce wind in its wake. Lu Hushing roared in fury, raising his dragon-shattering hammer high. The blades collided, the immense force warping the air around them. A shockwave radiated outward from their center, sending pebbles flying from the ground. The dragon-shattering hammer spun rapidly in his grasp, its dragon-patterned hilt blazing with light. A phantom azure dragon burst forth from the hammer, its body coiled with purple celestial lightning. With a piercing roar to the heavens, it lunged fiercely toward Tanaka-sana. Tanaka-sana's katana danced swiftly, unleashing streaks of blade energy that shot from its edge to meet the azure dragon's phantom. The clashing of blade energy and dragon spirit produced thunderous booms and showers of sparks. Taking advantage of Tanaka-sana's distraction, Lu Hushing raised the dragon-shattering hammer high. A continuous rumbling echoed as purple heavenly lightning bolts descended from the sky, striking toward Tanaka-sana. Tanaka-sana's face paled. She urgently activated her earth escape technique, burrowing underground to evade the attack. The purple thunderbolts struck the ground, pockmarking the earth with craters and sending thick smoke billowing upward. Yet Tanaka-sana darted swiftly through the underground passages, closing in on Lu Hushing. Suddenly bursting from the earth, she thrust her katana straight toward his heart. Lu Hushing took a step back, blocking the fatal strike with his dragon-shattering hammer held horizontally before his chest. Simultaneously, the dragon soul's phantom opened its gaping maw toward Tanaka-sana, causing him to gasp in horror. His katana immediately swung at the phantom. Simultaneously, the dragon-shattering hammer rained down on Tanaka-sana like hailstones. Left with no choice, she blocked relentlessly with her other arm, which soon went numb from the relentless impact. This enraged Tanaka-sana to the point of fury. She screamed, "Die!" The earth around them began to violently tremble. Huge earth dragons burrowed up from beneath the ground, lunging toward Lu Hushing and the azure dragon's phantom. Lu Hushing raised the dragon-shattering hammer high and slammed it into the ground. A powerful force radiated outward from him, shattering the earth dragons. Simultaneously, the azure dragon's aura blazed with lightning energy. A massive purple lightning pillar descended from the heavens, striking toward Tanaka-sana. Tanaka-sana braced with all his might, his katana glowing with an earthen yellow light. Yet the purple lightning pillar's power proved overwhelming. His body began to tremble slightly, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "You're not one of the Sea Clan." Lu Hushing startled. Why bring this up now? Could this bastard have discovered his true identity? With a cold sneer, Lu Hushing sneered contemptuously, "I'm not a Sea Clan member. I'm your ancestor. Either way, you're dead today." How could a Sea Clan member wield purple heavenly lightning? Tanaka-sana retorted coldly. I've heard that C-Clan General Tor excels with a trident, yet you wield a hammer. Mind your own business. The trident's gone for repairs. Bastard. Hearing Lu Hushing's dismissive words, a flash of ferocity crossed Tanaka-sana's eyes. Ignoring the purple lightning pillar's attack, she charged toward Lu Hushing, thrusting her katana like lightning. Lu Hushing's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly swung his dragon-shattering hammer to parry the strike. Far surpassing ordinary grandmasters in strength, Lu Hushing gave Tanaka-sana no chance to react. Simultaneously with his block, he delivered a thunderous palm strike, channeling terrifying force into that single blow. The impact sent Tanaka-sana flying backward. General Tanaka. Several ninjas rushed over, gasping in shock at the sight of Tanaka-sana spitting blood. They had thoroughly investigated beforehand. While the C-Clan boasted many grandmasters, true grandmasters were rare, and they knew everyone by name. How could this fellow, clearly only a half-step grandmaster, suddenly possess strength to rival a grandmaster? And why had he switched from a trident to a hammer? One narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. General Tanaka, this man's weapon and combat style bear an uncanny resemblance to Lu Hushing of Huaxia, that so-called Hammer King of the Western Frontier. If not for his C-Clan appearance, I'd swear he was Lu Hushing himself. Holy crap, this ugly bastard actually analyzed it so thoroughly. This one absolutely cannot be spared. Tanaka-sana coldly appraised Lu Hushing, murmuring doubtfully, could it be, the C-Clan has truly allied with China, planning to strike against the land of cherry blossoms first, and then... boom! At that moment, another deafening explosion echoed, tearing a massive gap in the city wall. Though Sakura Nation's soldiers fought desperately to hold the line, the tide had already turned irrevocably. The land of cherry blossoms has begun its downfall. Do you intend to take your own lives, or shall I personally see you off? Lu Hushing surveyed the crowd coldly. The reason Sakura Nation still stands today, having survived this long, isn't just our strength, it's our Shikigami. Tanaka-sana took a deep breath and slowly rose to her feet. Even if you kill us, once our Shikigami awaken from their slumber, death will be the only fate awaiting you. You're all going to die, yet you still spout nonsense. Lu Hushing shook his head in exasperation. Very well. I'll send you on your way first, lest you remain blind to your own fate. With that, Lu Hushing slowly raised his dragon-shattering hammer. Amidst the crackling sounds, purple heavenly thunder began to gather slowly. Chapter 85, The Whereabouts of the Third Battle Soul Monument Fragment. Bastards! Tanaka-sana's eyes bulged in fury at the sight. She never imagined things would unfold this way. Gritting her teeth, she snarled, don't get too cocky, C-Clan. Once the Shikigami awakens, you'll all be buried without a grave. As he spoke, a dense barrage of purple thunderbolts descended from the sky. Aside from Tanaka-sana, who was gravely wounded, all the other Sakura Nation citizens were instantly obliterated. At that moment, Meng Chuan rushed over. Seeing the scene of utter devastation, he immediately exclaimed, General, didn't you hate this country intensely? Now it's yours. Lu Hushing waved dismissively. Hearing this, Meng Chuan slowly approached Tanaka-sana. Her pupils contracted as she began retreating step by step, simultaneously gathering her strength for a final stand. Yet in the next instant, Meng Chuan was already beside Tanaka-sana. His thick, long broadsword swung viciously toward her. Though gravely wounded, Tanaka-sana remained a grandmaster, her strength still intact. She dodged the blow with a flash of movement. Seeing the broadsword strike miss its mark, she immediately countered with a horizontal slash. Her katana flicked upward while simultaneously colliding with Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan's expression darkened, yet he chose not to evade. Instead, all his strength erupted, concentrating at his shoulder as he charged head-on into Tanaka-sana's attack. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, Meng Chuan was sent flying backward. Tanaka-sana staggered back as well, her stomach churning violently. What? She gasped, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Tanaka-sana shrieked, forcing herself into Earth escape mode to flee. You think you can run? Meng Chuan took several deep breaths, his powerful senses sweeping out in all directions. Instantly, his speed reached near teleportation levels as he shot upward into the sky. Gripping his long sword tightly, he plunged it downward with all his might. Put! Blood spurted from the earth as Tanaka-sana returned to the ground. She stared down in disbelief at the massive blade wound in her chest, her entire body shaking violently. You idiot, you! Alas, Tanaka-sana could utter no more. As a corpse, she stood frozen in death amidst the battlefield. Lu Hushing had already switched his dragon-shattering hammer for a trident. Watching the charging deputy generals, their mouths agape, he exclaimed, General Meng Chuan. You two actually teamed up to kill that grandmaster? This is nothing short of a miracle. This fool was too arrogant, thinking that reaching the grandmaster realm granted him license to act without restraint. Little did he know we could dispatch him so easily. Meng Chuan began to explain, but Lu Hushing cut him off. Now, begin slaughtering every human in this city. Leave not a single one alive. At these words, the deputy generals rejoiced, each leading their men deep into the heart of the eastern capital. Rabbit Clan's son knelt dejectedly in a corner, meticulously polishing a shorter katana in his hands. He then murmured toward a distant direction. Emperor above, Rabbit Clan's son failed to withstand the Sea Clan's assault. Tokyo City has now collapsed entirely. I have no words to face my countrymen. I only pray that after seppuku, my spirit may return to my homeland and find forgiveness from my ancestors. With that, he drew a deep breath and thrust the blade fiercely into his abdomen. Yet the next instant, he stared in shock at the sword that had been blocked. He whipped his head around, fury igniting within him. I was prepared to commit seppuku. What more do you want? As the Lord of Tokyo City, you must be quite familiar with it, right? Lu Hushing offered the young master of the rabbit family a gentle smile. I wouldn't say thoroughly familiar, but I know every detail like the back of my hand. Usagi no Inuko answered without hesitation. Without exaggeration, I've touched every blade of grass and tree in all of Tokyo countless times. That's truly excellent. Lu Hushing smiled immediately. I wish to know where such an item might be found. As he spoke, Lu Hushing produced a fragment of a battle soul monument. Of course, it's in the deepest chamber of the Tokyo Museum's Unnatural Artifacts room, the Rabbit Clan's young master answered almost without hesitation. But you'll never get your hands on it. What do you mean? Lu Hushing froze. Because that place holds not only what you seek, but also the gateway to the abyss of hell, the very place where Shikigami are unleashed. Usagi no Inuko said with a mocking tone. Once opened, every single one of you Sea Clan will die. He had heard from Tanaka-sana about the greatness of Shikigami, yet here he was told they resided in the abyss of hell. These two starkly contrasting accounts both reinforce the common perception of Shikigami. They were terrifyingly powerful. How exactly does one release these Shikigami you speak of? Lu Hushing blurted out his burning question. After all, the Sea Clan were also enemies of China. He had told the Sea Clan commander that after conquering the land of cherry blossoms, they would immediately turn their sights on China. Releasing the Shikigami to eliminate these arrogant fools wouldn't be a bad plan. What, exactly do you intend to do? This question left the Rabbit Clan's son utterly bewildered. As a high-ranking general among the Sea Clan, how could he even consider releasing a Shikigami? Wasn't that just inviting trouble? To oppose the Sea Clan, of course. Lu Hushing replied calmly. Just tell me everything you know. I need to act swiftly before things get complicated. Watching Lu Hushing's frantic demeanor, the Rabbit Clan's son was utterly perplexed. Though he couldn't fathom the reason, he solemnly declared, I can only tell you this, if you touch anything in the unnatural artifact chamber, it will trigger the Shikigami summoning mechanism. The Shikigami will descend within 30 seconds. Good. Having obtained the information he sought, Lu Hushing suddenly kicked out. A katana lying on the ground was struck squarely on its hilt, its blade piercing straight through the Rabbit Clan son's body, sending him to join his ancestors. General, are we heading to that museum? Meng Chuan now eyed Lu Hushing with suspicion, baffled by his decision to confront his own kin. From what he'd observed, the Sea Clan was famously united. It holds something crucial to me, Lu Hushing explained with a smile. But this matter is known only to heaven and earth, to you and me. No one else shall learn my purpose. Would you be willing to continue following me to uncover the truth? I'd say you're looking for cannon fodder, a scapegoat to take the fall. Though this thought crossed his mind, Meng Chuan showed no sign of hesitation. Without a moment's pause, he declared, since the general wishes me to accompany you, I'll gladly risk my life for a noble cause. With that, Meng Chuan gestured for Lu Hushing to lead the way, and the two swiftly charged toward the Tokyo Museum. Chapter 86, The Peerless Sword Master, Beichen Luhua. The Tokyo Museum, as the largest museum in the land of cherry blossoms, housed an almost incalculable number of artifacts. Among them were at least several thousand treasures looted from China. Despite the entire city of Tokyo descending into utter chaos due to the Sea Clan invasion, the area within a kilometer of the museum remained eerily quiet. General, this place feels deeply unsettling. Meng Chuan said gravely. It seems to harbor a terrifying creature, one capable of crushing us effortlessly. Calm down. Everything is under control, Lu Hushing replied coolly, though the dragon-shattering hammer had already materialized in his hand. A powerful aura radiated outward, searching for any potential threats. Just as they were about to enter the museum, a series of whistling sounds filled the air. A veiled woman in white robes, leading nearly 100 people, blocked Lu Hushing's path. This is a restricted area of Sakura Nation. No unauthorized entry. Sizing up the woman, Lu Hushing narrowed his eyes. The foremost swordswoman, Beichen Luhua? You, a member of the Sea Clan, actually recognize me? The woman stared at Lu Hushing in astonishment before coldly declaring, well, that makes things much easier. You should know my strength. Now, leave immediately. You're far off the mark. Lu Hushing laughed. His words detonated like a depth charge, inciting fury among the crowd. Bastard! Miss Beichen is one of the 10 great masters of Sakura Nation, on the verge of breaking through to the grandmaster realm. You lowly outsiders dare speak so arrogantly? You're courting death. Miss Beichen, please strike him down swiftly. His arrogance knows no bounds. He clearly doesn't know what the Beichen one sword style means. Miss Beichen will teach him a lesson. Lady Beichen, give the order. We'll show him that on land, humans reign supreme. Beichen Luyue had already drawn her long sword. Green light flowed continuously along its blade, leaving dizzying afterimages with each swing. With just a light flick of her wrist, dozens of sword chi slashes sealed off all retreat routes for Lu Husheng. In response, Lu Husheng merely smiled faintly. A violent aura erupted from his body. Golden true chi collided with the sword chi, producing hissing sounds. The ground beneath them hummed, and over a dozen deep sword gashes appeared in the surrounding floor. Dust swirled from the nearby walls and stone pillars, now etched with countless sword marks. Yet, none of this affected Lu Husheng in the slightest. This left everyone present gasping in shock. As the strongest sword art in the land of cherry blossoms, the Northern Star One sword style had produced a master like Northern Star Flow Moon who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Even if he had only shown a glimpse of his power just now, it was impossible that it wouldn't affect Lu Husheng at all. Could this man from the Sea clan be a grandmaster? In that instant, Beichen Luyue swiftly pulled out a pill and popped it into his mouth. Instantly, his entire body radiated a green glow, his aura surging upward. Within mere seconds, he had reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm. This sent waves of elation through the gathered sword arts masters. Miss Beichen has ascended to Grandmaster. She can now unleash the ultimate technique of the Beichen One sword style. That Sea clan member is finished. Legend says the first North Star One sword style master to awaken Chi blood later ascended to Grandmaster and wounded a Shikigami with a single strike. We'll witness that sword again, can't wait. Yeehaw! This is huge. Open your dog eyes, sea creature, and witness the ultimate power of human swordsmanship. Kill the chicken, give it to me. Beichen Luyue snorted coldly, her body flickering as she charged toward Lu Husheng first. This woman moved with ghostly speed, her long sword transforming into a jade-green streak of light that instantly appeared before Lu Husheng. Before the blade even touched him, the fierce sword chi sliced across Lu Husheng's cheek like a knife, leaving a shallow, bloody gash on his skin. Lu Husheng's expression hardened. His dragon-shattering hammer swung out violently, colliding with the sword blade. The impact erupted in a deafening boom, generating a massive shockwave that radiated outward from the two combatants. The surrounding ground instantly cracked, sending countless fragments of stone flying into the air. Beichen Luyue used the collision's recoil to propel himself backward. He flipped midair and landed steadily on a stone sculpture dozens of meters away. His toes lightly touched the surface, and the sculpture instantly shattered into a pile of rubble. Lu Husheng, however, stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. His hands gripped the dragon-shattering hammer tightly as the golden true chi surging from his body grew increasingly intense, forming a golden shield around him. Oomph! Since you refuse to leave, I'll take your life today. Beichen Luyue snarled. Her sword danced, unleashing countless sword chi that shot toward Lu Husheng from all directions. The sword chi wove an impenetrable net in the air, completely enveloping him. Lu Husheng growled low, swinging his dragon-shattering hammer with blinding speed. Each strike shattered the incoming sword chi, but as Beichen Luyue's assault grew fiercer, Lu Husheng gradually felt the pressure mounting. Having just fought Tanaka Sana, his strength hadn't fully recovered. Now this guy had taken drugs to boost his power explosively, meaning he'd likely only be able to hold on for a little while longer. Meanwhile, the other sword masters shifted their focus to Meng Chuan. Well, another youngster here. Since Miss Beichen has that fellow pinned down, we'll take care of this human, shall we? The moment I saw you lot, I knew you were filthy and repulsive. Since you're begging for death, I'll gladly grant your wish. Meng Chuan's voice turned icy as he spoke. But the moment the words left his mouth, the group of sword masters froze. Instantly, powerful surges of vital energy erupted from their bodies. Damn it! He's Chinese? Then he deserves to die even more. China should be besieged by foreign tribes, yet they collaborate with them to attack our Sakura nation. Utterly outrageous. My lords, this bastard must die today. But since he's Chinese, he must suffer a slow, agonizing death. We won't let him off so easily. Kill him as a warning. Hearing this, Meng Chuan frowned deeply. His expression turned grave as he retorted, have you all gone mad? I'm a member of the Sea clan. When did I become Chinese? At this, the crowd burst into uproarious laughter. Good heavens! That's laughable. Calling himself a Sea clan member? That's like embracing the enemy as father. Gentlemen, I propose we capture him and use this to our advantage. It'll surely dampen the Chinese's spirit. Ha ha ha. Listening to the crowd's words, Meng Chuan found himself utterly perplexed. Yet he said nothing more at that moment. Regardless of his true identity, he was undoubtedly their enemy. Kill first, ask questions later. With that thought, Meng Chuan roared and charged forward, his great sword raised in a fierce attack. Chapter 87, Slaying the Sword Path's Greatest, the Aura of a Shikigami. Kill the chicken to scare the geese. Seeing Meng Chuan's brazen arrogance, an old man roared. His long sword drew from its scabbard as a group of powerful figures simultaneously launched their attacks toward Meng Chuan. Though only a half-step grandmaster, Meng Chuan showed no fear against these sword masters. With each swing of his great blade, immense power erupted, slicing through space itself with blade chi and sword chi, leaving the ground riddled with holes. Glancing at the battle, Lu Husheng frowned. He resolved to resolve the conflict swiftly and aid Meng Chuan. Otherwise, as time dragged on, Meng Chuan faced only one outcome: death. In a split second, green radiance surged from Beichen Liuyue's sword. Soaring high, she thrust her blade skyward. Suddenly, a colossal green sword beam erupted from the heavens, within which a faint, coiling azure dragon's phantom swirled. "Behold the North Star's signal slash!" Beichen Liuyue roared. The colossal green sword beam, carrying the azure dragon's phantom, descended upon Lu Husheng with thunderous force. Lu Husheng channeled his chi with frenzied intensity, causing his dragon-shattering hammer to blaze with light. He raised the hammer high above his head, and a golden pillar of light shot forth from it, colliding violently with the green sword beam. A deafening explosion reverberated across all of Dongjing. The immense shockwave obliterated surrounding buildings, sending dust billowing skyward to obscure the sun. Even combatants like Meng Chuan were violently hurled kilometers away. Before the dust had settled, Lu Husheng darted toward Beichen Liuyue like lightning. A phantom of an azure dragon appeared upon him as well. He let out a fierce roar at Beichen Liuyue, charging forward once more, carrying the purple heavenly thunder. This strike made Beichen Liuyue gasp sharply, swallowing hard as a brilliant green light flared around him once more. Nearly all his power coalesced upon his sword. With a swift spin, the illusory azure dragon reappeared. Beichen's single slash. Roar! Both illusory green dragons erupted in deafening roars, causing the entire ground to tremble violently. In the next instant, the two illusory dragons collided, tearing a massive black fissure in space. Amidst earth-shaking tremors, countless purple heavenly thunderbolts plummeted from the sky, causing the ground within a radius of several kilometers to sink several meters deep. The terrifying clash left Beichen Liuyue trembling uncontrollably. The potion's effects had already worn off, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. His body swayed dangerously, nearly collapsing to the ground. She assumed Lu Husheng was similarly weakened, but amidst the swirling dust, a colossal hammer surged toward them. Terrified out of her wits, Beichen Liuyue swiftly raised her sword to guard her chest. Clang! A thunderous clang echoed as the sword bent. The hammer and blade slammed into her chest. Beichen Liuyue spat out a mouthful of blood with a pff and was sent flying backward several kilometers, crashing into the museum steps. Blood blurred her vision, and she couldn't help but cough up more blood. Lu Husheng had already closed in on Meng Chuan. His trident appeared in hand, plunging viciously into the side. A crisp clang rang out as the sword shattered. The sword master attempting to ambush Meng Chuan was blasted backward, utterly powerless to resist. He spat blood and died instantly. General! Meng Chuan's spirits soared at Lu Husheng's arrival. These bastards are asking for death. Outnumbering one's foe is already beneath a gentleman. That these beasts dared attempt ambush makes their deaths all the more deserved. Lu Husheng remarked coolly as the dragon-shattering hammer returned to his grasp. Do you intend to charge together and die together, or come one by one and die one by one? Seeing the killing intent radiating from Lu Husheng, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Damn it! He actually wounded Miss Beichen. This is unbelievable. Miss Beichen's forced breakthrough to grandmaster must have drained this brat considerably. If we attack together, we might just be his match. Exactly. Grandmaster battles drain true energy the most. That old man might be all bark and no bite. Now a 7th rank powerhouse could take him down. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Kill the chicken to give the dog a taste. As the group instantly agreed, dozens launched their attacks simultaneously, unleashing their full might. This forced a helpless sigh from Lu Husheng. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and waves of purple heavenly thunder surged down. Following Lu Husheng's command, it engulfed everyone, initiating a merciless slaughter. 3 minutes later, Lu Husheng brought Meng Chuan before Beichen Liuyue. Having just regained her sight, she stared in horror at the corpses littering the ground. You're not one of the Sea Clan. Who are you? Why attack our Sakura nation? There must be a reason, otherwise who would attack others for no reason? Lu Husheng shrugged slightly, smiling faintly. Now, do I have the qualifications to enter the museum? The deepest part of the museum hides a terrifying Shikigami. Releasing it would spell absolute disaster for humanity. Beichen Liuyue's body trembled as she urgently warned in a grave voice, 30 years ago, the Shikigami once broke free from its seal. Our Beichen clan mobilized hundreds of sword pathmasters, joining forces with over 3,000 7th rank and above experts from Sakura Nation to reseal it. I advise you not to play with fire. We sea folk fear nothing more than flames. Lu Husheng sneered. Woman, the Shikigami targets only your Sakura Nation people. I couldn't care less. What does your survival or death have to do with me? Lu Husheng spoke with a sly grin, sweeping his massive hand through the air. Before Beichen Liuyue could intervene again, he had already slapped her head away. Thus perished the nation's foremost swordsman. General, are we truly going in? Meng Chuan hesitated. If this so-called Shikigami truly appears, it could spell utter annihilation for our Sea Clan. Everyone knows you're human. Only you keep insisting you're a Sea Clan member. Can you even deceive yourself? Lu Husheng retorted impatiently, striding forward to push open the museum's long-sealed doors. As a terrifying aura surged forth from within, Lu Husheng felt as though a colossal monster was charging out. Even he, a grandmaster, felt a pang of dread. That power seemed to transcend even that of a grandmaster. Meng Chuan felt it too, stumbling and nearly collapsing to the ground before Lu Husheng grabbed him by the arm. Look at you. Calm down. I've got this. Chapter 88. Breaking the seal, Meng Chuan recovers his memories. Observing Lu Husheng's resolute demeanor, Meng Chuan grimaced repeatedly. He took a deep breath before slowly rising to his feet, his expression grave as he declared, "General, there are even more terrifying entities lurking here. If we let our guard down, we'll surely meet a fate worse than death. Calm down. The fierce battle just now must have alerted the sea creatures. They'll arrive soon enough," Lu Husheng replied with unflappable composure. "With their aid in battle, nothing will be a problem." Hearing Lu Husheng's words, Meng Chuan found it hard to argue further. His gaze had already fallen upon a wall densely covered with black and white photographs. As he leaned in to examine them, his body began to convulse uncontrollably, and a faint glow began to emanate from his skin. Lu Husheng glanced over and frowned as well. The photographs documented the atrocities committed by the Cherry Blossom Nation against China in years past. Though that filthy nation never acknowledged that history, they hid all these photos as proof of Sakura Nation's glorious achievements. This nation deserved to be destroyed. Meng Chuan's current state stemmed entirely from China's deep-rooted hatred toward Sakura Nation. Even the seal left by that martial saint was beginning to weaken. My head is splitting." Clutching his temples, Meng Chuan groaned in agony. "Why does it hurt so much? Damn it, what the hell is going on?" Seeing Meng Chuan's state, Lu Husheng couldn't help but sigh. He placed his large hand on Meng Chuan's head, channeling a steady stream of true qi into his mind. The pressure eased slightly. A martial saint from the Sea clan left a seal within your mind, locking away your memories of humanity. If you resist the seal now, you might break through it and reclaim your lost memories. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan immediately crossed his legs and began searching his mind intently. Sure enough, deep within his consciousness, he discovered a sphere completely sealed by an intricate web of chains. Though the agony of his recent recollections had caused nearly a third of the chains to crack, breaking the seal entirely would require far greater strength. For a moment, true qi and vital energy gathered deep within his mind, like sharp swords relentlessly striking the chains. With the chains clanking loudly, the pain in his head became unbearable. Just as he was about to break, an unceasing stream of true qi surged into his body. Not only did it ease the headache, but the qi condensed into an incredibly sharp greatsword, severing the already cracked chains cleanly. A faint glow began emanating from the sphere. The remaining half of the chains rattled loudly, nearly all of them surging toward the sphere, wrapping it layer upon layer, inside and out. But then, Meng Chuan suddenly began to murmur, I remember fragments of the past. My wife's name was Lu Chaoyan. I also had a daughter. My head hurts so much. This doesn't look good." Lu Husheng's brow furrowed deeply. He truly hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Was the martial saint's seal this powerful? Could it actually shift forms on its own? This was disastrous. With that thought, Lu Husheng poured his true qi into Meng Chuan without reservation. As Meng Chuan recalled fragments of his past, the sphere remained tightly bound. Yet it couldn't suppress the light radiating from within. Especially the great sword crystallized from his true qi unleashed unprecedented power, relentlessly striking the outer chains and causing them to begin loosening. Your parents were killed by the Sea clan. That's why you trained so hard, becoming a great general of Qinglong City. Your sole purpose in life is to slay the Sea clan and avenge your parents. Your wife is Lu Chaoyan, and your daughter is Meng Qinyao. You and your wife fought side by side, deeply devoted to each other. Seeing the seal resisting relentless assault, Lu Husheng immediately began shouting, laying bare Meng Chuan's past, piece by piece. This inflicted unimaginable agony upon Meng Chuan. His eyes widened, his body convulsed violently, blood nearly spurting from his 7 orifices. He murmured, word by word, I'm not a Sea clan member. I'm human. My name is Meng Chuan. Crack. As these words left his lips, Lu Husheng's most powerful sword strike slammed into the chains surrounding the sphere. With a deafening crash, dozens of chains shattered completely. The sphere within burst forth with a blinding white light, filling in all the missing pieces of Meng Chuan's memory. Meng Chuan's eyes were vacant as he gasped for breath, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. His body shook uncontrollably. Lu Husheng immediately produced a small restoration pill and forced it into his mouth. To break through the memory seal placed by the martial saint, Lu Husheng had exhausted his true qi. Though his breathing technique continuously replenished it, full recovery would take considerable time. As Meng Chuan's memories returned and his injuries began to heal, he slowly rose to his feet. Glancing at Lu Husheng beside him, he instantly assumed a fighting stance. Even though you helped me, you're still an alien race. I must kill you to honor the spirits of my parents in heaven. Are you out of your mind? Lu Husheng retorted, speechless. You were just calling me general every other word. I just restored your memory and gave you a minor restoration pill. Isn't this repaying kindness with betrayal? If need be, I'll atone for my crime with my life after killing you. Meng Chuan snorted coldly. But the alien race deserves to die. With that, a torrent of murderous intent erupted from Meng Chuan as he charged at Lu Husheng. I'm your father. Lu Husheng shouted urgently. Damn it, with my chi completely depleted, I really am no match for this brat. If I don't reveal my identity soon, I'll likely be killed by my own son-in-law. My parents are already dead. And you still want to? Does a daughter-in-law's father cease to be a father? Lu Husheng's words froze Meng Chuan in his tracks. Recalling Lu Husheng's mannerisms and speech patterns, distinctly unlike those of the Sea Clan, all his previous suspicions suddenly made perfect sense. Scrutinizing Lu Husheng from head to toe, even circling him once, Meng Chuan asked incredulously, is this for real? How could a perfectly normal old man on his last legs suddenly turn into the Sea Clan's Torii? That defies logic. You're the one who's about to kick the bucket. Lu Husheng kicked Meng Chuan hard in the rear. Ever heard of a pill called the shape-shifting pill? I've never heard of that. Meng Chuan shook his head. Dad, how did you end up among the Sea Clan? Have your injuries healed? How are Chaotian and Qiniao? Chapter 89, the third fragment of the Battle Soul Monument, the Shikigami emerges. Not bad, at least you remembered to ask. Lu Husheng nodded slightly. They're both doing well. Your daughter has awakened her chi blood and become a martial artist. As for this old man, if I hadn't appeared in the Sea Clan, how else could I have rescued you? One sentence sent a jolt through Meng Chuan's body. He stared at Lu Husheng in disbelief. Was this his father-in-law? He might as well be his own father. Sniffling, Meng Chuan threw his arms around Lu Husheng in a bear hug. Dad, you're my real dad, sniffle. Listen, Lu Husheng snapped irritably, you're a grown man, can you stop acting like a bloody child? You're actually crying? Don't you feel embarrassed? I'm just so moved. Family bonds really are priceless. Meng Chuan took several deep breaths before asking, how did we end up here? Why didn't we just go straight home? The Sea Tribe was originally planning to attack China. I managed to redirect their forces toward Japan, Lu Husheng stated bluntly. There are these so-called Shikigami here, right? I intend to release them to fight the Sea Tribe. We'll sit back and watch the two sides destroy each other. Besides, there's something here I need. For us, it's like killing two birds with one stone. Meng Chuan suddenly understood and immediately followed Lu Husheng into the deepest part of the museum, the so-called unnatural artifacts chamber. The room was only about 200 square meters, filled with various floating artifacts that appeared to be equipment from the Sea Tribe and terrestrial alien races. Yet Lu Husheng immediately spotted the fragment of the Battle Soul Monument tucked away in a corner. Covered in dust and cobwebs, it seemed to be regarded as the least valuable item in the entire place. Without hesitation, Lu Husheng stored every single item in the chamber into his inventory. In that instant, the entire museum began violently shaking. Cracks appeared in the floor, and terrifying howls echoed incessantly. Lu Husheng's expression turned grim. It seems that so-called Shikigami has emerged. We must get out immediately. He grabbed Meng Chuan and shot out like a streak of light. Almost the instant they left the museum, the entire structure collapsed. A massive head emerged from the ground, seemingly searching for something. Is this the Shikigami? A giant serpent? Meng Chuan was utterly shocked. His body trembled as he gasped, and it has heads? One head after another emerged, 8 in total, the Yamata no Orochi. Just then, the deputy generals rushed over. Seeing the 1,000-meter-long Yamata no Orochi with its 8 heads, they gasped in horror. General! What is this thing? Could it be that an alien race beat us to it and already conquered Sakura Nation? Lu Husheng shook his head, his expression grave. This is Sakura Kingdom's native guardian deity. To conquer Sakura Kingdom, we must slay it first. Otherwise, this operation will end in failure. Assemble our forces immediately and slay this monster. Without hesitation, a deputy general issued the order. Since we aim to conquer all of Sakura Kingdom, we cannot afford any missteps. I care not who this creature is, if it stands against us, it faces only death. Communication soldiers immediately set off to mobilize reinforcements. The Yamata no Orochi had now noticed the group of sea people. One of its heads charged straight toward them. Lu Husheng roared without hesitation, kill it. 2 deputy commanders charged forward. Their terrifying burst of vital energy made the air crackle with a boom-boom sound, yet it failed to harm the serpent's head. Instead, the massive serpent head opened its gaping maw and bit down fiercely, swallowing both men whole. Damn it! The remaining deputy commanders paled at the sight. Lu Husheng's voice grew even deeper as he commanded, hold your ground. Once our main force arrives, we'll launch our assault. These beasts fear nothing more than overwhelming numbers. The deputy commanders nodded in agreement. By now, a small contingent of Sea Tribe soldiers had already charged forward. Witnessing the scene before them, they all sucked in sharp breaths. Immediately after, Lu Husheng issued his command, all Sea Tribe warriors, attack now. Slay this monster. Kill. At his command, the Sea Tribe warriors charged toward the Yamata no Orochi. China, Military Command Headquarters. Staring at the report in his hands, Zhao Jiangwo was utterly stunned. That kid Lu really pulled it off. He actually lured the Sea Clan into Sakura Nation. This practically did us a huge favor. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Tokyo has already fallen. Ken Jeongmon added with a smile. The land of cherry blossoms has suffered devastating losses. Satellite feeds. Get the footage from there immediately. I need to see it. Zhao Jiangwo shouted impatiently. As the footage of Tokyo City appeared, it revealed utter devastation. A third of the vast metropolis lay in ruins. Soon, however, the two spotted the Yamata no Orochi battling the Sea Clan. Despite the Sea Clan's overwhelming numbers, the Orochi fought with ferocious ferocity, impervious to any harm from mortal creatures. I heard the land of cherry blossoms has a guardian spirit, their protector. Could this be it? Ken Jeongmon asked incredulously. It looks way too powerful. Look at that kid. How much does he resemble Meng Chuan? Zhao Jiangwo's gaze had already locked onto Meng Chuan. He's actually with the Sea Clan's General Torii? It really is him. Ken Jeongmon gasped in shock. He's old Lu's son-in-law. Lu Chaoyan has been searching for him these past years. And now this kid has chosen the enemy as his father, become a lackey for the Sea Clan. Imagine how furious old Lu must be. How do you know old Lu doesn't know about this? Zhao Jiangwo suddenly asked. This question completely threw Ken Jeongmon off balance. He stammered, somewhat bewildered, but it's obvious, isn't it? If old Lu knew, he wouldn't just let it slide. After all. Seeing Ken Jeongmon suddenly fall silent, Zhao Jiangwo smiled and said, since little Lu managed to shift the Sea Clan's attack target to Sakura country so quickly, he must have known about Meng Chuan long ago. In fact, it was probably little Lu who orchestrated Meng Chuan's alliance with the Sea Clan. That theory actually made sense. Ken Jeongmon nodded thoughtfully. Brother, that's entirely possible. After all, no matter what, at least Meng Chuan's closest relatives were killed by the Sea Clan. He couldn't possibly defect to them. Launch the live broadcast immediately. Feed the satellite footage to every corner of the nation. Zhao Jiangwo decided on the spot. Present Meng Chuan is a hero who infiltrated the Sea Clan, endured humiliation, and guided their assault on Sakura Nation. Yes. Ken Jeongmon laughed heartily, nodding repeatedly. Chapter 90, Sakura Nation Reinforcements Arrive, Escape Plan. Soon, the live stream about Tokyo City commenced, its headline reading, General Meng Chuan of Qinglong City infiltrates enemy territory alone, diverting disaster eastward to Tokyo City. As more and more citizens flooded into the livestream, witnessing Tokyo's devastated ruins, everyone roared with excited laughter. Excellent. Brilliant. General Meng Chuan is truly extraordinary. To infiltrate the Sea Clan and incite them against Little Sakura, this is a true national hero. I can't believe the human clan allied with the Sea Clan to fight our lifelong foe. This is cause for celebration. I'd even say Meng Chuan is the second peerless national hero since the legendary Lu. This is insane. Total respect. Whoever attacks Little Sakura deserves our praise. But this time, it's clear Little Sakura intends to engage in mutual destruction with the Sea Clan. That makes it even more commendable. Meng Chuan is the real deal. Meng Qingyao and Lu Chaoyan also spotted Meng Chuan, his face resolute, his posture upright, and burst into tears. That's your dad. It really is him. He's still so handsome, so dashing. Sniff. No matter what, Dad not only survived but endured humiliation to accomplish such an astonishing feat. He's truly remarkable. Meng Qingyao exclaimed excitedly. Mom, you don't need to worry anymore. I'm sure he'll be home soon. But why is he with that Sea Tribe member? Those Sea Tribe people are mad and ruthless, killing so many of our people. Lu Chaoyan still felt uneasy. What if someone uses this to blackmail your dad in the future? Could it be the sea creature by his side is actually human? Old Lu? Hu Linger piped up timidly from the side. Mother and daughter immediately turned to Hu Linger. Hu Linger said earnestly, when old Lu entered the 10,000 tribes black market, he transformed into both the golden behemoth and the prince of magpies. Surely he could also become a Sea Tribe member? My dad did say he was going to rescue my husband and infiltrate the Sea Clan. Now that you mention it, that's entirely possible. Lu Chaoyan realized with a start, finally feeling at ease. With my dad there, everything would be fine. The battle raged on. More and more Sea Clan warriors charged forward, wave after wave, fearlessly assaulting the Yamata no Orochi. Yet the serpent remained relentlessly formidable, unleashing terrifying bursts of power that mercilessly crushed any Sea Clan warrior who dared to approach. In less than half an hour, over 500,000 sea creatures had been slaughtered. The deputy generals watched the scene with grim expressions, their faces already darkened to the extreme. Unable to hold back, they asked, General, should we truly continue fighting? If this persists, we may all perish. This is the crucial moment to seize Tokyo and conquer the land of cherry blossoms. Lu Hushing roared in a tone brooking no argument. If we retreat now, won't our fallen men have died in vain? But the deputy generals exchanged glances, wanting to speak yet unsure how to begin. No buts. I bear full responsibility for everything. Lu Hushing roared, his voice tinged with madness. Go immediately and summon reinforcements. Inform the commander-in-chief that we are on the verge of conquering the entire Sakura nation.
With an additional 2 million troops, we can utterly annihilate the Shikigami and seize the Sakura nation.
Yes. Though utterly reluctant, one deputy commander swiftly left the capital and returned to the water. What are you standing around for? Charge. Kill. Turning to the remaining lieutenants, Lu Hushing demanded with a grim expression, "Are you still warriors of my sea clan? Why stand idly by while your kin are sent to their deaths? Kill." The 5 deputy commanders, already seething with rage yet unable to defy their orders, let out a furious roar. Channeling all their fury into the Yamata no Orochi, they unleashed near total power and charged forward. The Sakura nation's high command had long been monitoring the situation in Tokyo. Initially, they hadn't panicked. They figured their main army would arrive soon enough to crush these sea tribe rebels.
But with the release of the Shikigami, the Sakura nation finally panicked.
The terror of being dominated by these entities was still vivid in their memories. There was no time to hesitate now. After mobilizing 3 million troops, they immediately marched toward Tokyo City, determined to annihilate the invading sea tribe and permanently seal the Shikigami once more. Led by the grandmaster Ikagamon, the vast army marched majestically into Tokyo City. This sight caused the Sea Clan's deputy commander's face to turn ashen. One of them rushed to Lu Hushing and shouted, "General! Trouble! The reinforcements from the land of cherry blossoms have arrived." "What? Are you afraid?" Lu Hushing asked, his expression darkening. "It's not that I'm afraid," the deputy commander replied with evident distress. "It's just that even when attacking the human clan, we should employ proper tactics. In this unfavorable situation, retreat is the only wise course of action." Smack! Lu Hushing's expression turned icy as he struck the deputy commander across the face. Burning with rage, he roared, "You bastard! How dare you utter such treasonous words? You're clearly trying to desert and court death. Are you even a qualified member of the Sea Clan?" The blow stunned the deputy commander. A blinding crimson glow erupted from his body as he declared solemnly, "I am a worthy member of the Sea Clan. No matter what, obedience to orders is my guiding principle." With that, the deputy commander spun around and charged heedlessly toward the Yamata no Orochi. The serpent instantly whipped its head around, opening its gaping maw to devour him. But then came a thunderous boom. The deputy commander detonated himself. "Dad, aren't you being a bit too flashy?" Meng Chuan couldn't help but interject at the sight. "If the Sea Clan discovers us, we'll be in serious trouble." "Don't worry, these creatures still fall for this trick," Lu Hushing said with a smile. "Once the Sakura nation's army arrives, we'll blend in with them and leave the country. Returning to the Sea Clan afterward would be impossible." Seeing Lu Hushing's unwavering confidence, Meng Chuan held his tongue. The deputy commander had already returned from the Sea Clan and reported sternly, "General, the commander-in-chief's orders are for us to withdraw immediately and minimize our losses." "The commander-in-chief actually said that?" Lu Hushing frowned, snorting coldly. "When a general is in the field, he may disregard certain orders. My command remains, continue the offensive. Anyone who dares retreat will be treated as deserters. But the Sakura Kingdom's main force is advancing too. We have no guarantee of victory." The deputy clenched his fists tightly. "How is this any different from suicide? Damn it! What's suicide? We're conquering Sakura Nation." Lu Hushing kicked the deputy commander, then drew his trident. "All Sea Clan soldiers, heed my command charge." Chapter 91, The Sea Clan's Total Annihilation. 2 men retire in triumph. Having witnessed their deputy commander's humiliating defeat, the remaining Sea Clan warriors hesitated no longer. They charged toward the Yamata no Orochi with reckless abandon, many viewing the battle as an honor worth sacrificing their lives for. Watching this reckless horde, Ikagamon sneered coldly, "These ignorant sea creatures. Do they not know the Shikigami is a legendary martial saint? To think they could oppose it utterly delusional. But the problem is, we also need to suppress the Shikigami." A master-level lieutenant beside him quickly interjected with grave seriousness. "Should we collaborate with the Sea Clan to suppress the Shikigami first, or let them fight it out?" Ikagamon's lips curled slightly as he declared without hesitation, "The Sea Clan destroyed our capital, Tokyo. We must eliminate those bastards no matter what." "Hi!" The battle raged on, the 3 million-strong Sea Clan army steadily whittled down. Though their human wave tactics did inflict some damage on the Yamata no Orochi, as a martial saint-level powerhouse, the Sea Clan forces were destined for annihilation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a smile spread across Ikagamon's face. "The time is ripe. The Shikigami has likely expended over half its power. If we strike now, we can subdue it swiftly." The surrounding generals nodded in agreement. "The general speaks wisely. The Sea Tribe may boast millions of soldiers, but to us, they are nothing but cannon fodder. Godslayer has devoured at least hundreds of thousands of Sea Tribe soldiers. By now, it must be so bloated it can barely move. The perfect moment to strike. Yee-haw! The general's plan is about to succeed. Using a Shikigami against the Sea Clan's army, only a genius could devise such a strategy. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys."
Listening to the flattery, Ikagemon couldn't help but smile and nod. He then slowly drew his katana and bellowed at the Shikigami, "Kill the chicken, goo." In an instant, the 2 million strong Sakura Nation army surged toward the Shikigami. This provoked a thunderous roar from the creature, all 8 heads swiveling to attack the advancing forces. Even the Chinese citizens watching the live broadcast were left in awe, thumbs raised in admiration. General Meng Chuan is incredible. He's killing 2 birds with 1 stone, not only wiping out the Sea Clan, but now the Cherry Blossom Nation too? Native creatures of Sakura Nation actually attacking their own people? All I can say is Sakura Nation is one giant freak show. When will General Meng Chuan return home? We must line the streets to welcome him. He's a true national hero. Now let's see if the Sea Clan dares attack our China again. Those who dare offend our nation shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. At that moment, Lu Husheng had already reverted to human form. He ruffled Meng Chuan's hair, stuck a fake mustache under his nose, and with a flash, pulled him into the ranks of the Sakura Nation's army. Just as they were about to leave this trouble spot, a 9th-ranked deputy general intercepted them. "What the hell are you doing? Why aren't you attacking the Shikigami? Bastard!" At this, Lu Husheng slapped the deputy general across the face, roaring furiously, "I'm the military inspector. I'm here to oversee your operations. How dare you question me? Prepare for a court-martial." As he spoke, he unleashed the aura of a grandmaster. Though the deputy commander couldn't fathom how a grandmaster had appeared among the Sakura Nation's forces, the aura was undeniably real. Terrified, the man bowed 90 degrees to Lu Husheng. "Hi! What are you standing around for? Attack the Shikigami, Baka!" "Hi!" The lieutenant nodded repeatedly and immediately charged forward. "Dad, you're seriously awesome. You even speak Sakura language." Meng Chuan chuckled, giving Lu Husheng a thumbs up. That move was unbeatable. "Nah, just a few simple phrases. Every skill counts, right?" Lu Husheng shrugged it off as nothing special. "Let's get out of here fast and head back to China." This daring maneuver sent shockwaves through the Chinese populace. Upon recognizing Lu Husheng, their hearts surged with excitement that refused to subside. Good heavens! It's actually Lu Husheng, the legendary hero Lu. The legendary hero Lu has joined forces with General Meng Chuan. This is like having 2 unparalleled national heroes of China. No wonder they've stirred up such a storm. I'm truly impressed. Only these 2 pillars of the nation could have the Japanese and the Sea Clan in such a state. It's unbelievable, ha ha ha. No regrets for being born in China. I choose this land again in my next life. The Sea Clan's Grand Marshal's face darkened to the extreme. "I can't believe it. Torii actually annihilated my entire 3 million strong Sea Clan army. I should have known he had no military talent whatsoever. How could I have trusted him and handed over military command? Commander! General Tor has mysteriously vanished and he took Meng Chuan with him," a furious general blurted out. "This spells trouble. It directly undermines our entire plan. Could he have perished in the battle against the Shikigami?" the marshal mused doubtfully. "We don't know yet. But according to the deputy commander's report, its behavior during this operation was highly unusual, as if it had lost its mind," the general said gravely. "Some suspect it took Meng Chuan deep into Sakura Nation, but investigations are still ongoing." Hum. Accompanied by a faint hum, an ancient-looking elder slowly materialized before the commander. Everyone's expressions changed drastically as they immediately bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Ancestor! You fools, you've been played like puppets." The patriarch sighed. "My only concern now is the operation against Huaxia. What's the status?" "Well." The commander swallowed hard, his voice strained with embarrassment. "Ancestor, this matter must be shelved for now. The original 3 million troops were prepared to invade China, but ended up being deployed against Sakura Nation instead, so the memory seal I placed on Meng Chuan has been broken. I strongly suspect the missing Torii was an imposter," the patriarch declared, his expression unreadable. "Now, I need you to mobilize the army immediately and attack Huaxia. Only by conquering Huaxia will the entire Blue Star become our alien race's possession. Rest assured, Elder. Our Sea Clan boasts elite troops and vast resources. This setback is merely a minor hiccup," the Grand Marshal hastened to assure him. "Within a month at the latest, I shall muster 2 million troops once more and spare no effort to seize Qinglong City and Huaxia." The patriarch nodded slightly, lifting his gaze toward the direction of Huaxia. "The supreme leader of the alien race is growing restless. Time is running out for us." Chapter 92, Stealing an Airplane, Escaping Sakura Nation. Lu Husheng led Meng Chuan forward, quickly leaving the battle zone behind. Surveying the quiet little tavern, Meng Chuan couldn't help but glance at Lu Husheng, who was sipping sake. He couldn't stop complaining, "This is supposed to be alcohol? It's disgusting. Did they only learn half of Huaxia's brewing techniques? Dad, can you stop being so calm?" Meng Chuan was beyond anxious. "The entire Cherry Blossom Nation is under total lockdown. We need a way to cross the ocean and get back to China. But the real reason? I just miss my wife and kids. The largest civilian airport in Sakura Nation is just 30 kilometers from here," Lu Husheng said with a smile. Later, the two of us will commandeer a plane and fly home from 10,000 meters up. Meng Chuan suddenly understood. No wonder his father-in-law was so calm, he'd already had a plan all along. After eating their fill, the two somehow procured 2 sets of Sakura Nation military uniforms. Strutting confidently into the airport, they approached the manager. Seeing the 2 men with their distinguished bearing, the manager beamed, bowing and scraping as he approached. "Commanders, welcome to our humble airport for your inspection and guidance. It is truly an immense honor for our modest facility. Keep the fanfare down. We're here on a classified mission," Lu Husheng immediately retorted sternly. This operation was personally authorized by the Supreme Commander of the Imperial Sakura military. Since we need to keep it under wraps, your airport was chosen. The statement left the manager utterly bewildered. He stared blankly at Lu Husheng. "What? Tokyo has been attacked by the Sea Clan. We've discovered traces of Chinese involvement and suspect they're connected to this incident. We plan to secretly travel to China for investigation," Lu Husheng explained. "We need a fully fueled aircraft to fly to China." The manager suddenly understood, but still hesitated. "Sir, that's not a problem. But our government has strict regulations. No aircraft may leave Sakura Nation. Otherwise. That's precisely why it's a covert mission." Lu Husheng's expression darkened instantly. "Baka. Do you not respect our military? How dare you refuse to support our mission?" No. We stand united as military and civilians. I fully support you." The official's face drained of color as he bowed sharply at a 90-degree angle before decisively stating, "We have a military transport aircraft that was recently delivered and modified. It can reach China within 2 hours, climb to 10,000 meters altitude, and retains its heavy machine guns, missiles, and other weaponry intact, making it perfectly suited for this mission." "Then use it. Fill it up and take off immediately." "Yes, sir. I'll assign the best pilot immediately. Also, no need for pilots. And keep this confidential. You must not discuss it with anyone. If the military comes here, no one will be able to protect you." Half an hour later, the aircraft took off from the airport. After rapidly climbing to 10,000 meters, it headed toward China. Meng Chuan set the autopilot and immediately dashed out. "Dad, this plane is top of the line in every aspect. Barring any mishaps, I'll be hugging Zhao Yan in 2 hours. You have a sense of humor. How could there be no unexpected complications?" Lu Husheng replied coolly. "You must understand, Sakura Nation will never allow us to return to China. Contact China immediately. We need backup. If we encounter that martial saint in the ocean that alarms the sea tribe, I can't guarantee I'll be able to defeat it underwater." Soon, news reached China. They had witnessed the hero's feat of luring the sea tribe into Sakura Nation. Now that they were returning, both military and political authorities were paying close attention. Even Zhao Jiangwo and Qin Zhongman had arrived in Qinglong City, dispatching 18 fighter jets directly toward the aircraft's flight path to escort it. Qin Zhongman's face flushed crimson as he roared with laughter. "I knew old Lu was no ordinary badass. He actually snagged a plane to come back? That's some serious clout, ha ha ha. The land of cherry blossoms will likely learn of this situation soon. If they deploy their most advanced fighters, they could catch up to little Lu in no time." Zhao Jiangwo remained more level-headed. "The crucial point is that the ocean team can't land. We must hope our people arrive swiftly to successfully retrieve little Lu and the others." "Exactly. Old Lu won't get back easily this time. The Cherry Blossom Nation will be relentless." Qin Zhongman nodded repeatedly, his own worry surfacing. "Though old Lu keeps pulling off feats, he always skirts danger. I hope he makes it back safe." After the plane took off, the military detected it and immediately dispatched personnel to the civilian airline. This left the airline manager suspicious, but he remained stern. "Sorry, this is military classified information. I can't disclose it to you. Military secret, my ass." The military personnel burst out laughing. "We're from the highest echelons of the military. If this were truly classified, we wouldn't be here. So I suggest you tell us everything, or else." "What?" The manager looked utterly bewildered again. But upon seeing the credentials they presented, he recalled that the 2 individuals earlier had worn military uniforms without any identification. Could it be he'd actually encountered imposters? With no other choice, he could only spill everything. Enraged, the squad leader leading the military personnel slapped the manager across the face. "You bastard! You've been dealing with spies. You actually lent them the plane and let them escape. This is a crime." "What?" The manager nearly peed himself, stammering, "I didn't know. They sounded so convincing, that's why I lent them the plane. I swear." The squad leader pulled out his phone and made a call, his face darkening as he said, "It's a spy. It's..." Boom! At that moment, a deafening roar erupted as the airport was engulfed in earth-shattering explosions. The Grandmaster's full power strike detonated with devastating force, reducing the nearly 3-square-kilometer civilian airport to shards in an instant. The person on the other end of the line had just heard the identity of the person who had taken the plane when the deafening blast erupted. The sound barely registered before fading away. Immediately afterward, the soldier monitoring the call shouted his report. Sir, the civilian airport has been blown up. At least thousands of people have been blown too. Bastards! The military commander, enraged, slammed the phone to the ground. Eyes wide, he bellowed, almost enunciating each word. Issue orders immediately. Dispatch 10 fighter jets. I don't care about their status or whether they've entered Chinese airspace. Catch them. Kill them. Hi. Chapter 93, Air Combat, Drifting Tank. Halfway through the journey, Meng Chuan stared at the surveillance radar and said solemnly, Dad, they're really coming after us. Missiles, heavy machine guns, and flares, just take them on. Lu Husheng replied nonchalantly. Hold out another 15 minutes. Our reinforcements will be here soon. For that camp right across there, lasting 5 minutes would be a miracle. Meng Chuan sneered. You're the one who needs to show them some real power, just smash them to pieces with one hammer blow. We're currently within the cloud layer. Using purple sky thunder would be highly unstable and could even endanger the aircraft. However, the fighter jets behind us will definitely catch up within the clouds. This situation is still quite tricky. You handle the heat weapons and open the cargo bay. I'll deal with them. Lu Husheng declared, turning toward the cargo hold. As the distance between the two aircraft closed to under 300 meters, the enemy simultaneously launched missiles. Meng Chuan immediately deployed chaff flares. Amidst the crackling sound, a deafening roar followed as missiles detonated within the chaff. Yet some still hurtled toward the plane at breakneck speed, seemingly certain to strike. Damn those little cherry blossoms! Meng Chuan trembled with rage, frantically maneuvering while launching a missile of his own, determined to take that stray projectile down with him. The cargo bay had opened. As the missile hurtled toward them, Lu Husheng thrust his massive hand forward, the dragon-shattering hammer pointing directly at the target. A thunderous boom echoed as a lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel surged down from the sky. Like a giant hand, it enveloped the missile and plummeted rapidly downward. Simultaneously, the missile fired from the aircraft slammed into the pursuing fighter jet, detonating instantly. It had not even had time to turn and lock onto its target. Thought it was useless, but it blew up a plane after all. Not bad, not bad. Meng Chuan chuckled, then immediately directed the heavy machine gun into action. The enormous bullets, nearly the size of small shells, unleashed astonishing destructive power. Unfortunately, the Sakura Nation's fighter's performance was too formidable. The bullets couldn't even graze it. As the fighter closed in again, Lu Husheng sighed softly and thrust his dragon-shattering hammer forward. Instantly, thunderous roars echoed, and the dragon's cry from within the clouds pierced the fighter pilot's ears. This left everyone baffled, prompting them to ask over the intercom, what the hell? The next second, a colossal azure dragon apparition materialized ahead, opening its gaping maw toward the fighter jet. Fire! Fire now! Kill the chicken! This scene terrified the entire group, prompting them to unleash a barrage of missiles and bullets as if they were free. Yet, the attacks failed to harm the dragon's phantom form. Instead, the lightning bolts it spat from its jaw instantly shot down 5 fighter jets. The remaining 4 narrowly escaped destruction only because they dodged quickly enough. Damn it! That bastard can unleash such terrifying attacks. Guys, I'm afraid none of us will be going home today, the fighter squadron leader roared furiously. Even if we don't use ammunition, we'll ram it down with our fighter bodies. Hi! The other 3 immediately fanned out, maneuvering their fighters to flank from all sides, intending to ram the aircraft head-on. Seeing the scattered fighters on the radar, Meng Chuan guessed their intentions and shouted urgently, Dad, they're going all out. Fire again and take them all down. As he spoke, he pushed the aircraft to maximum speed. The last 2 missiles locked onto the 2 fighters, and he immediately pressed the launch button. The missiles streaked off in opposite directions. Damn it! A civilian aircraft armed with weapons? The airport manager must be compromised. I strongly recommend investigating his family, one pilot roared with fury. We'll redirect the missiles onto the plane. Even if we're taken out, we'll take this aircraft down with us. With that, the 4 fighter jets charged toward the plane from all directions. Holy crap, these guys are insane. Meng Chuan immediately bolted from the cockpit. Dad, they're going for mutual destruction. This plane can't turn in time, there's no way to avoid them crashing into us. How far to China? Lu Husheng frowned and demanded in a grave voice. 700 kilometers. Damn it, that far? Lu Husheng was taken aback. He'd expected it to be much closer. If the fighter jets sent to rescue them didn't arrive before they crashed into the water, they'd be in serious trouble. Abandon the plane. We're moving into the tanks. Lu Husheng declared without hesitation. This aircraft will be shot down, but the tanks won't. As he spoke, Lu Husheng already charged toward the tank in the cargo hold. Though Meng Chuan still harbored doubts, Lu Husheng was, after all, a seasoned veteran. Without further hesitation, Meng Chuan followed suit and climbed into the tank. Here it comes. Meng Chuan frowned the moment the hatch closed. With a thunderous crash, all 4 fighters slammed into the plane. The aircraft instantly disintegrated and the tank plummeted toward the ground alongside the debris. Damn it, Dad. This tank's falling way too fast, we'll hit the ocean soon. Meng Chuan exclaimed frantically. We can't move fast on water. This is bad.
Take control of the tank immediately and fire at the 4 o'clock direction. Lu Hushing ordered without hesitation.
Use up all the shells except one. What do you mean? Meng Chuan asked while maneuvering the controls. Fire blanks? Just do as I say. Stop asking so many questions. Lu Hushing snapped irritably. Why all the doubts? Meng Chuan shrank his neck and immediately began executing the command. Boom!
As the shell fired, the tank's terrifying recoil sent it hurtling diagonally upward. It gained momentum to continue moving toward Huaxia, though each leap only carried it 100 meters or so, nearly delaying its descent.
A drifting tank? Meng Chuan stared in astonishment at the tank repeatedly launching itself into the air, his excitement reaching a fever pitch. If this keeps up, we can at least slow our descent by 3 minutes. We're mainly hoping our reinforcements arrive soon.
Otherwise, this could turn into another brutal battle, Lu Hushing remarked calmly. If all else fails, we'll have to resort to the berserk buff.
Chapter 94, Return to China, husband and wife reunited after a long separation.
The tanks drifted through the air, drawing ever closer to the sea surface. Soon, they hovered less than 500 meters above the water. Below, sea creatures had already spotted them and were mobilizing their forces to capture the 2 humans.
Dad, they've got us in their sights. Even Meng Chuan sensed the danger.
Lu Hushing immediately ordered, fire all remaining shells directly downward.
When the last shell explodes, we'll leap diagonally upward toward the east. The fighter jet is still 20 kilometers away. We should be fine.
Meng Chuan said as he controlled the cannon barrel to fire downward. These humans are about to fall into our hands, yet they dare attack us. I'll make them wish they were dead.
Are all humans this arrogant? Daring to provoke us like this, does he not realize he's about to fall into our hands? Ignorance breeds audacity.
I can barely contain my urge to strike them down. My blade is already thirsting for blood.
Ha 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 ha. Come down quickly.
All of you step aside, I'll finish him off. Just as they spoke, the 2 leaped skyward from nearly 100 meters above the sea surface, leaving the tank to crash violently into the water. With a thunderous boom, hundreds of sea creatures were instantly crushed into mangled limbs.
As a grandmaster, Lu Hushing propelled Meng Chuan several kilometers away.
Fortunately, the fighter jets sent for backup had arrived. A steep dive allowed them to land on the aircraft, which immediately executed an emergency hover before opening its hatch to pull them both inside.
That was close. Only then did Meng Chuan finally exhale a long breath.
General Meng Chuan, your actions this time were nothing short of earth-shattering.
The pilot looked at Meng Chuan with admiration. You've become an idol for all the people of China. How did you find out? Meng Chuan asked in surprise. Your heroic deeds in Sakura Nation were broadcast live to the entire nation, the pilot explained. You endured humiliation, infiltrated the Sea Clan, and drew their fire toward Sakura Nation. That strategy was simply exemplary. They're blowing me up like this? Meng Chuan felt a slight sense of relief. He had been constantly worried about how the people of China would treat him if they found out he had been captured by the Sea Clan, had his memories sealed, and had nearly led the Sea Clan to attack China. But the situation had turned out this way. Instead, it was truly for the best. This must have been part of Dad's plan all along. Dad really is a master strategist. Soon, the fighter jet touched down at Qinglong City. Meng Qinyao was already rushing over, while Lu Chaoyan had been waiting for ages. Almost the moment the jet landed, she broke into a jog. Seeing Meng Chuan emerge, tears blurred her vision. This stubborn man. She'd searched for him for so long, only to discover he'd gone undercover among the Sea Clan. All this time, he must have suffered terribly, right? Honey. Meng Chuan spotted Lu Chaoyan instantly and rushed to embrace her. I've missed you so much. Dad said you've been searching everywhere for me. You've been through so much. You bastard. Couldn't you have told me you were going undercover? Lu Chaoyan was already sobbing uncontrollably. Did you stop trusting me? You bastard, wah. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. I'll never leave you again. Whatever we do, we'll do it together. Meng Chuan's nose stung with emotion as he solemnly promised. Enough already. You two are an old married couple, why the melodrama? Lu Hushing sauntered over, his eyelids drooping as he stretched lazily. I'm so jealous. Poor old me, no one to fuss over me. Out in the wind and rain all day, these old bones can barely keep up. Dad, you're as strong as an ox. How could you be old? Lu Chaoyan sniffed, then quickly wrapped her arms around Lu Hushing's arm. We're just a young couple reunited after a long separation. If we're going out to eat, we'll definitely bring you along. Those words are truly heartwarming. All my love for you hasn't been in vain. Lu Hushing finally nodded with satisfaction. By now, Meng Qinyao had also arrived. Seeing the warm, harmonious scene of the family of 3, Lu Hushing chose not to disturb them further and quietly slipped away. Only then did the system voice echo in Lu Hushing's ears. Detected host has collected all War Soul Monument fragments, provoking the Sea Clan and arch-enemies into mutual slaughter, truly gratifying. Merit points plus 15,000. Rewards: Berserk Buff 2, Shape-Shifting Pills 2, Minor Restoration Pills 5, Major Restoration Pill 1. With this, he now possessed a whopping 20,000 merit points.
Not only did he gain 3 berserk buffs to temporarily break through to Martial Saint, but he also secured an extra life.
Who could possibly rival that?
Of course, all 3 fragments of the Battle Soul Steel had now been found. The next step was to assemble the steel and summon countless heroic spirits to aid in battle.
System: how do I assemble the War Soul Steel fragments? Lu Husheng asked directly.
Assemble the 3 fragments together and pour the blood of 13 master warriors from other races over them. This will restore the War Soul Steel to its original state.
Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Husheng couldn't help but frown.
As a War Soul monument capable of summoning human heroes, it should logically belong to the human race.
Yet, from this description, it seemed the monument wasn't just connected to alien races, it might even be some kind of sacred artifact belonging to them? System, are you pulling my leg?
Lu Husheng immediately voiced his suspicion.
This feels a bit off.
Are you sure this is how to repair the War Soul Steel?
Honest as the day is long, absolutely true. Alright, then I'll find an alien master first and try it with their blood. Lu Husheng nodded slightly. South, Zhou family, underground.
A colossal altar rose from the earth, nearly entirely constructed from human skulls. Above it, Wang Sanrui coldly examined a complex, indented pattern on the bone table. He took a deep breath, then slid his palm, letting blood slowly drip onto the engraving. A crimson beam shot skyward. With a thunderous boom, a fissure tore open in the heavens. Black mist churned within, occasionally revealing glimpses of pitch-black bodies covered in massive scales darting by. Instantly, a colossal black serpent burst from the rift and vanished without a trace. Where did it go? Was that the mighty foreign powerhouse we've been waiting for? Why did it vanish so suddenly? We've endured humiliation for so long, waiting for the appearance of a powerful foreign race to help us grow stronger. Why did it vanish the moment it showed up? Xiao Wang, you built this altar. Did you make a mistake somewhere? There's no reason for this to happen otherwise. Yes, Xiao Wang, check it immediately. If there's a problem, we must fix it fast. That scene must have been detected. The nation will likely send reinforcements soon. Seeing the alien being vanish as suddenly as it had appeared, the entire Zhou family fell into panic, their voices rising in urgent demands. Chapter 95, Opening the Portal. The alien Martial Saint descends upon Blue Star.
Wang Sanrui stared around in utter bewilderment, scratching his head. I'm not sure either. Everything seemed fine. Why didn't the alien overlord arrive?
Aren't we talking about the Shadow Serpent clan's big shot? An elder frowned, his voice tinged with urgency.
I'm getting really anxious here. If things don't work out, maybe we should retreat first? If I'm not mistaken, the military will be here any minute. Where do you plan to retreat to? Just then, countless black specks converged from all directions, coalescing into a single form within seconds.
It was a cloaked figure, revealing only a pair of eyes glowing with a green light strikingly similar to the Serpent Master from before. The instant it appeared, a bone-chilling chill swept over the crowd. Its terrifying aura made even the clan head, Zhou Longshan, feel a sense of submission. This was undoubtedly a powerful figure from the alien race. Lord! Wang Sanrui instantly knelt before the figure. Please slay Lu Husheng and avenge my Wang family. The insignificant Wang family? But mere ants among humans. Are they truly worthy of this old man's intervention? The cloaked figure sneered with disdain. Boy, how do you know the summoning rites of my Shadow Serpent clan? It was taught to me by Mr. Snake. Though reluctant, Wang Sanrui answered tremulously, I am Mr. Snake's sole disciple on Blue Star. The little serpent, then? The cloaked figure nodded slightly. It must have awakened me and guided me here. Where is it now? Killed by Lu Husheng. Wang Sanrui declared without hesitation. Lu Husheng, known as the Hammer King of the Western Frontier, is a sworn enemy of the Great Ape King. When he discovered our Wang family worshipped Mr. Snake, he slaughtered my entire clan. Sir, Master Snake once promised to transform me into a Shadow Serpent clan member, but he was killed before he could do it. So this Lu Husheng truly deserved to die. The cloaked figure nodded slightly upon hearing this. Very well. I shall avenge your Wang family for the little snake. However, my visit today concerns a matter of even greater urgency. Please speak plainly. If it is within our power, we shall brave fire and water, die 10,000 deaths if need be. Zhou Longshan hurriedly replied. Glancing at Zhou Longshan, the cloaked figure spoke slowly. During the war against the supreme beings of the alien races, one target was besieged by all the supreme beings and ultimately perished, his path extinguished. Yet before his death, he swore an oath, one day he would rise again and destroy the races that harbored those 7 supreme beings. Centuries have passed, and now traces of that supreme being have appeared on Blue Star. At these words, every person present was utterly stunned. Though they knew little of the true terror of the supreme beings, they recognized the immense power of the being before them. One who could make Zhou Longshan, a grandmaster-level powerhouse, wish to kneel in submission was far beyond the realm of a mere grandmaster. This being was, at the very least, a martial saint. A martial saint. China had never produced a martial saint before.
By betraying China this time, he had truly hit the jackpot. Before they could ask for further details, a thunderous rumble erupted outside. The military forces had arrived. Zhou Longshan immediately bowed deeply. Your Excellency, please bear with me for a moment. I shall be right back. He promptly led several clan elders back to the surface. Facing the imposing group approaching, he greeted them with a broad smile and clasped his hands respectfully. Honored officers, what brings you to my humble abode? Your presence truly graces the Zhou family. Ha ha. Our monitors detected a beam of light shooting skyward from your compound, declared Jia Yuchang, the squadron leader, his voice grave. It appears to have released some terrifying alien entity. Now then, shall we hear your explanation, or shall we conduct a search ourselves? Well, Zhou Longshan asked with a smile, officer, might there be some mistake? As one of the 4 great families of Huaxia, my family has always followed the rules and loves our nation. The recent phenomenon must be some misunderstanding. If there truly is an issue, we'll report it to you immediately once we investigate. No need. We'll conduct the search ourselves. It's for the best for both of us, Jia Yuchang replied coolly, waving his hand as he prepared to begin the search. Zhou Longshan immediately halted the group, his smile forced. That's not quite right. May I ask if you have a search warrant? We are the Special Operations Unit, tasked specifically with handling matters like yours. We require no warrant, we can even act first and report later. Jia Yuchang roared angrily. Zhou Longshan, I'm giving you face by informing you before we move. Otherwise, do you think we'd be so accommodating? Looks like we won't be parting ways peacefully today. Zhou Longshan nodded slightly. With a loud shout, rustling sounds erupted from all sides as hundreds of men instantly surrounded the group. Something's definitely wrong. Send the signal immediately. Jia Yuchang snorted coldly. But the moment the words left his mouth, he felt himself freeze in place. His face drained as he realized everyone he'd brought with him was immobilized. A cloaked figure suddenly materialized before them, its voice dripping with icy contempt for life. Why waste words? Just kill them all. With that, the figure extended a hand. A dull, humming sound filled the air, and Jia Yuchang instantly felt a tearing pain throughout his body. The agony made him cry out in anguish, bellowing, "We are the Chinese military. If you dare lay a finger on us, the Chinese military will hunt you down and exterminate every last member of the Zhou family." Bang! The words had barely left his mouth when the cloaked figure's outstretched hand suddenly clenched. The 50 members of the Special Operations Team, led by Jia Yuchang, instantly became pools of blood. As the cloaked figure opened its mouth wide, it sucked all the blood mist into its mouth. This scene sent shockwaves through Zhou Longshan's heart, mingled with astonishment and delight. He never imagined this man possessed such terrifying power and, crucially, could effortlessly slay a 7th-rank powerhouse with a single move. This was beyond impressive. Your divine might is truly peerless, Lord. That Lu Huxing, or should I say Lu Dogxing, is nothing but trash before you. Wang Sanrui excitedly sidled up, bowing and scraping as he gave the hooded figure a thumbs up. Please tell us about the clues to the supreme being of the alien race. We will definitely help you find him. As far as I know, the cloaked figure said, as if recalling distant memories, after he fell in battle, his soul fled, and the essence of his body condensed into a supreme treasure. But another supreme being shattered it by burning their own blood essence, scattering its fragments far and wide. Chapter 96, Torture Extraction leaves Lu Huxing in an awkward spot. Then should we head straight northwest to search? Zhou Longshan asked tentatively. The cloaked figure shook his head, gazing northward. We must head northeast. That ancient being in the sea once relayed a message to me. The supreme being's aura ultimately settled in the northeast. Dispatch a portion to search the northwest, but direct the majority northeast. We must locate the supreme being's bodily essence within the shortest time possible. Understood. We depart immediately. Zhou Longshan promptly began assigning tasks. Half an hour later, only a dozen or so people remained guarding the vast Zhou family compound. The rest had all been dispatched. Since Jia Yuchang led his squad to the Zhou residence and failed to return, Li Wan, the commander overseeing the southern region, had obtained the records of these soldiers. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Are you saying all these men mysteriously vanished after arriving at the Zhou residence?" Yes. The deputy commander nodded repeatedly, his expression grave. Some time ago, General Lu captured the Luo family, a subordinate of the Zhou clan. We discovered the Shadow Snake clan had established an altar there. But since the Zhou family helped annihilate the Luo family back then, we never suspected them. Yet now. So according to you, the Luo family was likely just to front the Zhou family as the mastermind. Li Wan sprang to her feet, her expression grave. Gather the men immediately. We're heading to the Zhou residence. Soon, Li Wan led several 9th-rank cultivators, half-step grandmasters, and nearly 1,000 soldiers to surround the Zhou family compound. Only a dozen or so members of the Zhou family remained, the strongest barely reaching 9th rank. They were immediately blocked by Li Wan's forces. Soon, the enormous altar was discovered, sending shockwaves through the Zhou family. What have you done? Nothing much, Zhou Qilan sneered coldly. We merely guided a powerful being from another race here. Officer, you've arrived too late. Her hunch was right, the Luo family had merely served as cover, becoming the Zhou family's sacrificial shield. That seventh brother was still so reckless. Why hadn't he paid attention to the Zhou family? Alas! Now, tell me everything you know. Li Wan barked furiously. Not a single detail can be withheld. Nothing to tell you. Zhou Qilan smiled faintly, shaking his head arrogantly. Restrain them. Interrogate them one by one. Kill them one by one. With Li Wan's order, the Zhou family members fought back desperately, but they were no match for the soldiers. Soon, all 17 were forced to kneel on the ground as the interrogation began. Any sign of resistance or refusal to cooperate was met with a bullet to the head. Even Zhou Qilan, after refusing to answer, was slashed with a knife. This inflicted immense pressure on the survivors, their bodies trembling so violently they seemed on the verge of wetting themselves. Li Wan spoke calmly, I've always been straightforward. If you tell me everything honestly, you might at least avoid execution. Otherwise, when only 2 or 3 of you remain, to get the truth out of you, though I won't kill you, you'll be left begging for death but unable to die. I'll talk. The second to last man finally broke down, collapsing onto the ground like a heap of mud. Tears streaming down his face, he sobbed, it's an entity even more powerful than a grandmaster. They said they were searching for the life essence left behind by the supreme being of the alien race. Some went northwest, others northeast. As for their exact destination, I truly don't know. Wah. Can you vouch for what you're saying? A half-step grandmaster beside him immediately demanded, staring at the tear-streaked man. I've only told you what I know. I can only vouch for the truth of what I've said. Beyond that, I have no further details. After studying the man's eyes for several seconds, one of the half-step masters finally confirmed, Commander, he's not lying. Why does this sound like old 7? Li Wan nodded slightly. Lock him up. Secure the Zhou family. Bring old 7 over to figure out what's really going on. Lu Hushing was currently with Zhao Jiangwo, having already proposed a plan to conduct a large-scale purge targeting all non-human races above the 7th rank across the entire Huaxia. Except for secret realms specifically used for training and honing skills, all scattered rogue forces must be eradicated to eliminate destabilizing factors. Of course, the primary goal was to flush out the hidden alien masters lurking in the shadows. Otherwise, there was no way to verify the authenticity of the system's proposed method. It was precisely at this moment that Lu Hushing received an invitation from Li Wan. Upon hearing that an altar had appeared at the Zhou family estate, summoning a powerful alien being, Lu Hushing was utterly shocked. After bidding farewell to Zhao Jiangwo, he rushed straight to the Zhou residence. Seeing the altar beneath the ground, constructed from human skulls, he couldn't help but tremble with fear. Damn it! This was all due to his own negligence last time. How had it led to such a catastrophic mess? As he listened to the detailed explanations from his subordinates below, Lu Hushing couldn't help but frown deeply. These people were truly beyond words. For the sake of some foreign supreme being's physical essence, they had actually dispatched a martial saint. But how could this so-called foreign supreme being be hiding on Blue Star? It felt rather astonishing. System, Lu Hushing asked, where exactly is the physical essence of the alien supreme being? He continued, also, what is the identity of the martial saint who arrived? Ancestor of the Shadow Serpent clan, serving the Shadow Serpent clan's supreme being. The system promptly provided the answer. Additionally, in the ocean, there is a martial saint of the Sea clan. Currently, 2 martial saints are hidden across the entire Blue Star. Host, please locate the alien master realm being as soon as possible to activate the Battle Soul Monument. It didn't address the matter of the body essence at all, instead urging him to activate the Battle Soul Monument as soon as possible. This seemed rather unusual. That's not the problem, Lu Hushing retorted irritably. The real issue is where to find an alien master. Even with my brother searching nationwide right now, it might take ages to locate one. This is no easy task. 1 foreign martial saint is equivalent to 5 foreign grandmasters. Seeing the system's proposed solution, Lu Hushing's expression shifted. After all, there was a martial saint readily available. If he could lure that guy over and take him down, wouldn't that be utterly satisfying? Return to the capital headquarters. After a moment's consideration, Lu Hushing immediately issued the order. But when he shared the plan with Zhao Jiangwo, the latter abruptly stood up, his expression grave. Are you out of your mind? Using you as bait to lure a foreign martial saint? That's practically a suicide mission. But that foreign martial saint is immensely powerful. If we let it run rampant, it will inflict immense damage on our nation. Lu Hushing replied solemnly. Besides, at critical moments, I can unleash power comparable to a martial saint. I might just be its match. Old Lu, you're just making things hard on yourself. Ken Zhengman said with a hint of resignation. Even with a human wave tactic, we might not be able to take down that beast. Chapter 97, Luring the Enemy into the Trap. China's Bandits. Zhao Jiangwo's expression grew extremely grave. After all, this was a martial saint. The vast land of China didn't even have a single martial saint. Although Lu Hushing was quite powerful, facing a true martial saint, he might not be able to handle it. This was indeed a problem. But if young Lu doesn't go, who else in all of China could possibly handle this martial saint? Zhao Jiangwo sighed softly before finally nodding. Given the emergence of the martial saint, many alien tribes will likely follow him.
Add to that the unpredictable factor of the Zhou clan. While I agree with your plan, you must lead sufficient forces. Without at least 100,000 troops by your side, I absolutely cannot let you take this risk.
Agreed. Lu Hushing's eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly. That's precisely why I sought your counsel to secure more reinforcements. Going it alone would be impossible. Then it's settled. Zhao Jiangwo nodded slightly upon hearing this. Have old Ken accompany you. You can watch each other's backs. Agreed. Ken Zhongman's expression shifted as he nodded repeatedly.
Immediately, the two began mobilizing troops from all directions, secretly directing soldiers toward a desolate small city in the northwest. Simultaneously, they spread the news: Lu Hushing possessed the supreme physical essence of a foreign race and intended to harness its power to completely expel all foreign races from China and even from Blue Star.
This left many perplexed. What exactly did the supreme essence of the alien race mean? How could one alien race fight another? Was it like General Meng Chuan's recent strategy of diverting the crisis eastward, making the Sea Clan attack the land of cherry blossoms?
Though rumors swirled, no one truly understood the meaning behind the supreme physical essence of the alien race. However, rumors soon began circulating in secret circles. It was said that the supreme being of the alien race transcended even the martial saint realm. Whoever obtained its physical essence could instantly become a martial saint level powerhouse, even if they were an ordinary person. This rumor spread like wildfire, soon permeating all of Huaxia.
Covert factions began stirring with ambition.
This is a treasure indeed. Man for himself, heaven and earth destroy him.
It seems I must make a trip.
I love my country and I admire the heroic old Lu.
But I also crave power. All I can say is, my apologies, old Lu. Enough talk. I've been stuck at the 9th rank for far too long.
This time, I must fight for this so-called supreme body essence of the alien race.
With luck, it might just become mine. My Axe Gang is mobilizing troops immediately, heading for Northwest Desert City.
The entire Huaxia realm was in chaos. Human villains who had long lurked in the shadows and alien races that had kept a low profile all emerged.
As spies continuously relayed news from outside, Ken Zhongman was at a loss for words. Old Lu, did we bite off more than we can chew this time? What the hell kind of people are these?
They never showed their faces when we were fighting the alien races, but now they've all been blown out of hiding.
Our land is vast and diverse, all sorts of people exist.
Suffice it to say, none of them are decent folk, Lu Hushing replied calmly. If they dare come to Mo City to stir trouble, there's only one outcome for them: death.
There are too many of them. Even 100,000 troops might struggle to handle them. Ken Zhongman rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This place is only 100 kilometers from New City. We need to request reinforcements from them. No need to rush.
Lu Hushing replied calmly.
Let the bullets fly for a while. Oh, you. Ken Zhongman shook his head helplessly but still sent a message to the new city lord.
These past few days, the Northwest had certainly become lively, especially in Mo City, where many unfamiliar faces had appeared. However, in this small city of tens of thousands, most people had already left. Only a few lodging establishments remained open, warmly welcoming martial artists from all corners of the land. Once everyone had gathered, they arrived at the city lord's residence early the next morning and shouted in unison.
Old Hero Lu, please come out. We have matters to discuss with you. We've heard you possess the supreme physical essence of a foreign race. We implore you to present it for our examination.
Fine treasures belong to those who deserve them.
As a peerless national hero, old war god Lu, you can't possibly keep it hidden, can you? We're asking nicely now. If you refuse to hand it over, don't blame us for taking action. Surveying the vast crowd below, at least tens of thousands strong, Lu Hushing finally stood atop the city lord's mansion. His expression grave, he addressed the assembly. Gentlemen, let me be clear, you are all mistaken. Whether it concerns the alien race or this so-called body essence, the waters run deep. You cannot possibly grasp the full picture. I urge you to leave immediately. Otherwise, a fierce battle may erupt shortly.
At these words, the crowd immediately furrowed their brows.
All knew Lu Hushing cherished his people like his own children, a benevolent commander who favored kindness.
Yet now he spoke with such ruthless resolve.
Everyone recognized him as a grandmaster. They had gambled he wouldn't intervene, but now. A standoff ensued between the two sides. But soon, someone couldn't hold back any longer. With a cold snort, they retorted, "What nonsense about not being able to handle it? You just don't want us to grow stronger. We're sick and tired of this humiliation. We'll give you one last chance. If you don't seize it properly, then we'll have no choice but to attack the city and take it by force. Go ahead and try." Lu Hushing gestured invitingly to the crowd. "Brothers, the supreme physical essence of the alien race is bound to belong to one of us. It's just a matter of who gets lucky." "Exactly. Since this old fool won't see reason, there's no point in talking anymore. Let's just get it over with. Patriotism? Bull. We're taking that essence today. For our strength, kill. One voice ignited the crowd, and soon nearly everyone was incited. With a chorus of furious roars, they charged forward without a second thought. Boom! 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 Suddenly, deafening explosions erupted as missiles and artillery shells rained down on the bandits. The shells, packed with immense energy, detonated instantly, sending the bandits flying in all directions. Screams filled the air as at least 10,000 lost their ability to fight, temporarily halting their advance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soon after, the sound of advanced soldiers charging in from all directions surrounded the bandits. Coupled with Lu Hushing's thunderous shout, the bandits finally ceased their attack. Chapter 98. The prodigal son returns to confront the traitors of China. They knew Lu Hushing might take action, but none expected him to be so ruthless, executing them all without mercy, even deploying troops to suppress them. Is this man even human? How utterly heartless. Some couldn't contain their fury and shouted, Lu Hushing, do you truly intend to wipe us all out? You fools! Lu Hushing sneered coldly. You've fallen for the enemy's treacherous schemes and are gloating over it, treating me as your enemy? You're nothing but cannon fodder. The foreign martial saint lured you here to weaken our forces, and you actually fell for it. The foreign martial saint? The crowd froze in shock. They hadn't even grasped who had spread this rumor, they'd merely heard it and rushed straight to Mo City. Had they truly been manipulated? As these thoughts swirled, the strongest among them, a half-step grandmaster, immediately demanded in a deep voice, Lu Hushing, don't think we'll fall for lies. I refuse to believe a foreign martial saint would come here. Do you think we're all fools? Idiot. Lu Hushing was speechless. He retorted, what if a foreign martial saint really did appear? What then? Then we'll apologize to you and join forces against the foreign race, someone retorted instantly. For a moment, both sides were locked in a stalemate. Nearly 3 hours passed. As noon approached, many were growing impatient with the wait. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed outside the city lord's residence. A massive contingent had arrived, not only nearly 1,000 members of the Zhou clan, but also tens of thousands of foreign troops hastily mobilized from across Blue Star. They carried a huge palanquin in a grand procession. Aliens had truly come? Zhou Longshan, the head of the Zhou family, roared arrogantly, Lu Hushing. We come not to kill, but for the supreme essence of the alien race. Hand it over peacefully, and we can avoid battle today. Last time, you used the Luo family as a shield and I actually fell for it. Lu Hushing's face darkened, his voice nearly gritted with fury. This time, we'll settle both old and new grudges. After today, the Zhou family will vanish from this world. Ha 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 ha. This old fool is truly amusing, thinking he can annihilate my Zhou family before a martial saint of the alien race? Daring to be so arrogant before the Shadow Serpent clan's leader? You'll be the first to die. Perfect timing. Our vassal family, the Luo clan, was wiped out last time because of this old fool. This time, we'll settle the score with him once and for all. We implore the martial saint of the alien race to strike down this old fool. Because of him, the alien lords failed to conquer Huaxia 50 years ago. The Zhou clan members burst into loud laughter. With a martial saint backing them, they couldn't care less about Lu Hushing. Lu Hushing shook his head slightly and immediately whispered, Old Can, I'll handle that foreign martial saint. You take care of Zhou Longshan, the head of the Zhou family. Leave the rest to them. Understood. Can Zhangman nodded immediately, his voice tinged with cold laughter. Reinforcements are already on their way from New City. As long as you can tie up the foreign martial saint, the rest of the foreigners and the Zhou family will be crushed. So be it. Lu Hushing declared, then turned his gaze to the group of bandits who had come to vie for the foreign race's supreme body essence. Gentlemen, do you intend to join the foreign race in plundering us, or do you wish to become patriotic heroes and fight alongside me against the invaders? The bandits exchanged glances, then marched toward the city lord's residence. Facing the Zhou family members, they gritted their teeth and declared, self-preservation is human nature. We may be selfish, but we are no traitors. When it comes to uniting against a common enemy, we stand united. Since these barbarians used us as cannon fodder, we won't let them off lightly. That traitorous Zhou family, no matter what, we must eliminate the traitors first. This time, we'll be the heroes, we'll take down the outsiders. Zhou Longshan frowned. He had been the one to amplify this news, intending to lure those scheming Huaxia men into charging first. Yet they had been silenced by a single strike, and now they were turning against him nothing but a bunch of fickle opportunists. Seeing them genuinely turn their blades against him, he coldly challenged, Gentlemen, this is a martial saint of the foreign tribes. Know this, not a single martial saint exists in all of vast China. Do you truly wish to throw yourselves to their deaths? You tried to use us as cannon fodder. When we didn't take the bait, you tried to manipulate us. You're the one who deserves to die. An old man snorted coldly, cursing with contempt. In that case, kill them all, the cloaked figure declared coldly. Humans are nothing but ants. No matter which side they choose, they're doomed either way. Such words were utterly intolerable. The bandits drew their weapons, ready for battle. With a thunderous boom, the palanquin exploded. The cloaked figure drifted slowly into the air, striking toward Lu Hushing like lightning. His intent was clear: eliminate Lu Hushing first, and the rest would pose no further threat. Lu Hushing's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately activated his berserk buff, then lunged toward the cloaked figure. The Dragon Breaker hammer nearly roared like a dragon as it slammed down with devastating force. Boom! The moment the dragon-shattering hammer collided with the crimson bone whip, the air rippled visibly in layers. Both combatants were violently thrown hundreds of meters back, yet this very impact ignited the chaos of the melee. Lu Hushing felt a numbing pain in his palm as his entire body flew backward. After landing, he continued retreating until his back slammed into the wall of the city lord's mansion, instantly gouging a massive dent into the stone. The cloaked figure moved like a ghost, the bone whip tracking Lu Hushing's retreat. In the blink of an eye, it tore 3 deep, bone-exposing gashes across his shoulder. "Grandmaster, you are but an insect after all," the cloaked figure sneered. "Hand over the supreme essence of the alien race, and I may spare your life." Lu Hushing wiped the blood from his lips as golden true chi surged violently. The azure dragon's phantom on the dragon's shattering hammer roared and clawed, its hammer shadow sweeping out with the force of a thunderbolt. This made the cloaked figure snort coldly. The bone whip coiled around the hammer handle like a venomous snake, while crimson true chi flowed backward up the hammer shaft. Lu Hushing felt excruciating pain in his meridians, sensing signs that his true energy was being forcibly devoured. He roared in fury, his aura exploding outward. The azure dragon's phantom solidified instantly, its tail sweeping out to force the cloaked figure back 3 steps. Seizing the opening, Lu Hushing stomped his feet, causing massive cracks to rend the ground. Countless purple bolts of heavenly thunder crashed down from the sky. Chapter 99, Battling the Martial Saint of the Foreign Race No Match. "I underestimated you, old man." The cloaked figure frowned slightly, his bone whip whirling wildly as crimson true chi coalesced into a massive barrier, deflecting every purple thunderbolt. But Lu Hushing had already closed the distance. His dragon-shattering hammer descended with the force to split mountains and shatter rocks. The cloaked figure swayed to the side, his bone whip snapping like steel cable around Lu Hushing's wrist. With a violent tug, he hurled the warrior against the city wall. Mid-air, Lu Hushing forced his body to twist, driving the hammer's shaft into the stone. Using the ricocheting debris as leverage, he launched himself back at the cloaked man. Their battle gradually moved away from the main fray, while Qin Zhongman and Zhou Longshan had also locked horns. Zhou Longshan's heavy sword, channeling immense force, came crashing down toward Qin Zhongman. The air itself was cleaved by the sword's momentum, emitting a piercing, shrill screech. Qin Zhongman roared, swinging his broadsword horizontally. A golden blade aura surged from the weapon as he twisted his waist violently, channeling his entire body's strength into the blade to meet the heavy sword head-on. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending a massive shockwave radiating outward from the point of impact. Surrounding soldiers were hurled aside, clearing a circular area nearly 500 meters in diameter. Truly worthy of being one of the 7 great generals, your strength is formidable. Zhou Longshan nodded slightly, his voice tinged with admiration. Slaying one of the great generals today will undoubtedly serve as my pledge of loyalty upon joining the alien race. You've got some nerve. Qin Zhongman roared with laughter, flipping Zhou Longshan the bird. Justice will always triumph over evil. Then bring it on. Zhou Longshan's body swayed as he gripped his heavy sword like a dragon emerging from the sea, thrusting toward Qin Zhongman's throat with lightning speed. Qin Zhongman's expression turned icy as he swung his broadsword diagonally, barely parrying the lethal strike. Yet Zhou Longshan's assault didn't halt there. His heavy sword shifted tactics with blinding speed, its blade shadows enveloping Qin Zhongman like ghostly specters. Qin Zhongman retreated swiftly, his broadsword whirling into a flurry of slashes to fend off the relentless assault. Yet Zhou Longshan's sword chi proved overwhelmingly fierce. One slash pierced through his defenses, grazing Qin Zhongman's cheek and leaving a fresh trail of blood. This provoked Qin Zhongman into a sudden fury. His broadsword shot forward like a rainbow piercing the sun, aiming straight for Zhou Longshan's face. Zhou Longshan sneered in disdain, parrying with his heavy sword. Sparks flew as blade met blade. This blot didn't halt Qin Zhongman's attack, instead, it triggered a sudden shift in his technique. His strikes grew erratic and unpredictable, relentlessly seeking openings in Zhou Longshan's defense. Zhou Longshan parried each of Qin Zhongman's strikes with his heavy sword. Yet as time wore on, he was shocked to discover his own chi rapidly draining away, while Qin Zhongman remained as formidable as ever. Strange. Unbelievably strange. They were evenly matched in strength, yet he was nearing exhaustion while his opponent grew more vigorous with every strike. What kind of breathing technique was this? Clang! In the mere blink of an eye, Qin Zhongman seized the opening. His greatsword instantly elongated by tens of meters, slashing viciously toward Zhou Longshan's shoulder. The explosive force was utterly unstoppable. Zhou strained every muscle to thrust his heavy sword horizontally before him, yet the terrifying impact still slammed him to one knee. His blood surged violently, threatening to erupt in a torrent of blood at any moment. While Zhou Longshan reeled in dazed shock, Qin Zhongman flipped his greatsword, swinging it upward in a sweeping strike toward Zhou once more. Zhou Longshan's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted, "No! Alas, Ken Jeongman gave him no chance to speak. The blade's aura, nearly a meter long, pierced deep into Zhou Longshan's body, cleaving him clean in two. Is that all you've got? To betray the human race? How utterly delusional. Ken Jeongman sneered mockingly, turning his attention to Lu Hushing's battle. Lu Hushing had battled the cloaked figure for a full 5 minutes, and the duration of his berserk buff had already expired. Suddenly, the cloaked figure's bone whip surged to triple its size. Like a blood-red serpent, it coiled around Lu Hushing. Lu Hushing felt his breath catch as his chi circulation stalled, his dragon-shattering hammer pinned down. He forced his chi to surge, golden and crimson light clashing on the bone whip, forming a blinding vortex of energy. Break! Lu Hushing roared, reactivating his berserk buff. Golden chi erupted like a volcano, shattering the bone whip into shards with a sudden counterattack that caught the cloaked figure off guard. Oomph! Seizing the opportunity, Lu Hushing attacked. The dragon-shattering hammer, accompanied by a dragon's roar, crashed down upon the cloaked figure like a mountain collapsing. The cloaked figure gave a cold laugh, coalescing crimson true chi into a shield that barely parried the blow. Lu Hushing's brow furrowed slightly. The azure dragon's phantom on the dragon-shattering hammer transformed into a 100-foot colossus, roaring as it charged toward the hooded figure. The hooded figure's expression shifted slightly, retreating rapidly while simultaneously forming seals with both hands. Crimson true chi coalesced into a massive serpentine phantom that collided head-on. The colossal dragon and serpentic shadow collided with a thunderous crash. The immense shockwave caused the ground to sink dozens of meters, forming a massive crater nearly a kilometer in diameter. The cloaked figure gritted his teeth. He had expected to easily handle this old man, but now the opponent was growing stronger by the moment. How could he possibly win? With a sweeping gesture, the bone whip coalesced once more. The cloaked figure transformed into countless phantom forms, launching a barrage of attacks toward Lu Hushing. Lu Hushing was equally distressed. His second berserk buff had already consumed 2 minutes. If he couldn't break the stalemate before all 3 berserk buffs exhausted, the situation would become perilous. Old Lu, hold on. Reinforcements are coming. Ken Jeongman's voice echoed from the distance. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Hushing glimpsed billowing dust in the distance, a flicker of hope lighting his heart. But the cloaked figure showed no mercy, refusing to grant Lu Hushing a moment's respite. Crimson true chi surged wildly as the bone whip transformed into a swarm of blood-red shadows, enveloping Lu Hushing entirely. Lu Hushing immediately swallowed the minor elixir in his mouth. A warm current instantly spread throughout his body, his injuries healing at a visible pace. Golden true chi surged once more, and the azure dragon's phantom atop the dragon-shattering hammer let out a piercing cry to the heavens, poised for action. Die! Lu Hushing raised the dragon-shattering hammer high. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and countless purple bolts of heavenly lightning coalesced into pillars of light as thick as bowls. Together with the azure dragon's phantom, they surged toward the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure's expression twisted in horror. Blood-red true chi coalesced frantically, yet it seemed utterly feeble against this world-shattering assault. Damn it! The hooded figure raged, furious that the old man still had a hidden hand. Even gravely wounded, he could unleash such terrifying power. With no other choice, the hooded figure unleashed all his remaining strength. Stirred by the bone whip, it coalesced into an enormous shield that blocked the attack before him. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the purple heavenly thunder struck first. It slammed into the crimson shield, causing it to rattle violently as cracks began to spread. Arcs of electricity spilled out from the fissures, jolting the hooded figure's body. With a sharp tearing sound, the entire cloak ripped apart, revealing an hideously ugly serpent head beneath. This thing is hideous. That snake head is disgusting, haha. Ken Jeongman couldn't help but laugh loudly from afar. And this is supposed to be a martial saint? Martial saints from alien races are so cheap. This is hilarious. Snap. At those words, the cloaked figure's defenses shattered. Chapter 100, The Battle Soul Monument, the supreme physical essence of the alien race. He, a martial saint of such formidable stature, revered wherever he went, treated with utmost respect by all, yet now he was being mocked for his ugliness by this human he had always regarded as an insignificant insect? This was intolerable. Slowly turning his head, even as Lu Hushing's attack pressed down upon him, he ground out through clenched teeth, "Old fool. Once I break free, I'll make sure you have no place to be buried." Boom! As the words left his mouth, a deafening explosion echoed. The crimson shield shattered instantly. A colossal, azure dragon's phantom glared furiously at the cloaked figure, charging forward with overwhelming force, crushing everything in its path. "I'll fight to the death." The hooded figure roared. The ground shook violently as its true chi and life force ignited, nearly doubling its power. The figure itself transformed into a monstrous black serpent hundreds of meters long, charging headlong into the descending azure dragon's shadow. This caught Lu Hushing off guard. He knew the figure would fight desperately, but never imagined such a desperate gamble. His body trembled involuntarily as the flames of life ignited within him. The dragon-shattering hammer shot from his grasp. Roar! Dragon and serpent clashed relentlessly. Though the Azure Dragon's phantom was overwhelmingly powerful, it remained merely an illusion, unable to truly withstand the assault of a physical colossal serpent of comparable strength. Countless purple heavenly thunderbolts erupted from the Azure Dragon's phantom's maw, only to be shattered by the serpent's savage impact. Countless bolts of lightning poured down upon the serpent, yet without a solid target to anchor them, they failed to inflict any damage. Oomph. After this battle, I'll see how you dare oppose me. The serpent sneered coldly within. Though this strike had been devastating, Lu Hushing must surely be drained of strength now. That supreme essence of the alien race, wouldn't it still be mine for the taking? It gave Lu Hushing a cool, defiant turn of its head, hoping to strike even greater fear into him with its pose. But the moment it turned, it saw the broken dragon hammer smashing down with seemingly overwhelming force. Even the giant serpent couldn't help but tremble with fear. Instantly, it opened its gaping maw and lunged fiercely at the hammer. "I'll fight you to the death." Crash! Seconds later, a terrifying sound echoed as the dragon's shattering hammer plunged directly into the giant serpent's maw. The creature felt as if struck by a mountain weighing tens of millions of tons. Even a martial saint-level serpent was sent reeling backward, the hammer flying out of its jaws to hover before Lu Hushing. The serpent transformed back into the cloaked figure, its emerald eyes blazing with fury and resentment. It spat out a mouthful of blood with a gurgling sound, nearly choking on its rage as it cursed, "You bastard. How could a grandmaster realm cultivator unleash martial saint-level power? Is that supreme alien being secretly aiding you? I'll tell you this much, justice will always triumph over evil. You are the aggressor's failure is inevitable," Lu Hushing declared with righteous indignation. "Now, your time is up. As a martial saint, my power is terrifying. Even if I can't defeat you, I still possess the strength to escape unscathed." The cloaked figure burst into laughter. "Where do you get the audacity to think you can kill me? Because of this." Lu Hushing roared, and 3 shards of the battle soul monument shot toward the cloaked figure like lightning. The instant the shards appeared, the cloaked figure shuddered violently, screaming in near hysteria, "This can't be. What the hell is this ugly bastard freaking out about?" Kenzong Mandu couldn't hold back. "This is getting pretty disgusting, huh?" Boom! 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 Faced with the shards of the battle soul steel, the hooded figure forgot to flee. All 3 fragments slammed into its body. Instantly, its blood seemed to be sucked out like water through a pump. Even if it wanted to resist, it was utterly hopeless. "I never imagined you actually possessed the supreme physical essence of the alien race and had even gathered it all." The cloaked figure finally abandoned resistance, yet glared at Lu Hushing with eyes bulging from their sockets, enunciating each word with venom. "But don't rejoice too soon. Since the supreme physical essence of the alien race is here and can even draw my blood autonomously, it proves its remnant soul lurks nearby. Mark my words, all of you humans, will soon have no place left to bury your dead." These words sent a chill down Lu Hushing's spine. A terrifying possibility flashed through his mind, though he couldn't quite pin it down. His eyes widened, his mouth fell open, and he forced himself to suppress the dreadful thought. "No. Damn it." The cloaked figure's body rapidly shriveled in an instant, soon becoming a lifeless, desiccated corpse. It was ultimately blown to powder and scattered by the wind. Meanwhile, the fragments of the battle soul monument had begun to fuse. Though the 3 cracks remained visible, they now seemed bonded tighter than superglue, so strong that an ordinary person likely couldn't pry them apart by hand. Gazing at the war soul steel floating before him, Lu Hushing finally couldn't resist asking, "System, are you the remnant soul of the supreme being of the alien race?" "Yep. Holy crap, I actually guessed right. This bastard, the enemy of all humanity, not only pulled me back from the brink of death but also bestowed such terrifying power upon me. I thought it was meant to help me, to help humanity. But according to the alien martial saint's speculation, this bastard was using me to find the fragments of its body essence, intending to forge a new physical form, or even resurrect itself. Then, hadn't I been aiding and abetting the enemy?" Glancing at Kim Jongman, he saw the old man staring at him with an unusual look. Though usually a bit of a roughneck, he was sharp enough to have probably guessed something. Just as he was about to stow the battle soul steel in his inventory, it emitted a faint hum. Then, with a soft pop, it burrowed into his body, hovering above his dantian. Though it caused him no harm, that instant filled him with profound dread. He immediately barked, "System, what the hell is wrong with you? Borrowing your body to revive." The word sent 1,000 horses galloping through Lu Hushing's mind, nearly knocking him unconscious. "Even if you're just a fragment of a soul that became a system to help me grow stronger, human willpower is boundless. And you want to borrow my body to revive yourself? You really do have some nerve." The system offered no further rebuttal. Meanwhile, reinforcements from the new city had arrived on the battlefield. Their commander saluted Lu Hushing with a military salute. "Commander, we're late." "Not too late." Lu Hushing laughed immediately. "Enter the battlefield at once and slay every last rebel, leave not a single one alive." Chapter 101, a chapter closes, the Sea Clan martial saint approaches. Receiving the order, the city lord immediately led his men into the fray. Whether they were alien tribes or members of the Zhou family, their audacity to attack Mo City stemmed entirely from the backing of the alien martial saint. But now that the alien martial saint lay dead in battle, and even the head of the Zhou family had fallen, the remaining forces had become nothing more than a rabble. They possessed no qualifications whatsoever to face the regular armies of Huaxia. The dead were dead, the wounded were wounded. Especially the nearly 1,000 members of the Zhou family all had become casualties under the guns of the Huaxia soldiers. Wang Sanrui, however, suddenly bellowed Lu Hushing's name, his eyes bulging as he shouted, "What the hell is going on here? I'm not a Zhou family member. I was forced to come here. Why did you capture me too? You actually want to kill me? Bring him forward." Lu Hushing's expression turned icy as he barked the order. "Honorable Hero Lu, you cherish your people like your own children and see through everything with sharp insight. You can't just condemn me like this." Wang Sanrui hurriedly pleaded upon seeing Lu Hushing. "I'm innocent. They captured me and dragged me to the Zhou family, where I endured inhuman torture. I barely escaped with my life this time. You must stand up for me. Wang Sanrui, you don't think I'm unaware of your deeds, do you?" Lu Hushing laughed. "Or do you believe we're all fools? Ha?" Wang Sanrui stared blankly at Lu Hushing, though inside, his mind was churning with turmoil. No way. Is he bluffing, or does he really know? Having watched Wang Sanrui's expression intently, Lu Hushing now crouched before him, his smile forced and hollow. "Kid, forget what you did at the Wang residence. Just consider this, after you went to the Luo family, your master or some elder taught you how to set up an altar and summon foreign tribes. And you actually succeeded in bringing this foreign martial saint to China. That alone is enough to get you shot a dozen times over. I was forced by Mr. Snake." Hearing this, Wang Sanrui collapsed instantly, sobbing and sniveling. "If I hadn't done it, I would have died. Grandfather Lu, I'm the Wang family's only heir. If I die, our Wang lineage will truly vanish from this world. Please spare me. I swear I'll never do it again. Have mercy on this precious young sapling." You have the nerve to call yourself an adorable little seedling?" Lu Hushing narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "If a family is rotten to its very core, then that family has no reason to exist. Absolutely no reason whatsoever." With those words, Wang Sanrui's fate was sealed. Wang Sanrui's true colors flashed as he glared at Lu Hushing. "You old dog. Not only did you destroy our Wang family, you crushed my future dreams. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Damn you. Oh, and that incurable poison the Shadow Serpent clan inflicted on you still hasn't been neutralized, has it?" Lu Hushing asked suddenly. "It should be about to take effect soon. So we'll lock you up in the dungeon first. You can slowly die after the poison kicks in. You." Wang Sanrui's face drained of color, panic visible in his eyes. He scrambled to plead, "I'm sorry. I was just talking nonsense. Please just end it quickly. I could only cure this poison by joining the Shadow Serpent clan, but that wish never came true. I have only 7 days left before the poison takes hold. Don't torture me. I'll kowtow to you, old man." Yet, in the end, he was still led away. Old Lu, these people. At that moment, Ken Zhangman turned to the Huaxia warriors who had rushed to seize the supreme essence of the alien race's body. "Look. Though you came to plunder and even planned to attack the city lord's mansion, you haven't caused significant harm to our Huaxia. On the contrary, you assisted the military in quelling the rebellion and slaying the alien race. Your merits and demerits balance each other out," Lu Hushing declared without hesitation. "Now you have two choices, either join the Huaxia military and become soldiers, or leave. But if you dare to revolt again and harm Huaxia, the only outcome will be immediate execution." His words caused the crowd to breathe a collective sigh of relief. They immediately began murmuring in small groups. "Sorry, I'm used to the free-spirited life of a hermit. Asking me to follow military rules? I'm afraid I just can't do it. I choose to leave. I've always wanted to defend my homeland, but life forced me into a life of crime. Now that this opportunity is before me, I'll definitely stay and become a noble soldier. I'm staying too, no question about it. Wearing a uniform, fighting enemies, my friends would be green with envy. I've been a bad guy my whole life, never done a single good deed. But suddenly, doing good feels surprisingly satisfying. Though I'm old, I still plan to give back what I can and be a good person for once. Sorry, I choose to leave." Those who chose to stay remained, following the city lord to the new city. Those who didn't stay departed immediately. Only then did Lu Hushing exhale deeply, intending to resolve the system issue upon returning to the capital. But just then, Meng Chuan called unexpectedly, "Dad, it's bad." A massive water column suddenly appeared over the east sea, thousands of meters in diameter, piercing the clouds. I saw a dark mass, likely the alien race, heading northwest. Holy crap! The words sent a jolt through Lu Hushing. "Are you certain? They're heading northwest?" "Absolutely certain. They should reach your location very soon," Meng Chuan replied with unwavering conviction. "And I sensed an incredibly terrifying aura emanating from them. If I'm not mistaken, it might be that long-hidden martial saint who's finally made his move. We're mobilizing troops and heading your way, but the distance is too great. It'll take at least 3 hours to reach you." Another martial saint. This alien race's supreme being certainly commands considerable influence.
There are only 2 martial saints among the alien races on Blue Star, and both have been drawn here. However, that one is on land, and I still have 7 minutes left on my berserk buff. Dealing with it shouldn't be too much of a problem. The bigger issue is the massive wave of sea tribe forces approaching. Our current troops are simply no match for them. Lu Hushing immediately called my Zhongshan, the Sea Clan is marching toward us in full force. Let 1,000,000 troops to Mo City immediately, the faster, the better.
The Sea Clan? Traveling all the way to Mo City? My Zhongshan was stunned. Are these beasts trying to alleviate the drought in the northwest? They might actually help the environment.
Lu Hushing replied gravely.
Hurry. Rest assured, I'm mobilizing troops immediately. We'll reach Mo City within an hour.
My Zhongshan hung up and rushed off to deploy his forces.
Chapter 102, The Sea Clan's Westward Journey, Enemy Troops Blanketing the Skies.
After hanging up, he saw a vast, dark cloud mass rapidly drifting toward them from the distance.
Judging by its speed, it would reach Mo City in 20 to 30 minutes.
Old Lu, reinforcements won't make it in time.
Ken Zhangman frowned. Should we launch a missile barrage first? Lu Hushing nodded immediately. We'll unleash every missile and artillery shell we've prepared for those Chinese bandits. While it won't stop them, it'll certainly throw them into disarray for a while. Use this time to mobilize every soldier in Mo City. A fierce battle is inevitable. Understood. Ken Zhangman immediately dashed off to make preparations. For now, Lu Hushing could only turn to the system. Hey system, what exactly do you mean? Are you planning to completely take over my body, making it yours so I'll vanish into thin air? Theoretically, yes. The system didn't mince words, responding immediately.
Fusing with the Battle Soul Monument will allow the host to leap in power to at least the level of a martial saint. Later stages could even surpass that of a revered one.
And then?
Lu Hushing sneered dismissively before pressing further. Then, host, you can wield the power gained from this fusion to utterly annihilate the alien races seeking to invade Blue Star, restoring its former tranquility.
Then I become you, and I cease to exist? This deal is incredibly advantageous.
It was indeed a bargain, but he simply wasn't ready to die just yet. For that, he'd rather abandon the system and become an ordinary person. Host, consider this, though the War Soul Monument isn't fully restored yet, it can already summon a hero for battle once. You'll experience its formidable power firsthand, again feel the thrill of wielding true strength.
If that's the case, it'd be a shame not to use it.
But to take down their martial saint, I'll likely still need the berserk buff, otherwise, I might not pull this off.
As he spoke, clouds engulfed the entire city of Mo.
The marshal, Tatatai, and other commanders descended from the sky alongside the Sea Clan martial saint, positioning themselves opposite Lu Hushing. Instantly, fine raindrops began drifting through the air, creating a misty atmosphere likely to keep the Sea Clan warriors dry.
Human! Surrender the supreme essence of the alien race, and you may live. Tatatai, trident in hand, glared coldly at Lu Hushing and his men. Tatatai, my good brother, did you travel all this way, crossing mountains and rivers, just for that thing?
Lu Hushing sighed helplessly.
I actually thought you came to see me.
Tor. The name instantly conjured memories of the man he'd once despised. After leading 3 million Sea Tribe soldiers into Sakura Nation, Tor had vanished with Meng Chuan, leaving the entire army to be slaughtered by the nation's Shikigami. Hearing that name now, Tatatai clenched his teeth and roared, so that's why Torii suddenly changed his ways back then.
He wasn't himself anymore.
It turns out you took his place. You bastard. Today, I'll kill you. I'll make sure you have no place to be buried.
Damn it. Even the Grand Marshal couldn't help but curse upon hearing this. Lu Hushing, I've heard of you for years. After that battle 30 years ago, I thought you were dead.
But not only did you survive, you even used treacherous schemes to lure and annihilate my 3 million troops. Today, our Sea Clan elders have come here to claim your worthless life.
You filthy, water-dwelling scum, how dare you claim you can kill us?
Ken Zhangman roared with laughter, snapping his fingers as he thrust out a hand.
Countless projectiles erupted toward the clouds above. You're asking for death. The Sea Clan martial saint's expression turned icy at the sight. Ripples immediately spread beneath the clouds. Unfortunately, some missiles had already crossed the ripple barrier from high above. Though half the artillery fire was blocked, many missiles still slammed directly into the cloud mass from the sky. Boom! With a deafening roar, the cloud mass exploded. Screams pierced the air as tens of thousands of Sea Clan warriors were hurled from the sky. The ground soon became littered with their bodies, piled thickly, nearly covering the entire city lord's mansion. How dare you! The Sea Clan martial saint's face twisted with fury as he roared, you bastards! You dare attack in my presence? Today, I'll show you all just how terrifying a martial saint truly is. A martial saint from the Shadow Serpent clan said the same thing before. Ken Zhangman chuckled coldly. Impossible, the Sea Clan martial saint roared without hesitation. The Shadow Serpent clan martial saint was immensely powerful. How could he have been so easily killed by you lot? Are you just spouting nonsense? Say what you will. It's dead now. But if you don't retreat quickly, you'll meet the same fate. Death is inevitable. Lu Hushing said coldly. Any alien race attempting to invade our Huaxia is doomed from the start. There is no other option. Ancestor, there are indeed lingering traces of battle here. The stench of blood is overwhelming. It's entirely possible a shadow serpent martial saint was slain. The Grand Marshal leaned in, whispering urgently. Are you implying I'm no match for them? The Sea Clan Marshal Saint asked, his face darkening. Boosting their morale while undermining our own? Not at all. The general startled, hastily replying in a hushed tone. A trident materialized in the Sea Clan Marshal Saint's hand. He stepped forward slowly, causing faint ripples to appear throughout the space. So what if you slew one Marshal Saint? Battles between Marshal Saints consume the most true energy. It hasn't even been an hour. I truly don't believe you've already recovered to your peak strength. So you think you can stand against me? Enough of this nonsense. Let's see what you're made of. Lu Hushing grew impatient, drawing his dragon-shattering hammer. Killing you will ensure no more Marshal Saints of alien races remain on Blue Star. You killed the Shadow Serpent Clan Marshal Saint? The Sea Clan Marshal Saint eyed Lu Hushing with surprise. He's merely a grandmaster. By all logic, he should have slaughtered you like a dog. Then why don't you give it a try? Lu Hushing beckoned to the Sea Clan Marshal Saint with a flick of his finger, mimicking the gesture of calling a dog. This made the Marine Clan Marshal Saint frown. A towering water column instantly appeared around him, slowly lifting him up. Immediately after, his trident pointed straight at Lu Hushing. Fine. Prepare to die. With that declaration, several water jets surged skyward like sea dragons, crashing violently toward Lu Hushing. Chapter 103, The Sea Clan Marshal Saint's Defense Breached. Lu Hushing swiftly activated the remaining portion of his berserk buff. Golden true chi erupted around him, forming a dazzling golden light shield over his body. Boom! The sea dragon collided with the light shield, erupting in a deafening roar. Golden and blue energies violently clashed, unleashing shockwaves that obliterated surrounding structures. Sand and stones flew everywhere, filling the sky. Witnessing this, Lu Hushing frowned slightly and vanished in a flash, dashing toward the distance. He dared not linger here any longer, otherwise, the entire city of Mo might be obliterated by the aftershocks of their battle. Trying to escape? The Sea Clan Marshal Saint snorted coldly. Wielding his trident with both hands, he chanted obscure incantations and transformed into a streak of light, chasing after Lu Hushing. In an instant, the sky darkened with storm clouds. Rain fell like lead balls, and it seemed as though the entire water supply of Mo City was under his command. Countless streams converged into a 100-meter-long colossal water dragon, lunging menacingly toward Lu Hushing. Wherever it passed, it carved deep gullies into the ground. Amidst the swirling mist, a bone-chilling cold permeated the air. Nearly 100 miles beyond the desert city, Lu Hushing abruptly spun around. His dragon-shattering hammer slammed into the ground, golden true chi surging wildly from its handle. With a thunderous crash, the earth erupted violently. The illusory azure dragon roared skyward, colliding fiercely with the water dragon. Boom! The collision of two colossal forces unleashed energy akin to a nuclear explosion. The blinding light forced both combatants to shut their eyes. The Sea Clan Marshal Saint flickered forward, his trident streaking like a blue lightning bolt toward Lu Hushing. This provoked a furious roar from Lu Hushing as he swung his dragon-shattering hammer to meet the attack. Clang! Another deafening clang echoed across the sky as their weapons collided, sparks flying everywhere. The immense shockwaves sent both men flying backward. Lu Hushing somersaulted hundreds of meters before landing and sliding backward, carving a nearly meter-deep trench in the ground before finally halting. The Sea Clan Marshal Saint, however, used the water's momentum to land steadily atop a wave. Deep in the ocean, you concealed your true strength. I assumed you were merely a grandmaster at best. Now I realize I underestimated you. The Sea Clan Marshal Saint slammed his trident into the ground, his words deliberate and measured. Very well. It has been 30 years since I last fought with such abandon. Today, I shall leave you with no place to bury your remains. As he spoke, countless water blades erupted from all directions. Razor sharp, they sliced through everything in their path, trees, boulders, everything, reducing them to shards. Lu Hushing channeled his true chi, wielding the dragon-shattering hammer to conjure a golden light barrier that deflected the incoming blades. Yet the sheer volume was overwhelming. Occasional blades pierced the barrier, leaving several gashes upon his body. Damn it! Lu Hushing roared in fury. He thrust his massive hand forward, raising the dragon-shattering hammer high above his head. With a thunderous crash, a purple bolt of heavenly lightning as thick as a bull's mouth descended from the sky, crashing violently toward the Sea Clan Marshal Saint. Where the thunderbolt passed, space itself seemed to warp, the air thick with the acrid stench of burning. The Sea Clan Marshal Saint's face paled. With a flick of his hands, a blue water curtain formed before him and surged upward, colliding with the purple thunderbolt. A blinding flash erupted instantly. The water curtain twisted and distorted under the thunderbolt's impact. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the thunderbolt blasted a gaping hole through it. The thunderbolt's residual force showed no sign of weakening. Unable to dodge in time, the Sea Clan Martial Saint was struck squarely on the shoulder, sustaining a severe wound. The Sea Clan Martial Saint was furious enough to spit blood. Though he could still control water on land, the damn thing conducted electricity. The opponent's heavenly thunder was a perfect counter to his abilities. Damn it! He should have been able to crush this imposter Martial Saint who had forcibly boosted his power. Yet, because of this countering, he was actually at a disadvantage? This was utter humiliation, absolute, utter humiliation. You old fool! I refuse to believe you can kill me despite the power disparity. The Sea Clan Martial Saint was nearly mad, eyes bulging as he gripped his trident and charged once more. Gazing up at the clouds, Ken Jeongmun couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, the Sea Clan had mobilized an overwhelming force this time. If a battle erupted now, victory might not necessarily belong to China. Then Mo City would truly become a prophecy fulfilled, transformed into a city of water. Noticing the Sea Clan commander's predatory gaze fixed on him, Ken Jeongmun immediately spoke in a solemn tone. At present, our respective commanders are still locked in fierce combat. I propose we refrain from fighting for now and wait until their battle concludes. What do you say? Agreed. Though he harbored deep hatred for Lu Husheng, the Sea Clan commander nodded slightly. Even though the city seemed sparsely populated now, that old wizard could freely assume others' forms and had even slain a Shadow Serpent Clan Martial Saint. Better to play it safe and await the ancestor's orders. Even if the ancestor was defeated, they could retreat immediately and preserve their combat strength. As the trident swayed relentlessly, surrounding waters surged violently, coalescing into a colossal blue orb that enveloped the Sea Clan Martial Saint. The sphere compressed relentlessly as energy surged violently, ultimately crashing down upon Lu Husheng with devastating force. Lu Husheng dared not take it lightly, channeling his true chi with frenzied intensity. The illusory form of the Azure Dragon reappeared upon his dragon-shattering hammer, colliding fiercely with the blue orb. Boom! The successive explosions reverberated so powerfully that even those in the desert city 100 li away felt their eardrums ache. The immense shockwave flattened everything within dozens of li. At the epicenter of the explosion, Lu Husheng and the Sea Clan Martial Saint lay covered in wounds, blood streaming freely. This sight ignited a flash of madness in the Sea Clan Martial Saint's eyes. Raising his trident once more, he violently stirred the water in the sky, forming a colossal vortex. Within the vortex, countless water blades, water dragons, and water spheres converged with fury, launching their final assault upon Lu Husheng. Lu Husheng swallowed a small restoration pill. As his injuries rapidly healed, his true chi surged violently within him, propelling the dragon-shattering hammer forward. In that instant, the illusory Azure Dragon surged upward, carrying purple heavenly thunder, unleashing a force of tens of millions of June. For that moment, the entire world seemed to darken to an unimaginable degree. At the point of impact, the surrounding space shattered like a broken mirror, cracking into countless fissures. The Sea Clan Martial Saint was hurled back kilometers by the terrifying force, crashing to the ground like a pile of mud, blood spurting from his mouth. Though Lu Husheng also felt his blood surge violently, having taken the minor restoring pill beforehand, he avoided severe injury. He merely sneered coldly at the Sea Clan Martial Saint and roared, "You called me an old fart, yet here you are a Martial Saint beaten so badly you're about to yourself. Who's the real old fart now?" Holy crap, that insulting remark. This was intolerable. The Sea Clan Martial Saint's eyes bulged as he roared near hysteria, "My million-strong Sea Clan army. Kill every last one of them." Chapter 104, at the last moment, summoning the spirits once more. You dare? Lu Husheng's face turned ashen. The reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. Even without the water advantage, the Sea Clan's million-strong army could crush the Mo City soldiers 10-1. Upon hearing the order, the Sea Clan commander roared without further ado, "Kill them all." Whoosh! In an instant, seawater poured down from the clouds above. Hidden within, Sea Tribe soldiers plunged downward, roaring as they charged toward the Huaxia soldiers. Ha 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 ha! I couldn't hold back any longer. I've been itching to slaughter these humans. I'm starving, I want to eat people. I can't believe we've crossed 1,000 miles to slaughter in the western borders of Huaxia. Just thinking about it gets me pumped, haha. Oomph. That Lu Husheng tricked us into attacking Sakura Nation, costing us dearly. It's time to settle the score. Brothers, slaughtering the human race is urgent. Kill. This turn of events caught Ken Jeongmun completely off guard, but there was no time for hesitation now. He roared furiously, "Damn it all. Brothers, charge. Even if we fall here, slaying these foreign invaders is an honor. Kill." All soldiers erupted with fury, roaring as they clashed with the falling Sea Tribe warriors. Ken Jeongmun, blade in hand, glared at the Sea Clan commander with seething fury, "You worthless shrimp and crab soldiers. 1,000,000 of you attacking our mere 10,000? Shameful. Today I'll show you that the human race cannot be conquered. Then you'd better have the skill to handle me." The Sea Clan commander sneered disdainfully. His trident churned the cascading seawater, unleashing a colossal water dragon that charged viciously toward Ken Jeongmun. Chaos erupted as the two clashed, causing Lu Husheng's brow to furrow deeply as he wrestled with a critical decision.
Though he yearned to activate the Battle Soul Monument, he feared losing control of the system and perishing himself. Yet if he didn't act swiftly, those 100,000 Huaxia soldiers would surely be slaughtered to the last man. I absolutely love the look on your face right now, the Sea Clan Martial Saint sneered. I've always heard that the Hammer King of the Western Frontier is both wise and brave. But now, you get to watch your soldiers die one by one before your very eyes. Must be agonizing, huh? Ha ha ha. The soldiers had long since begun burning their life force, relentlessly boosting their strength. Damn it all. You sea creatures dare to run wild on our Chinese soil? You'll all die. Kill one to break even, kill two to profit. Even if I die, I'll take one of you down with me. To slay the sea folk once more today, even in death, I shall have no regrets. Ha! No regrets for choosing China in this life and the next. I'll return to this land of flowers. Let me tell you this, those who dare offend China shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Some soldiers even chose to detonate themselves to take down more enemies, vanishing forever from this world. Damn it, what good does overthinking do at a time like this? Lu Hushing's eyes bulged as he glared at the Sea Clan Martial Saint, bellowing each word, old bastard. Today I'll show you how your descendants die. Ha 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 ha. Your own descendants are about to be wiped out and you dare speak of mine perishing, the Sea Clan Martial Saint sneered. I'm eager to see what trump cards you still hold. Lu Hushing's body tensed as the battle soul steel appeared before him, spinning gently. Once more, he chanted the ancient incantation, Gate of the Dark Night, open wide for me. Spirits of the battlefield past, answer the call and return. With blood as the pact, with battle intent as the guide, shatter the chains of the netherworld. With each chant, a gentle breeze stirred. The earth trembled faintly as the war soul steel emitted a faint aura that radiated outward in all directions. In an instant, a primordial energy surged forth, threatening to obliterate everything. Soul summoning chant. The Marine Martial Saint's face, previously filled with disdain, was now replaced by shock. His body trembled involuntarily as he lunged toward Lu Hushing. You dare? Boom! Alas, it was all too late. A terrifying aura erupted from the War Soul Monument, blasting the charging Sea Clan Martial Saint backward. Instantly, horrifying roars echoed from all directions as the fallen heroes of Mo City returned. Some looked around in confusion, then stared down at their own bodies. What's happening? I was dead. Why am I here? Then, the spirits witnessed the distant battle. Upon seeing the Sea Clan, they instantly erupted in fury. Damn it, it's the alien race. How did these shrimp soldiers and crab generals dare come to our Mo City? Are they here to die? No matter what's happening to us now, we must kill the invaders. Even in death, we'll give our all. The lands of Huaxia are inviolable. Dare to invade our territory, and prepare to die. Damn foreign bastards, your grandmother. With that, all the heroic spirits charged toward the battlefield like a tidal wave, crashing violently into the enemy ranks. Countless Sea Tribe soldiers were instantly gravely wounded. Immediately afterward, under Tadorai's command, the Sea Tribe warriors launched a counterattack against the heroic spirits. Yet no matter how fiercely they struck, they simply couldn't slay these spirits. Even when their bodies were shattered, the spirits instantly regenerated and counterattacked. In an instant, the hard-won advantage the Sea Tribe warriors had gained vanished completely. You bastard! Look at what you've done! The Sea Clan Martial Saint's eyes bulged, nearly popping from their sockets. I'll kill you! I swear I'll kill you! Save your breath! Lu Hushing retorted coldly. Rest assured, you'll die soon enough. Why rush it? Those words instantly snapped the Sea Clan Martial Saint back to reality. Right. He was mortally wounded and unable to fight on, while his opponent remained as vigorous as ever. If the battle continued, he would surely meet his end here. He dared say no more. The Sea Clan Martial Saint hunched his shoulders, channeling nearly all his strength into his legs. Seizing an inattentive moment from Lu Hushing, he bolted eastward with lightning speed, hurling back a parting shot. You old bastard, just you wait. Damn it, a little punk? Lu Hushing never imagined that the venerable martial saint of the Sea Clan would ultimately flee in such a despicable manner, abandoning all dignity. But almost simultaneously, the Battle Soul Monument stirred. This rare martial saint from another race was worth 5 blood packs from their grandmasters. He couldn't let him slip away so easily. Instantly transforming into a streak of light, he gave chase. If you escape, I'll admit defeat. Lu Hushing chuckled mockingly before immediately giving chase himself. Chapter 105, The Cherry Blossom Nation Preparing to Invade China? The Sea Clan Martial Saint hadn't gotten far before being struck by the Battle Soul, compounding his injuries. He collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise for what felt like an eternity. His body, parched from dehydration, was on the verge of cracking and peeling. He never imagined he'd end up this wretched, let alone die at the hands of a grandmaster. Lu Hushing had caught up by now. Seeing the Sea Clan Martial Saint's state, he sneered contemptuously, why bother? Coming all this way inland just to die. Lu Hushing, the Sea Clan Martial Saint sneered coldly, the supreme of the alien race has already noticed Blue Star. Do you truly believe killing me will make Blue Star safe? Let me tell you this, the moment the Supreme descends upon Blue Star, every human will die.
Even with the Supreme's protection, you won't be able to save yourselves. Lu Hushing's brow furrowed. If the system had truly been besieged by numerous alien supreme beings back then, they might indeed come to Blue Star seeking total annihilation. At that point, the entire planet could be obliterated. Gritting his teeth, Lu Hushing took a deep breath and shook his head. That's none of your concern. You're about to die. Release me, and I can. Put. The Sea Clan Martial Saint attempted to negotiate terms, but the next instant, the Battle Soul Monument slammed into its body. Just like the Shadow Snake Clan Martial Saint before it, the Sea Clan Martial Saint endured excruciating torment as its flesh and blood were rapidly absorbed by the monument. It didn't even have a chance to speak before it disintegrated into dust and vanished. The War Soul Steel now gleamed with near crystalline clarity, its former cracks completely vanished. The system's voice echoed in Lu Hushing's ears. After absorbing the blood of 3 more master-level beings from other races, your physical essence will become indestructible. The supreme residual soul and the host soul will achieve perfect fusion, giving birth to an entirely new host. This dream of yours is indeed quite splendid, Lu Hushing replied without hesitation, but I refuse to accept it. You can devise a compromise, or wait until you have the chance to reshape your physical form. Once your residual soul enters that body, you will still be yourself. Why must you cling to me so stubbornly? The system fell silent. Lu Hushing, unwilling to waste time arguing with the system, swiftly returned to Mo City. With the spirit's intervention, the Sea Tribe warriors were routed. In less than 10 minutes, over half had been killed or wounded. Their complete annihilation was merely a matter of time. Watching the Sea Clan commander locked in combat with Kan Zhongman, Lu Hushing unleashed nearly all his strength. Spinning several times, he hurled the dragon-shattering hammer with all his might toward the Sea Clan commander. Commander! Tatai, witnessing this, felt his soul nearly leap from his body. He immediately charged forward, determined to shield the Sea Clan commander from this fatal blow. Roar! The dragon-shattering hammer resonated with dragon cries. A phantom azure dragon instantly opened its gaping maw, engulfing Tatai whole. Though his trident blocked the front, with a sharp crack, it shattered. The azure dragon phantom pierced straight through his body, leaving him frozen in place. The dragon-shattering hammer continued its relentless charge toward the Sea Clan general. However, the Sea Clan general keenly noticed the hammer no longer carried the Azure Dragon's phantom. Guessing its power must have been significantly diminished. He swayed his body to evade Kan Zhongman's attack, gripped the tail end of the trident with both hands, and as all his true ki. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed. The Sea Clan commander felt as though a mountain had crashed into him. Even his full-force attack proved utterly useless against the dragon-shattering hammer's onslaught. In an instant, the trident shattered. The Sea Clan commander urgently channeled his true energy, instantly summoning a shield of azure seawater before him. But in that very instant, a purple thunderbolt crashed down, striking the shield directly. The shield acted like Lu Hushing's divine assist, electrocuting the Sea Clan commander so intensely it sent shivers down his spine. Immediately after, the dragon-shattering hammer pierced through the shield, slamming into his chest and tearing a gaping hole through his torso. Thus, the Sea Clan commander met his end. Without their leader, the Sea Tribe warriors now resembled headless flies. After all, their ability to maintain moisture had been entirely due to the Sea Tribe Martial Saint. With him dead, they could not endure the arid environment, their combat effectiveness plummeting by at least a third. As time passed, by the time Ma Zhongshan arrived with reinforcements, fewer than 1 in 10 sea warriors remained, reduced to lambs awaiting slaughter. Spirits. Ma Zhongshan trembled visibly upon seeing the spirits of those fallen Huaxia warriors now reappearing to join the fray. Overwhelmed with emotion, he exclaimed, I never dared believe I'd see the warriors of Mo City again. What the hell is going on here? One spirit blurted out. Why have we come back to life? Lu Hushing took a deep breath and immediately explained the situation in detail. Instantly, the spirits understood, bursting into hearty laughter. Ah, this is truly exhilarating. Who knew such marvels existed in this world? As I said before, being able to return to Huaxia and slay the alien races is my greatest honor. Truly, my life has not been lived in vain. Those foreign tribes are truly audacious. Even the sea clans have come inland to stir trouble. If they don't die, it defies the laws of heaven. Commander, we pray you summon us often henceforth. To slay the invaders, we'd gladly sacrifice our very souls. Listening to their bold declarations, Lu Hushing nodded solemnly and saluted the assembled heroes. Thank you all for joining this battle. Should the opportunity arise, I shall call upon you to fight again. Defending our homeland and slaying the invaders is our duty. The heroes returned the salute before fading away one by one. I can't believe we won this battle. Kan Zhongman exhaled deeply, jogging over to Lu Hushing. Old Lu, have you truly mastered the art of summoning heroes to battle? Lu Hushing shook his head, his expression grave. It was just a fluke this time. Next time, we might not be so lucky. At least it worked this time. Ken gave Lu Hushing a light punch on the chest. The next attempt won't be for at least a month. That means we're safe for now. Safety isn't guaranteed either. Ma Zhongshan said with an awkward smile. Commander, your return from Sakura Nation with Meng Chuan has angered their high command. They're preparing to send troops against our nation. Chapter 106, Sakura Nation deploys forces against China, China deploys nuclear weapons. Sakura Nation is invading us? Lu Hushing froze at the news. This is way too sudden. Sakura Nation's only threat was the Sea Clan. With the help of the Shikigami, 3 million Sea Clan troops were slaughtered. The remaining million have already been wiped out by us, Ma Zhongshan analyzed. Now that Sakura Nation feels completely secure, they certainly won't swallow their pride. It's only natural they'd take action against us. If they dare come, let them taste the might of China. Lu Hushing's expression turned icy as he barked coldly. We once crushed them so thoroughly they begged for mercy on their knees. We can do the same today. So you mean we strike first? Ken Zhengman asked in a deep voice. Lu Hushing nodded firmly. Not only fight, but make every nation understand that China is no longer the nation anyone can bully. Detected, host eradicated scattered cultivators led by the Shadow Serpent Clan Martial Saint and invading Sea Clan forces led by the Sea Clan Martial Saint, protecting the Chinese race. Merit points plus 10,000, Berserk buff 1, Minor Restoration pills 2, Battle Soul Summoning 1. The system's voice echoed through the air. Though the reward seemed modest this time, the inclusion of the Battle Soul Summon likely granted the ability to summon heroic spirits from the Battle Soul Monument to aid in combat. With it, even without other soldiers intervening, the spirits of those who had perished in battles against Sakura Nation alone would suffice to annihilate all invading forces from that realm. Upon returning to the capital, Lu Hushing immediately reported this matter to Zhao Jiangwo. Zhao Jiangwo immediately smiled. Our thoughts are aligned. I also intend to engage in battle and fight spectacularly, so every nation knows just how powerful China truly is now. Then issue a public declaration and broadcast the battle live, Lu Hushing said solemnly. In short, we must make those bastards understand the might of our China. Agreed. With Zhao Jiangwo's authorization, a declaration to Sakura Nation was vividly announced to the world. In response to Sakura Nation's declaration of war against China, China will engage in combat at its eastern border. This war is purely a defensive action by China. However, China will permit other nations to observe the battle and will live stream the combat footage to the global audience, thereby exposing Sakura Nation's atrocities. This declaration spread like wildfire across the globe. Nations reacted in diverse ways, with most expressing bewilderment at Japan's actions. Holy, what is Japan thinking? Daring to provoke China? China isn't just strong anymore, it's terrifying. I wouldn't dare mess with them. Damn, Japan is playing with fire. This might spell the end for their entire nation. Should I seize the chance to invade and occupy that island country? China grows mightier by the day. Their recent battles against foreign foes have been spectacularly executed. Finally, something exciting to watch. Damn it! China's making a two-nation conflict public knowledge? That's despicable. Massive Huaxia forces were already converging on the eastern border. To crush Sakura Nation, Huaxia deployed a staggering 5 million troops, backed by 3 nuclear warheads and 500 Dongfeng missiles poised for launch. Sakura Nation, however, countered with 10 million soldiers advancing in overwhelming numbers across the sea. Sakura Nation's high command had meticulously planned a lightning-fast assault to seize China's eastern border, initiating their strategy of gradual encroachment. The first phase of this plan involved a missile barrage. Thousands of ships launched tens of thousands of missiles silently into the night sky, targeting China's eastern border. Almost the instant the missiles lifted off, China detected them. Immediately, live broadcasts began amid the warning sirens. Dense clusters of anti-aircraft missiles and chaff flares shot continuously into the sky, exploding mid-air to intercept the incoming missiles. Over the ocean, it created a dazzling fireworks display. The ocean itself churned violently, generating towering waves that sent shockwaves across the globe. Holy, Japan is utterly insane. Firing tens of thousands of missiles? They're trying to wipe out China's eastern border. But they clearly underestimated China. Even with that many missiles, China intercepted them all. That alone shows how powerful China's military might is. Damn it, I always said China's not to be messed with. Japan wouldn't listen. Now they're finally getting a taste of China's terrifying might. This is nothing. China's counterattack will be the real showstopper. Let's see if Japan can even defend against it. Lu Hushing had arrived at the Eastern Command headquarters of Qinglong City at the very first opportunity. Watching the dazzling fireworks display, he burst into laughter. These idiots. They think they're clever, launching an attack on us in the dead of night. Do they think this is some child's play? Commander, what's your take on this? A general immediately asked. Of course we strike back, need I even ask? Lu Hushing declared without hesitation. Don't target their warships. Fire directly at their homeland. Hit their vital centers. They wanted to provoke us? Then let them learn the price they'll pay. Right on. The general rubbed his hands together excitedly and immediately began issuing orders. Soon, 500 Dongfeng missiles and 3 nuclear warheads launched, rapidly ascending to tens of thousands of meters in altitude before streaking toward the homeland of the land of cherry blossoms at supersonic speeds. This operation stunned everyone into utter disbelief, and they began gloating once more. Ah, this is hilarious. Japan really bit off more than it could chew. China actually launched nuclear weapons. I realize the Eastern Dragon is no longer the nation anyone can bully. Japan is playing with fire this time. Forget everything else, just consider these 3 nuclear warheads. If Japan fails to intercept even one, the damage will be catastrophic. I'm staying up tonight just to see how Sakura Nation will intercept them. The thought alone is thrilling. The Cherry Blossom Nation's citizens were absolutely furious. They hadn't anticipated this turn of events. While they'd initially supported their nation's attack on China, who could have imagined China would escalate to this extent, even deploying nuclear weapons? Did they hate the Cherry Blossom Nation that much? Japan's leader, Masafumi Masuda, seethed with rage, nearly grinding his teeth as he roared, "You idiots! Not a single one of those tens of thousands of missiles penetrated China's defenses, and now they've launched a counterattack. Bastards! If you can't defend against this, then get the hell out of here. Come might seppuku and atone for your failure." Chapter 107, Pursuing Nuclear Weapons. Japan suffers heavy losses. In an instant, the entire Sakura Nation was thrown into frantic activity. Military units crunched missile and nuclear attack trajectories, constantly adjusting defense lines. They dared not make a single mistake. This was a matter of life and death for millions. Billions worldwide watched this spectacle, waiting to see Japan's humiliation. They refused to become the laughingstock. Soon, thousands upon thousands of anti-aircraft missiles were launched. It was a massive one against many effort, aiming to overwhelm the enemy with sheer numbers and shoot down every single missile. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Boom! Boom boom boom! Missiles were being shot down in rapid succession at high altitudes, the deafening explosions creating a heart-stopping spectacle. Yet the 3 nuclear warheads remained unintercepted. The primary reason was the utterly bizarre trajectory of China's independently developed nuclear missiles. Despite each facing hundreds of interceptors, none could stop them. Damn it! 3 nuclear warheads? Do you want to wipe the land of the rising sun off the face of Blue Star? The military commander roared, his eyes bulging with fury. What the hell have you been doing? I want to make every one of you commit seppuku right now, you idiots. Sir, their nuclear weapons are unlike any other nations on Blue Star. Smack! Before the subordinate could finish explaining, the commander's palm struck him, sending him staggering backward. I didn't call you here to make excuses. I called you here to neutralize those nuclear weapons and missiles. If you don't have a solution within half an hour, every single one of you will commit seppuku together. Instantly, fear gripped the thousands gathered in the hall, and frantic brainstorming began. Soon, one man stood up excitedly, "Sir! Though we can't pinpoint its exact location, we can detonate our air defense missiles. By triggering explosions at strategic points, we'll create a chain reaction that triggers their nuclear weapons." Excellent! Your proposal is constructive. We'll give it a try. After pondering briefly, the commander nodded slightly, his eyes crinkling with a smile. What are you waiting for? Put it into action immediately. I want to see results. Instantly, all personnel sprang into action. Within moments, dozens of missiles soared toward the nuclear weapon, exploding precisely at the predetermined locations. One failed. Then another. Still nothing. This left the live stream viewers utterly baffled. What the heck is Sakura Nation doing? Feeling like they can't win, so they're just giving up? Damn it, should our Kimchi Nation mobilize troops and prepare to invade Sakura Nation at any moment? Our nation's nuclear weapons are one of a kind, like scorpion dung. Japan hitting them? That's just a pipe dream. Holy crap, Japan has some smart folks. They're using explosions to trigger nuclear detonations within a certain range. Blast waves can reach nukes. That's actually a clever plan. Boom! After a full 5 minutes, a missile explosion finally struck one of the nuclear weapons, causing it to detonate directly in the upper atmosphere. That explosion sent the entire nation into a frenzy, far more exhilarating than any birth announcement. The military immediately launched counterattacks against the remaining 2 nuclear weapons, ultimately shooting them all down. Boom! But Sakura Nation's joy was short-lived. Before netizens could even vent their excitement in live streams, missiles breached multiple layers of defense and struck the homeland with devastating force. A hidden military arsenal within a major city was obliterated, its explosion radiating 10 kilometers in diameter, reducing everything to ashes. In an instant, the entire nation fell silent. When the horrific scenes were broadcast live via satellite, the excitement reached a fever pitch. That country's been arrogant for so long, probably never imagined anyone could rein them in. Long live China! Long live China! These idiots always talk themselves up as some big shots, but they're just cowards following China's lead and hiding under its protection. You guys probably don't know, but their so-called Shikigami wiped out nearly 2 million of their soldiers just days ago. No matter how tough they think they are, how lawless they act, why aren't they making a fuss anymore? Baka! This is terrifying. Are more missiles coming? Am I going to die? Why did you politicians have to provoke China? The military commander slumped helplessly in his chair. This single incident would likely cost him his position and possibly even land him in trouble. Damn it all. All these years, every nation has been isolated and fighting its own battles. Who could have imagined China would become this formidable? If only we hadn't provoked them. The urgent ringing of the phone made the commander's heart skip a beat. Seeing the words head of state on the caller ID, he steeled himself before answering. Immediately, Masuda Fumio's near roar filled the line, "You incompetent fool. How could we suffer such a crushing defeat in a clash of conventional weapons? Did you get this position through connections? Head of state, it's not that we're weak, it's that the enemy is too strong." The commander-in-chief was on the verge of tears. "I never imagined things would escalate to this point. But please rest assured, our 10 million strong army will enter Chinese waters first thing tomorrow morning. I'm confident we can land on the eastern coast of China within 3 hours." "Very well. I'll give you one more chance. If you fail to capture the eastern border of Huaxia, commit seppuku immediately." With those words, Masuda Fumio hung up the phone. Across the entire nation of Sakura, besides one munitions depot, 3 other locations had also been attacked. Over 30,000 people were killed in the explosions across these 4 sites, pushing the fury of all Sakura citizens to its peak. Damn those devils. China has lost its mind, slaughtering so many innocent civilians. They must pay the price. Whatever it takes, I beg the soldiers on this expedition to slaughter as many Chinese as possible. Aim to annihilate China outright. China has pushed us too far. If China isn't destroyed, the entire Blue Star bears responsibility. Do these East Asian sick men truly believe themselves powerful? This is merely the beginning. Once our warriors reach the battlefield, the Chinese will have no choice but to kneel and beg for mercy. As the eastern sky began to lighten, warship after warship arrived 20 kilometers off the Huaxia coast and slowly came to a halt. The fleet commander, having received orders from the military supreme commander, stepped onto the deck and began a rousing speech. Chapter 108, The Great War begins. The land of cherry blossoms faces a passive situation. All soldiers stood on deck, listening to the commander's words as their blood boiled with fervor. China has slaughtered tens of thousands of our innocent citizens, a heinous crime beyond measure. We shall make them pay, no matter what. We have arrived in China. My sole mission is to slaughter the Chinese and show them the terror of Sakura Nation. Commander, no need for further words. I swear I won't return home until every last one of these Huaxia scum is slaughtered today. Kill the chicken to scare the duck. The commander-in-chief nodded slightly, turning his gaze toward the direction of Huaxia. In days of old, his ancestors had sought to conquer this land, only to meet fierce resistance and return empty-handed. He had never forgotten their dying wish, to subjugate Huaxia. Now, at last, he had the chance to set foot on this soil. That ancestral wish could finally be fulfilled. Taking a deep breath, the commander drew his katana and issued the order to attack. Kill the chickens. Kill the chickens, kill the chickens. Amidst the roar of battle cries, the warships collided together at full speed, charging forward. Long and short cannons unleashed their first wave of fire. But China was prepared. A colossal barrier of condensed vital energy surged forward at terrifying speed, deflecting all the heat weapons' onslaught while unleashing a towering wave hundreds of meters high that crashed violently against the vanguard warships. With a furious roar, tens of thousands of Sakura Nation warriors channeled immense vital energy into their katana blades, slashing viciously forward. Countless blade energies instantly coalesced into a blood-red energy blade over 1,000 meters long, cleaving the towering wave in two. The wave split instantly, surging past the fleet on either side. Damn, these little cherry blossoms are surprisingly capable. How did they react so fast? Ken Jeongman watched the scene unfold beside him, unable to hide his astonishment. Now I'm actually worried, will our first wave of assault get blocked? Old Can, aren't you overthinking this? Lu Shutao replied, exasperated. We're already on our turf. Worrying about this and that's just worrying needlessly. You're right. Ken Jeongman nodded thoughtfully. Old Lu has backup plans. Even without our soldiers, this battle is guaranteed to end in victory. The soldiers leading the charge for Huaxia were the same unit that had faced the Great Ape King last time, the once skilled in the 8 trigrams Heavenly Thunder formation. They had long been poised for battle. The moment the enemy warships nearly rammed into the eastern coastline, they roared and charged forward. Kill them all. Countless Sakura Nation soldiers charged into a desperate battle. Most of these troops were ranked between 1st and 3rd grade, aiming to overwhelm China's vanguard with sheer numbers. What shocked them, however, was that despite their numbers, the fighting felt incredibly difficult. Lightning bolts struck from the sky intermittently, each strike causing massive casualties. The vanguard of millions was suddenly held back. This left all foreign citizens watching the live broadcast utterly stunned. Wardfa, is this some kind of sorcery from Huaxia? How can lightning appear out of nowhere during battle? Is heaven itself aiding Huaxia? I always said China isn't to be trifled with. Sakura Nation didn't believe me. Now they're probably just waiting to die. 10 million troops, 9/10 of Japan's soldiers. If they all perish in China, it'll be a laughingstock for all humanity. Let's be honest, I'd bet 5 knives that the Cherry Blossom Nation's soldiers will be completely annihilated within 12 hours. How the hell did these idiots pull this off? The commander's face had long since turned ashen. Clenching his fists tightly, he stared at the scene unfolding before him. Damn it! Could this be one of those ancient Chinese formations described in the old texts? It sure looks like it. But by all accounts, those should be long lost. Sir, should we send a small unit to charge from another direction? A middle-aged woman immediately stepped forward. If we can't break through here soon, we're going to suffer heavy losses. You lead 100,000 troops. Submerge yourselves in the water and sneak ashore 20 kilometers away. Catch them off guard. The commander-in-chief issued the order without delay. Remember, you are a suicide squad. Even if every last one of you falls in battle, you must tear open a breach in the Huaxia border walls for me. Aye. The woman acknowledged the order, swiftly gathering her 100,000 troops at the rear. They slipped silently into the water and commenced their mission. Unfortunately, the moment they moved, radar detected their presence and immediately reported it to the headquarters in Qinglong City. As the radar continuously scanned and zoomed in, Lu Shutao frowned deeply at the dense cluster of red dots. They must be planning a surprise attack elsewhere, but we don't know where. They can't go far in the water. Lu Hushing ordered without hesitation. Immediately alert all city walls within a 30-kilometer radius to be on high alert. The moment any Sakura Nation soldiers surface, activate the laser-heavy cannons. The order was relayed down the chain of command without delay. Almost simultaneously, every sentry within 30 kilometers heightened their vigilance. Tens of thousands of soldiers were detached, advancing relentlessly in the direction indicated by the radar targets, poised to strike at any moment. Before even reaching 20 kilometers, the group couldn't resist surfacing at 13 kilometers. Seeing the distant city walls eerily quiet, they concluded their covert operation had succeeded. They immediately began swimming slowly toward the walls, simultaneously channeling their chi and blood. Their plan was to concentrate their energy 100 meters from the walls and blast through them directly. Boom! Before they could reach the walls, a deafening explosion erupted. The laser-heavy cannon had suddenly fired, instantly creating a massive water column on the surface. At least hundreds were caught off guard and instantly incinerated. This scene was also captured in the live stream's split-screen view. Many viewers immediately clicked in, then couldn't help but start ranting. Holy crap, these guys are insane. They actually tried a sneak attack, but got caught by China. On China's turf, no dirty tricks work, only fair and square, head-on confrontation. Looks like Sakura Nation finally realized how tricky this is. Guess they've learned that human wave tactics don't always work, huh? Damn it, these idiots. We're not waiting around, dispatch troops immediately. Head straight for Sakura Nation's headquarters. Chapter 109, the 10,000-strong suicide squad, annihilated. Kurosawa Ariai's rage boiled over, distorting her once pretty features as she glared and roared, damn it. They spotted us early. Boom. As laser cannons relentlessly pounded their position, Kurosawa Ariai bellowed, disperse immediately. We'll submerge underwater, reach land, and then strike. With that, she dove into the water first. As the soldiers began to spread out, the laser cannon's immense power failed to eliminate many Sakura Nation troops. Soon they reached the shore, advancing rapidly while regrouping to prepare an assault on a section of the city walls. Puff, puff, puff. However, voices echoed from atop the city walls as Huaxia soldiers streamed forth, blocking their path. Those who dare to invade Huaxia shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Always the same lines, every single time. How annoying is that? Kurosawa Ariai snapped, her face darkening. Honestly, I'm speechless. Don't you find saying that incredibly awkward? We say this to make it clear, Huaxia's territory is sacred and inviolable. Li Bo, a 9th-rank martial artist leading the charge, glared coldly at Kurosawa Ariai with his spear raised. Whether foreign tribes or human enemies dare to cross the line, and there's only one outcome, death. Well then, let me see how much combat prowess you Chinese have beyond your scheming and trickery. A cold smile flashed across Kurosawa Ariai's lips. The instant she gave the attack command, she spun and vanished from her spot. Teleportation? Li Bo's vital energy began to slowly dissipate around him, while his spear emitted a resonant hum, as if guiding him toward Kurosawa Ailing's location. The battle erupted. Both sides were evenly matched in numbers and combat prowess. Yet atop the city walls, snipers wielding Barrett-modified super sniper rifles relentlessly targeted the Sakura Nation warriors. A single hit meant certain death, even for 5th-rank martial artists. With hundreds of snipers watching their every move, the Sakura Nation warriors faced immense pressure. This pressure prevented them from fighting calmly, and casualties mounted relentlessly. From the very start, this battle was destined to be the annihilation of the Sakura Nation's suicide squad. Li Bo, sensing Kurosawa Ariai lurking in the shadows, suddenly burst from the side, sword in hand. He immediately dodged to the side while spinning around to thrust at the spot where she had been. Clang! Kurosawa Ariai's strike missed its mark. She parried the spear thrust with her katana, took a step back, and vanished into the shadows once more. Your soldiers are being slaughtered, yet you hide in the shadows. You're nothing but a coward. Li Bo sneered coldly. Why not just commit seppuku? Hiding in the dark like this makes you as shameful as your country. Bastard! The curse ignited Kurosawa Ariai's fury. She whirled before Li Bo and swung her blade down with savage force. Li Bo sneered with disdain, advancing without flinching. His spear flickered, parrying the katana, then he charged forward relentlessly. The fierce, rapid assault startled Kurosawa Ariai, who stumbled backward. But instead of retreating into the void, she immediately launched a countercharge after retreating 7 or 8 meters. Li Bo's spear shot forth like a dragon, meeting her attack head-on and blocking it effortlessly. Yet, after passing Li Bo by over 10 meters, Kurosawa Ariai executed a lightning-fast counter-thrust. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind him, her back to Li Bo, the katana striking toward his heart with lightning speed. It all happened in an instant. As Kurosawa Ariai's signature move, she was confident this strike would send Li Bo back to his hometown. And indeed, it seemed to work. Li Bo appeared completely unresponsive, as if he hadn't even noticed. A triumphant smile spread across Kurosawa Ariai's face. But just as the blade was about to pierce Li Bo's skin, his upper body twisted unnaturally by nearly 70 degrees. The sword sliced through his clothing, inflicting no harm. At that very moment, Li Bo's counterattack arrived. In all her decades of life, Kurosawa Ariai had never witnessed such blinding speed of velocity surpassing lightning itself. Before she could even register the need to dodge, the spear had already pierced her heart. What? Kurosawa Ariai stared down at the wound gushing blood, her face frozen in disbelief. How could it be this fast? Your skill is clearly on par with mine. I refuse to believe it. Idiot, Li Bo sneered contemptuously. You don't even grasp the essence of the counter-thrust technique, yet you dare to imitate the moves of our ancient Chinese forefathers? Even if you trained for another 10 or 20 years, you'd never understand it. With that, he yanked the spear free. Blood spurted as Kurosawa Ariai's life of sin came to an end. This fierce battle left viewers from all nations watching the live stream clapping in admiration. That cherry blossom countrywoman was way too cocky. Using that kind of attack on Chinese soil? That's like showing off your axe handling skills in the carpenter's shop. That seriously overestimated herself. Who does she think she is? They really are a suicide squad, they're all dying out. Suddenly envious of China, ordinary people living in peace and prosperity, with the nation as their safety net. How wonderful. Of course. Our great nation of China will always protect us. No regrets for choosing China in this life. I'll return to this land of flowers in the next. The battle here ended swiftly. At the cost of hundreds of severely wounded and dozens of dead, Huaxia soldiers annihilated this 100,000-strong suicide squad. After leaving a contingent to handle the aftermath, Li Bo immediately led the remaining soldiers back to the main battlefield. The main battlefield had long descended into utter chaos. With Cherry Blossom Nation soldiers pouring in relentlessly, the overwhelming numbers tactic finally began to show its advantage. The 8 trigrams Heavenly Thunder formation seemed on the verge of collapse. Ha! Observing this scene, the Sakura Nation's commander-in-chief wore a constant smirk. The Huaxia dared to bring only 5 million troops this time, yet they still fantasized about counterattacking and defeating the Sakura Nation's elite forces, which outnumbered them by half? Truly delusional. Indeed, a deputy commander beside him beamed triumphantly. Once their so-called tactics crumble, our Sakura Nation forces will sweep through unopposed, striking straight at the heart of their command. Commander! A liaison officer jogged up from the rear, his voice tinged with resignation. Kurosawa Ling led 100,000 troops in a surprise assault, only to be completely annihilated. What? The commander grabbed the liaison officer by the collar, his eyes nearly popping out as he demanded, "My goddaughter, killed? China's strength is overwhelming." The liaison officer nodded heavily. Now, we become the laughingstock of the entire world. Chapter 110, Summoning Spirits, Annihilating the Cherry Blossom Invaders. How is that possible? The commander stared in disbelief. 100,000 troops in such a short time, all dead? The moment we made a move, they detected us, the liaison officer said helplessly. They immediately deployed troops and reinforced their defenses with laser cannons on the city walls, completely shutting down our approach. In my opinion, we should withdraw our forces immediately. At least we can preserve the main force of Sakura Nation. Bastard! Do you know what you're saying? The commander nearly exploded with rage at the suggestion. According to intelligence, Kimchi Nation is mobilizing troops to launch a surprise attack on Sakura Nation, the liaison explained. If we don't return in time, Sakura Nation might face annihilation. Bastard! The commander's eyes widened, ready to tear the liaison officer apart. Commander, what do you suggest? The general beside him frowned slightly and immediately leaned in to ask. Kill. Dispatch every soldier. We'll fight China to the death. The commander ordered without hesitation. Everyone charge forward. Take Qinglong City in the shortest time possible. Hi! The deputy commander responded, immediately turning and entering the flagship to sound the trumpets of attack. In an instant, the air was filled with deafening battle cries as the entire Sakura Nation army surged ashore. Even the seemingly impenetrable Bagua Thunder Array was shattered by the sheer force of their advance. Lu Hushing hesitated not a moment. He bellowed his orders, all soldiers, retreat immediately toward Qinglong City. I'll handle this place. With that, the battle spirit monument reappeared. Lu Hushing began chanting the incantation to summon the heroic spirits. From the city walls, laser cannons and super sniper rifles erupted in covering fire. Yet this sudden action left everyone watching the livestream utterly bewildered. What the hell is this? How could so many Huaxia soldiers suddenly retreat without a fight? They can't be backing down, right? Holy, China must be up to something. This is probably the start of their counterattack. I'll bet you anything. Any big shots from China know what's going on? Seriously asking. As a Chinese person myself, I'm clueless too. But one thing's certain is China's peerless national hero, War God Lu must have his reasons for this move. Amidst the swirling speculation, the livestream abruptly cut out. This left countless netizens worldwide fuming with frustration, desperately trying to find out what was really happening on the ground. The Sakura Nation's commander watched Lu Hushing's actions, momentarily stunned before sneering, "Old fool, do you really think praying to gods and Buddhas matters now? Your China is destined for elimination. Wield the blades of the past, battle the foes of the present. Spirits, heed my command. Join me in this life and death struggle." Lu Hushing had finished chanting all the incantations. Immediately, the sky above grew dark, and the wind began to howl fiercely. Soldiers who had once died fighting against Sakura Nation appeared one after another, looking around in confusion. Lu Hushing immediately declared in a loud voice, "Heroes before me, you face the invaders of Sakura Nation. They have assembled a great army to invade our homeland. I implore you all to take action and slay every Sakura Nation aggressor who harbors ill intent toward our Chinese nation." Countless heroic spirits now grasped the situation and burst into excited laughter. All my life, I've hated these little cherry blossoms the most. Never thought I'd get to fight them one day. I'm thrilled. Oomph. That cherry blossom nation has lost its mind, treacherous and heartless. They dare to lay their filthy paws on our China? They deserve to die. Since we've been summoned back, slaughtering those cherry blossom bastards is our sole purpose. We must wipe them out at any cost. Comrades, charge! In that instant, a battle cry erupted. This horde of undead beings surged forward in overwhelming numbers toward the Cherry Blossom Nation's soldiers, a dense mass numbering in the millions. Though their individual strength was weak, each time their bodies were shattered, they instantly regenerated and immediately rejoined the fray. The Sakura Nation soldiers attempting to overwhelm Qinglong City with sheer numbers found themselves utterly tormented. Damn it! What the hell are these things? Why can't we kill them? The commander watched the scene, his eyes bulging with rage. What kind of demonic magic did you Chinese use? These spirits are merely the pitiful souls you once slaughtered with such cruelty. Lu Hushing now stood before the commander, his expression cold and grim. I summoned them here only to let them seek vengeance, to let them pour out their undying patriotism. Bastard! The commander's katana pointed sharply at Lu Hushing. It's you! You bastard orchestrated this battle, causing catastrophic losses to our Cherry Blossom Nation. You deserve to die. Are you stupid? Lu Hushing was speechless. What? The commander froze, stunned into silence by the insult. Listen, buddy. Your Cherry Blossom Nation has been provoking my China since ancient times, even committing heinous crimes against us. What I've done to your country is but a tiny fraction of the suffering you've inflicted upon my China. Lu Hushing sneered. Even if your entire nation were wiped off the map, not a single Chinese citizen would ever forgive you. Enough of this nonsense. Let's settle this with our weapons. The commander roared, swinging his katana in a sweeping strike toward Lu Hushing. Though merely a slight tremor, it sent the earth shaking violently. A dragon of earth erupted from the ground, its gaping maw snapping open as it charged forward with devastating force. Lu Hushing thrust his dragon-shattering hammer downward with all his might. A force of tens of millions of tons surged down from the sky, smashing directly into the earth dragon. The once ferocious creature shattered instantly. Yet the shockwave unleashed by the dragon's shattering hammer struck the commander, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. His body slammed heavily into the warship. The commander stared at Lu Hushing in utter disbelief. They were simply not on the same level. Surveying the slaughtered soldiers, he finally grasped how correct the liaison officer's advice to retreat had been. But he had been blinded by arrogance, refusing to heed counsel, a decision that had led to this catastrophic failure. Without another word to Lu Hushing, the commander spun and leapt onto the warship. He thrust both hands forward, channeling his chi to propel the vessel with tremendous force, sending it hurtling rapidly toward Sakura Nation. An ancient Chinese proverb said, "As long as the Green Mountains remain, we needn't worry about firewood." Since the tide had turned against them, survival was now the paramount goal. Trying to escape? Lu Hushing roared, suddenly leaping high into the air. Gripping the dragon-shattering hammer with both hands, he brought it crashing down toward the warship hundreds of meters away. Chapter 111, The Rise of the Heroic Spirits, Annihilating Millions of Troops. Boom! The dragon-shattering hammer slammed into the warship's corner like a mountain, its terrifying force driving that section deep into the water. The opposite corner rose high, standing nearly vertical on the surface. The commander's face darkened with rage. He had already planned to retreat, yet this bastard still sought to annihilate them all. Did he truly believe him to be a sickly cat, not a tiger that roared? In that instant, the commander's life flame ignited fiercely. His katana erupted in a burst of growth as he leaped from the warship, eyes bulging with fury. Bastard! I'll fight you to the death. In that instant, he unleashed power nearly matching that of a martial saint, determined to take Lu Hushing down with him. Fool! Lu Hushing sneered contemptuously. As the commander charged forward, he instantly retreated, causing the blow to crash directly into the sea surface. It tore a hole over 100 meters deep, generating massive waves that instantly spread in all directions, accelerating the warship's sinking. Beneath the waves, tens of thousands of sea creatures surfaced, observing the battle. Their focus swiftly shifted to the commander. Damn it! That bastard dared pull this stunt, utterly despicable. We're going in. With that, the entire sea tribe charged toward the commander, only fueling his rage further. Idiots! All of you are idiots. You're just like those damn Chinese, all of you deserve to die. With that, he abandoned Lu Hushing and plunged directly into the fray against the sea creatures. Seizing this opening, Lu Hushing turned to observe the battlefield. Though his side spirits possessed almost no martial prowess, their constant revival allowed them to steadily slaughter the Sakura nation's soldiers. Within a mere 10 minutes, over 1 million soldiers had been killed, and millions more lay wounded, their deaths merely a matter of time. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Burning their life force, it took the Sea Clan commanders no more than 3 to 5 minutes to be annihilated by the Supreme Commander. Yet the Supreme Commander himself was now nearly drained of vitality. Turning to stare coldly at Lu Hushing, his face bore the resolute expression of one facing death. Old man, dare you stop hiding? Face me in a fair and open duel to the death? As you wish. Lu Hushing shrugged slightly, extending his dragon-shattering hammer toward the commander. The commander drew a deep breath, channeling every ounce of strength into his katana. As his life force flickered on the brink of extinction, he swung the blade down toward Lu Hushing. Boom! Simultaneously, a purple thunderbolt descended from the sky, striking the commander-in-chief directly. With his true energy nearly depleted and his life force burned to ashes, the commander-in-chief was utterly unable to block it. His entire body was instantly reduced to charcoal, plummeting into the water. Immediately afterward, Lu Hushing sidestepped to the side. He watched as the blade energy, stretching nearly a kilometer long, slammed into the sea surface, cleaving the ocean in two. It even split a distant warship right down the middle. This guy really is exceptionally formidable. When cornered, people will do anything, ha! Lu Hushing shook his head slightly before returning to the battlefield. With a casual wave of his hand, he cut down large numbers of Sakura Nation soldiers. Without their commander, the Sakura Nation soldiers were like headless flies, utterly defenseless. Within a mere half hour, scarcely 1 in 10 of the foreign invaders remained standing. The group of heroic spirits, previously in a state of heightened excitement, now seemed somewhat bewildered. Lu Hushing took a deep breath and saluted the assembled heroes. Honored predecessors, thank you for joining the fight. Lu Hushing salutes you. What era is this? One spirit asked curiously. Skyscrapers everywhere, and our China has built such colossal walls? This must be the 8th wonder of the world. This is the 22nd century, Lu Hushing replied solemnly. Our nation has defeated the imperialist powers and now stands as the world's foremost superpower. Of course, our enemies are no longer the humans of Blue Star, but alien races. Yet the land of cherry blossoms harbors an undying desire to destroy us. Seizing the moment when all humanity was united against the alien races, they launched a massive invasion against us. That is why I have summoned you all here to confront the land of cherry blossoms. His words filled the assembled heroes with righteous indignation. Those filthy little cherry blossoms have been utterly vile for 1,000 years. They deserve to vanish from this world. We should thank you, the leader of China in this era. We never killed enough Sakura Nation people back then. Today, we can slaughter to our heart's content and finally settle the regret of our past. We can all rest in peace now, haha. Our fight against the Cherry Blossom Nation was for China's brighter future. Now that China stands as Blue Star's foremost power, we die without regret. Exactly. We die without regret, haha. Amidst waves of laughter, all the heroic spirits dissipated. Chinese soldiers began clearing the city gates of the aftermath, and the livestream resumed. Viewers who had been waiting flooded the chat like a tidal wave, only to witness the ground littered with the corpses of Sakura Nation soldiers. Even those who hadn't died couldn't escape being cut down. Everyone was stunned, especially the Sakura Nation's netizens, who couldn't believe the reality before them. Bastards! This can't be. How did our nation's entire million-strong army get slaughtered in half an hour? I refuse to believe it. This was our nation's main force. Now only 1 million soldiers remain on Sakura Nation soil. We're basically lambs led to slaughter. What do we do? Who will save us? FCK, our Kimchi Nation's 3 million troops are already on the march. Sakura Nation will soon become part of our Kimchi Empire, haha. This should be quite the spectacle. Japan tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing its rice. Maybe tomorrow they'll be wiped off the map? Damn it, all I want to know is how China wiped out Japan's million-strong army in half an hour. It's nothing short of a miracle. No one answered their questions. All the soldiers were busy piling up the corpses of the Sakura Nation's troops and burning them on the spot. Meanwhile, thousands of warships were seized outright, becoming China's spoils of war. This campaign yielded no gains for Sakura Nation. Instead, it suffered catastrophic losses that shook its foundations. Immediately, it began preparing to confront the advancing Korean invaders. Even the nations of the world acknowledged China's might. Eagle, China, that mysterious eastern nation, has become the world's foremost superpower. America, we can no longer afford to provoke China. China is the real powerhouse. The bear nation, China, Yura. Chapter 112, Lu Hushing's life-threatening crisis. Everything in Huaxia was progressing favorably. Unfortunately, the system hadn't rewarded him this time. He guessed it was meant to make him seriously consider whether he should fuse with the supreme physical essence of the alien race. Regarding this matter, Lu Hushing could only say, not even a thought. While he desperately wanted to drive the alien race completely off Blue Star, what if, after losing his consciousness, the supreme being of the alien race destroyed Huaxia or even Blue Star itself? Therefore, even if pushed to the absolute limit, he would never take such a reckless gamble. With nothing pressing at the moment, Lu Hushing browsed the system's exchange mall. Among the offerings, he spotted a breathing technique called Primordial Dragon Abyss Breath. As an SSR-grade technique, it was one of the essential methods for breaking through to Martial Saint, requiring 15,000 merit points. After a moment's consideration, Lu Hushing decisively made the purchase. Additionally, to ensure smooth cultivation progress, he purchased 4 Qi condensing pills. The final 1,000 merit points were entirely converted into cultivation acceleration. Everything was ready, all that was missing was the east wind. Just then, Wu Linger and Meng Qiniao approached. Meng Qiniao exclaimed excitedly, "Grandpa, Kimchi Nation really dared to do it. I saw on the livestream that they planned to invade Cherry Blossom Nation. I thought it was just talk, but they actually sent troops of full 3 million Kimchi Nation warriors marching into Cherry Blossom Nation." Sakura Nation was destroyed? Lu Hushing asked, his voice tinged with delight. Sakura Nation's last million troops couldn't stand against Korea. In the end, they even mobilized every citizen as soldiers. But then their Shikigami appeared again and wiped out the entire Korean army. Meng Qiniao shook her head regretfully. That Shikigami is just too powerful. They call it a Shikigami, but it's just a great demon lurking within Sakura Nation. Lu Hushing remarked coolly. If you trace its origins, that thing actually came from our Huaxia. A great demon? Lu Qiniao asked doubtfully. China has great demons too, but they're all hidden deep in mountains or underground. They'll never emerge unless provoked, Lu Hushing said with a sigh. Old Lu, those aren't the real issues. The crux is that Qiniao and I consulted the oracle. We divined this thing will soon cross the ocean and come to China, though its exact purpose remains unclear. Wu Linger immediately interjected. Its power nearly surpasses that of a martial saint. We must prepare early. Come to China? The words made Lu Hushing jump to his feet, uttering in disbelief, its arrival would spell utter doom for China. Currently, China possesses no force capable of opposing it. With that, Lu Hushing immediately called Lu Shutao and explained the matter of the Yamada no Orochi. This left Lu Shutao utterly stunned. Old Lu, you've got to be joking. If that thing comes to China, who could possibly handle it? Exactly. For now, reinforce the city walls, double their thickness to 200 meters and their height by 200 meters. Deploy twice as many heavy laser cannons and keep nuclear weapons on standby. Lu Hushing declared gravely. It will come to China. But whether anything capable of confronting it emerges here before it arrives remains unknown. Understood. Lu Shutao replied, immediately rushing off to issue orders. Wu Linger continued, we also simulated your future at the cost of blood. You will face a life or death crisis, one that could very well cost you your life. No way. Lu Hushing was stunned. He had firmly rejected the system logically, there shouldn't be any issues. Was this thing going to force itself on him? The heavenly mechanics technique we performed together has an accuracy rate of 87.99%. Wu Linger declared solemnly. So you should still be cautious. We'll inform you once we've pinpointed the exact timing. No problem. Lu Hushing snapped his fingers decisively. I'll be secluding myself for a while. You two go to Jia Yan's place. If real danger arises, that couple will absolutely protect you both. Grandfather, you're already a grandmaster. Why retreat? Meng Qiniao asked in surprise. Grandmaster is merely the starting point. To repel the alien races, grandfather must keep improving. Lu Hushing stroked Meng Qiniao's long hair, his voice tinged with resignation. Perhaps our true endpoint will only come when we've driven the alien races so far that they dare not covet Blue Star again. I believe that day will come soon. Meng Qiniao nodded repeatedly, her eyes brimming with hope. With all preparations complete, early the next morning, Lu Hushing headed straight for a secluded mountain range, intending to retreat deep into its heart for solitary cultivation. Host, beware. A terrifying entity resides deep within the mountain, possessing strength rivaling that of a martial saint. The system suddenly alerted him. Martial saints still exist in Huaxia? Could another alien race be hiding here? Lu Hushing murmured in astonishment. System, I think you need to give me another berserk buff. Otherwise, I might just meet my end here. The system remained silent, showing no intention of granting the berserk buff. Lu Hushing couldn't help but pout inwardly. He still possessed the Great Restoration Pill and the Minor Restoration Pill. Even if his strength couldn't be boosted, he could still retreat safely when facing mortal danger. Without further hesitation, he resolutely stepped forward. Soon, Lu Hushing sensed it too. As he delved deeper, the spiritual energy grew thicker, mingled with another distinct aura. He had sensed this same aura before on the body of the Yamata no Orochi. Could it be a great demon? Holy crap! He'd only mentioned great demons yesterday, and now he'd encountered one today? Could it be that coincidental? With that thought, Lu Hushing focused intently and sped forward. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy vanished entirely, replaced by an increasingly heavy demonic aura. Immediately after, Lu Hushing saw a figure ahead beckoning to him. Could it be that the great demon had already cultivated a human form? Only upon drawing near did Lu Hushing finally gasp in shock. This wasn't a person at all, it was clearly a massive black bear spirit. Lu Hushing immediately clasped his fists in greeting. This junior wandered in by mistake, trespassing upon the great immortal's domain. Please forgive my rudeness. This king hasn't seen a living soul in 500 years, the black bear spirit grumbled, sounding thoroughly displeased. And now I stumble upon some old, tough meat. Might it shatter my teeth? Great immortal, you intend to eat me? Lu Hushing froze. That simply won't do. A bear eating a man? Nothing wrong with that, the black bear demon declared solemnly. I'm trapped here, unable to leave. Now that a buffet has finally arrived, if I don't feast to my heart's content, I'd be doing myself a disservice. Chapter 113, Igniting the Fire of Life, Great Battle Against the Black Bear Demon. Lu Hushing's face turned green. Though this creature wasn't a true martial saint, it far surpassed him in power. Facing it meant certain injury for him. Yet given the current situation, a battle with this black bear demon seemed inevitable. Taking a deep breath, Lu Hushing secretly slipped a small restoration pill into his mouth while gripping the dragon-shattering hammer tightly. Great immortal! Is there truly no room for compromise between us? Do you genuinely intend to kill me? What can I do? This king simply craves meat. The black bear demon roared, unable to contain his laughter. Lu Hushing fell silent. Golden true chi surged violently from his body, propelling him toward the black bear demon like a streak of golden light. The dragon-shattering hammer whistled through the air, crashing down toward the black bear demon's head. The illusory form of the azure dragon erupted instantly, clawing and snarling as if intent on tearing the black bear demon to shreds. The black bear demon seemed to have anticipated Lu Hushing's attack all along. With a dismissive sneer, he produced a nearly 2-meter-long black iron staff from nowhere, sweeping it out to collide violently with the dragon-shattering hammer. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the two colossal forces collided. The resulting shockwave instantly uprooted surrounding trees by their roots, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. Lu Hushing felt immense force surge through the dragon-shattering hammer, numbing his arm and sending him flying backward. He was hurled over 100 meters across the ground. The black bear demon staggered back several meters, swinging his black iron staff as he charged toward Lu Hushing once more. Is this all you've got? You dare attack this king? I'll take your worthless life. The black iron staff whirled, stirring up waves of dark whirlwinds that warped space wherever it passed. Lu Hushing scrambled to his feet. This time, he avoided a direct confrontation with the black bear demon, instead using agile footwork to dodge its attacks. The beast possessed immense strength, and crucially, Lu hadn't yet figured out its fighting style. Acting rashly would likely only result in him getting hurt. What truly shocked Lu Hushing, however, was that the creature's speed was steadily increasing. Already at a disadvantage, this acceleration doubled the pressure on him. Die! Suddenly, the black bear demon's form blurred. Lu Hushing instinctively dodged to one side, only to find the creature already beside him. With lightning speed, the black iron staff slammed down hard on his shoulder. Lu Hushing grunted, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. An excruciating pain shot through his shoulder. It felt as if the bone had shattered. Ha 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 ha! Human, meet your end! The black bear demon roared, raising the black iron staff to smash down on Lu Hushing's head. In the nick of time, Lu Hushing forced himself to endure the excruciating pain, flickering his body to dodge the fatal blow. The black iron staff slammed into the ground, pounding a massive, deep crater into the earth. Lu Hushing quickly swallowed a small restoration pill, and his injuries began to heal rapidly. Frustrated by his failed strike, the black bear demon swung again. Each blow from the black iron rod carried tens of thousands of tons of force, capable of causing immense destruction. However, as soon as Lu Hushing had nearly fully recovered, he unleashed all his strength once more, charging toward the black bear demon. Come on then, the black bear demon exclaimed with delight. He wasn't afraid of a head-on clash, only of constant evasion. This time, Lu Husheng unleashed his hammer technique directly. The dragon-shattering hammer erupted with nearly 100,000 Jun of force, bearing down like a mountain crushing its prey. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and purple thunderbolts threatened to strike at any moment. The Black Bear Demon's fighting style was straightforward, no fancy techniques, just pure brute force. But sheer strength overcomes skill against any opponent weaker than itself. A single blow could shatter them completely. Boom! Yet this time, the Black Bear Demon was caught off guard. Lu Husheng unleashed such terrifying power that the blow didn't send him flying. Instead, the demon felt an indescribable explosive force. Despite its strength far surpassing this human's, it was still sent reeling backward, finally sensing its chi and blood churning violently. Boom! In that instant, a purple thunderbolt suddenly descended from the sky. As thick as a water barrel, it struck the Black Bear Demon squarely on the forehead. The blow sent stars dancing before its eyes, and it plopped down onto the ground. What kind of technique is this? It's too fierce. I'm seeing stars. Is there a way? Lu Husheng's expression shifted as he gathered his chi once more, shouting aloud, "Great Immortal! We are both creatures born of the Chinese soil. Shouldn't we unite against foreign tribes instead of slaughtering each other?" "I care not if you're a foreign race or not," the Black Bear Demon staggered to its feet. "I simply wish to devour you. Between us, there exists only predator and prey, no other relationship." With that, the Black Bear Demon gathered its strength and charged toward Lu Husheng once more. The next instant, a purple thunderbolt crashed down from the heavens, striking the Black Bear Demon once more. Lu Husheng had made up his mind. He would strike it with lightning again and again. If one strike failed, he would strike twice. If twice failed, he would strike thrice until it was utterly defeated. For a time, a strange spectacle unfolded deep within the mountains. A white-bearded old man dodged relentlessly while striking a Black Bear Demon, which trembled with each blow, white smoke rising from its body. Yet it pursued with dogged persistence. After over 30 strikes, the Black Bear Demon was reduced to tears. Its eyes bulged as it cursed, "You despicable human! If you've got the guts, fight me like a man. Why keep hacking away at me like this, you coward? Ha 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 ha! I'll use any means necessary to kill you." Lu Husheng roared with laughter. "And don't get so worked up, anger is bad for your health. It'll only hasten your demise." Suddenly, black mist began to swirl around the Black Bear Demon. His eyes turned blood red as his aura surged. "Human! Beyond bears lie greater bears, beyond the heavens lie greater heavens. Today, you die. No one can save you." With that, he charged toward Lu Husheng with near teleportation speed. What was this? Lu Husheng's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately ignited his life force, causing golden true chi, burning with the flames of life, to erupt from his body. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Come on!" He charged straight at the Black Bear Demon. The Azure Dragon's phantom appeared once more, forming a protective shield before Lu Husheng as he charged headlong into the Black Bear Demon. Roar! The dragon's roar seemed to echo from the heavens. The moment the Azure Dragon's shield cracked, the dragon's phantom slammed into the Black Bear Demon's body. Merging with the purple heavenly thunder, it formed a colossal dragon crackling with electric arcs. It coiled tightly around the Black Bear Demon and shot rapidly into the sky. "Are you trying to electrocute this king?" The Black Bear Demon roared furiously, black energy erupting from its body as it strained with all its might to break free from the dragon's coils. Chapter 114, Subduing the Black Bear Demon. The system steps in. "Since you're trapped, don't even think about escaping. You refused the favor I offered, so now you shall die." Lu Husheng roared, reigniting his life flame as he hurled the dragon-shattering hammer toward the Black Bear Demon soaring high above. Struggling, the Black Bear Demon had already ascended high into the sky. Purple thunderbolts from the dark clouds kept striking its body, leaving it nearly charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Boom! The dragon-shattering hammer, carrying a force exceeding 10,000 Jun, struck it like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Even while bound, it was sent tumbling backward for several kilometers. Finally, the dragon-shaped restraints shattered and it plummeted from the sky. Even with its strength nearly depleted, the impact still carved a massive crater in the ground. Lu Husheng exhaled a long breath, swallowed another small restoration pill, then approached the Black Bear Demon. With a sweeping gesture, the dragon-shattering hammer returned to his grasp. As he gathered his strength, he roared, "You beast! Die! Spare me, master! Spare me!" The Black Bear spirit, thoroughly beaten into submission, now lay on the ground, tears streaming down its face as it repeatedly kowtowed to Lu Husheng. "I'm just a little bear practicing alone here. I have no real power. All that earlier was just to scare you away. I meant no harm. You were about to eat me, and you claimed no ill intent? The thing is, I only said I'd eat you as a bluff. You attacked me out of nowhere without warning, so I had no choice but to fight back. Seems fair enough?" Lu Husheng retorted coldly, "Regardless, since things have come to this, it's practically a fight to the death. Rest easy, I'll definitely be eating that bear paw. I pledge my loyalty to you." The Black Bear spirit immediately shouted, "As long as you spare my life, I'll follow you from now on. Kill someone? I'll kill. Set a fire. I'll burn. Do you take me for a fool? As if I'd believe that." Lu Husheng laughed bitterly in anger. We demons have a master-servant contract. Once signed, it cannot be broken for all eternity. To do so would bring the most agonizing punishment. As the black bear demon spoke, it began chanting an ancient incantation. Simultaneously, a drop of demonic blood drifted from its mouth, slowly floating toward Lu Husheng. This is the blood from my heart. Once it enters your body, a master-servant contract will be forged between us. System, is this real? Lu Husheng couldn't help but ask. No response. But Lu Husheng already knew the answer. After all, the demon still coveted his body. If there were any tricks involved, the system would have jumped in to warn him long ago. It probably never imagined he could handle this creature on his own. Without further hesitation, Lu Husheng immediately accepted the black bear spirit's heartblood. Instantly, he felt a deep bond form within his soul, as if a single thought could now command the black bear spirit's death. Master, I didn't lie to you, did I? The black bear spirit chuckled. My greatest trait is being utterly honest. You can trust me completely. I actually came here to seclude myself for cultivation, Lu Husheng replied without dwelling on the matter. Do you know of a place where I could practice in seclusion? I'll need about 10 to 20 days. Why, my cave dwelling, of course, the black bear demon replied without hesitation. Facing the mountain's backside, it stays warm in winter and cool in summer, with dense spiritual energy perfect for cultivation, yielding twice the results with half the effort. Then let's not delay. Take me there. Lu Husheng ordered promptly. Just as the black bear demon had described, the cave was over 300 square meters in size and over 10 meters tall, exceptionally comfortable. Crucially, it had even mimicked human dwellings with stone tables and beds, though it remained unclear whether it knew how to use them properly. This place is splendid. Lu Husheng was thoroughly satisfied. Perfect. You shall guard me here, ensuring I face no further danger. Agreed. The black bear demon nodded vigorously upon hearing this. As the black bear demon withdrew, Lu Husheng immediately sat cross-legged on the stone bed within the cave. His hands formed an ancient seal as he placed the sky-piercing hammer upon his knees. The azure dragon patterns on the hammer's body glowed faintly, and a dragon-shaped phantom slowly materialized, circling above his head. His choice of the primordial dragon abyss breath was actually because the dragon-shattering hammer contained the soul of an ancestral dragon. Cultivating this breathing technique required the assistance of a true dragon. Since he couldn't find a true dragon, the soul of an ancestral dragon was undoubtedly the best alternative. Now, Lu Husheng began to channel the primordial dragon abyss breath. With each breath, it seemed as though a dragon's roar echoed within his chest cavity. Threads of spiritual energy seeped through his pores into his body. The azure dragon's phantom swayed in response, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, blending seamlessly into Lu Husheng's breathing rhythm. As the technique unfolded, a warm mass rose from his dantian, gradually coalescing into the form of a small dragon that traversed his meridians. With each exhalation, true chi surged through his meridians, cleansing every acupoint with each inhalation. Vast quantities of spiritual energy were drawn by the azure dragon's phantom and merged into his dantian. After an unknown span of time, Lu Husheng's breathing became perfectly synchronized with the azure dragon's rhythmic swallowing and exhaling. The spiritual energy released by the chi condensing pill into his flesh began rapidly converging toward his dantian. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within the cave began violently gathering, forming a vortex of spiritual energy around him. The true chi in his dantian grew ever more concentrated, and the little dragon became increasingly solid, showing signs of breaking free from its form. As time passed, the azure dragon's phantom suddenly emitted a clear, resonant cry before transforming into a streak of azure light that vanished into Lu Husheng's body. In that instant, Lu Sheng felt his meridians suddenly open wide. An unceasing stream of true chi surged forth from his dantian, coursing through his entire body. This very sensation of abundance was the crucial foundation for breaking through to the martial saint realm. Huff. Slowly opening his eyes, Lu Husheng couldn't help but exhale deeply. At that very moment, darkness engulfed his vision as he was abruptly pulled into another world. Here, birds sang amidst fragrant blossoms and lush green grass, a small, secluded realm, seemingly untouched by the outside world. Yet suddenly, an old man dressed in black, bearing an uncanny resemblance to himself, appeared, approaching with a cold, mocking smile. Who are you? You look exactly like me. Lu Husheng stared in astonishment, a terrifying thought suddenly striking his mind. This figure was his own heart demon, the heart demon manifested by the system. Lu Husheng, I am you, and you are me, the demonic shadow snarled. You've merely occupied this body all along, but now I too desire to claim it. I intend to replace you. You're the system's manifestation as my inner demon. Lu Husheng realized with a jolt. My body's essence isn't even fully restored yet, and you're already rushing to take over my flesh? Do you really think that's possible? The soul is the soul, the body is the body, these are two separate concepts. The demon shook its head slightly, walking slowly toward Lu Husheng. Stop resisting. Only by merging into one can we become stronger. Chapter 115, Battle Against the Heart Demon, Defeated. Watching the heart demon approach, Lu Husheng's expression darkened further. He shook his head slightly. I've already said it's impossible. You are you, and I am me. I can help you leave my body and forge a new one, but if you think you can merge with me directly, you're dreaming. Then you must die. The heart demon had long since lost patience, hurling a black, broken dragon hammer at Lu Husheng. Boom! Lu Husheng instantly drew his own dragon-shattering hammer, extending it to collide with the black weapon. A deafening explosion erupted as Lu Husheng was sent reeling hundreds of meters backward without moving his body. His arm tingled with a faint ache. The heart demon's power was undeniably formidable. A flicker of shock crossed the heart demon's face. It hadn't expected Lu Husheng to withstand its attack. It strode forward immediately, launching another assault. Gritting his teeth, Lu Husheng roared and charged forward to engage the heart demon in combat. As the black dragon's shattering hammer swung, a massive black dragon shadow followed in its wake, continuously spewing black dragon breath toward Lu Husheng. Fortunately, the azure dragon's phantom had already solidified into a protective shield, perfectly deflecting the black dragon's breath. This should have been simple. Why must you resist? The heart demon roared, consumed by rage. Why insist on fighting me? Don't you crave immense power? Don't you yearn to drive every foreign race from your homeland? That's no reason to make me vanish. Lu Husheng retorted coldly while parrying. Humans are selfish by nature. Besides, I have no way of knowing whether you, taking my place, would become a scourge upon Blue Star or its savior. With that, Lu Husheng spun to evade the heart demon's strike, swinging his dragon-shattering hammer in a sweeping arc aimed squarely at the heart demon's head. The heart demon leapt several times to evade the strike, its body suddenly burrowing into the black dragon-shattering hammer. Instantly, the hammer coalesced into a colossal black dragon, its massive tail lashing out at Lu Husheng with lightning speed. Lu Husheng channeled all his strength into the dragon-shattering hammer. The hammer, carrying the weight of 100,000 Jun, met the colossal tail head-on. With a thunderous boom, the ground erupted into a massive crater. The violent shockwave pulverized all surrounding flora into dust, clearing a barren wasteland spanning several square kilometers. The black dragon's form momentarily dispersed before solidifying anew. Its hundreds of meters long body surged forward, crashing toward Lu Husheng. Lu Husheng spun nearly 720 degrees, flinging the dragon-shattering hammer from his grasp. Instantly, the hammer transformed into a phantom of an azure dragon, colliding with the black dragon. The purple thunder brewing in the sky poured entirely into the azure dragon's phantom, which instantly morphed into a purple lightning dragon. Mid-air, it became entangled with the black dragon. At that moment, Lu Husheng suddenly recalled a saying they were taught by the same master: there's no way to break the technique. His techniques all originated from the system, the supreme arts of that alien race. Both sides wielded identical techniques. Continuing the fight would likely yield no decisive outcome. It seemed he had no choice but to recall those ancient techniques. Boom! In the next instant, the purple lightning dragon shattered, transforming back into the dragon-shattering hammer in Lu Husheng's hand. The black dragon, however, coiled mid-air, opening its gaping maw and charging straight toward him. Shadow overlap. Lu Husheng's body flickered, instantly splitting into countless overlapping shadows charging toward the black dragon. The dragon immediately unleashed a blast of dragon fire at the overlapping shadows. A hissing sound filled the air as the shadows began to corrode. Yet Lu Husheng's true form was nowhere among them, leaving the black dragon momentarily bewildered. This didn't resemble any of its own techniques. It didn't appear particularly advanced either. How could it fail to detect his whereabouts? Crash! In an instant, Lu Husheng materialized before the dragon, towering dozens of meters tall. Wielding an enormous hammer, he brought it crashing down on the dragon's head. The force of hundreds of thousands of tons sent the colossal dragon's body convulsing violently, shattering instantly, and reverting to the form of the heart demon. Yet the heart demon seemed off, gnashing its teeth as it demanded, "Old man, this isn't one of your cultivated techniques, is it?" No, Lu Husheng sneered coldly. "Since you know all my advanced techniques inside out, I can only use ones I've never employed before. I have plenty more like this. Want to try another? Since you're playing games with me, I'll have to force my way through." The heart demon nodded slightly, then instantly transformed into a jet of black smoke, swiftly drifting toward Lu Husheng. Lu Husheng immediately began retreating. The illusory form of the azure dragon reappeared, but the black smoke passed right through it, completely enveloping Lu Husheng and forcibly attempting to merge with him. Lu Husheng realized belatedly that this was his own sea of consciousness. Both he and the heart demon were pure consciousness entities. Now that this creature was forcibly merging with him, if he didn't find a way out, it might actually succeed in absorbing him. Damn it! Lu Husheng's eyes blazed crimson as he began unleashing waves of power. Yet, once the black smoke entered his body, all his efforts proved futile. He could only sit cross-legged, engaging in a fierce battle for dominance with the dark shadow, desperately trying to expel the black smoke. A fierce battle of consciousness fusion and counter-fusion erupted between them. "Lu Husheng, you stand no chance against me. In this situation, death is your only path," the heart demon sneered savagely. "From the moment I appeared, I've controlled everything about you. Without me, you'd have died long ago, and Xuanwu City would have fallen. Now that you've accomplished everything, what more is there to regret? You can vanish from this world. Want me dead? That's a pipe dream. Lu Hushing snarled, his voice thick with rage. Push me too far, and I'll take you down with me. Don't even think about becoming the new me. Refusing the wine, you'll drink the punishment.
The heart demon sighed helplessly.
So be it.
I shall erase you completely, making you vanish utterly from this world. As the heart demon spoke, Lu Hushing felt an unimaginable force erupting from every part of his body, threatening to tear him apart.
Damn it, you bastard. Lu Hushing's eyes widened as he strained every ounce of strength to resist.
Suddenly, he recalled the life-threatening matter Hu Linger had warned him about. This must be it. But the inner demon had already understood him completely. What possible way did he have to break free from this trap?
Chapter 116, Strategic Alliance with the System.
His consciousness grew hazy, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet suddenly, Lu Hushing saw a rift tear open in the void ahead. A surge of black mist poured in from beyond, coalescing into a colossal entity that slammed down with brutal force upon both his consciousness and that of the heart demon.
Taking advantage of my weakened will, now an external enemy invades? Damn it, attack from both sides. Was today meant to be my death?
Just as despair began to consume him, he was startled to discover that his consciousness and that of his heart demon had been forcibly separated. The colossal entity was none other than the black bear spirit he had subdued.
It eyed the heart demon suspiciously. Master, why is there another black version of you? Hey Z, what's going on? Lu Hushing asked, his surprise mingled with relief. I was protecting you. Suddenly, I felt like I was about to die.
That was because your consciousness was scattered. So I entered the cave to check and found you had no defenses at all, your heart gate wide open. I rushed in immediately, the black bear spirit explained.
Luckily I got here in time, or we both would have died.
You despicable black bear spirit.
How dare you ruin my plans? The heart demon glared at the black bear spirit, grinding his teeth. I should have struck just now and helped Lu Hushing kill you outright. Then you wouldn't be here causing trouble now. So everything was destined.
Lu Hushing sneered coldly.
It's precisely because you didn't intervene that this outcome came to pass.
System, by joining forces with the black bear demon now, you stand to gain absolutely nothing.
Is that so?
The heart demon snorted coldly.
Isn't it a bit early to be saying that now?
You heard it yourself. My heart's gate is wide open now, the black bear demon can enter, and so can anyone else. Lu Hushing spread his hands. If you don't stop now and let those with ulterior motives slip in, we'll both die together. The heart demon glared at the black bear demon with eyes bulging, as if it could devour it alive. Finally, it vanished into a wisp of energy. At the same moment, Lu Hushing was pulled out of his consciousness space.
Huff! Lu Hushing's eyes snapped open.
He was already drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the ground to gasp for breath, still trembling with fear. Turning to look at the black bear demon, the creature now wore an expression of fear, as if it had done something wrong. This made Lu Hushing shake his head with a bitter smile.
Heizi, you did the right thing. I'm truly grateful.
Otherwise, we both might have met our end here.
Master, I thought I'd done something wrong.
Hearing Lu Hushing's words, the black bear spirit finally exhaled deeply.
I'm just glad everything's okay. I've emerged from seclusion. Will you leave with me, or continue training here? Lu Hushing asked as he rose. I've no intention of leaving this place. I've been here for centuries and have grown quite attached to it.
Of course, if you need me, I can depart at any time, the black bear spirit declared without hesitation. Very well, then I shall depart first.
Should any matter arise, you will receive my summons. Lu Hushing nodded immediately. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Upon returning to the capital, Ken Zhongmun sought out Lu Hushing immediately. Old Lu, where have you been all this time? Something major has happened. Lu Hushing eyed Ken Zhongmun suspiciously. I went into seclusion for cultivation. What major incident are you referring to? Are the foreign tribes about to attack the city? It's Sakura Nation demanding reparations. Ken Zhongmun declared gravely. They've somehow convinced their Shikigami to cooperate.
If we don't pay them 100 trillion yen and 3 million martial soldiers within 7 days, those Shikigami will cross the ocean and slaughter our people.
Just as expected.
Fortunately, he had ordered Lu Shutao to reinforce the city walls precisely to guard against this threat. Yet, since that Shikigami was comparable to a martial saint, no amount of fortification would prove effective.
He couldn't help but ask the system, "Hey system, what's your take on this?" No response.
After all, the conspiracy had been thwarted.
The supreme remnant soul of the alien race could no longer fuse with Lu Hushing.
Its long-held schemes had become utterly useless. It even felt staying here any longer held no meaning.
Lu Hushing was speechless. He immediately retorted, "I didn't even hold it against you trying to kill me, and now you're playing silent?
Fine, I'll just help you piece your body essence back together and forge a new physical form. This system only retains the remnant soul of the supreme alien race.
Even if a physical body is rebuilt, it cannot enter the body for cultivation."
Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Hushing immediately threw up his hands.
Isn't there still the method of nurturing the remnant soul? Absorb the souls of other alien races to strengthen yourself until you can enter a physical body. Even if I have to start cultivation anew, as a former supreme being of the alien race, I'm bound to grow powerful again quickly, right? As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome. You can't just hang yourself on this one tree. Rough words, but sound logic. It was indeed a viable solution. Host, complete the system quest to obtain the pulse version of the Berserk buff, allowing you to rival Shikigami. The system seemed to have come to terms with it, immediately offering Lu Hushing a suggestion. Host, you must locate and eliminate 3 other master-level alien race practitioners within 7 days. Upon completion, you will receive a generous reward. The problem is, China no longer has such powerful foreign clans. I can't exactly make another trip to the 10,000 clans black market, can I? Lu Hushing shrugged. This time, however, the system remained silent. Feeling somewhat helpless, Lu Hushing turned to Kanjungman. We can ignore Sakura Nation for now. The urgent priority is locating master-level non-human beings. If none exist in China, which other nations currently have them? I need their help to enhance my power. The Northern Bear Kingdom. Kanjungman replied almost without hesitation. Currently, the northeastern region of the Northern Bear Kingdom is under alien invasion, suffering heavy casualties. According to our intelligence, the invading forces include 1 grandmaster, 5 master-level beings, and an additional 5 million alien troops. Then I'm afraid I must journey to the battlefields of North Bear Kingdom. Lu Hushing's voice grew solemn as he asked. Are you sure it'll be useful? Kanjungman stared intently into Lu Hushing's eyes. Is there really such an unconventional way to enhance one's strength? Why would I lie to you? Lu Hushing frowned, delivering a kick to Kanjungman's backside. Kanjungman burst into laughter before sobering up. This matter still requires you to ask them if they need assistance. Don't act rashly. If they don't want our help, they might end up viewing us as enemies. Then let's ask. Lu Hushing spread his hands without hesitation. Time is limited. We have 7 days before the Shikigami of Sakura Nation arrives in China. If we can't find 3 master-level practitioners from other races within that time, we'll have a hard time dealing with that beast. Chapter 117, Aid to North Bear Nation Mott. Kanjungman reported the matter to Zhao Jiangwo, who immediately contacted the Northern Bear Kingdom on behalf of China. The Northern Bear Kingdom's military commander was overjoyed, exclaiming excitedly, if your nation can extend aid, it would be truly wonderful. This foreign invasion is overwhelming. Caught completely off guard, we simply cannot withstand it. The soldiers defending the city have even collapsed. We'll mobilize 1 million troops immediately they'll reach the battlefield today. Zhao Jiangwo replied without hesitation. Hold on. Our war god is coming. Thank you, China. Yura, the commander shouted excitedly. Upon receiving the aid authorization, Lu Hushing smiled and nodded. No nation can refuse another's assistance. After all, offering aid in times of crisis isn't something just anyone can do. Old Lu, I'll accompany you. Kanjungman immediately offered. The foreign forces targeting North Bear Nation are formidable. I wouldn't feel at ease leaving you as the sole commander. Bah, it's no big deal. We're going to assist, not fight to the death. Lu Hushing dismissed the concern. My primary targets are those foreign grandmasters. The rest hold little value to me. Fine. I'll call Long Zhanshan and Xiaomai to accompany you. Kanjungman considered it, then nodded. The troops will be redeployed from the northeast. Head straight to the northeast military district. It's only about 100 kilometers from the battlefield. Got it. Lu Hushing nodded and immediately began preparations. News of Lu Hushing leading troops to aid North Bear Nation spread like wildfire. When it reached Sakura Nation, they were utterly dumbfounded. What? Our Shikigami are about to take them on, and they still have the nerve to help the Northern Bear Kingdom? How despicable. Got it. China must be seeking North Bear's support, so they're offering aid in return mutual benefit, right? Oomph. If North Bear dares aid China, we'll take them down too. Our Shikigami are unbeatable. Exactly. Anyone who dares aid China will be slaughtered like chickens. Other nations were equally abuzz with speculation, none quite grasping China's true motives. Meanwhile, Lu Hushing had already amassed 1 million-strong army along the China-North Bear Kingdom border, thrusting like a sharp blade into the battlefield. Though a temporary truce held, the invading forces had already seized nearly 100 kilometers of Northern Bear territory. They planned to regroup before charging forward to breach the defenses and plunge deep into the heartland. Lu Hushing's arrival sent Northern Bear soldiers into ecstatic jubilation. Yet upon seeing Lu Hushing, at least half the soldiers were filled with confusion. Is this our reinforcement? Why is he so old? He looks like he's in his twilight years, like the ancient Chinese saying about a candle flickering in the wind. Has China run out of people? Sending this old geezer to help us? I'm seriously f-ked. Just don't die on our battlefield during combat, then China would have grounds to demand reparations from us. I heard this old man is some kind of general. Is China so desperate for leaders they put someone this old in command? Kegabo, the commander-in-chief of the Northern Bear Kingdom's defense forces, also arrived at the Chinese side immediately.
Mimicking the posture of the Chinese, he saluted Lu Hushing with a military salute. Marshal Lu, thank you for personally leading your troops to aid us. Your great kindness and generosity will be forever engraved in our hearts. We are neighbors. As the saying goes, when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. Helping you is simply our duty as Huaxia. Lu Hushing waved his hand with a smile. It's no big deal. Forgive my frankness. The deputy commander suddenly spoke up, his expression grave. A foreign invasion is no trivial matter. I acknowledge this veteran general's prowess, but the enemy boasts 1 grandmaster and 5 masters. Though we've already slain 1 master, they still command over 2 million troops. We may not be able to overcome them. Therefore, are you questioning our capabilities? Su Xiaomai demanded, her expression darkening. We've traveled thousands of miles to aid you. If your soldiers doubt us, that's one thing, but for your commanders to do so? Well. The deputy commander looked awkward but persisted in a low voice, this matter is truly of the utmost importance. Enough. Su Xiaomai had already decided to let it go after her outburst, but this bearded man kept droning on. Crucially, their commander-in-chief hadn't spoken up either, which clearly meant this was just a test. Without further ado, Lu Hushing declared, Zhan Shan, our million-strong army need not engage. Once I eliminate a few of their master warriors, we return. Yes. Long Zhanshan nodded immediately, watching as Lu Hushing headed toward the battlefield outside the city walls. You're blowing your own horn. Kegaba couldn't help but sneer in disdain, saying nothing more. Setting aside that grandmaster, even those 4 foreign masters alone weren't something just anyone could handle. Did he really think he was a god of war? Even the soldiers of the Northern Bear Kingdom wore expressions of contempt, none bothering to watch the spectacle unfold. These days, the most terrifying thing is an old man who overestimates his abilities. If you don't have the strength, don't try to build a persona. He's talking about going up there to slay foreign masters? Hope he doesn't end up begging for mercy on his knees. Guys, I just saw online that the Shikigami from Sakura Nation are planning to attack China. China's aid to us Northern Bear Nation is probably just a ploy to get us to fight the Shikigami. This is a total setup. Thankfully we didn't welcome them too warmly. Otherwise, their scheme would have succeeded. Amidst the murmurs of skepticism from the Northern Bear soldiers, Lu Hushing had already approached the foreign camp. Instantly, several 9th-rank foreign warriors surrounded him, while a half-step grandmaster stepped forward with deliberate intent. How interesting. An Eastern man has emerged from the Northern Bear camp. Have you come to negotiate? No, Lu Hushing replied without hesitation. I've come to spar with your foreign grandmasters. What? You, a decrepit old fool with half your body already in the grave, want to spar with our grandmaster-level warriors? The near grandmaster laughed in disbelief. Why not just say you're here to die? What's the matter? Are all your master-level warriors cowards? You only sent a few men and now you're too scared to show your faces? Lu Hushing sneered with disdain. If you don't even have the courage to face a challenge, what kind of invasion are you conducting on the Northern Bear Kingdom? How dare you mock my clan's grandmasters? I'll kill you first. The near grandmaster's face turned icy as he lunged at Lu Hushing. Chapter 118, Mission accomplished, the old ox makes its grand finale. The half-step master was an old ox, its sharp horns stretching over a meter long. Like deadly weapons, they plunged viciously toward Lu Hushing. Boom! Yet, mere meters from Lu Hushing, the ox collided with an invisible wall. The immense force hurled it hundreds of meters backward. Its head retracted into its neck as it died instantly. The scene fell deathly silent. Several 9th-rank powerhouses stared at Lu Hushing in disbelief. Lu Hushing immediately raised his hand and declared, you all saw it. I never even moved. It attacked me first, and it was its own attack that sent it flying. Instantly, a terrifying shockwave swept across the battlefield. 4 alien race masters stepped forward. All 4 were ancient oxen with half-grade coats. No wonder you dared to challenge us. You are indeed at least a master-level powerhouse. But I cannot fathom why an Eastern man like you would come to the aid of the Northern Bear Kingdom. We came to aid the Northern Bear Kingdom, Lu Hushing declared solemnly, but they boasted their strength and deemed our assistance unnecessary. Our million-strong army was already preparing to withdraw. Having traveled thousands of miles, we couldn't simply leave empty-handed. That's why we challenged you. Will depart only after you've accepted. The 4 old bulls exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. This is truly laughable. In all our years, no one has ever dared challenge all 4 of us at once, not even a grandmaster. Old man, you might have some skill, but don't forget this is our territory. We even have a grandmaster guarding it. Do you think you can walk away unscathed? We don't mean to mock you, but you're simply overestimating yourself. Enough chatter. Kill him quickly. With that, the 4 old bulls instantly assumed battle stances. A surge of frenzied, earth-hued true chi locked onto Lu Hushing. Each wielding their horns as weapons, they launched attacks from 4 directions simultaneously. Lu Hushing merely swayed his hammer lightly, making no effort to block the other oxen's strikes. He charged straight at one of them, then brought his hammer crashing down with the force of a mountain.
The old ox instinctively sensed dread, as if it could never withstand this hammer blow. Yet it had no choice but to grit its teeth and press its horns against its forehead. Snap! The crisp sound echoed across the battlefield. The horns that had once claimed countless lives on Blue Star snapped cleanly. The hammer then struck the ox's forehead. Its massive body jerked violently, and its eyes cleared. In that instant, the battle soul monument slammed into the old ox's body. Before the other 3 oxen could react, all the blood was sucked from its body. With a sweeping gesture from Lu Hushing, the 1,000 Gene Ox was hurled into the North Bear Nation's ranks. The soldiers there broke out in cold sweat, only then realizing that the alien master who had slaughtered countless of their own on the battlefield had been slain. All eyes immediately turned to the battlefield. Upon seeing the half-step master lying dead beside it, the soldiers erupted. Holy crap, this old war god is insane. He just took down a half-step master. A master? I'm speechless. I admit I spoke too soon. This is insane. China has truly shown immense sincerity this time. Could this veteran commander be a grandmaster? China, hurrah! Kagab and his deputy commander jogged over to the Huaxia camp, mimicking the Huaxia people's manner of apology as they bowed deeply to Su Xiaomai and the others. We deeply regret questioning your capabilities earlier. We are ashamed of our behavior. This matter is settled. Long Zhanshan waved his hand dismissively. We follow the general's orders. Whether we stay to aid North Bear Nation will be decided after he slays the foreign grandmaster. Kegabai was nearly consumed by regret, even slapping his deputy several times. Why had he ever thought to test the Huaxia reinforcements? Even if their strength was lacking, their sheer numbers alone represented a massive advantage. On the battlefield, the other 3 old oxen stood stunned. They just realized their attacks couldn't even touch this human. Not only had he blocked their strikes, but he also slain one of their grandmasters. There was no doubt this was a grandmaster. Damn it! The humans sent a grandmaster to kill us, one old ox bellowed in fury. Don't think being a grandmaster means you can crush us easily. We're no pushovers. With that, 3 ancient oxen simultaneously ignited their life force, charging toward Lu Hushing with power nearing that of a grandmaster. They even reverted entirely to their true forms, further amplifying their might. Sorry, your strength is formidable, but I'm no ordinary grandmaster. Lu Hushing roared with excitement. With a dragon's cry, a green dragon's phantom and purple heavenly thunder appeared simultaneously. One retreated, one died, one was wounded. As the battle soul monument once again absorbed the blood of the alien grandmaster, a thunderous bellow shook the heavens. The grandmaster himself had arrived. This colossus stood hundreds of meters tall, its entire coat now pure white. As it advanced, its body shrank until it became a 3-meter-tall minotaur wielding a colossal axe. Its voice boomed like a temple bell. Human brat. I see you came under the guise of sparring to slaughter my kin. Do you truly think my demon ox clan lacks defenders? Indeed. Lu Hushing smiled faintly, then swung his massive hand, driving the battle soul steel deep into the gravely wounded old ox's body. With that, the task assigned to Lu Hushing by the system was complete save for the retreating elder ox. The grandmaster's eyes bulged with fury. Damn you! You dare slaughter my kin before my very eyes. If I don't kill you, I swear I'm no longer a bull. With that, the grandmaster stepped forward at a speed surpassing light itself, his massive axe swinging down toward Lu Hushing. This was indeed a seasoned grandmaster, his power nearing that of a martial saint. For a moment, Lu Hushing couldn't even track his movements. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the battle soul monument materialized before Lu Hushing, blocking the grandmaster's assault. The collision unleashed a terrifying shockwave that swept behind Lu Hushing like a devastating storm toward the northern Bear Kingdom. It crashed into the city walls, causing the immense fortifications to tremble slightly. What the grandmaster hadn't anticipated was that this black stone had actually withstood his ferocious strike without so much as a flicker. Chapter 119, Retreating Troops, Gathering the Blood of Alien Masters. This caused the grandmaster's expression to darken dramatically. He stared at the battle soul monument for over 10 seconds before finally realizing with a startled cry, the battle soul monument, the supreme physical essence of the alien race? A bit late to realize that now, don't you think? Lu Hushing sneered. By now, it has absorbed the power of 13 alien masters. It's already indestructible, even capable of reshaping itself. Damn it! The grandmaster's face darkened to the extreme. Only now did he grasp the truth. This human had come to the battlefield between the alien races and the Northern Bear Kingdom ostensibly to aid the Northern Bear Kingdom, but in reality to absorb the blood of alien grandmasters to perfect the war soul steel. I'll fight you to the death. The grandmaster roared, his massive form charging fiercely toward Lu Hushing. Lu Hushing embodied the battle soul monument. Since he had been nurturing its essence, slaying him would strip the monument of its protection. Lu Hushing might even earn immense favor with the Demon Bear clan's ancient ancestor. Yet, while the ideal was grand, reality proved starkly bleak. As the grandmaster charged toward Lu Hushing, the war soul monuments simultaneously met his advance. The explosive clash produced a deafening roar that nearly split the heavens and earth, instantly killing tens of thousands of distant alien soldiers from the shockwave alone. The Grandmaster's body shook violently as he was sent flying backward. Blood gushed unceasingly from his mouth, pouring into the War Soul Monument, accompanied by a terrifying sensation as if his very soul was being sucked away. No! It's after me! The Grandmaster's pupils contracted sharply as he whipped his head around and fled. Yet the War Soul steel had already locked onto him. Despite retreating at lightning speed, he couldn't evade its blindingly swift assault. Within mere seconds, it slammed into the Grandmaster, voraciously absorbing his blood and soul. Upon the city walls, all the soldiers of the Northern Bear Kingdom were overcome with excitement. Unbelievable! That old war god just slew the Grandmaster. When will our North Bear Kingdom ever produce such a formidable being? Tai, I just verified it. This is the Hammer King of the Western Frontier, the 7th Marshal. He's the Marshal who wields the peerless National Hero Seal, holding supreme authority in Huaxia. We underestimated him, damn it. I'm so filled with regret. I actually mocked the old hero just now. I wish I could slap myself a few times. Alas! Huaxia, Yura. Old war god Lu, Yura. Just turn it into a walking corpse, don't kill it. Lu Hushing urgently cautioned. This is the Northern Bear Kingdom's war. Our objective is achieved, the rest is none of our concern. Upon hearing Lu Hushing's warning, the War Soul Monument instantly retreated back into his dantian. The Grandmaster now existed as a soulless shell, yet his mission remained etched in his memory, to attack the Northern Bear Kingdom. Amidst the stunned stares of both the foreign soldiers and the Northern Bear Kingdom troops, Lu Hushing returned to the ranks of the million-strong Huaxia army. Without hesitation, he bellowed, our mission is complete. We can withdraw now. God of War, please wait. Kegabo sprinted over, his face brimming with admiration. We thank you for slaying all the alien Grandmasters and gravely wounding their Grandmaster. But since you've come this far, we implore the Huaxia warriors to enter the battlefield and fight alongside us against them. Kegabo, you must understand we came to aid you, not to be questioned. Lu Hushing retorted coldly. Those soldiers' insolence, constantly pestering me, I could tolerate. But I never imagined you would authorize your deputy commander to openly challenge my authority. This is nothing short of trampling my dignity. I will report everything that happened here truthfully to our military commander. Let him negotiate with your commander. We're leaving. With that, he led all the Huaxia soldiers away. This left several leaders of the Northern Bear Kingdom looking extremely displeased. Kegabo suddenly whipped his head around, slapping the deputy commander across the face. Glaring, he roared, you bastard. You suggested this idiotic plan. Now look, they're gone. At least we've taken care of those powerful foreign chieftains. The remaining foreign soldiers will be easier to deal with. The deputy general quickly lowered his head and said, this can still be considered a good thing. What you should be thinking about now is how the commander-in-chief will punish you. Kagab snorted coldly. You'll have to handle this mess yourself. I won't speak for you. Commander! The barbarians have begun their assault, someone suddenly shouted at that moment. Below, a dense swarm of alien soldiers launched a full-scale assault on the city walls. The Grandmaster led the charge, though his condition seemed off, his power remained terrifyingly formidable. Damn it! I didn't expect these bastards to attack so soon. Prepare immediately. Begin our defense. We'll strike them down in one decisive blow. Kagab snorted coldly, then roared, Yura! Grandfather, isn't it a bit rash for us to just leave like this? Su Xiaomai couldn't help but ask. After all, this was already decided by the higher-ups. Suddenly backing out now. They disrespected me first. Why should I indulge them? Lu Hushing retorted impatiently. Just focus on your duties. I'll handle the rest. Led by Su Xiaomai and Long Zhanshan, the deputy commanders nodded repeatedly, saying no more. At that moment, the system's voice finally reached Lu Hushing's ears. Detected host eliminating 4 alien race grandmasters and severely wounding an alien race grandmaster, upholding unity among Blue Star nations. Merit points plus 10,000. Berserk buff plus 2, minor restoration pills 2. Impressive. It actually granted him 2+ versions at once. Seems the system had finally come around. Excellent. Naturally, upon hearing this, Zhao Jiangwo was furious. He immediately sought out the leadership of the Northern Bear Nation and sternly confronted them about the matter. The Northern Bear Nation's military commander was utterly embarrassed, apologizing profusely and promising to provide China with appropriate compensation and a satisfactory resolution. However, Lu Hushing paid no attention to the matter. He had already returned to his residence in the capital, where the Battle Soul Monument floated slowly before him. System, he asked, can you now reshape it using physical essence? What good is a mere shell? The system, which had previously communicated mechanically, dropped the pretense and replied irritably, the system needs to focus on the soul. Only by gradually repairing the fragmented soul can there be any chance of restoring its former peak strength. Then fix it. Lu Hushing shrugged. What good does it do sitting cooped up inside my body? You still have to get out there and repair it. Chapter 120, 3 great alien races unite to slay Lu Hushing. As if struck to the core, the War Soul Monument before him instantly began to shift, swiftly transforming into a human form. This left Lu Hushing stunned. In disbelief, he asked, "Wait, is that you? Do you guys have people this handsome? You wouldn't have grown tired of our human forms and deliberately transformed into one, would you? Our alien race is supreme. Every one of us takes human form." The system retorted, almost defiantly. "And I, personally, am exceptionally talented, erudite, and strikingly handsome." "Alright then," Lu Hushing shrugged slightly before continuing, "how exactly does your fragmented soul begin to grow stronger?" He added, "Just tell me what needs to be done. I can assist with whatever falls within my capabilities. The souls of any living creature can nourish my fragmented soul." The system replied bluntly, "Once on the battlefield, I can freely devour the souls of all beings, gradually growing stronger." Easy enough. Our second battle with the Cherry Blossom Nation is about to begin. Then, aside from our Huaxia souls, you can absorb anyone else you want. Lu Hushing immediately said with a grin. "Plus, I reckon the Great Ape King and the other alien races will soon attack Huaxia again. When that happens, you'll have millions of alien soldiers' souls to absorb as many as you want." The system remained silent this time, apparently accepting his suggestion. The alien race, the Great Ape Clan. A rather short ape man stared coldly at the spatial fissure ahead, his voice devoid of emotion. "I merely withdrew for a period of seclusion, and you've reduced our Great Ape Clan to this state. I now seriously question whether entrusting you with the foremost seat among the three thrones was the right decision. Ancestor, this matter is primarily the fault of that human." The Great Ape King bowed his head and said, "I never imagined that human could infiltrate our alien race. And I too am a victim. My son was slain. I still haven't swallowed my anger over it." "Then who is to blame?" the ancestor roared in fury. At these words, the Great Ape King couldn't help but bow his head even lower. "Old ape, that creature's power is truly terrifying beyond measure. Our Peacock dynasty has also lost 2 kings to him." The Peacock Patriarch sighed. "That bastard, they say 30 years ago, the Great Ape King and the Crimson Shadow Wolf King joined forces to wound him nearly to death. How he managed to survive into a second life, I have no idea. Brother Peacock, my concern isn't this matter, but the intelligence our Great Ape Clan Supreme revealed to me." The Ape Clan Patriarch said with a hint of resignation. Back then, their group of Supremes joined forces to besiege an anomaly among the Supremes. Their original plan was to slay him outright. Yet, for reasons unknown, a fragment of his soul escaped. Even his physical essence was shattered into pieces, vanishing without a trace. And the aura of that supreme alien being has appeared on Blue Star. 2 alien martial saints were sent to deal with it, yet both perished on Blue Star. This mission now falls to us. Alien Supreme. The mere utterance of these 4 words sent shockwaves through the Peacock ancestor. That was practically the pinnacle of alien power. Even the lofty martial saints were as insignificant as ants before them. Now they were being ordered to confront another supreme being? What was that but a suicide mission? At that moment, several golden behemoths of the Behemoth clan led 10,000 behemoths charging swiftly toward them. At their head was the Golden Behemoth King, a grandmaster. Yet even the Peacock ancestor and the Ape Clan ancestor dared not underestimate him. "Behemoth King, long time no see. So it's you 2 old fools," the Baimon King snorted coldly. "A human impersonating our Baimon clan has been stirring trouble here. Because of this, one of my sons even died here. And now you expect me to give you an explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? It was a misunderstanding. We thought that boy was one of our behemoths, but later learned he was human," the Peacock Patriarch hurriedly explained. "We invited you here precisely to ask for your help. Who the hell dared demand an explanation from you? The point is, who knew it would be you who showed up this time?" This Behemoth King was once a true god of slaughter. His berserk skill could temporarily double his power. He single-handedly wiped out a tribe of over 1,000, including a junior martial saint. That battle cemented his legend. "We can discuss it. If I find it interesting, I'll join in." The Behemoth King nodded directly and asked. "It concerns the hunt for a supreme being of another race." The ancient ancestor of the Ape Clan immediately spoke, explaining the details. "During that siege against the alien supreme being, our Baimon clan also sent an elder ancestor to fight." The Baimon King's expression instantly grew grave. Though it was only a revered one, in its berserk state, it landed a punch directly on the supreme being's chest, laying the foundation for its eventual defeat. "Then this matter is easily resolved." The Peacock ancestor immediately pointed at the fissure. "These past days, we've been attempting to open a spatial passage to Blue Star. Currently, we've completed 1/5 of the progress. If the 3 of us intervene, we can open it within 7 days at the latest. Enter Blue Star directly to confront that alien supreme being?" King Baimong expressed surprise. "With just us, that might be a bit difficult, wouldn't it? It doesn't even qualify as a martial saint now. Back then, it was reduced to a mere fragment of a soul. Even with a physical body restored, it's no match for us." The ancient ancestor of the Ape Clan roared with laughter. "Our primary purpose in going to Blue Star this time is to seek vengeance against that human." "Agreed. My son's vengeance must also be sought," King Beaming replied decisively. In that case, our three tribes shall unite, open the passage, and march straight for Blue Star. Unbeknownst to many, the three alien races had already formed an alliance, initiating their campaign against Lu Husheng. Meanwhile, Lu Husheng had arrived at Qinglong City. Ever since Meng Chuan's return, he'd been glued to Lu Chaoyan. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. The two had even neglected Meng Qiniao. Now, Lu Husheng gave them a thorough scolding. Cold sweat nearly broke out on Meng Chuan's brow. If this old man exposed his secret marriage to a Sea Clan woman, Chaoyan might just cut off his manhood. Anything else to say? Seeing the silence, Lu Husheng kicked Meng Chuan squarely in the rear. Nothing. I just missed Zhao Yan so much after so long apart. Meng Chuan grinned. Dad, just tell me what you need. Your son-in-law will go through fire and water for you. Chapter 121, Family Bliss, Shikigami Assault. Nothing urgent. Just figured the Shikigami from Sakura country are about to attack our Huaxia. I'm here to deal with that beast. Lu Husheng stretched lazily as he reclined on the sofa. Also, call Qiniao over. Let's have a reunion dinner together. The couple exchanged a glance, guilt evident on both their faces. Back then, to fight the foreign invaders, they sent the old man to a nursing home despite his suffering. Lu Chaoyan had even left for months searching for Meng Chuan. Even after he recovered, they'd barely seen him, let alone shared a meal. How unfilial. Meng Chuan stood up abruptly. Honey, call Qiniao and tell her to come home. I'll cook myself. Let's have a proper reunion today. Alright. Lu Chaoyan nodded repeatedly and immediately pulled out her phone. That evening, the family of four shared a reunion dinner. Even Meng Qiniao got tipsy from sheer joy. Grandpa, Mom, Dad, it's been so long since we all ate together. I'm so happy. Meng Qiniao slumped drunkenly, wrapping her arms around Meng Chuan's neck from behind. Dad, you have no idea how crazy Mom went looking for you these past days you were gone. She cried herself to sleep every night. You kid, you're exaggerating. Lu Chaoyan said with a scolding tone. Trying to make your dad feel bad, aren't you? Meng Chuan was indeed in agony. His disappearance alone was bad enough, but the real problem was that after losing his memory, he'd married a Sea Clan woman. If this secret got out, this perfect family might be ruined. He stole a glance at Lu Husheng, who gave him an assuring look. This startled him. Had his father-in-law already resolved all his lingering concerns? Though it pained him, it was still manageable. After all, that woman had only married him to use him against his fellow countrymen. Their union was in name only, built on a fundamentally flawed foundation. During this period, Lu Husheng remained in Qinglong City. China had yet to make any official statement regarding the Sakura Nation's actions. Sakura Nation netizens were agonizing in anticipation, eventually boiling over with rage. Damn it! Have those bastards in China given up resisting? How dare they not respond to our Sakura Nation even now? Isn't our government going to act? Are they really waiting for China to beg for mercy on its knees in 7 days? Those Chinese deserve to die. Enough. I'm signing up. When the Shikigami strike China, I'm going with them. I'll kill as many Chinese as I can to vent my rage. The Chinese are the sick men of East Asia. We must act now and make them kneel and beg for mercy. Sakura Nation's head of state, Masuwa Masuda, had been wearing a grim expression lately. He nearly gritted his teeth as he said, China is truly unbelievable. How can they hold back? Don't they fear our Shikigami at all? I believe China is just bluffing. They're deliberately keeping us guessing with this approach, but in reality, they're scared out of their wits, the military commander stated calmly. Prime Minister, this is our best chance to destroy China. My proposal is to supplement our Shikigami forces with a nationwide conscription drive. We must crush China completely. Alright. Let's do it. Masuda Fumio nodded slightly, immediately agreeing to the commander's proposal. Meanwhile, upon receiving the conscription notices, the youth of Sakura Nation were energized as if injected with adrenaline. They rushed to enlist en masse. Within less than a day, over 1 million young men signed up for military service. Remarkably, by the agreed-upon deadline with Huaxia, Sakura Nation had mobilized a full 2 million soldiers. Combined with the remaining 50,000 troops from previous campaigns, a colossal force of 250,000 soldiers had already set out for Huaxia. Meanwhile, the Shikigami had already entered the waters ahead of time, churning up massive waves that propelled the vast armies of Sakura Nation forward in a mighty surge toward China. Standing atop the city walls, the three commanders Lu Husheng, Lu Shutao, and Can Zhengman watched the towering waves on the distant sea and began dispatching troops. Lu Shutao frowned and asked, "Seventh brother, this feels rather dubious. Can we truly handle the Shikigami of the land of cherry blossoms? They surpass even the martial sage in power. Old Lu, do you believe in miracles?" Lu Husheng asked gravely. "Miracles do happen, but I don't particularly trust you. Because miracles won't always be on our side." Lu Shutao replied sternly. "Especially when facing such terrifying beings, we can't pin our hopes on some elusive miracle. How many soldiers do we have?" Lu Husheng changed the subject. 1 million. Can Zhengman chuckled. Old Lu, Yamata no Orochi is the main attraction for Sakura Nation this time. 2 million of their 2.5 million soldiers are newly enlisted youths utterly powerless. We hold complete superiority in combat strength. Leave the human enemies to you. Yamata no Orochi is mine. Lu Hushing declared with refreshing candor. Oh, and keep the live stream going. Last time we wiped out the entire Sakura Nation army, yet they still dared provoke us, China. This time, we'll cripple them completely. No problem. Lu Shutao immediately got to work. The Sakura Nation forces were still nearly 100 kilometers from China. As China's livestream went live once more, global viewers who had longed to witness this battle flooded the channel like mad. Upon seeing Sakura Nation's deployment, they gasped in shock. The Cherry Blossom Nation is pulling out all the stops deploying this many soldiers, plus that Shikigami that nearly surpasses a martial saint. I wonder how China will handle this. They don't have anyone surpassing the martial saint. Damn it, if China manages to defeat Japan again, my Kimchi Nation won't mind sending troops once more. Without the Shikigami's protection, I seriously doubt Japan can remain this formidable. Meanwhile, China's million-strong army stood ready on the city walls. Given the Cherry Blossom Nation's usual tactics, that Yamata no Orochi serpent would surely stir up trouble, first flooding Qinglong City with water. It remained to be seen whether the reinforced walls could withstand such a tidal wave. The Sakura Nation's army, stationed 100 kilometers away, rapidly approached. Just as Lu Hushing had predicted, a colossal wave hundreds of meters high crashed violently toward Qinglong City. The sheer terror of its roar alone made resistance seem impossible. Everyone, do not worry. Our walls can withstand this tidal wave. Calculating its intensity, Lu Hushing bellowed, we will charge once the wave has passed. Yes. The crowd roared in unison, their voices nearly drowning out the terrifying roar of the wave. As time ticked by, the colossal wave finally crashed majestically against the city walls. Chapter 122, Confronting the Shikigami. Boom! The terrifying sound and violent shaking caused even these martial soldiers to sway uncontrollably. The instantaneous impact sent the towering wave surging nearly 100 meters beyond the city walls. Fortunately, an invisible barrier seemed to halt the wave. After striking the walls, it rapidly receded back into the sea. Yet the 2,500,000 troops atop the wave had already stormed ashore. At a general's command, they surged forward toward the city walls in overwhelming numbers. Brothers, these little cherry blossoms dare attack our China time and again. This time, we care not for any existence, slaughter them all. Lu Shutao took a deep breath and barked the order, slaughter them all, leave not a single one alive. Kill! The soldiers' battle cry shook the heavens. Under the cover of laser-heavy artillery, they surged onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, Lu Hushing had arrived at the sea surface. Raging waves churned beneath him as the Yamata no Orochi slowly surfaced from the depths. Its 8 colossal serpent heads fixed their gaze upon Lu Hushing, its voice devoid of emotion. Boy, I admire your audacity to face me alone. But you must know the outcome. Is death truly what you seek? It's not that I want to die, Lu Hushing replied calmly. I simply consulted the oracle before leaving today. It foretold my safe return and even the slaying of my enemies. Without exaggeration, after today, the land of cherry blossoms will no longer possess its own Shikigami. Ha 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 ha. The Yamata no Orochi burst into laughter upon hearing this. Good. Very good. Courageous indeed. Since that is the case, I shall send you on your way. As it spoke, one of Yamata no Orochi's serpent heads shot toward Lu Hushing. With lightning speed, it opened its gaping maw and lunged viciously, intent on swallowing him whole. Lu Hushing immediately activated the enhanced version of his berserk buff. He felt his power surge wildly, instantly surpassing that of a martial saint. Simultaneously, he thrust his body forward. With a deafening roar, golden true chi coalesced into a shield, blocking the serpent head's attack. Simultaneously, the dragon-shattering hammer in Lu Hushing's grasp transformed into a colossal weapon over 100 meters wide, crashing down with devastating force upon the serpent's head. Crash! The serpent head, still reeling from its failure to eliminate Lu Hushing, was caught completely off guard as the hammer descended. There was no time to dodge. Helplessly, it watched the hammer strike squarely on its forehead, crushing it flat. The Yamata no Orochi instantly became the seven-headed Orochi. Viewers in the livestream erupted in excited shouts upon witnessing this scene. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. No wonder Huaxia acts so brazenly. Turns out General Lu can battle Shikigami. I thought those 8 heads were formidable, but one got blasted away the moment they moved. What a disgrace. Sakura Nation has truly lost face big time this time. I honestly don't know if they'll even have 100,000 troops left after this is over. I'm proposing our Kimchi Nation invade Sakura Nation immediately. We must take Sakura this time. Damn it. Boy, you've made me furious. Yamata no Orochi's expression darkened further as his body rapidly shrank, soon taking the form of an elegant middle-aged man. Yet the thin mustache between his nostrils grated on Lu Hushing's nerves. You were once a great demon of our Huaxia. After all these years in Sakura country, you've forgotten your roots. Even your human form is that of a little beastard. It's infuriating. That was hundreds of years ago. Is it really necessary to bring it up?
Yamada no Orochi spoke, a crystal-clear long sword appearing in his hand.
Enough talk. Let's settle this with our fists.
With that, his body flickered as he swung his sword. The motion seemed casual, yet it instantly unleashed a terrifying tempest, even causing tiny cracks to appear in the fabric of space, utterly horrifying. Lu Hushing stepped forward, his body piercing through the colossal wave. His dragon-shattering hammer smashed upward from below, colliding head-on with the blazing sword light erupting from the blade. A deep crater instantly appeared on the sea surface, revealing glimpses of the ocean floor. A towering tidal wave erupted skyward in an instant. Yet this failed to halt the sword's advance, which now aimed directly for Lu Hushing's head. Roar! A dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. The Azure Dragon's phantom, nearly solidified into physical form, unleashed a dragon's breath at Yamada no Orochi. This sent shockwaves through the serpent's mind. It swayed and dodged to the side, the sword following suit, cleaving the sea surface clean in two. No wonder you dared challenge me, you possess such a terrifying dragon soul. This must be at least ancestral dragon grade. Yamada no Orochi exclaimed, his excitement mounting. If I devour this dragon soul, my power will rise by at least one tier. Damn it, you've got some nerve. You think you're my match, yet you dare scheme to devour my dragon soul? Lu Hushing was speechless, unable to resist spitting at Yamada no Orochi. Old fool, today it won't be you devouring my dragon soul, it'll be me absorbing your very soul. Don't think annihilating millions of soldiers makes you special. Sometimes, quantity doesn't equate to quality. This time, Yamada no Orochi didn't speak. Instead, it charged upward at a speed surpassing light itself, weaving its long swords into a net that enveloped Lu Hushing. Lu Hushing snorted coldly as his power surged once more. The dragon-shattering hammer erupted, carrying the illusory form of the Azure Dragon. Thunder rolled in the sky above, countless purple bolts crashing into the sword net, causing it to sway precariously. The Azure Dragon's phantom, channeling the hammer's immense force, charged upward with sheer power, a tactic that defied all techniques yet proved astonishingly effective. It managed to tear open a gap in the razor-sharp sword net. The moment Lu Hushing burst through the net, he twisted and swung the hammer toward Yamada no Orochi once more. Yamada no Orochi withdrew its massive hand, summoning countless sword beams back toward it. Yet Lu Hushing's figure rapidly fragmented, manifesting into countless overlapping shadows. Despite the relentless slaughter of the sword beams, they could not locate Lu Hushing's true form. Just as all the sword beams returned to Yamada no Orochi's blade, Lu Hushing suddenly materialized before it. This time, he didn't wield the dragon-shattering hammer. Instead, he delivered a direct palm strike with near-total force, sending Yamada no Orochi crashing into the water like a cannonball. This move sent shockwaves through Sakura Nation's online community, leaving viewers gasping in disbelief. Baka! This can't be. Our Shikigami is terrifyingly powerful, how could it be slapped by Lu Hushing? Is it homesick? Did the Chinese poison our Shikigami? I absolutely refuse to believe anyone could be a match for a Shikigami. Godslayer, pull yourself together. You must kill that human, he's our biggest obstacle to conquering China. Kill the chicken. Chapter 123, brutally punishing Yamada no Orochi, the system intervenes. Yamada no Orochi had already burst out of the water, glaring coldly at Lu Hushing, her body trembling with rage. You lowly human! How dare you strike my face? Is there a problem? Lu Hushing shrugged. You came all the way to our land to deal with us. Can't I slap you back? Isn't that perfectly normal? Black aura began to swirl around Yamada no Orochi. The long sword in its grasp whirled, releasing a surge of sword energy that flickered in and out like a vanishing technique. Any blade that materialized in the air instantly sliced through space, radiating a terrifying, overwhelming sense of menace. Continuously closing in on Lu Hushing, Yama gripped his sword with both hands and bellowed, each word deliberate, "Boy, I'll show you what it means to be above the martial saint." With that, his true energy surged, and he swung his sword down toward Lu Hushing. The surrounding sword energy surged toward the blade as it descended. Yet to Lu Hushing's astonishment, no matter where he tried to dodge, he couldn't evade this strike. It clung to him like an inseparable shadow, utterly inescapable. As the blade descended, Lu Hushing clenched his dragon-shattering hammer, channeling all his true energy into it. With a thunderous dragon's roar, a massive azure dragon, crackling with purple lightning, surged upward, charging straight at the descending blade. Boom! The sword cleaved the azure dragon in two, continuing its relentless charge toward Lu Hushing. A cold smile flashed across Yachi's face. When unleashing his full power, no matter how formidable this man before him was, his fate could only be death without a burial place. Yet in the next instant, the severed dragon fused back together without expending a shred of energy. Its gaping maw, filled with lightning and dragon's breath, instantly enveloped Yachi. Meanwhile, the sword had already reached Lu Hushing. The dragon-shattering hammer surged upward from below, carrying the force of hundreds of thousands of June, meeting the blade head-on once more. Clang! Boom!
As this sword strike, surpassing even a martial saint's power, was about to collide with the dragon's shattering hammer, Yamada no Orochi, forced to counter the dragon's assault, had no choice but to pull the sword back. Yet this single maneuver reduced its power by at least 1/3. Ultimately, it could only stand toe-to-toe with the hammer, failing to affect Lu Husheng in the slightest. Yet even with this reduced force, combined with Yamada no Orochi's terrifying aura, it barely held back the dragon's assault. Ultimately, the two remained evenly matched. Chinese netizens, who had been watching this scene, were initially worried but now grew excited. Did you see that? Did you all see it? Our hero old Lu can absolutely stand up to these so-called Shikigami. They're nothing. I was worried at first, given how terrifying this Shikigami seemed. Now I'm finally relieved old war god Lu is unbeatable. Looks like the land of cherry blossoms is about to vanish from this world, haha. Those who dare to offend China shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Lu Husheng furrowed his brow slightly and couldn't help but ask the system, this guy is too powerful. Even the plus version seems unable to handle it. Is there really no other way? This system's physical form can be injected into its body. The system immediately responded, after all, it has 7 heads. Its soul is exceptionally powerful and can replenish the system's soul to 1/10 of its capacity. Damn, after absorbing so much, it's only 1/10? That soul is incredibly difficult to replenish. With that thought, Lu Husheng decisively chose to deploy the system's physical form into battle. After all, if help was available, why not take it? He wanted to take a break too, didn't he? In that instant, Lu Husheng's body flickered. Before everyone's eyes, an extraordinarily handsome youth materialized from within him. Even Yamada no Orochi was momentarily stunned. The youth's voice echoed to all present, who would have thought you'd already cultivated a clone? No wonder you're so cocky. Now you should realize how easily you can be slain, right? Lu Husheng teased, beckoning with a finger toward Yaoqi. Your fate ends here. I find that hard to believe. Yamada no Orochi stared at Lu Husheng as if he were an idiot. Let me tell you this, I have 8 heads, meaning 8 lives. Even though I was careless earlier and you killed one, I still have 7 lives left. What do you have to fight me with? Then let's see. Lu Husheng shrugged slightly, continuing to beckon at Yamada no Orochi. This was an absolute humiliation for Yamada no Orochi. Roaring with fury, it charged forward once more, sword raised. This time, Lu Husheng made no move. His physical essence leaped forcefully against the air, unleashing a powerful shockwave that blasted a kilometer-deep crater into the ocean's surface. That single strike alone demonstrated the immense power of his physical essence. Even Yamada no Orochi was taken aback. His sword slashed straight toward the spirit essence, yet it showed no intention of dodging or resisting. Instead, it charged directly into the blade. Clang! A terrifying sound reverberated in all directions. Yagami felt his hand go numb, his body jolting violently. Yet the physical essence remained unscathed. After the head took the blow, it twisted and kicked Yagami squarely in the chest. Yagami, convinced his body was indestructible, watched in disbelief as this form entered his own body. No! Yamada no Orochi's expression darkened as it frantically began sealing its body. But it was too late. The once impenetrable armor had dissolved into specks of light that scattered throughout its being, draining its blood and even infiltrating its consciousness with a soul. The sea of consciousness stretched endlessly, holding 8 thrones. One was already shattered, while the remaining 7 still held 7 identical figures. Upon seeing the shattered soul, they roared with fury, "You bastard! How dare you destroy my body? How dare you invade my sea of consciousness? I'll tear you to shreds." "I admire your courage," the fragmentary soul said mockingly, "but to me, you're nothing more than a mere insect." "Of course, 7 bodies means 7 insects, nothing more." "It seems you truly don't know your place," sighed the main soul as the 7 souls instantly closed in, surrounding him. "Watch as we tear you apart and devour you piece by piece. You will become our nourishment. Enough with the damn talk. I'm standing right here, come and get me," the residual soul roared impatiently. Chapter 124, Entering the Sea of Consciousness, Devouring the 7 Souls. At these words, the 7 souls erupted with eerie purple demonic flames, coalescing into 7 burning shadows that instantly closed in. With a flick of the main soul's wrist, thunderclouds churned above the sea of consciousness. Countless pitch-black chains shot forth from the void like greedy venomous snakes, striking directly for the remnant soul's throat. The remnant soul retreated violently. The chains grazed the hem of its robe. Golden light erupted from its fingertips, coalescing into a blade of light. Where the blade pointed, the void itself trembled. "Is this all you've got? You dare invade our sea of consciousness?" Before the words faded, the soul on the right suddenly transformed into a black mist, surging like a tidal wave. Wherever it passed, the space of the sea of consciousness began to warp and disintegrate. The remnant soul swept its swordlight, cleaving a gap in the black mist. Yet from the left, another soul coalesced into countless bone spears, raining down in an overwhelming barrage. The remnant soul darted like lightning, dodging relentlessly through the spear storm. With each swing of the lightsaber, the bone spears shattered into dust. Yet the 7 souls coordinated flawlessly, their attacks surging relentlessly like waves. No sooner had one wave been deflected than another followed immediately. The dominant soul hovered high above, its hands gesturing as the sea of consciousness violently churned. Fragments of space shot forth like blades, carving wounds into the fragmented soul. Blood dripped onto the ground, only to be voraciously absorbed by the sea of consciousness, transforming into the enemy's power. How about it? On our turf, you can't escape even if you had wings. The main soul's voice dripped with scorn. The residual soul wiped the blood from its lips, a cold gleam flashing in its eyes. Don't forget, I came here to devour you. To think you could still affect me? That's nothing but a pipe dream. As he spoke, the remnant soul's aura surged violently, its lightsaber blazing with intense brilliance. Home turf? So what? He lunged toward the nearest soul, his lightsaber flashing like a startled bird as it pierced straight toward the target's forehead. The soul hastily conjured a shield, only for it to shatter explosively the moment the blade touched it. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the soul was impaled by the blade, disintegrating into specks of starlight absorbed by the fragment. Having absorbed this soul's power, the wounded spirit's injuries healed at a visible pace, its aura growing even more formidable than before. Witnessing this, the remaining 6 souls flashed a hint of fear in their eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by rage. Kill him, the main soul roared in frenzied rage. How utterly humiliating. 7 souls unable to defeat a single opponent. If word got out, where would their honor be? 6 souls launched frenzied attacks, unleashing an endless barrage of bizarre secret arts. For a moment, the sea of consciousness roared with howling winds and crackling lightning. Terrifying energy fluctuations relentlessly battered the spatial barriers, yet the remnant soul showed no fear. Its light sword danced as it clashed fiercely with the 6 souls. Though the battle raged fiercely within the sea of consciousness, no trace of combat was visible outside. Lu Hushing stood directly opposite Yamada no Orochi, who remained motionless on the sea surface, eyes wide open, revealing no emotion whatsoever. All viewers in the livestream watched this scene with utter bewilderment. I'm new here, guys. What's going on? Why did everything just freeze? Is this halftime or something? They just stopped fighting out of nowhere. Totally baffling. But the old war god has been dominating the whole time. Even if it is halftime, that cherry blossom country Shikigami is already finished. Oomph. That tiny cherry blossom country? Even with their Shikigami, how could they possibly stand a chance against us Chinese? Lu Hushing could already sense the fierce battle raging within the consciousness sea of the two sides. The remnant soul, initially at a slight disadvantage, had gradually gained control over the entire situation. At this point, subduing the soul of the 8-headed serpent was merely a matter of time. The remnant soul fought with increasing ferocity, each sword strike carrying an apocalyptic force. The 6 souls, however, were on the defensive. Their attacks barely scratched the residual soul, while their own vulnerabilities were relentlessly exploited. Another agonized scream rang out as a soul had its arms severed by the light sword. Seizing the opportunity, the fragmented soul closed in, thrusting the blade into its chest. No! The soul watched in horror as its body gradually dissipated, powerless to resist, until it was finally consumed by the remnant soul. The remaining 5 souls were seized with terror and attempted to flee, only to discover their consciousness sealed by the fragment's power. You cannot escape, the fragmentary soul's voice rang out, cold and merciless, like a grim reaper from the depths of hell. The main soul felt bitter. This was their consciousness sea, their stronghold, yet they had been driven to this point by the fragment. Taking a deep breath, it declared furiously, brothers, since we cannot evade it, we must fight to the death. At worst, we'll take it down with us. The 4 souls exchanged glances and nodded in unison. We've tried our best, but it leaves us no path to survival. Then so be it, we have nothing left to lose. Death is inevitable either way. With that declaration, the 5 souls began to slowly coalesce. Eventually, they formed a single, new soul. In its hand appeared a long sword identical to the one used by Yamada no Orochi outside, pointing directly at the fragmented soul. If we must die, then we die together. With that, the soul erupted in a roar across the entire sea of consciousness, stepping forward to engage the remnant soul in battle once more. Now, the combined soul's power surpassed the remnant soul's. With each swing of the sword, the entire sea of consciousness resembled the apocalypse. Space twisted relentlessly, and with every distortion, the body of the 8-headed serpent outside contorted in sync, even its face contorting in agony. The residual soul showed no sign of backing down. Each collision channeled its power into the sea of consciousness, leaving it riddled with holes. This indirectly affected the merged soul, causing its body to show signs of instability. To still persist in this state. I must admire your courage, the fragmentary soul sneered, its body darting and dodging as it sought a decisive blow to finish the soul. Who will be the ultimate victor? No one can say for certain. The soul spoke, a rare occurrence. On my turf, I truly don't believe you can defeat us. With that, the soul suddenly scattered into 4 separate entities. But the separation lasted only an instant. They immediately charged at the remnant soul from 5 directions, coalescing again just as they reached it. With an impossible angle, they thrust the long sword into the remnant soul's body. Let's see if you die. Yet, the anticipated scene of the remnant soul's agonized expression and disintegrating body never materialized. Instead, its hands instantly coiled around the soul's form like ropes. The soul's pupils contracted in shock as it roared furiously, "This can't be! In this world, what is possible or impossible?" The remnant soul laughed. "As souls, you are nothing but formless energy entities. Yet you imagine this massive energy as tangible beings capable of fighting and killing. Is your ultimate fate not to be destroyed like physical entities?" With these words, the soul began to be absorbed bit by bit by the remnant soul. Not even the soul particles drifting in the sea of consciousness were spared. Chapter 125, The Great Ape King Approaches. Outside, everyone was still watching the battle between the two. Neither had made a move yet, and many were growing impatient. "This is a show. I swear they're putting on a show. How could they not move for so long? Are they even fighting? Those Sakura Nation soldiers have been slaughtered by the Huaxia troops. If this were a show, how could they have actually shed blood? Other nations might put on a show, but China and Japan absolutely wouldn't. There must be some misunderstanding here. Shouldn't the outcome be decided soon?" Just then, Yamada no Orochi's body suddenly began to shatter into pieces, eventually dissolving into specks of dust that scattered in the wind. Its remnant soul shot out of the sea of consciousness with lightning speed, fleeing toward another location. This news electrified everyone, especially the leader of Kinchi Nation, who immediately rallied his forces. He swiftly assembled a 1,000,000-strong army and marched toward Sakura Nation. Their sole reliance for this operation was the Shikigami. No one dared believe the Shikigami could die. Now, watching the drifting fragments of the Shikigami, the Sakura Nation commander gradually sank into despair. Turning to see his soldiers being slaughtered, he finally couldn't hold back and roared, "Stop! Damn it, they're just kids. Don't kill them! What an idiot! What the hell is he yelling about?" Hearing the voice, Su Xiaomai couldn't help but mutter sarcastically. Simultaneously, she swept her hand, unleashing a torrent of deadly poison toward that location. With the addition of the residual souls, the souls of the fallen Sakura Nation warriors were instantly absorbed. Even though still fighting, lacking sufficient strength, had their souls torn from their bodies as the residual souls passed by, leaving them as nothing more than walking corpses. The outcome of the battle was already decided. It was merely a matter of time now. Lu Hushing breathed a sigh of relief and slowly withdrew from the battlefield. As he watched Qin Zhongman approach rapidly, an uneasy premonition stirred within him. Sure enough, Qin Zhongman's eyes widened in terror as he exclaimed, "Old Lu, you'd never believe it, a fissure has appeared above Xuanwu City. It keeps expanding, and an elusive aura drifts from it. The alien race must have breached the space barrier. They could invade our Huaxia at any moment. Have the citizens of Xuanwu City been evacuated?" Lu Hushing frowned. He didn't even want to see Qin Zhongman right now. Every time he saw this guy, trouble was sure to follow. Ma Zhongshan has begun evacuating the citizens, but it will take at least 5 hours to get everyone out. "I don't know if it will be in time." Qin Zhongman nodded. Also, the eldest brother has already begun assembling 5 million troops to march toward Xuanwu City. Xuanwu City might become a ruin. Probably the great ape king and his kind. Lu Hushing mused. "Those bastards nearly went into seclusion after I dealt with them, but they swore to kill me. This invasion will be terrifying. We might even face martial saint level beings, and not just one. After all, I offended 3 entire races back then. If each race sends 1 martial saint, that's 3. Holy crap!" Qin Zhong's body trembled. "Old Lu, I suggest you leave this battlefield immediately and head to Xuanwu City. That's where the real priority lies. What's the rush? It's just 1 crack." Lu Hushing retorted impatiently. "Old Can, no offense, but could you chill out? Meet force with force, meet water with earth. Who do you think that's for? I can't stay calm." "Fine, then go slaughter those little cherry blossoms. Fighting them should be no problem now, right? Fine, might as well cool off." With that, Qin Zhongman leapt off the battlefield and began his fire-quenching combat. "System, what's your take on this?" Sitting atop the walls of Qinglong City, Lu Hushing sipped his tea calmly as he asked. "This concerns the supreme being of the alien race." The system replied without hesitation. "This is merely the beginning. Ultimately, the supreme being of the alien race may descend upon Blue Star." "Ugh, this is all your fault." Lu Hushing rolled his eyes. "We'll head over to check on the situation in Xuanwu City later. With China's current strength, facing even more powerful alien races is impossible. We must at least double the combat power of the entire population." The system fell silent. Lu Hushing had grown accustomed to the system's sudden aloofness. He watched the battle below in silence, while viewers in the livestream chat erupted with excitement. "China having War God Lu is truly a blessing. He's practically our guardian deity. We thought China was doomed to lose this battle, but he took down even the undefeated Shikigami. Who else could possibly stand against him? China has finally redeemed itself. After this battle, the land of cherry blossoms will never dare challenge China again. China has existed for thousands of years. It's the Sakura Nation's ancestor. If they want to pick a fight, they've picked the wrong target." The remnant soul vanished from the battlefield swiftly.
Having absorbed so much at once, it was stretched to its limit and needed a long period of recuperation before continuing. What had been considered an evenly matched battle concluded in less than 2 hours. The livestream ended, and Chinese soldiers began clearing the battlefield. Ken Zhongman returned to Lu Hushing's side, panting heavily. He grabbed a teacup and gulped down every last drop. Those soldiers deserved to die. Traveling thousands of miles to come to China just to get themselves killed, what were they thinking? That's the inherent weakness of a nation. Lu Hushing said, his eyelids drooping. These fools think they can manipulate us Huaxia. They're nothing but clowns, not worth worrying about. Stop playing the sage, Ken Zhongman urged impatiently. Hurry up and come with me to Xuanwu City. Our elder brother has already gone ahead. Virtually all the generals will be heading there. That's putting all our eggs in one basket. Lu Hushing froze. What's Big Brother thinking? If another region gets invaded now, everything's ruined. Don't worry about that. The boss has his reasons. Ken Zhongman waved his hand dismissively. Hurry up. That spatial rift could tear open any moment. Fine, fine. Lu Hushing snapped irritably. What's with all the drama? You go ahead. I'll leave as soon as I wrap things up here. I'll definitely be faster than you and get there first. Are you sure? Ken Zhongman asked suspiciously. Lu Hushing rolled his eyes and kicked Ken Zhongman squarely in the rear. Now get moving. Chapter 126, Deploying Troops and Arranging Formations. Shortly after Ken Zhongman left, Wu Linger and Meng Qiniao arrived. Old Lu, the spatial rift in Xuanwu City was opened jointly by the Sparrow Dynasty, the Great Ape Clan, and the Behemoth Clan. Their primary target is the supreme physical essence of the alien race, and naturally, they intend to eliminate you too. So it is those three races. Lu Hushing sneered coldly. This is beyond my expectations. Their speed is truly astonishing. The Sparrow Dynasty and Great Ape Clan each likely have a martial saint, while the Behemoth Clan sent their Golden Behemoth King personally, and in its berserk state, its power rivals that of a martial saint. Wu Linger nodded slightly, her expression grave. I fear I'm also on their hunting list. It's just a pity I won't be able to witness my own fate this time. So here's what I suggest, you and Qiniao should stay put in Qinglong City. There's nothing you can do to help out there. Lu Hushing stated bluntly. Leave it to me. All the generals of Huaxia will be heading there anyway, so it should be fine. But I need to support you. Wu Linger protested, spreading her hands. We're a team. Look after my granddaughter. Lu Hushing placed his large hand firmly on Wu Linger's slender shoulder. That is the absolute priority. Otherwise, I won't be able to fight with peace of mind. Sis Linger, just stay here for now. I promise nothing will go wrong. Meng Qiniao immediately chimed in. If any danger arises, my parents will protect you too. Alright then. Wu Linger finally nodded, adding, I've cast the oracle for you. You're in grave danger too, but within that peril lies a chance to save your life. I just don't know what that so-called chance is yet, so you'll have to find it yourself. Alright. Lu Hushing nodded firmly. Fortune favors the bold. I'll be fine. Don't worry. After bidding farewell to the two, Lu Hushing led Long Zhenshan and Su Shamai toward Xuanwu City. The citizens of Xuanwu City were still evacuating in an orderly fashion. The main group was divided into several columns, marching in a grand procession through specially opened passages into the city. Under Ma Zhongshan's command, all laser-heavy cannons were trained skyward. Nearly 100 martial artists of 5th rank and above channeled their vital energy into missiles, preparing to launch them the moment the spatial rift widened. Upon seeing Lu Hushing, Ma Zhongshan exclaimed excitedly, Commander! Your arrival is just what we needed. We'll definitely wipe out those bastards. This attack will be devastating. At least 3 combatants with martial saint strength have appeared. Immediately divert the advance route for the civilians and evacuate them from Xuanwu City as quickly as possible. Lu Hushing issued his orders without delay. It appears this spatial fissure won't allow normal passage for at least another 2 hours. We still have time. Yes, sir. Ma Zhongshan snapped to attention and immediately went to carry out the orders. Soon, Ken Zhongman and the others arrived. Before Ken could speak, Lu Hushing warmly greeted them. Since everyone's here, I've had little Ma prepare some wine and food. Let's have a drink first. Old Lu, really? This isn't the time to be showing off, Ken Zhongman asked, exasperated. A major battle is imminent. Shouldn't we be preparing first? Everything that needed preparing is done. Our main task is to wait for the alien race to arrive and fight them to the death. Lu Hushing said solemnly. If this were our last meal, would you rather go hungry? Little Lu's absolutely right. Zhao Jiangwo laughed heartily. This kid arrived first and knows the situation here. If he says so, he must have his reasons. We'll just drink and feast, then fight the invaders when the time comes. Everything else can go to hell. Agreed. Lu Shutao, fresh from the battle at Qinglong City, felt a surge of heroic spirit. Let's listen to the elder brother and drink our fill. The civilians evacuated in orderly fashion while soldiers streamed into the city. The 7 generals stood atop the ramparts, reminiscing over drinks.
Their occasional laughter gradually eased the soldiers' tension. Over an hour passed before a crackling sound echoed from the sky. The previously static fissure began slowly widening. Launch the missiles immediately. 100 intercontinental missiles. Lu Husheng roared instantly. Ma Zhongshan, who had been awaiting orders, perked up at Lu Husheng's voice. He immediately relayed the command to the artillery commander. Under the watchful eyes of all soldiers, intercontinental missiles, carrying terrifying energy, rapidly shot into the sky, hurtling toward the spatial fissure. Under the combined assault of the three alien races, the spatial fissure finally tore open into a massive gap large enough for the towering aliens to pass through. At that moment, a dense swarm of aliens surged through the fissure toward China. Yet the vanguard aliens witnessed one after another of the smoke-belching rods entering the spatial rift. What are those things? How can they still be on fire? Some less worldly aliens began to ask suspiciously. Boom! The next instant, a terrifying explosion echoed. The intercontinental missiles' already devastating destructive power, amplified by the infusion of vital energy, now equaled the full force of at least a ninth-rank powerhouse, even rivaling a half-step grandmaster. The alien creatures at the forefront were blown to fragments before they could comprehend what had struck them. The Huaxia humans watched as streams of blood gushed from the fissure. Yet blood was scarce. Such overwhelming force vaporized most of the alien invaders, leaving no trace of it behind. All soldiers, prepare for battle. As the second wave of 100 intercontinental missiles surged forth, Lu Husheng's command rang out once more. The enemy advances with overwhelming force. Our objective is nothing less than mutual annihilation. Those who dare invade our land shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. With these words, the soldiers' roar swelled into a deafening wave, drowning out even the explosions of the ICBMs tearing through the spatial rift. Damn it, a bad start to the campaign. The great ape king frowned deeply. This must be that idiot Lu Husheng commanding the battle again, always trying to pull off surprise attacks before combat. No wonder you sent only a vanguard of dim-witted, third-grade or lower alien races. You knew he'd pull this stunt. The peacock ancestor nodded approvingly at the great ape king. At least we've blunted their offensive, engaged part of their strength, killing two birds with one stone. After so many battles with him, I know his tactics inside out, the great ape king snorted coldly. He's escaped me time and again before. This time, I'll take his damn life no matter what. Send in the elite. Chapter 127, Mobilizing the entire nest, the great ape king seeks revenge. With a furious roar, a squadron of towering apes, each over 10 meters tall, strided out from the distance, emerging from the rift. At the great ape king's command, they charged into the fissure. At that very instant, a second wave of intercontinental missiles slammed into the spatial fissure. The explosive shockwave sent the entire rift reeling violently. The terrifying energy forcibly expanded the rift. Yet, as the missiles struck the colossal apes, the beasts erupted with monstrous power, generating a blood-red shield several meters thick that deflected the ICBMs. However, this terrifying force surged upward and downward, forcibly expanding the spatial fissure several times over. Now! Kill them! Observing the widening rift, the Ape King's expression shifted as he issued the attack command first. Kill! 2 million great ape warriors surged into the spatial fissure with overwhelming force, their roar so thunderous it reverberated even within Xuanwu City. Ma Zhongshan frowned deeply, gazing upward at the rift. The moment the great ape army appeared, he roared, "Laser-heavy cannons, fire!" Boom! At his command, countless laser cannons fired upon the giant apes. Yet only the first wave of lasers, infused with vital energy, pierced through even the elite, burly apes praised by the great ape king, leaving gaping holes in their bodies. Enraged roars reverberated like sonic attacks, pounding the ground relentlessly. After thousands fell in the first wave, the surviving apes charged through the barrage to the exit. With a single leap, they landed on the ground and surged toward a specific target. Brothers, kill! Ma Zhongshan roared in unison. Countless soldiers launched their first assault. The vanguard unit, whose minds were etched with the Bagua Thunder Array, instantly formed the Nine Palaces Bagua formation, enveloping all the charging giant apes within its embrace. Countless purple thunderbolts rained down from the sky, catching the elite vanguard who had prepared to slaughter the Huaxia soldiers completely off guard. They fell to the ground, wailing in agony. A general observed the chaos with cold detachment, his face devoid of anxiety. He spoke calmly, "Comrades, this assault remains merely a test of their strength and numbers. We are laying the groundwork for our entire race to conquer Huaxia. We are glorious. Our sacrifice for the foreign tribes brings honor even in death." As if brainwashed, the giant apes roared in unison, utterly disregarding life or death as they charged toward the Huaxia soldiers with frenzied shrieks. Looks like a fierce battle. Ken Zhongman observed the scene with some suspicion. These foreign tribesmen seem possessed, each one charging headlong into certain death. Are they that eager to die? They aren't seeking death, these are suicide squads within the vanguard. Lu Husheng replied gravely, then turned to the system. "System, do I need to summon a heroic spirit now? Do not summon heroes until absolutely necessary." The system responded immediately. Each hero summoning increases this system's exposure. Prematurely drawing the foreign race's supreme beings would deal a devastating blow to Blue Star. Then find a way to boost the strength of our Chinese citizens. Lu Hushing snapped. We're essentially fighting for you right now. If it weren't for your arrival, how could so many alien martial saints have been drawn to Blue Star? Boom!
Amidst Lu Hushing's rant, another sound echoed. A massive hole suddenly ripped open in the spatial fissure. The true alien hordes poured out in overwhelming numbers, launching their full-scale assault on Qinglong City.
Damn it, how can there be so many?
Li Wan stared in shock at the alien forces pouring out like dumplings being dropped into boiling water.
At least 3 million, and that doesn't even include those terrifyingly powerful beings. This is the final assault.
I didn't expect it to begin so soon. Lu Hushing rose slowly, gazing at the densely packed alien soldiers. His voice was grave.
We have no reason to hold back any longer. Release all our soldiers immediately. Simultaneously, request reinforcements from other locations. We must completely crush the alien hordes. Young Lu is absolutely right. Zhao Jiangwo nodded slightly, his expression grave. I sense several truly terrifying auras. Though Young Lu is immensely powerful, we can't guarantee he alone can repel those alien leaders.
We must prepare for all eventualities.
Lu Hushing nodded in agreement. Lu Husheng.
A thunderous roar shook the entire Xuanwu city, causing it to rumble. The Great Ape King burst from the spatial fissure, brandishing his wolf-tooth club. He slammed it down onto the ground with such ferocity that a terrifying shockwave, carrying devastating force, instantly rippled outward. Thousands of soldiers were instantly obliterated, and a single strike blasted a vacuum zone tens of thousands of square meters wide into the earth. This fellow's power surpasses his former self. Lu Hushing murmured, swiftly approaching the Great Ape King with a smile as if greeting an old friend reunited after decades.
Great Ape King, shouting so familiarly upon arriving Blue Star?
I know we've met before, but there's no need for such ostentation.
You!
The Great Ape King's voice trembled with rage as he snarled, his face darkening. You infiltrated our alien race, murdered the ruler of my Great Ape clan, and stole countless treasures from us.
Do you think this debt can be settled so easily?
Today marks not only the day my alien race conquers China, but also the day I settle the score with you, the day I tear you limb from limb.
You're as good as dead. Oh my, you make it sound so convincing.
Every time it's you're doomed, yet I always end up living it up more than anyone else.
Anyone can talk big. Lu Husheng retorted irritably.
If talking big could win wars, the alien race would have been obliterated by our Blue Star ages ago. You needn't waste words on me, for you shall die a miserable death. The Great Ape King roared, launching a direct assault at Lu Husheng. Nearly 2/3 of his power surged into the Wolf Tooth Club. The explosive burst instantly locked onto Lu Husheng's position. Even as the club crashed down, Lu Husheng showed no sign of evading. This caused Lu Husheng's brows to furrow deeply. The Grandmaster's power erupted fully.
A Qinglong dragon's phantom shot skyward, its massive tail coiling around the Wolf Tooth Club.
Only then did the downward momentum slow, allowing Lu Husheng to escape. With a swift dragon tail strike, the dragon-shattering hammer flew out with lightning speed.
The Great Ape King frowned, genuinely surprised that Lu Husheng could deflect his strike so decisively.
Yet he had no intention of clashing head-on. Instantly shifting his stance, he prepared to evade the blow. Chapter 128, The Ancestors Go Berserk, vowing to slay Lu Husheng. The dragon-shattering hammer continued its relentless advance, mowing down thousands of falling alien troops before plunging into a spatial fissure. The deafening roar of purple celestial thunder erupted within, and by the time the hammer returned to Lu Husheng's grasp, nearly 10,000 foes lay slain. Witnessing this spectacle, the Great Ape King's expression darkened. Your power has surpassed that of a grandmaster.
No.
It's merely the pinnacle among grandmasters, not yet the level of martial saint.
Lu Husheng replied calmly. Of course, to kill you? That would be more than sufficient. I refuse to believe it.
The Great Ape King's teeth clenched with a grinding sound.
With that declaration, he charged toward Lu Husheng once more.
Lu Husheng intended to end this quickly. The martial saints were the main event.
He immediately activated shadow stacking, sending countless duplicates scattering in all directions, obscuring his true form.
As the Great Ape King swung forward, every shadow surged toward it. The beast sucked in a sharp breath and scrambled backward. Thud! Retreating was not the issue, it was precisely that single step backward that landed it squarely within Lu Husheng's calculated trap. Lu Husheng had already appeared behind it. The dragon-shattering hammer, carrying at least 200,000 Jun of force, slammed into its back. Such terrifying power made the Great Ape King spit out a mouthful of blood with a wah, and immediately flew forward.
The Great Ape King was gravely wounded.
Almost simultaneously, a deafening rumble echoed as the Peacock Ancestor and the Ape Clan Ancestor burst forth from the fissure, launching a coordinated ambush against Lu Husheng. Tens of thousands of feathered blades converged like a storm, blanketing the entire battlefield. A colossal wolf tooth club, accompanied by a terrifying whistling wind, shattered space itself as it descended upon Lu Husheng with overwhelming force. Lu Husheng sucked in a sharp breath, immediately activating the enhanced version of his berserk buff. The azure dragon roared skyward, while purple thunderbolts surged like towering waves, surging majestically upward.
The air filled with a relentless clanging as countless feathered blades collided with the azure dragon amidst the thunderous sea.
The sky erupted into a dazzling spectacle, its violent tremors causing fragments of shattered space to rain down, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse.
Human pawn, meet your end.
The Wolf-Tooth Club burst forth from the clash, stretching thousands of meters across. Each spike alone measured over 100 meters, enveloping the very walls of Xuanwu City within its grasp.
This creature is incredibly powerful. Even among martial saints, it's terrifyingly strong. Can Seventh Brother possibly be its match? Should we intervene?
But our help would be like a drop in the bucket. We can't possibly stand against a grandmaster, let alone a martial saint-level powerhouse. The alien race has come with overwhelming force.
Even more reinforcements might not be enough to deal with these beasts. Seventh Brother, if it comes to it, retreat immediately. If necessary, we'll take them down with us.
Listening to the voices echoing from the city walls, the ancient ape ancestor couldn't help but sneer.
You lot, thinking you could take me down with you? That's nothing but a fool's fantasy. Roar! A dragon's roar seemed to surge from the heavens as an immense dragon's tail burst forth from the thunderclouds, sweeping toward the Wolf-Tooth Club with devastating force.
Lu Husheng chuckled mockingly, his body shooting skyward like lightning. This old fool thinks victory is assured, but he knows nothing of the vastness beyond human reach, the boundless expanse beyond the heavens. In the eyes of the ancient ape ancestor Yen, the hammer grew larger and larger, swelling to nearly 1,000 meters in an instant. Just as the dragon tail struck the Wolf-Tooth Club, the dragon's shattering hammer slammed upward, forcefully repelling the unstoppable club. The ancient ape ancestor felt excruciating pain in both hands. His skin, as hard as steel, bled profusely from the shockwave. The Wolf-Tooth Club nearly flew from his grasp. The instant he loosened his hold, he reached out again, barely catching it before Lu Husheng charged forward, swinging the club once more. Crash! At that moment, Lu Husheng had already landed atop the Wolf-Tooth Club. Planting one foot firmly on it, he leapt high into the air. Gripping the dragon's shattering hammer with both hands, he swung it down toward the ancient ape ancestor's head. The ancient ape ancestor's face paled. He never imagined Lu Husheng possessed such formidable strength. The Wolf-Tooth Club instantly shrank and rushed back to him, while his body retreated at breakneck speed, narrowly evading the hammer blow. Yet, he stared in disbelief as Lu Husheng, who had been charging toward him moments ago, vanished into thin air. Boom! The next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the storm clouds as the peacock ancestor plummeted from the heavens. Judging by the speed, it was no voluntary descent. He'd been smashed down by Lu Husheng's hammer. Damn it! You were clearly fighting me just now. How did you suddenly end up in the clouds attacking old Peacock? The ape ancestor demanded furiously. That's just too sneaky. Damn it, the two of you ganging up on me, and I haven't even accused you of being treacherous yet, but you're already blaming me? Lu Husheng retorted irritably. Don't ever tell anyone that, it's embarrassing. You! The peacock ancestor was so furious he could barely breathe, pointing at Lu Husheng for a long moment without words. What? Did I miss something? Lu Husheng shrugged. You two are the patriarchs of your respective clans, yet you gang up on a single old man like me? Doesn't that seem a bit unfair? If you've got the guts, take me on one at a time. Let's settle this one-on-one. The ape ancestor's eyes blazed crimson. Just as he opened his mouth, he suddenly regained his composure and sneered, Don't try to goad us. It won't work. We opened this spatial rift to come here for one reason, to take your life. No matter the cost. Old Peacock, are you certain about resorting to such shameless tactics? Lu Husheng turned his gaze to the Peacock Patriarch. Don't you find it shameful? Kill. The Peacock Patriarch's face darkened. Knowing he stood no chance against Lu Husheng in a one-on-one fight, he answered with action instead of words. This left Lu Husheng feeling utterly helpless. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly before launching his counterattack once more. Old Lu fighting them like this, he'll never finish before he's strong enough. Ken Zhengman was frantic. Can't any of you think of a better way to help him? We're all only at the grandmaster realm. Going in would only make things worse. Lu Shutao said gravely. I wonder if launching a nuclear weapon at them now would be useful. Are you out of your mind? Ken Zhengman shot Lu Shutao a stunned look. We're this close, it's not a long-range strike. How exactly would we deploy a nuclear weapon? I do have a plan, though I'm not sure if I should share it. Li Wan murmured softly. Chapter 129, The Baimong King's Ambush. One dies first. Just say it already. What's the point of holding back now? Ken Zhengman snapped, exasperated. Why the damn mystery? All of us should fuse our chi energy into a single sphere and unleash it with lightning speed. Li Wan declared solemnly. Though individually we're no match for them, our combined attack might help Old Seven take one of them down. Makes sense. Ken Zhengman nodded in agreement. Big brother, we can't intervene in their fight, but we can definitely pull off some minor maneuvers. I agree with Big Wan's proposal. Then let's not delay. Shall we begin? Zhao Zhangluo spoke, initiating the light sphere first, channeling nearly all his vital energy into it. The others quickly followed suit, and soon a soccer ball-sized white energy sphere materialized before them. We'll watch carefully.
When the moment is right, strike decisively. We must hit the mark with one shot.
The battle between Lu Husheng and the peacock ancestor and the ape ancestor raged on. Despite Lu Husheng's immense strength, he found himself stretched thin against the combined assaults of the two ancestors, forcing a stalemate. System, Lu Husheng couldn't help but ask, there are only 5 minutes left before my plus version expires, but the Behemoth King still hasn't appeared.
I doubt we can take them down. Is there truly no way to break this stalemate?
Purchase. 10,000 merit points can buy one use of the Plus Edition Berserk buff. The system's reply was blunt, but Lu Husheng didn't believe using the Plus Edition again would be enough to defeat them. Given the current situation, he needed a far more powerful attack, otherwise it would all be for naught. While battling the two foes, Lu Husheng scoured the exchange shop for a solution. He quickly found an item called Burst, costing 1,000 merit points per use. It amplified a single attack by over 10-fold, perfect for this situation. He decisively exchanged for 2 uses. The battle raged at peak intensity, and Lu Husheng began to show signs of exhaustion despite his resolve.
Now! The Baimon King, lurking in the shadows, seized his chance.
His body shot out of the spatial rift like lightning, swinging his axe toward Lu Husheng's head with a speed that defied perception. This strike contained the Behemoth King's ultimate power, more than enough to slay Lu Husheng. Moreover, it had carefully assessed that Lu Husheng's most powerful attack was limited in scope. While Lu might inflict severe wounds with a desperate strike, the Behemoth King was absolutely certain it could finish him off. Trading injury for a kill worth it.
Lu Husheng quickly spotted the Baimon King.
No wonder this old bastard hadn't shown himself, he'd been waiting here for me.
Well then, I'll use Burst on you first. As the Behemoth King's axe swung down, Lu Husheng abruptly broke free from the battle with the second ancestor.
His body twisted mid-air as the dragon-shattering hammer met the Behemoth King head-on. A sneer flickered across the Behemoth King's lips. You fool.
Thinking of counterattacking in this situation? Too bad you don't know you're about to die. Boom!
The next instant, the dragon-shattering hammer struck the giant axe with a force of millions of tons.
The smile finally vanished from the Baimon King's face. The scene he had imagined Lu Husheng desperately blocking the blow did not materialize. Instead, the terrifying force instantly shattered his axe into countless cracks.
The frenzied force erupted outward, its shockwaves scattering like a martial saint's deadliest strike, pulverizing everything within a 10-kilometer radius. Nearly a third of the entire Xuanwu city was reduced to dust.
Crack! The next second, accompanied by a sharp crack, the Behemoth King's axe shattered into dust. Yet the dragon-shattering hammer pressed forward relentlessly, crashing into the Behemoth King with overwhelming force. The Baimon King was filled with regret. He had clearly assessed this human strength. He should have only suffered severe injuries at most. Yet now, he was the one gravely wounded, while the human remained unscathed. This was far too disadvantageous. The Behemoth King was hurled kilometers away. Its once impregnable body now bore countless fine cracks, utterly unable to withstand further blows. Unexpectedly, Kanjongmun quietly propelled the energy orb toward the Behemoth King. The moment it touched down, the glowing sphere streaked toward it. Boom! The Behemoth King tried to cry out for help, but it was already too late. The moment the orb struck its body, it unleashed an earth-shattering roar. The terrifying explosion dealt a second devastating blow, turning the fine cracks into gaping fissures. Amidst piercing screams, the once proud golden behemoth's body shattered into a pile of fragments. You! The second ancestor's eyes bulged with fury. The Behemoth King was their secret weapon, yet he died so quickly, without even a chance to scream. By all accounts, the Behemoth King was powerful. How could he fall so swiftly? You came here as invaders, yet dared to think you could turn the tables? Lu Husheng sneered. Have you never heard the saying that justice will always triumph over evil? In our eyes, there is no distinction between good and evil, only the victor reigns supreme, and the vanquished are outlaws, roared the peacock ancestor. Old wretch, you've plundered every treasure of my peacock dynasty. Even if this world has such divisions, you belong to the side of evil. Say whatever you want. One of your 3 strongest is already dead, and the other 2 won't last long. Lu Husheng rolled his eyes, sneering. 4 minutes. Within 4 minutes, another one of you will fall. Think carefully about who'll be next. These words infuriated both ancestors. Yet they had witnessed the devastating strike firsthand. Such terrifying power was utterly beyond their ability to withstand. If he could unleash another attack like that, one of them might very well die. Though their power surpassed the Baimon King's in terms of physical resilience, they were indeed a notch below him. We'll attack together. In the end, it might be him who dies. The ancient ape ancestor roared, and the 2 ancestors once again charged at Lu Husheng simultaneously. A mocking expression spread across Lu Husheng's face. As long as he could eliminate one more within 4 minutes, he could burn his life force to finish off the last one even as a mere grandmaster. The battle at the top was terrifying, but the fighting below was equally fierce. Su Xiaomai and her companions relentlessly cut down minor leaders within the alien hordes. Finally, a grandmaster-level alien could no longer stand by. Like a mountain, he charged through their ranks like a battering ram, crashing violently into the small group. Chapter 130, Wheat battles the grandmaster, the ancestral elder of the A clan dies. Dodge! Su Xiaomai shrieked, leaping aside while flinging a handful of deadly poison at the alien foe. The group immediately scattered. The moment Su Xiaomai touched ground, her crossbow unleashed a volley of bolts. Amidst the clanging of metal, every bolt embedded itself into the alien warrior. Yet with a single smash from the warrior's fist, all the bolts were knocked loose. You little! This crossbow belongs to our alien race. Did that old fart Lu Hushing steal it and give it to you? None of your business. Su Xiaomai snapped. Look at your pathetic state, yet you have the nerve to meddle. You dare insult me? The foreigner's eyes widened in fury as he launched a devastating Iron Mountain collision attack at Su Xiaomai. The terrifying speed was beyond her ability to react. Xiaomai! Long Zhanshan roared, thrusting his spear forward to violently shove Su Xiaomai aside. Instantly unleashing his full power, he gripped the spear shaft with both hands and lashed out at the foreigner. As Su Xiaomai was shoved aside, another deadly poison dart flew toward the alien. Long Zhanshan was currently only at the upper 9th rank, not yet having broken through to the half-stepmaster realm. This strike inflicted no damage whatsoever on the alien. Instead, the alien grabbed the spearhead. This spear is also a product of our alien realm. You thieves are shameless, using our weapons against us. Once it's in our hands, it's our property. What do you mean your alien race? Long Zhanshan retorted irritably, then twisted the spear with both hands. Yet he still failed to grasp the true might of a grandmaster. He couldn't budge the spear shaft at all. Instead, the alien creature hoisted him up, roared, and slammed him violently into the ground. Ma Zhangshan, who had been watching the battle intently, wasted no time. After spinning 5 or 6 times to build momentum, he swung his nearly 2-meter-long cavalry saber down with all his might, aiming for the alien's head. Clang! The blade struck the creature's skull, producing a metallic ring. Yet the alien merely staggered slightly. The decapitation he'd envisioned failed to materialize. However, the blow did force it to release its grip on the spear tip. Long Zhanshan twisted his body, allowing him to land safely. Su Xiaomai's delicate brows furrowed as she stared at the alien creature in disbelief. The amount of deadly poison she had released could have killed tens of thousands of ordinary alien soldiers. How could it be utterly useless against this creature? This was unnatural. The alien creature paid no heed to the two humans. It slowly turned to face Ma Zhangshan, its voice tinged with irritation. Amusing, is it? This is still our alien weapon. So what if we used your weapons? Does that make you feel accomplished? Ma Zhangshan retorted angrily. Acting like using your weapons somehow makes us look good? It's just this, it still can't kill you. Blame your own weakness, the alien race side. If you were truly strong, how could our weapons possibly lack sharpness? As a grandmaster level warrior, fighting you is beneath me. It seems I must end this quickly. At that moment, the foreigner's body swayed violently. He shook his head forcefully. What's happening? Sorry to break it to you, but you're poisoned. Su Xiaomai beamed with delight, chuckling as he spoke. I laced your drink with 5 different deadly poisons. These poisons can recombine into new, even more lethal toxins. You're now suffering from a terrifying compound poison. Even if we don't fight, you'll be dead soon enough. Ha! The alien's face turned green with rage, or perhaps from the poison. As a grandmaster, it had always considered fighting such lowly minions a disgraceful act. Yet, it never imagined these despicable scoundrels would dare poison it. Unable to contain its rage, it roared, "Kill you first." With that, the alien creature lunged toward Su Xiaomai. Long Zhanshan and Ma Zhangshan had been watching the alien creature closely. Seeing its sudden movement, they immediately charged toward it as well. Xiaomai, run! We'll stall it until the poison kills it. Su Xiaomai took off running at the command. Her strength was relatively weak. Among them, poisoning was all she could manage. The rest would have to be left to Long Zhanshan and the others. Anyway, that beast was as good as dead. As the 4 minutes drew to a close, Lu Hushing finally locked his target onto the ancient ape ancestor. This old creature was slightly weaker than the peacock ancestor. Crucially, though thick-skinned and tough, it lacked extensive defenses. Moreover, it favored head-on combat. If he clashed with it directly, he could definitely finish it off. With that thought, Lu Hushing decisively abandoned the peacock ancestor. Eyes blazing, he charged toward the ape ancestor. Old fool. I'll kill you first. You fool. Killing a behemoth king was already pushing your limits. Do you truly think you can take me down? The old ancestor of the ape clan flew into a rage at the very thought, completely oblivious to whether Lu Hushing harbored any hidden tricks. He swung his wolf tooth club and charged straight at him. Boom! The next instant, the two collided violently. The clash between the dragon-shattering hammer and the wolf tooth club was nearly identical to their first exchange. Yet Lu Hushing seemed possessed, immediately roaring, again. The ancient ape ancestor was speechless, inwardly thinking this fool was an idiot. At this rate, even 10 or 20 more exchanges wouldn't decide the outcome. He bellowed, "Old peacock!" At those 3 words alone, the peacock ancestor surged forward.
He intended to attack Lu Husheng while the Ape Clan ancestor and Lu Husheng clashed, aiming to completely overwhelm Lu Husheng. At that very moment, Lu Husheng finally activated his shadow stacking and burst abilities. His body split into countless illusions, evading the ancient ape ancestor's wolf tooth club. He abruptly materialized before the ancient ape ancestor and brought a hammer crashing down onto its forehead. The ancestral patriarch of the ape clan remained stunned. After all, under the Peacock Patriarch's lock-on, Lu Husheng couldn't possibly launch such a life or death attack against him. Yet in this situation, evasion was too late. The ancestral patriarch of the ape clan concentrated nearly all his strength into his forehead, intending to meet Lu Husheng's hammer blow head-on. Crash! The blow struck with devastating force, terrifying in its intensity. The visible shockwave even halted the Peacock Patriarch's movements for nearly a second. The Monkey Patriarch's skull proved no match for the dragon-shattering hammer. The instant it struck, his brain turned to mush within his skull. Moments later, his entire head shattered into dust, leaving behind nothing but a headless corpse. Old ape! The Peacock ancestor's face twisted in disbelief as he watched the scene unfold. He couldn't fathom how this human could possibly fight three of them alone. It was utterly impossible. The Peacock ancestor, enraged, charged straight at Lu Husheng. "I'll fight you to the death." Chapter 131, The Peacock Ancestor Slain, Oldkin severely wounded. As the Peacock ancestor charged forward, Lu Husheng sensed his enhanced time had arrived. He swiftly dodged to the side while simultaneously igniting his life flame. The power that had vanished moments before rapidly returned. This surprised the Peacock ancestor, who had failed to strike Lu Husheng. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! You fool! After fighting us for so long, you've finally run out of strength. Now you've resorted to burning your life force. Who else but you deserves to die? Cut the ing mockery. All you're good for is mocking." Lu Husheng retorted with contempt. "The one who dies in the end will be you. Still talking tough when death is upon you? Today I'll show you the true might of a martial saint." The Peacock ancestor's lips curled upward as countless feathered blades shot skyward. Spinning rapidly, hundreds of feathered blades swirled around it, their clanging sound cracking the very fabric of space. No! Old Lu is in danger. The 6 generals, who had just formed their second energy spheres, sucked in sharp breaths upon witnessing the battlefield's turn. Ken Zhangman, closest to Lu Husheng, wasted no time. Summoning nearly all his strength, he propelled himself toward the Peacock ancestor with his energy sphere, determined to buy Lu Husheng precious moments. Lu Husheng noticed Ken Zhangman and frowned. Old Ken. He channeled all his power into the dragon-shattering hammer, unleashing his most devastating strike against the Peacock ancestor. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the blue dragon's phantom on the dragon-shattering hammer solidified to near-tangible form. Enveloped in purple lightning arcs, it pierced through the feathered swords and closed in on the Peacock ancestor with devastating force. The feathered swords, which had seemed invincible in the Peacock ancestor's eyes, now appeared unusually fragile. The sound of cracking echoed incessantly. Just as the dragon-shattering hammer was about to crash down, the Peacock ancestor suddenly sensed Ken Zhangman behind him. He immediately turned, stretched out his large hand, and grabbed the energy sphere the 6 had painstakingly condensed. With its surprise attack potential gone, the energy sphere was instantly crushed in the Peacock ancestor's palm. Ken Zhangman was grabbed by the throat and flung aside like a little chick. Damn it! Lu Husheng's rage boiled over. He instantly positioned himself atop the Azure Dragon's phantom form, then unleashed its full power. Charging forward with terrifying arcs of electricity, he collided head-on with the Peacock ancestor. Clang! A deafening crash echoed as countless feather blades returned before the Peacock ancestor. Spinning rapidly, they coalesced into multiple shields that collided with the Azure Dragon's phantom like an umbrella. Several feather shields shattered instantly, leaving only the last one desperately holding back the advancing Azure Dragon. Damn it, you bastard, the Peacock ancestor gritted his teeth. You've clearly sunk to burning your life force. How can you unleash such a terrifying attack? It's impossible. As he held the line, the Peacock ancestor was relentlessly pushed backward. He could only burn his life force to keep the feather sword shields from shattering. You're quite the joke yourself. Burning your life force like that, and you have the nerve to criticize me? Lu Husheng couldn't help but chuckle. Old fool, they're both dead. Do you really think you can survive alone? Put. The words had barely left his mouth when the Peacock ancestor staggered. Staring down in shock, he saw the blade tip piercing his chest. Ken Zhangman had also burned his life force, driving this blade imbued with his very existence deep into the Peacock ancestor's chest. And it had actually pierced right through. You insignificant insect. The Peacock ancestor was furious beyond words. It had imagined countless ways to die, but never that it would be ambushed by a mere master-level insect. This was arguably the most humiliating death imaginable. 1,000-mile dike collapses from an ant's hole. You may think yourself powerful, but in my eyes, you're nothing more than prey to be hunted. Ken Zhangman sneered coldly. Yet, the moment he uttered those words, he was blasted away by the Peacock ancestor. Boom! Simultaneously, Lu Husheng arrived with the illusory form of the Azure Dragon. As the final feather sword shield shattered, the peacock ancestor was coiled by the azure dragon.
Countless purple heavenly thunderbolts slammed into its body, causing it to scream in agony.
With its life force rapidly burning away, the peacock ancestor who had only recently ascended to martial saint perished.
Lu Hushing stuffed a small restoration pill into his mouth before immediately charging toward Qin Zhongman. Qin Zhongman was gravely wounded.
While burning his life force, not only were his meridians severed, but his true chi was completely depleted. His injuries now rivaled those he had sustained when battling the Great Ape King and the Crimson Shadow Wolf King.
Without hesitation, Lu Hushing shoved another small restoration pill into his mouth while channeling the last remnants of his own true chi into Qin Zhongman's body.
Old Can, why did you have to do this? I could have handled that bastard.
Qin Zhongman said nothing, merely offering Lu Hushing a smile that spoke volumes.
How is Old Can?
Zhao Jiangwo and the others rushed over, their faces filled with concern as they looked at the weakened Qin Zhongman.
He's badly injured.
I gave him the small restoration pill.
Let's see how he recovers first. If it's hopeless, then we'll discuss further. Lu Hushing said solemnly.
Get him off the battlefield immediately.
Understood. Two generals immediately carried him away from Xuanwu City. Lu Hushing turned his gaze back to the battlefield. The three most formidable foes had been slain, yet among the remaining deputy generals and minor leaders were still grandmasters, including one even from the K dynasty. Though a dozen or so were at the threshold of grandmaster, those at the 9th rank were entangled by formations. Still, hoping to kill it was nothing but wishful thinking. Brother, you return to the city walls to oversee the situation. I shall confront the last grandmaster remaining on the battlefield.
Lu Hushing declared, striding slowly toward the ancient peacock.
The effects of the minor restoration pill had already repaired the damage caused by burning his life flame and nearly replenished his true chi. Though his injuries were not yet fully healed, he believed he had more than enough strength to slay this final grandmaster.
Commander! Someone spotted Lu Hushing and saluted him immediately. Lu Hushing gave a slight nod, dismissing his exhausted troops.
This allowed the old peacock to breathe a sigh of relief. His gaze locked onto Lu Hushing immediately.
So you're Lu Hushing, the little thief who impersonated the peacock prince back then?
Oomph. Lu Hushing shrugged and spread his hands.
Your peacock dynasty's treasury is quite well stocked. Many of the weapons those guys just fought you with came from the peacock dynasty, didn't they?
Damn it. My primary target in coming to Huaxia was you. Too bad you were the old ancestor's target, I never got the chance.
Old peacock snarled through gritted teeth. But since you've come looking for me, I'll have to send you on your way. Chapter 132, SSR rank, Starlight Forging Technique. Lu Hushing nearly smiled, then beckoned to Old Peacock with a flick of his finger. Old Peacock drew a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his hands.
In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot and reappeared before Lu Hushing. Two feathered blades materialized in his hands, striking toward Lu Hushing's chest with lightning speed. A purple orb materialized in Lu Hushing's hands.
As the old peacock charged forward, the orb erupted in a blinding burst. Lu Hushing had previously purchased an additional burst ability.
Now, the purple orb possessing 10 times the power of a grandmaster slammed into the old peacock with devastating force. The old peacock remained frozen in mid-attack, his feathered blades mere inches from Lu Hushing's chest, yet unable to advance further.
A gaping wound tore through its chest. Feeling life rapidly drain away, it couldn't even utter a final word before losing its precious existence.
With that, every non-human powerhouse who had attacked Huaxia's Xuanwu city had fallen. Lu Hushing returned to the city wall, took a sip from his wine cup, and exhaled a heavy breath.
That was no easy feat. We finally eliminated every grandmaster and martial saint. Little Lu, you've earned tremendous merit this time. Zhao Jiangwo remarked with deep emotion.
Brother, I'm already at the pinnacle of the military.
Whether I earn merit or not matters little now. My ambitions lie elsewhere.
Lu Hushing shook his head with a smile. Perhaps only when we defeat the alien races, exterminating every invader threatening Blue Star, will we truly be able to rest easy.
Perhaps the day will come sooner than we think?
Zhao Jiangwo mused, his gaze drifting off. Once we strike deep into their territory, our China will finally know true peace. The battle raged on. Lu Hushing restored his strength while observing Su Xiaomai and the others fight. Though their individual power wasn't formidable, their seamless coordination made them unstoppable. Even grandmasters couldn't halt their killing spree. Within less than half an hour, each of them had claimed over 1,000 alien lives. News of this battle spread like wildfire across the land. Hearing reports of China crushing the invaders, the people of China beamed with pride. Even the elderly residents of the nursing home found new bragging rights thanks to Lu Hushing.
Young man, did you see that?
That General Lu Hushing used to live right here in our nursing home.
I even beat him up once.
He's the pride of our place.
Really? He's a grandmaster. You beat him?
You bet.
I'm 2 years older than him.
I was his big brother. Beating him up was only natural. Old Lu keeps surprising us more and more.
I miss the days of bragging with him. Meanwhile, in Sakura Nation, Ever since the land of cherry blossoms' last conscription failed to cross the seas with the Yamada no Orochi to invade China, the land of kimchi launched its second assault on the land of cherry blossoms. This time, the land of cherry blossoms had exhausted all its martial artists, forcing them to hastily conscript students and ordinary citizens for a defensive battle. The outcome was gratifying. Sakura Nation suffered a crushing defeat. As Korea dispatched nearly 3 million warrior soldiers to Japan, effectively annexing the nation, Japan's leader, Manhwa Masuda, had already departed the country via submarine with a contingent of high-ranking officials and nearly 10,000 of the last remaining warriors. Head of state, we've become homeless Ronin now. What do you suggest? A high-ranking official couldn't help but ask. We can't drift on the sea forever. Damn it. It's all China's fault. It's all Lu Hushing's fault. Manhwa Masuda's face remained sullen, unable to stomach even his beloved sushi. I have only one thought now: kill Lu Hushing. Otherwise, this bitter resentment in my heart will never be expelled. Prime Minister, what if we secretly infiltrate China and assassinate Lu Hushing? A high-ranking official suddenly proposed. What? Masuda looked at the official in disbelief. Yamamoto, have you lost your mind? What if we fail? We're already defeated. Yamamoto Rokajugo declared solemnly. We've ruined the Sakura Nation in our generation. We're nothing but traitors to our country. The only reason we haven't committed seppuku is because we still have one last breath left, and that breath is for revenge. If death is inevitable either way, we might as well die with purpose. Killing Lu Hushing would at least give us closure before the ancestors of our great Sakura imperialism. Yes. Masuda Fumio nodded slightly, then gritted his teeth and affirmed, Yamamoto-kun, you're right. We must assassinate Lu Hushing. Let us compose the final symphony for Sakura Nation, so all future generations will know of our nation's heroic feat. His words instantly ignited fervor among the assembled officials. Exactly. The world mocks our Sakura Nation. Let us prove them wrong with a heroic act that will make them look at us with newfound respect. As the most perfect race on this earth, our defeat is only temporary. As long as our flame burns within Sakura Nation, we shall rise again sooner or later. We shall make a glorious comeback. From this moment on, assassinating Lu Hushing is our sole mission. Even if it means perishing alongside him, it will be worth it. Kill the chicken to scare the geese. As the sun set, the battle against the invaders concluded with their complete annihilation. Soldiers cheered jubilantly, and Lu Hushing heard the system's voice. Detected, host has slain the Great Ape King and the Peacock Ancestor, among other martial saint-level powerhouses. Protected Huaxia and safeguarded the system. Merit points plus 5,000. Rewards, Berserk buff plus 2, Minor Restoration pills 2, SSR tier Stellar Radiance body tempering art 1. Holy crap! Lu Hushing's body trembled. Last time, he'd paid for the primordial dragon abyss breath technique himself. Never did he expect the system to be so generous this time, directly rewarding him with 1. Once he cultivated this body forging technique, wouldn't his strength reach Martial Saint level? Imagine unleashing the enhanced version of Berserk in the Martial Saint realm. I can't even fathom how cheerful an old man I'd become. This sacrifice was totally worth it. Grandpa, you seem unusually happy today? Seeing Lu Hushing's expression, Tsushima waved her little hand in front of him. Is it because you killed your archenemy, the Great Ape King? This is merely the beginning. More formidable foes lie ahead. What you perceive as unnatural joy stems from my pessimism about the future. Lu Hushing shook his head slightly, explaining patiently. Chapter 133, Lu Hushing enters seclusion. The Golden Eagle clan attacks. The victory at Xuanwu City seemed to have terrified the alien races. While other nations still resisted their invasion, Huaxia enjoyed a temporary respite. However, the divination results obtained by Hu Linger and Meng Qingyao revealed that dangers still loomed large. It seemed that even more powerful entities coveted Huaxia. Yet the adversary's power was too immense. Even when the two combined their efforts to cast the Heavenly Mechanic spell, they could not glimpse the future. Lu Hushing took a deep breath and immediately resolved to enter seclusion once more. Dad, you just finished your retreat. It's only been a few days. Why are you secluding yourself again? Lu Chaoyan asked as she served him food at the dinner table. Our nation won't face foreign invasion anytime soon. This is the perfect time for you to rest properly. While it's right to tire oneself for the nation and its people, one mustn't neglect one's own health. Isn't seclusion itself a form of rest? Lu Hushing shrugged. This time I plan to adopt the most solid method for my seclusion. It will take longer, but it's also to consolidate my current strength. During this period, China may face peril. You must hold firm and endure until my return. Father, rest assured. Lu Chaoyan replied with a smile. Over the years, we've repeatedly defeated foreign invasions. Though you've been absent for 30 years, our clashes with foreign tribes have scarcely ceased. So even if real danger comes, we'll withstand every attack. Only then did Lu Hushing nod in relief. That very afternoon, Lu Hushing arrived directly at the Black Bear Demon's lair. The Black Bear Demon was overjoyed at his arrival. Master, you came to see me so soon? And you brought me all these things from the human world? These are mostly edibles, certainly to your taste, Lu Hushing replied solemnly. I must enter seclusion for the coming period. You will guard my meditation. Guarding my master is my honor, the black bear demon declared without hesitation. Go ahead and seclude yourself. If anyone dares disturb you, they'll have to step over my dead body first. With the black bear spirit's pledge secured, Lu Hushing immediately sealed himself within his cave dwelling. This time, he had only exchanged for chi condensing pills and refrained from using buffs to accelerate cultivation. His primary goal was to solidify his cultivation realm and achieve a genuine breakthrough to martial saint. As night deepened, Lu Hushing sat cross-legged upon the stone bed in his cave dwelling. He calculated the positions of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, embedded the crystal stone for channeling energy into the cave ceiling, swallowed the chi condensing pill, and began executing the techniques of the star radiance body tempering art. Instantly, the true chi surging around him erupted into a violent boil, unleashing a tempest within his meridians. Soon, the crystal stone on the cave ceiling glowed with a faint blue light, forming a channel of connection. In an instant, the 7 stars in the sky simultaneously burst forth with brilliant starlight. 7 beams of light, like tangible chains, thundered through the clouds, pierced the mountains, and poured straight into Lu Hushing's body. The moment the starlight entered his body, excruciating pain surged like a tidal wave. Countless fine cracks appeared on his skin, only to rapidly heal as his true chi circulated. Gritting his teeth, Lu Hushing continuously circulated the star radiance body tempering technique, guiding the true chi to channel the starlight throughout his body. Wherever it passed, his skin hardened like steel, and his bones and tendons emitted a crisp, metallic clang. Forge me! Lu Hushing roared, his true chi colliding fiercely with the starlight. The interplay of gold and silver hues shimmered as the energy surged through his blood vessels, penetrating his internal organs and reshaping every inch of flesh and bone. Why does this body refinement hurt more each time? Lu Hushing's eyes widened as cold sweat poured down his body, yet he stubbornly persevered in circulating the technique. As the starlight poured in, faint star patterns began to emerge on his skin, as if the entire cosmos were being etched onto his flesh. Skin, tendons, flesh, and even the deepest marrow underwent a complete transformation under the starlight's forging, and this was merely the beginning. Siam, located in the southeastern part of China. After awakening their innate talents, this nation encountered an unknown anomaly. The stronger one became, the more alluring they grew. Women blossomed into greater beauty, while men transformed into women. Just half a month ago, Siam caught the attention of an alien race. As one of the nobler alien races, they had originally intended to invade China. However, after the Great Ape Clan and 2 other races failed in their joint assault on China, they turned their sights on Siam as a fallback target. General Koan Tai, commander-in-chief of Siam's military, led an army of 3 million warriors to resist the Golden Eagle clan's assault. Yet they were utterly routed, with 2/3 of their 3 million troops slaughtered by the enemy's mere 100,000. To survive, the remaining million warriors abandoned resistance, reducing all of Siam to a slave state under the Golden Eagle clan. The Golden Eagle clan's sole supreme leader, whose power surpassed even that of a martial saint, personally descended upon Siam with 2 martial saints in tow. The Siamese ruler immediately knelt before him. "Your Majesty, welcome. I am Cha Kai, ruler of Siam. I shall obey your every command. I have come here solely for the sake of Huaxia," the Golden Eagle sovereign demanded coldly. "Siam must join forces with the Golden Eagle clan to attack Huaxia." "What?" Cha Kai's body trembled as he spoke with evident conflict. "Your Majesty, China is the most powerful nation on Blue Star. There is no contest. Attacking China is not a wise move. Might you consider another target instead? Huaxia harbors the supreme physical essence of alien races, along with its lingering remnant soul. I bear the supreme command, and my sole purpose is to utterly annihilate them." The Golden Eagle's sovereign barked, his expression grim. "You may choose to disobey my orders, but the price will be singular, the destruction of your nation." At these words, Cha Kai's body trembled violently. He felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the Golden Eagle's sovereign, as if death without a burial ground awaited him in the next instant. Terrified, Cha Kai hurriedly interjected, "Your Majesty, I have another solution. We could issue a declaration of war against Huaxia, forcing them to surrender what you demand. Under your overwhelming pressure, they would surely hand it over without hesitation, sparing us the cost of battle. 3 days. I give you only 3 days. If you fail to obtain what I require within that time, the entire Siamese nation must mobilize its people as soldiers to join my Golden Eagle clan in attacking Huaxia." The Golden Eagle's sovereign coldly delivered his ultimatum. "Cha Kai, I imagine you wouldn't want to reach that point, would you? Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will relentlessly pressure Huaxia and secure what you require as swiftly as possible." Cha Kai's heart was pounding in his throat. This was not only a catastrophe, but also an opportunity. If Huaxia truly surrendered, Siam would soar to new heights, surpassing Huaxia to become the foremost power on Blue Star. Chapter 134, Siam attacks Huaxia. Immediately, Siam began broadcasting the entire conquest of their nation by the Golden Eagle clan, leaving the citizens of Blue Star in utter disbelief. Holy! Even a tiny speck of a country like Siam is being invaded by an alien race? The world has truly changed. Damn it, Japan has already vanished from this world. Could Siam be next? This is laughable. Siam is full of monsters without dicks. Why would any foreign tribe bother attacking them? What the hell is Siam up to now? Are they planning to become the invaders' lackeys?
Just as everyone speculated over Siam's intentions, less than half an hour after releasing the video, Siam issued another statement: the kingdom of Siam has been conquered by the Golden Eagle clan.
Henceforth, Siam becomes a vassal state of the Golden Eagle clan.
The Golden Eagle clan now demands that China surrender their requested items within 3 days. Failure to comply will result in Siam and the Golden Eagle clan launching a joint military campaign, leaving China with nowhere to bury its dead. Note: the Supreme Golden Eagle transcends even the martial saint realm.
This declaration sent shockwaves across the entire Blue Star, with nations hostile to China particularly reveling in their misfortune. Ha 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 ha. So all this time it was just to threaten China? What a string of misfortunes for China. If even the ladies of Siam are issuing threats, what are you waiting for? Hand over what they demand. China's been fighting foreign tribes non-stop, their armies nearly depleted. How can they possibly stand against Siam, let alone the Golden Eagle clan? Good, China should surrender quickly.
You're already surrounded by the girls, haha. All the generals, including Qin Zhongman, had gathered in the head of state's conference room. After reading the declaration together, the room fell deathly silent. Finally, the head of state broke the silence: the Golden Eagle clan has produced a being even more formidable than a martial saint.
They control Siam and have openly threatened us. What exactly are they plotting?
It must be that artifact in Lu Hushing's possession. That very item was used when we summoned the heroic spirits to repel the foreign tribes,
Zhao Jiangwo said gravely. But young Lu has entered seclusion. Who knows when he'll emerge?
Even if he weren't secluded, this object must never fall into the hands of the foreign tribes, the head of state declared, his face darkening. I never imagined that after all the recent battles we've endured, these foreign tribes would dare provoke us again.
How utterly preposterous. Head of state, are you suggesting we? Qin Zhongman gasped, staring at the head of state in disbelief. They possess beings surpassing even martial saints. How could we?
So what? The head of state roared without hesitation. Our Huaxia has weathered thousands of years of storms and stands unshaken to this day. It is built on an indomitable will, forged through countless wars, great and small.
Do you think Huaxia would ever back down? In that case, dispatch 5 million martial warriors to the southern border bordering Siam. They want war? We'll give it to them. Zhao Jiangwo declared with towering resolve. What nonsense about the Golden Eagle clan. Kill them all the moment they show up. China made no official response to Siam's declaration, yet troops across the nation began mobilizing toward the southern border. Nuclear weapons were even deployed in multiple locations, all preparations for the impending conflict. China's actions immediately drew the attention of nations worldwide. Some countries bordering both powers had even begun evacuating. Don't drag us into your war.
We're just trying to save our own skins. Damn it, when the city gate catches fire, the pond fish suffer too.
I'm not that pond fish. China sure is bold. They don't care about anyone's opinion, fear no one, and just get things done. I'm genuinely impressed by them. You leave, but I'm staying.
This will be a historic moment. I'm here to witness the miracle. In just 2 short days, China's 5 million strong army had assembled.
Even Meng Qiniao and Hu Linger had arrived, specifically to perform divination for this decisive battle. Seeing Meng Qiniao's extremely grim expression, Qin Zhongman couldn't help but ask with concern, "Granddaughter, are you alright?" "I'm fine."
Meng Qiniao forced a smile and waved her hand. Predicting the outcome of this battle is incredibly taxing on the mind. Fortunately, we've managed to simulate a rough outcome.
What did you find?
Hu Linger shook her head solemnly.
This battle will cost us many warriors.
The Golden Eagle clan excels in aerial combat, and their combat prowess surpasses even those of equal rank by a full tier.
We must exercise extreme caution and focus on delaying the enemy.
The turning point of this conflict lies in the late stages of the war.
Understood. Qin Zhongman readily accepted Hu Linger's advice.
In Siam, Chakai, though deeply reluctant, had been compelled by the pressure from the Golden Eagle Supreme to gather all remaining Siamese forces here. Though their numbers had dwindled to nearly 10 million, only a mere million remained truly combat-ready.
Your Majesty, must we truly launch a full-scale assault against Huaxia? Chakai voiced his unease. You know well Huaxia's power is terrifying. If we commit our entire force, Siam risks vanishing from Blue Star's map.
Is that any of my concern? The Golden Eagle sovereign retorted coldly. The single sentence left Chakai speechless.
Damn it, how could it not concern you? If you hadn't invaded our Siamese kingdom, we'd all be living in blissful happiness.
You accursed foreign invaders, every last one of you deserves to die. From this moment onward, all forces advance, the Golden Eagle sovereign roared furiously.
I will not tolerate another excuse from any of you.
Anyone who dares to make one will be the first I kill. All citizens of Siam, heed my command. Charge toward Huaxia. Kill. Chakai, pale with shock, spun around, sword raised toward Huaxia, and led the charge.
Though filled with resentment, all the people of Siam had no choice but to charge forward for their very survival. From the Huaxia side, they witnessed a crowd of heavily made-up, middle-aged women swaying their voluptuous figures as they charged toward the Huaxia city walls. Those who knew understood they were attacking Huaxia, while the uninformed might have mistaken it for a reality TV show. The barbarians are despicable, but Siam is even more despicable. Zhao Jiangwo watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but snort coldly. That million-strong army hides behind these civilians, forcing these defenseless people to lead the charge. They're nothing but cannon fodder. What should we do? Ken Zhongman blurted out almost instinctively. We attack, of course. Zhao Jiangwo replied coldly. If they attack us, they are our enemies. And what we must do to enemies is eliminate them all. Chapter 135, Cha Kai's Rage, aiming directly at the Golden Eagle clan. With Zhao Jiangwo's order, Ken Zhongman nodded slightly. Staring at the scene before him, he bellowed, "Follow my command. Begin the attack." Boom! As the command echoed, deafening explosions erupted. Countless shells rained down from the sky, relentlessly pounding the Siamese vanguard. These soldiers, powerless to resist, now resembled mere ants. Any caught within the blast radius were instantly obliterated. Millions of soldiers offered no resistance whatsoever. One after another, they wailed and cried out in terror. Some collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way beneath them as tears streamed down their faces. Sawasti Ka, don't kill me. I'm just a lonely, pitiful little lady boy. My God, this is terrifying. What on earth is happening? Why is Huaxia killing even ordinary people like us? I just had my penis removed to become a pretty girl. Please don't kill me. I'll give myself to you, do whatever you want. I don't want to die. I was forced onto the battlefield. I was forced to charge forward. I want to go home, wha? The only response was artillery fire. After what felt like carpet bombing, barely 1 in 10 survivors remained. This left Cha Kai's face green with horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Huaxia is utterly infuriating. Slaughtering innocent civilians? This act is an outrage to both heaven and earth. What are you standing there for? Continue. The Golden Eagle Sovereign's command jolted him awake. He slowly turned his head, looking at the sovereign with a troubled expression. Your Majesty, these are the only ones left. If they die too, Siam will truly be annihilated. So what? The Golden Eagle Sovereign demanded coldly. At least you're still alive. Now, do you want me to kill you first before slaughtering every last Siamese, or will you give the order yourself? Cha Kai took a deep breath, slowly turned to face the remaining million combatants, and bellowed, word by word, my warriors. The Huaxia have pushed us too far, slaughtering so many of our innocent people. Now, I have only one thought in my heart, we fight them to the death. Even if our Siamese nation is destroyed, it shall go down with a bang. At these words, every warrior nodded in agreement, each radiating fierce determination. Oomph. There's not a single decent soul in China. They should have been wiped out ages ago. With the Golden Eagle's elite warriors supporting us, we'll crush China for sure. I'm going to capture some handsome Chinese men as slaves. Sawasti Ka. We can't wait to crush China and slaughter those filthy Chinese scum. Those East Asian sick men aren't strong to begin with. We'll crush them for sure. At Cha Kai's command, all the martial warriors roared and charged toward the Huaxia city walls. They surged forward like a bursting flood, a sight that sent chills down the spine. Kill! At that moment, Ken Zhongman's command triggered a barrage of intercontinental missiles. Simultaneously, China's million-strong army surged forward toward the Siamese warriors, unleashing their full might. Like tigers among wolves, they savagely slaughtered the pathetic little bastards. The terrifying vital energy surged from the bodies of the 7th rank and above warriors, coalescing into a massive shield to withstand the missile barrage. However, this drained vast amounts of their vital energy, causing their strength to plummet by at least 2/3 within mere seconds. They were then overwhelmed by the charging Huaxia soldiers. Under the assault of the 8 trigrams Heavenly Thunder formation, despite their formidable strength, the little ES could only be suppressed. The global livestream had begun, and netizens from every corner of the world flooded the broadcast like mad. Within mere seconds, the viewership surpassed 1 billion. Witnessing this spectacle, they were utterly exhilarated. China really has a string of bad luck. Every random country seems to come out and test their misfortune. Their forces must be constantly depleted, right? This is hilarious. Siam is just a tiny speck of land full of sissies. How could they possibly stand up to China? How does the Golden Eagle clan stack up against the Peacock clan or the Sea clan? Aren't they just cannon fodder heading for certain death? The Golden Eagle clan sure has patience. Still observing the situation this late in the game, aren't they scared? Cha Kai had been monitoring the situation in China online. Reading the live chat comments nearly choked him with rage. He immediately knelt before the Golden Eagle sovereign, pleading pitifully, Your Majesty, please intervene. If this continues, our nation may truly be destroyed. What's the rush? The Golden Eagle sovereign frowned, snapping impatiently, You've always been nothing but cannon fodder. I'd shown mercy by not sending you to your deaths. You should feel honored. How dare you question me? Not at all. Cha Kai felt like dying. He had assumed Siam would strike alongside the Golden Eagle clan, but who knew this bastard intended to sacrifice the entire kingdom? As the ruler of a human nation, he was being beaten to the brink of annihilation by the enemy, yet he still had to grovel before them. Was he even human anymore? Though his cultivation had transformed him into a being neither male nor female, he still possessed his own pride. Gritting his teeth, Cha Kai plunged into the fray. His piercing voice echoed across the battlefield, "Siamese warriors. We've been enslaved by the very enemies who slaughtered our brothers and sisters. Now they seek to annihilate our entire race. Surely you refuse to accept this. Those with honor, abandon your fight against China. Turn your weapons against our common foe, the Golden Eagle clan." Her words instantly caused all the Siamese to hesitate. Who would willingly leave their homeland to fight their neighbors? They were all forced into this. But now that their leaders had become puppets of a foreign race, what choice did they have to survive? Now that the capital's conscience had awakened, what reason did they have not to follow? A heavily made-up, busty young woman roared in anger, instantly abandoning her fight with her opponent. She turned to face the distant Golden Eagle Supreme, Sawasti Ka. "Our enemy is the foreign race. Though we may no longer be men in body, we remain warriors at heart. Damn it, we should have fought back. We should have gone down fighting those foreign beasts." One by one, then two by two, the Huaxia warriors ceased their attacks upon seeing their opponents surrender. They watched helplessly as the Siamese warriors turned their gaze toward the foreign tribes. At Cha Kai's command, the remaining 70 to 80,000 Siamese warriors surged forward in a mighty wave, charging toward the Golden Eagle tribe. Chapter 136, Full-Scale Assault. The Huaxia were stunned. The Golden Eagle clan was stunned. The entire world was stunned. Just one sentence, and the villains became heroes? Judging by their demeanor, they meant business. How fickle can they be? The Golden Eagle sovereign was furious beyond words. He waved his hand slightly and declared, "Slaughter them all. Leave not a single one alive." Arg! As one Golden Eagle let out a piercing screech, a dense swarm of them surged toward the battlefield. With a single flap of their wings, these eagles could cover kilometers, diving from the sky to attack humans. Even when evenly matched, humans were at a disadvantage. Many humans were snatched up to 10,000 meters in the air. Even struggling violently, they couldn't break through the eagles' abdominal defenses. The eagles would then release their claws, hurling their victims toward the ground. Though these warriors possessed formidable strength, a fall from 10,000 meters would leave them gravely injured at best. They desperately struggled to find a foothold, but it was a futile hope. Ultimately, they crashed into the ground, their bodies shattered and internal organs nearly torn apart. Yet even so, the Siamese soldiers charged forward with unwavering resolve, even burning their life force to kill as many golden eagles as possible. The international netizens who had been mocking Siam now fell completely silent. Damn, I'm actually starting to admire these girls. Knowing they'll die, yet charging forward with such resolve, this spirit deserves the world's respect. Suddenly switching sides to fight the enemy in battle, it's to avenge their own people. You can't criticize that. It was truly unexpected. The ones who ultimately taught me a lesson were the soldiers of Siam. They were indeed formidable. If I'd been there, I would have applauded them. They embodied patriotism with their very lives. Ken Zhongman also looked astonished. These sissies are pretty shocking to stir up so much trouble. They might as well have fought the Golden Eagles head on. This has left us Chinese caught between a rock and a hard place. I never expected them to suddenly become the righteous side either, Zhao Jiangwo remarked calmly. Probably because they've been oppressed so miserably by the Golden Eagle tribe that they finally decided to fight back. In that case, let's not hesitate. Launch an attack immediately to aid Siam. Yes. Ken Zhongman nodded immediately, relaying the attack orders. Countless laser cannons, anti-aircraft guns, and other heavy weapons unleashed relentless fire upon the Golden Eagles soaring overhead. Though the eagles moved with astonishing speed and dodged attacks with precision, the sheer volume of fire overwhelmed them. Barely evading one strike, another would explode upon them. Soon, their wings, talons, and other vital areas were struck, the searing pain instantly radiating throughout their bodies. One by one, Golden Eagles were gravely wounded or killed, plummeting from the sky. Supreme One, China has begun aiding Siam. Shall we launch our final assault? A grandmaster-level Golden Eagle respectfully inquired. It seems China has grown rather arrogant. Arrogance is to be expected. This nation has weathered countless foreign invasions and still stands tall. They have earned their confidence, the Supreme Golden Eagle remarked indifferently. Alas, this time they've met their match in us. Their doom is sealed. Issue the order immediately. Our Golden Eagle clan launches a full-scale assault. Every single human from Huaxia within sight is to be slaughtered without mercy. Yes. The Grandmaster-level Golden Eagle roared in response, immediately setting out to carry out the order. Aorg! Another piercing cry echoed across the battlefield. Countless Golden Eagles surged forth from the direction of Siam, swarming like a torrential downpour toward the Chinese forces. Gazing at the dark cloud of Golden Eagles overhead, Zhao Jiangwo couldn't help but gasp in horror. No wonder Siam is losing. Even our Huaxia forces would struggle to resist such a swarm of golden eagles. With that, all laser cannons and other thermal weapons opened fire, unleashing a massive assault on the golden eagle swarm. China's soldiers charged forth en masse, unleashing waves of vital energy as the battle erupted both on the ground and in the skies. A golden eagle clan master targeted Cha Kai directly, striking him viciously with a massive wing before he could react. Cha Kai, you traitor! How dare you betray our clan's supreme leader? You deserve to be executed by slow slicing. Go to hell! Cha Kai, his body throbbing with pain, gripped his long sword and roared in fury. You slaughtered my people, destroyed my nation, and forced us to attack our neighbors. Your actions have provoked the wrath of both heaven and man. Leading the people of Siam to strike back against you is only just. Then your Siam will vanish from this world, the golden eagle of the grandmaster realm sneered coldly. I shall execute you by slow slicing. With that, the golden eagle, moving with lightning speed, charged toward Cha Kai. Though Cha Kai was also a grandmaster, he was already overwhelmed by the opponent's aura. Even straining every muscle, he couldn't track the figure's movements. His body jerked instinctively to the side, but the arm holding the long sword was severed cleanly. You beast! Agonizing pain shot from his shoulder throughout his body, making Cha Kai's eyes bulge with fury. I'll take you down with me. With a deep, resonant hum, flames erupted from his body. His power surged instantly, reaching the grandmaster realm within mere seconds. A defeated foe remains defeated. Now that you've lost an arm, you can forget about defeating me. The golden eagle, a grandmaster, laughed mockingly, striking again with lightning speed. This time, however, Cha Kai seized one of the golden eagle's feathers. He flipped onto its back, clapped his hands around its neck, and instantly transferred the flames from his body to the eagle. I may not be able to defeat you, he declared, but I can take you down with me. You fool! If you want to die, go die alone. Why drag me down with you? The grandmaster-level golden eagle turned pale with shock, immediately soaring skyward. It spun rapidly, trying to shake him off, but no matter how it struggled, it couldn't extinguish the burning flames of life. Finally, it let out a piercing scream. All viewers watching the livestream witnessed this scene, and they couldn't help but admire Cha Kai's move. Who would have thought the head of state would choose to go down with the enemy? I salute his courage, a true man to the end. Though Siam betrayed humanity, their last-minute restraint proves they still possess humanity. The alien races have driven us humans mad one by one. When will we finally counterattack them? Pray that Huaxia wins this battle for Huaxia itself, and for all humanity on Blue Star. Chapter 137, Ken Zhongman battles the Golden Eagle Grandmaster. Chaos erupted, utter chaos. Human and Golden Eagle corpses rained down across the battlefield. Whether fallen humans or Golden Eagles, their end was invariably gruesome. Few bodies remained intact. These Golden Eagles fought with utter disregard for their own lives. They slaughtered weaker humans outright and burned their life flames to defeat equals. Despite the Huaxia race's formidable strength and overwhelming numbers, they quickly found themselves on the defensive against these frenzied alien foes. Several commanders had already been forced into combat, engaging Golden Eagles of comparable strength at the Grandmaster realm. Ken Zhongman had chosen to face a Golden Eagle general of immense power. It had not transformed into human form, remaining as a Golden Eagle. With terrifying speed, it circled relentlessly around Ken Zhongman, seeking an opening for a single, decisive strike. Ken Zhongman gripped his long blade, his body radiating surging true chi. Damn it, you beast! If you've got the guts, fight me fair and square. What's the point of just circling around? Crack! The Golden Eagle suddenly materialized before Ken Zhongman, its massive wings slamming down with brutal force. Before Ken could even comprehend the situation, he was flung dozens of meters away. The eagle, however, had already anticipated his landing spot and flapped its wings once more. Though flung back, Ken Zhongman suffered no serious injury. Spotting the eagle's impending attack, he unleashed a blade aura over a meter long from his sword, slashing directly at the eagle's wings. Thud! Put! Two thunderous explosions erupted almost simultaneously. Though Ken Zhongman was flung back once more, his strike had severed over a dozen feathers from the Golden Eagle's wing. Blood flowed from the broken quills, and the pain made the bird bare its teeth in fury. You lowly human! Do you have any idea how long it took me to grow these beautiful feathers? Now you've made me look so ugly. You deserve to die. Whether I deserve death or not is beside the point. You beastly creature will die today. Ken Zhongman wiped the blood from his lips and secretly popped the small restoration pill Lu Hushing had given him before secluding himself into his mouth. And I'll be the one to end your life with my own hands. Ha 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 ha. The Golden Eagle was clearly amused by Ken Zhongman's words, its pair of scorched yellow eyes fixed intently on him. Very well. I admire your courage and arrogance. But such things require strength to back them up. Hum. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the flames of life began to burn upon Ken Zhongman's body. So be it, we'll both perish together. I fear you not? With that, the blade aura at the tip of Ken Zhongman's long sword surged to nearly 2 meters in length as he charged headlong toward the Golden Eagle. The Golden Eagle, already enraged, lost a portion of its reason. Seeing Qin Zhongman actually burning his life force, it instantly lost control. True Qi began to blaze across its body as it attacked Qin Zhongman at an even faster speed. Such terrifying velocity caught Qin Zhongman off guard. He never imagined this golden eagle would be so fierce.
Man and bird remained evenly matched, relying solely on skill to gain the upper hand.
Before long, both bore wounds of varying severity.
The golden eagle burst into laughter. "Old man, my death matters little.
But your loss would be a colossal blow to your human race. Taking you with me is a gain for our golden eagle clan." "Ha ha ha ha. Who says you can take me?" Qin Zhongman retorted coldly.
Under the golden eagle's stunned gaze, the human's life flame began to fade. Yet his wounds and nearly depleted vitality rapidly regenerated.
In less than 10 seconds, a fully restored Qin Zhongman nearly back at peak condition stood before the eagle. "Impossible," the golden eagle roared in disbelief.
"We clearly burned our life forces together.
How could you recover? This is a glitch. No wonder the alien races can't conquer Blue Star.
This world has bugs. Until they're fixed, the aliens have no chance of taking it."
"What's this? Losing your confidence already?"
Qin Zhongman stared at the golden eagle as if he were an idiot, slowly advancing toward him.
"Come on, let me see how tough you really are. You wanted to kill me, didn't you? Come on, damn it. Die." Golden Eagle was nearly mad, eyes bulging with fury. The flames of life burned brighter on his body.
Even while moving at extreme speeds, the flames in the air were visible as he charged toward Qin Zhongman.
"We'll both die." Qin Zhongman couldn't even track the Golden Eagle's movements. In that split second, he went all out.
His long sword erupted to nearly 5 meters in length, and he thrust it forward with every ounce of strength he possessed.
The next second, Qin Zhongman was hurled backward by a terrifying force.
The impact sent him crashing through over a dozen soldiers. Unable to control his momentum, he slammed into the city wall, causing it to tremble slightly before finally dissipating all his momentum. Qin Zhongman, who had just regained his peak strength, felt his stomach churning violently. Finally, he let out a gurgling sound and spat out a mouthful of blood. The golden eagle, which had intended to fight Qin Zhongman to the death, now had a long blade lodged in its belly. Its life force rapidly drained away, yet it instantly spotted Qin Zhongman's figure. Staggering, it charged toward him. "You human scum! Stay where you are. I'll tear you to pieces." Qin Zhongman exhaled deeply, bursting into laughter as he stepped forward to meet the golden eagle. "You beast are quite amusing. Surviving such a severe wound. I'm already imagining how riding you into battle would be like adding wings to a tiger. You fools! How dare you entertain such delusions?" the golden eagle roared, its fury boiling. "Even among alien races, our golden eagle clan is supremely noble. How could lowly humans like you ever hope to ride us? You'd have to dream your worst nightmares to imagine such a thing." That said, it wasn't a bad idea. After all, if he could take down this golden eagle commander, his dream might just come true. Of course, the immediate priority was to take down the golden eagle before him. Watching the golden eagle stagger toward him, Qin Zhongman took a deep breath, forcing back the pain as he channeled his true energy into his fingers. He took a step forward and charged at the eagle. His large hand grabbed the long sword still several meters away, pulling it back into his grasp. He swung it down with all his might, aiming for the eagle's neck. Thud! This time, the golden eagle raised its wings to block again. Unfortunately, its life force was completely exhausted, leaving it utterly unable to match Qin Zhongman's power. The massive wings were instantly cleaved in two by the blow, and a deep, bone-exposing gash appeared on its neck. Blood spurted violently from the wound. Chapter 138, The Terrifying Golden Eagle Sovereign. The golden eagle's eyes fixed intently on Qin Zhongman, as if it still had something to say, but no sound came out. Its massive body collapsed to the ground, dead. Qin Zhongman finally exhaled deeply, shaking his head slightly. That was incredibly tough to kill. Among peers at the Grandmaster realm, the Golden Eagle clan truly possesses greater strength. Only now did the effects of the minor restoration pill fully wear off. With his second wave of severe injuries mostly healed, he scanned the battlefield where others fought, then couldn't help but shout, "Dawan, hold on. I'm coming to help you." The Golden Eagle sovereign watched the battle unfold before him, his brow furrowing slightly. He knew the Huaxia humans were a tough nut to crack, but he hadn't expected it to be this difficult. With just these several million human warriors, if he didn't intervene personally, it seemed unlikely he could take the city anytime soon. With that thought, the Golden Eagle sovereign moved. The hurricane he unleashed upon descending from the skies alone sent thousands of human warriors flying. Then, with a fierce flap of his wings, all the soldiers who had been lifted into the air were slammed back down to the ground with tremendous force, as if their bodies had been subjected to gravitational forces dozens of times stronger than normal. This scene caught the attention of all the generals. Lu Shutao, Qin Zhongman, and Li Wan immediately formed a distinctive stance before the Golden Eagle sovereign. Pointing at him, they roared in fury, "You filthy beast! How dare you lead so many golden eagles to attack us? Have you grown tired of living? Ha 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 ha!" The Golden Eagle sovereign paused in surprise before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Strange things happen every year, but this year is especially full of them.
Since when did human ants dare speak to this sovereign like this? Enough talk. Let's settle this with our fists. Li Wan roared, launching the first strike. The three talents formation they had formed was interconnected like a single thread pulling the whole body. Every movement amplified their power exponentially. Though it was merely a lash of the whip, the terrifying force tore cracks in the very fabric of space. Crack! The strike landed squarely on the Golden Eagle sovereign as intended, but the sovereign seized the whip in his grasp. With a sudden yank, Li Wan was flung toward him. Instantly, he flapped his wings, propelling her like a human cannonball. The entire sequence unfolded in a flash, taking less than a second. The remaining two couldn't help but gasp in awe. Indeed, in the face of overwhelming power, any technique proved utterly futile. Golden Eagle sovereign was too powerful. Now, the Golden Eagle sovereign asked calmly with a smile, "Do you understand the gap between us? Tell me, what do you have to compare with me? How do you intend to match me? Let's fight it." The two exchanged glances. With a roar, they charged simultaneously at the Golden Eagle sovereign. The three talents formation proved utterly useless against the Golden Eagle sovereign, how much less so these two master-level opponents, mere ants in comparison? The Golden Eagle sovereign didn't even move. Nearly the immense force radiating from his body sent both men flying. Poor Qin Zhongman, whose injuries had only just begun to heal, spat blood once more, gravely wounded. Damn it, is this what power beyond Martial Saint looks like? Seems far stronger than that Shikigami from Sakura Nation. Lu Shutao staggered to his feet, only to collapse back to the ground within 3 seconds. Against an existence like this, even burning our life flames wouldn't make us its match. Don't worry. Even if you burn your life flames, what difference would it make? Could you reach the Grandmaster realm? The Golden Eagle sovereign sneered mockingly. Above Grandmaster lies Martial Saint, and above Martial Saint lies my own realm. You don't even know what realm you're in, yet you dare to oppose me? You're delusional. With that, the Golden Eagle sovereign's massive wings fluttered lightly, sending a single feather hurtling toward Qin Zhongman. Though merely an insignificant down feather, it shattered a chain of space. Its terrifying force was impossible for even a Grandmaster to block or evade, let alone a gravely wounded old Grandmaster? Qin Zhongman sighed with a hint of resignation, closing his eyes as if accepting his fate. Old Lu, I'm going first. Avenge me. Boom. Almost simultaneously, a colossal hammer seemed to descend from the heavens, striking at a speed several times faster than light to block the path before Qin Zhongman. The previously unstoppable feather, as if encountering flames, instantly incinerated into ash upon colliding with the hammer. Old Lu. Qin Zhongman's body trembled, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is fantastic. I don't have to die after all, haha. What a bunch of nonsense. Just a little backup arrived, and you're already this excited? You really haven't seen much of the world. The Golden Eagle Supreme shook his head slightly. You'll never get to taste 4 dishes in your lifetime. If you want revenge, take it yourself. What kind of skill is it to let others do it for you? With the voice came Lu Hushing, appearing in midair and closing the distance to Qin Zhongman in the blink of an eye. Just accepting death like this? How embarrassing. That guy's just too damn strong. I can't beat him, haha. Qin Zhongman couldn't help but burst into laughter. Old Lu, no more talk, just take him down. Meanwhile, everyone watching the livestream erupted into screams the moment Lu Hushing appeared. I knew it. I knew the legendary hero Lu would show up. He's here. That man who moves like the wind has returned. Victory still belongs to us humans. Holy, the enemy is a rank above Martial Saint. Are you sure Lu Hushing can handle him? Stop ing up our morale. Old war god Lu can defeat the enemy. He can take down that eagle. The Golden Eagle sovereign recognized Lu Hushing at that moment, nodding coldly with a sneer. They say the reason Huaxia has been so hard to conquer is because of some old codger named Lu Hushing. Looks like that's you? Who knew I'd be so famous in your alien world that even you recognize me? Lu Hushing nodded with satisfaction, bursting into laughter. Want me to sign an autograph for you? Not necessary. I don't care for signatures from the dead. The Golden Eagle sovereign shook his head slightly. Judging by your appearance, you've likely just broken through to Martial Saint. You're still a long way from my level. Don't you understand that even if you just broken through to Sovereign, you still wouldn't be my match? Do you think breaking through to Martial Saint makes you so damn impressive? Can't be helped. I'm currently the strongest among the human race. Lu Hushing shrugged slightly, immediately activating the enhanced version of his berserk buff. He beckoned to the Golden Eagle sovereign with a flick of his finger. Little beast, cut the nonsense. Let's settle this with our fists. Oomph. You dare oppose me? The Golden Eagle Supreme laughed bitterly in rage. Enough talk. I'll kill you first. Chapter 139, The Hammer King battles the Sovereign a dead heat. With that, the Golden Eagle Sovereign struck instantly, his attack striking Lu Hushing with lightning speed. Lu Hushing, fully aware of the Supreme Golden Eagle's movements, merely sneered in disdain. Exploding with power, he swung his hammer with devastating force toward the Supreme Golden Eagle. The Golden Eagle Sovereign churned up violent winds, its mere wing flaps causing spatial fissures to appear around it. The hammer strike landed squarely within one such crack, causing it no harm whatsoever. Instead, the Sovereign's wings, sharp as blades, executed a downward slash toward Lu Husheng. Lu Husheng instantly retreated, flipping his dragon-shattering hammer to strike the Supreme Golden Eagle's wing. A metallic clang echoed as the furious force tore a bottomless fissure several meters wide into the earth. Explosive shockwaves erupted continuously, clearing a vacuum zone nearly 3 kilometers in radius, becoming their battlefield. The Golden Eagle Sovereign eyed Lu Husheng with surprise. Never had he imagined his formidable strength could be matched by this early martial saint. Shaking his head slightly, his rage flared, "Boy, you've provoked me. Now I'll leave you with no place to bury your remains." With that, the Golden Eagle Sovereign instantly transformed into human form. 2 swords, thin as cicada wings, appeared in his hands as he launched an overwhelming assault toward Lu Husheng. Lu Husheng's pupils contracted sharply. His body swayed, narrowly evading the twin blade's edge. A blue dragon's phantom abruptly coalesced upon the dragon-shattering hammer, sweeping out with the force of a million June. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the air as the space ahead shattered. The azure dragon's phantom roared forward along the breaker dragon hammer's trajectory, its claws tearing through the void, leaving trails of blinding light in its wake. The Golden Eagle Sovereign sneered coldly, twirling his twin blades to weave a net of steel that ensnared the dragon's phantom. In that instant, dragon roars and sword cries intertwined. Space twisted and distorted once more under the violent collision. The ground cracked open in spiderweb-like patterns, while debris within a radius of several kilometers was swept into the air by the powerful air currents, instantly reduced to dust. Lu Husheng roared with fury, channeling his chi into the dragon-shattering hammer with frenzied intensity. This surge solidified the azure dragon's form further. With a sweeping tail, it shattered most of the Golden Eagle Sovereign's sword light. The Golden Eagle Sovereign's expression shifted slightly. His figure flickered and vanished from his original position. Just as Lu Husheng was about to grow wary, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly pierced his back. He spun violently, instinctively swinging the dragon-shattering hammer upward. 2 slender blades struck down simultaneously, slashing viciously against the hammer's surface. The immense impact sent a numbing shock through Lu Husheng's palms, nearly burying half his body into the ground. "Is that all you've got?" The Golden Eagle Sovereign's voice dripped with scorn as the twin blades darted like venomous serpents, filling the sky with flashing sword shadows. "I warned you long ago, merely a martial saint at the initial stage, yet you dare dream of opposing me? Utterly delusional." Lu Husheng's expression darkened further. His dragon-shattering hammer whirled, leaving trails of afterimages. Each collision with the twin blades sent dazzling sparks flying, while the surrounding space repeatedly fractured and mended. Neither the humans nor the Golden Eagles engaged in the battle dared to advance, fearing they might be sucked into the spatial rifts. Viewers in the livestream could only witness the dazzling light, their awe reaching unimaginable heights. What level have they reached? To casually shatter space with a swing, this is too powerful. All I can say is that China's legendary hero, Old Lu, is truly formidable, truly capable of holding back a million soldiers with a single hammer blow. My chi and blood are about to awaken too. I'll follow the example of the war god Lu and drive the alien races from my homeland. Yura! Can the war god Lu handle the Golden Eagle Sovereign? Feels a bit of a stretch, doesn't it? Look! Old hero Lu has gone berserk. All eyes were fixed on the blindingly bright battle cluster. Lu Husheng's true chi coalesced into a dazzling orb atop his hammer, thrusting forward with lightning speed. The Golden Eagle Sovereign was momentarily stunned by Lu Husheng's sudden outburst. Instantly, he crossed his twin swords into a cross formation, conjuring a golden shield before him. Boom! The energy sphere collided with the light shield, unleashing an earth-shattering explosion. Propelled by the blast's shockwave, Lu Husheng soared into the air, clutching the dragon-shattering hammer high above his head. The sky abruptly darkened as storm clouds gathered, purple lightning churning within the billowing masses. The Golden Eagle Sovereign's expression changed drastically. His twin swords whirled rapidly, weaving countless streaks of light into a protective barrier above his head. The next instant, a purple thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel crashed down from the clouds, striking directly toward the Golden Eagle Sovereign. The light barrier trembled violently under the thunderbolt's impact, emitting a strained hum. The Golden Eagle Sovereign roared in fury, his body erupting in dazzling golden light. The twin swords blazed with intense radiance, forcibly cleaving the thunderbolt in two. Before it could catch its breath, Lu Husheng materialized above it like a specter. The dragon-shattering hammer, enveloped in the illusory form of a azure dragon, descended with world-shattering force. Oomph! The Golden Eagle Sovereign blocked with both swords at full force. With a sharp crack, one of the thin blades shattered cleanly. The immense impact slammed it into the ground. Amidst billowing dust, a bottomless pit emerged. Lu Husheng couldn't help but exhale deeply, his eyes fixed intently on the crater. With a piercing cry, the Golden Eagle, having reverted to its true form, slowly rose into the air. Though astonished by Lu Husheng's display, it still sneered mockingly, "Boy, you truly surprise me. That blue star can produce such formidable humans proves your potential is immense." But if you think you can defeat me, I'll say it again, you're delusional. Holy crap. That strike had drained nearly all my true energy, and it only forced it back into its original form? Shocked, Lu Hushing couldn't help but ask the system, "Hey, system, this guy is way too strong. What should I do to take him down?" Golden Eagle clan members who attain Supreme Sovereign status are nearly impossible to kill. The system, unusually, explained to Lu Hushing, even its soul is immensely powerful, but it's not impossible to fight it. Then let's team up and attack its soul together. Lu Hushing's eyes lit up as he immediately suggested, "I have my guardian spirit. The two of us should be able to defeat it, right?" "Not impossible." The system replied decisively. Lu Hushing understood at once. He asked calmly, "Old man, are you saying that no matter how hard I try, I can never defeat you? Isn't that obvious?" The Golden Eagle Sovereign spread his hands. "Haven't you noticed how awesome I am? Looks like I'll have to call upon my old comrades for help." Lu Hushing nodded slightly, then bellowed, summoning the three generals Kan Zhongman and the others back once more. Golden Eagle Supreme laughed in exasperation. "What? Are you trying to make a fool of me? A bunch of defeated foes? You don't seriously think the four of you combined can defeat me, do you?" Chapter 140, Battle of Divine Consciousness. "You must understand that in this world, anything is possible," Lu Hushing declared with unwavering confidence. "You may think you're something special, but that's just your own delusion. In our eyes, you're nothing more than a rather large eagle." This remark nearly made the Supreme Golden Eagle explode with rage. In centuries of cultivation, no one had ever dared to look down on him. And now, it was a bunch of powerless human ants. How utterly humiliating. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rage, the Golden Eagle Sovereign spat out each word deliberately. "Very well. You've succeeded in enraging me. I'll eliminate the four of you first, then wipe out these rebellious humans. You three guardians. Soul-sealing spell." As Lu Hushing roared, another voice seemed to echo down from the heavens. Even the Golden Eagle Sovereign shuddered at the thunderous cry. A golden swastika symbol plummeted from the sky, hurtling toward it with devastating force. Damn it! The Golden Eagle Sovereign sensed overwhelming power within the symbol. It unleashed nearly all its strength to flee, but it was a step too slow. It watched helplessly as the golden swastika struck its body, instantly binding it. The supreme being of the alien race. No need to guess this was the handiwork of that exalted one of the alien race. Yet it never imagined that after all these years, the exalted one rumored to be nothing but a lingering soul still possessed such terrifying power. "You insignificant ants," the Golden Eagle Sovereign seethed with rage, his body convulsing violently as he strained to break free from his bonds. Yet his pupils suddenly contracted, and he froze rigid in place. Lu Hushing, along with the remnant soul of the system, had also entered the Supreme Golden Eagle's sea of consciousness. This left Kan Zhongman and the others utterly bewildered. They exchanged glances. "What's going on, Guardian? Didn't you see they've both frozen? Plus, that golden symbol, it doesn't belong to our world. We just wait," Li Wan said solemnly. "Perhaps a fierce battle is raging between them." At that moment, both Lu Hushing and the youth transformed from the system's remnant soul had entered the boundless sea of consciousness, gazing upon a colossal golden eagle before them. The golden eagle burst into laughter. "I thought you were up to something. So you planned to target my soul? Did you think destroying my soul would be the end of me?" "Sorry, that's exactly what we thought," the remnant soul chuckled. "I must admit, it's rather moving. After all these years, this is the first time I've seen a supreme-level powerhouse. The alien races really are declining with each generation." "What are you? You're a supreme?" The Golden Eagle Supreme snorted coldly, about to hurl insults, when his expression suddenly changed drastically. "Thank you for recognizing me. I'll be gentle with you," the fragmentary soul nodded with a smile, materializing a light sword in its hand. "Ready to begin?" "Damn it," the Golden Eagle Supreme sneered. "Even if you are a supreme, so what? Now you're nothing but a fragment of a soul. You might not even be my match. We'll see." The remnant soul wasted no words, launching an immediate assault on the Golden Eagle Sovereign. With a piercing whistle, the light sword instantly expanded hundreds of meters, crashing toward the Golden Eagle Sovereign with overwhelming force. The Golden Eagle Sovereign sneered, spreading his wings. Within the shadow that obscured the sky, countless razor-sharp wind blades howled forth, colliding with the light sword and erupting in a deafening roar. Lu Hushing gripped his dragon-shattering hammer tightly and roared. A surge of azure light erupted from the hammer, and a phantom azure dragon shot skyward from its shaft, its dragon's roar echoing throughout the entire sea of consciousness. The azure dragon's massive claws instantly lunged toward the Golden Eagle Sovereign. A flicker of apprehension crossed the Sovereign's eyes, swiftly replaced by fury. It flapped its wings violently, stirring up a hurricane in an attempt to block the azure dragon's assault. In an instant, light swords and wind blades intertwined, the azure dragon clashed with the hurricane, and energy surged throughout the sea of consciousness, resembling the chaotic scene of the primordial world. Lu Hushing and the fragmented soul worked in perfect harmony. The fragmented soul handled agile attacks, disrupting the Golden Eagle Sovereign's movements, while Lu Husheng unleashed powerful assaults with the Dragon's shattering hammer and the Azure Dragon's illusory form. Though formidable, the Golden Eagle Sovereign gradually struggled under the combined assault of two powerful adversaries, even on its home turf. It dodged the relentless barrage of lightsaber strikes and Azure Dragon assaults while seeking openings to counterattack. Yet, Kanshan and Lu Husheng granted it no respite, their assaults surging like waves, one relentless after another. Viewers watching the livestream were equally perplexed. The battle had been fiercely intense moments ago. Why had everything suddenly frozen? What's going on? Is this halftime? Why did the fight stop? Who won? Not sure. Feels like both sides are locked in some kind of mystical state. Maybe it's part of the battle strategy? You guys don't know, but back when the legendary hero Lu fought the Shikigami from Sakura Nation, it ended the same way. Yamada no Orochi's body crumbled to dust in no time. Guess this time is playing out just like that battle. Holy crap, is that true? If so, that old war god Lu is nothing short of divine. Within the Sea of Consciousness, Lu Husheng commanded the Azure Dragon's phantom to open its gaping maw. A dense blast of dragon's breath erupted, shattering all the wind blades surrounding the Golden Eagle Sovereign. Seizing the opportunity, the residual soul launched its attack. The light sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing straight toward the Golden Eagle Sovereign's vital point. Though the Golden Eagle Sovereign dodged with blinding speed, it still suffered a wound. A gap instantly appeared in its soul form, only to be immediately sealed by surging soul energy. I admit you possess some skill, the Golden Eagle Sovereign sneered coldly. But if you think this is enough to slay me, you are deluded. Suddenly, he opened his massive maw, unleashing a golden pillar of light. Imbued with immense soul energy, the beam scorched the very fabric of space, leaving behind searing cracks in its wake. The remnant soul retreated a step, swiftly wielding his light sword to form a shield before him, blocking the golden beam's assault. Lu Husheng, equally cautious, commanded the Azure Dragon's phantom to charge directly into the golden column. The Azure Dragon collided with the beam, erupting in blinding light. The powerful energy fluctuations radiated outward, shaking the surrounding seas of consciousness until more than half vanished. Lu Husheng narrowed his eyes and advanced once more. His body spun rapidly as he gripped the dragon's shattering hammer with both hands, channeling the Azure Dragon's aura to smash viciously into the golden pillar. Seizing the opportunity, the fragmented soul launched its own assault. The light on its sword flared intensely, exploding in a thunderous clash alongside the dragon's shattering hammer and the Azure Dragon's aura. Feeling the overwhelming force of their attack, the Golden Eagle Sovereign felt immense pressure. It attempted to withdraw the golden pillar to reorganize its defenses, only to discover the pillar was being relentlessly suppressed by Lu Husheng and the fragmented soul, making withdrawal impossible. Its expression darkened, a flicker of panic crossing its eyes before instantly turning into utter madness. If that's the case, then let's go down together. Chapter 141, Sovereign Acknowledges Master, China Triumphs. With these words, the Supreme Golden Eagle's body began to slowly grow larger, its golden radiance intensifying. We can't let it self-destruct. The remnant soul's expression changed drastically as he roared, and both of them unleashed their power simultaneously. Lu Husheng's dragon-shattering hammer and the Azure Dragon's phantom form loomed like a mountain, crushing down upon the Golden Eagle Sovereign. The light sword in the remnant soul's hand surged with blinding brilliance, forming a colossal blade of light that likewise slashed toward the Sovereign. Crashing explosions echoed continuously as cracks began to appear on the Supreme Golden Eagle's body. Its soul power steadily weakened, yet it remained resolute. Golden light surged from the fissures, attempting to mend its form. Yet the dragon's shattering hammer, the Azure Dragon's phantom, and the light sword relentlessly pounded the Supreme Golden Eagle's body and sliced at its soul. The cracks in its form multiplied, threatening collapse at any moment. The Golden Eagle Sovereign was terrified. Throughout its long existence, it had never faced such a life or death crisis. Even when danger arose, it had always managed to avert it at the last moment. But this threat to its very soul was a genuine death sentence. If this continued, it would truly vanish from the world. In that instant, the Golden Eagle Sovereign roared desperately, "Don't kill me!" What? At this point, do you truly believe you have any chance of survival? Lu Husheng sneered. Weren't you arrogant? Weren't you so mighty? The Golden Eagle Sovereign wished he were dead. Who could have foreseen things turning out this way? Especially now, at this critical juncture, there seemed no peaceful resolution possible. The crucial point was that if he died, the other Golden Eagles would be utterly defenseless. Then his entire million-strong army would truly be finished. Rolling his eyes, the Golden Eagle Sovereign steeled his resolve and declared loudly, "I pledge allegiance to you. I offer my loyalty in exchange for my future life." At these words, not only Lu Husheng but even the fragmented soul froze in shock. Who could have imagined that the Golden Eagle Sovereign, who had been so arrogantly defiant moments ago, would surrender in less than 5 minutes? He couldn't help but sneer, seriously? How ridiculous is this? Willingly pledging allegiance just to survive? This is my last resort, the Golden Eagle Sovereign declared gravely. Even among the supreme beings of other races, few can freely enter another's sea of consciousness. You have penetrated mine and defeated me at my core. I have no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. What do you think? The remnant soul immediately asked Lu Husheng. Of course we agree. Lu Husheng smiled faintly. With your witness, the master-servant ceremony will be flawless. There's absolutely no issue. Very well, I consent. Let us sign the master-servant contract. Lu Husheng nodded decisively. The Golden Eagle Sovereign roared loudly, golden halos beginning to appear around his body. These halos eventually coalesced into a golden droplet, which slowly drifted toward Lu Husheng's soul. With the residual soul nearby, though Lu Husheng felt a flutter of unease, he gladly accepted the soul droplet. Immediately, that profound sensation from his previous contract with the Black Bear Demon returned, only this time, it penetrated directly into his soul, making the experience even more visceral. He couldn't help but cry out, "Ah! Master, there was another contract deep within your soul, but it was rather loose. I've reinforced it for you," the Golden Eagle Sovereign chuckled. "Now, I am your most loyal servant. If you tell me to go west, I'll never go east." "Ha ha! Then let's end this war first," Lu Husheng said calmly. "As for your troops, once I select suitable candidates later, they will form contracts with my Huaxia soldiers to build a mighty Golden Eagle Legion." "Absolutely." The Golden Eagle Sovereign nodded vigorously. Humans and Golden Eagles truly should be the best of friends. With that, Lu Husheng and the remnant soul both departed from the Golden Eagle Sovereign's consciousness sea. The instant his soul returned to his body, Lu Husheng gasped for breath, his face showing signs of exhaustion. The Golden Eagle Sovereign also exhaled deeply. Though a fleeting look of resignation and reluctance crossed his face, it vanished just as quickly. Golden Eagle Sovereign. Seeing his reaction, Ken Zhongman and his two companions instantly grew highly alert. Staring at the Sovereign with grim expressions, they barked, "Brothers, prepare for battle." "Brothers, we're on the same side," the Golden Eagle Sovereign hurriedly interjected. "All this swordplay and spearplay, how impolite." Staring at the Golden Eagle Sovereign, who now radiated no trace of hostility and even resembled a friendly older neighbor, Ken Zhongman and his two companions were dumbfounded. They turned to Lu Husheng in confusion. Lu Husheng immediately waved his hand, nodding cheerfully. "That's right, we're all on the same side. Put your weapons away, don't give the enemy anything to laugh about." "What enemies? Where are these enemies? What the hell is going on here?" But the Golden Eagle Sovereign let out a piercing cry, followed by a roar, "Lads, withdraw." Upon hearing the Golden Eagle Sovereign's command, all the Golden Eagles obeyed as if receiving an imperial decree. They swiftly flew toward Siam, their speed so astonishing that even the soldiers still engaged in battle were caught off guard. "You return first," Lu Husheng ordered promptly. "Take stock of the remaining troops and report back to me. I need to prepare accordingly." "Got it." The Supreme Golden Eagle nodded repeatedly before vanishing like a bolt of lightning into the sky. All the viewers watching the live stream were stunned. The chat window was flooded with messages. Who can explain what just happened? Weren't they mortal enemies moments ago? After such a long stalemate, they suddenly made peace? The Huaxia battle was thrilling to watch, but why did it end like a child's game? Who actually won this fight? I'm speechless. We still don't know what's going on. Why did the Golden Eagle suddenly withdraw? The alien race and Huaxia became friends, duh. How obvious. Who'd have thought Huaxia would compromise with the aliens one day? Ken Zhongman looked equally bewildered. "Old Lu, tell me what's going on already. You're killing me here." "Well, let's talk about it when we get back." Lu Husheng beamed. "Anyway, it's great news, huge, earth-shattering news. The kind that'll keep you so excited you won't sleep for days." "Really?" Ken Zhongman stared at Lu Husheng in astonishment. Then, without another word, he turned to the bewildered soldiers and bellowed, "Men! We've driven off the Golden Eagle tribe. Withdraw." At his command, the soldiers' taut nerves finally relaxed. Cheers erupted in excitement. "We won! We won!" Chapter 142, Forming the Golden Eagle Corps, a grim situation. This time, they were prepared to fight to the death. After all, the Golden Eagles were simply too formidable. It took two humans of equal strength to defeat a single Golden Eagle of the same level. How could they possibly fight against such odds? Frankly, no one had expected this battle to be won. As the livestream ended, Zhao Jiangwo watched the tearful soldiers and pressed his lips together. In full view of everyone, he kicked Lu Husheng squarely in the rear. "You little brat! What the hell is going on?" "Brother, we should hold a meeting back at headquarters first," Lu Husheng said solemnly. "This is a major incident. I fear you might not be able to handle it." At these words, everyone's brows immediately furrowed. Zhao Jiangwo waved his hand decisively and barked without hesitation, "We're heading back immediately." All deputy commanders and higher-ranking military officials assembled for a meeting. Immediately afterward, all the high-ranking officers departed without a word. Across the entire Huaxia, military officers at the rank of deputy commander and above numbered over 10,000. As they gazed at the solemn-faced generals on the dais, their expressions darkened. They exchanged glances, desperate to glean some insight from one another, yet all were utterly baffled. Ken Zhongman wanted to slap Lu Hushing senseless. Damn it, why wasn't he speaking? What was he playing at? Brother, have you estimated how many golden eagles remain after this departure?
Lu Hushing suddenly asked, breaking the oppressive silence. A conservative estimate puts it at over 700,000 golden eagles.
Zhao Jiangwo replied almost without hesitation. These creatures are far more difficult to kill than the peacocks of the Peacock dynasty.
We've tried our hardest, but exterminating them is practically impossible. Then select the 70,000 strongest warriors from all martial artists and soldiers nationwide. Bind them to contracts with these birds to form a cavalry legion.
Lu Husheng proposed immediately. Wait, what the hell? Ken Zhongman was the first to freeze, staring wide-eyed at Lu Husheng. Old Lu, what are you talking about? Don't tell me you formed a strategic alliance with the Golden Eagle Sovereign. You haven't compromised, have you? Who have I, Lu Husheng, ever compromised with in my life? Lu Husheng retorted irritably.
Old Can, I advise you not to speak recklessly.
Otherwise, I'll sue you for defamation. Then what the hell is going on? Ken Zhongman nearly screamed hysterically. I'm already freaking out here. Just tell me straight up. Lu Husheng laughed heartily and revealed the details of his master-servant contract with the Golden Eagle Sovereign. Everyone was stunned.
They couldn't believe Lu Husheng had managed to sign such an unequal treaty with an existence above the martial saint realm. And for the other party to cooperate so readily, bringing all the golden eagles to the contract ceremony, it was simply unbelievable.
Little Lu, are you telling the truth? Zhao Jiangwo asked, still sounding skeptical. Of course it is. Why would I make something like this up? Lu Husheng nodded slightly. Old Lu, you absolutely have to get me a grandmaster-level golden eagle to contract. Ken Zhong roared excitedly. Holy crap! It takes several of us to handle just one grandmaster-level golden eagle. If we could contract with them, it'd be like adding wings to a tiger. Ha ha! That's no problem at all. Lu Husheng snapped his fingers. But the people chosen for the contract must be patriotic, righteous individuals. We'll provisionally select 700,000 soldiers. Once the Golden Eagle Sovereign informs us of the total number of eagles remaining, we'll adjust the numbers accordingly. Agreed. Zhao Jiangwo nodded firmly. Begin the selection process immediately.
Within 3 days, the entire 700,000 strong force must be assembled and on standby in the capital.
Everyone departed in high spirits. Who could have imagined that their mortal enemies would suddenly become future comrades in arms? This was beyond bizarre. As they walked away, Lu Husheng asked, Hey, system, isn't it a bit much that there's no reward this time?
This system urgently requires restoring fragmented souls and realigning spirits to confront the impending crisis.
The system suddenly spoke.
The supreme beings of the alien race have detected this system.
More powerful alien forces will soon invade Blue Star, turning it into their personal backyard. Seriously? It's that bad? Lu Husheng couldn't help but feel shocked. This system requires the host's assistance to collect souls immediately.
The system's voice sounded urgent. Once this system completes the soul collection and the souls are restored, China will undergo a new era of advancement.
Just spit it out then. How do I help? Lu Husheng snapped impatiently. I hate beating around the bush.
Proceed to the alien race's burial grounds and absorb the scattered souls. The system responded without hesitation. The alien burial grounds are fraught with danger, but the host stands to gain unexpected benefits. Please be aware of this. Then we'll wait until the Golden Eagle clan's contract ends before acting.
Lu Husheng readily agreed.
This was no longer merely a system issue, it was a matter of survival for Huaxia. Even if the alien race sent more beings like the Golden Eagle Sovereign, Huaxia might not withstand it. And there were even more formidable entities lurking in the shadows. The situation was growing increasingly dire.
Back in Qinglong City, Hu Linger and Meng Qingyao immediately circled around Lu Husheng, their eyes sparkling with surprise. Old Lu, you're actually unharmed. This is nothing short of a miracle. Not only am I fine, but I took down the Golden Eagle Sovereign. Lu Husheng declared triumphantly. They'll be entering China within the next couple of days. When they arrive, I'll select 2 exceptionally powerful golden eagles for you to contract with.
Really? Meng Qinyao's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands in delight.
Of course it's true. Lu Husheng declared. Just then, Lu Chaoyan and her husband approached. Lu Chaoyan immediately embraced her father. Dad, I'm so relieved you made it back alive. Please don't take such risks anymore. Brother Chuan and I watched the live stream of your battle, it was incredibly dangerous. Oh, I'm perfectly fine. After all these years of weathering storms, don't you know your old man? Lu Husheng waved it off dismissively. Your dad finally made it back. Isn't it just wonderful to eat, drink, and chat? Let's not spoil the mood with such talk. Exactly. Mom, you shouldn't lecture Grandpa like that. He's seen more of the world than you can imagine, doesn't he know what he's doing? Meng Qingyao nodded in agreement. Grandpa has his own way of doing things. You're such a kid, always defending your grandfather. Lu Chaoyan shot Meng Qingyao a disapproving look. Of course. He raised me. Who else would I defend? Meng Qinyao shot back, rolling her eyes again. Alright. Let's go eat.
Watching the mother and daughter bicker endlessly, Lu Huixin savored this rare moment of family harmony, his smile nearly spilling over his face.
Chapter 143, The Golden Eagle Legion officially formed. These past few days, Lu Huixin had truly savored the joys of family life. The family of three, including Hu Linger, stayed by his side constantly. He even visited his old friends at the new city nursing home and danced a square dance with the home's most popular resident. Early on the third day, a golden streak streaked across the sky. Before China's radar could even register it, the Golden Eagle sovereign had already arrived in Qinglong City and met with Lu Huixin.
Gazing at the majestic golden eagle, Meng Qinyao tilted her head curiously, unable to stop staring. Even though the supreme golden eagle had deliberately restrained its formidable aura, it still left Meng Qinyao too awestruck to speak. No wonder it was terrifying. This was a sovereign, a living sovereign. Seeing Meng Qinyao trembling almost uncontrollably, the Golden Eagle sovereign forced a gentle smile. Yet that smile was genuinely terrifying. Had Lu Huixin not shielded her, the girl would likely have wet herself. What's the situation? Lu Huixin demanded in a deep voice. The Golden Eagle sovereign chuckled nervously. 73,546. Over 47,000 are grade 5 or higher Golden Eagle warriors, and the rest are all grade 2 or above. Alright. I'll report this to the higher-ups immediately. Meanwhile, dispatch some 9th grade and half-step grandmaster level Golden Eagles here. Some of my family members need to contract with them first to test the results. Lu Huixin nodded. Understood. I'll summon them immediately. The Golden Eagle sovereign nodded repeatedly and soared skyward. Only then did Qinglong City's radar finally detect the Golden Eagle sovereign. The commander in charge of surveillance was so terrified he nearly wet himself. This is the Golden Eagle sovereign. He alone could wipe out an entire city. Why has he come here? Is he here to destroy Qinglong City? How did we only detect his presence now? We're as good as dead. That guy interacted with old war god Lu back then. Could we interpret that as the Golden Eagle sovereign already being one of us? Someone blurted out. Off. The leader kicked the man hard in the ass. An entity of old war god Lu's caliber? Even if he's an adversary, he plays the part when necessary. Do you think you're old hero Lu? You think the Golden Eagle sovereign wouldn't swat you dead with a single wing beat if it saw you? The man fell silent and immediately ran off to report. Just then, the air filled with the incessant whistling of wings. Powerful golden eagles streamed into Qinglong City from the sky, turning the faces of the terrified citizens pale. We're done for. Qinglong City's been ambushed by the Golden Eagle clan. We're going to be eaten alive. Why is everything happening so silently this time? Are the Golden Eagle clan really that formidable? Isn't the legendary warrior Lu still in Qinglong City? Enough talk. Run. If we don't flee now, we'll lose our lives. What's the point of discussing this? I'm heading to my basement, maybe I can survive this. Just as chaos threatened to erupt in Qinglong City, the city lord issued an urgent proclamation. The Golden Eagle clan has entered into a strategic alliance with our Huaxia nation. They will join humanity in future battles against alien races. Their recent entry into Qinglong City is merely a minor incident. Please be advised. These words brought collective sighs of relief, especially from the alert commander, who had wet his pants in fear. Thank goodness. I thought I was done for. Turns out it was just a false alarm. Wah! 2 half-step grandmasters and 5 9th-rank Golden Eagles now stood rigidly before Lu Huixin. Lu Huixin had also summoned Su Xiaomai and Long Zhanshan. Witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel astonished. Grandfather, is this really true? Signing a master-servant contract with the Golden Eagles? Of course it's true. Lu Huixin declared solemnly. Xiaomai, just tell me, will you sign or not? The opportunity is right in front of you. If you can't do it, I'll find someone else. Sign. This is what I've always dreamed of. Su Xiaomai chuckled, quickly wrapping her arms around Lu Huixing's arm. Grandpa, you know my heart. Thank you, Grandpa. Alright then, let's begin. Lu Huixing reluctantly nodded in agreement. Old Lu, am I really signing a contract? Hu Linger asked awkwardly. I'm a fox demon myself. Signing a contract with a golden eagle, another non-human species, it just feels a bit off. What's the big deal? Lu Huixing burst out laughing. Even humans can form contracts when necessary. Why wouldn't it be possible between different races? Hurry up, let's get this done quickly and save time. Hearing this, Hu Linger began the contract ceremony, though still feeling awkward. Watching the group successfully bind their contract and soar skyward atop the giant eagle, Lu Huixing finally nodded. Alright. Lead all the Golden Eagles to the capital city to begin the contracts. Once finished, we'll head to the alien race's burial grounds. The alien race's burial grounds? At this, the Supreme Golden Eagle's body trembled. He looked at Lu Huixin in disbelief. My goodness, Master. The alien race's burial grounds are a terrifying place.
Even I might not emerge unscathed if I entered. For just the two of us to go there would be extremely dangerous. Where there's a will, there's a way. You thought you could crush me, that you were my superior. Didn't that still lead to you acknowledging me as your master? Lu Husheng retorted impatiently. Never jump to conclusions about something until you've actually tried it. The Golden Eagle sovereign nodded slightly. Though his face remained etched with worry, having become this human servant, he no longer held any right to make decisions for himself. Without delay, the Golden Eagle sovereign summoned all his eagles. Like a swarm of locusts descending upon Siam, they began their massive march toward the capital. Witnessing this spectacle, the common folk were utterly stunned. Good heavens! Are these the Golden Eagle warriors? Even just flying overhead, I feel utterly terrified. I can't believe how the old war god Lu conquered them. I respect no one now except the old war god Lu. I heard they're heading to the capital to form contracts with the warriors. Now they'll create the Golden Eagle Legion. That's seriously awesome. China truly lives up to its reputation as Blue Star's top power. With old war god Lu's efforts, China might even launch a counterattack against the alien races. Shangjing. All the selected soldiers had gathered in the square, watching in silence as golden eagles descended one by one before them. Even with prior preparation, their hearts raced with excitement. Forming a contract with alien races, this was the first time in human history. Once the contracts were complete, the strength of everyone present would multiply exponentially. Then, this would become a truly invincible legion, capable of effortlessly confronting the alien races. As these thoughts swirled, the Supreme Golden Eagle gave the command, and all the Golden Eagles began the bonding process. Chapter 144, Encountering the Wind Maiden, the Wind Still Pearl. The bonding between the Golden Eagles and the Huaxiao warriors continued. Once everything was on track, Lu Husheng led the Supreme Golden Eagle to the new city. The alien race's burial grounds lay within the City of Life and Death, situated at the edge of their world. To enter it, one must first gain access to the alien race's domain. Back when Lu Husheng secretly entered the alien race's small secret realm, he went completely undetected. This time, he also slipped through the small secret realm and entered the alien race's territory with ease. Surveying the harsh environment of the alien realm, even the Golden Eagle sovereign looked utterly bewildered. Master, what part of the alien realm is this? Is this place even habitable? It looks utterly Thai. Is your dwelling place better than this? Lu Husheng looked at the Golden Eagle sovereign in surprise. I wouldn't say much better, but compared to this place, it's practically paradise. The Golden Eagle sovereign nodded solemnly. We live within the 10,000-mile mountains, stretching for 10,000 li. After years of fighting, we've carved out a space for ourselves. This is near the 10,000 tribes black market. Lu Husheng pointed in a direction. Over there lies the 10,000 tribes black market. Last time I infiltrated the alien tribes, I cleaned out the entire treasure vault of the Sparrow dynasty. Chong gave Lu Husheng a thumbs up. Truly the pinnacle of the human race. That kind of audacity isn't something just anyone can match. This time we're heading straight for the alien burial grounds. You need to carry me above the storm and push through non-stop to reach the site, Lu Husheng declared immediately after receiving the system's instructions. Altitude roughly 3,000 meters. Proceed straight ahead for 40,000 kilometers in this direction. How long will it take? 4 hours. Alright, 4 hours it is. Lu Husheng leapt directly onto the Supreme Golden Eagle's back. Let's depart now. But be cautious, we'll be traversing territories belonging to multiple races along the way. Rest assured, Master. I've got this. The Supreme Golden Eagle nodded repeatedly, immediately soaring skyward with Lu Husheng. In an instant, countless terrifying tornadoes converged on the Supreme Golden Eagle while innumerable wind blades sought to strike them down. Lu Husheng instantly unleashed his martial saint power, blocking all negative forces within a meter of the Supreme Golden Eagle. As the Supreme Golden Eagle soared straight up 3 kilometers, they charged toward their destination at breakneck speed. Fortunately, the Golden Eagle sovereign's raised head shielded Lu Husheng from the terrifying air currents. Otherwise, even Lu Husheng would have been knocked off by the immense resistance. Yet Lu Husheng found himself increasingly awed by the Golden Eagle's sovereign speed. While such velocity wasn't unheard of, sustaining it for so long was truly rare. Truly worthy of being the Golden Eagle's ancestor, it was beyond impressive. Buzz. After charging forward nearly 30,000 kilometers in one breath, the Golden Eagle's sovereign suddenly halted just as they neared the alien tomb. No matter how fiercely it flapped its wings or summoned every ounce of strength for a burst of speed, it couldn't advance another inch. Eagle, what's going on? Lu Husheng asked suspiciously. It's Wind Girl. The Supreme Golden Eagle's expression darkened. She's also at the supreme level, but she's shadowy and intangible, impossible to pin down. She's incredibly troublesome. System, doesn't this require a wind still pearl? Lu Husheng was dumbfounded. He only had a water-repelling pearl, which he debought for 1,000 merit points. Hurrying to search the exchange mall, he found the wind still pearl, but it cost 5,000 merit points. But in this situation, even 10,000 merit points would be worth it. Without hesitation, Lu Husheng swallowed the wind still pearl. Simultaneously, the Wind Maiden launched her assault. An invisible, crushing pressure descended like a mountain collapsing from above. The golden eagle's sovereign's feathers bristled, emitting a shrill cry. Its massive wings sliced through the air with a piercing screech, yet it remained immobilized by the invisible force. The sky abruptly darkened as countless wind blades, invisible to the naked eye, poured down like a torrential storm. They sliced through the surrounding space, leaving ripples and countless cracks in the void wherever they passed. Watch out! The supreme golden eagle spun, narrowly avoiding a wind column as thick as a bowl that grazed its wing. In an instant, it sliced a deep, bone-exposing wound into its right wing. The creature let out a piercing scream, its massive body convulsing violently, nearly sending it tumbling from the sky. Lu Hushing roared with fury, the dragon's shattering hammer instantly appearing in his hand as he bellowed, "Hold!" The power of the wind still pearl erupted, forming a circular barrier with a diameter of 100 meters centered on him. The howling wind blades collided with the barrier, producing a dense, piercing metallic clang as sparks flew everywhere. The Wind Maiden clearly sensed the Wind Still Pearl's threat, intensifying her assault. The entire sky began to warp and distort as countless tornadoes converged from all directions, coalescing into a colossal storm vortex that engulfed both Lu Hushing and the Golden Eagle's sovereign. Golden Eagle's sovereign, gritting his teeth against the pain, flapped his wings with all his might, striving to break free from the storm's grip. Lu Hushing, meanwhile, gripped the dragon's shattering hammer tightly, summoning the illusory form of the azure dragon within it to collide head-on with the storm vortex. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped a gap in the vortex, only for it to be swiftly sealed by the storm's relentless force. I refuse to believe that with the wind still pearl, I still can't take you down. Lu Hushing roared furiously. The dragon's shattering hammer blazed with intense light. The azure dragon's phantom transformed into a streak of azure light, charging once more toward the storm's center. Purple heavenly thunderbolts descended from the sky, transforming the azure dragon into a purple thunder dragon that exploded within the vortex. The Wind Maiden roared in fury. Formless forces surged wildly, causing the entire space to begin collapsing. Countless wind blades surged toward Lu Hushing like a tidal wave. Seeing this, the Golden Eagle's sovereign instantly enveloped Lu Hushing with its wings, instantly sustaining several wounds on its own body. Lu Hushing's eyes bulged with fury. The illusory azure dragon intertwined with the purple heavenly thunder, shattering every wind blade in its path. Just as the standoff seemed inevitable, countless wind threads suddenly coiled in from all directions, binding both Lu Hushing and the Golden Eagle's sovereign tightly. Even when Lu Hushing unleashed his full power and coordinated with the sovereign, they could only sever some of the threads. New strands swiftly wrapped around them, trapping the sovereign like a spider's web. Holy crap, system! How the hell do we break this? Witnessing this, Lu Hushing couldn't help but shout, "Stop playing dead! Answer me now! If you don't know how to use the Wind Still Pearl, just drop it." The system left only this message, completely ignoring Lu Hushing. Lu Hushing felt a bit awkward. He really didn't know how to use the Wind Still Pearl. It seemed to only create a protective shield to block Miss Wind's attacks. Were there other special uses for this damn thing? Chapter 145, Devouring the Wind Maiden, Entering the Alien Tomb. With the Golden Eagle sovereign protecting him, Lu Hushing immediately began his investigation. Seconds later, he thrust his palm forward and barked, "Hold!" Within a radius of several meters, all gale-force winds and hurricanes froze in place. They seemed to struggle with all their might to break free, but against the Wind Still Pearl's overwhelming power, their efforts were futile. Unfortunately, the area immobilized was too small, likely due to his lack of familiarity with the technique. Lu Hushing immediately resumed his examination, leaving the Golden Eagle's sovereign utterly speechless. "Master, are you even capable? If not, we need to find a way to escape quickly." "You think you can escape on my territory, Miss Feng?" Miss Feng's voice echoed from the void once more, brimming with smugness and contempt, as if she had already sealed Lu Hushing's fate. Lu Hushing snorted coldly, instantly igniting his life flame. A torrent of true chi surged into the Wind Still Pearl, followed by another thunderous shout, "Still!" In that instant, every gust within a 3-kilometer radius was subdued. Even Miss Wind felt fear, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Damn it! How is this possible? As a supreme-level being, I've always been rootless and sourceless, stronger than ordinary supremes. How dare you restrain me? I refuse to believe it. What good does disbelief do now? I hold the knife, you are the fish." Lu Hushing rejoiced, his massive hands slowly clenching. Everything within the 3-kilometer radius began converging toward the center. Amidst a series of unwilling, furious roars, a woman of graceful form and breathtaking beauty materialized before Lu Hushing. "Good heavens, this is incredible!" The Golden Eagle sovereign cried out in disbelief at the sight. "Master, you've actually done it!" Clang! Lu Hushing gave a cold snort. His open hand abruptly clenched into a fist. Phone-girl instantly let out a wah as she spat out a mouthful of blood. The body she had painstakingly built over hundreds of years nearly shattered into pieces. "Spare my life, Lord!" Miss Feng knelt urgently, pleading, "I only committed the same mistake all alien races make against humanity. Please forgive me. System, did you absorb its soul or what?" Lu Hushing couldn't help but consult the system for advice. Devour. The system declared. Instantly, the handsome youth reappeared, streaking like a bolt of lightning and crashing into Miss Fang's body.
Watching Miss Fang emit wave after wave of agonized screams, even the supreme alien race felt profoundly moved. Truly worthy of being the supreme alien race that once specialized in targeting souls. Even with only a fragment of her soul remaining, her power remains terrifyingly formidable. No wonder the other supremes feared her. Is this alien supreme being that powerful? Lu Hushing asked curiously. I wouldn't dare say strong, only absurdly powerful. The Golden Eagle Sovereign seemed lost in recollection. A flicker of terror crossed his face before he spoke slowly. Back then, I was just a young eagle.
Our Golden Eagle Sovereign led 3 revered elders and 5 sovereigns, joining several other alien sovereigns to confront this alien sovereign.
That battle shook the heavens and earth, raging for 7 full days and nights. Every being on our so-called righteous side that joined the assault, save for those few supreme beings of other races, was utterly annihilated. Even so, those few supreme beings of other races were still wounded. Just imagine, even with such a formidable lineup, we still failed to utterly destroy the supreme being, allowing that sliver of its soul to find an opportunity to rise again. It must be said, it was truly terrifying. So, the alien supreme being won't let this rest? Lu Hushing asked, his expression grave. Is our situation dire? Not just dangerous, extremely dangerous, declared the Golden Eagle Sovereign with solemn gravity. I was sent by our Golden Eagle Sovereign. According to the original plan, we would have invaded Huaxia directly, eliminated you, and retrieved the remnant soul of that alien sovereign. But even though we failed, other alien supreme beings likely won't let this rest either. They might even launch attacks like ours, targeting nations bordering China before coordinating a full-scale invasion of the empire. Lu Hushing sighed inwardly. The road ahead was long and arduous. Unless they counterattacked the alien race and utterly terrified them into submission to Blue Star, they likely wouldn't relent. Just as he pondered this, Miss Fang suddenly let out a piercing scream. Her body began shattering into fragments before vanishing entirely. Simultaneously, the handsome youth materialized before Lu Hushing, speaking with evident satisfaction. Excellent. This foreign supreme being's soul is exceptionally pure. If all souls we encounter henceforth are of this caliber, absorbing just 5 more such remnant souls will restore my spirit to wholeness. Then we could confront the alien supreme being? Lu Hushing asked, his voice tinged with hope. No. This is merely the weakest form of a complete soul. We must continue devouring more alien souls to gradually grow stronger. The handsome youth tossed out these words before returning to Lu Hushing's body. Exchanging glances with the Golden Eagle Sovereign, Lu Hushing promptly produced a small restoration pill. This medicine, I wonder if it might be useful for beings of your sovereign level? Of course it will. The Golden Eagle Sovereign's eyes lit up as he sucked the pill into his mouth. Instantly, his wounds began healing at a visible pace. The minor restoration pill was originally leaked by our alien race. It benefits us far more than it does you humans. Why the lack of confidence? In less than 30 breaths, the Golden Eagle Sovereign's injuries were fully restored. It immediately carried Lu Hushing soaring back into the sky, swiftly reaching their destination, the alien race's burial ground. Legend held that this place buried all the powerful beings of every alien race. For ordinary mortals, entering here meant only one fate, death. Even from outside, Lu Hushing sensed an utterly bone-chilling terror. Man, this place feels seriously off. System, why don't you go in yourself? Absolutely not. The system roared without hesitation. Powerful restrictions bind this place. In my current state, I couldn't last long inside. Only by absorbing sufficient souls can I move freely. You better not be lying to me, or else I'll never let you off the hook. Lu Hushing fumed, striding boldly into the alien tomb. Instantly, eerie laughter echoed around him, as if welcoming this weak living being. The Golden Eagle Sovereign halted before a tomb as soon as he entered. Lu Hushing immediately walked over to inspect it, finding only a few hastily scrawled characters, Tomb of the Eagle Sovereign. Yet before the Golden Eagle Sovereign had stood there 10 seconds, the unassuming grave began to violently tremble. Chapter 146, The Gravekeeper. What the? Is it about to rise from the dead? Lu Hushing exclaimed in astonishment at the scene. Did you just stand here and make it come back to life? This revered eagle was once a warrior of our Golden Eagle clan, the Golden Eagle Sovereign said solemnly. When I was but a young eagle, I witnessed its battle against enemies. It sacrificed itself to protect our clan. So your Golden Eagle clan has enemies too? Lu Hushing retorted sarcastically. Just like how you invaded our Huaxia, right? Master, I have one request, the Supreme Golden Eagle declared solemnly. This is a hero of our Golden Eagle clan. Should the supreme being of the alien race absorb souls, I implore you not to take the soul of the Eagle Venerable. This is my sole plea. No problem. Lu Hushing said solemnly. Since we're now on the same side, I certainly won't disregard your request. Even if every soul in the alien burial ground is drained, the soul of the Venerable Golden Eagle will remain safe and sound here. Thank you. The Supreme Golden Eagle took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Lu Hushing.
However, Lu Hushing's attention was drawn to a stone stele nearby, the ape sage. It was obvious this was the ancestor of the Great Ape Clan. Not devouring this would be a disservice to all the time spent as enemies of the Great Ape Clan. System, how do we proceed? Rolling up his sleeves, Lu Hushing demanded with unmistakable authority. Dig up the grave, and its soul will naturally appear. The system eagerly replied, though the alien race's burial ground provides a resting place for all their powerful beings, this place's peculiar souls cannot leave. For us, it's paradise. Alright. Just as Lu Hushing prepared to act, a rustling sound echoed. An old man clad in tattered blue robes, hair disheveled and body hunched, slowly approached from the distance. His voice was filled with wistfulness. For centuries, no living soul has set foot in the foreigner's graveyard. Now not only are there living beings here, but humans at that. How nostalgic. What do you miss? Lu Hushing nearly blurted out. The delicious taste of human flesh, the old man sneered. Though you're a seasoned veteran among humans, the potent true energy coursing through your blood and flesh should make for a splendid meal. I'll make an exception and devour you, no problem at all. You're asking for death. Lu Hushing's face turned icy at these words. Master, beware. This old creature is a revered one, the Golden Eagle's sovereign urgently warned. He's been guarding this tomb for nearly 1,000 years. No wonder he's so arrogant. Lu Hushing snorted coldly, his true chi surging. Even if he is a revered one, if he wants to kill us, he'd better be prepared to be killed by us. In that case, this old fool will be the first to be devoured by us. Ha 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 ha. At these words, the tomb guardian burst into uncontrollable laughter. What a pair of ignorant children. See those two small pits nearby? Those are the graves prepared for you. Once I devour your flesh, I'll bury your bones there. Then we'll see just how much you're worth. Lu Hushing immediately activated the enhanced version of his berserk buff. True chi surged around him, nearly solidifying into tangible form. He hoisted the broken dragon hammer and charged forward first. With a dragon's roar, the azure dragon's phantom coiled around the hammer materialized mid-air. It let out a deafening bellow at the gravedigger and slammed down with overwhelming force. The graveyard keeper's hunched form appeared frail, yet as the dragon's shattering hammer neared impact, he dodged the blow with an eerie agility. His withered hand shot out like iron pincers, aiming straight for Lu Hushing's throat. Golden Eagle Sovereign's heart lurched with alarm. He immediately charged forward, his twin blades transforming into two icy streaks that stabbed sideways at the graveyard keeper's ribs. Forced to abandon his attack on Lu Hushing, the keeper retreated backward like a ghostly apparition. Trivial tricks. How dare you show off in front of a master? The gravekeeper sneered coldly, his body suddenly enveloped in an aura as black as ink. Wherever the aura touched, the ground cracked inch by inch. A putrid stench filled the air, causing Lu Hushing's breath to catch. The pitch-black energy was actually eroding his true chi. With a thunderous shout, the dragon's shattering hammer slammed into the ground. A phantom of an azure dragon reared its head and roared, summoning a purple bolt of heavenly lightning that crashed down, striking fiercely toward the gravekeeper. Simultaneously, the Golden Eagle's sovereign wielded twin swords, their energy weaving a golden net that instantly sealed off the Tomb Guardian's retreat. The Tomb Guardian's palms flashed as the pitch-black aura transformed into countless tentacles, coiling toward the purple thunderbolt and golden sword net. The three forces became entangled, emitting constant hissing sounds. Both the sword net and the purple thunderbolt showed signs of shattering. Lu Hushing's brow furrowed as he channeled more power. The ethereal form of the azure dragon solidified, unleashing several purple thunderbolts that crashed down relentlessly. The Golden Eagle Sovereign abandoned his twin blades altogether, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent from one wing as he brought it down with devastating force upon the Tomb Keeper's shoulder. The Graveyard Keeper's face shed all trace of contempt. His body surged with pitch-black energy, forming a colossal dark shield before him. Both the purple thunderbolts and the eagle's wings slammed into the shield simultaneously. The resulting explosion shook the heavens and earth. The powerful shockwave tore up the surrounding ground, causing the gravestones to violently tremble. It seemed as if corpses were struggling to break free from their confinement and burst forth from the graves. The Graveyard Keeper's expression darkened. Though his aura remained unstable from the recent battle, he lunged toward the burial ground. The massive black shield slammed down onto the earth as he roared furiously, "Return!" As the black shield condensed into terrifying force and poured into the graves, all the mounds that had begun to rise and stir finally slowly returned to normal. The Graveyard Keeper, seemingly enraged by the disturbance, turned slowly to face Lu Hushing and his companion. "You two fools! With your meager skills, you nearly ruined my plans. Now, die!" With that, he vanished in a flash. "Master, this fellow moves faster than I do and moves like a ghost. Be careful!" The Golden Eagle's sovereign warned gravely, his divine sense spreading out cautiously. The next instant, Lu Hushing suddenly sensed an imperceptibly faint danger descending from above. Before he could even think, he swung his dragon-shattering hammer upward with all his might. The illusory form of the Azure Dragon manifested once more, blocking the Graveyard Keeper's sneak attack. Seizing the opportunity, the Golden Eagle's sovereign launched an assault from the side, its wings slashing viciously at the Graveyard Keeper. The gravekeeper snorted coldly, countering with a backhand strike. Pitch-black energy coalesced into a colossal palm smashing toward the golden eagle sovereign. The sovereign's wings flapped violently to block the blow, but the immense impact still sent him flying backward, blood spurting from his beak. Chapter 147, Slaying the Tombkeeper, the Remnant Soul's Last Resort. Lu Hushing roared again, golden true chi surging wildly across his dragon-shattering hammer. The illusory azure dragon let out a piercing cry to the heavens as 9 purple heavenly thunderbolts descended simultaneously, forming a vast purple thunder array that enveloped the Tombkeeper. The golden eagle sovereign, gritting his teeth against the pain, charged into the array to coordinate his attack with Lu Hushing. Trapped within the purple array, the gravekeeper endured relentless dragon breath assaults. Though shielded by black aura, his defenses rapidly depleted. Under the supreme golden eagle's terrifying power surge, he began to falter. "You 2 ants, die!" The gravekeeper roared in fury. After all these years, who could have imagined he'd be humiliated by 2 martial saints? With a faint puff, the pitch-black aura surrounding him burned wildly, unleashing a tremendous surge of power as he attempted to break through the lightning array. Lu Hushing and the golden eagle sovereign instantly felt the pressure double. Lu Hushing likewise began burning his life force. "Let's see who dies first. If anyone dies, it will be you first. This entire tomb is my source of power. To think you could kill me within my domain is nothing but a fool's fantasy." The tomb guardian roared madly. In an instant, his power erupted, sending waves of black energy surging toward the man and the eagle. "Die!" Boom! What the gravekeeper hadn't anticipated was a strikingly handsome man suddenly bursting forth from the black mist. With lightning speed, he slammed a palm strike toward the creature. The speed was nearly lightning fast, and the terrifying force sent a chill through the gravekeeper's heart. Without a moment to spare, the tomb guardian frantically channeled his true energy to defend himself. But it was too late. The palm strike slammed into his chest, sending him flying backward. Cracks appeared across his body, as if it would shatter into pieces at any moment. The fragmentary soul materialized beside the graveyard keeper. Recognizing the face, the keeper's body trembled. "I remember you. Your corpse has lain buried in this graveyard for centuries. Your once indestructible flesh has long since rotted away. I never imagined you could have lived on into a second life, standing once more upon this earth. I've come only to absorb the souls of this graveyard, to grow stronger as quickly as possible," the fragmentary soul said with a smile. "Gravekeeper, surely you won't refuse my request? From the moment I can remember, I was assigned to guard this place. Every soul here is my responsibility." The graveyard keeper rose slowly, black energy surging around him once more. He spoke each word deliberately. "If you wish to devour the souls within my graveyard, you must kill me first." "Do you think your power comes from the graveyard, making you immortal?" the fragmentary soul sneered, as translucent energy began to drift from its body. It was like a layer of plastic film, severing the connection between the graveyard and the graveyard keeper. The graveyard keeper instantly felt his power vanish. His face drained of color as he stared at the fragmentary soul in disbelief. "You bastard! What have you done? Give me back what belongs to me." The remnant soul shook its head, taking a step back. This enraged the graveyard keeper even more. He charged at the lingering soul without a second thought. "I'll kill you. Only when you're dead can I regain my strength." Boom! However, when the graveyard keeper was less than a meter away from the remnant soul, an unimaginable barrier seemed to appear before him. It was nearly indestructible, sending the graveyard keeper flying backward hundreds of meters. His body shattered completely, yet due to the presence of the black aura, the fragments did not disperse. "System, you're incredible!" Lu Hushing exclaimed in astonishment. "Your power shouldn't be fully restored yet. How could you unleash such overwhelming force? Are you hiding something from me?" "My body lies buried right here," the residual soul patiently explained. "All these years, I've been preparing specifically for the Tomb Guardian. If even this level of preparation couldn't handle him, then what purpose would I have for continuing to exist in this world? I have to admit, that's pretty damn impressive." Lu Hushing had no other words but to keep praising the remnant soul. How is this possible? The gravekeeper remained utterly bewildered. He'd wielded the cemetery's power for centuries, yet this level of chaos was unprecedented. It seemed impossible. Though this was the tomb of a former supreme being of the alien race, the cemetery itself had been created by another supreme being of that race. How could it be breached so easily? "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now I can only send you on your way first." The remnant soul spoke, opening its mouth wide. The gravekeeper instantly felt his soul about to leave his body, while his physical form stepped toward the remnant soul. He could only resist with all his might. "Damn it, you can't do this. If the supreme being could kill you once, they can kill you again. You. Hum." This phrase clearly struck a nerve with the remnant soul. The terrifying suction force surged several-fold, instantly drawing the gravekeeper's soul into its maw. "How noisy," the fragment sneered coldly. "Now, at last, no one disturbs us." As it spoke, the earth's energy began slowly returning to the fragment's body. The entire graveyard shook violently once more, as if an earthquake had struck. Plop! A faint sound echoed as a withered, rotting hand emerged from the grave. Immediately afterward, an utterly hideous corpse crawled out, its form so distorted it was nearly impossible to discern its original species. As this corpse rampaged, others surged forth from the earth. Though they couldn't yet breach the cemetery gates, chaos had already erupted throughout the grounds. Will these walking corpses attack us? Lu Hushing asked in a low voice, watching the cemetery resemble a demonic dance. If they go berserk, we won't be able to handle them. What's there to handle? The residual soul snorted coldly. My aura can completely block their senses. Why else do you think I could sense the connection between the graveyard keeper and this place? Can you calm down? You don't look like the top human expert at all. Holy crap, now you're lecturing me? Lu Hushing rolled his eyes and immediately retorted, we were going to have to dig up the graves anyway. Since they're all out now, you might as well suck them dry in one go. No sooner had the words left his mouth than two hands burst from the ground, snatching hold of Lu Hushing's ankles. With tremendous force, they tried to yank him underground. Fortunately, Lu Hushing was prepared. He unleashed a furious blast of power into the earth, sending the hands flying. Didn't you say you could block our aura? Lu Hushing bellowed, nearly hysterical. If it really can't be done, you stay here and play by yourself. Golden Eagle and I are leaving. Chapter 148, The Graveyard's Strongest Boss, The Corpse Remnant. This was an oversight. The remnant's soul immediately explained, I forgot to seal off this section. Just wait a moment, it'll be done soon. As he spoke, a faint translucent aura enveloped the two men and the eagle, completely shrouding them. Rumble. The entire graveyard had become a realm of the undead. All the rotting corpses wandered aimlessly, erupting into combat the moment any two touched. Though reduced to corpses, they retained formidable strength. The graveyard trembled violently, fissures splitting the earth as more corpses crawled forth. These things are out of control. I need only devour their souls to complete my own, declared the fragmentary soul. With that, it strode swiftly into the throng of the undead. With each gasping breath, souls poured into its mouth, and its own spirit began to solidify. That's brutally simple. Lu Hushing exclaimed in astonishment. It's utterly unbelievable. The Supreme Being is currently only a soul entity, so devouring other souls is remarkably straightforward, explained the Golden Eagle Sovereign. Besides, these souls are essentially fragmented souls themselves. Otherwise, another battle would likely erupt. Before the words faded, a distant roar echoed. Almost all the corpses seemed summoned by some force, rushing toward that spot. Their souls appeared to slip from their control, nearly leaving their bodies behind. What the hell is going on? Lu Hushing frowned, watching the fragmentary souls follow after. The two immediately strode forward. Deep within the graveyard, a mass of emerald green, ghostly light shimmered, seemingly composed of countless fragmentary souls. As the fragmentary soul approached, these scattered spirits rapidly coalesced, ultimately forming a powerful spirit entity. It retreated into a decaying corpse, which instantly erupted with terrifying force. In a single moment, it hurled all the corpses thousands of meters away, creating a vacuum zone spanning 3 kilometers around itself. Wuhan, I've waited nearly a millennium for you. Finally, you've come. The corpse's face twisted into a hideous grimace as it emitted a strange, maniacal laugh. I thought you'd chickened out and dared not show your face. I was betrayed by the Supreme Ones. My body was shattered, leaving only this remnant soul and the essence of my being, the soul protested, spreading its hands. To quickly replenish my soul, I came here to absorb some remnant souls. That's all. The corpse paused, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. This is laughable. Karma, pure karma. You sealed me here, condemning me to eternal agony as my soul was ground away. Yet now, thanks to you killing the Tomb Guardian, I've escaped. I've absorbed countless fragmented souls and become the strongest in this graveyard. What can you possibly do to me now? Then I truly can't do anything to you. The lingering soul sighed, then turned to Lu Hushing. This is the ultimate purpose of my journey to the alien tomb. Its body is unique, it can freely absorb and fuse any soul entity. Once I devour this creature, I can fully restore my soul. Wait, do you really think he'll listen? The decaying corpse nearly laughed itself to death. A mere martial saint human and a golden eagle sovereign? They're weaker than ants. So you want us to kill it for you, then you'll devour its soul? Lu Hushing's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he snapped back. Bro, you know how strong this thing is. Now it's absorbed all those residual souls too. We're both weaklings, how are we supposed to fight it? Host detected requiring life or death battle. Special supply pack issued, Berserk buff plus X5, Burst X5, Minor Restoration pills X5. The next second, a voice echoed in Lu Hushing's ear. Lu Hushing couldn't help but glance at the residual soul. Can I transfer these? It's yours anyway. Whatever you choose to do with it is entirely up to you. The residual soul waved dismissively without hesitation. Lu Hushing immediately bestowed a plus-tier Berserk buff upon the Golden Eagle Sovereign. Using this should temporarily elevate you to Sovereign rank, but it lasts only 10 minutes. Use it wisely. Holy crap! The Golden Eagle Sovereign's body trembled.
Now he finally understood why Lu Hashing, with only martial saint strength, had defeated him. It seemed this item was the key, no choice but to admit defeat. Without delay, the Golden Eagle Sovereign activated the Berserk buff. Feeling the exhilarating surge of power, it urged impatiently, "Master, stop dawdling. Take it down." With that, the Supreme Golden Eagle charged toward the corpse first. Its speed was lightning fast. Its wings whipped up gale force winds as it dove toward the corpse, its battle spirit space slicing through the air like a sharp blade, aiming for the corpse's half-body. Yet such a formidable assault was merely an appetizer for the corpse. With a contemptuous sneer, the green mist swirling around it surged, forming a barrier. The Supreme Golden Eagle's strike slammed into the barrier, causing no damage whatsoever. Instead, it was sent flying backward, spitting a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Lu Hashing immediately activated the enhanced version of his Berserk buff. Gripping the dragon-shattering hammer high above his head, a colossal azure dragon's phantom surged skyward from the weapon. Its deafening dragon's roar echoed as the coiled dragon's body charged toward the remnant corpse. The corpse extended its withered palm and made a light grabbing motion. The powerful azure dragon's phantom shattered inch by inch in its grasp, dissolving into specks of green light that vanished into the air. Then the corpse pointed a finger, launching a green soul spike toward Lu Hashing. Lu Hashing frantically swung his dragon-shattering hammer to block, but felt a powerful soul shockwave surge through the weapon. An excruciating pain instantly shot through his head, causing him to stagger back several steps. "Watch out! This thing's most terrifying ability is its soul attack," the remnant soul warned from the side. "You must be extremely cautious of its soul assault, or else you too are finished. We barely have any soul defense techniques." Lu Hashing exclaimed, utterly speechless. But the corpse gave them no time to react. In a flash, it appeared behind the Golden Eagle Sovereign and slammed a palm into its back. The Golden Eagle Sovereign had barely sensed the corpse's position and hadn't had time to dodge before letting out a piercing scream. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, smashing a huge, deep hit into the earth as feathers scattered everywhere. "Here!" Lu Hashing sighed inwardly, immediately tossing a small restoration pill to the Golden Eagle Sovereign. Simultaneously, he swung his dragon-shattering hammer again, unleashing a barrage of purple heavenly thunderbolts. The hammer, enveloped in this force, slammed toward the remnant corpse. The corpse remained unhurried. Green mist coalesced around it into a massive black shield, deflecting all the purple heavenly thunderbolts. Simultaneously, countless black soul tentacles burrowed up from the ground, wrapping around Lu Hashing's legs in an attempt to drag him into the earth. Chapter 149, The Sovereign of Eagles, Fusion of Souls. Lu Hashing's expression shifted slightly as he erupted with true chi, attempting to struggle free. Yet he found the soul tentacles tightening their grip, their strength growing ever more formidable. After swallowing the minor restoration pill, the Golden Eagle Sovereign's injuries rapidly healed. Its body swayed as it charged toward the soul tentacles, its sharp wings flapping rapidly to sever them. Yet the relentless attacks from the severed remains continued, and more soul assaults swept toward them, leaving the man and the eagle utterly defenseless. "Master, this bastard is far too powerful. Even with our vastly increased strength, we're no match for it." The Supreme Golden Eagle's expression was grim. "If this continues, we'll die here." Lu Hashing's brow furrowed deeply. He understood this truth all too well. But the corpse's power was simply too overwhelming. Even combined with the remnant soul, they still stood no chance. Yet the next instant, Lu Hashing's eyes narrowed sharply. He sensed the corpse's body suddenly convulsing violently, showing signs of imminent disintegration. The lingering soul beside him immediately warned, the multitude of souls it recently absorbed are causing a rejection reaction within its body, making its power extremely unstable. "You'd better seize this opportunity. Little eagle, this thing's off balance. Let's strike while the iron's hot and finish it." Hearing this, Lu Hashing gripped his dragon-shattering hammer tightly and activated Burst. In an instant, his aura surged, his strength multiplied tenfold, and the hammer condensed immense true chi. Wielding millions of Jun of force, he smashed it viciously toward the corpse. Seeing this, the Golden Eagle Sovereign immediately launched an attack from the side. Its wings sliced through the green mist surrounding the corpse like two sharp blades. The corpse attempted to counterattack, but its chaotic internal energy left it powerless, barely managing to defend itself. Boom! The dragon-shattering hammer struck the corpse with a deafening crash, leaving a massive dent in its body. Seizing the moment, the Golden Eagle Sovereign delivered a fatal blow, plunging both wings deep into the corpse. A piercing scream erupted from the creature as the green mist surrounding it began to dissipate, its body gradually turning transparent. Staring at its own hands in disbelief, the corpse abruptly snapped its gaze toward Lu Hashing. "You insignificant insect nearly shattered my very being. How dare you? Evil cannot prevail over righteousness." Lu Hashing roared. "Who is evil, and who is righteous?" The corpse's body flickered with rage. "The very Wuhan standing before you here slaughtered half the alien race until they dared not lift their heads. And you have the nerve to call me evil?" Lu Hashing looked at the lingering soul in surprise. The remnant soul grinned. "No need to dwell on past glories. Let bygones be bygones. Live for today." "Well said, live in the present."
The corpse roared, green mist reappearing around its form. Its nearly shattered body began to slowly mend once more. Today, I'll show you exactly who is righteous and who will die. With that, a massive bone club over a meter long materialized in its hand. It swung with devastating force, crashing down toward Lu Hushing. Roar! Witnessing this, Lu Hushing scrambled backward. A torrent of furious true chi erupted from him, coalescing into a dragon-shaped shield formed by the azure dragon and purple thunderbolts. Yet, with a thunderous crash, the shield forged from Lu Hushing's savage power crumbled to dust. The corpse's strike, however, showed no sign of halting. Master! The Golden Eagle Sovereign roared, darting to Lu Hushing's side faster than lightning. Golden light flared across his body as all his power surged into his wings, which crossed to meet the massive bone. Another deafening crash echoed as the Golden Eagle Sovereign was hurled kilometers away, his back slamming into the tombstone of the venerable eagle. The already modest grave erupted with a thunderous boom, revealing a nearly completely decayed corpse before the sovereign. The Golden Eagle Sovereign paled in horror. Moments ago, it had begged Lu Hushing not to harm the eagle reverence tomb, yet now it had inadvertently unearthed the corpse itself. Instantly, the Golden Eagle Sovereign knelt before the corpse, banging its head against the ground incessantly, utterly disregarding its own injuries. Witnessing this, the decaying corpse burst into laughter. See that? You lot are nothing but shrimp soldiers and crab generals. You truly have no right to oppose me. You'd be better off quietly ending your lives here and offering your souls to me. Damn it! Lu Hushing roared in fury. They played every last card, yet still couldn't take down this bastard. Could it be the system had miscalculated, thinking they could handle it? Just then, a sigh echoed among them. It came from a relatively intact Golden Eagle spirit, gazing down haughtily at the Golden Eagle Sovereign. Child, how did you come to this foreign tomb while still alive? What exactly happened here? Those few simple words froze the Golden Eagle Sovereign in place. Immediately, its defenses crumbled, and it began to weep uncontrollably, recounting the entire truth to the Eagle Spirit. It's merely a body, the Golden Eagle Spirit sighed. To achieve this with such determination shows remarkable resolve. However, I can now become nourishment for your soul, strengthening you enough to slay your foe and escape this place. How dare you speak so arrogantly before me? I am a being that specializes in absorbing souls. Did you even ask my permission before trying to merge with its soul? The corpse strode forward, its terrifying suction force overwhelming even the Golden Eagle soul. Come now, it's best you bow down at my feet quickly. The Golden Eagle soul glanced at the corpse. To its surprise, the corpse saw contempt and mockery in that single look. Before it could react with fury, the Golden Eagle's soul plunged headlong into the Supreme Golden Eagle's body. The Supreme Golden Eagle instantly began to scream in agony, its wings recently shattered by the blast suddenly unfurling completely. This old fool is truly ruthless, shattering his own soul to feed his descendants. He's prepared to vanish completely from this world. The corpse stared at the Golden Eagle Sovereign in surprise, then his expression darkened. On my turf, no soul has ever escaped my devouring. Even if you vanish, what difference does it make? Once I eliminate your descendants, I'll devour your souls just the same. With that, the corpse prepared to strike again. But before he could make a move, the Golden Eagle Sovereign vanished without a trace, his movements utterly impossible to track. This startled the corpse remnant, who immediately sent his soul energy rippling out in all directions, desperate to pinpoint the Sovereign's location. Thud! The Golden Eagle Sovereign suddenly materialized from the void, its sharp wings slamming down onto the corpse. The corpse grunted, staring at the gash on its body, nearly losing its mind. Damn it! Thinking you can ambush me just because you're fast? Come out if you've got the guts. Let's see if I can't wipe you out. Chapter 150, The Fragmented Soul Seclusion, The Passage Token. The Golden Eagle Sovereign remained motionless, lurking in the shadows. The corpse grew increasingly frenzied, its soul energy surging outward only to be pulled back in, layering into eerie ripples. Should the Golden Eagle Sovereign enter these ripples, the corpse would detect and strike it down instantly. Found it! The corpse's expression shifted abruptly. It charged forward, its massive palm erupting in a devastating blast only to strike a series of fleeting shadows. Put! In that split second of distraction, more ripples surged from the eerie patterns. The corpse's speed had reached its peak, striking nearly every rippling point. Yet, just as it slammed into the final one, faint fluctuations suddenly rippled through the adjacent space. Damn it! A sharp pang of dread struck the corpse's heart. But reaction came too late. The same wing, in the exact same position, sliced down. In that instant, the once indestructible corpse was cleaved in two. Its soul let out a wretched scream as it was struck by the lingering soul hiding in the shadows. Green light flared repeatedly, while the surrounding aura slowly dispersed outward. The translucent gas in the residual soul's grasp surged toward the nearly perfect soul, penetrating deep into its core. Amidst the corpse's incessant wails, fragments of soul were continuously torn away, then sucked into the residual soul's mouth like it was snacking on treats. Truly worthy of a supreme being with profound mastery over souls. Even as a fragment, it wields such an eerie soul-devouring technique. The Golden Eagle Sovereign watched enviously, his eyes turning purple with admiration. A soul that repairs and grows through devouring others becomes so solidly anchored, it's virtually unbreakable. As he spoke, the corpse's souls let out a final wail. Every soul except the main one was swallowed by the fragment. The main soul, now thin as a bamboo pole, broke free from the fragment's grasp and hurled curses at it. "You bastard! How dare you treat me like this? Just wait until I escape. You'll regret it so much you'll cry. Do you really think escape is possible?" The fragmentary soul stared at the bamboo stick as if it were an idiot. "You're nothing now but a vessel for souls. Only when the soul grows strong does your own power increase. When the soul weakens, you become utterly powerless. Tell me, how do you plan to fight me?" The skinny stick's face twisted in agony. His eyes darted frantically as he searched for an escape route. But before he could act, the remnant soul struck suddenly, opening its massive maw and swallowing him whole. Immediately, it declared, "I begin refining him now. I won't be able to appear for a while. You're on your own." With that, it vanished without a trace. Detected host assisting system in consuming residual soul within alien tomb. Rewards, 20,000 merit points, 2 shape-shifting pills, 2 minor restoration pills. Holy crap! Lu Hushing stared dumbfounded at the vanished fragmentary soul. What the hell? Just ditching the job like that? But getting the rewards was still pretty sweet. "The question is, what do we do now?" the Golden Eagle Sovereign asked in a low voice. "Master, should we head straight back to Blue Star, or should we stir up the alien race again like last time?" "Head back. If an opportunity arises, strike. If not, return immediately," Lu Hushing declared decisively. "Our mission among the alien race is essentially complete. Adding a flourish would be the icing on the cake." With that, the pair immediately retreated from the alien burial grounds and sped toward the exit. Just as before, they advanced above the storm. After slaying the Wind Maiden, their progress was virtually unimpeded. Especially with the Golden Eagle Sovereign initially boosted by the Plus Edition's Berserk buff, he covered nearly 10,000 kilometers in just 5 minutes. "Master, there's a fight below. They seem to be fighting over something." Just as they neared the small secret realm, the Golden Eagle Sovereign suddenly reported. "Could it be treasure? We'll check this afternoon," Lu Hushing declared decisively. The Golden Eagle Sovereign's heart stirred, and he immediately dove downward. A colossal lion was fleeing for its life, pursued by over a dozen massive dogs several meters long. As the gap closed, the Lion King abruptly spun and unleashed a terrifying roar. Though the sonic blast was immense, the dogs managed to withstand it. "Golden Lion King, hand over the pass token peacefully," snarled the lead hound. "We'll grant you a swift end. Otherwise, you'll beg for death. You beasts. Kill me if you dare, but don't even think about snatching that token from me," roared the Golden Lion King. "My Golden Lion clan will never bow down. Everyone, what exactly is this pass token?" Lu Hushing, concealed in the shadows, couldn't help but ask. Apparently unaware of Lu Hushing's presence, both sides jumped at the sound of his voice. "A human? Just tell us what the pass token is for. No need for further questions." The Golden Eagle Sovereign revealed himself. "We're in a hurry. No time for your nonsense." "A human and a golden eagle daring to come here and defy us," a large dog snorted coldly. "If other races learn the Golden Eagle clan associates with humans, what punishment do you think our clan will face?" "Put." The words had barely left his mouth when a faint pop echoed through the air. A slender wone suddenly appeared between the threatening dog's eyebrows. Instantly, it collapsed with a thud, dead. The scene fell deathly silent. Everyone knew these two must possess some skill to have made it here, but who could have imagined they were this formidable, instantly slaying a 7th-rank powerhouse? Next, Lu Hushing's gaze shifted to the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King trembled and hurriedly explained, "In 3 days, the alien race will hold an auction. This is the pass token required to attend. Only 15 exist in our entire corner of the alien race territory. Our Golden Lion clan paid a hefty price to obtain it. Those hyena tribesmen slaughtered every member of our Golden Lion clan just to seize these tokens. I barely escaped with my life. A pack of hyenas slaughtered a pride of lions?" Lu Hushing asked in astonishment. "That's unbelievable. Is your Golden Lion clan really that weak in combat? After being ambushed, we were betrayed again." The Golden Lion King's eyes dimmed as he continued, "If you two can help me slaughter the hyena clan, I'll gladly hand over the pass token with both hands." "Put." Hearing this, Lu Hushing smiled faintly and struck. Chapter 151, Kill and Plunder, then head home for the loot. However, his target wasn't the big dogs, but the Golden Lion King. Until his dying breath, the Golden Lion King never understood why this human would kill him. He had never shown hostility toward him, and had even intended to hand over the pass token. "Did you slaughter the Golden Lion clan?" Lu Hushing turned to face the pack of large dogs. Several large dogs exchanged glances and nodded repeatedly. "We were ordered by the clan chieftain to obtain more passage tokens. Exterminating the Golden Lion clan was necessary. So you've seized their wealth as well?" Lu Hushing pressed. "Yes," declared the lead hyena without hesitation. "This auction will feature many treasures.
Our clan alone might not secure them, so we seized some wealth along the way. Perhaps we can bid for that supreme artifact. Hand over every last bit of wealth you've acquired. Lu Hushing extended a hand. Only then will you be spared. Master. Just then, the Golden Eagle's sovereign approached, presenting a token crafted from an unknown material. The big dogs were startled. This Golden Eagle, capable of instantly killing a 7th-rank powerhouse, actually referred to a human as its master. That human strength must be even more terrifying. Without another moment's hesitation, the leader of the large dogs immediately surrendered all their wealth. However, it had already been exchanged for gold notes of full 100,000 taels. Puff! 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 Upon receiving the gold notes, Lu Hushing acted decisively. Except for the leader, all the other large dogs were instantly killed. This startled the leader. Benefactor, you said. Now, take us to the auction site. Lu Hushing cut him off. You'd better not try any tricks. In the face of absolute power, your little games are nothing but child's play. The big dog seethed with rage, but upon seeing Lu Hushing's utterly unflappable expression, it could only swallow its resentment in fury. Fine. In that instant, Lu Hushing activated the shape-shifting pill. Under the stunned gaze of the Supreme Golden Eagle, he transformed into a majestic golden eagle, his body shimmering with golden light. The sight was not merely handsome, it radiated an indescribable aura of nobility. How about it? Handsome, right? Lu Hushing said with a smile. From now on, call me Young Master. I am the Young Master of the Golden Eagle clan. Young Master, you truly resemble our Golden Eagle clan's Young Master even more so than that brat. The Golden Eagle sovereign declared, producing its wealth. I don't have much here, only 50,000 gold notes, but they should be useful. You have that much money? Lu Hushing exclaimed in surprise. As the Supreme, I hold a pivotal position within the Golden Eagle clan, the Supreme Golden Eagle explained. This is merely what I carry on me. My residence holds several million more. Gentlemen, this auction truly features many exceptional items. If you have several million, I strongly advise bringing it along. Otherwise, you might miss out on something you truly desire. Big Dog interjected promptly. Where exactly is this auction? How far is it from the Golden Eagle clan? The Supreme Elder pondered for a moment before asking. About 100,000 kilometers from the Golden Eagle clan. Big Dog replied promptly. It's roughly 10,000 kilometers from here to the auction site. We can stay in the town where the auction house is located. You can always go back for the money later. Truth be told, making a last-minute raid might indeed be less convenient and efficient than returning for the funds. The Golden Eagle sovereign decisively accepted Big Dog's suggestion. Nevertheless, the trio headed first to the town hosting the auction, White River Town. The town buzzed with activity, likely due to the auction. All manner of alien races were present, even some sovereigns. As soon as they found their location, Lu Hushing decisively eliminated Big Dog. A mad thought surged within him. If he blew this place sky high, how many elite alien races would perish in the blast? Young Master, find lodging for the night. I'll return first thing tomorrow morning, reported the Golden Eagle sovereign before streaking into the sky and vanishing. Lu Hushing paid an extra 100 gold coins to book a premium guest room, complete with 3 daily meals of fine wine and delicacies. He immediately began drinking in the grand hall. Nearby, someone boasted about the auction's treasures. You probably don't know, but they say a 7-colored spirit ginseng appeared this time. That's a real treasure. Especially for those above the grandmaster realm, consuming it grants true energy equivalent to 100 years of arduous cultivation. That's nothing, a bald-headed old dog snorted beside him. I heard there's even an immortal grass. Folks, that's the immortal grass. Even an ordinary person who consumes it can extend their lifespan by 100 years. Can you even fathom what that means? Information about auction items kept popping up in the grand hall, hyped up to seem miraculous. Lu Hushing listened with growing excitement, though he wasn't entirely sure what exactly was being described. Young Master, may I sit here? Just then, a gentle voice sounded. It was a snowy owl, pure white without a single speck of other feathers, standing nearby. As you wish, Lu Hushing replied indifferently, paying it no further attention. The snowy owl, however, ordered a feast of fine wine and delicacies. Young Master, thank you for sharing my table. This spread is my way of expressing my gratitude. And this jar of wine, shall we share it together? Glancing at the empty table beside him, Lu Hushing felt speechless. Was this thing hitting on him? Trying to pick him up? But since it was free, Lu Hushing didn't refuse. He immediately smiled and said, well, thank you very much. It's mainly because I'm so poor, otherwise I wouldn't be so stingy. No problem, I've got money. Snow Owl declared without hesitation. Meeting you is fate. I'll finish this off, help yourself. Fearing Lu Hushing might misunderstand, Shui Xiao picked up a bowl of wine and downed it in one gulp. Impressive. Then I won't hold back. Lu Hushing stared at Shui Xiao in astonishment before downing his own bowl. Simultaneously, his divine sense silently spread outward. Sure enough, he detected over a dozen more snow owls outside.
The strongest among them possessed grandmaster level cultivation, while the rest ranged between 8th and 9th grade. It seemed this snow owl was an important figure among its kind. Judging by its attempts to seduce him, yet lacking any means to do so, it could only guard from outside. Lu Husheng played along, drinking bowl after bowl with the owl. But the 6th rank creature soon couldn't hold its liquor and began babbling nonsense. "Handsome, I adore young, fresh meat like you. Come with me, and I promise you'll live in luxury. I'm the Snow Owl clan's little princess, rich and gorgeous. If you date me, I'll give you 1,000 gold coins every single day. Handsome, your feathers are so soft. Can I touch them?" Chapter 152, Auction the 7-Colored Lingji Herb. As Snow Owl grew increasingly bold, the other snow owls outside finally burst in. "Princess, you've had too much to drink." "I'm not drunk," Snow Owl shouted. "This cutie and I hit it off instantly. Look how handsome he is, with feathers so soft. Just imagine how amazing it'd be to cuddle him in bed. I'm not going back. I'm going to sleep with this cutie." Lu Husheng felt embarrassed. Who would have thought that simply transforming into a golden eagle could get him hit on? Perhaps that was the charm of being handsome. Shaking his head slightly, Lu Husheng smiled and said, "It's no big deal. You can take him back with you." "Our apologies for the disturbance," they said, bowing slightly to Lu Husheng before swiftly carrying the struggling snowy owl away. After quietly finishing his meal, Lu Husheng returned to his room. Since he was attending this auction, simply listening to those fellows suggested there must be plenty of valuable items. Though the system had temporarily vanished, the merit points it had left him could still be exchanged for things, especially since he'd discovered gold notes. 1 merit point could be exchanged for 100 gold coins, and 100 merit points could be exchanged for 10,000 merit points. Lu Husheng decisively spent 10,000 merit points to exchange for 1 million gold notes. Perfect. As for his strength, he was already among the top-tier powerhouses in this place. Combined with the Golden Eagle Supreme, he doubted anyone could defeat him. Thus, he stopped worrying about it and settled down to rest peacefully. Soon, the Golden Eagle Sovereign returned, bringing back 3 million gold notes. With a total of 4,100,000 now in hand, things should be fine. "Master, the auction is tomorrow. I spotted several old monsters today. Though they don't match the might of great clans like ours, they've already reached the sovereign realm. We must proceed with caution," the Golden Eagle Sovereign cautioned. "It seems this auction must hold something valuable, otherwise it wouldn't draw Supreme Realm experts here," Lu Husheng chuckled. "If we can bid for it, we bid. If not, we'll seize it. This time, we're taking everything worthwhile." "Agreed." The Golden Eagle Sovereign nodded vigorously. The next morning, the auction hall finally opened under the gaze of the crowd. Nearly 100 races, numbering over 1,000, streamed into the auction venue. However, the Golden Lion clan held a lower status. Unlike mid-tier races like the Snow Owls, they didn't gain direct access to the second-floor private boxes. The Snow Owl spotted Lu Husheng instantly, his half-closed eyes widening instantly. "It's that young master. Princess, as the heir apparent to the Snow Owl clan's leadership, you must mind your station," an elder Snow Owl hastened to say respectfully. "Your primary purpose in coming here is to obtain the undying herb. Only then can you solidify your position within the clan and finally silence those stubborn old fools." I know. "Enough with the lectures already," the Snow Owl replied impatiently. "Just get the job done, will you?" As all the guests took their seats, a siren beautiful from the waist up, serpentine from the waist down swayed her tail as she stepped forward. "Esteemed leaders, dear fellow villagers, good morning, everyone." Clap clap clap. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the crowd, with even members of minor clans rising to their feet. "On this auspicious day, we welcome everyone to participate." The snake demon rattled on at length before finally getting to the point. "Now, presenting our first auction item, a thunder sealing orb. Designed specifically for masters who wield lightning, it not only traps vast quantities of thunder within but can also unleash that power in an instant to strike enemies. Thunder Lock Orb. Starting bid, 50,000 gold coins. Minimum bid increment, 5,000 gold coins. Bidding begins. A thunder locking pearl? That sounds interesting. Members of many minor clans had already begun bidding. They say this treasure can absorb and unleash lightning powerful enough to challenge a supreme master. It's a life-saving artifact. We absolutely must win this bid. Damn right. With this thing, if anyone messes with me again, I'll just go straight for them. Enough talk. I bid 60,000 gold coins. Give me some face, no one else bidding against me. 60,000? Put. I'll go up to 65,000. Master, do we really need this thing? The Golden Eagle Sovereign whispered. It seems like a useless burden. Why bother buying it? Let's just snatch it instead. Fine, let's just snatch it. Lu Husheng agreed without hesitation. In the end, the Thunder Sealing Pearl sold for 100,000 gold coins. After selling a few more items, the multicolored Lingji mushroom finally appeared, something that piqued Li Changhai's interest. The others craned their necks as well, their eyes glued to the palm-sized multicolored Lingji. The snake demon shouted with fervor, "Everyone, the next item is extraordinary. As for the 7-colored Lingji herb, I trust you all know its efficacy, so I won't elaborate. Let's get straight to the bidding. Starting price, 200,000 gold coins. Each bid increment must be no less than 10,000 gold coins. Bidding begins now. I bid 25,000 gold coins. I urgently need this to enhance my power. I bid 300,000 gold coins. I am a grandmaster. Anyone who dares to compete with me even after the auction ends will be killed. Big talk from you, sir. A grandmaster is nothing special, we've got supreme realm experts here. I bid 360,000. So what? I'll pay 400,000 gold coins and buy it outright. Everyone had gone mad, relentlessly driving up the bidding. As the price neared 1 million, only 3 or 5 bidders remained. Finally, Lu Hushing spoke with lazy indifference, 120,000. The room fell instantly silent. All eyes turned to Lu Hushing. Xue Xiao was equally stunned. Is this guy that rich? He just casually throws out 1 million gold coins? It is a supreme treasure after all. Consuming it can increase one's true energy by 100 years, someone quickly explained. Though I can't gauge this kid's strength, he should be above the grandmaster realm. 100 years of true energy could easily help him advance a whole level. How could he not fight for it? A boar with a thick, flabby snout glared at Lu Hushing. Kid, your golden eagle plan is 10,000 kilometers away. This isn't your turf. You dare bid on something this valuable here? Think you can actually take it? Whether I win it or not is my business, and whether I take it away is also my business. Why should I care about a pig like you bellowing here? Lu Hushing said indifferently. If you have the money, bid properly. If you don't, shut your snout. I don't like talking to pigs. Chapter 153, The Auction Making an Enemy of the Wild Boar King. You bastard. The Wild Boar King snorted with rage, but inside the auction hall, he could only engage in verbal sparring. Clearly outmatched, he could only raise his paddle menacingly and shout, 1,500,000. 1,511,000. Lu Hushing raised his hand slightly. This truly infuriated the Boar King. He spun around, glaring viciously at Lu Hushing before bellowing, 1,550,000. 1,560,000. Are you doing this on purpose? The Wild Boar King couldn't take it anymore. He spun around, pointed at Lu Hushing, and roared, I didn't want trouble with you, but you're really pushing your luck. Do you want me to deal with you after this is all over? It doesn't matter. I stand by what I said. If you can hurt me, go ahead and strike. Lu Hushing replied nonchalantly. I just doubt you have the ability. This kid's pretty cocky, but they only have that old and young golden eagle pair. Snow Owl said with some concern. Wild Boar King has a strong force. I heard there's also a 50-man wild boar squad outside, all above the 7th grade realm. They've sent all their elite forces just to ensure they get the 7-colored Lingji grass. But now, that handsome guy is in danger. Princess, you really shouldn't meddle in others' affairs. An old Snow Owl sighed, speaking with resignation. Focusing on our own tasks is the wisest course. Hopefully, Snow Owl pouted, continuing to watch Lu Hushing's performance. The Wild Boar King was now seething with rage. True energy surged through his body as he prepared to strike at Lu Hushing. The Snake Demon immediately chimed in with a cheerful smile, Mr. Wild Boar King, you know our rules. I hope you won't act rashly. Otherwise. 2 million. The Boar King's hooves clenched so tightly they creaked, then he bellowed loudly. 2,100,000. Lu Hushing leaned back in his seat, his voice calm. From this moment on, no matter what this gentleman bids, I will outbid him by 10,000. You bastard. Wild Boar King's chi erupted, shattering everything within 3 meters. Even the Snake Demon's pleas fell on deaf ears. Just as he prepared to strike, an old boar whispered something in his ear. Wild Boar King froze, then burst into laughter. Waving dismissively, he declared, forget it. We concede. If you don't have the money, just say so. Why pretend? Lu Hushing sneered. 2,000,001, going once. 2,000,001, going twice. 2,000,001, going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations, sir. The Snake Demon nearly broke the gavel. With an excited shout, enthusiastic applause erupted throughout the hall. Oh no! That boar is definitely planning to rob us after the auction. Snow Owl panicked. Second uncle, we should. Bidding takes priority. Old Snow Owl was nearly at his wit's end. He'd feared encountering a love-struck princess, but this one was hopelessly infatuated. What the hell was he supposed to do now? Lu Hushing barely participated in the subsequent bidding until the final item, a soul anchoring pearl, piqued his interest. Similar to the wind anchoring pearl, consuming it would fortify one's soul. Not only would it greatly enhance soul strength, but it would also render the soul flawless and impenetrable, preventing anyone from entering one's consciousness. See? Wasn't this tailor-made to thwart the system? Even the Wild Boar King joined the bidding war. Once the price hit 1 million gold notes, the competition narrowed to just the Wild Boar King and another race. When Lu Hushing bid 1,100,000 gold notes, that race immediately withdrew. Naturally, this caused the Boar King to glare at Lu Hushing with a twisted expression, as if issuing a warning. Ultimately, however, it too abandoned the bidding. Thus, Lu Hushing spent over 3 million gold notes to secure 2 items of considerable use to him. As for the remaining items that still piqued his interest, he'd leave those for the Golden Eagle Sovereign to snatch up. Snow Owl had also successfully bid on the undying grass. But the moment they stepped out of the auction hall, he urged, "Quick! We must catch up to that young master. The Boar King will surely attack him. We can offer him some timely assistance. Princess, our mission is complete. Is this truly necessary?" Old Snow Owl sighed in resignation. "Oh, Uncle Air, I've never asked you for anything before. Just this once, please help me." Snow Owl immediately adopted a pouting, pleading tone. I beg you, I beg you. Fine, fine. Let's follow and see." Finally, Old Snow Owl waved his hand impatiently and led the group to swiftly pursue. After securing Lu Hushing's approval, the Golden Eagle Sovereign swiftly joined the marked groups, intent on a swift resolution to begin collecting auction items. Lu Hushing, however, headed straight to the tea house next to the auction hall. He ordered a cup of tea and began sipping it leisurely. Wild Boar King and the others stood guard nearby, excitedly shouting, "Kid, you think waiting here for reinforcements means you're safe? The auction's over. They'll be leaving in 3 hours. Once they're gone, the auction won't protect you anymore." "So what?" Lu Husheng paid them no mind. "So what?" Wild Boar King froze, then burst into laughter. "It means you'll be killed, and whatever you won will become ours. You fool! Don't you know that even if you win something good, it's not yours yet? Only what you can hold on to is truly yours." As he spoke, several more races approached the vicinity, clearly eyeing the items in Lu Hushing's possession. Snow Owl gritted her teeth but mustered her courage to step forward. "Young master, I urge you to leave immediately. Spend some money and have the auction house's elite protect your escape. With so many now against me, you still intend to stand by my side?" Lu Hushing looked at Xuexiao in surprise. "We hit it off instantly, we're friends who shared drinks together." Snow Owl declared matter-of-factly. "Even though you're in grave danger, I can't just stand by and watch you die." Those words were quite touching. Lu Hushing didn't try to persuade him further. Instead, he simply invited, "If you don't mind, why not sit down and have a cup of tea with me?" "Sure." Snow Owl nodded without hesitation, sitting opposite Lu Hushing and beginning to drink cup after cup with him. "Oomph, keep drinking. Give it a few more hours, and even begging on your knees won't save you." The Boar King sneered. "And as for the Snow Owl clan, if you don't leave now, I'll wipe you all out too." Chapter 154, instantly wiping out several alien clans. "You filthy pig! We haven't done anything to you, yet you dare threaten us? Are you looking for death?" Snow Owl was instantly incensed. "Actually, I'm craving pig snouts right now. You think I won't cut off your pig nose and roast it for dinner? You dare?" The Boar King's eyes bulged as he pointed his pig hoof at the Snow Owl. "Look at your pathetic state. Pretending to pursue love? Love my ass. Uncle 2, take him down." Snow Owl's raised teacup froze mid-air before hurtling toward the Wild Boar King. "It's just trash talk, no big deal." Old Snowy Owl said calmly. "I even said he's his father's bastard, who spent his whole life licking his old man's toes and sucking out to become Wild Boar King. Even if it's true, what difference does it make?" "Old Snow Owl, what did you say?" The Boar King's face turned icy. "I was merely speculating. You don't actually believe I meant every word, do you?" The Old Snow Owl shrugged. "Or did I hit the nail on the head? Off. Those are just rumors. How could that possibly be true?" The Boar King's eyes bulged. "Say another word, and I'll slaughter your entire Snow Owl clan. Look, he's losing his cool. Caw caw caw." In an instant, the entire Snow Owl clan burst into uncontrollable laughter. Though the Boar clan seethed with rage, now wasn't the time to show their true colors. They could only grit their teeth and endure for the moment. About 2 hours later, the Golden Eagle Sovereign returned, covered in blood. He gave Lu Hushing a nod, which made Lu Hushing secretly breathe a sigh of relief. He had finally seen what he wanted and obtained it. The next steps wouldn't be so urgent now. "Young master, this old golden eagle is likely formidable. We must remain cautious," one boar couldn't help but warn. "We don't want to end up losing more than we gain." "With so many of us here, why are you still so scared of everything?" the Boar King snapped impatiently. "You're old enough now, just sacrifice yourself when the time comes. Stop saying such downer stuff." The old owner stiffened, glancing at the Boar King in disbelief before taking a few steps back and falling silent. As 3 hours passed, the massive auction hall was dismantled and all auction house personnel withdrew. The Boar King burst into laughter. "See, everyone? You fools thought the auction house would protect you. But they only care about money, they never gave you a second thought. Young master, I stand with you through thick and thin." As the other races approached, Snow Owl immediately whispered. "It's no big deal just killing people." "Miss, you really shouldn't get involved." Lu Hushing shook his head slightly. "Jiaozi, slaughter them all." At this, all the non-human races present burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Oh my god, I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter." This idiot actually plans to take on all of us alone? Does he really think he's some kind of big shot? Even if this old golden eagle is a supreme tier powerhouse, we've got supremes on our side too. Why all the arrogance? We don't even need to lift a finger. Our wild boar clan alone can slaughter them until they don't know which way is north. Stop standing around. Get moving. We'll decide who gets the treasure later. With that, the alien tribes prepared to attack. Lu Husheng, however, granted the supreme golden eagle an enhanced version of the berserk buff. This unleashed the eagle's true energy to its fullest, propelling it to speeds nearing twice the speed of light. In an instant, it slaughtered one of the wild boar clan's supremes. The twin thin blades continued to erupt with power, each strike claiming the lives of several alien tribesmen. The snow owl, who had intended to defend Lu Husheng, was stunned. Turning to the elder snow owl, he found the elder equally grave-faced. The elder nodded slightly. Honorable one. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the entire scene was left with only the Boar King standing. The Boar King had long since wet himself in terror. His 57th rank warriors, whom he'd always considered his secret weapon, had been slaughtered in mere moments by a few flaps of wings. Worse still, his personal bodyguard, the Boar clan's sole remaining Elder Supreme, had been instantly annihilated. What kind of powerhouse had he offended? The Golden Eagle clan actually possessed a revered one? Could this youth be the king of the Golden Eagle clan? Any last words? Lu Husheng stared at the Boar King, asking indifferently. If not, then take your leave. What kind of skill is relying solely on others? If you've got the guts, fight me one-on-one. The Boar King gritted his teeth and slowly drew a pitchfork. Otherwise, even if I die, I'll never submit to you. So you want me to kill you? Lu Husheng smiled. Exactly. The Boar King's chi surged as he strode toward Lu Husheng. Prove your mettle, come at me alone. As you wish. Lu Husheng nodded slightly, extending a single finger toward the Boar King. A thunderous crash echoed as a purple thunderbolt, thick as a water barrel, crashed down from the sky, hurtling straight toward the Boar King. The wild Boar King's pupils contracted. True energy surged from his body, channeling into his pitchfork as he slammed it fiercely upward. A deafening explosion echoed. The purple thunderbolt shattered the pitchfork clean in two, its undiminished force striking the wild Boar King. The wild Boar King froze instantly, blood spurting from his mouth as cracks spread across his body, threatening to shatter at any moment. You bastard, who the hell are you? The Boar King glared at Lu Husheng through gritted teeth, struggling to form the words. But before he could finish, a faint crack echoed, and his entire body instantly disintegrated into a pile of flesh. How utterly boring. These alien races are far too weak. Lu Husheng sighed, his eyelids drooping in exasperation. I should have just left earlier. Why bother fighting them? What a bore. With that, Lu Husheng turned to face the snow owl. The snow owl immediately took a few steps back, swallowing nervously. Young master, Enough. Clean up the scene. If there are any leftover gold notes, take them. Lu Husheng waved his hand dismissively. We're leaving. In your lifetime, we may never meet again. With that, the two golden eagles soared skyward, vanishing from sight in an instant. Only then did the snow owl exhale a long breath, his tense body finally relaxing. I thought we were evenly matched, but their strength proved overwhelming. We truly aren't of the same world. They must be high-level alien races, old snowy owl sighed. But leaving us this much gold currency, that was quite generous of them. Chapter 155, Northern Bear Nation's plea for aid, the head of state's decision. Just as the system had foretold, ever since he last intervened against the Golden Eagle's sovereign, a supreme being had sensed the system's presence. Immediately, 3 reinforcements were dispatched, each commanding 5 million troops, to attack 3 neighboring nations of Huaxia simultaneously. At this very moment, all 3 nations were locked in battle against alien races. Despite the Northern Bear Kingdom's formidable strength, it was stretched thin in its efforts to respond. Emperor Pu, the ruler of the Northern Bear Kingdom, was frantic, sweat pouring down his forehead. Watching the constant stream of his soldiers being killed on the large screen, his rage boiled over. Damn it! How could this happen? Why did these bastards suddenly attack us without any warning? Your Majesty, could this be connected to Huaxia? A high-ranking official whispered cautiously. Like what happened to Siam back then? Emperor Puda paused, recognizing the similarity. He nodded slightly. Connect with Huaxia immediately. The Huaxia head of state had been monitoring the situation across Blue Star nations while simultaneously urging domestic efforts to reinforce and heighten city walls. Upon receiving the report of North Bear Nation's connection request, he immediately answered and addressed Pudadii. My dear friend, aren't you currently battling foreign tribes? How did you find time to connect with me? This alien attack mirrors Siam's previous ordeal. Should we fail, we'll be forced to launch a coordinated assault on China. Pudadii stated bluntly. I request China dispatch reinforcements. Otherwise, our nations may truly clash in war. Then learn from the Siamese leader who ultimately led the last Siamese soldiers to mutual destruction with the invaders, the leader retorted without hesitation. Our nation is under constant threat from hostile forces. If we carelessly deploy our troops, they will be shattered exactly what the invaders desire. I don't care. Send reinforcements immediately, or don't blame me when the Northern Bear Empire's armies crush against our borders. Pewdati spat before abruptly cutting the video link. Damn it! Emperor Puta seethed, his body trembling with rage. How dare Huaxia act so arrogantly, thinking they can just wash their hands of this? Don't they fear that the Northern Bear Kingdom might actually strike back? They likely can't spare the resources, a high official replied with a bitter smile. Lately, both foreign tribes and certain nations have been targeting China. If China actually sends troops, they'd have to deploy forces against those two countries as well. That would leave China's defenses vulnerable, and foreign tribes would surely exploit the opening. China would be in grave danger. The crux of the matter is, they should at least offer us some consolation. Emperor Puta sighed, waving his hand. Never mind. Given the current situation, we'll likely need every man on the battlefield. Begin nationwide conscription immediately. All citizens must prepare for war. Even if we fight to the last soldier, we must drive these beasts out of Huaxia. Yes, Your Majesty. The high official snapped to attention and hurried off to carry out the order. Upon returning to Huaxia, Lu Husheng immediately sought out Qin Zhengman to learn about the situation involving the Northern Bear Kingdom and the other two nations. He let out a cold laugh. As expected, these foreign tribes are truly laughable. This is indeed a conspiracy targeting our Huaxia. The question is, what do we do now? Qin Zhengman asked, spreading his hands. If this continues, and those three nations plus the barbarians strike us simultaneously, our chances of victory. What are we waiting for? We must aid these three nations separately. Lu Husheng declared without hesitation. Divide the Golden Eagle warriors into 3 waves, each comprising 200,000 troops. Except for over 100,000 stationed to defend Huaxia, deploy the rest immediately. Exactly as you say. Once these 3 nations fall, they'll join the foreign tribes in attacking us. Exactly. Qin Zhengman nodded in deep agreement, his expression turning grave. I'll inform my elder brother to seek the head of state's approval. The Golden Eagle Legion will begin dividing its forces immediately. We're ready to depart at any moment. Immediately, Lu Husheng escorted the Golden Eagle sovereign to the capital city. He first detached a 200,000 strong force and called Zhao Jiangwo. After a brief explanation, Zhao erupted in fury. This is utter nonsense. The head of state hasn't approved it yet, and you're rashly leading troops to North Bear Kingdom. If he holds you accountable, even I won't be able to protect you. The situation is urgent. We have no choice but to act first and report later. Lu Husheng declared gravely. Back then, even a minor kingdom like Siam threw us into chaos. Now, even if it's just the Northern Bear Kingdom, if they mobilize their entire force against us, what chance do you think we have of holding them back? Zhao Jiangwo fell silent. He understood the stakes perfectly well. But the head of state had already explicitly rejected the Northern Bear Kingdom. Plus, the Northern Bear Kingdom had looked down on Lu Husheng last time, which had left Zhao Jiangwo extremely displeased. He wanted to teach the Northern Bear Kingdom a lesson. Brother, I'm heading to North Bear Nation immediately. We'll deal with the rest later. With that, Lu Husheng immediately led the 200,000 strong Golden Eagle Legion at full speed toward the North Bear Nation battlefield. Throughout the journey, Lu Husheng continuously channeled purple celestial thunder into the locking thunder bead, poised to unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. On the battlefield, at least 1/3 of the North Bear Kingdom's warriors had been killed or wounded. As the Elephant Clan, their 5 million strong army could have utterly crushed the entire Northern Bear Kingdom. Yet they sought the kingdom's submission to be driven by the Elephant Clan to attack Huaxia and thus slowed their advance. Even so, the North Bear Kingdom's warriors felt profound despair. If this continued, the Northern Bear Kingdom would inevitably be slaughtered to the last man. How did things come to this? Why are they treating us this way? Is our nation so easy to bully? It's outrageous. I heard even my parents back home might be drafted. Is the entire nation truly mobilizing now? I heard Huaxia refused our plea for help. After mocking the venerable war god Lu last time, I still feel like I deserve to die. Who will save us? I don't want to die. I don't want my family to die. Walla! Seeing the gloom spread through the crowd, the commander felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Still, he took a deep breath and bellowed, "Men! Those bastards want to wipe us out? That's impossible. We are the fighting nation of North Bear. What we fear least is battle. The Elephant Clan wants us to surrender? Well, we refuse to yield. We'll fight them to the bitter end. Now, follow the direction of my sword in charge." Hurrah! Chapter 156, Crushing the Giant Elephant Legion. In an instant, over 1 million soldiers charged toward the giant elephant tribe with utter disregard for their lives. The weaker ones, in particular, burned their life force, determined to take the giant elephant tribe down with them. The Elephant Clan's leader, Elephant Spear, wore a mocking expression. How amusing. These ants actually plan to destroy themselves along with us? Do they truly not know their own limitations? Well, humans have resisted us alien races for 70 or 80 years without being conquered. A bit of arrogance is only natural, chuckled a female elephant beside him. Commander, shall I lead the army now to slaughter some of them and strike fear into their hearts? Do it. Elephant Trunk nodded slightly.
The female elephant beamed with delight and immediately stepped forward, bellowing, "Comrades in arms.
We've been circling them for ages, yet they still refuse to surrender.
We'll just have to slaughter more of them to teach them a lesson.
They should have been eliminated long ago.
A bunch of ants have wasted our time this long.
I'm already drooling over them. Human flesh is the most delicious. Let me feast on their blood and flesh. General, no more talk, let's strike.
My great sword has been thirsting for blood for far too long." With a thunderous roar, the 20,000 members of the giant elephant clan charged forward, revealing their true forms. Each stood 4 to 5 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long. Their collective advance shook the ground, causing it to rumble with a deafening boom boom. Humans, their life flames still burning, collided with the colossal elephants, exploding upon impact yet inflicting no harm whatsoever.
Ha 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 ha. This is laughable. Do these ants think self-detonation can harm us?
I don't even feel a twinge of pain. These little creatures are truly amusing. A massive scarred elephant roared with laughter, crushing a third-rank martial artist into a pile of minced flesh with a single stomp. The massive elephant trunk suddenly sucked in, drawing all flesh and blood into its mouth. Delicious.
So satisfying. Ha ha ha.
Despair spread across the entire battlefield, and no one could see any hope. The commander took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and prepared to leap down, joining the fray.
At that critical moment, a voice suddenly bellowed, "Look! What is that?"
All eyes turned involuntarily toward the southern horizon, where a dense swarm of tiny black dots approached at breakneck speed. A flicker of recognition finally appeared in the commander's previously grim gaze.
His voice rose with excitement. "It's Huaxia. It's the legendary war god Lu." Boom!
Accompanying the shout, countless bolts of lightning crashed down from the sky, engulfing at least a square kilometer of land.
Thousands of elephants were instantly obliterated. Immediately following, the 200,000-strong Golden Eagle army dove down. Their terrifying power erupted relentlessly.
Even giant elephants of comparable size couldn't hold a candle to the Golden Eagles. The eagle's talons alone could effortlessly tear through the elephant's defenses. Though only 200,000 Golden Eagles, they had already stabilized the situation on the battlefield.
Damn it! Where did these bastards come from? Their strength is terrifying? The female elephant watched the scene in shock. Send reinforcements. Bring more reinforcements. Keep charging forward.
The soldiers of the Northern Bear Kingdom were already overcome with excitement, tears streaming down their faces as they knelt on the ground, sobbing.
The reinforcements we've been praying for have finally arrived. Who would have thought the legendary war god Lu would set aside past grievances? He's my god. From now on, Huaxia is my own father. Anyone who speaks ill of Huaxia will get an earful from me. We thank the war god Lu for leading the Golden Eagle Legion to our aid.
The Northern Bear Kingdom remembers this great kindness.
Huaxia, hurrah! Old war god Lu, hurrah! Lu Hushing now stood before the female elephant, sizing up this grandmaster.
His voice was deep and stern as he demanded, "You elephant clan truly have the audacity. How dare you launch such a massive assault on our blue star?
Do you intend to wipe out our entire race?"
"Who do you think you are, speaking to my giant elephant clan?" the female elephant retorted coldly.
"Don't think your strength entitles you to challenge us. To me, you're nothing but a pathetic bear."
With that, a massive hammer, 2 meters in diameter, materialized in her hand. She swung it down with all her might toward Lu Hushing.
Boom! Lu Hushing snorted coldly. His dragon-shattering hammer met the giant hammer from below.
With a terrifying roar, the collision shattered the surrounding space for hundreds of meters, plunging the area into pitch darkness as if they had entered another world.
Another deafening crash followed. The female elephant's hammer began cracking inch by inch, eventually shattering into dozens of fragments scattered across the ground.
The female elephant stared in disbelief at the scene, her eyes wide with shock.
Damn it! What the hell just happened? My steel giant hammer is actually less durable than your little hammer? Who says bigger hammers are stronger?
Lu Hushing retorted sarcastically.
Look at your pathetic state, fat as a pig, yet you think you're invincible?
Ah! The female elephant felt deeply insulted, letting out a shrill scream as she charged recklessly toward Lu Hushing.
"I'll take you down with me.
I'll make sure you have no place to be buried."
Crash!
With a thunderous crash, the female elephant revealed her true form. A colossal foot, like a pillar supporting the heavens, came crashing down toward Lu Hushing.
With a squelch, Lu Hushing was driven deep into the elephant's leg.
The pain made the female elephant scream, and she immediately lifted her foot. A thunderous crash echoed from the sky as a purple bolt of lightning struck down, slamming into the neck of the female elephant.
The female elephant's body trembled violently, as if electrified. Her massive frame collapsed sideways, dead.
In that instant, the giant elephants led by the female elephant lost their composure. Even the mighty elephants who had dominated the battlefield before the Northern Bear Kingdom now showed signs of collapse. The vanguard squadron commanded by the female elephant had completely become cannon fodder.
Xiang Bang's face darkened as he coldly awaited Lu Hushing and the Golden Eagle Legion. The Golden Eagle clan are nothing but fools, enslaved by humans, a bunch of traitors. Commander, the Golden Eagle Legion of Huaxia has made a powerful entrance. We truly cannot match them, a deputy general hurriedly whispered. Moreover, they have a supreme being. So what? Xiangbeben retorted dismissively. Though I am only a martial saint, we have the revered one behind us. Moreover, the great elephant revered one can be summoned at any moment to fight them. We hold the advantage in both trump cards and troop strength. What do they have to fight us with? You're absolutely right, the man quickly murmured. Now, assemble all troops immediately. We launch the final assault. Xiangbeben rose slowly, his voice commanding and decisive. Chapter 157, All Hands on Deck. The nation unites against the giant elephant clan. In an instant, over 4 million giant elephants began their assault on the northern Bear Kingdom. Golden Eagle Sovereign watched the scene unfold, his expression darkening. Master, there are simply too many giant elephants. We cannot possibly kill them all, nor can we hold them back. Their primary goal is to conquer the northern Bear Kingdom and then use its strength to attack Huaxia. Since they've unleashed such numbers, they clearly no longer care about the northern Bear Kingdom's people as a resource. Lu Husheng immediately replied in a grave tone. Our timely aid has also galvanized the northern Bear Kingdom, ensuring they will mobilize every man, woman, and child. Therefore, our goal isn't to exterminate the giant elephant clan, but to bring hope to the northern Bear Kingdom. Golden Eagle Sovereign suddenly understood. No wonder such a small force could withstand the giant elephant clan's 5 million strong army. That was their strategy all along. The Golden Eagle Sovereign now understood. He roared, "Charge!" The 200,000 Golden Eagle troops charged like lightning toward the giant elephant tribe's vanguard. Every northern Bear Kingdom soldier present roared in unison, surging forward in a mighty wave to meet the enemy. Chaos erupted along the entire northern Bear Kingdom border. Every soldier fought with utter disregard for their lives, determined to drive the enemy from their homeland even at the cost of their own. Emperor Puda had received reports from the front lines. The war god of Huaxia, Lu Husheng, had led the 200,000 Golden Eagle army to aid Beixiong Kingdom and achieved remarkable results. This news finally soothed much of the emperor's long-held resentment toward Huaxia. Soon after, he appeared in the kingdom's recruitment video. My fellow citizens of North Bear Kingdom, we are now in dire straits. Every additional soldier brings a glimmer of hope to drive the foreign invaders out of Huaxia. Now, even Huaxia's war god Lu Husheng has led the Golden Eagle Legion to aid us. If Huaxia itself has not abandoned us, how can we abandon ourselves? I earnestly invite you all to join the front lines and fight the invaders to the death. We may lose. We may die. But we cannot let the invaders succeed. We cannot let them look down upon us. Behind them lay the fiercest battles raging at the front lines. Witnessing human warriors fighting with fearless courage, then gazing upon the dense, tide-like hordes of the alien races, the people of the northern Bear Kingdom felt their blood boil. These invaders, we've held them off for over 70 years. Do they truly believe they can breach our borders? I'm heading out now to show them what we're made of. Though I'm just an ordinary man, every citizen bears responsibility for the nation's fate. I must enlist. I must fight on the battlefield. Oomph. Even if I die, I'll take them down with me. No one will ever conquer our North Bear Kingdom. North Bear Nation, Yura. In an instant, tens of millions of Northern Bear citizens surged toward the border in a vast, surging tide. Meanwhile, within several massive silos across the vast North Bear Kingdom, nuclear weapons, sub-nuclear weapons, and various intercontinental ballistic missiles were locked onto the rear of the giant elephant tribe. Without hesitation, they launched their attack. Xiang Beibo looked up at the scene, his expression darkening. Though most of these humans are insignificant, the weapons they've developed are terrifyingly powerful. Prepare defenses immediately. Roar! Amidst deafening explosions, all the giant elephants in the rear raised their trunks. Sonic waves rapidly coalesced into protective shields. Some intercontinental missiles and other weapons, upon striking the sonic barriers, were instantly shattered into dust by the violent shockwaves. Boom! Soon, 10 nuclear warheads slammed into the shield. The terrifying force erupted in an instant, knocking hundreds of giant elephants flat onto the ground. Xiang Baobang's pupils contracted sharply. He bellowed, "This is bad. These weapons contain immense amounts of true energy. Each one packs the power of a martial saint's full-strength strike. Scatter immediately. You can't withstand them." Boom! Before his words faded, another deafening explosion echoed. Nuclear weapons detonated relentlessly within the herd, instantly killing tens of thousands of giant elephants in this wave of detonations. As the aftershocks of the explosions surged forward, Xiangbaba's face darkened to pitch black. "You damned ants! You've slaughtered so many of my offspring. If I don't tear you to pieces, do you truly believe my alien race has been toying with you all this time?" With that, Xiangbaba roared to the heavens. The two white rods over 10 meters long in his hands emitted a sound akin to the bellow of a colossal elephant. He then took a single step forward, launching a savage charge toward the Chinese civilians.
He smashed through thousands of soldiers from the northern Bear Kingdom, reducing them to pulp. As Xiangbeben made his forceful entrance, Lu Husheng immediately descended from the sky. His dragon-shattering hammer spun several times around his body before slamming viciously toward Xiangbeben. A dragon's roar echoed across the battlefield. The Azure Dragon, carrying earth-shattering might, collided with Elephant Trunk. As the two poles of Elephant Trunk crashed down, the dragon coiled itself around them, unleashing a breath of dragonfire. Boom! Yet in the very next instant, the Azure Dragon was torn to shreds by the Elephant Trunk staff. Gazing at Lu Husheng, the Elephant Trunk Club wore a mocking expression. Seems you're unaware I possess a quarter dragon bloodline. My mother was a formidable warrior of the dragon-elephant hybrid race. Thinking you could use a dragon against me? That's nothing but a fool's fantasy. You're pretty cocky, huh? Lu Husheng stared at Xiangbeben in astonishment. You led 5 million troops to raid our Blue Star, and your ultimate goal was to deal with China, right? Why bother coming all the way to the Northern Bear Kingdom for this extra step? We merely sought to turn all humans in North Bear Nation into our puppets. But we underestimated the fighting spirit of this nation's people. Xiangbeben shook his head slightly, his expression grave. Still, it matters little. I hear that slaying you alone grants access to the supreme physical essence of the alien race. Dream on. Lu Husheng sneered. You actually think you're something special? Whether it succeeds or not depends on whether you have the strength to defeat me. Xiangbeibo's lips curled upward. His body rapidly shrank, transforming into a young man in his 20s. He held two long staffs in his hands, with a massive black dragon coiled around his body. A terrifying aura erupted from him, causing the ground within a 10-kilometer radius to tremble violently. Quite the spectacle, but I wonder about your actual strength. Lu Husheng remarked indifferently, beckoning Xiangbeibo with a flick of his finger. Come. Die. Xiangbeibo roared. A streak of light flashed forward as his two staffs crossed into a cross, slashing viciously toward Lu Husheng. Lu Husheng neither dodged nor retreated. His dragon-shattering hammer hummed with dragon's roar as he charged straight toward Xiangbeibo. Chapter 158, Slaying the Elephant Clan's Commander-in-Chief. Boom! The two clashed back and forth, each repelling the other hundreds of meters as they retreated. With every step they took backward, the ground caved in, forming a bottomless pit nearly a kilometer in diameter. Come! As a force built for brute strength, the elephant-piercing staff roared, its body barely halting before erupting again. Lightning fast, it slammed toward Lu Husheng, its forward momentum kicking up clouds of dust that actually smoothed out the bottomless pit. Lu Husheng gave a cold laugh and immediately activated the burst ability he had exchanged for in the exchange mall. That terrifying power, focused in an instant, condensed into a force 10 times greater than before, gathering upon the dragon-shattering hammer. From below, it slammed upward against the body of the elephant-penetrating staff. Roar! A terrifying azure dragon materialized instantly, opening its gaping maw towards Xiangbeibo. Its dragon breath, thick and almost viscous, enveloped the bamboo spear. Xiangbeibo's face paled. He roared in fury, kill! The black dragon coiled around it materialized in an instant, launching a fierce assault at the azure dragon. Alas, the dragon's breath unleashed with tenfold power was no match for the black dragonling. Its entire body was instantly vaporized by the blast, sending the elephant trunk spear into a panic. It roared furiously, keep coming. Two long rods instantly solidified into enormous tusks, their blazing light forming a shield before it. Yet the shield was pierced in an instant, and all the dragon's breath slammed into Xiangbeibo's body. The impact made Xiangbeibo's body tremble, and he couldn't help but let out a wretched scream. Its massive form reappeared, but now a gaping hole, 2 meters in diameter, gaped in its belly. The elephant trunk pole stared down at the wound in disbelief, its expression turning grim. You bastard! You actually pierced my belly. Damn you! You should have known that the moment you attacked my blue star. Lu Husheng sneered. Acting like you're the victim? How pathetic! I'll make you understand just how despicable you are. Xiangbeibo took a deep breath, filling the wound with true qi. He then strode forward, charging savagely at Lu Husheng with a brutal collision, intent on taking him down with him. You no longer have the right to take me down with you. Lu Husheng sneered, watching the maddened Xiangbeben without moving an inch. The golden eagle's sovereign descended from the sky. A golden radiance erupted from one of its wings as it slashed forward with a deafening roar. The blade flashed, striking Xiangbeibo's massive body and cleaving it clean in two. The colossal form crashed through the air, its remains passing directly through Lu Husheng as it fell. Xiangbeibo, the mighty leader of the elephant clan, fell. Turning to observe the ongoing battle, the golden eagle sovereign sneered coldly, these ignorant giants still unaware their leader has fallen. How laughable. They're merely cannon fodder for the supreme power behind them. No other tribe would care about their deaths. Lu Husheng retorted disdainfully. Even if they all perish, not a single tribe would show them mercy. Eagle, should we make these beasts follow your golden eagle clan's example and form contracts with Huaxia warriors? Lu Husheng rolled his eyes and chuckled. Nearly 4 million giant elephants could contract with 4 million Huaxia warriors. That would be a massive profit for us.
The Supreme One is dormant. That's highly unlikely. The Golden Eagle Sovereign replied with evident hesitation. Master, I suggest you abandon this notion. It's unrealistic. Lu Hushing pursed his lips, then immediately began searching the exchange mall. He soon found a type of contract document. Purchasing them in bulk allowed 1 million copies for 10,000 merit points. With only 20,000 merit points remaining, he could buy 2 million copies. Lu Hushing nodded slightly and declared, "All right, continue the battle. When roughly 2 million giant elephants remain, drive them toward our Huaxia territory. I can have 2 million giant elephants enter contracts with our soldiers." The Golden Eagle Sovereign stared at Lu Hushing in astonishment. He knew the old man possessed extraordinary abilities, but never imagined he could be this powerful, capable of binding 2 million giant elephants into a contract at once. That was simply too formidable. Nodding slightly, the Golden Eagle Sovereign immediately resumed the battle. Without the Elephant Spear's command, the initially orderly giant elephant clan began to scatter. Especially as more and more citizens of the Northern Bear Kingdom joined the war, their momentum started to wane. Groups of 10, 30, or 40 men attacked a single giant elephant. Though they often fell in battle, their numbers were relentless. One by one, the colossal beasts collapsed to the ground. Damn it! The deputy commander's expression grew increasingly grim. How could a battle they had been so confident about end up like this? Was this nation truly so stubborn? Would they rather mobilize every man, woman, and child to fight to the death and surrender? With a sharp whoosh, Lu Hushing abruptly materialized before the deputy commander. Startled, the man stumbled back several steps, immediately drawing his weapon and glaring warily at Lu Hushing. Now, an opportunity for survival lies before you. I wonder if you will seize it. Lu Hushing stated bluntly. You want us to surrender? That's a pipe dream, the deputy commander snorted coldly. You humans are nothing but a bunch of ants. How dare you think we'd surrender to you? Don't embarrass yourself here. Then I'll have no choice but to kill you and find another giant elephant to lead them in surrender. Lu Hushing sighed, his voice calm. I refuse to believe that among so many giant elephants, not a single one desires to be a leader or avoid dying on the battlefield. Oomph. Then try it. The deputy commander roared, charging straight at Lu Hushing. Lu Hushing stood his ground, showing no fear of the deputy commander, a grandmaster-level opponent. As the man charged forward with lightning speed, Lu Hushing shifted his stance and brought his dragon-shattering hammer crashing down with brutal force. Boom! The dragon-shattering hammer roared with the dragon's cry as it struck the deputy commander squarely on the head. With a piercing scream, the massive head was driven deep into the ground, while the body remained standing straight, planted at a 90-degree angle to the earth. The giant elephant clan's deputy commander dead. Taking a deep breath, Lu Hushing immediately roared to the heavens, commander of the giant elephant clan. Your deputy commanders have all been slain. Why do you not surrender now? Chapter 159, Subduing the Giant Elephant Clan, Signing the Contract. The words sent shockwaves through every giant elephant present. Only now did they realize that all this time, they had been fighting without commanders. No wonder the battle grew increasingly difficult toward the end, and the giant elephant clan was dwindling to less than 2 million survivors. As the human numbers swelled, with more forces approaching from the distance, the giant elephant clan was steadily depleted. The inevitable outcome was clear: total annihilation. An indescribable panic swept through the entire giant elephant clan. How could this happen? I don't want to die. My God, this is forcing us into a dead end. When did our commander fall? He was a Marshal Saint-level powerhouse. My God. Damn it, this isn't an easy job. Our entire tribe came out fighting, and this is how it ends? Damn it, do you think they'll spare us if we surrender? Lu Hushing spoke again. Those who don't want to die, follow me to Huaxia now. Those unwilling to come with me will fight to the death here. Think about it, you cross dimensions from another world only to meet this fate. Are you truly content with this? We won't accept it, roared an old elephant immediately. If you refuse to accept this, then follow me. Lu Hushing roared, immediately setting off toward China. At the same moment, the Golden Eagle Legion withdrew from the battle, circling high in the sky as if waiting for the giant elephants to make their choice. Forget it. What's the point of fighting anymore? It's already too late. Continuing means certain death. I refuse to die in a foreign land. Whatever lies ahead, I at least want to live. Brothers, follow me. We must survive. We must continue to exist in this world. Right. Let's go. As one elephant spoke, more and more colossal beasts followed Lu Hushing's lead. In an instant, it seemed as though an entire legion was marching toward China. Soon, less than 100,000 giant elephants remained on the battlefield, determined to carry on the legacy of Xiangbaba and continue the fight. The Northern Bear Nation's commander glared coldly at the remaining elephants and demanded in a deep voice, "You refuse to follow the old war god Lu? Do you intend to fight us to the bitter end?" Exactly. An old elephant glared coldly at the group ahead, his face darkening as he roared, "Our mission is to deal with your Northern Bear Kingdom. Since the mission remains unfinished, we'll certainly keep fighting you. If you surrender now, our elephant clan might cease our slaughter against you. With only 100,000 giants left, you're practically insignificant to us. Yet you still have the audacity to think you can affect us? The commander burst into laughter, then waved his hand decisively. Brothers, kill them! In an instant, countless northern bear soldiers surged toward the giant elephant tribe like a swarm of ants, beginning to devour these colossal beasts. Seeing so many giant elephants suddenly appear at the gates of Huaxia City, the Huaxia defenders were startled. But upon spotting Lu Husheng and the imposing Golden Eagle Legion, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. I thought the giant elephants were attacking the city. Turns out they're the captives of the old war god Lu. Open the gates quickly! This giant elephant tribe had the northern bear kingdom crying for mercy. They thought these beasts were invincible, yet old war god Lu subdued them effortlessly. Truly, old war god Lu is peerlessly formidable. Ha! I knew it! Wherever we go, the Huaxia people are always victorious. Stop standing there! Open the gates quickly to welcome the old war god Lu's triumphant return. But the next moment, Golden Eagle warriors arrived to order the gates not to be opened. Lu Husheng turned to face the assembly of giant elephants, his expression grave. Gentlemen, to enter our Huaxia, you must enter into a contract with our Huaxia warriors. Only by becoming partners with our Huaxia warriors, like the Golden Eagles, will you be granted certain rights. Those who agree to the contract may remain, those who refuse may depart. These words left all the giant elephants speechless. They knew there would be a price to pay, but never imagined it would be so steep a master-servant contract. Yet this old man was cunning indeed, revealing this only after luring them here. Now, if they returned, those giant elephants would likely be slaughtered. Going back meant certain death, whereas signing the master-servant contract at least offered a chance to live. Almost all the giant elephants spoke up at once. Things have come to this. We have no other choice. Without the contract, where else could we possibly go? Oomph. If I'd known this would happen, I never would have followed him here. Now we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. What other choice do we have? Enough talk about this matter. Let's just agree to sign the contract obediently. We agree. No one will leave. Hearing the elephant speak thus, Lu Husheng nodded with satisfaction. Very well. You shall remain encamped here for now. Once our soldiers arrive to formalize the master-servant contracts with you, you may proceed into Huaxia. Though some giants were reluctant, they had no other choice but to halt temporarily, guarded by the Golden Eagle warriors. Mounted on the supreme Golden Eagle, Lu Husheng swiftly arrived at the capital. Upon hearing Lu Husheng's account, Zhao Jiangwo's expression turned grim. What did you say? 2 million giant elephants are to sign master-servant contracts with our 2 million martial warriors? Is this real? All these years, have I ever deceived you? Lu Husheng retorted irritably. They're waiting outside the city gates for us. Hurry and select 2 million warriors aimed to reach the northern border walls by tomorrow. Alright, since you've already made arrangements, I'll go inform them immediately. Zhao Jiangwo declared with palpable excitement. Rest assured, when the Golden Eagle warriors were recruiting, many who didn't make the cut were furious. Now, with the chance to contract with giant elephants, I reckon at least 5 million soldiers will be scrambling for spots. 2 million is the absolute limit. Lu Husheng instructed decisively. Immediately, Zhao Jiangwo relayed the order to all major military districts. Chaos erupted across the regions. Those who had missed out last time rushed to sign up. By that evening, suitable candidates were selected and set off in a massive convoy toward the northern frontier walls. By noon the next day, at least 1.5 million soldiers were in position. Lu Husheng had long since arrived atop the walls. Surveying the million-strong army ready for action, he asked in a solemn voice, "Are you all prepared to begin signing the contracts?" "Ready. We can sign at any moment." "Good." With a loud shout, Lu Husheng immediately opened the contract documents. Chapter 160, Contract Success, the supreme being of the foreign race steps forward. As points of light began to shower down upon the soldiers and giant elephants, a profound psychic bond formed between each soldier and their assigned beast. This connection abruptly solidified into an inseparable union. The colossal elephant legion, numbering nearly 2 million, was formed. For a moment, the soldiers observing from the city walls were all stunned. That's so badass, absolutely incredible, this is insane. The giant elephant legion. Riders on giant elephants, fighting together, just thinking about it gets my blood pumping. Ha! I wonder if there's anything more badass than China? The giant elephant legion, the Golden Eagle Legion, who else can match that? China has risen. Open the city gates. With these words, the city gates slowly swung open. Warriors mounted on giant elephants streamed into the city in single file. The surrounding citizens clapped continuously, welcoming their arrival. Watching this scene, General Qin Zhongman and the other commanders stood speechless. Damn it, that old fox Lu Husheng still has some tricks up his sleeve. We thought the Golden Eagle Legion was a miracle last time, but now he's pulled off a 2 million strong giant elephant legion? How is this even possible? As Lu Husheng approached, the generals immediately gathered around him, grinning and asking, "Old Lu, what are we going to do with this elephant legion? Keep them together, or..." Divide them into 4 units, 50,000 each, Lu Husheng declared without hesitation. Station them at the 4 major cities east, south, west, and north. That way, if danger arises elsewhere, they can rush to the nearest front. That allocation makes perfect sense. Hearing this, the generals raised no objections and nodded in agreement. Old Lu, several nations are currently suffering from war. Ultimately, the threat will likely reach us in Huaxia. We'll probably have to go deal with it. If it's not too serious, just go handle it yourselves. Lu Husheng waved his hands dismissively. I won't get involved. Right now, I need to focus on cultivation. I must strive to break through to the next realm before those powerful alien races arrive. Is that even possible? Zhao Jiangwo asked gravely. Cultivation only grows harder with each step. Are you certain you can break through to the next realm in such a short time? Of course. Lu Husheng nodded with a smile. Alright, this crisis is essentially resolved. I'm going into seclusion now. You two carry on. With that, Lu Husheng departed immediately, accompanied by the Golden Eagle Sovereign. Can Zhongman exhaled deeply, unable to resist calling out in Lu Husheng's departing direction, that old guy really has some skills. I'm impressed, he's seriously awesome. We all grew up together, yet he alone has lived a second life. Li Wan remarked with emotion. May we always hold on to our original aspirations and drive the alien races completely out of China. Honestly speaking, this kid saved our nation. Zhao Jiangwo nodded in agreement. Without him, we'd be fighting on 2 fronts and half of us would be gone by now. The others nodded slightly, sharing his sentiment. Lu Husheng had now arrived at the secluded mountain retreat. The black bear demon immediately came out to greet him, but upon seeing the Golden Eagle Sovereign, his brows furrowed slightly. Master, why did you bring such a huge old eagle? And it feels incredibly powerful. What old eagle? That sounds awful. I'm called the Golden Eagle Supreme, snapped the Golden Eagle Supreme. And only because you're my master's servant do I spare you today. Otherwise, I'd teach you a lesson. What? You want to spar? The black bear demon sneered. Come on then, let me see what you're made of. Like I'm scared of you. The Supreme Golden Eagle erupted with terrifying power, ready to spar with the black bear demon. Enough. Lu Husheng frowned and barked out a command. I must begin my seclusion immediately. You two will guard my sanctuary, no one is to disturb me. Rest assured, we will guard you fiercely, the black bear demon hastily pledged. If anyone dares disturb you, they'll have to step over our dead bodies first. The black bear demon finally nodded slightly, his expression solemn as he replied, understood. With that, he entered the chamber, crossed his legs, and swallowed the multicolored Lingji herb capable of boosting a century's worth of true qi along with other rare treasures. As vast currents of true qi surged through his extraordinary meridians, Lu Husheng unleashed his SSR-grade breathing technique and body forging arts to their fullest, propelling the qi to rapidly circulate through his entire body. Time flew by, and half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Following these days of warfare, the crisis of attack on several nations bordering Huaxia had been quelled. With the aid of the Giant Elephant Clan and the Golden Eagle Clan, all other races were annihilated except for the Giant Elephant Clan. With Lu Husheng's assistance, China once again thwarted the supreme beings of the alien race's conspiracy against it. Meanwhile, several supreme beings from the alien races had gathered at an extremely secluded location within their domain. As the most powerful beings among the alien races, the expressions of the 5 supreme ones were grim. I deeply regret that despite the immense cost we paid to slay Wu Hun, he managed to regain his strength through a fragment of his soul. Worse still, he has made Blue Star his stronghold. It's utterly damned. A protective barrier surrounds Blue Star, impenetrable to any being above the revered rank, another supreme being declared gravely. But we must decide our course of action now. If Wu Hun grows fully powerful, we'll be utterly powerless. What are your thoughts? The Supreme seated at the head swept his gaze across the assembly and asked in a deep voice. All 4 Supreme Ones fell silent. Several minutes passed before a female Supreme finally spoke. In my view, we should immediately deploy every available martial saint, Supreme, and revered being to launch a full-scale assault on Blue Star and utterly destroy this world. How many forces are currently available for deployment? The Supreme in the main seat inquired next. 30 martial saints, 10 Supreme beings, 4 revered ones, and roughly 15 million alien warriors, the female Supreme being answered immediately. This is all we can muster now, but I believe it should be enough to exterminate all life on Blue Star. Very well. The 5 of us shall unite and directly breach 15 spatially vulnerable points on Blue Star, deploying all our warriors there, declared the Supreme seated at the head, his tone calm. Now, return immediately to mobilize your forces and consolidate all resources. We shall commence the spatial breaches in 7 days. Understood. Upon hearing this, the other Supreme beings promptly departed, each embarking on their assigned tasks. Chapter 161, The Final Battle Approaches. After the alien race was dealt with, China temporarily entered a period of peace. Hu Linger and Meng Qiniao, however, had been continuously simulating the future trajectory of China. Yet, all they saw ahead was a hazy, indistinct expanse, nothing clear. This left Hu Linger's expression unusually grave. Damn it!